Hey, where's my hard-earned money? Su Hongwei. Get out here. If you don't come out, they'll burn this place down. Looking at the crowd of people not far away, Su Chen's eyelids twitched. What the heck is going on? I just went to university for 4 years, and now that I'm back, my own factory has turned into this mess. And, judging by the situation, these people used to be workers in my factory. Is it that there's no money to pay their wages? Thinking of this possibility, Su Chan instantly became nervous and instinctively took a step back, preparing to flee. He had no extra money to pay these people. He thought that after his hard-earned rebirth as a second-generation heir, he could live a carefree life in his later years, and at the very least, living comfortably should not be a problem. So after receiving his diploma, Su Chan rushed home, hoping to inherit his cheap father's estate. But who would have thought he would encounter such a situation today? Looking at the angry workers not far away, Su Chan straightened his collar, trying to appear calm, but his steps backward did not pause for a moment. He didn't want to deal with this mess, suddenly burdened with a massive debt without understanding how it came about. Just thinking about having to live a hard life again made Su Chan feel an urge to curse. If he had known that rebirth would lead to such a miserable situation, he shouldn't have jumped off that building in his previous life. That's right, Su Chan was indeed a reborn person, and in his past life, he couldn't stand that hard life, which led him to succumb to the pressure and think about ending it all. But what he didn't expect was that after jumping from a 30-story building, not only did he not die, but he also reborn into the body of this second-generation heir. At first, when he learned about this guy's background, Su Chan felt a bit pleased, thinking he had finally made it and wouldn't have to live that 996 life as a corporate slave anymore. However, just when Su Chan was happily running back to embrace his future happy life, he encountered this situation. The actions of the crowd nearby were all too familiar to him. In his previous life, he was one of them, working tirelessly only to have his wages withheld by those greedy capitalists. Because he understood this kind of situation too well, Su Chan didn't dare to provoke these people at this moment. He knew they were filled with anger and could do anything that if these people found out he was the young master of this factory. Wouldn't they beat him to death? As he pondered, Su Chan couldn't help but quicken his pace, thinking it would be best to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. As for whether he would be burdened with this debt later, that was a matter for the future. However, just as Su Chan was about to turn and escape from this location, he accidentally tripped over the suitcase beside him. Bang! Although it was just the sound of a small suitcase falling in this moment and place, this ordinarily negligible noise resonated throughout the entire square like a clap of thunder that, in an instant, a crowd of people turned their attention towards Su Chan, their gazes landing on the young figure sneaking around not far away, and a hint of confusion rose in everyone's hearts. Who is this guy? He looks decent, but sneaky, definitely not a good person. Feeling the eyes on him from behind, Su Chan nearly wished for death. He glanced down at his trembling left leg, wishing he could just chop it off. Why was it that his legs had to go weak at such a critical moment, causing such a scene? After a long pause, with his mind prepared, Su Chan finally turned around and looked at the group of workers nearby. He scratched the back of his head with one hand and raised the other to wave at them, awkwardly saying, good afternoon, everyone. It would have been fine if he hadn't turned around. But as soon as the workers recognized the young man's face, they immediately began to grumble. In an instant, the crowd surrounded Su Chan, many pointing at the young man in the center. But their attitude was noticeably friendlier than before. Most of the people present had worked at this factory for most of their lives. And during the summer and winter breaks, Su Chan had always been friendly with them, never acting like a privileged second generation. Furthermore, Su Chan was familiar with the children of these elders, practically having grown up together. When they surrounded Su Chan, they didn't speak harshly as before. Instead, they began to inquire about his parents' whereabouts. Xiao Chun, where's your dad? Hurry and bring him out. We haven't received our wages for half a year now. If we don't get paid soon, we want to know how to survive. Yeah, Xiao Chun, quickly let Su Hongwei come out. We've all worked hard to generate profits for the factory, and yet this is the situation we're left with. As they spoke, a few middle-aged women in the crowd even started to choke up. Xiao Chun, you don't know, my husband is still in a hospital, waiting for this paycheck to survive. If we don't get paid soon. Before she could finish, the woman covered her face and began to cry. such situations continued to unfold around them. And looking at these familiar, yet unfamiliar elders, Suchin secretly felt distressed. It wasn't that he didn't want to pay these people, it was that they truly were powerless at this moment. As a recent graduate, the meager living expenses given by his father had long been spent during his time at school, and now he didn't have a single penny to his name today as for that. Cheap old man of his. He had no idea where the other party was. The only news he knew was that slightly rushed video call during the graduation ceremony. Thinking of that overweight, middle-aged man from the phone, Suchun felt a surge of frustration. Son, how are you doing at school? Don't make things hard for yourself. If you can study, then study. If not, just sleep. Son, we will be going on a trip for a few days. Now that you've graduated, it's time to come home and manage the factory. After all, you're grown up now, and it's time to share the burden at home. To take tea first. When he heard this news, Suchun was a bit excited, thinking that even before graduating, he would have to obediently go back to inherit the family fortune. What a trouble. He couldn't rely on his own hands to create something great. Chapter 2. The Troublesome Suchun. Little did he expect the situation to turn out this way. He had indeed returned to inherit his family's vast fortune. But this fortune was nothing more than a mountain of debt. Listening to the complaints around him, Suchun rubbed his forehead and awkwardly said, "Dear uncles and aunts, I just got back. I just got off the plane and rushed over to the factory, hoping to see my parents first. I didn't expect it to be like this." Hearing Suchin's words, many people present immediately began to scold Su Hongwei, but after a few remarks, they stopped. After all, Suchun was still there, and it would be quite impolite to berate his parents in front of him. Although the crowd did not continue to criticize Su Hongwei, they still did not disperse, surrounding Suchin instead. After all, he was Su Hongwei's son, and since they couldn't find Su Hongwei, they had to find his son. They couldn't believe that Su Hongwei would disregard his child's safety and continue to hide from them. Suchun noticed the crowd's actions and silently lamented, feeling helpless without a way to escape. After a long while, when he wanted to send these people away, the factory's large gate suddenly opened. As the massive rolling door lifted, the crowd surrounding Suchun turned to look. They had just thought that Su Hongwei could no longer hold back and wanted to confront them, but when they saw the middle-aged man striding out of the factory, their faces turned to anger. "Li Yushan, where's Su Hongwei? Tell him to come out quickly. If we don't get paid today, I swear I'll burn this place to the ground." Li Yushan, the middle-aged man, showed a hint of helplessness upon hearing these words. He sighed and replied, "Wang Er, didn't I tell you already? The factory manager is not here. When he left recently, he said he was going out to find buyers. So he didn't tell you." The crowd seemed to have anticipated Li Yushan's response and scoffed. "Find buyers? It's been over a month since he left, and he still hasn't come back. I think that old bastard has run off with the money and doesn't plan to return. Humph, I don't care. If Su Hongwei doesn't come out today, I'll smash this factory to pieces. Old Li, you've always followed Su Hongwei. You must know where he is now. Hurry up and tell him to come out." Seemingly aware of their reaction, Li Yushan did not argue back. Instead, he stood on tiptoe and looked towards the young man in the center of the crowd, whispering, "Is that the young master?" Upon hearing the term young master, Suchun was taken aback for a moment, then a bitter smile appeared on his face. What young master? Right now, he wished he could just disappear, out of sight, out of mind. Though he thought this way in his heart, Suchun still managed to smile and nod at the middle-aged man nearby. The middle-aged man who received a response instantly broke into a smile, disregarding the gazes of those around him, and squeezed in sideways. When he caught sight of the handsome face, Li Yushan almost cried out, but fortunately, Suchun was quick to step forward and comfort him. "Uncle Li, what's going on? Where are my parents now?" Upon hearing Suchun inquire about his parents' whereabouts, the crowd instinctively held their breath, eager to know where this old fellow was hiding. Li Yushan sighed at Suchun's question, offering a bitter smile. When the factory manager left, he didn't say where he was going, just that he was going out to find a market, and told me to watch the factory well. I never expected that he would be gone for over a month without a word. Looking at the despondent middle-aged man, Suchun felt a pang of discomfort as well. Could it be that his cheap father really took off with the money, leaving him with such a mess? Suchun, still unwilling to give up, continued to ask about the details of his parents' departure. Did they leave anything? Did they give any instructions? Did they leave me any messages? He poured out all the questions he could think of, not caring at all about the audience's reactions. However, in the end, seeing the middle-aged man shake his head in silence, Suchun's expression turned hopeless. At that moment, the crowd finally believed that Suchun truly had no idea where his parents were. Many began to feel pity for the young man before them. Having such parents was indeed unfortunate. Not only did they leave him with no wealth or fortune, but they also left behind such a mess. As for the crowd's reactions, Su Chen had no time to consider them. If his cheap father really had run away with the money, it meant that a massive debt would fall squarely on his shoulders. Just as Su Chen was lost and thought about his options, Li Yushan finally spoke up. Young master, don't worry. Our factory still has a large batch of goods. As long as the factory manager finds a market, these troubles can be resolved. However, before Su Chen could respond, someone nearby sneered. Still looking for a market? You're the only one who believes that old fool Su Hongwei. If that batch of goods could be sold, he wouldn't have been gone for so long. He is probably counting money in some corner, not caring about you at all. He even let down his own child. How good could such a person be? Su Chen didn't get angry at the crowd's sarcastic remarks about his parents. Instead, when he heard that the factory still had a batch of goods, his eyes lit up. If he could sell that batch of goods, wouldn't he be able to pay the workers who were causing trouble? Although he knew it wouldn't be easy to sell the goods from a nearly bankrupt factory, this was already Su Chen's only chance for a turnaround. He is just a recent college graduate and doesn't have that much money to pay these people their wages. Nor does he have extra money to run away. The factory is basically his only asset now. If it comes to it, he can just sell the factory if it can't be sold otherwise. After making up his mind, he didn't hesitate any longer and directly said to Li Yushan, Uncle Li, take me inside the factory to have a look. Maybe I can come up with some ideas. Li Yushan didn't think much of Su Chen's idea of finding a solution. After all, what solutions could there be now? If the factory manager doesn't return, the factory might have to announce bankruptcy, and the young owner would be left with a huge debt. Despite this thought, Li Yushan still nodded and prepared to take Su Chen inside the factory. After all, with the manager absent, the only person who could be consulted was this young man in front of him. Chapter 3, Multiverse Search System. Under the leadership of Li Yushan, Su Chen and the others quickly arrived at the factory gate. However, Su Chen was helpless as the group of workers demanding their wages followed closely behind him, showing no intention of leaving. Standing at the factory gate, Su Chen sighed slightly, realizing that this situation could not continue. If these people remained at the factory gate, he would have no chance to sell this batch of goods. Therefore, Su Chen turned around to face the familiar uncles and aunts and said helplessly, Ahem, how about this? Dear uncles and aunts, you all go back for now. I will think of a way regarding the factory issues and strive to give you a response as soon as possible. After saying this, Su Chen felt a headache coming on because, upon hearing his promise, these people showed no sign of leaving. Little factory manager, we are just workers too. We haven't received our wages for half a year. If we can't get paid today, we don't know how we will survive. That's right. Little factory manager, please pay us today. We all have families to support. Without this money, we might as well be left to face the harsh winds by the end of the year. Su Chen felt overwhelmed by their words. What could he do? Since the factory had not paid wages for such a long time, it meant that no one in the market would take on this batch of goods for the factory on the brink of bankruptcy. Su Chen was hoping for a miracle, wishing to sell the stockpile of goods in the factory. In fact, Su Chen himself was not confident about selling this batch of goods. He knew that if he did not take on this messy situation today, he might not even be able to leave. Listening to the murmurs of the workers nearby, Su Chen forced himself to appear calm, cleared his throat, and said, Dear uncles and aunts, please rest assured. Since I, Su Chen, have taken on this mess, I will definitely be responsible until the end. Seeing that the crowd around him remained unmoved, Su Chen continued, How about this? By the end of the year, I will definitely settle all your wages. If I fail to keep my promise, you can do whatever you want of me. How does that sound? As Su Chen finished his passionate declaration, the crowd finally began to leave one by one. Watching them depart, Su Chen once again cursed his cheap old man in his heart. What a stroke of bad luck to have such a father. Looking at the piles of steel pipes in front of him, Su Chen felt another wave of headache wash over him. So, how the hell am I going to sell this batch of goods? Under Li Yushan's lead, Su Chen quickly toured the factory. Through Li Yushan's introduction, Su Chen finally learned about the factory's current situation in detail. It turned out that 6 months ago, his cheap old man collaborated with a large factory in the provincial capital and secured a significant order. However, at that time, the factory's cash flow was insufficient. So his cheap old man partnered with a business associate to jointly undertake the supply for this large order. Somehow, towards the end, the cheap old man from my family was severely tricked by his business partner, completely abandoning our factory and collaborating solely with them. This caused our factory's financial chain to break, and we couldn't even supply materials to our original partners. As a result, we also had to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. After learning about all this, my face grew darker. So now, not only do I have to bear a large sum for the workers' wages, but I also have to shoulder this enormous penalty, right? After touring the factory, I went to my father's office. Although the factory was on the verge of closing, the office still had everything it needed. Once I sat down, I quickly noticed a document on the desk. I looked up, puzzled, at Li Yushan, who was not far away. Noticing my gaze, Li Yushan smiled and said, "Young master, this is something the factory manager sent over 2 weeks ago, saying it was meant for you." Upon hearing this, my spirits lifted, and my heart began to race. Could it be that my old man had a change of heart and left me a fortune? However, as I eagerly opened the envelope, I was instantly dumbfounded. The document was nothing other than a notice of change of legal representative for the factory, and I was now the new legal representative. This meant that from now on, this factory on the brink of collapse was my personal property, and the huge debts owed by the factory naturally fell onto my shoulders. What the hell? After reading the contents of the document, I couldn't help but curse. This was absolutely ridiculous. Although I didn't know how my old man managed to make me the new legal representative, I was still his son in name. I didn't even hope for a huge inheritance, and now he wanted me to bear this massive debt? Regarding this old man I had never met, I felt neither close nor distant. However, after this incident, he left a profound impression on me, but it certainly wasn't a good one. Not far away, watching my emotional outburst, Li Yushan began to have his doubts, thinking that this young master was truly ruthless, even cursing his own ancestors. Noticing Li Yushan's gaze, I realized there were others present, and, after calming down a bit, said to him, "Uncle Li, you can leave now. I need to think about what to do next." Once Li Yushan left, I instantly slumped down, devoid of any youthful vigor. I really had no idea how to handle this mess. As a freshly graduated university student, I had no money and no connections. Even in my previous life, I was just a person living a 996 work life. Where would I find the business acumen? Just as Su Chun was scratching his head, pondering how to sell this batch of goods, a crisp sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The system detected that the host was facing a difficult decision, and the world search system was automatically activated. This system can automatically detect any information from the past 5,000 years based on the search criteria provided by the host, including economy, technology, military, culture, and more. Each search consumes between 2 to 10 sign-in points, depending on the difficulty of the query, so the host should choose wisely. As the prompt finished, a virtual panel quickly popped up in front of Su Chun, displaying nothing flashy, just 4 words. Sign in? Chapter 4, Steel Pipe? Gun Barrel? Listening to that enchanting and melodious sound, Su Chun trembled all over, his face filled with excitement. It's here, it's finally here. In his previous life, Su Chun was a seasoned bookworm, so he naturally knew what this was. In an instant, he almost couldn't hold back his tears. It had been over a year since he was reborn into this world, and he had constantly fantasized about the arrival of the system. However, the daily disappointments made Su Chun begin to doubt whether those time travel novels from his past life were all a scam. What kind of nonsense system? He returned to this world with nothing, and now he had to bear an enormous debt because of it. Hearing this sound now brought tears to Su Chun's eyes. Sure enough, the authors of those novels in my previous life didn't deceive me. Without any hesitation, Su Chun chose to sign in. This sign-in point was crucial for whether he could achieve great things in the future. Soon after signing in, a prompt sound popped up in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in, earning 5 sign-in points. Seeing the measly 5 sign-in points, Su Chun furrowed his brows. So few? I'm carrying a debt of several million. Can these 5 sign-in points help me pay it off? After looking at the system's introduction, Su Chun didn't rush to use these 5 sign-in points. After all, this was one of the 3 opportunities to sign in within a month. He couldn't just waste it like that. Indeed, this world search system didn't allow for daily sign-ins, but rather every 10 days, with each sign-in yielding a mere 5 points. Su Chun didn't want to squander this opportunity. His primary goal now was to sell the batch of steel pipes in the factory. After all, this was all he had left, and if he didn't sell them, everything else would be meaningless. Thus, Su Chun spent the entire day in the office thinking about how to deal with the stockpile of steel pipes in the factory. Early the next morning, he was awakened by a nightmare. After calming down from the aftereffects of the nightmare, He got up to wash up. After tidying himself, Su Chun went to the factory gate, briefly Yushan, and then set off toward the provincial capital. After thinking it over last night, Su Chun felt it was best to head to the provincial capital and try his luck, hoping to find a big spender to take over the burden. The factory's plight had become well known throughout the entire county. Selling this batch of goods in the county was simply impossible. No one in business is foolish enough to buy goods from a factory on the brink of collapse. So now, Su Chun could only place his hopes on the provincial capital, wishing that they had never heard of his small, struggling factory. In a city, at the entrance of an industrial area factory, a middle-aged man dressed in a white robe with a white scarf on his head was being pushed out by someone from inside the factory. Rolling. How dare you come here to cause trouble? If it weren't for the fact that you're a foreigner, I would have dealt with you already. A middle-aged man said this and threw a steel pipe at the foreigner, continuing to curse. What the hell? You still want to make internal threaded holes in that steel pipe? No factory in this industrial area has that kind of machine tool. You're just making things difficult. I can see you're here to stir up trouble. Hurry up and leave. If I see you again, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. After saying this, the man spat on the ground and turned to walk back into the factory, still mumbling curses under his breath. Facing the man's insults, the foreigner didn't get angry. He simply picked up the steel pipe that had been thrown on the ground, a hint of regret visible on his face. Sigh. I already said that these regular factories don't have the capability to produce pipes of this specification. Why do those guys keep sending me here? The foreigner shook his head and walked towards the next factory. Not far away, Su Chun, who witnessed this scene, instantly brightened up. It seemed that this person wanted to commission a factory to produce a batch of steel pipes with stringent requirements, but the factory found those demands excessive. Su Chun immediately sensed an opportunity. He had been wandering around this industrial area for a long time, but had not found a market for his products. Just as he was about to head back, he saw the unfolding situation, and judging by the foreigner's attire, he thought it resembled the style that many internet users in his previous life humorously referred to as wealthy gentleman attire. Seeing the foreigner about to leave, Su Chun hurried over with an enthusiastic smile on his face. In fact, Hunter had noticed this young man the moment he was kicked out of the factory, but at that time, he didn't pay much attention, thinking he was just a worker from some factory. However, when he saw the young man approaching him instead of leaving, Hunter's face filled with suspicion, especially upon noticing the mischievous grin on the young man's face, which immediately raised a sense of unease in his heart. Could it be that the young man wasn't just here to watch the commotion? Was he planning to rob him? Considering this possibility, Hunter immediately hugged the steel pipe he had just picked up tightly and looked at the young man with caution. Su Chun, however, paid no mind to Hunter's actions and quickly walked up to him. Adjusting his collar slightly, he smiled and said, Hello, I am Su Chun, the manager of Zhongtian Steel Factory. Our factory specializes in the production of steel pipes of various specifications. After a brief pause, Su Chun glanced at Hunter and the nearby factory, inquiring, Are you looking to commission this factory to produce a batch of steel pipes? Su Chun didn't directly state his intentions, as he knew the other party wasn't foolish. If he boasted right away, the foreigner might think he was a scammer. Just now, Su Chun had clearly heard the conversation between the other party and the factory workers, discussing terms like angle wrapping, pitch, and positive line. Su Chun was quite confused by these terms, which he had never heard before. However, it was clear that the requirements for such steel pipes were not simple, otherwise the worker wouldn't have angrily cursed at the foreigner, thinking he was sent by another factory to cause trouble. Unaware of Su Chun's thoughts, Hunter looked at the handsome face in front of him and felt his vigilance ease slightly. He replied, Yes. I came out specifically to find a steel pipe processing factory, but I didn't expect that the factories in this city basically don't have machines with such precision. After saying this, Hunter appeared somewhat helpless, shaking his head and letting out a long sigh. Su Chun, however, paid no attention to Hunter's actions. His mind was buzzing with the other person's words, and his excitement grew. This meant there was a market coming in. Chapter 5. An order for 5,000 steel pipes. Su Chun coughed lightly and said with a serious expression, I wonder how many of these steel pipes the boss wants to order? Hunter, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks upon hearing the young man's words and looked at him with curiosity. Su Chun thought that the other party might not believe him, so he explained, You see, the factory I work for specializes in processing various specifications of steel pipes. As he spoke, Su Chun glanced at Hunter out of the corner of his eye, worried that he might not believe him, and continued, I'm not exaggerating. In the entire city, There's no steel pipe that our factory can't produce. As long as you can provide detailed drawings and specifications, we can make it. After hearing Su Chen's passionate words, Hunter seemed a bit taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. However, he still found it hard to believe what the young man was saying. It wasn't his fault. He had been in the city for over a month and had researched various factories online, but he had never even heard of this so-called factory before. How could he trust it? Yet, his situation was a bit awkward. He had been sent by his country for over a year, and in that time, he had visited most of the major cities, but he still hadn't completed the task assigned to him. Looking at the confident young man, Hunter nodded and handed over a sample of the steel pipe, saying, "Why don't you take a look at our pipe sample first? If you can produce it, we can discuss the order further." Su Chen picked up on the skepticism in Hunter's words, but didn't mind. He took the steel pipe and began to examine it. The more he looked, the more puzzled he became. Why on earth would a steel pipe need threaded holes inside? Moreover, the threads were extremely precise. Even someone like Su Chen, who had never dealt with such things, knew that a pipe with this level of precision could not be produced by ordinary machinery. Su Chen felt suspicious. Was this person really sent to cause trouble? Otherwise, what kind of industrial product would require such high-precision steel pipes? May I ask what you need this steel pipe for?" Su Chen inquired. Upon hearing Su Chen's question, Hunter's heart tightened for a moment, but he quickly suppressed that feeling and smiled at the young man. "It's nothing much. In recent years, our country has discovered that engraving these threaded grooves inside water pipes can significantly increase water flow speed and greatly reduce noise." He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, our country currently doesn't have the machinery capable of such precision, so we wanted to see if there are any opportunities here." Listening to Hunter's serious explanation, Su Chen nodded. It seemed that these wealthy clients indeed had money to spare. Even their water pipes were so high-tech. Su Chen had no doubts about Hunter's words since he had heard of such extravagant feats in the past. 100 million local currency could easily be translated to 100 million in foreign currency, and that was quite impressive. As for the steel pipe, it requires precise processing. But Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it. After all, he is now the chosen one of the system. And as long as the other party can provide the corresponding drawings and specifications, he can manufacture it. Although he thought this way, Su Chen still pretended to be in a difficult position, trying to squeeze the other party a bit more. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Hunter also showed a hint of regret. It turned out that it wasn't that simple. Just as Hunter was about to take back the steel pipe from the other party and head to the next factory, he didn't expect the other party to say what came next. Su Chen coughed twice and said seriously, "It is indeed a bit troublesome. But in the eyes of our steel factory, it can still be produced. It's just that the process is a bit complicated." Hearing Su Chen's words, Hunter instantly became excited, his face turning unusually red. He disregarded any sense of politeness and directly grabbed Su Chen's hand, exclaiming, "Can it really be produced?" Su Chen was startled by the other party's reaction, thinking it was a bit much to be so excited over a slightly challenging steel pipe. However, he still tried to maintain his composure and said, "Yes, although it's a bit troublesome, it can still be manufactured, but..." As soon as Hunter heard the word "but," his mood tightened, and he quickly asked, "But what?" Seeing the other party's eager expression, Su Chen felt puzzled. It was just a water pipe. Why was he so anxious? But since his goal had already been achieved, he didn't delve deeper into it. "It's nothing much. Just that the manufacturing process is complicated, so the price will be slightly higher." Upon hearing this, Hunter was visibly taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Director Su, I thought. Ha ha ha, it's a small issue. As long as your factory can produce it, we can negotiate on the price. Just don't make it too outrageous." Seeing the other party's nonchalant attitude, Su Chen felt a bit envious and couldn't help but sigh. It's good to have money. After that, Su Chen and Hunter found a CAF to continue discussing the upcoming production details. After some casual chatting, Su Chen finally learned some basic information about the other party. It turned out that Hunter was a leader of a publicly listed company in a certain region and had come out specifically to procure this batch of precision water pipes. Listening to Hunter's casual talk, Su Chen just nodded without saying much. At that moment, he was thinking about what kind of reasonable price he could offer to make a significant profit. After a while, once they had discussed some basic details, Hunter took out a set of drawings and handed it to Su Chen. Initially, Su Chen didn't think much of it, but when he saw the contents, he was instantly baffled. All the words and numbers on it were familiar to Su Chen, but when these words and numbers were put together, he felt a bit lost. Terms like inner diameter 7, 62 millimeters, winding pitch 244 millimeters, Winding angle 6 degrees, outer line diameter 0. 3 millimeters, inner line diameter 1. 8 millimeters. And so on made Su Chen look completely confused. What kind of water pipe needs to be calculated down to the millimeter? Hunter naturally noticed Su Chen's embarrassment and asked, Director Su, is there anything else? Hearing this, Su Chen quickly regained his composure, pretended to cough a couple of times, and smiled. It's nothing. Just a bit surprised by the precision of this water pipe. After saying that, Su Chen ignored the strange look in Hunter's eyes and continued. I just want to know how many of these steel pipes your company needs to purchase? Seeing the other party hold up 5 fingers, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and tentatively asked, 500? Hearing that number, Hunter rolled his eyes. If it were only 500, would he have come all this way? 5,000. If this batch goes well, our company will increase the order volume. Upon hearing this, Su Chen felt dazed, as if he were immersed in a mysterious world. 5,000, 5,000. If this cooperation is realized, wouldn't he be able to completely shake off the label of second-generation burden? Chapter 6. The Two Uninformed Individuals. Just as Su Chen was immersed in the thought of a happy future, Hunter's voice came again. Director Su, I just want to know, what is the price of this specification of steel pipe in your factory? Hearing this, Su Chen instantly became excited. Is this going to work out? The country of the camels is really something. Even if they are rich, they shouldn't be this extravagant, right? It's just a water pipe. Does it really need such high precision in design? If I were to design a weapon for you, would you not be flying to the sky? Su Chen shook his head, thinking it doesn't matter. What is most important now is how to profit from this deal. He tentatively raised a finger and, not very confidently, said, based on the requirements in the blueprint, I quietly estimated the cost of manufacturing such a steel pipe, adding some necessary losses. The final price should be around this much. For a steel pipe of this diameter, the cost for 1 meter is about 20 local currency units. Selling it for 100 seems reasonable, right? Moreover, the length required by the other party in the blueprint is even less than 1 meter, only 415 millimeters. Earning this little price difference should be reasonable, right? Su Chen touched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed, wondering if he was being too greedy. Deal. To his surprise, Hunter showed no hesitation after hearing the price, and the word deal slipped right out of his mouth. He even seemed worried that Su Chen might backtrack and quickly added, Director Su, please wait here for a moment. I will print the contract right away. Once we sign it, this cooperation will be officially established. Without the expected bargaining from Su Chen, his mind went blank, and he didn't even know what had just happened. Did this work out? Looking at Hunter's urgent demeanor, Su Chen was completely bewildered. Did he price it too low? Am I the one being taken advantage of? Su Chen shook his head. Since he couldn't guess the other party's thoughts, he decided not to think about it anymore. As long as he didn't lose out. How much he earned was up to his own ability. With a selling price of 100 local currency units for a steel pipe, 5,000 pipes would amount to 500,000 local currency units. With this money, he could significantly alleviate the factory's pressing needs, at least enough to pay the workers' wages. Furthermore, from his conversation with Hunter, Su Chen also learned that as long as this order was successfully completed, the other party might increase their purchases in the future. This could be a long-term deal. For a moment, Su Chen was so excited that he almost forgot himself, thinking that good days had finally arrived. Not long after, Hunter returned again, this time holding 2 documents. Without any hesitation after taking his seat, Hunter directly handed the documents to Su Chen and smiled. Director Su, I've signed the contract. According to our earlier agreement, 1 steel pipe costs $100. It's all in black and white. Take a look. Upon hearing Hunter's words, Su Chen was clearly taken aback. What do you mean $100? Didn't I just say 100 local currency units? Su Chen swallowed hard and nodded with tears in his eyes, saying, yes, it's $100. Our steel factory has always been fair and offers good value. After briefly reviewing the details of the contract, Su Chen nodded again and said, there's no problem, but if you need the seal, you'll have to go with me to the factory first. Su Chen's words did not raise any doubts in Hunter's mind, as one cannot carry an official seal at all times. Thus, Su Chen took Hunter on their journey home. Upon arriving at the southern county, Hunter immediately spotted the imposing sign that read Zhongtian Steel Factory. Seeing the look on Hunter's face, Su Chen smiled and said, this is Zhongtian Steel Factory. Mr. Hunter, you must visit often in the future. Certainly, certainly. However, as Hunter followed Su Chen into the factory, a hint of suspicion arose in his mind. Wasn't it a bit too quiet? This didn't seem like the typical appearance of a steel factory. In the past, when passing by those factories. The noise would often be overwhelming. But what was going on with Zhongtian Steel Factory? There was not a sound, and it seemed like there were hardly any people. Hunter nodded, internally praising. Indeed, this Zhongtian Steel Factory is quite different from those I have encountered before. No wonder this young factory director is so confident in being able to produce the steel pipes we need. As expected, exceptional people indeed have their unique qualities. After walking for a while, Hunter, feeling curious, asked, Director Su, is there something going on at the factory today? We've been walking for quite a while, yet I haven't seen a single worker. At this question, Su Chin's heart tightened, and he inwardly cursed himself for forgetting this detail. If Hunter learned about the factory's current predicament, would he not change his mind on the spot? Su Chun cleared his throat and nervously replied, well, because the last project was completed successfully, I decided to give the workers a 3-day holiday, so now most of them have gone home. Worried that Hunter might not believe him, Su Chun continued, you know how exhausted these workers can be during tight deadlines. To ensure the last project was completed smoothly, our workers have been working overtime every day. As the factory director, I felt a bit guilty, which is why I insisted on giving them a 3-day holiday. But don't worry, we will ensure that your company's order is delivered on time. With Su Chin's passionate words, the last traces of doubt in Hunter's mind finally dissipated, and he couldn't help but praise the young man beside him. Director Su, you truly are remarkable. At such a young age, you can lead such a large factory and still show kindness to your subordinates. It makes me feel inadequate. The sudden compliment caused Su Chun to blush and feel somewhat embarrassed. Ahem, it's nothing, just what I should do. After a brief interlude, the two quickly entered the factory. Li Yushan, who had been guarding the factory, felt excited when he saw the young master return with a foreign visitor. It's really the young master. He has only been back for a day and already found a market? Watching Su Chun engage in lively conversation with the foreigner, Li Yushan couldn't help but reflect. Indeed, he's a university graduate. His mind is sharp. The old factory director has been away for over a month without finding any leads, yet this young director has managed to do so in just 1 day. And with a foreigner at that. Knowing he couldn't be of much help, Li Yushan wisely stepped out of the factory, leaving the place to Su Chun and the foreign guest. Meanwhile, not far away, Hunter was too astonished by the mountain of steel pipes piled up inside the factory to pay attention to Li Yushan's thoughts. It was indeed wise of him to trust this young director. With so many steel pipes, what a huge business it must be. It seems that the information he found online had some exaggeration. Otherwise, a factory doing such a large business would be hard to find. Chapter 7, Payment Received. After visiting the factory, Su Chun led Hunter to the office to officially sign the contract. At the moment the official seal was stamped, Su Chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. They had successfully secured this order. Ever since he got out of the car with Hunter, Su Chun had been somewhat anxious, fearing that the visitor might discover something during the factory tour. If the other party found out that their factory was on the brink of closure, they might just walk away, leaving him with no opportunity. Now, it was all settled. Both parties had signed the contract in black and white. Even if the other party learned about their factory's situation later and wanted to back out, they would have to pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. After putting one copy of the contract in the drawer, Su Chun handed the remaining copy to Hunter with a smile, saying, all right, Mr. Hunter, the contract has been signed. According to the agreement, your company needs to pay a 40 deposit first, and the remaining amount will be settled after the order is delivered. Hunter was equally excited at this moment. After months of hard work, he had finally completed the task assigned to him. Now, he just needed to wait for the order to be delivered. Hunter nodded, requested the bank details from Su Chun, and then got up to make a call. In less than 10 minutes, Hunter returned to the office and smiled at Su Chun, saying, Director Su, the deposit has been transferred to your bank account. Please check. Su Chun felt a rush of joy and immediately opened his phone to check. Although he had expected this moment, seeing the numerous zeros made his heart race. After calming down for a while, Su Chun suppressed his excitement and smiled at Hunter, saying, Mr. Hunter, you are indeed straightforward. Let us wish for a smooth cooperation. After the payment and invoice were completed, Su Chun personally escorted Hunter out of the factory. Before leaving, Hunter earnestly said, Mr. Su, please ensure that the order is delivered on time in 2 months. This is very important for our company. After a pause, he continued, if the finished products meet our requirements, our company will recommend more clients to you in the future. Su Chun was taken aback and replied confidently, don't worry, Mr. Hunter. Our factory's production capacity is absolutely trustworthy. We guarantee successful delivery of the order in 2 months. Although located in a harsh environment in the Middle East, the economic strength of this country is top-notch. Its rich oil and natural gas resources indirectly prove that the country is not short on funds. In fact, one could say they are quite wealthy. If he could connect with other companies in this country through Hunter, would there ever be a shortage of money? If all clients were as generous as Hunter, treating 100 local currency as 100 in foreign currency, would his factory still face financial issues? Would there still be delays in paying the workers? After Hunter left, Su Chun turned around and returned to the factory. Upon arriving at the factory, Su Chun casually picked up a bag of urea and went back outside. Just as he was leaving, he smiled at Li Yushan, who was waiting at the door, and said, "Uncle Li, please notify the workers to come to the factory. I have some things to discuss." Seeing Su Chin's cheerful expression, Li Yushan was taken aback and said somewhat awkwardly, "Director, the workers are quite upset right now and harbor resentment towards the factory. It might not be a good idea to call them back." Su Chun waved his hand, still smiling, and replied, "Today is just to let them come to collect their wages. I'm going to the bank to withdraw some cash. Just notify them to come to the factory, and don't worry about the rest." Li Yushan hesitated, wanting to offer some advice, but noticed that the young director had already shouldered a plastic bag and walked out. Watching Su Chin's confident figure, Li Yushan shook his head helplessly and decided not to ask further, picking up his phone to post a notice in the work group about the wage collection. At the entrance of the bank in Nanhai County, Su Chin walked in with a bag of urea, attracting curious stares. Ignoring the whispers around him, he headed straight to a bank service window with no queue. Who is this guy? Taking a bag of urea to withdraw money? Does he really think he can fill this bag with cash? Look at his shabby appearance. How much could he possibly have? If he is here to withdraw 10 or 20,000, does he really need a urea bag for that? One would think he is here for millions. Haraha. Unfazed by the comments, Su Chun sat down on a chair at the counter, took out his bank card, and smiled at the young woman across from him, saying, "Hello. I'd like to withdraw some money." The bank staff was initially puzzled by Su Chin's unusual choice of bag. Having worked there for so many years, she had never seen anyone use a urea bag to withdraw money. Taking the card from him, the staff smiled and nodded, thinking he was just trying to be funny. "May I ask, sir, how much would you like to withdraw?" Before she could finish her sentence, she stopped abruptly, her eyes widening at the balance displayed on the computer screen. She couldn't help but take a second look at the young man, who was still smiling. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed as she realized how handsome he was. Su Chin blinked and reminded her, "Miss, I'm here to withdraw money." Upon hearing this, the staff's face turned even redder, and she apologized. I'm sorry. How much would you like to withdraw, sir?" 1 million. Su Chun held up a finger casually. Soon, amidst the astonished gazes of others, Jiang Hao effortlessly slung an entire bag of 100 yuan bills over his shoulder and swaggered out of the bank. They never expected that the person they had just mocked would actually fill an entire bag. Su Chun didn't care about these people's thoughts. His only focus was to quickly return and settle the workers' wages. Initially, a certain entity had paid 40 of the contract amount, a total of 200,000, which converted to over 1.5 million in local currency. Withdrawing 1 million left him with over 500,000. In Su Chin's view, this 500,000 local currency was more than enough to cover all expenses for the order. After all, the cost of a steel pipe was only around 20 yuan. And even with the entity's requirements, the cost would be at most around 30 yuan. The priority now was to pay the factory workers' wages and get the factory back to normal operations. Otherwise, if they couldn't deliver this order, they would be burdened with a huge debt. Chapter 8. Salary Distribution. High-precision internal thread seamless steel pipes. Central area of Zhongshan Steel Plant. Just an hour after the news of salary distribution spread, the central area of the plant was filled with people. However, most of their faces showed a hint of skepticism. Just yesterday, they had seen Su Chun, and now, only a day later, there was money to distribute? Could it be that the young factory manager was playing tricks on them? In just one day, he managed to gather the wages owed to them? This wasn't a small sum. Many of them hadn't received their salaries for nearly 6 months. Without at least 100,000, they couldn't clear their dues. But who cares? As long as there was money to be received, even a little was better than nothing. Sigh. Poor Chun, dealing with such a negligent father and being burdened with this debt for no reason. Just then, while everyone was discussing, a taxi pulled up at the entrance of the plant. When they saw the familiar figure get out of the car, a cheer erupted among the crowd. Especially when they noticed the urea bag that Su Chun was carrying on his shoulder The excitement in their eyes was hard to conceal. As Su Chen stepped into the plant, a young man hurriedly ran up to him. "Brother Chen, let me carry that. You really should have told us about this kind of physical work." Glancing at the young man, Su Chen smiled and, without hesitation, tossed the bag of money to him, walking directly up a set of steps in front of the crowd. The young man joyfully hoisted the bag and followed closely behind Su Chen, a beaming smile on his face. Looking at the chattering crowd, Su Chen cleared his throat a few times and then spoke loudly. "Dear uncles and aunts, thank you for trusting me yesterday and giving me, Su Chen, a chance. Today, I will not let you down. I have gathered the wages that were owed to you." As he spoke, Su Chen pointed to a pile of $100 bills arranged on a table. "As the factory manager of Zhongtian Steel Plant and the son of Su Hongwei, I sincerely apologize for the delay in your wages. I truly feel sorry for that. Whether you choose to stay or leave after receiving your wages, I, Su Chen, have no complaints." Finally, he expressed his gratitude. "I also want to thank you all for your support towards the factory and towards me over the years." With that, Su Chen bowed deeply. Seeing Su Chen's sincere demeanor, the crowd below was slightly moved. Most of them had been with the factory for a long time and had developed feelings for it. If it weren't for family obligations and Su Hongwei running away with the money, they would not have come to this point. Looking at Su Chen, it seemed he had already found a way to save the factory. "Director Su, don't worry, we won't leave." "Yes, as long as there's a salary. Who would leave such a good factory?" Looking at those familiar yet unfamiliar faces, Su Chen nodded and smiled. "All right, now let's distribute the money." Upon hearing this, the scene erupted in a wave of enthusiastic cheers. Not far away, Li Yushan, who had been flipping through the account books, felt his eyes slightly redden after hearing Su Chen's passionate words. "Young director, you've really grown up, able to share the burden of the factory." If the old director could see this, he would be so happy. Noticing Li Yushan's dazed expression, Su Chen gently tapped the table in front of him and said with a smile, "Uncle Li, what are you thinking? Hurry up and distribute the money." If Su Chen knew what the other party was thinking, he would definitely scold him. He didn't go looking for that old man. How dare that old man come looking for him? If he saw Su Hongwei, he would surely give him a good beating. Thus, under the blazing sun, the workers lined up in an orderly manner to receive their wages. Wang Defa, 15,000. Zhang San, 20,000. Zhou Hong, 17,000. As each name was called, a few people in line excitedly stepped forward to collect their money and left with cheerful smiles after receiving it. The entire wage distribution event lasted a full 2 hours before finally concluding. Seeing that the recipients had no intention of leaving, Su Chen once again walked up the steps with a smile. "Everyone, rest assured, with me, Su Chen here, similar situations will not occur in the future. Wages will only increase from now on, and there will definitely be no more delays in payment." Upon hearing this, cheers erupted once again from below, and smiles adorned everyone's faces. The young director is capable, much more so than Su Hongwei. No wonder he is a college graduate. Yes, it's good to have the young director here. Otherwise, we wouldn't get our wages this year. Following the young director will definitely lead to better days ahead. The fact that the young director could gather the wages for so many of us in one day shows his capability. Following him will definitely not be a loss. With Su Chen's promise, everyone gradually left the factory. Once everyone had departed, Su Chen turned and walked back into the factory. Now that the wage issue was resolved, it was time to think about how to tackle Hunter's order. In the office, Su Chen looked at the blueprint left by Hunter, examining it closely, jotting down all the data, and silently reciting in his heart. "System? Ding." As Su Chen mentally called out, the system panel instantly appeared before his eyes. Opening the search box of the world search system, Su Chen began to input a series of data required for the steel pipes. The inner diameter is 762 millimeters. The outer diameter is 415 millimeters. The winding pitch is 244 millimeters. The winding angle is 6 degrees. The diameter of the positive wire is 0.3 millimeters. And the diameter of the negative wire is 1.8 millimeters. At first, Su Chen was a bit worried that the manufacturing difficulty of this steel pipe would be very high, which would result in insufficient points for his tasks. The system had mentioned that the information searched would consume between 2 to 10 points based on its difficulty, and he currently only had 5 points. To gather 10 points, he would have to wait another 10 days. He couldn't afford to wait, as the project period was only 2 months, and there were as many as 5,000 orders required. If he failed to complete them, it would be a disaster. Not only would he have to refund the deposit, But he would also have to pay a significant penalty for breach of contract, which would be a huge loss. After hesitantly pressing the confirm button, Su-Chin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it only cost him 2 points. Soon after he pressed the confirm button, a surge of knowledge flooded into his mind. High-precision internal threaded seamless steel pipe, reversible line processing machine, multi-axis CNC machine, cold forging extrusion machine. Looking at the newfound knowledge in his mind, Su-Chin stroked his chin and nodded. It was indeed somewhat challenging. Chapter 9. Start production. After absorbing all the knowledge, Su-Chin stood up and walked towards the working area of the factory. Li Yushan, who had been guarding the factory, immediately got up to greet him upon seeing Su-Chin. He had long regarded Su-Chin as a deity in his heart. The factory had been out of operation for more than half a year, and this young factory manager had come in and resolved the biggest challenge the factory was facing at this stage. Thinking of this, Li Yushan let out a slight sigh, feeling a bit sentimental. It was a pity that the old factory manager was not around. If only he could see all of this. Seeing Li Yushan lost in thought, Su-Chin smiled and nodded, saying, "Uncle Li, could you conveniently introduce me to the machines we have in the factory? I want to see what we still need for our work moving forward." Li Yushan was slightly taken aback, but quickly smiled and replied, "Manager, although our factory is on the brink of closure, it used to be one of the best in the province. We have pretty much all the machinery available on the market." Although he said that, Li Yushan still led Su-Chin to begin the introduction of the machines currently in the factory. After all, this young manager had never dealt with these before, and it was important to provide a good introduction to facilitate the upcoming work. In the following time, Su-Chin followed closely behind Li Yushan, listening to him proudly introduce various industrial machines. However, the more Su-Chin listened, the more his expression darkened. Although the factory had a very comprehensive range of machines, several key pieces of equipment did not meet the requirements. Most critically, the factory didn't even have a threading machine, which was essential. This was unacceptable. The most important aspect of the steel pipes was that they needed internal threads. Without a threading machine, it would be a disaster. Did they expect him to carve these threaded holes by hand, one by one, inside the steel pipes? While Su-Chin felt a bit regretful, he was relieved that the factory had most of the other machines. As for those that did not meet the requirements, he didn't mind at all. The system had already provided him with the entire process for manufacturing seamless steel pipes with internal threads, including the methods for producing the necessary machines. If time allowed, Su-Chin could even manually create a CNC machine, but for now, he would have to make do, slightly modifying the process and mechanical specifications of the existing machines. It would be sufficient for the time being. As for whether to manufacture them himself or buy them later, that could be decided later. After touring all areas of the factory, Su-Chin sent Li Yushan away and began to improve the machines that did not meet the requirements on his own. As for the threading machine, he purchased it directly online, as it only cost around 200,000, which was a small amount for Su-Chin. As long as he didn't touch the cost of this batch of steel pipes, there would be no problems. Thus, in the following days, Su-Chin busied himself with improving various machines in the factory while waiting for the ordered threading machine to arrive. During this period, the workers returned to the factory, and Su-Chin directly handed a copied blueprint to the foreman, instructing him to remelt and refine the batch of steel pipes stored in the factory according to the requirements on the blueprint. The strength requirements for the steel pipes demanded by the client were extremely high. Using the pipes directly would definitely not meet the design specifications. According to the description on the blueprint, these steel pipes needed to undergo a cold forging process, where freshly formed steel billets would be forged into steel rods, and efforts should be made to eliminate any air pockets within the rods to meet the required strength specifications. The workers had no objections to these tedious requirements, as they were quite familiar with these tasks from their previous work. Moreover, they would be paid for it, so why not? 5 days later, Su-Chin looked at the multi-axis CNC machine that he had modified beyond recognition and nodded in satisfaction. He clapped his hands, having finally completed the enhancements to all the machines, and it was time to officially start work. As for the machining center, it had already arrived 3 days earlier. When the dozens of people in the factory saw the enormous machine, they were equally astonished, wondering what kind of product would require such a machining center. With everything ready, the entire factory officially began operations. Su-Chin gathered all the workers to provide a detailed introduction to the upcoming workflow. All right, that's all for now. Does anyone have any questions? After explaining the important points on the blueprint, Su-Chin inquired if there were any details he had overlooked. The workers exchanged glances upon seeing the blueprint Su Chun had given them. One slightly older middle-aged worker was the first to voice his confusion. Director Su, what are these steel pipes for? They even need internal threads? In my years of working with steel processing, I've never encountered such a requirement. With someone leading the way, many workers began to discuss among themselves. Indeed, what kind of steel pipes would require internal threading? And the precision requirements seemed too high. Responding to their confusion, Su Chin nodded, finding it somewhat amusing as well. This is specifically requested by our major client from the region. They say this will increase water flow speed and reduce noise. With a wry smile, Su Chun explained everything to the group. After hearing Su Chin's explanation, the site fell silent, as if everyone was taken aback by this reasoning. After a long while, they began to recover, expressing their astonishment. These wealthy clients really have money to burn. Even their water pipes are so high-tech. Here we are, struggling daily for a living. While they have the luxury of such extravagant requests, those pipes are buried underground. What noise could they possibly hear? Isn't this just excessive? Among them were some experienced workers who nodded after looking at the data on the blueprints, saying, indeed, if the internal threads are processed in the pipes, the flow rate will definitely increase significantly. Watching the chattering crowd, Su Chin shook his head and continued, all right, no matter what, these are our major clients, and we rely on making profits from them. This time, everyone needs to show their true skills and ensure that we complete this batch of orders well. As a result, the crowd began to leave one by one to start their work, while Su Chin took on the role of a hands-off manager. During this time, based on the knowledge provided by the system, Su Chun made some optimizations to the steel pipes, significantly improving both precision and strength compared to before. However, when he presented the optimized data to the workers, he was somewhat surprised. He had thought that the optimization might confuse them, but unexpectedly, the workers merely glanced at the data and confidently assured Su Chun that it would meet the standards. Seeing their confidence, Su Chun realized that he had underestimated their abilities. After all, these workers had been in the factory for decades. If they didn't have the skills, they wouldn't have lasted this long. Chapter 10 Order Completion. A Rifled Cannon? Half a month later, the first batch of steel pipes has been successfully produced, without any unexpected issues, thanks to the machinery improved by Su Chun and the experienced workers. The entire process went quite smoothly, with even a few hundred more pipes produced than expected. This made Su Chun quite happy. If things continue like this, they would be able to deliver in 2 months and receive the remaining payment. With this substantial amount, all the debts owed by the factory could be cleared, and the remaining funds would allow for consideration of the factory's future development direction. If it were in the past, Su Chun would have followed a step-by-step approach to run the factory, but now that there was a system in place, things were different. The current business the factory could accept was too singular and lacked technological content. If every time they had to search for a small steel pipe using the system, it would be a waste of resources. Spending 2 sign-in points on such a small water pipe was indeed excessive. The factory needed to develop towards the high-tech industry, maximizing the system's utility to prevent the country's development in certain fields from being hindered by foreign entities. Having made up his mind, Su Chin nodded and began to plan the factory's future direction. Meanwhile, in another region, a similar situation was unfolding. Report, General Charles. I just received news from Major General Hunter that he has found a factory capable of producing AK-47 gun barrels, with delivery in 2 months. Major General Hunter also informed us that we could expedite the production of the remaining gun parts, and once the barrels arrive, we can send all the firearms to the front lines to support our allies. Upon hearing the soldier's report, a hint of surprise appeared on Charles's face as he said, "Oh, so quickly found one. Is it confirmed feasible? I've heard that gun control is very strict in the region, and this time we are mainly looking for private enterprises to subcontract, so there shouldn't be any mistakes." Hearing the general's words, the soldier stood straight and continued, "Report, General. Major General Hunter has personally visited that factory and is very confident in its capabilities, so we can rest assured." Charles nodded, finally showing a smile, and said, "Good. Then let the armory start accelerating the production of the remaining gun parts from today. Once assembled, send them directly to the front lines." The soldier immediately stood tall, saluted Charles, and quickly left. However, just as this soldier reached the door, he heard General Charles's voice again. "Also, inform Hunter that if this batch of goods can be successfully delivered and the quality is acceptable, we can proceed with the next task, producing rifled cannon barrels." "Yes," the soldier responded loudly before completely leaving. 2 months later, South Bank County, Zhongtian Steel Factory. Watching truckloads of steel pipes being transported out of the factory, the workers were already teary-eyed. Finally, the factory is back to life. We can work here again without worrying about unpaid wages. Indeed, it was Director Su's capability that made it happen. The college graduates truly lived up to their name, reviving the entire factory in such a short time, far surpassing that old fellow Su Hongwei. Keep it down. How dare you say such things? After all, Su Hongwei is the small factory director's father. If the director hears you, you might find yourself in trouble. Regarding these discussions, Su Chen paid no mind. After greeting everyone, he boarded the last truck heading to the delivery location agreed upon with Hunter, the Hengshan dock. At that moment, people were coming and going, with countless freight trucks entering the dock in an orderly manner. Under the workers' guidance, the goods were safely loaded into containers and sent onto cargo ships. Su Chen's convoy had arrived 3 hours earlier, and all the goods were currently undergoing customs inspection. After a while, Hunter finally arrived on site after receiving Su Chen's notification, but this time he was not alone. 4 or 5 tall middle-aged men followed him. Their expressions stern and posture upright, clearly not ordinary individuals. Su Chen didn't pay much attention. After all, Hunter was the leader of a listed company, so having a few bodyguards around him was nothing unusual. Upon seeing Hunter, Su Chen hurriedly approached him, eager not to neglect this important client. "Mr. Hunter, it's been a few days, feels like an eternity. Thankfully, this batch of goods has finally been completed on time." Seeing the enthusiastic Su Chen, Hunter responded politely. Director Su is indeed a man of his word. Recently, I've been pressed by the headquarters for updates. If you hadn't delivered on time, I might have had to visit your factory personally. Fortunately, it all ended well. The two shook hands tightly, appearing as close friends. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Chen led the group to the goods handover location. Hunter did not personally inspect the goods. Instead, he let the few serious-looking middle-aged men beside him handle the inspection. Su Chen noticed their seriousness, but didn't mind. He turned to Hunter and continued smiling. "Mr. Hunter, this batch of goods has been successfully delivered. I wonder if there will be opportunities for future cooperation?" Upon hearing this, Hunter felt a bit uneasy. If this guy knew that the steel pipes they manufactured were actually gun barrels, would he still be asking such questions? However, Hunter did not show any signs of discomfort and replied with a smile. "Director Su, we still need to send this batch back for testing. If the results are satisfactory, we will definitely increase the order next time." Seeing that the other party did not immediately agree, Su Chen remained calm and said politely, "Rest assured, Mr. Hunter, the quality of the products from Zhongtian Steel Plant is absolutely reliable. If there is future cooperation, given our relationship, I can offer you a 9.9 discount without a doubt." 9.9 discount. Hunter was obviously taken aback and couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. This discount was hardly worth it. He shook his head, not paying much attention to it. The asking price of $100 for the AK-47 barrel was already not very profitable, and if he asked for a discount, he worried that the other party might not want to cooperate with them anymore. If that happened, he would have to return to the bleak days of desperately searching for factories that could produce such barrels. The group of middle-aged men spent a full 2 hours inspecting before they finally finished. They approached Hunter and exchanged a few words in a foreign language before falling silent. Su Chen naturally couldn't understand what they were saying, but he quietly watched them, feeling quite confident about this batch of goods. Chapter 11. A revenue of $300,000. Factory expansion. With the assistance of the system, the type of steel pipes requested by Hunter will only be more perfect than before, and there will absolutely be no errors. Su Chen, seeing how generous the other party was, quoted a price of $100. Otherwise, he wouldn't have raised the production cost specifications to the highest level directly. After listening to the reports from several subordinates, Hunter's expression became exceptionally excited, and he turned to Su Chen with a smile. "Director Su, you certainly keep your promises. We have checked, and all goods meet the requirements." After saying this, Hunter took the computer from one of his subordinates and operated it for a few minutes before turning to Su Chen again. "The remaining balance has been fully transferred to your company's bank account. Director Su, please check. If there are no other matters, I will arrange for the goods to be shipped back home." Upon hearing the news of the money transfer, Su Chen's heart surged with excitement, and he quickly picked up his phone to check. Sure enough, the $300,000 had successfully arrived. Suddenly, a radiant smile appeared on Su Chen's face, almost unable to contain his big white teeth. "Great. I will be waiting for Mr. Hunter's next cooperation." After both parties shook hands again, they parted ways. Hunter was in a hurry to ship this batch of gun barrels back home, to assemble the firearms and send them to a certain region, especially since the current situation was becoming quite aggressive. Completely disregarding international public opinion, there was a brutal invasion of a certain area. And if the aggressive behavior was not curbed, it would lead to further acts of aggression against other countries in the region. The gun barrels they purchased this time were meant to support that country, as it had become very impoverished after years of war. Without support from allies, it would surely face annihilation. This was the result of discussions among their country's high-ranking officials. However, placing large orders for firearms internationally would certainly attract attention, particularly from certain entities that they were wary of. Thus, they thought of this method, to seek gun barrel manufacturers in another country while producing other simple parts domestically. This way, they could mitigate international scrutiny and also promote their own military manufacturing industry. Su Chun, however, was completely unaware of these matters and was still immersed in the joy of the $300,000. This was indeed a significant amount. Currently, the exchange rate of dollars to the local currency is 1.76. Converting $300,000 would amount to over $2 million in local currency. Such a substantial sum could completely resolve the current challenges of the factory and also allow for expansion tasks to be carried out. As Su Chin stepped out of the car at the steel factory, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted throughout the facility. Everyone looked at the young director with fiery eyes, filled with admiration. They had all heard the news that the order had been successfully delivered, and it was rumored that the factory had made a considerable profit from this batch of orders. According to the latest regulations from Su Chun, the factory has implemented a performance-based compensation system. During this period, the workers have been putting in extra effort to ramp up production, ensuring that orders are completed smoothly, which allows them to receive a considerable share of bonuses. Su Chun, observing the excited crowd, called everyone together to announce rewards for all workers. Those who demonstrated exceptional skills were promoted to positions such as team leaders and group leaders, and naturally, their bonuses were also substantial. Afterward, Su Chin briefed everyone on the upcoming work tasks and development direction of the factory before taking his leave. The workers, however, paid little attention to the future direction of the factory. Each of them was happily counting the cash in their hands. The next day, after a night of contemplation, Su Chun had formed an idea about the factory's major direction. To develop the factory into a high-tech enterprise, the most pressing need was talent, whether in technology or other areas. There was a significant shortage. Previously, the factory primarily focused on producing steel pipes and mechanical parts, without much emphasis on other aspects. However, now that he had made up his mind, these changes were imperative. Recruiting talent could be approached from 3 angles: poaching from other companies, posting job advertisements on the company's official website, or directly recruiting unaware university students. All of these could be pursued simultaneously, as there were no large orders at the moment, and Su Chun was not overly anxious. As for the land needed for the new factory, there was no rush. There was still a large area of vacant land behind the current factory that could be utilized by contacting relevant construction companies to commence work. With funds available, Su Chin felt no urgency, knowing that he could simply invest money as needed. Meanwhile, at the government building in Nanshan County, all the notable officials had gathered. A serious expression was evident on everyone's face. Secretary Wang, isn't it somewhat inappropriate to heavily support private enterprises? The county's finances are already stretched thin, and there are no excess funds to allocate to the relevant departments. Indeed, Secretary Wang, I believe this matter warrants further discussion. We should focus on how to improve our finances. Some nodded in agreement, saying, that's right. Those private enterprises are always evading taxes. Why should we support them? I suggest we should focus on supporting state-owned enterprises instead. Listening to the discussions from below, Secretary Wang also appeared contemplative. After pondering for a while, he turned to the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, smiling. Director Sun, have there been any particularly outstanding companies or enterprises in the county recently? Director Sun, who was called upon, straightened up immediately and replied, funny you should ask. There actually is a small factory that has exceeded my expectations. Oh, Secretary Wang was somewhat surprised. He had merely posed the question casually, yet there really was something noteworthy, which piqued his curiosity. The director slowly said, not long ago, a small factory in a certain district was driven to collapse by malicious competition from industry peers, which directly affected its financial chain. The owner of that factory, Su Hongwei, also absconded with funds about a month ago. Hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. How could such a business still be considered decent? Was the director losing his mind? Secretary Wang felt puzzled as well, but did not show it on his face and continued to listen to the report. The director then continued slowly. Initially, we thought this factory was on the verge of closing down, but unexpectedly, after it was taken over by Su Hongwei's son, it underwent a dramatic transformation. In just 2 months, they secured a large order from a foreign country, and just the day before yesterday, the factory successfully received a contract payment of over 2 million. Chapter 12. Six-wing high-speed heavy payload cruise drone. After listening to Director Sun's words, a wave of curiosity surged among all the officials in the conference room. This young man has such capability? He revived a factory on the brink of closure in just 2 months? Such talent had never been heard of in the county before. The crowd shook their heads, puzzled about how this young man managed to bring a nearly bankrupt factory back to life in such a short time. Just as everyone was astonished, Director Sun spoke again. Yesterday, that young factory manager came to our bureau, saying he wanted to expand the factory and even rename the original factory to Zhongtian Industrial Group Company, Limited. Upon hearing this, everyone's curiosity about the young factory manager grew even stronger. It seemed that this young manager was determined to change the original development direction. Was he preparing to venture into the technology industry? What great ambition! A recent university graduate could achieve such a feat. The Secretary Wang, seated at the main table, felt even more admiration for this young man after hearing Director Sun's words. The development of a county needs this kind of fresh blood, someone who dares to fight and break the old rules to achieve rapid growth. Secretary Wang smiled and said to Director Sun, "Our county needs talents like this. Director Sun, please pay more attention to Zhongtian Industrial Group Company, Limited. If possible, providing some conveniences would also be feasible." After receiving Secretary Wang's instructions, Director Sun nodded eagerly. The other officials present were also silently contemplating. They were seasoned players in the officialdom and understood what Secretary Wang's remarks implied. It seemed that Zhongtian Industrial Group Company, Limited, would indeed be rising rapidly in the future. After returning from the bureau, Su Chun did not idle away his time. He boldly implemented reforms in the factory and issued a series of rules and regulations. Moreover, the 2 new factories that the company was constructing officially started work these days. For this, Su Chun even invested 1 million in funds to hire the best construction company in the province. In his office, Su Chun had his feet up on the desk, looking bored at the system panel in front of him. He was pondering what type of product the company should launch next to seize market share with absolute advantage. Su Chun did not want to proceed slowly, step by step, transforming the company. Since he had the system in hand, he should adopt a decisive approach to quickly capture the market share and create a representative product for the new company. As he thought about it, suddenly, an idea struck Su Chun, and he felt a spark of inspiration. Six-wing high-speed heavy payload cruise drone, with a plan in mind. Su Chun immediately searched for relevant information about the six-wing high-speed heavy payload cruise drone in the system's search box. Soon, at the moment Su Chun clicked the confirmation button, a tremendous amount of information surged into his mind. After digesting all the knowledge, Su Chun felt that the new information did not flood his brain all at once. Instead, it seemed to integrate into every cell in his body. The six-wing high-speed heavy-load cruising drone is designed for high flight speed, heavy load, and extensive operations. It can carry 170 kilograms of cargo at once, fly continuously for 3 hours, and reach a maximum speed of 50 meters per second. Seeing these figures, even Su Chun, who was somewhat prepared, felt a bit shocked. To be able to carry 170 kilograms at once. Moreover, maintaining such high-speed flight and long-duration operation with such heavy cargo is impressive, even for someone with his past experiences. This high-tech product, once launched into the market, would undoubtedly monopolize the entire drone market in the region. Compared to this six-wing high-speed heavy-load cruising drone, other brands would pale in comparison. In the following days, Su Chun began to sketch the drone's design from memory. After 3 days and nights of intense work, he finally organized all the manufacturing processes and considerations for the drone. As soon as he completed the drawings, he eagerly notified the experienced staff at the factory to start construction. Since there had been no orders in the factory recently, most workers were idling, which made some of them feel a bit awkward. Having just received their bonuses, they were now resting, which was somewhat uncomfortable for the older workers. However, since the factory manager had not said anything, they felt they could not comment either. During this time, all the workers were basically waiting for Su Chun's orders. Today, They heard some rumors that the factory manager had gathered a few experienced workers to discuss something new in the office. They were not particularly concerned about the new product, but were happy that after so many days of idleness, they were finally going to start working again. In the factory manager's office, several workers looked at the data on the drawings, exchanging glances with expressions of shock. This young manager had actually designed such a sophisticated drone. Especially when they saw the detailed performance specifications, their faces showed disbelief. "Manager, did you design this?" Seeing the astonished looks on their faces, Su-chan felt a sense of pride and nodded with a smile. "Yes, after 3 days of intensive work, I finally completed it, living up to all my efforts. Take a look and see if you have any other ideas. If not, then each of you can take your team and start producing a batch of drones to test the waters." The workers nodded, and one took a drawing and left the office. Watching them leave, Su-chan nodded in satisfaction. Now, he just needed to wait for the drone to make its debut. Once it hit the market, it would undoubtedly create a significant stir. Now, we just need to think about how to take bold measures to thoroughly penetrate the drone market. After all, the drone market in this region is dominated by two giants, with one company leading the way and another following closely behind, together capturing around 80% of the market share. For a small company like ours, overcoming these two major players is not an easy task. Meanwhile, as Su-chan contemplates the future direction of the company, in another country, inside a military factory, a loud cheer erupts. "Report, General. The first batch of firearms has been assembled. Engineer Steven asked me to inform you if you want to personally test the guns." Upon hearing the soldier's report, Charles is instantly overjoyed and nods vigorously, saying, "Great. Lead the way. I want to personally test the performance and strength of this batch of firearms to see if they are as impressive as Major General Hunter claimed." Chapter 13. Test firing of the steel pipe gun. The shock of Charles and others. The military factory was crowded at this moment. Dozens of armed soldiers were standing guard outside, and the inside was similarly bustling, filled with not only military personnel, but also workers specialized in the defense industry. After greeting the soldiers outside, Charles walked straight into the factory. Upon seeing General Charles, a dark-skinned middle-aged man hurried over, bowing and saying, "General, the first batch of firearms has been assembled and is ready for your inspection." As he spoke, the man pointed to a large table in the center of the crowd. On that table, two types of firearms were already displayed. One was the globally recognized automatic rifle, while the other was a light machine gun that had been officially mass-produced in 1982, compared to the internationally known firearms sold by major arms dealers. These two appeared somewhat rudimentary. In terms of precision and appearance, they were vastly different, but fortunately, both firearms had all the necessary components, which wouldn't significantly affect their performance. Based on the replicated parts, combined with the barrels sent by Major General Hunter, the performance of these two firearms will not be much lower than that of genuine ones. The middle-aged man continued. Moreover, according to several engineers in our factory, the barrels provided by Major General Hunter are far superior in precision and strength compared to those produced by other countries. Hearing this, Charles raised an eyebrow in surprise and glanced at the man, asking, "Really?" The middle-aged man nodded earnestly, displaying great respect towards him. Satisfied, Charles nodded back and said with a smile, "Good." Afterward, Charles focused on the two firearms on the table, picking up the automatic rifle to examine it closely. As a battle-hardened soldier, he was very familiar with the construction of firearms. After a brief inspection, he realized that the barrel was indeed more precise than those of previous models. Charles nodded, saying to himself, "Major General Hunter has made a significant contribution." With that, he instructed a soldier behind him to personally test the performance of this batch of firearms. The soldier nodded seriously, without any hesitation, and quickly loaded a magazine into the firearm. Aiming at a target 200 meters away, he pulled the trigger. Instantly, the factory was filled with the deafening sound of gunfire. Boom, boom, boom. After firing off one magazine, the soldier immediately switched to another without any delay. The entire testing process continued for 2 hours. In the soldier's hands, the automatic rifle fired a total of 1,000 rounds without any mishaps, and the firearm testing was a great success. The experiments with the M249 light machine gun were even more intense, firing a total of 10,000 rounds, yet ultimately proving successful. The moment the gunfire ceased, the entire military factory erupted in a chorus of cheers. At that moment, Charles was equally thrilled, his eyes fixed intensely on the two firearms not far away, feeling a profound shock. Despite the continuous high-intensity firing, The performance of the two weapons remained remarkably stable, and there were no signs of barrel rupture by the end. It was simply unbelievable. Even the genuine firearms sold by certain countries would struggle to reach such heights under such intense shooting conditions. Who would have thought that a private enterprise in another country could manufacture such precise gun barrels? If these were produced for the military factories there, it would be terrifying. Charles shook his head, unable to help but marvel at the industrial strength of that nation. After his brief reflection, Charles turned to the head of the military factory and said, "Based on the strength of this batch of firearms, hurry up and complete the assembly of the remaining barrels." Upon receiving Charles's instructions, the factory head nodded seriously in response. Once the firearms testing was completed, Charles returned to the military tent and instructed his trusted subordinate to inform Hunter, who was far away, that they could proceed to the next phase of the plan. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. After a month of adjustments, the entire factory was finally on the right track. Not only had the newly hired employees started coming in, but the two newly constructed factories were also nearing completion. Today, the factory was unusually lively because the first batch of newly developed drones was officially completed. Su Chun brought everyone to the factory courtyard, ready to test the performance of this drone. During this time, the workers in the factory had mostly learned that this newly developed six-wing drone was the first product after the factory's transformation and represented the factory's face to the outside world. Therefore, today, the factory was particularly bustling, with the courtyard filled to capacity early in the morning. Even the streets outside the factory were crowded with people. All eyes turned skyward, eagerly awaiting the drone's ascent. Do you think the drone designed by the factory director can really carry 170 kilograms? That's already twice my weight. When has Director Su ever lied? If he says it can carry 170 kilograms, then it definitely can. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? I've searched online for information about drones, and not to mention 170 kilograms. No company in the world has developed one that can carry 120 kilograms. Do you think Director Su might be exaggerating this time? The workers had varying opinions, with some believing and others skeptical. In the courtyard, Su Chun had already arranged for a lift basket to be purchased overnight. Once the basket was securely fastened around the drone with steel wires, Su Chun began to operate the drone, slowly lifting it into the air. The space in the was quite limited, accommodating only about 2 people. Once the rope connecting the drone to the was taut, Su Chun prepared to step onto the. Observing Su Chun's calm demeanor, several factory managers nearby felt a bit anxious. Although they had discussed the details of the experiment with Director Su in the past 2 days, at this moment, they were still hesitant. One of them hurriedly stepped forward to advise, "Director Su, why don't we reconsider? You going up to conduct the experiment yourself? What if something goes wrong?" Another added, "Yes. Director Su, perhaps we should take your place. We're all old hands. If something happens to us, it's no big deal. But if something were to happen to you, who would the 230 people in the factory rely on in the future?" Chapter 14, Drone Test Flight. Hunter's shock. Listening to the words of a few people, Su Chun instantly became displeased and hurriedly interrupted. "What are you all doing? I haven't even taken off yet, and you're already hoping for an accident? Are you in such a hurry for me to be in trouble?" Originally in a particularly good mood, Su Chun was immediately put off by these old fellows' ominous remarks. He rolled his eyes and retorted, "Haven't the weight tests been conducted already? It can handle 200 kilograms, so what kind of accident can I have with my 60 kilograms? Stop with the bad luck talk. If something really happens to me, it'll be your fault for cursing me. If I end up in the underworld, I won't let you off easily." After saying that, Su Chun ignored them and turned to step into the suspension basket. Li Yushan and several management staff exchanged wry smiles, wondering what was going on. As the head of the factory, how could he not act responsibly? Everything seemed to be based on his whims. What would happen to the factory if something went wrong? Hadn't he thought about that? Watching Su Chun standing in the suspension basket with an excited expression, the others couldn't help but mutter to themselves, but they chose not to say anything further. It wasn't just the management. The workers gathered around to watch were equally shocked. What did the factory director want to do? Did he really want to take the risk and personally test the drone's load capacity? Although they had heard rumors that the drone had been tested and could indeed carry 170 kilograms, seeing the director standing in the basket made everyone uneasy. What would happen if something went wrong? In contrast to the adults' concerns, some children nearby looked on with admiration. On the ground below, a 7 or 8-year-old boy tugged at his mother's clothing, his face flushed with excitement. "Mom, is Su Chun going to fly? Is it true what he said before about being a superhero?" Hearing her child's words, the woman smiled wryly. Their family lived in the factory, so the children often played in the factory yard after school. Su Chun, the factory director, frequently strolled through the area, naturally becoming familiar with many of the factory kids. At the dinner table, the children often called him Big Brother and asked, "Is Big Brother Su Chun really a superhero? Can he really punch through the factory's big door? Can he really fly?" Whenever they heard these questions, the adults felt both amused and helpless, but they were also somewhat comforted that Su Chun, as the factory director, did not look down on them because of their different statuses. The woman lowered her head and smiled, saying, "That's right. Your brother is truly a superhero. From now on, you mustn't sneakily kick him. Otherwise, if you get caught, your dad and I won't be able to help." Upon hearing his mother's response, the child nodded vigorously. "Yes, I will definitely not sneak a kick. If I kick, it will be in front of my brother." Standing in the suspended basket, the brother was unaware of all these various thoughts. After greeting everyone present, he lowered his head and began to command the drone to ascend slowly into the sky. In no time, both the people inside the factory and those outside were fixated on the figure gradually rising. After reaching a height of 20 meters, he stopped ascending and began directing the drone to circle around the entire factory, wanting to personally test the drone's maneuverability. As time passed, his figure had long disappeared from sight, and everyone knew that the factory manager must have flown to the new factory in the back. Seeing that the manager had been gone for so long without any issues, not only the children but many adults' gazes began to heat up. They had never experienced the feeling of flying, and they couldn't wait to take a turn once the manager came down, just as all the workers were on their tiptoes. Looking in the direction the manager had left, a black sedan smoothly parked not far from the crowd. After getting out of the car, Hunter felt a bit puzzled upon seeing this scene. What's going on? Aren't these people supposed to be working? After observing the crowd, he shook his head, assuming these workers were just idly wandering around. Hunter approached a few workers nearby and politely asked, "Excuse me, are you employees of the steel factory?" Hearing the clumsy Mandarin, the workers turned curiously to look, seeing a foreigner dressed in a white coat and wearing a white scarf, looking at them with a puzzled expression. After sizing him up, an older middle-aged man among them smiled and nodded, saying, "Boss, we no longer call this place the Steel Factory. The manager changed the name last month. It's now called the Industrial Group Limited." After explaining, the middle-aged man continued, "Are you here to see our manager?" Slightly surprised by the question, Hunter quickly nodded and smiled. "Yes, I'm here to discuss the upcoming cooperation with the manager." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man exchanged glances with his friends and then laughed. "Well, you came at an unfortunate time. Our manager is currently flying in the sky." While speaking, the middle-aged worker pointed in the direction where the brother had just disappeared. Hearing this, Hunter was immediately confused and questioned, what does that mean? Is the manager not at the factory right now?" This time, the middle-aged worker did not continue joking and began to explain. Hearing that Su Chun was currently operating the drone, Hunter couldn't help but gasp in shock. How is this possible? How can a drone withstand such a heavy weight? What's so surprising about this? Our factory director has already stated that this drone's maximum load capacity is as high as 200 kilograms, and the director weighs only about 60 kilograms. So what's the big deal? Several workers looked at the constantly shaking foreigner and proudly said. Just as Hunter was suppressing his shock and trying to digest the meaning behind the other person's words, a sudden exclamation rang in his mind. "Look, the director is back." As this exclamation sounded, a deafening cheer erupted on sight. Everyone raised their hands and waved vigorously in Su Chin's direction, their faces filled with enthusiasm. "Director! Director!" Noticing the commotion below, Su Chin's smile became even brighter as he raised his arm to wave back at the crowd below. Chapter 15 Drone Orders. $30,000. After a long time, under the eager gazes of countless people, Su Chun controlled the drone to slowly land. As soon as the basket touched the ground, a crowd surged towards him. The little boy at the front jumped up and down, waving his arms vigorously, his face flushed as he shouted, "Brother Su Chun, I'm here. I'm here." As Su Chun stepped down from the basket, he immediately spotted the children and approached them, crossing his arms and proudly declaring, "Now do you believe your brother Su Chun is a superhero? If anyone disobeys their parents in the future, I'll throw you all away one by one." Before Su Chun could finish, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his calf. Turning around, he saw a little boy grinning at him. "Brother Su Chun, my dad said that we can kick you in the face from now on." As the child's innocent words rang out, the crowd burst into laughter. "Su Chun, who had been unexpectedly threatened, didn't he think twice and picked up the little boy, playfully slapping his bottom. Watching their child being punished in such a way. The parents didn't look angry at all. Instead, they were smiling at the scene. The other kids around Su Chun, seeing their deputy leader being caught, rushed forward to join in, playfully wrestling with him. After a long while of playful antics with the kids, Su Chun explained the drone's performance and application prospects to the workers present before dismissing everyone. Just as he was about to turn and head to the office, he spotted a familiar figure not far away. Recognizing the person, Su Chin's heart raced with excitement. Just when he had produced a new product and was worried about sales, he unexpectedly saw his benefactor. What a coincidence! Without considering his position, Su Chin quickly jogged over to the individual. Mr. Hunter, it's better to arrive at the right time than to come early. I was just about to contact you. Why did you come in person? As he reached the other person, Su Chun enthusiastically shook his hand, not giving him a chance to respond, with a beaming smile. Mr. Hunter, you didn't give me a heads up before coming here. Isn't that a bit rude? If you do this again, I might just get mad at you. Seeing Su Chun act this way, even someone as seasoned as Mr. Hunter couldn't help but twitch his lips, feeling a bit out of place. This factory director was truly exceptional, even in his unique way of dealing with people. Feeling the enthusiasm from Su Chun, Hunter awkwardly said, Director Su, I rushed here without notifying you in advance due to the urgency of the matter. It was indeed my oversight. Su Chun waved his hand and pretended to be angry. Mr. Hunter, how can you say that? Your personal visit to our company shows you consider me, Su Chun, a friend. If you act so distant again next time, I might really get angry. With Su Chin's playful banter, the atmosphere at the scene became more relaxed. Glancing at the drone not far away, Hunter curiously asked, Director Su, I heard this is a new product developed by your company? Upon hearing this, Su Chin couldn't help but take another look at the person in front of him, with an even broader smile on his face. This is truly a kindred spirit. Before he even began to promote the new product, Mr. Hunter had already noticed it himself. Suppressing his inner excitement, Su Chin nodded, placed a hand on Hunter's shoulder, and whispered, Mr. Hunter, you truly have an eye for talent. This six-wing high-speed heavy-lift drone is indeed our company's latest product. You have no idea. I spent 3 whole years researching a large amount of information, combining all the advantages of existing drones on the market to create this new model. Let me tell you, this drone can carry a payload of up to 170 kilograms, and its flight speed and operational time are astonishing. I guarantee that no other drone company in the world can develop anything like it. Listening to Su Chin's words, Hunter was already overwhelmed with shock, his breathing becoming rapid and his face flushed. A payload of 170 kilograms, a flight speed of up to 50 meters per second, an operational time of 3 hours? These figures echoed in Hunter's mind, causing his eyes to redden as he stared intently at the drone, completely oblivious to Su Chin beside him. Is this really a commercial drone? Hunter was no stranger to drones, whether commercial or military. He had encountered many at home. However, after years of exposure to thousands of types of drones, he had never seen one with such astounding performance. If this drone were deployed on the battlefield, it would be terrifying. Carrying 170 kilograms of explosives at an astonishing speed of 50 meters per second, it could swiftly penetrate behind enemy lines for precise bombing. Imagining the terrifying performance of this drone on the battlefield, Hunter's heart was once again shaken. Ignoring all etiquette, the red-eyed Hunter turned around, grasped Su Chin's hands, and said with urgency, Director Su, what is the price of this drone? Can you sell it to me first? Hunter's sudden action startled Su Chin, especially seeing the redness in his eyes, leaving him in a daze. Wasn't he just boasting? Why was he so excited? Suppressing his doubts, Su Chin pretended to be troubled. Mr. Hunter, it's not that I don't consider you a friend, but this drone, I have already prepared to launch in the domestic market. Just a few days ago, I reached cooperation agreements with several local manufacturers. If I can increase the price. Hunter tightly grasped Su Chin's hands, unwilling to give up, and said directly, it's ridiculous. If this type of drone is acquired by the enemy first, their army will lose the advantage on the battlefield. So I absolutely cannot let this happen. Fortunately, his relationship with Mr. Su Chin was quite close, so he thought it shouldn't be a big problem. The words I can increase the price left Su Chin momentarily stunned, looking at the person before him with a face full of surprise. Seeing the sincerity in Hunter's eyes, Su Chin felt a twinge of guilt at that moment. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly said, Mr. Hunter, how can you say that? What kind of relationship do we have that would make you feel the need to increase the price? Even if those local manufacturers offered more money, it wouldn't compare to our relationship. Let us not talk about it. If you really want it, given our relationship, it's this price." As he spoke, Su Chun raised 3 fingers, his gaze slightly wavering. A drone with a cost of 10,000 local currency, selling it for 30,000 should be acceptable, right? Seeing Su Chin's 3 fingers, Hunter's eyes instantly lit up, and he immediately said, "Deal, $30,000 is fine." Su Chin blinked and nodded at him, trying to maintain a pained expression as if it were a difficult decision. Watching Su Chin act this way, Hunter felt a bit moved. This is what friendship is. He never expected to find such a confidant in a foreign land. Chapter 16 New Orders, 27 million incoming. Arriving at the office, Su Chin poured a cup of coffee for Hunter and curiously asked, "Mr. Hunter, may I ask what your company intends to use our drones for?" The intention behind our drone's launch was for the express delivery and agricultural markets. But as far as I know, the express delivery industry and agriculture in your region are not very developed. Wouldn't it be somewhat wasteful to place a large order? Regarding Su Chin's doubts, Hunter had already prepared his response and smiled as he replied, "Haha, indeed, as Mr. Su mentioned, our express delivery and agricultural sectors are not very advanced. Our company is considering ordering these drones for the mining industry. Mr. Su should know that while we may lack in other areas, we are quite rich in oil and minerals. The reason we are ordering your company's drones is to leverage their high payload capacity. Deploying these drones in the mining sector will significantly enhance the pace of resource development, and that's why I was so excited when I heard about their high load capacity." Hearing Hunter's explanation, Su Chin nodded, feeling a bit envious. Only a country known for its rich oil and mineral resources could summarize it so casually. Su Chin shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on this topic further, and instead asked again, "So, Mr. Hunter, how many drones are you planning to order? If it's too few, I might have trouble explaining it to my domestic partners." As if he had anticipated Su Chin's question, Hunter immediately held up 2 fingers and smiled, 200 units. If the performance is good once we start using them, our company will increase the order volume. Su Chin gasped, 200 units? 6 million? At that moment, his mind was racing, but his expression remained surprisingly calm as he nodded and casually said, "Although it's a bit on the lower side, considering that Mr. Hunter is our company's first client, I'll make an exception and approve this order." Hearing this from Su Chin, Hunter felt a twinge of guilt. Indeed, Mr. Su had already secured significant orders domestically, and for the sake of his friend, he had unhesitatingly abandoned those larger orders. Such trust. And here he was, still nitpicking about the performance of their drones. How foolish of him. Hunter had already made up his mind that for the next order, he would definitely suggest increasing the order volume, not wanting to let his good friend down. After finalizing the drone order, Hunter took out a procurement plan from his briefcase and smiled, saying, "Mr. Su, I came here for another important matter." Su Chin raised an eyebrow, looking at him with curiosity. "Oh, what else is there?" Without any reservations, after Hunter handed over the proposal to Su Chin, he began to introduce it. "The last time we purchased steel pipes from your company, many domestic manufacturers found them very useful, so this time, many companies have entrusted me to collaborate with you once again." Su Chin naturally would not refuse the money coming his way, nodding with a smile. "It's a small matter, but I wonder, Mr. Hunter, how many will be purchased this time? Are the specifications the same as the last time?" Hunter hesitated slightly before responding. "We plan to increase the order of the same specifications of steel pipes by 10,000, and..." Hunter paused and handed over another document, continuing, "This blueprint is for 2 other specifications of water pipes, with an order of 5,000 for each specification." Upon looking at the blueprint, Su Chin was instantly puzzled. He could understand the water pipes with a diameter of 7.62 millimeters. But what were the water pipes with diameters of 120 millimeters and 150 millimeters for? Which company even needs such large diameter pipes? Fortunately, the specifications required were quite different from the previous batch of steel pipes, and only a slight increase in diameter was needed, so Su Chin didn't ask much. After all, it was money coming to him. However, with the increase in diameter, the corresponding price would differ somewhat. Su Chin hesitated slightly. "Mr. Hunter, our company can produce these 2 specifications of steel pipes, but the cost may increase a bit." Hunter nodded, smiling. "Of course. President Su just needs to calculate the required selling price. Our company will not bargain this time." Seeing the other party so straightforward, Su Chin felt it was inappropriate to continue discussing. After pondering for a moment, he responded, "A fixed price of 200, with the original specification of steel pipes remaining unchanged. And the other two specifications at this price." After stating this price, Su Chun had already prepared for some haggling, as even he felt this price was a bit excessive. However, what Su Chun did not expect was that the other party accepted it without even thinking. Deal. In fact, Hunter was also a bit surprised upon hearing Su Chun's quote, finding it surprisingly cheap. These two specifications of pipes were meant to be installed on large-caliber artillery, and their performance was far superior to the original gun barrels. Before coming, he had been given a budget of 500, but he didn't expect it would only be 200 in the end. Hunter felt that Su Chun offered such a reasonable price because of their good relationship. For a moment, he felt somewhat moved. Meeting such a good brother like Su Chun was truly a blessing in life. Soon, after discussing the cooperation details with Hunter, Su Chun had people draft 2 contracts. Once the contracts were signed, Hunter directly transferred the deposit for this contract into the bank account of Su Chun's company. In this contract, the total order for drones amounts to $6 million, while the steel pipes with a diameter of 7.62 millimeters are valued at $1 million, and the pipes with diameters of 120 millimeters and 150 millimeters are priced at $2 million. The deposit is 40% of the contract amount, which totals $360,000. Converted to local currency, this is $27,360,000. Looking at his bank balance, which had been quite tight recently, the sudden influx of such a large sum made Su Chun feel elated and very happy. After such a long period of expansion, there was hardly any funding left in the company's account, and Su Chun was prepared to take a big risk by using the newly developed drone to enter the market. Unexpectedly, this issue was resolved, as if someone had provided a pillow just when he needed it most. Thinking of Hunter's sincere gaze just now, Su Chun felt a bit embarrassed and made up his mind to ensure that the drones produced for them would be of the highest specifications, not wanting to disappoint his good friend. Thus, both parties, each feeling a sense of guilt, left after discussing the delivery date, with Su Chun personally seeing them off and expressing his utmost enthusiasm in their conversation. Chapter 17. The Next Plan. The Anger of Maikan. After sending off Hunter, Su Chun immediately gathered the company's senior management for a meeting. According to Su Chun's planning, the factory is now mainly divided into 3 areas, the largest of which is naturally the old factory, responsible for producing various mechanical parts. This factory primarily handles the steel pipe production for Hunter's side, so Su Chun has not dismantled it. Moreover, this part still accounts for a significant portion of the company's income. Therefore, when he received the final payment for the contract, Su Chun rejuvenated the factory area. Not only did he purchase the production line equipment from Chuanxing, but he also personally designed standardized workshops, workbenches, and more. The other 2 factory areas are specifically for producing high-tech products like drones. Both the equipment and the staff are the best available domestically at this stage. For this reason, Su Chun invested a total of 400,000 in the components of these 2 factories. Although the company currently only has the 6-wing drone as its product, Su Chun believes that his factory will eventually produce many more products. For now, he can only move forward step by step, without rushing. In the meeting room, the senior management felt incredibly excited upon hearing that the company had received such a large order, especially the workers who had originally followed Su Hongwei. Their emotions were even more heightened. Since they received the previous batch of steel pipe orders, the company had not assigned them any tasks for a long time. All workers were somewhat worried. It was not easy to have a good manager like Su Chun, and what would they do if the company went bankrupt again? But today, hearing Su Chun announce such a large order, all worries vanished in an instant. 200 drones and 20,000 steel pipes. How much would that amount to? If they completed this order, how much bonus would they receive? No one doubted that Su Chun would exploit them in terms of wages from the previous order. It was evident that when they completed that batch of steel pipes, over 200 workers in the factory received bonuses ranging from thousands. It was their first time receiving such rewards after working for decades. If they could get several thousand for the 5,000 steel pipes, what about this order of over 10,000 pipes? In an instant, everyone in the meeting room wore radiant smiles. The process is like this. Is there anything else to add? If there are no issues, everyone can go down and organize the workers to start ramping up production. As long as this batch of goods can be delivered smoothly, the rewards for you will only increase, not decrease. Seeing the excited crowd, Su Chun said with a smile. With Su Chun's promise, everyone felt invigorated and responded enthusiastically. After discussing the details of the production process, Su Chun dismissed everyone. In 3 months, this batch of orders can definitely be completed, so Su Chun is not in a hurry. Since the foreign market has now been opened up from hunters' hands, it's time to consider how to break into the domestic market. On the battlefield between one nation and another, after 2 months of war, most of the Gaza Strip has already fallen. Under the relentless bombardment, countless refugees are frantically fleeing to avoid attacks. However, after 5 rounds of airstrikes, the highest military official of the nation immediately ordered a ground cleanup operation in the Gaza Strip, even threatening to completely occupy the area and eliminate all terrorists within 2 months. In response to the nation's aggression, most countries around the world have clearly demanded an immediate cessation of hostilities. Yet, the leadership remains indifferent to these verbal warnings, becoming even more brutal in their subsequent invasion. They have not only imposed a complete blockade on the Gaza Strip, cutting off water, electricity, and food supplies, but have also conducted precision bombings on civilian gathering places. As of now, over 400,000 civilians have died at the hands of the military. And these are all unarmed civilians. Adding in the resistance fighters, the death toll is likely to be even more horrifying. Despite such overwhelming odds, the people have not given up. Countless individuals have taken up arms again, resolutely resisting the aggression. As a result of their brave resistance, the ground cleanup operation has not succeeded. Today, the military discovered astonishing news. The armed personnel in the Gaza region have suddenly increased, and their weapons are different from what had been previously seen. In addition to AK-47s, the military shockingly discovered that some of the newly emerged armed personnel are equipped with M249 light machine guns. At the command center, a report was given. General Brooke, we have received news from the Northern Sector 14 that 3 armed squads responsible for clearing that area, totaling 200 men, have been completely wiped out. According to frontline reports, this group of militants numbers around 4,000, and they are all fully armed. Hearing the soldiers' report, General Myerkin instantly stood up. Furious, what did you say? How is this possible? All military facilities in their territory have been bombed by us. Where did they get the weapons to arm 4,000 people? The soldier, trembling with fear in front of the enraged General Myerkin, stammered, General, it's absolutely true. They not only have AK-47s, but even M249 light machine guns. Our soldiers were caught off guard, which is why they were completely annihilated. How is it possible? Where did they get the M249s? With their limited industrial capabilities, they absolutely cannot produce such machine guns. Are you trying to shirk responsibility and deliberately conceal something? Upon hearing this, the soldier instantly knelt on the ground, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, not daring to look directly at his superior. General, absolutely not. These are all conclusions we drew from the seized materials. Those people are indeed using AK-47 automatic rifles and M249 light machine guns. Looking at the kneeling soldier, Markin finally believed him to some extent, but his heart grew heavier. The M249 is produced by a certain country, and this war is actually being fueled from behind the scenes by that country. Given the relationship between the two countries, they would certainly not sell weapons to the opposing forces. Could it be that unscrupulous arms dealers from that country, driven by profit, are betting on both sides? Markin shook his head, temporarily suppressing these doubts, and turned to the kneeling soldier, coldly saying, Where are the weapons? Take me to see them. Chapter 18. The shocking news from the training camp. In the central area of the camp, a spacious training ground was already crowded with people. When they heard the news from the battlefield in District 14, everyone felt a sense of shock and disbelief. After months of war, they had long understood the military capabilities of the opposing forces. It wasn't that they underestimated their adversaries. Rather, the weapons in their hands were simply inadequate. Even if they were outnumbered several times, they would still struggle to defeat the opposing forces. In terms of weaponry and the combat readiness of soldiers, they were far ahead. The standard issue for their soldiers was the Galil ACE rifle, which had a caliber of 7.62 mm, officially adopted by the military in 2008. Improvements over the years had significantly enhanced its accuracy, range, and overall design complexity, making it one of the top rifles in the world. What about the opposing forces? Their standard weapons were mostly outdated relics from World War II, discarded by various nations. To think they could resist such a powerful military with such primitive equipment was sheer folly. The military personnel present found it hard to believe the reports coming from District 14. They firmly believed that they were the masters of the world, and that their ethnic standing should surpass that of others. At this moment, The training ground was filled with incessant chatter, with everyone's gaze fixed on a large table at the center displaying several military weapons. The expressions on their faces revealed a hint of disdain. Is this the weaponry of the opposing forces? It doesn't seem impressive at all. With such crude manufacturing methods, how much power could they possibly have? How incompetent can they be? Leading a squad of over 200 men, only to be wiped out by enemies wielding such trash weapons? It's a disgrace to our people. The sentiment was clear. Such individuals were a shame to their nation. Any one of them, facing those opposing forces, would surely find it easy to defeat them. Yet here they were, completely annihilated. The disbelief was palpable. The news of defeat from District 14 was met with skepticism about the opposing forces' capabilities. Consequently, the blame fell squarely on the shoulders of the squad leader, Colonel Baki, who had been in charge of the defeated unit. Make way, make way! Amidst the discussions, sharp voices called out from the back of the crowd. Accompanied by guards, a figure strode confidently toward the center of the gathering. As they recognized the newcomer, everyone instinctively parted to create a path, standing respectfully to the sides. Moments later, the individual reached the table displaying the weapons. With a grave expression, they picked up what appeared to be a rough-looking AK-47, inspecting it closely before shifting their gaze to the M249 light machine gun beside it. The more they examined, the more troubled their expression became. As a seasoned soldier, they were well acquainted with firearms. Although the firearms in front of him appeared rudimentary, Markin was astonished to find that they had all the essential components, especially when he saw the barrels of these guns. A hint of barely perceptible shock flickered in his eyes. The barrel is the most critical part of a firearm, and its manufacturing difficulty is quite high. Creating a highly precise barrel requires stringent industrial capabilities and demands on technicians. The steel tube he was looking at was even more precise than the barrels of the Galactic rifles currently in service in his home country. How could this be? Markin stared intently at the slightly out-of-place barrel in his hand, perplexed as to how such a precise component could be found among this pile of junk. Quickly suppressing his astonishment, Markin turned to an officer beside him and coldly asked, "Have these firearms been tested?" The officer, who had been somewhat indifferent moments before, immediately straightened up and respectfully replied, "General, not yet. We have examined these firearms, and their manufacturing process is very crude. They should be imitations from a certain group, as their industrial strength is limited and they cannot produce real rifles, which is why they resorted to assembling this industrial waste." Although the officer was respectful, a hint of disdain was still visible in his eyes. Markin glared at his subordinate, suddenly furious, and couldn't help but curse, "Fool." Hearing the reprimand, the officer thought it was due to his earlier attitude and immediately lowered his head, afraid to retort. Scanning the faces of his subordinates, Mayerkin's expression darkened as he coldly said, "Haven't you all noticed the differences in these firearms?" At the general's questioning, the crowd exchanged glances, puzzled. What was special about these firearms? They were just a pile of industrial waste, and even on the battlefield, they might not bother to bend down to pick up such junk. Ignoring the strange looks from the others, Markin aimed the rifle barrel at them and continued. Although most parts of these firearms are very rudimentary, this barrel, on the contrary, at this point, Markin skillfully disassembled the entire rifle, holding up only the conspicuous barrel. This barrel, in terms of both craftsmanship and materials, was very advanced, and its precision far surpassed that of the Gallo ACE rifles used in his country. Upon hearing this, the room fell silent, everyone staring in disbelief at the seemingly ordinary barrel in Mayerkin's hand. How could this be possible? Just as everyone was in shock, Mayerkin's voice came again. This kind of precise barrel is absolutely beyond the manufacturing capabilities of that group, and not even any country in the entire region has the ability to produce a steel tube of this caliber. It is absolutely clear that someone is secretly assisting the terrorist armed personnel of a certain group by providing them with gun barrels. At this point, the expression on Mayerkin's face grew increasingly grim. The soldiers present, upon hearing Mayerkin's words, couldn't help but gasp in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. Who else would dare to assist these terrorists? Don't they fear retaliation from their neighboring country? It is evident that the gun barrels and other components did not come from a single source, which indicates that there must be someone covertly aiding this group. Who could it be? Who would dare oppose us? Is it a certain country in the East or another major power? Chapter 19: The Joy of the Armed Forces. Mayerkin fell into deep thought. He did not believe that other countries in the Middle East had the capability to manufacture gun barrels of this specification. So he immediately thought of 3 countries, including one particularly powerful nation. It might be that only these 3 countries could produce such items. But this powerful nation has always maintained good relations with them. And it could even be said that the war initiated by these countries was actually driven by this powerful nation behind the scenes. Therefore, this powerful nation would never shoot itself in the foot by selling weapons to the armed group. Meanwhile, another country was currently preoccupied with its own issues, as it was engaged in a war within its borders and had no time to deal with matters in the Middle East. So now there was only one possibility left. That powerful nation. As he thought of this, a strong hatred emerged in Mikan's eyes. This powerful nation has always been at odds with the Jewish state, both internationally and privately, and it would criticize them vehemently whenever it found a reason. Just like this time, as they waged war against the armed group. This powerful nation continuously demanded that they cease hostilities on the international stage, even though they knew this powerful nation would not directly engage in war with them. Hearing such news every day always left the high-ranking officials of the Jewish state feeling displeased. And as if that wasn't enough, this time, this powerful nation even dared to secretly provide weapon support to the armed group, which was simply courting disaster. Does this powerful nation really think it can cover the sky with one hand? If they do not provide an explanation to the Jewish state this time, they will absolutely not let it go. After a cold snort, Makin turned to his subordinate beside him and calmly said, "Test these firearms. I don't believe that these few gun barrels can enhance the performance of this industrial junk." Upon hearing Mikan's order, the officer did not dare to refute and directly stepped forward to pick up the M249 light machine gun from the table. He chambered a round, released the safety, and pulled the trigger. In one smooth motion, as the officer pulled the trigger, a series of gunfire erupted, echoing throughout the training ground. Everyone watched intently, and it was clear to see that the expressions of the onlookers shifted from disdain to shock, and finally, to sheer horror. Not only these individuals, but even Makin, who had been observing the scene from a distance, felt a sense of shock as he witnessed what he referred to as industrial junk displaying such powerful performance. After firing a total of 50,000 rounds, the seemingly shabby firearm did not burst or even experience a single jam throughout the process. Furthermore, after firing all these rounds, the firearm remained intact. The crowd was very familiar with firearms, so they understood that this assembled M249 light machine gun not only met the production standards of that powerful nation, but was even far superior to the M249 light machine guns produced by it. How could this be possible? Just based on a relatively decent gun barrel? The components that make up a firearm are numerous, and each of these parts has its own mission and function. Even if this gun barrel is extremely precise, what about the other components of the firearm? For a moment, the entire training ground fell silent again, and everyone's expression was unusually grim. How is it possible that just one gun barrel could enhance the performance of the entire firearm to such an extent? This group certainly does not possess that capability. This gun barrel must have been manufactured by another country. Could it be from a certain nation? That shouldn't be the case. This kind of precision gun barrel, not to mention that nation, even our own country might not be able to produce. So who exactly manufactured these gun barrels? Not far away, Meyerkin, who had been silent, ignored the astonishment of those present. After a moment of contemplation, he left with a sullen expression. He needed to report this matter immediately so that his country could devise a response strategy as soon as possible. They absolutely must not allow assistance to continue flowing to this group. In contrast to the shock of the military from another nation, the troops from this group were incredibly excited at this moment. Great. I didn't expect the performance of this batch of firearms to be so high. Inside the tent, a burly middle-aged man was beaming with excitement. General, these firearms are indeed far superior to our previous ones. I believe that as long as our troops are equipped with these weapons, we will definitely be able to drive the other nation out of our territory. Hearing about the previous firearms, one officer's expression turned slightly indignant as he coldly remarked, "Humph. Those firearms are outdated relics from the Second World War, and yet they had the audacity to quote us 300 each. It's simply shameful. Yes, General, although this batch of firearms seems a bit rough in craftsmanship, they are far superior to those we used before in every aspect. The key is that this batch is priced at only 170. Should we order another batch from that nation?" Upon hearing this, the other officers in the tent nodded in agreement, supporting this viewpoint. However, the one in the main position, Brooke, after listening to the suggestions of his subordinates, had his smile fade into a look of helplessness. He sighed and said, "Do you think I don't want to procure another batch? It's just that this time, That nation is clearly selling these firearms to us at a loss. If we don't know our limits and continue to let them suffer losses in doing business with us, we might completely lose a powerful ally. Moreover, the low price of these firearms, given their strong performance, suggests that the production cost must be quite high. For them to sell it to us at 170 is already a great act of kindness, and we should be grateful. As Brooke finished speaking, the entire tent fell into silence, with everyone bowing their heads, speechless. Indeed, their country was already in a critical situation, and if they lost such a strong ally due to their greed, they would truly be left isolated and helpless. Just as everyone was silent, a hurried sound of footsteps suddenly reached their ears. Report. Brooke nodded to the guard standing at the door, signaling that the person could come in. What is it? Report to the general. The Ministry of Defense has called, requesting us to continue holding our position. The next batch of firearms will arrive at the battlefield on schedule in 2 months. Before the soldier could finish, a chorus of surprised exclamations erupted from the officers present, all of them looking at the soldier with excitement. Even Brooke, who had been seated at the head of the table, stood up in exhilaration upon hearing the report from his subordinate, his face filled with enthusiasm. Did they mention how many firearms will be in the next batch? Chapter 20. Brooke's excitement. Su Chen's leisurely time. At that moment, everyone present held their breath, fixated on the soldier. They all wanted to hear how many weapons would be delivered to them next. If the number was too small, it might not change the situation on the battlefield. After all, they all knew how high the performance and strength of the weapons sold by the neighboring country were, and such specifications of firearms could not be offered at low prices to their nation indefinitely. Therefore, when they heard General Brooke's inquiry, there was a sense of curiosity among the crowd. Report to the general. According to the information issued by the Ministry of Defense, this time we will be provided with a total of 9 800 AK-47s, 4 800 units of 120mm artillery, and 4 900 units of 150mm artillery. Hiss. As the soldier finished reporting these figures, a collective gasp resonated throughout the military tent. Everyone stared intently at the soldier, their eyes filled with disbelief. Initially, they were somewhat worried that the neighboring country might reduce their support due to the manufacturing costs of these firearms, but now all those doubts were completely dispelled. Moreover, the quantity of weapons provided this time was far greater than last time, and astonishingly, there were nearly 10,000 units of large-caliber artillery included. Could it be that there was some agreement with the neighboring country? Otherwise, why would they incur such a huge cost to assist them? After the shock, the officers on site began pondering this question, but no matter how hard they tried to think, they could not figure out the key. Was the neighboring country really so wealthy that they could afford to provide such assistance? After a long while, Brooke on the main seat slowly spoke. No matter what our nation has promised the neighboring country, our immediate priority is to drive out those beasts from the opposing nation. We cannot allow them to continue killing our compatriots. As Brooke's words echoed, the other officers echoed in agreement. Yes, the nation is now at a critical juncture. If we do not drive out those beasts, our country will never know peace again. Humph. With the support of this batch of weapons from the neighboring country, we will definitely be able to defeat those beasts. Yes, this time not only have we received nearly 10,000 firearms, but we have also been supported with almost 10,000 artillery pieces. With such weapons, we will surely be able to defeat the opposing nation and expel them. Looking at the passionately stirred crowd, Brooke nodded in satisfaction and continued. Since there are still 2 months until the weapons arrive on the battlefield, we do not need to confront the opposing army head-on right now. In the following time, Brooke outlined the next operational direction for everyone, and the entire military meeting continued until midnight before it finally concluded. Meanwhile, as the citizens of Hamas rose up in resistance, Su Chun, on the other side, appeared to be quite leisurely. Every day, he idles around the factory, sometimes heading to the break area to play with the younger workers, sometimes going to the office to play games, and even flying a drone aimlessly over the factory when he's bored. The workers feel helpless about Su Chen's idleness. It's not that his boredom affects their productivity, but they worry that as the company president, he seem to consider the future development of the company and instead spends his days playing with the kids. Recently, there have even been rumors circulating within the company that Su Chen has been flirting with 2 new female university interns. They obviously don't believe these rumors, but feel more concerned about the company's development than Su Chen himself. One day, Su Chen was still idling away in the office, ready for a day of gaming. Damn, Miracle Walker, why are you still jungling? Don't you know you should come help your team in mid? Looking at the screen that went dark, Su Chen's expression turned irritated. Today, he had found a self-proclaimed master jungler on a gaming companion app. Without hesitation, he spent a significant amount of money to hire this player, only to realize that this person was a total scam. Not only did he drop from silver to iron, but the player even stole his minions in mid-lane. As expected, with such a combination, their crystal didn't last long before it exploded. Looking at the scoreboard showing a 2-11-2 record, Su Chen's face darkened instantly. He slammed his fist on the keyboard and couldn't help but curse at this miracle walker. Ding ding ding. Watching the constant stream of messages popping up on his chat, Su Chen's expression soured. After cursing again, he decisively deleted the master jungler he had hired for a hefty sum. Recalling how this scammer cost him money, Su Chen felt quite annoyed and quickly logged back into the app to request a refund. False advertising. This person clearly doesn't have master-level skills and is just out to scam people, severely diminishing my interest in spending. I suggest permanently banning this person from the gaming community. After writing a lengthy complaint of 1,000 words, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. After shutting down the computer, he planned to go find the younger workers. Just then, there was a knock at the office door. Puzzled, Su Chen said, "Come in," and returned to his chair. Soon, a tall woman dressed in a white shirt and a black pencil skirt walked into the office, holding a stack of documents. Seeing Su Chen pretending to be busy, the young woman couldn't help but roll her eyes. But her face flushed when she recalled how he had playfully tapped her on the backside a couple of days ago. The woman approached Su Chen and impatiently dropped the documents onto the desk, saying, "Chairman, here are the plans from the production and procurement departments that need your signature." Hearing the woman's voice, Su Chen slowly raised his head, a mischievous smile on his face as he looked at her. "Xiaoyan, what's going on? Didn't I say that when there's no one around, you don't need to use titles? Just call me Brother Su Chen." Looking at the tall and handsome Li Xiaoyan, a surge of warmth rose in Su Chen's heart. She was the candidate he personally selected from 100 resumes at a university, chosen to be his executive assistant. In terms of appearance, figure, and education, Su Chen was confident that she ranked among the best in the region. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to offer her a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan. However, it seemed that lately, this girl had some misunderstandings about him. Seeing that she still looked displeased, Su Chen didn't mind. He smiled and picked up the documents on the table to read. After signing all the documents, he turned to her and asked, "Is there any issue with the company during this time?" Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry about company matters, Li Xiaoyan straightened her posture and replied seriously, "There haven't been any issues with production or personnel. However, the procurement department just brought in 2 tender documents and asked me to consult the chairman on whether these proposals are feasible." Chapter 21 Special Steel Cables? Dongfeng Warrior? After finishing her words, Li Xiaoyan skillfully pulled out 2 tender documents from the neatly arranged files in front of her and handed them towards Su Chen. "Mr. Su, these are the 2 documents. One is a public tender for a special steel cable from a certain financial consortium, and the other is a public tender for a multifunctional military off-road vehicle from a southern military district. Here are the detailed data. Please take a look." Su Chen took the documents from her without much concern, but he felt a bit puzzled. With his small company, how could they possibly have any substantial connection with these 2 giants? Not to mention the Southern Military District. Even the financial consortium was an insurmountable mountain for Zhongtian Industrial Group at this stage. This consortium holds a very high position in its country, monopolizing the steel production and railway manufacturing industries, and even in the fields of shipping and aviation, it has made significant achievements. How could such a major conglomerate possibly consider a small company like his? It's not that Su Chen lacked confidence in producing the special steel cables they wanted. With the help of the system, what couldn't he produce? As long as he could provide detailed data, he could search for relevant manufacturing methods in the system. However, even if Su Chen could easily manufacture the cables, why would they trust a small company like his? Wouldn't they prefer to collaborate with larger and more capable firms? Su Chen shook his head, feeling a bit helpless. He did want to scale up his company, but at this moment, he truly felt powerless. Currently, most of the company's orders came from a certain client, and they hadn't even tapped into the domestic market yet. So there was no spare money to expand the company. As for the Southern Military District, there's no need to elaborate. Being one of the 5 major military regions, its power and influence are unparalleled in the country, and such a huge background wouldn't pay attention to a small company like his. Su Chen didn't express these thoughts, as he was the company's boss and had his employees in front of him. If the boss lacked confidence, It would inevitably dampen the employee's motivation. He took the documents and casually began to read. With the knowledge imparted by the system regarding steel pipes and drones, Su-Chun could somewhat recognize the unique aspects of these data. Able to withstand a force of 6G, the material must possess high toughness and high strength characteristics. It also needs to endure high corrosion, high temperature, and low temperature. What on earth does this cable need to be used for? Are such stringent conditions really necessary? If manufactured according to these specifications, the cost of a special steel cable would be at least several million. Although Su-Chun had some money, if he invested all his savings into this and it didn't work out, he would certainly be devastated. Su-Chun shook his head dismissively and tossed the document aside, turning his attention to another file. He was more concerned about what the country needed, especially since this was a military procurement. If he could utilize the system to contribute even a small amount to the nation's defense construction, it would truly satisfy him. Bid for the improvement plan of the Dongfeng EQ 2050 military off-road vehicle. The large title made Su-Chun raise an eyebrow. He had some impression of the Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicle. This model was first produced in 2002, underwent 1.15 million kilometers of road reinforcement tests and 12,500 hours of assembly stand tests, and officially entered service in 2006. It had since undergone a complete reform that elevated its overall performance to a level comparable to the light tactical vehicles produced by certain countries. Now, after 5 years, the military was looking to improve it again, and Su-Chun sensed something unusual from this document. Could it be that certain countries had made breakthroughs in this area? Otherwise, the military wouldn't be so eager to openly solicit bids from domestic enterprises. It seemed like this time they were really going to give it a try. Looking at the data on the document, Su-Chun was extremely serious, analyzing the feasibility word by word. Watching Su-Chun suddenly become so earnest, Li Xiaoyan's cheeks flushed slightly. Although Su-Chun often acted unseriously in the company, everyone recognized his abilities. He had managed to completely revive a factory on the brink of bankruptcy in such a short time and had developed it to its current scale, which was undeniable evidence of his capability. Moreover, his handsome appearance, combined with his serious demeanor at that moment, made Li Xiaoyan admit that she was indeed a little moved. After a long while, Su-Chun slowly raised his head, looked at Li Xiaoyan across from him, and smiled. All right, I will come up with a plan soon. You can go down and just give a heads up to the procurement department. Seeing Su-Chun's calm expression, Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly, her gaze a bit evasive. She picked up the document on the table and hurriedly turned to leave. Su-Chun watched her movements, a barely noticeable smile appearing on his face. What a figure! Su-Chun smacked his lips in contemplation. Once her figure disappeared from his sight, he turned his head and silently called out to the system. Instantly, the system panel appeared before him. Su-Chun didn't dare to slack off. He carefully input the detailed data of the Dongfeng Mengshi into the search box and clicked confirm. In a flash, a torrent of information surged into Su-Chun's mind, until every cell in his body had absorbed it, and the transmission finally ended. Feeling the new information in his mind, Su-Chun's eyelids flickered. This seemed somewhat different from the domestically produced Dongfeng Mengshi. The new model of Dongfeng Mengshi appeared to be quite distinct from the domestic version. Apart from the overall color of the vehicle, regardless of the vehicle's body structure, cockpit, chassis, space, engine, and so on, it is quite different from the domestically produced model. Moreover, the new model is clearly divided into 3 main categories: battlefield perception type, power sports type, and focused logistics type. Each category of vehicle serves different purposes and has its own advantages and disadvantages. The battlefield perception type military off-road vehicle uses high-strength composite materials, has a payload capacity of 2.7 tons, and can carry 6 personnel. It is equipped with the most advanced perception sensors and tactical data links available in the world today. On the battlefield, it can quickly transmit information, decrypt enemy data, and rapidly assess the situation. Just seeing this off-road vehicle left Su-Chun in shock. Although it belongs to one of the 3 categories, its specifications are far superior to the current domestic model. Is this an improvement on an existing vehicle, or has a completely new vehicle been created? Chapter 22. A quotation of $10 million each? Su-Chun felt a bit curious. Even this battlefield perception all-terrain vehicle was so impressive. What advantages did the other 2 models have? After this thought crossed his mind, Su-Chun eagerly looked at the detailed information of the other 2 vehicle types. The Focus-type logistics military all-terrain vehicle did not have anything that particularly caught Su-Chun's attention. Its powerful load capacity and space could transport a large amount of supplies and casualties. But it had no offensive capability and only slightly better defensive capabilities compared to traditional military all-terrain vehicles. However, when Su Chun turned his gaze to the Power Sports military all-terrain vehicle, his mood instantly became excited. The Power Sports type was not just one type. It was divided into several special types based on the nature of the battlefield tasks. This included armored transport vehicles, reconnaissance fire vehicles, command control vehicles, heavy fire vehicles, close combat vehicles, and other multifunctional military all-terrain vehicles. According to different characteristics, each vehicle had a detailed classification of load capacity, with a minimum load of 2.5 tons and a maximum load reaching as high as 4.8 tons. Looking at these figures in his mind, even Su Chun, who had developed a 6-wing heavy-duty drone, couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The new Dongfeng Mengshi had completely abandoned traditional concepts and technologies, achieving a more thorough improvement. Whether it was the vehicle body material, the power requirements, or functional roles, it was far ahead of the various military vehicles currently available in the country. Even when compared to the most advanced tactical vehicles from another country, Su Chun was confident that the Dongfeng Mengshi in his mind was far superior. For a moment, even Su Chun felt his breath quicken. If in the future the military could use vehicles produced by his company to engage in combat, it would be an exhilarating experience. Moreover, with the military as a backing, would they have to fear those with power and influence anymore? Good. Thinking of this, Su Chun couldn't help but burst into laughter. Some staff members outside the office were puzzled when they heard Su Chun's laughter. What happened to the boss? Just a few days ago, he was complaining in the office, and now he seemed so happy? Su Chun didn't care about their reactions at all. His mind was already made up. He was determined to secure this military order. After absorbing all the knowledge about military all-terrain vehicles, Su Chun turned to another tender document that he had just set aside. Looking at this tender document issued by a certain consortium, Su Chun fell into deep thought. He didn't want to contribute anything to that country, but if he could make some money off them in this regard, he was somewhat interested. With a cost of several million in local currency for each unit, selling it to them for $10 million each seemed quite reasonable. Before long, after inputting the detailed requirements for this batch of special steel cables into the system's search box, a large amount of unfamiliar information quickly appeared in Su Chun's mind. K10 high-strength special steel cable. The entire cable is made of high-strength composite steel wire, which is woven into parallel wire bundles and spiral wire bundles using specialized weaving equipment. The woven wire bundles are then processed precisely and assembled into the K10 high-strength special steel cable. Looking at the multitude of data in his mind, Su Chun felt overwhelmed, especially when he saw the production method of the high-strength composite steel wire, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. For just this millimeter-level steel wire, a large number of chemical elements are required, which need to be fused, allocated, and adjusted through specific methods to obtain a 2-millimeter wire. This cable requires 12 of these specifications of steel wire. Su Chun shook his head. It seems that earning money from these foreign entities is not that easy. Soon, after digesting all the knowledge, Su Chun prepared to organize the data in his mind. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After a period of hard work, Su Chun finally organized the relevant information about the Dongfeng Mengshi and K10 high-strength special steel cable. Looking at the masterpieces placed on the table, Su Chun nodded in satisfaction. With these 2 pieces of information, securing orders from the military and the financial consortium should not be a difficult task. The products generated by the system are all high quality, and Su Chun does not believe there are others in the world who can develop these 2 products like he has. Clapping his hands, Su Chun called his secretary, Li Xiaoyan, through the internal phone. Take these 2 pieces of information to the procurement department and have them submit the data on these documents along with our quotes. Hearing Su Chun's words, Li Xiaoyan was somewhat puzzled. 3 days ago, he showed no interest. Why was he suddenly presenting so much information today? She knew how stringent the bidding requirements were from the financial consortium and the Southern Military District. As a small company, how could they be interested? Initially, she merely followed the routine of having Su Chun review the proposals submitted by the departments below, not intending for him to approve them. But today, recalling that she hadn't seen Su Chun during the past 3 days, Li Xiaoyan's expression changed instantly, filled with disbelief. Could it be that during these 3 days, the young CEO before her solved all these problems and even produced a detailed plan? How is that possible? When she saw the quoted amounts on the documents, she gasped in surprise. K10 high-strength special steel cable $1 million each. The new Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicle, 1 million local currency each. Noticing the young lady's reaction, Su Chen asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Hearing Su Chen's voice, Li Xiaoyan, still in shock, suppressed her astonishment, paused, and hesitantly said, "Mr. Su, is this quoted amount too high?" Hearing the other person's words, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, "How is that possible? I have calculated that the manufacturing cost of this K10 high-strength special steel cable is about 8 million local currency per piece, while the cost price of this Dongfeng Warrior should be around 700,000 local currency. With such a fair price, how could it be too high?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan's mouth twitched. A product costing 8 million local currency, and you are quoting 1 million in a foreign currency? Is that really fair? Do you have a misunderstanding of this phrase? Li Xiaoyan shook her head and chose not to dwell on it. After all, the other party was her superior, and whatever he said went. Just as Li Xiaoyan was about to take the documents to the procurement department, Su Chen's voice came again. "How many steel pipes has the production department produced now?" Li Xiaoyan turned her head and replied, "The third batch has been completed, and the remaining ones should be finished within half a month." Su Chen nodded, also having his plans in mind. He certainly did not want to lose a valuable client like Hunter due to delays in delivery. Chapter 23 Monopoly Market? Government Building, Nanshan County. Today, after organizing the relevant documents at the company, Su Chen hurriedly rushed over here. After some time of production, the batch of steel pipes ordered by Hunter was nearing completion, and after seeing the bidding documents from the Morgan Group and the military, Su Chen planned to continue expanding the company's scale. In his previous life, Su Chen was well aware that the profit from vehicles was substantial. If he could successfully enter the vehicle sector, would the company ever lack funds in the future? Therefore, in the past 2 days, Su Chen had asked Li Xiaoyan to start preparing the relevant documents to establish a subsidiary, intending to complete all the formalities at the Industry and Commerce Bureau today. Actually, these matters did not require Su Chen to come in person. But since his last visit to the Industry and Commerce Bureau, where he witnessed the warm attitude of the bureau chief, he decided to cultivate a good relationship with Director Sunday. After all, many of the company's future matters might involve the Industry and Commerce Bureau. And if he could establish a connection with Director Sun, wouldn't the company's future development be smooth sailing? Upon entering the government building, Su Chen took the elevator and pressed the button for the 5th floor. Ding! As the elevator bell rang, the doors slowly opened. "Mr. Su, here for business again today?" Before stepping out of the elevator, Su Chen heard the voice of a middle-aged man. He glanced at the man and recognized him as the deputy director of the Market Management Department. Su Chen blinked. The Market Management Department was a powerful entity responsible for managing market order and supervising commodity transactions, and it was crucial not to offend them. If he offended the deputy director, they might create difficulties for the company. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly smiled and said, "Director Song, what a coincidence." As they chatted, Su Chen took out a pack of cigarettes from his bag and offered one to the deputy director. "It's just that there have been some issues with the company's recent production, so I specifically came to see Director Sunday." Director Song glanced at Su Chen, a smirk on his face as he accepted the cigarette. "Mr. Su, it seems you came early today, or rather, at the right time. Director Sun is currently discussing your company, Zhongtian Industries, with a few other company heads." Hearing this, Su Chen was puzzled. What did he mean? Director Sun was talking about his company? Looking at the mischievous smile on Director Song's face, Su Chen glanced around and, noticing no one was watching, discreetly pulled out another pack of cigarettes from his bag and slipped it into the deputy director's pocket, asking curiously, "Director Song, do you know what Director Sun said today?" Feeling the extra item in his pocket, Director Song nodded with a smile and said, "This morning, several steel plant directors from the southern suburbs came to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to complain about your Zhongtian Industries, alleging that you're monopolizing the market and maliciously raising prices." Upon hearing this explanation, Su Chen couldn't help but twitch his lips, his mind filled with questions. When did I monopolize the market? When did I raise prices? Suppressing a curse under his breath, Su Chen smiled and said to Minister Song, who was about to leave, "Minister Song, thank you this time. If you're free later, I'd like to treat you to a simple meal." He paused and quickly added, "I hope you don't misunderstand. It's just a casual meal, definitely nothing extravagant." However, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Minister Song shook his head with a smile and replied, "Mr. Su, it's no big deal. Your company is well regarded by the county, and the Bureau will certainly offer some assistance. There's no need to be so polite. We'll be in touch often in the future. So let us skip the meal this time. Next time, I'll make sure you host. Hearing this, Suchin nodded with a smile. Of course. If you're still unwilling to accept next time, I might just have to make a scene at the bureau. At this, even Minister Song, who was in his 40s, nearly stumbled, shaking his head with a wry smile. After briefly discussing a few matters, he took his leave. Once Minister Song walked away, Suchin headed straight for Director Sun's office. The entire bureau was located on the 5th floor of the government building, arranged in a U-shape, with the director's office at the far end of the southern section. Since Su Chun had been there before, he quickly reached the office door. However, before he could knock, he heard a series of intense complaints from inside. Director Sun, you really need to manage this well. Recently, Zhongtian Industrial Group has been aggressively purchasing steel materials from the market, which has caused the remaining steel prices to soar, now twice what they used to be. If this continues and Zhongtian disrupts the market order, how are we small factories supposed to survive? Yes, Director Sun, Zhongtian's actions have essentially monopolized the steel manufacturing industry in our county. If we don't take strong measures, they will become lawless. Listening to the voices coming from inside, Su Chun felt a chill in his heart, and his expression darkened. Damn it, these guys are blaming me when their factories are struggling? I'm just buying at market prices. What does it have to do with me if unscrupulous vendors raise prices? Meanwhile, Director Sun inside the office also looked somewhat displeased. He had been observing Zhongtian's recent development, and it baffled him that they would dare to come here to complain about such a capable and ambitious company. They should reflect on the state of their own factories. When supply is insufficient, prices naturally rise, and these increases are reasonable. There was no evidence that Zhongtian had deliberately monopolized the steel materials to inflate prices for profit. How could a law-abiding company intentionally seek trouble? Moreover, Zhongtian was already a candidate for a star enterprise the county wanted to cultivate. If any issues arose here, wouldn't that be self-defeating? After listening to everyone's complaints, Director Sun, with an annoyed expression, said, market prices are determined this way. Everything that the industrial group does is within the rules, and there's nothing out of line. The rise in market prices is due to those suppliers and has nothing to do with the industrial group. If you had even half of their capability, you wouldn't be in this situation. Seeing Director Sun's displeased demeanor, the expressions of several people turned hesitant. Why was Director Sun only defending the other party? They were the victims, after all. Just as one of them was about to speak up, Director Sun waved his hand and said impatiently, all right, everyone go back. This matter ends here. Whether you have competition with the industrial group or personal grievances, as long as you don't engage in illegal activities, you can do as you wish. After saying this, Director Sun no longer paid attention to the group and continued to focus on the documents on his desk. The others in the office, witnessing Director Sun's attitude, instantly felt disheartened. It seemed that finding legal trouble for the industrial group was not going to happen. They exchanged wry smiles, shook their heads, and turned to leave without continuing to make things difficult for themselves. Chapter 24. Establishing a subsidiary. Just as a few individuals opened the door, they spotted a sneaky young man standing at the entrance, looking around and seemingly unsure of what he was observing. Is that Su Chen? One of them quickly recognized him, pointing a finger and wearing a somewhat grim expression. It was this guy who had caused their factory to be unable to procure raw materials and secure orders. Upon being recognized, Su Chen remained calm, smiling at them as he waved his hand and said, "Good morning, everyone. What a coincidence to run into you here at the business administration office so early in the morning." After speaking, Su Chen pointed towards Director Sun in the office, his eyes revealing a hint of provocation. The others quickly grasped his implication, and their expressions darkened. Could it be that this guy was invited by Director Sun? Did he really have a connection with him? They glanced at the arrogant Su Chen, then turned in unison to look at Director Sun, who had been smiling at them from inside the office. Instantly, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. It seemed there was indeed something to it, and it was no wonder that Director Sun favored the Zhongtian Industrial Group so much. Without further conversation with Su Chen, they scoffed internally and hastily left the scene. Watching their somewhat dejected figures, Su Chen felt quite satisfied, cursing them in his mind before turning around and happily heading towards the office. As soon as he stepped through the office door, Su Chen instantly resumed a serious demeanor. After all, he was facing the head of the business administration office, who controlled the entire commercial system of the county. If he offended the other party, no matter how capable he was, he might never be able to do business in this area again. Meanwhile, Sun Chenghong, who had been sitting in his chair, found it amusing to see such an unserious young man, hardly able to imagine that this young man was actually the CEO of a company. He couldn't help but wonder what the workers under this guy's command must be thinking. Sun Chenghong said with a hint of annoyance, "Su Zong, is there something you need today?" Upon hearing this, Su Chun felt a pang of unease. Not long ago, he had still been called Little Su. Why was he being addressed as Su Zong today? Was there something he had done poorly that made Director Sun dissatisfied? After a quick mental scan, Su Chin smiled and replied, "Director Sun, you speak as if I can't just come to the business administration office to check in as the top supervisor of all enterprises in our county." Looking at the young man with a mischievous smile, Sun Chenghong retorted, "If you have something to say, say it. If not, then leave. The business administration office doesn't keep idle people." Hearing this, Su Chun immediately felt relieved. It was nice to hear such straightforwardness. After sitting down opposite Sun Chenghong, he continued, "Director Sun, I actually have something important to discuss today." As he spoke, Su Chin took out documents from his briefcase and handed them to Sun Chenghong. Upon hearing that there was a legitimate matter at hand, Sun Chenghong's interest was piqued. He put down his pen and accepted the documents. "Oh, what brings you here personally, Mr. Su?" Su Chun awkwardly smiled and continued, "It's like this. Our Zhongtian Industrial Group is preparing to establish a subsidiary recently, so I came here specifically to handle the necessary procedures." A subsidiary? Upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, Director Sun's expression instantly darkened. He had high hopes for the Zhongtian Industrial Group, led by Su Chun, and had previously mentioned it publicly in front of Secretary Wang. Secretary Wang had also openly stated in front of many county officials that they should support this company. Although he didn't directly say they would assist the company, it was clear to everyone that the county intended to transform Zhongtian Industrial Group into a star enterprise. However, it was still a small company, and just a few months ago, it faced the risk of a broken capital chain. Although this young man had revived the company and implemented significant reforms, Zhongtian Industrial Group was still a small firm with fewer than 500 registered employees. Wasn't it a bit too ambitious to establish a subsidiary at this scale? Sun Chenghong put down the materials in his hand, looked at Su Chun with a serious expression, and said, "Su Chun, isn't this a bit reckless? With the scale of your company, you want to establish a subsidiary?" Sun Chenghong glanced at Su Chun, who still wore a smile, shook his head, and continued, "I know you're young and want to achieve great things, but these things can be done step by step. There's no need to rush. Your immediate priority is to steadily improve and strive to build your company's core competitiveness. I've looked into it. Your company currently only has one client from a certain region, and you haven't even successfully opened up the domestic market. Based on this, how can you dare to consider this matter?" Su Chun understood that Sun Chenghong meant well, but he was determined to establish the subsidiary. After all, there was a significant order from the military and Morgan Group. His company was an industrial one and did not have the qualifications to produce vehicles. To manufacture the Dongfeng Mengsher military off-road vehicle, establishing Zhongtian Vehicle Company, Limited was imperative. Seeing the resolute expression on Sun Chenghong's face, Su Chun directly mentioned the tender documents from earlier. "Director Sun, I can tell you the truth without fear. Our company has already accepted an order from the Southern Theater Command to produce a multifunctional military off-road vehicle, but we currently lack the qualifications in this regard, which is why I'm in such a hurry." Of course, the statement about accepting a military order was false. Su Chun had submitted the vehicle information in quotation amounts, but nearly 10 days had passed without an accurate response. However, seeing that Sun Chenghong was about to reject his proposal to establish a subsidiary, Su Chun had no choice but to lie. When Sun Chenghong heard that Su Chun had accepted a military order, he suddenly stood up, looking at Su Chun in shock. "What? You mean the batch of orders that were recently tendered by the military?" Looking at Su Chin's confident response, Sun Chenghong was immensely shocked. How could this be possible? The military's bidding process has always been stringent, and the products they bid for are extremely difficult to manufacture. How could a small company like Su Chin's have the capability to take on such orders? Fortunately, after years of navigating the official circles, Sun Chenghong quickly regained his composure after the brief shock. He looked at the young man across from him, momentarily at a loss for words. It seemed he had underestimated the other party's abilities. Shaking his head, he couldn't help but feel that he was indeed getting older. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Chenghong looked at Su Chun again and said with a smile, "Well then, since that's the case, I won't say much more. I will notify the relevant departments shortly. You just need to take these materials over." Hearing these words, Su Chun nodded vigorously, preparing to leave with the documents. but was caught off guard when Sun Chunghong's voice came again. Xiao Chun, now that you have established a connection with the military, you must ensure this matter is handled properly. Don't let us down in Nanzhou County. Su Chen did not respond this time, but nodded earnestly, his gaze resolute. Chapter 25, Starting a Company and Buying Land. After completing all the procedures, Su Chen left the government building and drove away. However, not long after Su Chen's departure, a wave of angry shouts echoed throughout the government building. The citizens who had come to handle their affairs were startled by the commotion, fearing that something had gone wrong. What did you say? Zhongtian Industrial Group has not taken any military orders at all. In the office, Sun Xinghong stood up in anger after hearing his subordinate's report, his old face darkening as he glared at the subordinate not far away, raising his voice. Director, according to the information we found online, since the military issued the bidding announcement 10 days ago, no company has met the military's requirements, so currently, no company has taken on these orders. Listening to his subordinate, Sun Xinghong slammed the table, somewhat angrily laughing. It seems I've been tricked by that little brat. Hearing Sun's muttering, the subordinate tentatively asked, Is it Mr. Su? Sun Chunghong snorted coldly, his expression not showing much anger, and replied, Who else could it be? That little brat just told me that their company has already taken the military orders, and they came to handle the qualifications for producing vehicles. Unexpectedly, this kid was full of lies and even had the audacity to deceive me. After hearing the director's words, the subordinate's eyes widened in disbelief. Sun Xinghong was known for being strict in their bureau, hardly tolerating any mistakes, and had high expectations for his subordinates. But now what kind of person was Su Chen? He actually dared to fool Director Sun, and after doing so, he didn't even provoke his anger. Moreover, looking at the director's expression, there was even a hint of satisfaction. For a moment, the subordinate felt a bit envious of Su Chen. If he could learn this method, wouldn't he thrive in the bureau in the future? Sun Chunghong shook his head and continued. You go inform Song Chungwen from the Market Management Department to pay attention to Zhongtian Industrial Group during this time. Notify me immediately if there is any news. The subordinate nodded. They had become quite familiar with Zhongtian Industrial Group recently, as it was mentioned in the list of supported enterprises issued from above, and during meetings, the director often brought up Su Chen's name. Thus, naturally, everyone in the bureau came to know about Zhongtian Industrial Group. Hearing the director's instructions, the subordinate was filled with curiosity and admiration for Mr. Su, reaching a peak. Truly an extraordinary person, deceiving a director who was always stern, and not only did he not anger him, but in the end, the director was even willing to provide support. Watching the subordinate leave, Sun Xinghong grumbled a few more words about that brat in his heart before sitting back down to continue processing the documents in front of him. Upon returning to the company, Su Chen didn't waste any time. After getting out of the car, he headed straight to the office. Once seated, he looked at Li Xiaoyan, whom he had just called in, handed her the documents in his hand, and smiled, saying, Please keep these materials safe. Upload the relevant qualification documents of the subsidiary online first. Also during this time, check online to see if there is any excess land available for sale in the area, preferably with a larger size. As soon as Su Chen asked this question, Li Xiaoyan responded directly, Mr. Su, I checked yesterday, and there is a piece of land in the southern outskirts that is available for sale, scheduled for 10 days from now. Hearing her words, Su Chen nodded in satisfaction. He trusted Li Xiaoyan's personal abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have specifically chosen her from hundreds of resumes to be his secretary. By the way, have the orders from the Middle East been completed? Su Chen inquired again. Li Xiaoyan nodded slightly and replied, We are now in the final stages. It should take about 5 more days to deliver everything. Su Chen nodded, already aware of the company's production progress. After giving her a few more instructions, he let her leave. Once Li Xiaoyan left, Su Chen didn't idle either. He took out a set of blueprints from his drawer and began optimizing them. As for the special steel cables bid by the group, Su Chen wasn't in the mood to deal with them, and considering the high costs. If they ultimately didn't accept their quotation, it would be like shooting himself in the foot. Therefore, the production of the K-10 high-strength special steel cables would have to wait until their company successfully secured the contract from the group. Just like that. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. After the last batch of 150-diameter steel pipes was loaded onto the truck, the entire factory erupted in a warm cheer. What they saw were not just cold steel pipes. Those represented their hard work and the bonuses the company would reward them with. Last time, even with 5,000 pipes, each of them received a substantial reward. This time, with over 10,000 pipes, wouldn't it be even more? Thus, Everyone present was exceptionally excited, including the new employees, who were also thrilled to see their company complete another large order, making them even more hopeful about their future. After briefly motivating everyone, Su-chun climbed back onto the truck, ready to accompany this batch of goods to the dock for delivery. Initially, the company staff were against him going personally, as it seemed inappropriate for the CEO to expose himself like before. However, Su-chun thought that he might need to squeeze some money out of Hunter later, so he insisted on going despite the objections. Moreover, he still hadn't found a buyer for the Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicle he developed. If the military ultimately disagreed with their quotation, wouldn't he be in a difficult position? Of course, what Su-chun sold to this guy was definitely vehicles without combat capabilities. He wasn't that kind-hearted. He just slightly downgraded the logistics-type military off-road vehicles and packed them to sell to this individual. As for the performance and battlefield awareness off-road vehicles, if the military did not agree in the end, he planned to keep this matter to himself. Since he couldn't help the nation, he wouldn't let others benefit either. One truck after another drove in an orderly manner towards the dock, and Su-chun, sitting in the vehicle, was thoughtfully stroking his chin, contemplating the company's future direction. Meanwhile, at the dock, Hunter and his companions had been waiting for a long time. After receiving the delivery information sent by Su-chun, they had rushed to the dock early in the morning. The dock was about a 3-hour drive from the industrial group, so it wasn't long before Hunter and the others saw several trucks entering the dock in an orderly fashion from a distance. Chapter 26. Delivery, Incoming Funds of 5 million. As soon as Su-chun got out of the car, he saw Hunter and his group walking towards him. After not seeing Hunter for a long time, Su-chun felt an indescribable emotion, especially when he noticed that every time Hunter saw him, he wore a smile and even showed a hint of gratitude. Su-chun couldn't stand that expression, which always made him feel a bit guilty. Hunter had helped him so much, yet he was constantly thinking about how to take advantage of him. Shaking his head, Su-chun pushed those thoughts aside. After all, their country was so wealthy. What was a little extra for him? Regaining his composure, Su-chun straightened his clothing and quickly walked up to Hunter. As soon as he reached him, Su-chun extended his hands to shake Hunter's, expressing, "Brother Hunter, I've really missed you during this time. It's been a few days since we last met, and Mr." Hunter looked so haggard. While holding on to Hunter's hands, Su-chun made sure not to let go, and he discreetly observed Hunter's face. Although Hunter always had a smile, Su-chun could see the dark circles under his eyes, suggesting that Hunter had been burning the midnight oil recently. Seeing such a warm Su-chun, Hunter felt a warmth in his heart. Ever since they collaborated twice, Hunter had decided to sincerely befriend this person. In their country, especially for government officials like them, friendship was a coveted relationship. Those who appeared close often had ulterior motives and could not truly connect. But unexpectedly, Hunter had found a real friend in a foreign land. Thinking about how Su-chun had given up significant domestic profits to help their country, Hunter felt immense gratitude. He had already resolved to secure more benefits for Su-chun in their next collaboration. Hunter shook his head and said with a wry smile, "There have been some issues with domestic companies that needed my attention. I just arrived in Nanhai County from the capital the day before yesterday." Hearing this, Su-chun nodded and feigned concern, saying, "Brother Hunter, you must take care of yourself. If anything happens to you, I would lose a true friend in this world." Hunter felt touched again by Su-chun's words and quickly waved his hand, smiling. "Let us not talk about that. I came all the way from the capital today just to have a good drink with you, Brother Su. You must oblige." Upon hearing this, Su-chun burst into hearty laughter. "Absolutely. Today, we won't leave until we're drunk." The rest of the time, Su-chun engaged in light conversation with Hunter, while the few individuals who had been with Hunter went to inspect the containers. As before, they were extremely serious about their inspection, as if they wanted to check every single steel pipe. It lasted nearly 3 hours before a few people finally returned to Hunter's side. They nodded at him, spoke a few words in a foreign language, and then fell silent again. Watching them, Su-chun was filled with curiosity about where Hunter had found these bodyguards. The individuals were incredibly tall, and despite their black attire, Su-chun could clearly see their exaggerated muscles. Just by looking at them, one could tell they had undergone extremely rigorous training. It would take at least a decade to develop such physiques. He thought about how impressive it would be to have such striking bodyguards by his side when he went out in the future. While Su-chun's thoughts drifted, Hunter's voice came through again. "Mr. Su, I've already transferred the remaining payment to your company account. Please check, and if everything is in order, shall we go out for a meal together?" Upon hearing this, Su-chun refocused, pretending to be nonchalant as he took out his phone to check. Wow. Even though he had anticipated this, Su Chun was still somewhat shocked when he saw the increased balance. A total of $5.4 million, which converted to approximately 41.04 million in local currency. The total contract amount was $9 million, with 40 already paid as a deposit, amounting to $3.6 million. After the recent expansion, there was hardly anything left in the company account, but now with the additional $5.4 million, the account was instantly replenished. Thinking of this, Su Chun couldn't help but feel excited. Every penny of that money was hard-earned. He tucked his phone into his pocket, placed a hand on Hunter's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Let us go, Hunter. No need to say anything else. Today I'm treating. We won't stop until we're drunk." With that, after all the cargo was loaded onto the ship, Su Chun sent all the truck drivers back and took Hunter straight to the best restaurant in the area. The Drunken Immortal restaurant, as the oldest and most highly rated restaurant in the vicinity, was always packed. Many people came for its reputation. After parking the car by the roadside, Su Chun led Hunter directly into the restaurant. Without checking the prices, Su Chun asked the restaurant manager to clear out a private room for them. The manager, recognizing their status, was quick to accommodate them, eager to provide excellent service. "This way, gentlemen, I'll take you to your private room." Under the manager's guidance, Su Chun and Hunter soon found themselves in an exquisitely decorated private room. After sitting down, Su Chun didn't even look at the menu. He smiled at the attentive manager and said, "Bring me all of your signature dishes and 2 bottles of Mao Tai as well." Hearing this, the manager was almost beaming with joy. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a lucrative business deal. After Su Chun finished speaking, he looked up at the other person and continued, "Today, I intend to enjoy this time with my friend without any interruptions. Unless I grant permission, no one is allowed to come in and disturb us, understood?" Hearing this, the other person dared not oppose and quickly nodded. "Boss, you can rest assured. Absolutely no one will come in to disturb the two of you." Once that person left, Su Chun began to chat casually with Hunter beside him. The serving of dishes was not very quick. It took nearly an hour to bring all the dishes to the table. After a few glasses of liquor, Hunter's face began to redden slightly. Seeing him like this, Su Chun put down his glass and tentatively asked, "Mr. Hunter, I've heard that there are often some dangers in your mining area?" At this question, Hunter's mind cleared up a bit. He didn't want Su Chun to know that he was not really a company leader, but rather a high-ranking military official from another country. Moreover, all the steel pipes they had been sold were actually gun barrels, and once assembled into weapons, they would be sent to the front lines. Given the military control over such weapons, if the other party learned about this, they would definitely stop supplying them with gun barrels in the future. Hunter quickly waved his hand, his expression evasive. Indeed, mining operations often go down dozens of meters underground, and even with complete safety measures, accidents can still happen. Not to make you laugh, Mr. Su, but just last month, our mining area had a particularly severe accident, resulting in the deaths of several workers. As he spoke, Hunter took a big swig of liquor, looking heartbroken. If there were outsiders present, they would surely think he was an extremely kind and compassionate leader. Chapter 27: Hunter's shock. Seeing the other party's expression, Su Chun was slightly taken aback. He had just mentioned it casually. Could it really be true? He still had a pile of talking points in mind. Safety requires ample preparation in advance. One must not wait until something happens before thinking about remedies. Just like that, I have just developed a vehicle specifically for rescue operations that can completely ignore the rugged roads of your mining area and promptly transport the injured to hospitals for treatment. This talking point had taken him a long time to come up with at the company, and now the other party was not following the script. Su Chun shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. Since he now had an excuse, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. "Hey, Brother Hunter, don't be too upset. These things are unpredictable. If anyone is to blame, it can only be the misfortune of the workers. You shouldn't take all the responsibility on yourself. Moreover, regretting now is pointless. What you should be thinking about is how to thoroughly prevent such accidents in the future." At this point, Su Chun glanced at Hunter from the corner of his eye and saw it was time to continue. "Brother Hunter, don't think that I'm not helping you. Recently, our company has developed a rescue off-road vehicle specifically designed for complex terrains and harsh environments. If you equipped each of your mining areas with a few of these, they could absolutely transport injured workers to hospitals in the first instance." He then went on to explain the detailed specifications of this logistics military off-road vehicle. Of course, these specifications were a modified version that Su Chun had tailored. Meanwhile, Hunter was unaware of this. Even the modified version left him in shock. It could carry two tons, seat 6 people, and even accommodate 3 stretchers? Was this really an off-road vehicle? However, as a senior military officer from a certain country, Hunter immediately thought about how incredible this vehicle would be if deployed on the battlefield. It could carry over 2 tons of ammunition and under full load. It could reach an astonishing speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Moreover, from what the other party said, this off-road vehicle utilized the most advanced independent front suspension and rear double-leaf spring suspension chassis system in the world, making it capable of navigating extremely complex environments with ease. What kind of rescue vehicle was this? It was practically a battlefield weapon. If a Gatling gun were mounted on it, wouldn't it sweep across the battlefield? Such a strong load capacity, such a spacious interior, and such a powerful power and defense system, and they were planning to use this for rescue? Wasn't that a waste? As he watched Su Chun speak passionately, Hunter's eyes turned red, fixating on him. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. He must get this type of off-road vehicle back to his home country. As Su Chun was still trying to promote the vehicle, he was startled to see the other person in such a state. He initially thought the person had been drinking, so he quickly patted him on the back and anxiously said, "Hey, what's wrong? Why didn't you tell me you're allergic to alcohol? Let us go to the hospital." As he spoke, Su Chun stood up, preparing to pull him outside. On the other hand, Hunter felt a bit embarrassed at that moment. He hadn't expected to react so excitedly upon hearing about the performance of the off-road vehicle. Shaking off Su Chun's hand, he waved his arms dismissively and said, "Su, it's nothing, really. I just got a bit too excited earlier, that's all." Hearing this, Su Chun was slightly taken aback. Excited? I was just promoting an off-road vehicle. What's there to get excited about? It almost scared me to death. Su Chun took a deep breath, trying to suppress his urge to kick someone. Seeing Su Chun's expression, Hunter realized he had indeed behaved a bit inappropriately. He quickly picked up a glass of wine from the table and said to him, "I'm sorry, I really got a bit too excited earlier. I was just thinking about how I could do something for the workers in our company's mining area, so I couldn't help myself. Su, I apologize. Let this drink be my apology." Su Chun's anger had already dissipated, so he didn't pay much attention. However, when he heard that Hunter was interested in the Dongfeng Mengshi he designed, his eyes lit up. Hiss, could it be that Hunter is truly a benefactor in my life? Why is he interested in everything I develop? Is this what they call fate? Watching Hunter down the drink, Su Chun felt no resentment at all and directly pulled him to sit down, smiling as he said, "Hunter, there is no need for that. We're close enough that we don't need to go through all this formality. Let us not talk about it, as long as you need it. I'll give you a 20% discount on this off-road vehicle." Seeing Su Chun make the gesture for 8, Hunter hurriedly brushed it away, saying somewhat apologetically, "How can I let you go to such lengths, Su? Last time with the drone, you already gave me a huge discount. This time, no matter what, it should be the proper price. Please don't shortchange me." Looking at Hunter's serious demeanor, Su Chun felt a bit dazed. Did he really give him a discount on the drone last time? That drone only cost about 10,000 in local currency, and the price he quoted Hunter was as high as 30,000. Was that even a discount? Full of confusion, Su Chun wondered if his market perception was that poor. Was the price of the drone not too high, but rather too low? During this time, he knew that the drone they launched domestically had received very poor feedback. Essentially, no one was buying it, and in the 2 months since, their company had sold fewer drones in total than the amount Hunter had bought in one go. The locals either complained that the drone's price was too high or criticized its features as being too lackluster, hardly comparable to those produced by a well-known manufacturer. For a period of time, Su Chun had some doubts in his mind about whether his pricing was indeed too high. However, when he recalled the intense gaze of interest from Hunter upon hearing that their company's drone was priced at only 30,000, he decided to maintain the original price. After thinking it over, Su Chun felt it might be due to the wealth of the people in that region, which made them perceive the price of 30,000 as not too high. Nodding to himself, he believed this was the case. Noticing that Su Chun was deep in thought, Hunter cautiously asked, "Su, may I know the price of the rescue-type off-road vehicle developed by your company?" Chapter 28, An Order of 50 Vehicles, Military Curiosity. Looking at the sincere Hunter, Su Chun waved his hand and casually said, "Oh, it's not much, 500,000 per vehicle." Upon hearing this price, Hunter's expression clearly showed some hesitation. It wasn't that he thought the off-road vehicle wasn't worth 500,000. He simply felt that spending 500,000 $100,000 on a military off-road vehicle seemed a bit extravagant. Understanding Hunter's reaction, Su-chun pretended to be sincere and said, "This price is still considering our relationship, you know. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be this price. I don't mind telling you, the off-road vehicle we developed is directly supplied to the military, and the price is as high as 1 million. If it weren't for our connection, this 500,000 price would revert to the original." Hearing this, even Hunter was somewhat shocked. The off-road vehicle was actually supplied to the military? No wonder its performance was so high. After thinking for a moment, Hunter immediately made a decision and said with a smile, "Then it's settled. I'll order 50 units to take back for a trial. If the results are good, I'll continue to purchase more next time." 50 units? Wow. Although Su-chen's face remained calm, his heart was already in turmoil. At 500,000 per logistical military off-road vehicle, 50 units would total 25 million. Converted to local currency, that would be 190 million. After quickly calculating in his mind, Su-chen couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that he was about to become a billionaire? Seeing Su-chen's flushed face, Hunter was somewhat puzzled and asked, "Brother Su, what's wrong? Is the quantity I ordered too small, making production difficult?" Lost in thoughts about 190 million, Su-chun was jolted awake by Hunter's question. Quickly adjusting his emotions, he hurriedly said, No, it's just that I thought of something and got a bit too excited." How could he be unhappy? Inside, he was already overwhelmed with excitement. In the following time, Hunter asked Su-chun for more detailed information about the off-road vehicle. For a wealthy person like Hunter, Su-chun naturally shared everything he knew without reservation. Meanwhile, in the Southern Theater Command, they were also processing the bids submitted by various automotive manufacturers across the country. The military's primary concern was undoubtedly the original manufacturer of the off-road vehicle, the Dongfeng Motor Corporation. As a leading figure in the automotive industry, Dongfeng Motor Corporation was far ahead of other companies in various capabilities. This was also why the military was so concerned about them. Initially, the military's plan was to directly award the order to Dongfeng Motor Corporation, but for some unknown reason, the Defense Ministry suddenly changed its decision to open the bidding to the public. Among them, only a handful of personnel in the military know the reasons behind it. In the Southern Theater Command, there are several staff members dressed in military green, seriously examining something in front of their computers. Since the announcement of the bidding scheme, hundreds of automotive manufacturers nationwide have participated, but the people present can only shake their heads at the submitted data. Sigh. How long are we going to process all these documents? I mean, wouldn't it be better to just hand this batch of orders to a certain automotive group? After all, weren't they the ones providing them? Why did the Ministry of Defense suddenly change its decision this time? A middle-aged man, looking weary, complained in the silent office. They have been working overtime these days to handle these bidding documents, but none have met the standards. It's either the vehicle body strength is insufficient, or the performance of the cars doesn't qualify, leading these individuals to question the purpose of this bidding. Hearing the complaint, the others present did not refute him. Clearly, everyone agreed with this viewpoint. Who can blame them? Look at the data submitted by these companies. Some even dared to submit proposals for vehicles with a payload capacity of only 1.2 tons. Do they really think our military is collecting junk? Old Wong, yours is still acceptable. I just saw a company that submitted data that is simply absurd, with a payload of only 680 kilograms, enough space for only 4 passengers, and a maximum speed of just 150 kilometers per hour. As he spoke, the man shook his head, a bitter smile on his face. He truly didn't understand why these companies were participating in their bidding. With such vehicles, one wouldn't expect them to have any standing, even in the market. Just then, a slightly younger staff member sitting by the door made a soft sound of surprise. "Xiaoli, what's up? Did you discover something?" Upon seeing the young man's puzzled expression, everyone turned to look at him. Noticing the attention, the young man raised his head and pointed at the computer screen, smiling wryly. "It's nothing much. I just saw that a steel company has also participated in our bidding." Hearing this, the others instantly lost interest. But the middle-aged man who had just complained laughed and said, "Xiaoli, what is so surprising about that? I've seen no less than 30 small companies in the past couple of days." However, before he could finish, Xiaoli interrupted again, "Everyone, I'm not surprised by the size of this company. Rather, this steel company doesn't even have the qualifications to manufacture cars. Since its establishment, its main business has only been low-tech products like mechanical parts or steel pipes." As his words sank in, the others became intrigued by this shameless company and stood up to look in Xiao Li's direction. Zhongtian Industrial Group Company, Limited. Soon, the name of a company caught everyone's attention. At first, no one realized anything was amiss. However, as Xiao Li moved the mouse, the expressions on everyone's faces began to change subtly. This company not only lacked the qualifications for automobile production, but it had also recently faced the risk of bankruptcy, and the original owner had run away with all the company's funds not long ago. Given such circumstances, how could they dare to bid on military contracts? Isn't that a bit too shameless? The small companies they had seen earlier at least had some knowledge of automobile production. What does this group have? Steel pipes? In a moment, the crowd gathered around the computer couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. They had never encountered such a brazen company before. Chapter 29 John S. Ecstasy. Even until the end, these people did not open the bid data submitted by this company. They didn't believe that cars produced by such a company could meet their requirements. Some even thought that this industrial company probably didn't even have the capability to manufacture cars. One person patted Xiao Li on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Xiao Li, just directly reject this kind of company. There's nothing worth looking at." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement with this viewpoint, including Xiao Li, who had been sitting by the computer and shared the same sentiment. This bidding process had over 100 companies participating, and if every company's submitted materials were to be reviewed carefully, it would take forever. Therefore, for companies that seemed dubious at first glance, many people wouldn't even bother to look at them. Thus, after Xiao Li rejected the bidding proposal from Zhongtian Industrial Group, the crowd dispersed and continued with their work. In stark contrast to the disarray here, the situation at the headquarters of Morgan Group across the Atlantic was completely different. In the president's office of the Morgan Group building, John Morgan, dressed in a black suit, was lazily reclining in the president's chair, holding a cigar and puffing smoke while looking at a middle-aged man across from him. "Lippy, how did the bidding for the aircraft carrier arrestor wire go?" Hearing John's inquiry, Lippy's face showed a hint of excitement as he nodded and said, "President, the bidding for the aircraft carrier arrestor wire was finalized yesterday. It's a company from a certain nation. The data they submitted fully complies with our company's regulations. In fact, the data submitted by this company exceeds our original specifications by a wide margin. Our engineers have discussed it, and if we manufacture according to this company's plan, the strength and lifespan of the aircraft carrier arrestor wire will see significant improvements." Upon hearing this, even John couldn't help but be taken aback. That nation? How is this possible? Their aircraft carrier arrestor wires have to be purchased from us. How could they produce such strong arrestor wires? Lippy, John's subordinate, was also somewhat puzzled. Ever since that nation built its first aircraft carrier, it had been purchasing arrestor wires from them. But now, a company from that nation had emerged in their bidding process, which raised suspicions. For now, I'm not sure. But based on the proposal submitted by that company, they should genuinely have the capability to manufacture the aircraft carrier arrestor wire we need. At this point, John paused slightly, glanced at Lippy, and continued, "Moreover, the quote from this company is only $10 million. What? Upon hearing this, John stood up excitedly, looking at Lippy with wide eyes. The aircraft carrier arrestor wire is only priced at $10 million? Is this company out of its mind? How could the price be so low? It is no wonder that John was so shocked. The manufacturing of aircraft carrier arrestor wires is extremely demanding, and even their country would need to invest a significant amount of funds to produce a qualified arrestor wire. Currently, the market price for the arrestor wires procured by the military has already reached $15 million, while this company from another nation is surprisingly selling them for only $10 million. Isn't that just giving away money? Moreover, there is only one company in their country capable of producing aircraft carrier arrestor wires, which is the Rockefeller Group, one of the top 5 financial conglomerates in their nation. The strength of this family is such that even the Morgan Group is somewhat inferior to them, both in economic power and political influence. Furthermore, only the Rockefeller Group possesses the manufacturing methods for these arrestor wires. Over the years, they have amassed immense wealth from the military contracts related to aircraft carrier arrestor wires. This has led many people in their country to become envious, which is why the Morgan Group decided to open bidding to the world. However, John did not expect that shortly after the bidding announcement was made, they would find a company capable of manufacturing them. Additionally, based on what Lippy just said, the steel cables produced by this company are more advanced than those made by the Rockefeller Group, yet they are priced $5 million cheaper. Thinking of this, John's eyes turned slightly red. If such high profits were in the hands of the Morgan Group, It would surely elevate their family's power to a new level. In an instant, John resolved to bring this small company from another nation under his control. Lippy, since that's the case, go investigate the background of the other company thoroughly. If feasible, try to acquire the company directly. If they refuse, it doesn't matter. Tell the team to keep their mouths shut and ensure this matter does not leak out. John said with a fierce look, his face darkened. If anyone reveals this to other companies, you know what to do. Lippy understood John's words well, nodded slightly, and then continued to inquire, President, how many arrestor wires should our company order this time? After pondering for a moment, John extended one finger and slowly said, let's order 100 for now and see how it goes. Upon receiving the reply, Lippy nodded earnestly. After reporting some company matters, he left. Once Lippy was gone, John let out a cold snort and said with a dark expression, Humph, Smith. This time I will make the Rockefeller family realize that our Morgan Group is not to be trifled with. On the other side, after finishing their drinks, the two men leaned on each other's shoulders and staggered out of the restaurant. The bodyguards waiting at the entrance rushed forward to assist Hunter. Two burly bodyguards each held Hunter's arms to prevent him from falling. Upon seeing a few subordinates, Hunter drunkenly said to two of them, you two must ensure that Mr. Sue gets home safely, understand? Naturally, the few did not dare to refute Hunter's command and quickly nodded in agreement. Thus, the two intoxicated individuals parted ways. Hunter was escorted back to a hotel in a certain county by several of his subordinates, while Su Chun was taken back to the Zhongtian Industrial Group by two of Hunter's other bodyguards. When Su Chun was helped into the car, he was already unconscious and did not wake up until the next day in his own bed. As soon as Su Chun opened his eyes, he felt a sharp headache and couldn't help but groan. He rubbed his head, trying to ease the throbbing pain, and after a while, he finally felt a bit better. However, just as he was about to sit up in bed, he felt something pressing down on his lower leg. Looking down, he saw Li Xiaoyan, dressed in professional attire with tousled hair, sprawled across his legs. Seeing this, a wry smile appeared on Su Chen's face. It seemed he had drunk too much yesterday and was taken home by Li Xiaoyan, who had cared for him all night. Chapter 30. Su Chen's surprise. Su Chen did not wake her up directly. After all, she had taken care of him all night. If he called her, it would seem too heartless. Time passed minute by minute until Li Xiaoyan groggily opened her eyes. She saw a handsome face smiling at her, and in that instant, Li Xiaoyan blushed and exclaimed, Ah? Li Xiaoyan jumped up, covering her flushed cheeks with both hands. Seeing her reaction, Su Chun was momentarily bewildered. He hadn't even done anything yet. Why was she reacting as if something was wrong with him? Su Chun raised his hands innocently and said, I swear, I didn't do anything. After a while, Li Xiaoyan finally calmed down, but her cheeks still showed a slight blush. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now. Seeing her apologize, Su Chun quickly waved his hand dismissively and said, It's no big deal, don't take it to heart. After saying that, Su Chun prepared to get out of bed, but as soon as he stood up, his leg, which Li Xiaoyan had pressed on all night, went numb, and he fell towards her. Seeing him about to fall, Li Xiaoyan rushed forward to support him. However, the next scene instantly made Li Xiaoyan blush again. Su Chen's head was buried tightly in her chest, and his hands inadvertently rested on her hips. As for Su Chun, he was in a state of bliss, feeling as if he were in a paradise. The sensation of softness on his face and arms, combined with a faint fragrance, made him feel utterly enchanted. But this feeling lasted only a few seconds before it vanished. Li Xiaoyan gasped again, pushed Su Chun away from her, and ran out of the bedroom without looking back. Fortunately, there was a large bed behind Su Chun. Otherwise, he would have certainly ended up with a minor injury from her push. At that moment, his leg still felt a bit numb, so Su Chun did not get up immediately. Lying on the bed, he felt the warmth on his cheeks and found it somewhat amusing. After a while, the sensation in his leg faded, and Su Chun stood up, changed into a fresh outfit, and headed straight to the living room. Su Chen's home was not like the luxurious villas depicted on television. It was an ordinary two-story small house, resembling the self-built homes in rural areas, with nothing extraordinary about it. Fortunately, during this time, Su Chun had purchased quite a few high-end pieces of furniture, which made the living room look somewhat upscale. Seeing Li Xiaoyan sitting on the sofa in a daze, Su Chun smiled slightly and said, I really lost my balance because my leg went numb. He did not dwell too much on what had just happened. After expressing a simple apology, he turned and walked towards the kitchen. Let's have breakfast together and then head to the office. Li Xiaoyan did not respond. Her cheeks were still flushed, and the scene from earlier kept replaying in her mind. She tightly gripped the hem of her clothes, lost in thought. Soon, Su-chun brought 2 simple breakfasts to the table, a sandwich, 2 fried eggs, and a glass of milk. What are you still doing standing there? Come over and eat breakfast. After calling out, Su-chun began to dig into his meal, while Li Xiaoyan, upon hearing his voice, softly replied and unconsciously walked over. At Zhongtian Industrial Group, after parking the car, Su-chun walked into the company and headed toward his office. As for Li Xiaoyan, the moment Su-chun drove into the company entrance, she anxiously got out of the car, as if she had encountered some villain, and hurriedly fled the scene. By 9 a.m., the company was already bustling with people, and when Li Xiaoyan got out of the car, countless eyes turned to look at her. Watching her jog with her head down, everyone smiled knowingly. What else could it be? It's definitely because President Su bullied Secretary Li. In the president's office, just as Su-chun took his seat, he heard a knock on the door. Come in. As soon as he spoke, a young man in his 20s quickly entered. Seeing Su-chun, who was about the same age, the young man appeared somewhat nervous and hesitated for a moment before starting his report. President Su, we have results from the bidding. The Southern War Zone has rejected our company's proposal. Before he could finish, Su-chun's expression darkened, and he felt a bit surprised. How could it be rejected? The model he designed, the Dongfeng Mengshi, should easily outperform the old version in every aspect. Anyone with a bit of common sense should know that. How could it possibly be rejected? Was there another company in the country that had developed a more advanced military off-road vehicle? Su-chun felt a bit regretful, but didn't show any unusual reactions. Just yesterday, Hunter had ordered 50 units, and he was determined to capture the market in the camel country. With such a wealthy country, he felt it would be a shame not to seize the opportunity. However, when he heard the young subordinate's next report, he became excited. The young man slowly said, "The Morgan Group seems very interested in our proposal. They ordered 100 units of the K-10 high-strength special steel cables all at once." It was clear that the young man was also somewhat thrilled. That was $1 million per cable, and they didn't hesitate at all, directly ordering a total of 100 units from their company. The other party really didn't treat money as important, such an expensive item, and they just bought it without a second thought. Initially, their entire procurement department felt it was hopeless when they saw the $1 million quote. Everyone believed it was just a deliberate ploy by their boss. After all, one set of quotes for military off-road vehicles is only 1 million local currency, while this seemingly ordinary steel cable is quoted at 10 million in some currency. Isn't this a joke? Who would be foolish enough to buy such a steel cable? Su-chun naturally had no idea about the thoughts of young men. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. He didn't expect that this group would actually purchase their company's special steel cable. The cost of this cable is only 10 million local currency. Yet they are willing to spend several times that amount. Is this group really that wealthy? Or are their decision-makers just not very smart? In an instant, Su-chun's impression of this consortium improved greatly. It seems he would need to do business with them more often in the future. Chapter 31 Acquisition. The auction begins. After a moment of contemplation, Su-chun nodded in satisfaction and said to the young subordinate, "All right, I understand. Your procurement department has done an excellent job this time. This year's year-end bonus for all employees in the procurement department will be doubled." Upon hearing this, the young man instantly blushed, looking exceptionally excited. He hadn't expected such a big surprise during this work report. Seeing his reaction, Su-chun smiled and continued, "All right, you can go now. I will arrange for someone else to handle the upcoming contact with the Morgan Consortium. You all can continue with your regular duties." However, when Su-chun finished speaking, the young subordinate did not leave, but stood there, seemingly wanting to say something. Su-chun raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "Is there anything else? Mr. Su, yesterday the representatives from the Morgan Group took the initiative to contact us, saying they want to acquire our company." Hearing this, Su-chun couldn't help but chuckle in anger. It seemed that they were genuinely interested in the special steel cable he designed. Clearly, the Morgan Group had their eyes on this specialized product. After all, considering their international status, why would they randomly think about acquiring such a small company? Su-chun wasn't arrogant enough to think that just selling a few steel pipes to another party would earn him such a reputation globally. He waved his hand dismissively and said with a smile, "You can inform them that while we are open to acquisition, the price is $10 billion. And we offer credit." When the young subordinate heard his boss say this, he couldn't help but roll his eyes. $10 billion? They must be out of their minds to agree to that. Once the subordinate left, Su-chun took out 2 documents from his drawer, which he had compiled a few days earlier based on the knowledge provided by the system. These documents contained relevant manufacturing methods for the new Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicle and the K-10 high-strength special steel cable. After calling over 2 experienced workers, Su Chun handed the documents to them and said with a smile, "Old Wang, Old Li, organize your workers to produce a batch of samples according to these documents. If there are any issues, just let me know, and I'll find a solution." The 2 workers looked at the documents in their hands, exchanging glances. One of them spoke up in confusion, "Mr. Su, our company has never produced vehicles before, and we don't have the talent in this area." "Isn't it a bit sudden to ask us to start production now?" "Yes, Mr. Su. Many of the machines listed in these documents are not available in our factory. How can we possibly produce them?" Listening to their complaints, Su Chun also realized the challenge. Indeed, their factory previously produced only low-tech products, and now suddenly asking them to produce something with such high precision was indeed a bit demanding. Su Chun felt a bit awkward, nodded and smiled. "I know all this. You 2 go down and familiarize yourselves with the relevant data of these 2 products. Later, I will arrange for someone from the company to handle these issues." After receiving Su Chun's assurance, the 2 felt a little relieved. They nodded earnestly to Su Chun and then left the office. Once they had gone, Su Chun turned around and called in Li Xiaoyan, preparing to hand over this matter to her for handling. Soon, Li Xiaoyan, who received the notification, pushed open the office door and walked in slowly. It was evident that her face still bore a hint of blush, and even her gaze towards Su Chun was somewhat evasive. Seeing her like this, Su Chun found it amusing. How could she still be so shy after all this time? Without giving it much thought, as Li Xiaoyan reached the opposite side of the desk, Su Chun handed her the 2 documents in his hand and said with a smile, "You go down and notify the HR and procurement departments. Let them draft a plan to ensure that the necessary machines and personnel are ready as quickly as possible." Upon hearing Su Chun's instructions, Li Xiaoyan simply nodded and mechanically took the documents from Su Chun. After a moment, noticing that Li Xiaoyan had not left yet, Su Chun asked with some confusion, "Is there anything else?" No, nothing." Li Xiaoyan shook her head vigorously, and her previously recovered complexion turned red again. She lowered her head and hurriedly turned to run out, not daring to look at Su Chun even once. Watching Li Xiaoyan's demeanor, Su Chun didn't find anything inappropriate. He just thought she was a bit cute. After arranging everything, Su Chun felt a bit relieved. Now, he just needed to wait for the establishment of the subsidiary. As long as they secured the land in the southern suburb, the subsidiary's matters could be finalized immediately. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today was also the auction day for the southern suburb land, so early in the morning, Su Chun took Li Xiaoyan and several management personnel from the budgeting department to the building of the Public Resources Trading Center in Nanning County. The government-organized auction included more than just the land in the southern suburb. This auction encompassed various industries, including industrial land sales, mining rights, project tenders, and even government procurement of office supplies. Therefore, the hall of the trading center was packed with people early in the morning, all anxiously waiting for the auction to begin. Those who could come here were not ordinary individuals. Basically, everyone present had a net worth of at least several million. Su Chun was one of them. But today his only goal was to bid on the industrial land in the southern suburb. At this moment, many people in the hall were discussing the resources available at this government auction, while some others were talking about matters unrelated to the auction. "Have you heard? The kid from Su Hongwei's family has managed to revive their factory, and I've also heard that he's planning to set up a subsidiary. He came here this time to secure that piece of land in the southern suburbs." Hearing his friend's words, a middle-aged man named Wu Qinfei couldn't help but scoff, his gaze icy. That kid, able to save Zhongtian Steel? I know him well. He's just someone who relies on his family's background, indulging himself in college, running wild. What capability does he have? If he managed to bring Zhongtian Steel back to life, he must have emptied Su Hongwei's savings." Upon hearing Wu Qinfei's remarks, the others chuckled. This Wu Qinfei was none other than the friend who had previously taken advantage of Su Hongwei. The people present were mostly leading figures in the steel industry, well aware of each other's capabilities, and they were the ones behind Su Hongwei's bankruptcy. They certainly wouldn't accept that anyone in the entire region could surpass them. Chapter 32, Confrontation. Su Chun and his group arrived relatively late. As soon as they entered the auction hall, they noticed a group of well-groomed businessmen gathered in small clusters, discussing something. Li Xiaoyan, being a recent graduate, was not accustomed to such scenes, so she appeared a bit anxious as they stepped through the entrance of the trading center. Noticing her unease, Su Chun jokingly said, What are you nervous about? Just raise your paddle later, and I'll take care of the rest. Hearing Su Chen's words, Li Xiaoyan clenched her fists, mentally cheering herself on. Li Xiaoyan, you can do this. You definitely can. As Li Xiaoyan fought her internal battle, a middle-aged man who had been following them spoke up to remind, Mr. Su, we have gathered information that for the land in the southern suburbs. It's not just our company that is determined to acquire it. There are 3 other companies in Nanchuan County very interested in this land. Qinfei Steel Plant, Huada Industrial Company, and Luxshare Precision Industry Company. Qinfei Steel Plant? Su Chan was slightly taken aback upon hearing his subordinate's report, feeling a bit surprised. What a coincidence. Isn't that the company that shattered his dreams of being a wealthy second generation? They had almost driven his family's factory to bankruptcy. If it weren't for Su Chen's intervention, he might have ended up in prison by now. Shaking his head, Su Chen found the situation somewhat amusing. He held no prejudice against Wu Qinfei. Business is business. If you lack the capability, you deserve to go bankrupt. Nothing more to say. What he resented was his irresponsible father, who, as his parent, never considered him and ultimately left him with a pile of debt. Is there really such a heartless father in this world? While Su Chan was internally venting about his father, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. Oh, isn't this little Chun? It's been a long time. Why didn't you come to see your uncle when you came home? Just as Su Chan was cursing his father in his mind, he turned to see several plump middle-aged men approaching them quickly, all wearing broad smiles. After a moment of thought, he recognized one of them, and upon realizing it was Wu Qinfei, his expression became somewhat unnatural and even a bit amused. As Wu Qinfei and his companions reached Su Chun and his group, they began to size each other up. When they caught sight of Li Xiaoyan beside Su Chun, their eyes lit up, especially as they took in her alluring figure, stirring a hint of inappropriate thoughts in their minds. Noticing their gaze, Li Xiaoyan's face instantly turned pale, while Su Chan raised an eyebrow and subtly positioned himself in front of her, shielding her from their scrutiny. Su Chan looked at the few people with a mocking expression and said casually, "So it's Uncle Wu. I just got home not long ago and still have to deal with the mess left by my dad. I really don't have time to pay a visit, but I will definitely come next time." The calmness of Su Chun surprised the others slightly, prompting them to take another look at this young newcomer. Wu Qinfei waved his hand dismissively and said, "Xiao Chun, if you have any problems, you must tell us, your uncles. We feel really pained that we couldn't help your father back then." As he spoke, Wu Qinfei glanced at Su Chun, but when he saw that Su Chun remained composed and unruffled, his expression darkened instantly. "How dare this brat act so arrogantly in front of your grandfather Wu? Xiao Chun, I heard your father absconded with money. Is that true?" "Yes, Xiao Chun. This matter has been making waves in the entire industry, and we are genuinely worried about you. Su Hongwei is really something else. To do such a thing and even betray his own son. It's truly disappointing. Cursing someone's parents to their face is naturally a very vicious act." Although Su Chen didn't have a good impression of his father, hearing someone speak ill of them in front of him stirred a bit of anger inside him. It was obvious that the other party was trying to use their status to make him feel humiliated. Would Su Chen agree to that? Of course not. "Uncles. Rumors stop with the wise. My dad is currently abroad handling business. Recently, several batches of foreign orders for our factory were negotiated by my dad. Even De Huang in our factory doesn't believe such rumors. You wouldn't really believe them, would you?" After saying this, Su Chen looked at the few people in front of him with a mocking expression, a smile creeping onto his lips. Hearing Su Chen's words, Wu Qinfei and the others' faces turned red instantly. They hadn't expected this young brat to be so sharp-tongued. Especially seeing the smile on his face, their expressions darkened immediately. Wu Qinfei snorted coldly and said with a grim look, "Humph. Sharp-tongued, just like that old guy Su Hongwei." To this, Su Chen only smiled faintly and replied with a simple phrase, "Same to you. Humph. Let's see how this goes. Don't think that just because Su Hongwei left you a bit of money, you can stand on equal footing with us. I was able to bring down Su Hongwei back then, and I can do the same to you now." After saying this, Wu Qinfei and the others turned around and left without looking back. After hearing the verbal exchange between Su Chun and the others, Li Xiaoyan, who had been hiding behind Su Chun, suddenly became furious. She had never seen such shameless people before. She immediately stepped aside, pointed at the backs of the group with one hand, and shouted angrily, "You old fools are simply shameless. Using such vicious means to bring down the old factory director. And now you want to do it again? It's people like you that slow down the development of Nanning County, relying on underhanded tactics, currying favor with the powerful, and oppressing the lower-tier workers is nothing to brag about. If you have the ability, compete fairly. Hearing this sudden outburst from the girl next to him, Su Chen slapped his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. My ancestors, can't you think before you speak? Do you not realize what kind of occasion this is? Is there anyone here whose hands are clean? Doesn't everyone have some dirty tricks up their sleeves? You've just insulted everyone present. As expected, when Li Xiaoyan's scolding echoed throughout the hall, everyone turned their gazes toward her direction, and it was clear that their looks were far from kind. Suddenly, the entire trading hall fell silent, with everyone casting dark glances at Li Xiaoyan. Most of them were local businessmen from the area. Those who have reached their level in the region certainly do not have clean hands. It can be said that some of them might even have blood on their hands. Originally, everyone was in a relatively good mood today, but they never expected that someone would dare to speak out about these matters in such a special setting. Chapter 33. Deter the crowd. Just when Su Chen was about to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, a burly middle-aged man with a fierce expression approached slowly and sneered. Little girl, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak recklessly. What do you mean by fawning over the powerful and suppressing the working class? We are all honest businessmen here. If you don't clarify your words today, we will have unfinished business with your boss. As he spoke, the middle-aged man paused briefly and glanced at the young man who was standing in front of the little girl. Su Chen frowned slightly at the sight of him. This man's identity was well known to anyone born and raised in the local area, whether they were businessmen or ordinary citizens. He was the owner of the largest entertainment venue in the county, controlling dozens of nightclubs, KTVs, and bathhouses. Moreover, it was rumored that he had previously operated various illegal businesses such as gambling, loan sharking, and human trafficking. Of course, those illegal activities had been abandoned years ago, and he had transformed into a legitimate businessman. Although he no longer engaged in those illicit activities, his notorious reputation still lingered throughout the county. Therefore, when this ruthless individual stood up, no one dared to speak out. Su Chen furrowed his brows as he looked at the man, feeling a wry smile emerge in his heart. If it were a straightforward business competition, Su Chen would not fear him. However, when it came to underhanded tactics, even two Su Chens would be no match for a single hair on his head. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoyan paled instantly upon seeing the fierce face of the man and stood frozen in place. Glancing at Li Xiaoyan beside him, Su Chen positioned himself in front of her again and smiled. Boss Song, is it necessary to be so aggressive? My secretary's words were merely thoughtless remarks and were not aimed at anyone present. We are all doing business in the county and see each other often. Moreover, my secretary's intention was to encourage everyone to set aside past grievances and collaborate. As long as we put aside our previous conflicts and support each other, mutual cooperation and healthy competition will enable us to make more money, won't it? After all, we are all locals. Who wouldn't want their hometown to develop better? Only when the county develops can we business people have more opportunities, right? Clearly, Su Chen's passionate words did not resonate with the crowd. They thought, what does the county's development have to do with me? I just want to make money. Anyone who obstructs our profits is against us. Boss Song also showed no interest in Su Chen's words. After he finished speaking, Song sneered again, but just as he was about to say something else targeting Su Chen, a strong voice suddenly came from the entrance of the transaction hall. Good, well said. As the words fell, the entire trading hall once again plunged into silence, with everyone unconsciously turning their gaze towards the entrance, including Su Chen, who also curiously looked over. At this moment, he was genuinely intrigued about who the person could be that dared to show no respect in front of so many people. Not far from Su Chen, Boss Song also turned to look at the entrance, but his expression was particularly grim. It had been a long time since he had seen anyone in the entire county who dared to disrespect him, and today he wanted to see who had the audacity to interrupt him. However, when the crowd finally saw who was coming in, they were all taken aback, their hearts churning with shock. The newcomer was none other than the central figure of power in the entire county, the county party secretary. And following him were several other influential figures who held real power in the county. These included the director of the county's Industrial and Commercial Bureau,
the secretary of the Political and Legal Committee, the director of the Public Security Bureau, the minister of the Organization Department, and the director of the Audit Bureau.
The group was dressed in administrative jackets, their expressions stern, and as soon as they stepped through the door, the overwhelming aura they exuded nearly suffocated the crowd. Faced with the sudden appearance of these prominent figures, everyone present lowered their heads in unison, not daring to make eye contact with them. They were wealthy, but not foolish. These individuals were not minor officials, and dealing with them was as easy as squashing an ant. While they might have had conflicts among themselves, there was no way they would dare to oppose the government, as that would be courting death. Even Boss Song, who had been relentless just moments ago, now looked ashen. He never expected that the ones who interrupted him were the county secretary and others. Given his already dubious dealings, he had only been able to act so recklessly by currying favor with minor officials. If these powerful figures learned of his dirty business, he wouldn't just be unable to do business in the county anymore. He might very well spend the rest of his life in prison. As for trying to gain favor with them, that was out of the question. He didn't even have the qualifications to meet them, let alone ingratiate himself. The more he thought about it, the paler Boss Song became. Had he known these officials were coming to the trading center, he would have done everything to avoid being there. The county secretary did not pay much attention to the crowd's reaction and walked straight towards Su Chun. The high-ranking officials behind him followed closely, their expressions turning cold upon witnessing the crowd's response. Moments later, they reached Su Chun and the others, and Secretary Wang appreciatively patted Su Chun on the shoulder, smiling as he said, "You must be Su Chun?" Though he had lived 2 lives, Su Chun had never encountered such a scene, especially not one with so many high-ranking officials at once, which left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Looking at the righteous Secretary Wang, Su Chun could only nod subconsciously. Seeing Su Chin's demeanor, Wang Jianhua was slightly taken aback, then smiled and nodded, saying, "What you just said was very good. Having entrepreneurs like you in Nanning County is a blessing for our county and also for our nation." Being praised like this made Su Chin feel a bit shy, especially since the person giving the compliment was not an ordinary individual, but the secretary of the Nanning County Committee. After all, with 2 lifetimes of experience, he still had some composure. Suppressing his excitement, Su Chun raised his head, smiled, and replied, "Secretary Wang, you flatter me. As a citizen of our nation and a person from Nanning County, it is our duty to contribute, however modestly, to our country and hometown." At this point, Su Chun paused slightly, glanced at the others present, and continued, "However, as an individual, our strength is indeed limited. If we want Nanning County to achieve better development, everyone must work together, united as one, to make the most of the opportunities given to us by our nation." Chapter 34, Successfully Secured. Looking at the clear-eyed Su Chun, Wang Jianhua, who was over 50, felt a stir of emotions. Once upon a time, he too was filled with passion like Su Chun, wanting to contribute to the prosperity and flourishing of his nation with his own strength. However, the mire beneath his feet was too thick and overwhelming, making the first half of his life incredibly exhausting. In the more than 10 years since he was assigned to Nanchuan County, the invisible shackles on his shoulders constantly hindered his steps, leaving his ambitions with no place to be realized. Sometimes, he even doubted whether it was his own incompetence or the world's irrationality. So when he heard Su Chen's words, he felt an immense sense of comfort in his heart. Wang Jianhua smiled and nodded, "Well said. As long as we share both hardships and joys and cooperate together, how can Nanchuan County not thrive?" At this point, Wang Jianhua's gaze turned to Song Gaoi, who was not far away, and he said expressionlessly, "Don't you think so, Mr. Song?" Hearing the address Mr. Song, Song Gaoi was so startled that he almost knelt down. At that moment, he was already sweating profusely and couldn't think straight, quickly nodding, "Yes, yes. Secretary Wang, the enterprises in Nanchuan County should unite as one, advancing and retreating together." Not only Song Gaoi, but also the other shady business owners present felt their hearts race as they sensed Secretary Wang's gaze. The one who was probably the most terrified at that moment was Wu Qinfei, who had the deepest conflict with Su Chun. He was the one who almost drove the Su family to bankruptcy and caused that old man Su Hongwei to flee with money. All of this was his doing, and he knew very well that Su Chun clearly had some connection with Secretary Wang. Otherwise, how could the latter be so biased towards him? Was it really just based on those few words Su Chun had just said? Wu Qinfei had already made up his mind that after this, he would definitely go and apologize sincerely. As long as Su Chun could give up on dealing with him, he was willing to pay any price. Wang Jianhua observed the reactions of everyone present, his eyes revealing a chilling gaze. He turned to the heads of the Public Security Bureau, Zhou Hongwei, and the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Sun Chenghong, and calmly said, "Old Zhou, old Sun, after today, please review all the enterprises in Nanchuan County. I don't want to hear any bad news in the future." Wang Jianhua's voice was not loud, but it was enough for everyone present to grasp the implication. In an instant, the trading hall, which had just been filled with spirited individuals, became tense, their foreheads drenched in sweat. They all clearly understood what this statement meant. especially since it was personally said by the county party secretary of Nanchuan County. Everyone had already made up their minds that once the auction was over, once Secretary Wang and the others left, they would immediately return to their own companies and clean up everything that had been going on over the years to ensure that nothing would be discovered by the government. Standing not far from Su Chun, Song Gao, he was already feeling hopeless, his face pale. If there was anyone more anxious at the moment, it was him. The dirty deeds he had done were among the most numerous of everyone present, especially those he had committed before he tried to clean up his act. If the authorities found out, he could be executed 100 times over. He truly regretted stepping forward to confront Su Chun. If he hadn't caused trouble, would the subsequent events have unfolded differently? Given the current situation, it was clear to anyone that Su Chun had definitely ingratiated himself with the local leader. As for the reactions of the crowd, Wang Jianhua didn't care at all. He had long wanted to clean up the local enterprises in Nanning County, and this was just a convenient opportunity to voice his thoughts. After giving a brief instruction to a few people behind him, he turned back to Su Chun, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Young man, keep up the good work. If you have any issues in the future, feel free to visit the local business bureau more often. After all, you and the director are old acquaintances." Hearing Wang's words, Su Chun was overjoyed. If he could indeed leverage this connection with the authorities, it would only benefit his company's growth. However, when he heard the latter part of Wang's statement, his smile froze and became somewhat awkward. Not long ago, he had deceived Director Sun. Now, Wang was saying he was an old acquaintance of Sun, which meant Wang must already know about the incident. Sure enough, as soon as Wang finished speaking, Sun Chenghong behind them scornfully remarked, "Humph. Who would dare be friends with our Mr. Su? They'd probably have to pay him back if they got sold out." Upon hearing Sun Chenghong's teasing, the people accompanying him couldn't help but laugh. They had been thoroughly amused when they heard the news a few days ago. Even Wang Jianhua at the front chuckled at Sun Chenghong's words. Poor Su Chun, on the other hand, wished he could find a hole to hide in. Awkwardly rubbing the back of his head, his face filled with embarrassment. He had no idea that this matter would become widely known. He had merely acted out of desperation, fearing that Director Sun would approve his request. If he had known that this would reach Wang and others, he would never have had the audacity to deceive a director of the business bureau. Wang Jianhua simply smiled at Su Chun's reaction and said again, "All right. We have some matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you any longer. Let us find a chance to sit down together in the future." Upon hearing this, Su Chun immediately stood up straight, not daring to show any signs of laxity, and nodded earnestly. After Wang Jianhua and the others left, the scene erupted into a buzz of chatter once again, but this time, everyone was discussing what Wang had just said. In fact, the majority had already started to leave one after another, preparing to erase all the things they had done in the past. They certainly didn't believe that a county party secretary would joke with them. In no time, the once crowded trading hall was left with only a dozen people. Looking at the suddenly spacious area, Su Chun couldn't help but smile. It was better this way, as it meant fewer competitors for the upcoming auction. As for the previously aggressive individual, he had long disappeared. Su Chun felt no fondness for these people. They were merely a group of opportunists, lacking even the qualifications to be capitalists, resorting instead to bullying ordinary citizens without any background. After scanning the remaining crowd, Su Chun shook his head and took a seat in an empty spot, while the others contemplated their own thoughts. After waiting for another 30 minutes, the auction finally began. Following the earlier incident, no one dared to compete with Su Chun, allowing him to acquire the land in the southern suburbs at the minimum auction price. Su Chun didn't mind. Achieving this with minimal expenditure was a win in his eyes. However, the company management personnel who had been following him felt somewhat frustrated. They had worked tirelessly in preparation for this auction, gathering extensive information to ensure their company could secure the land at the lowest cost. Yet in the end, they found themselves with little to contribute, unable to present their prepared remarks in front of their boss. Chapter 35. The Anger of Isher. After successfully acquiring the land, Su Chun of Zhongtian Industrial Group Company, Limited did not idle away his time. He immediately contacted the most renowned construction company in the area, commissioning them to begin the construction of the subsidiary. The construction of the subsidiary was not something that could be completed overnight. Unlike the two new factories he built behind the original factory, which were completed quickly, this new company would not be operational for at least a year and a half. Therefore, after arranging all company matters, Su Chun welcomed a period of leisure time. However, during this period, several significant events occurred in Nanhai County. Firstly, The local Public Security Bureau arrested a large number of high-level company personnel involved in illegal activities. Secondly, during inspections of major enterprises, the local Industrial and Commercial Bureau, along with the Audit Bureau, discovered numerous companies engaged in tax evasion. Thirdly, the government website of Nanhai County issued a public reprimand regarding the corruption of over 230 grassroots officials, implementing a dual dismissal policy for those with particularly egregious conduct. In light of the government's sweeping actions, there was a palpable sense of anxiety among the local populace, with everyone worrying that they might be next. Observing these events, Su-Chin couldn't help but feel a sense of gloom. He had previously been unaware of the rampant corruption in Nanhai County. The recent government crackdown resulted in over 1,300 individuals being imprisoned, including more than 350 officials, with around 1,000 people from various companies being detained. Among them was Song Gaoi, who had targeted Su-Chun in the trading hall. Following police investigations, multiple illegal activities were uncovered, leading to a death sentence for him. Even Wu Chenfei, who had previously deceived Su-Chen's family, was found guilty of tax evasion and fined over 5 million. Su-Chen felt no sympathy for these individuals. In his eyes, those who enjoyed the country's benefits while harming its interests deserved no mercy. The government's thorough investigation lasted nearly a month before concluding. During this time, not only were significant societal events unfolding, but Su-Chen's company also experienced two major developments. One was the order for 50 Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicles that Su-Chen had negotiated with Hunter. After safely returning the previous batch of steel pipes and drones, he personally visited Zhongtian Industrial Group to discuss the contract details. The other significant event involved the regional head of a certain financial consortium, who personally came to the company to discuss the procurement of K-10 high-strength special steel cables. Su-Chen was naturally pleased with this visit, eagerly welcoming these two major clients. The contract involved the procurement of 50 Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicles and 100 K-10 high-strength special steel cables, totaling a contract amount of $1.05 billion USD, which converts to approximately $7.98 billion in local currency. According to the contract, a deposit of 40% is required in advance, which amounts to $420 million or 192 billion local currency. When Su-Chun saw the extra amount in his bank account, he truly lost control this time. Having lived two lives, Su-Chun not only had never seen so much money, but had previously never even dared to imagine it. In just a few short months, Su-Chun transformed into a veritable billionaire, which naturally made him feel elated. As the Spring Festival approached, Su-Chun did not rush to distribute the orders from the two contracts, planning to notify the company to ramp up production after the holiday. In his previous life, he was also a diligent worker, but unfortunately, he encountered unscrupulous capitalists who not only exploited the wages of those at the bottom, but also deprived them of their rest time. Having the chance to live again, Su-Chun was determined not to become one of those unscrupulous capitalists. Therefore, as the Spring Festival arrived, he boldly announced a suspension of all company operations for 20 days and, on the very day of the holiday, rewarded all workers with a substantial year-end bonus. Everyone in the company was deeply grateful for Su-Chen's decision. In the past, they would never have received such favorable treatment. With not only generous year-end bonuses, but also an extended holiday. The Spring Festival, as the most important traditional holiday, holds extraordinary significance for everyone. Today, countless people who have wandered far from home return to their hometowns to reunite with their families. While everyone in the region was immersed in the festive joy, an astonishing event occurred in another part of the world. On January 23, 2012, at exactly 10 p.m., a blinding light appeared over a certain country. Following that, air raid sirens sounded nationwide, waking those who had already fallen asleep. They rushed to their windows to look up at the sky. Upon seeing what was above them, everyone gasped in shock. The sudden light was none other than rockets heading straight towards them. The sheer number of these rockets made the dark sky appear as bright as day. Not only were the civilians terrified, but the high-ranking officials of the country were equally shocked. Inside the presidential building, chaos ensued as staff members hurried through the crowd, clutching various documents. In one conference room, more than 10 senior officials sat around, each showing a serious expression, observing the worried faces of his subordinates. The middle-aged man at the head of the table slowly spoke up, asking about the interception status of the air defense system. Hearing the president's inquiry, the Minister of Defense of the Jewish state, Betty, looked at the president with a serious expression and responded, "Mr. President, according to the data reported from various locations, we have successfully intercepted over 200 rockets. However, at this point, Betty paused noticeably, glanced at the president again, and hesitated. But the number of rockets fired by the other side is simply too many. Reports indicate that there are about 1,000 rockets involved in this airstrike, and our air defense system cannot intercept so many rockets at once." Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell silent, and everyone's expression turned exceptionally grim. However, when the attendees heard Betty's next words, they all gasped in shock, their fear reaching a peak. As of now, several military bases within our territory have suffered varying degrees of attacks, and most of our civilian facilities have also been severely hit. Hearing Betty's report, Isher, seated at the head of the table, looked somber. He never expected that this group would have the audacity to attack their nation. Did they not fear that the Jewish state would retaliate and completely annihilate them? As anger filled everyone's hearts, a middle-aged man in military uniform slammed his hand on the conference table, his expression fierce. "Humph. Where did this group get so many rockets? Their industrial capacity is simply incapable of producing this many weapons. There must be some other country secretly assisting them." The attendees unanimously nodded in agreement with General Russell's statement, all supporting this viewpoint. Previously, news from the front lines had already informed them that this group suddenly acquired a batch of advanced weaponry, and now they appeared to have even more artillery. It would be strange if they had no one backing them. However, based on their investigations over the past period, there were no large-scale arms deals reported internationally. So who exactly is secretly aiding this group of desperate individuals? Chapter 36. Countermeasures. It must be those disgraced individuals assisted by the Dragon Country. The nation in question has always supported us, while the other country is struggling to maintain stability. Only the Dragon Country has the capability. The Dragon Country has historically been at odds with us, yet maintains good relations with other nations in the region, so it must be them. Clearly, although no one present has evidence to prove that the Dragon Country is supporting Hamas, everyone understands that among the three superpowers, the Dragon Country is the most suspicious and the most likely to assist Hamas. Listening to the debates among his subordinates, Isher, seated at the head of the table, wore a serious expression. After a long pause, he slowly spoke up. "The urgent matter now is how to respond to the next attack from Hamas. Since we now know they possess so many rocket launchers, we must cut off any possibilities that could be detrimental to our nation." Upon hearing the president's words, everyone stopped their speculation and began to consider how to respond to the potential upcoming attacks. The nation has reached a point of no return with Hamas, and they do not believe that Hamas will cease its attacks with such advanced weaponry at their disposal. After a moment, a middle-aged man in military attire spoke up, revealing a hint of disdain on his face. "Mr. President, isn't there a full aircraft carrier group from the other nation stationed in the Red Sea? We could request their assistance in intercepting Hamas's rockets." Isher nodded slightly at Russell's suggestion, agreeing that it was a feasible approach. Finally, Isher turned to the head of the intelligence department and slowly said, "Musk, how is the investigation into Hamas's arms situation going? Have we determined which country is supporting them?" At the president's words, everyone present held their breath and fixed their gaze on the head of the intelligence department, eager to know which audacious entity dared to oppose them. Musk, noticing the attention, shook his head and, with a grim expression, replied, "Mr. President, according to reports from our intelligence personnel in various locations, we have not yet clarified the source of this batch of weapons." As Musk's words echoed, the expressions of those present turned particularly grim. They were astonished that such a large arms transport could be executed so covertly. What methods had the other side employed? Noticing the thoughts of the crowd, Musk paid them no mind and looked at the president before continuing. "However, based on the current information we have, we can temporarily rule out the nation in question. The other country, the one in the region, and the country known for its elephants. The two most suspicious nations are the Camel Country and the Dragon Country. These two countries have always maintained close relations, and our intelligence personnel have not had the opportunity to gather information from higher-ups. So we cannot yet confirm any connection they may have with Hamas." As Musk's words fell, some hot-tempered individuals present couldn't help but curse. "Humph, it must be those two guys. Only one country in the region would dare to assist Hamas, and with the close relationship between that country and another, they must have teamed up against us. Mr. President, we must warn these two. We cannot allow them to continue supporting Hamas, or our upcoming plans will be completely ruined." "Yes, Mr. President, we have been planning against Hamas for so long. We cannot let these two spoil our good work. Listening to the suggestions, Isher nodded slightly and turned to the Minister of Foreign Affairs nearby, his expression serious. Blake, notify the head of the embassy in that country to negotiate with their officials and warn them to immediately cease their military support to Hamas. Contact our allies and inform them about the situation with Hamas, requesting them to speak out internationally and warn that country about their actions. In short, we must not allow them to continue supporting Hamas. Upon hearing the president's instructions, everyone present stood up solemnly in response. In the following time, Isher discussed the upcoming military operations against Hamas with everyone before concluding the emergency meeting. However, what they did not know was that their troops on the front lines were currently facing a fierce counterattack. Report, General, it's bad news. Hill 102 has fallen, and the battlefield in Zone 15 is in complete defeat. Inside a military tent, as he listened to the continuous reports of defeat, Merkin's expression turned extremely grim. Initially, their troops were conducting a routine sweep of enemy positions in the region, but unexpectedly, starting from 4 o'clock in the afternoon, every position was met with a fierce counterattack from Hamas forces. What shocked Merkin the most was the advanced military equipment displayed by Hamas's troops, which deeply astonished this colonel from the region. He never expected that within just a few months, Hamas's military had acquired so many advanced weapons. Not only did they have a large number of firearms and artillery, but according to reports from the battlefield, they were also using an incredibly advanced drone this time. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it, as drones are not particularly difficult to produce, and they generally have little effect on the battlefield, mainly capable of carrying 1 or 2 grenades for high-altitude bombings. The damage they cause can be considered minimal, and typical drones generate a lot of noise during flight, making them easy to detect from a distance. Therefore, drones used on the battlefield can only take out incapacitated casualties. However, when Merkin learned about the capabilities of the drone being used by the opponent, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. It not only could carry 200 kilograms of explosives, but could also fly at high speeds of 50 meters per second. The rapid loss of their positions can be attributed to the presence of this drone. Each time the two sides engage in battle, the forces from that region command dozens of drones carrying a large amount of explosives to conduct precise bombings on the soldiers in their positions. Among these drones, 1 or 2 are specifically aimed at attacking the command center. Essentially, every loss of a position is due to the command center being attacked, preventing the officers on the battlefield from issuing orders, which leads to chaos and ultimately results in defeat by the opposing forces. Listening to the reports from his subordinates, the commander was furious, kicking a guard to the ground in anger and saying with a dark expression, "How is it possible? How could they develop such advanced drones?" At that moment, none of the officers below dared to speak. They all lowered their heads in silence. After a long while, seeing that the general's anger had subsided somewhat, one officer finally spoke up. "General, the performance of this drone is the most advanced I have ever seen. Given their limited industrial capabilities, they could never have produced this. There must be assistance from other countries involved." Hearing his subordinate's words, the commander realized that the recent influx of high-quality firearms and now this large number of artillery and drones indicated that there was indeed someone covertly supporting them. Thinking of this, the commander trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I will not rest until I stand against you." Chapter 37. The world shakes. Compared to the anger of the forces of the opposing state, the military of Hamas appeared unusually excited. Today, they not only reclaimed most of the territory in a certain region, but also felt a deep sense of relief as they launched a fierce bombardment within the borders of their opponent. Previously, their only hope was to drive back the forces of the opposing state. They never dared to dream of launching attacks within its territory. At this moment, inside a military tent, all the officers wore broad smiles. After years of war, they had never felt as exhilarated as they did today. Finally, they had a chance to deal with their foes, and the commander, who towered over his peers, grinned widely, filled with excitement. Today's counteroffensive was particularly satisfying for him. He led his artillery brigade to strike all military facilities within enemy territory, launching a total of 1,000 rockets. According to reports from the front lines, this attack successfully destroyed several military installations. The much-touted interception rate of the enemy's defense system, which claimed to be 100%, was disappointing during this airstrike, as only a little over 300 rockets were intercepted. You have no idea, just moments ago, our rockets filled the skies above their territory, scaring them to death. The officers around him admired the commander, and one of them jokingly suggested, "Commander, Let me have some fun tomorrow too. How about I trade you a drone? The commander, maintaining his composure after reviewing the materials on the table, addressed his subordinates. The next batch of weapons and artillery won't arrive until next month. For now, stay alert. We must drive these forces out. Hearing the general's orders, the officers ceased their laughter and nodded in agreement. However, after today's battle, everyone felt a sense of astonishment regarding the weapons supplied by their allies. They never expected that a country with which they had limited interaction would provide such support in their time of greatest need. An AK-47 sold for only 170, while the artillery pieces were sold for just 400 each. What moved them the most was the advanced drone that could carry a payload of 200 kilograms and fly at high speeds under such weight, a battlefield tool available for merely $35,000. Such a reasonable price made them grateful and appreciative of their ally. With such a steadfast partner, they were confident that they would triumph over their foes. Reflecting on past events, some felt a hint of doubt. General, has the military capability of the region really become this strong? They've even developed such advanced drones. I have personally tested this type of drone, and I can say that no other country in the world can produce something like this. Hearing the words of my colleague, the other officers around also nodded in agreement, greatly impressed by the military capabilities of the region. Yes, General, in the past, this region basically relied on purchasing weapons from another country. How long has it been since then? And their military capabilities have improved so much. The leader, Brooke, also felt curious about these questions. He had personally visited the region in the past for observation and study, but at that time, all weapons were primarily manufactured by another country. How long has it been? Now they can produce such advanced weaponry. Brooke shook his head slightly, sighed, and said, "It must be that the military of that country has helped the region. After all, they have maintained a good relationship, and both countries often learn from each other. I guess that's why the military technology of the region has made such rapid progress during this period." Upon hearing the mention of that country, a look of admiration appeared on everyone's faces. To be able to develop from a previously impoverished nation into one of the most powerful countries in the world, such strong national cohesion is indeed admirable. As the military operations ceased, the night fell into silence once again. But both sides' troops were destined to be unable to sleep that night. On January 24th, 2012, at 6 in the morning, after a night of rest, the battlefield erupted with the sound of gunfire. When the events from the previous day were uploaded online, they instantly created a huge stir across the internet. Countless well-known media outlets worldwide reported on the counterattack by the region. Media from another country reported, on January 23rd, 2012, at 4 in the afternoon, armed personnel from the region suddenly received a large amount of weaponry assistance. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? French media stated, the sudden deployment of advanced drones on the battlefield by the region raises questions about the implications for modern warfare. British media reported, breaking news, the 1st Infantry Division of another country has been defeated, and the region has successfully reclaimed a large part of Gaza. As major media outlets reported on the battlefield situation between the region and another country, everyone around the world learned of the region's successful reclamation of Gaza. Particularly, when people discovered that the region used an extremely advanced drone, they were even more shocked. While it is known that drones can be deployed on the battlefield, it is extremely rare for a region to turn drones into formidable weapons. In no time, countless people were curious about what this drone was like and which country developed it. Until the end, there has been no information online regarding the type of drones used by the armed group on the battlefield. It is certain that such military secrets typically circulate only among senior military officials in various countries and do not reach the public. In a certain country, the Ministry of Defense received information from the battlefield involving the armed group, prompting commanders from various military districts to rush to the Ministry of Defense overnight to discuss the current international situation. In a spacious conference room, the atmosphere is tense, with everyone fixated on a large screen not far away, displaying footage. There are a total of 7 individuals present: the Minister of Defense, a high-ranking official from the Ministry of Defense, the commander of the Northern Military District, the commander of the Central Military District, the commander of the Western Military District, the commander of the Eastern Military District, and the commander of the Southern Military District. At this moment, the 7 individuals are seated around a large conference table, and it is clear that everyone's expressions show curiosity. Once the footage on the large screen concludes, the Minister of Defense slowly speaks up. You all saw that, right? The drones used by the armed group have performance capabilities that far exceed those of the military drones developed by our defense industry. This drone not only has a powerful payload capacity, but can also perform high-speed flights even under heavy loads. With that said, I'd like to hear everyone's thoughts. Chapter 38. The Shock of the Military in the Dragon Nation. Regarding the words of the speaker, it seemed that everyone did not hear them at all. Even now, several individuals were still immersed in the drone footage that had just been displayed on the screen. The attendees were all leaders from various military districts of the Dragon Nation, and they were very keenly aware of the situation on the battlefield. From the footage played earlier, they could clearly see that the reason for the success of the counteroffensive by the opposing force was the presence of drones. Although the opposing force had obtained firearms from an unknown source, these alone would not have been enough to win the war. It could be said that the turning point in this conflict was due to the drones in their possession. Having served in the military for decades, they had never imagined that a drone could play such a crucial role on the battlefield, nor could they fathom that the type of drone in question could carry such a significant amount of explosives. At this moment, the terrifying payload capacity of those drones, which had appeared on the screen hanging beneath them, was still echoing in everyone's minds. Not to mention the Dragon Nation, even globally. There was no country with such advanced technology. Seeing the silent crowd, the speaker once again addressed them, stating, "Although we do not know where the opposing force obtained these drones, this war serves as a warning for us regarding the application of modern weaponry in combat. In the past, our military system has adhered to traditional training methods. Now,
We must discard this mindset and ensure our soldiers become familiar with the application of modern weaponry in warfare." After hearing these words,
the attendees did not remain silent any longer and all nodded in agreement with this viewpoint. However, they soon realized a pressing question. From which country had the opposing force purchased these drones? They found it hard to believe that the opposing force could develop such advanced drones on their own. Thinking of this, Liang Tongfu, the leader from the Central Military District who had been sitting on the right, turned to the speaker with a puzzled expression and asked, "Minister Feng, do you know from which country the opposing force procured these drones? We could also purchase some and replicate a batch of such drones." As soon as Liang Tongfu finished speaking, the other military leaders chimed in. "Yes, Minister Feng, the drones our military is currently using are practically ineffective on the battlefield. Just recently, the Northern Military District procured a batch of drones from our military industry, whose maximum payload is only 50 kilograms, which is far too inferior compared to the drones used by the opposing force. We could buy a batch of such drones and have those old experts in the military industry develop a series for our own forces. This would not only help our soldiers become familiar more quickly, but also enhance the military industry's understanding of drone manufacturing." Well, Old Tang is right. The military drones we are currently developing do not have satisfactory payload capacity or flight speed. No one in the troops cares about them at all. The last batch of drones we procured can only be used for reconnaissance and cannot be deployed in combat. Hearing everyone's complaints, Feng Jingxin also smiled bitterly and shook his head, responding, "Our intelligence personnel have already investigated. The weapons in the hands of Hamas are all supported by a certain country." When the name of that country was mentioned, everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. How is this possible? We are well aware of that country's industrial capabilities, aren't we? Yes, Minister Feng, that country has been purchasing weapons from us for years. How could they possibly master such advanced technology? It's no wonder everyone was so shocked. No one knows the situation of that country better than us. They are our military industry's first major customer, after all, and they have mostly been purchasing weapons from us over the years. How could such a country master this technology? Seemingly anticipating everyone's reaction, Feng Jingxin was not bothered and continued. According to reports from intelligence personnel in the Middle East, during this period, only that country has supplied weapons to them. And I have also contacted their Minister of Defense, who confirmed it. Hiss. After receiving a firm response, many people present couldn't help but gasp. Their military technology has developed so quickly? Since they can develop such advanced drones, why are they still purchasing arms from us? For a moment, several military industry leaders were at a loss, unable to make sense of it all, just as everyone was in shock. The commander of the Southern Theater was the first to regain composure and asked Feng Jingxin, "Then, can we buy directly from them? Given the relationship between our two countries, they would surely agree, right?" Upon hearing Owenyang's words, the other military leaders also reacted and turned to look at Feng Jingxin. Although it was hard to believe that such drones were developed by that country, it was certainly better than being developed by another nation. Considering our relationship with that country, purchasing a batch of drones should not be a difficult task. However, just as everyone was filled with anticipation, Feng Jingxin shook his head with a look of helplessness and said, I have already made this request to them and even promised to buy at 3 times the market price. But they did not agree. Remembering the unusual expression on their faces when he proposed the idea of purchasing drones yesterday, Feng Jingxin was completely confused. Even now, he still couldn't understand what their words meant. At that time, he was discussing the matter with a newly arrived official who seemed to be named Kevin Hunt. When he expressed his intentions, the other party initially looked at him with a face full of suspicion. Then, as if realizing something, they looked at him with a mischievous grin and said some baffling words. Well, Minister, our country knows the rules and will definitely not disclose this matter. Whoever arrives, this batch of weapons is all supported by us and has nothing to do with your country. In the end, the other party still wore a sincere expression, leaving him with a head full of question marks, completely bewildered by the meaning of their words. Chapter 39, The Military's Decision. After recounting the events of that day, Feng Jingxin looked at everyone helplessly and said with a wry smile, That's how it is. No matter how I argued that day, the other side refused to sell us the drones. Upon hearing Feng Jingxin's words, the few people below exchanged puzzled glances, their faces filled with confusion. What did this mean? Could it be that the weapons in the hands of Hamas were supported by our nation? That seemed impossible. Surely they would be aware of any significant arms orders. For a moment, everyone present fell into deep contemplation, trying to decipher what was meant by the other party's refusal to sell the drones. After some time, Gu Qingyu, who had been standing quietly beside Feng Jingxin, tentatively suggested, could it be that the nation in question has developed a new type of drone based on our technology? That would explain their support for Hamas being unrelated to our country. Upon hearing this possibility, everyone suddenly understood and agreed with the viewpoint. Although our nation often condemns the actions of certain countries on the international stage, it would be irrational to completely sever ties over an unrelated nation. Moreover, the battlefield in that region is an endless pit. If our country were to get mired in it, it would be a significant obstacle to future development. However, knowing the reason behind the refusal left everyone feeling somewhat regretful. Without access to such drones, they would have to develop their own. But creating advanced weaponry is no easy task. They all knew how terrifying the performance of the drones used by the other side was, capable of carrying 200 kilograms of explosives while maintaining high speed and long flight duration. If these drones were coated with stealth technology, the impact would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, they felt a sense of loss and turned to Feng Jingxin again, saying, Minister Feng, why not ask again tomorrow if they could sell us the technology? If necessary, we can offer a higher price. Someone began to speak up, and others quickly chimed in. Yes, Minister Feng, if we start from scratch. Who knows how long it will take? You have a good reputation. If you lower your stance a bit, we should be able to purchase a few. I think it's feasible. Minister Feng was quite handsome in his younger days. It shouldn't be a problem for him to make the request. Watching the group play off each other, Feng Jingxin's face darkened, and he said with irritation, Get lost. If you want to negotiate, you do it yourselves. I nearly had to beg them yesterday. If you want these drones, go buy them yourselves. Few people paid attention to Feng Jingxin's words, as they all knew that no one would be willing to sell such advanced technology, despite the friendly relations between their country and another nation. When it came to matters of national security, trust was hard to come by. Thus, as the group struggled to come up with a solution, they fell into another silence. This situation lasted for nearly 20 minutes until Owen Yin was the first to break the silence. How about we conduct a bid for the whole society like last time? The idea of a nationwide bid for the military industry was actually the latest order from the government, aimed at assessing the current state of domestic industrial strength. The previous bidding for the reform plan of a certain military vehicle in the Southern Military District had been implemented for this very reason. Upon hearing Owen Yan's suggestion, Liang Tongfu nearby countered, Old Owen, how did the last bidding go in your Southern Military District? Did you find any good companies? Hearing this, the others turned to Owen Yin with curious expressions. Noticing their gaze, Owen Yin could only smile wryly and shake his head, expressing his helplessness. No, all the companies that submitted bids did not meet our requirements. So in the end, I decided to hand the improvement plan for the military vehicle to a certain automotive group. Upon hearing this, the others nodded slightly, already having an idea of the current state of domestic industrial strength. The gap between their country and another nation was still enormous, and to catch up, They needed to work much harder. Finally, Liang Tongfu sighed and slowly said, "We do have a drone company called DJI. Maybe we can let them have a try." Upon hearing this suggestion, Feng Jingxin, who was in a position of authority, nodded and agreed. "Yes, the Ministry of Defense will personally issue the drone bidding. After you return, you also need to expedite the reform of the military system." In the following time, Feng Jingxin and others analyzed the current international situation before concluding the meeting. Meanwhile, Su Chun, far away in a different region, was completely unaware of the events happening internationally. The only thing he knew was that on the day of the Spring Festival, a certain group launched 1,000 rockets into the territory of another nation. When he heard this news, Su Chun was somewhat surprised, as he understood the military disparity between the two countries. Moreover, with the backing of another nation, how could this group defeat its opponent despite being at such a disadvantage? What puzzled Su Chun the most was the sudden appearance of weapons for this group, which, given its current national strength, could not possibly manufacture such a large quantity of weapons. There must be other countries assisting behind the scenes. The other party's audacity truly impressed Su Chun. Faced with the formidable pressures from two major powers, they showed no hesitation in openly providing military support to a certain group. Su Chun was merely curious about this and didn't delve too deeply. After all, such international affairs were beyond the concern of an ordinary citizen like him. Throughout the Spring Festival, he found himself alone. However, he didn't waste his time. He took a trip to the provincial capital to order a brand new sports car, planning to visit the neighboring university town next year and perhaps meet some interesting people. After all the hard work that had finally paid off, he felt he owed it to his past self to enjoy life a little more. Chapter 40. New Client. Time flies, and before you know it, the entire Spring Festival holiday has come to a hasty end. On the first day back to work, Su Chun encountered a familiar face. "Hunter, what brings you here today? Come, let us go to the office and talk." The visitor was none other than Hunter, but this time, he was not accompanied by his usual muscular bodyguards. Instead, he was with a stern-looking, dark-skinned, middle-aged foreigner. Su Chun initially thought the man was a new bodyguard that Hunter had hired, so he didn't greet him. While talking, Su Chun invited Hunter to sit in his office. Hunter was not surprised by Su Chun's warm welcome. He was well aware of his friend's personality and wouldn't take offense. However, the friend Hunter brought along did furrow his brow slightly at Su Chun's enthusiasm. This man was none other than Jim Frank, the chief commander of the Syrian Third Army. Hunter had personally brought Jim to visit Su Chun to assist his friend in purchasing military weapons from the region. After two previous purchases, Hunter was very clear about the powerful performance of the gun barrels Su Chun sold them. As long as the other components were not too poor, the assembled products would perform far better than the genuine firearms available internationally. What truly convinced Hunter to help Jim was the fact that the gun barrels sold by Su Chun were remarkably cheap. Jim's country had been ravaged by war for years, having to deal with internal rebel forces and external threats, which left their national strength stretched thin, making it impossible for them to buy large quantities of military supplies. To put it into perspective, on the international arms market, an AK-47 sells for as much as 300, while Su Chun sold them the gun barrels for only 100. Even if they manufactured the other components themselves, the total cost would be around 170. Saving 130 on a single firearm was significant. What about 100? Or 1,000? Such a military deal could save them over $1 million and help mature their domestic military manufacturing industry. It was a deal that anyone would be foolish to pass up. Hunter knew what Jim's country was currently experiencing, which is why he was prepared to introduce Su Chun to him. Noticing Jim's expression, Hunter felt a sudden tightness in his chest, fearing that his friend might accidentally offend Su Chun, which would ruin their purpose for being there. Hunter awkwardly smiled at Su Chun and began the introduction. "Su, let me introduce you. This is Jim, from Syria. He was very interested in the batch of pipes purchased from your company recently, so I brought him here to meet you." Hearing the other party express great interest in the water pipes produced by their company, Su Chun's mood instantly became excited. He hurriedly stepped forward, took the other person's hands, and greeted him warmly. Given such a generous gesture, Su Chun would never stand on ceremony. It turned out to be Jim. He had just felt a bit awkward, as it had been a long time since he last saw Hunter, and his excitement had caused him to overlook Jim. Jim had never experienced such a scene before. Back when he was in his own country, most people he met would bow and show extreme respect. Now, being warmly shaken by someone he had only met once left him somewhat at a loss. However, it was evident that after Su Chun's enthusiastic greeting, Jim's expression returned to normal. Looking at Su Chun, who was full of sincerity, Jim smiled awkwardly and nodded slightly, saying, "It's all good, it's all good. I apologize for not informing you in advance about my visit today. It was a bit abrupt on our part. I hope Mr. Su won't take offense." Su-chan waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, "Let's not be so formal. Come on, let's go to my office to talk. We can discuss things later." With that, Su-chan, feeling excited, led the two of them toward his office. He didn't expect that on his first day at work, he would encounter such a big business opportunity. Su-chan thought that perhaps he should consider marking today as an auspicious day for himself and hold some activities to celebrate this time every year. In the office, after inviting the two to take a seat, Su-chan personally brewed 2 cups of Westlake Longjing tea. Sitting in the president's chair, Su-chan took a sip of his tea and then directly got to the point. "I wonder what specifications of water pipes Mr. Jim is looking to purchase, or are they the same as the ones bought by Hunter?" Upon hearing this, Jim nodded and replied calmly, "Yes. The specifications of the water pipes we are purchasing this time are the same as those from Hunter's last order. We are just buying a slightly smaller quantity this time." Jim wasn't saying he didn't trust Hunter. It was just that the circumstances in their respective countries were different, and he was a bit worried that the industrial capabilities back home wouldn't be able to keep up after he transported this batch of pipes back. Therefore, after some consideration, Jim decided to purchase a portion first, and if everything went smoothly later, he could always make another trip to the region. Su-chan wasn't surprised by this decision. Who would foolishly spend a large sum of money on products without understanding them? After all, the first batch of pipes Hunter purchased from him had been similar. Once Jim finished speaking, Su-chan still wore a smile and asked in return, "May I ask how many water pipes Mr. Jim intends to order this time?" Su-chan also felt a bit puzzled. Given the current circumstances in Jim's country, why were they still considering using such expensive water pipes? Wasn't that a bit extravagant? Even if there were some oil resources in their country, it shouldn't lead to such extravagance. Moreover, their country couldn't be compared to others. These thoughts only flashed through Su-chan's mind briefly and did not linger. He didn't have the ability to solve the turmoil in the other party's country. Naturally, Jim, who was facing him, was unaware of Su-chan's thoughts. After hearing the inquiry, Jim maintained a blank expression and said, 5,000 pipes with a diameter of 7.62 millimeters, 3,000 pipes, each with diameters of 120 millimeters and 150 millimeters. As for the 6-wing heavy-duty high-speed drone. At this point, Jim noticeably paused, and a hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on his previously expressionless face. He awkwardly said, 50 units of the 6-wing heavy-duty high-speed drone. After hearing this last statement, Su-chan finally understood why Jim suddenly felt embarrassed. However, he didn't pay much attention to it. Even the legs of a mosquito are still meat, so he wouldn't mind making less money. Besides, were the pipes the other party was purchasing really that few? Chapter 41. What do you need this for? Just a minor 5,000 steel pipes with a diameter of 7.62 millimeters amount to $500,000, while pipes with diameters of 120 and 150 millimeters are worth $1,200,000. As for the 6-wing heavy-lift high-speed drones that the other party is purchasing, though it's only 50 units, that still totals $1,500,000. Altogether, that adds up to over $3 million, which translates to approximately $24 million in the local currency. Although Su-chan currently holds contracts worth over $100 million, he certainly wouldn't dismiss this contract of over $20 million. Despite this, Su-chan still feigned a look of difficulty. After all, their company is now considered a well-known entity internationally, and with the other party only having a contract worth a little over $1 million, Su-chan felt it necessary to instill a sense of urgency in them. Otherwise, if they continued to purchase in such small increments, the invisible costs incurred by their company would increase significantly. After pretending to struggle for a moment, Su-chan reluctantly said, "All right then, since this is a client introduced by Brother Hunter, we are like family. If I keep being so calculating, it would be a bit unpleasant." Upon hearing Su-chan's words, Hunter opposite him revealed a hint of pride on his face and instinctively glanced at Jim beside him, as if to say, "See, this is my connection in the region. Without my influence, this batch of arms you're purchasing wouldn't have been possible." Seeing Hunter seemingly showing off, Jim couldn't help but curl his lip, too lazy to engage further. However, after receiving Su-chan's response, Jim's previously cold expression softened a bit. Observing the warm and friendly Su-chan, Jim subconsciously began re-evaluating the young man before him. He was at least half a generation older than Hunter, and he knew very well Hunter's character. Not only is Hunter respected in their military, but he also holds certain undisclosed connections among the upper echelons. How could someone like that become friends with a young man in his 20s? What kind of charisma does this person possess? As for what the two were thinking, Su Chen had no time to ponder. He was still silently contemplating how to extract more money from these two major clients. After finalizing all the contract details, Su Chen prepared to get up and have someone draft the contract. Just as he was about to notify Li Xiaoyan, he was surprised to see Hunter, who had been silent until now, suddenly look somewhat embarrassed. Noticing the change in Hunter's expression, Su Chen asked curiously, "Brother Hunter, what's wrong? Is there something bothering you?" Hearing Su Chen's puzzled voice, Hunter's expression instantly turned awkward. After pondering for a long time in his heart, he slowly began to speak. "It's like this, Brother Su. The batch of drones we purchased last time from you was considered quite good by our company's leadership. So they sent me this time to procure another batch." Upon hearing this, Su Chen, who had already lifted his butt halfway off the chair, sat back down. But at this moment, he was incredibly excited. He had just been thinking about how to negotiate another big deal with Hunter, and now, before he could even come up with a plan, the other party was already eager to offer him money. Could it be that Hunter was truly a worm in his body, knowing exactly what he was thinking? This had been the case last time with the drone purchase. And now it was happening again, even more absurdly. After all, last time, he had actively introduced the drone's performance to the other party, hoping that they would take the initiative to buy after realizing the power of their drones. But this time, he hadn't said anything, and the other party already knew this. When Su Chen looked at Hunter again, his expression clearly showed some strangeness. However, Hunter was too preoccupied to notice Su Chen's unusual demeanor. At this moment, he was constantly weighing his words in his heart, thinking about how to naturally reveal the purpose of his visit without raising suspicion. Watching Hunter's reaction, Su Chen was completely baffled. This was not some shameful matter, so why the hesitation? Just when Su Chen was about to say something, Hunter continued at that moment. Brother Su, could we make some improvements to the drones we are purchasing this time?" Upon hearing this, not just Su Chen, but even Jim beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. "You've been going on for so long just to say this? I thought you wanted me to install missiles on the drones." Although he felt a bit speechless inside, Su Chen still put on a nonchalant expression, smiled, and casually replied, "I thought it was something serious. It's a minor issue, Brother Hunter. Just let me know what improvements you need, and everything else is not a problem." In fact, at this point, Su Chen was also a bit curious. He was very confident in the drones he had developed. The model he designed was far superior to any drones on the market from any angle. And for such a high-performance drone, the other party was still not satisfied and wanted further improvements. Su Chen shook his head and continued, "I just wonder, Brother Hunter, what exactly do you want to improve? Is it the payload capacity or the flight speed?" To Su Chen's words, Hunter could only shake his head vigorously, awkwardly saying, "For this batch of drones, our company wants to increase some electromagnetic interference protection capabilities. I wonder if Brother Su has any solutions?" Hearing this, Su Chen was left with a head full of question marks, looking at Hunter with a pained expression. "Electromagnetic interference protection? You really dare to say that? You're just a mining company. What do you need that for?" Regarding Hunter's request, Su Chen clearly felt a bit displeased and started to think that the other party was intentionally looking for trouble. He couldn't understand why they needed to enhance the electromagnetic interference protection capability for drones intended for mining areas. Su Chen furrowed his brows and said with a hint of malice, "Brother Hunter, aren't the drones your company procured meant for production in the mining area? What do you need that capability for?" Hunter noticed Su Chen's change in expression and felt extremely tense, fearing that Su Chen might think he was deliberately causing trouble. When he heard Su Chen's question, he quickly began to explain. Brother Su, you don't know, our mining area has been a bit unstable lately, with frequent theft incidents. Not long ago, 30 of our drones were stolen." As he spoke, Hunter glanced at Su Chen, worried that he might not believe him. He feigned anger and continued, "Moreover, recently, the drones in our mining area have been malfunctioning inexplicably during operations, which has even injured 2 of our workers. Not long ago, our company conducted an investigation into this incident and found that the drones that malfunctioned had all experienced issues after being subjected to electromagnetic interference. That's why our company is requesting to add a feature to prevent electromagnetic interference." Chapter 42. You Can't Be Serious. After listening to Hunter's explanation, Su Chen squinted his eyes, looking at him with skepticism. It wasn't surprising that Su Chen found it hard to believe him. What he said was simply too bizarre. Which thief would use electromagnetic interference weapons? Besides, with such advanced equipment, why would you even bother stealing drones? Seeing that Su Chin still seemed unconvinced, Hunter quickly added, "Through our investigation, we found that the ones who stole our drones were actually sent by our competitors. Their purpose was to disrupt our normal production." Upon hearing this, Su Chun, who had just been a bit doubtful, suddenly understood. However, he was somewhat surprised that there would be such malicious competition among peers in the region. Su Chun was well aware of the consequences of vicious competition. The factory of his family had nearly gone bankrupt due to it, shattering his dreams of being a wealthy second generation. Therefore, he despised such behavior deeply. Looking at Hunter, who was filled with anger, Su Chun decided to help him out. Not to mention that Hunter was a major client of their company, but even against such despicable firms, Su Chun was ready to take action. He wanted these companies to understand that malicious competition would not solve any problems. The core competitiveness of their own businesses was what truly mattered. They shouldn't resort to underhanded tactics whenever an issue arose. Having made up his mind, Su Chin said, "Brother Hunter, don't worry. I also detest such companies and will definitely help you. Just tell me how many drones you need to purchase this time." Seeing that Su Chin finally believed him, Hunter felt a sense of relief. He had been worried that Su Chan would realize that the drones they were purchasing, along with the steel pipes, were meant for battlefield deployment. Well, as long as the drones have the capability to resist electromagnetic interference, our company has decided to purchase 10,000 units. Su Chun, who had just been righteous a moment ago, gasped at the quantity. 10,000 units? That's $300 million. Converted to local currency, that's a staggering 22 billion. And that's for the original version. If they included the electromagnetic interference resistance feature, the price would surely double. Thinking of this, Su Chin's heart raced with excitement. What malicious competition! This was clearly a case of healthy competition. Looking at Su Chin's suddenly joyful expression, the two people across from him exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why he seemed so happy all of a sudden. Hadn't he just been furiously criticizing those malicious competitors? Seeing that Su Chun hadn't responded yet, Hunter prompted, "Su, is there a problem?" Hearing Hunter's voice, Su Chun, still in a state of excitement, quickly regained his composure. After coughing a couple of times, he awkwardly laughed and said, "It's nothing, nothing. I just suddenly thought of something happy, so I couldn't help it." At this point, Su Chin glanced at Hunter out of the corner of his eye, worried that his gentlemanly image might be shattered, and decided to change the subject. "Ahem, Brother Hunter. It's not difficult to equip the 10,000 new drones you purchased with devices to counteract electromagnetic interference. It's just that the price." Upon hearing Su Chin's words, Hunter waved his hand dismissively and smiled. "Price is a minor issue. As long as the drones produced by Brother Su can indeed withstand electromagnetic interference, you can set the price as you wish." Su Chun was somewhat prepared for Hunter's attitude, as they had dealt with each other multiple times, and he recognized Hunter's boldness. Su Chin nodded slightly and responded with a smile. "In that case, I won't be too stingy. A flat rate of $35,000 each." At this figure, not only Hunter, but even Jim beside him was taken aback. Jim was well aware of the capabilities of the drones produced by Su Chun. In terms of performance metrics, they far surpassed those renowned military drones on the international market. If such a drone were put on the market, not to mention $30,000 each, even if priced at $50,000 or $100,000, there would be plenty of buyers lining up. But now, not only had the drones been upgraded to include anti-electromagnetic interference features, but the price was only slightly higher. A military drone with stealth capabilities was being sold for just $35,000 in Long Country. Wasn't that a bit too reasonable? For a moment, even Jim felt tempted. The difference in battlefield effectiveness between a drone with stealth capabilities and one without was like night and day. Just imagine a drone carrying 200 kilograms of explosives silently traversing enemy lines, hovering above the enemy command center. What would the enemy commanders be feeling? Unbeknownst to Su Chun and Hunter, they had no idea what was on Jim's mind. Once the two had negotiated the contract details, Su Chun prepared to have someone draft the contract. However, when Su Chun stood up, he noticed that Jim was staring at him intently, with a fascinating expression, as if he wanted to say something but was too shy to speak. Seeing Jim's demeanor, Su Chin felt a bit uneasy and looked at him with suspicion, tentatively saying, "Brother Jim, you wouldn't want me to upgrade the drones you purchased to include anti-electromagnetic interference features as well, would you?" Upon hearing Su Chin's words, Jim's expression tightened instantly. Just as he was about to say yes, he felt a sharp pain in his calf. Jim instinctively turned to look and saw Hunter giving him a warning glare. As if to say, if you mess up this deal for me, we're done. Seeing his friend like this, Jim let out a long sigh and had to give up on the idea. When they arrived, Hunter had repeatedly cautioned him not to let Su-Chin know they were there to purchase military supplies. Jim was well aware of the reasons behind this. The regulations on firearms in that region were extremely strict. If the other party discovered their true intentions, they could forget about buying such affordable and practical military supplies in the future. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jim forced a smile at Su-Chun, waved his hand, and replied, No, our company hasn't encountered any companies engaging in such malicious competition, so there's no need to upgrade the drones. Hearing this, Su-Chun felt a slight sense of relief. However, after a moment's thought, he still felt it was a pity. If they could finalize this order with the other party, it would significantly increase the company's revenue. Chapter 43, Customer First. The following stage was the contract signing. In this contract, the client procured only 10,000 new drones, amounting to $350 million. Adding Jim's order, the total value of the contract reached over $350 million. According to the contract requirements, a deposit of 40 was to be paid, which was over $140 million. Looking at the increased amount in his bank account, Su-Chun felt quite pleased. Even when he was sending the two away from the company, he still had a beaming smile on his face. As for Su-Chun's reaction, Hunter and Jim paid no mind, thinking it was just excitement over acquiring a new client that day. In their view, a company as capable as Su-Chun's must have significant international business, and they believed he wouldn't be overly concerned about such a small order. However, both were somewhat curious as to why such a powerful company appeared so low-key within its own country, showing no signs of exceptionalism. According to the information they found, Su-Chin's company didn't even make it into the top 100 within the region, and its ranking was at the very bottom of the industrial sector. Whenever they thought about this, Hunter and Jim couldn't help but feel amazed at how strong the industrial capacity of the region was. It was hard to believe that a company like this could be at the bottom. They wondered just how terrifying the top-ranked industrial company in the area must be. After seeing the two off, Su-Chun didn't rest. Since Hunter requested the addition of electromagnetic interference protection for the drones, this needed to be implemented quickly, especially since it was a contract worth over $300 million. If anything went wrong, Su-Chun would certainly feel the pinch. Opening the system panel, Su-Chun didn't hesitate and directly input his requirements into the search box. As he hit the confirm button, a torrent of knowledge surged into his mind like a waterfall, until every cell in his body became familiar with the information, and only then did that feeling dissipate. J10 stealth coding. Su-Chun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the newfound knowledge. He had expected the search results to yield a specific device that could protect against external electromagnetic attacks. But to his surprise, it turned out to be a paint-like substance. Applying this stealth coating to the corresponding products would enable them to become stealthy, not only preventing electromagnetic interference, but also completely isolating radar and infrared detection. What shocked Su-Chun the most was that the color and luster of this stealth material were extremely close to that of the sky. When products coated with this material flew in the high altitudes, they could achieve an 80 similarity to the sky, significantly reducing the likelihood of being detected by the naked eye or optical devices in clear weather. Looking at these functions, Su-Chun couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering whether there were too many features. Hunter only requested that the device be able to resist electromagnetic interference, but he had created so many functions. Was that a bit excessive? What if the workers from their company accidentally lost sight of the drone while operating it in the air? With this thought, Su-Chun nodded, feeling quite wise for identifying the key issue. It was necessary to reduce the stealth coating's capabilities. At the very least, the workers must be able to see the drone. After making up his mind, Su-Chun pulled out an A4 sheet of paper from the bookshelf behind him and began to jot down his ideas. A few days later, in the office, Su-Chun looked at the A4 paper in front of him with a beaming smile, feeling an immense sense of pride. After his efforts, the original stealth coating proposed by the system had been significantly simplified while still retaining its electromagnetic interference resistance function. Su-Chun had cut down most of the coating's other functions. He not only reduced the capabilities to prevent radar detection and infrared scanning, but even discarded the color that had initially attracted him, replacing it with a more conspicuous hue. Reflecting on the efforts he had made to ensure the drone better met Hunter's requirements, Su-Chun felt a twinge of sadness. What company president would take customer feelings into such serious consideration like he did? If it were another company, they wouldn't bother about such things. Nor would they worry if the workers could see the drone. They would probably prefer to use the original stealth coating without a second thought. With a slight sense of regret, Su Chun organized the materials on his desk and called in the head of the production department, handing over all the documents to them, urging them to come up with a production plan as soon as possible. Currently, their company was handling three main production aspects. One was a special steel cable order from a multinational group, and the other two were the orders for 50 off-road vehicles and 10,000 new drones from Hunter, along with some steel pipes ordered by a new client named Jim. It seemed that the upcoming period would be quite busy. Looking at the production plans reported by various departments, Su Chin shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. Indeed, making money wasn't easy. One had to consider customer feelings while trying to secure more orders. Sometimes, Su Chin couldn't help but wonder if he was being too conscientious as a company president. Meanwhile, as Su Chan was focused on production, an extremely dramatic scene was unfolding at a routine press conference held by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Country. This day marked the first press conference of the year for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Due to many significant events happening internationally during this period, there has been a notably large number of foreign journalists attending the conference. This is especially true regarding the situation with a certain group whose forces have been advancing rapidly, achieving consecutive victories and consistently breaching the defenses of their opponents, shocking countries around the world. The current situation of this group is vastly different from what it was before. And what intrigues these journalists the most is the source of the additional weapons that this group possesses. It is well known globally how this group has gained such an advantage, primarily due to these weapons. The firearms they have replicated not only outperform the original models, but also the advanced drones used in their counteroffensive have left many astonished. Such highly advanced drones certainly could not have been developed by this group alone, indicating that there must be assistance from other nations involved. This country has also been one of the most discussed topics in international circles. Chapter 44. Should I just read my ID card? Minister Gao, may I ask, regarding the online claims that the weapons in the hands of the terrorist organization Hamas are supplied by your country, what is your perspective on this matter? As the meeting commenced, a number of reporters present began to take out their notebooks, diligently recording the words of the spokesperson from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of your country. Looking at the reporter who had just raised the question, Minister Gao appeared somber. Naturally, their ministry was aware of the rumors circulating online during this period. However, all these messages were entirely unfounded. Your country had never provided weapons to Hamas. Moreover, through their investigations in recent times, they found that these rumors predominantly originated from countries that had a hostile relationship with your country. How could your country not recognize the malicious intent behind this? In recent years, your country had signed the 5 Principles of Peaceful Coexistence with various countries in the region, aiming for peaceful coexistence and non-aggression with Middle Eastern nations. The actions of those countries were intended to make the world believe that the weapons of Hamas were indeed supplied by your country, thereby implying that your country was the first to violate the peace treaty and interfere in the internal affairs of other nations. As the voice of the reporter echoed in the conference hall, an eerie silence fell over the room. Everyone turned to look at Minister Gao, eager to hear whether the weapons supporting Hamas were indeed provided by your country. Among them, the most composed were the reporters from Syria and another Middle Eastern nation, who belonged to government departments and were privy to some internal news. In particular, the reporter from the latter country felt a surge of anger upon hearing the remarks from the reporter of the other country. These individuals were truly shameless. When they could not find evidence, they resorted to such underhanded tactics to slander your country. While the crowd below had varied thoughts, Minister Gao slowly began to respond, and it was clear to everyone that his tone was quite unfriendly. Regarding these rumors circulating online, we have also conducted investigations. I can confirm here that we absolutely have not supplied weapons to Hamas. These messages are completely unfounded. It was evident that the reporter from the other country did not believe Minister Gao's response and was preparing to speak again. However, just as he was about to open his mouth, a reporter from another country interjected and asked, Minister Gao, according to our investigations, neither the other country nor another nation has participated in assisting the terrorist organization Hamas with weapons. And I believe everyone is aware of the type of drones used by Hamas in this conflict. Such advanced weaponry, besides your country, the other country, and another nation. Which other country on this planet has such military industrial capability? The words from the reporter were quite sharp. almost explicitly stating that the weapons supporting Hamas were indeed supplied by your country, urging you not to deceive yourselves any longer. As for the accusations from the journalist of a certain country, Gao Jingyi remained unperturbed, staring coldly at the other party and calmly saying, "Journalist from that country, please mind your words. Without any evidence, anything is possible. To conclude that this batch of weapons is supported by us based solely on these 2 points seems rather hasty, doesn't it?" Before the other party could continue speaking, Gao Jingyi looked at everyone present and said in an undeniable tone, "I will say it again. The weapons in question are in no way related to us. The rumors online are purely malicious fabrications by certain individuals." After saying this, Gao Jingyi shot a displeased glance at the journalist from a neighboring country, clearly unhappy. The country providing weapons to Hamas is not us. It is clearly that country. Isn't it? Now all the blame in the world is directed at us, as if there are no other countries capable of such actions. Regarding this misunderstanding, the higher-ups can only swallow their grievances and take the blame for the neighboring country. After all, they did not fabricate the rumors about this incident being caused by us. It was merely conjecture from certain countries. Moreover, the neighboring country is being very cautious in supporting Hamas with weapons, clearly not wanting others to know. If this matter were exposed, it would make us seem heartless. Furthermore, the neighboring country is a significant client of ours. If relations soured because of this, it would severely impact our international arms business, which would be a considerable loss. However, Gao Jingyi also felt curious. If we could investigate and find out that this batch of weapons was transported by the neighboring country, then the intelligence agencies of certain other countries should not be unable to uncover this as well. Just as Gao Jingyi was casting a dubious glance at the neighboring country's journalist, the latter seemed to be looking back at him. Noticing the unusual expression on the other's face, Gao Jingyi couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling that something bad was about to happen. Sure enough, the journalist from the neighboring country, upon noticing Gao Jingyi's gaze, instantly brightened up and looked at him with a smile. It was as if he was saying, "Don't worry, I won't let our country take the blame," while also displaying "I understand you" expression. Then, to everyone's surprise, the neighboring country's journalist stood up, angrily looking at the journalists from certain countries and shouted, "James, Oriel, stop talking nonsense. Our country absolutely did not support Hamas. Do not fabricate facts out of thin air. Those weapons were transported solely by us and have nothing to do with our country." This statement stunned everyone present, and all eyes turned in astonishment towards the journalist from the neighboring country. They truly did not expect that someone would dare to step forward and admit such a thing. However, as they turned to think, they began to understand the key point. The relationship between the Dragon Nation and the Camel Nation has always been friendly, and it is clear that the Camel Nation lacks advanced drone technology. This leaves only one possibility. The Dragon Nation wants to use the Camel Nation as a scapegoat, diverting attention and making others mistakenly believe that this incident was caused by the Camel Nation, having nothing to do with them. Upon realizing this key point, journalists from a certain nation and a certain region looked at the Camel Nation's reporter with disdain, as if they were looking at a fool. How dare they present such a petty trick? Do they really think our two nations are fools? The Camel Nation's reporter, however, was completely oblivious to the reactions of those present and felt somewhat smug. Before coming, the higher-ups had already instructed that if any other countries dared to slander the Dragon Nation regarding this matter, they would directly clarify the issue. Given the intelligence capabilities of the certain nation and the certain region, uncovering the truth behind this matter was only a matter of time. They might as well proactively disclose it, thus doing a favor for the Dragon Nation, so that this big brother would appreciate them and recognize that the Camel Nation is their most steadfast supporter in the region. However, this reporter may have only remembered the first part of the directive from their leaders and completely forgot the latter part, which was, unless absolutely necessary, never proactively disclose it, and never inadvertently hinder the Dragon Nation. The Camel Nation's reporter, looking around with an air of arrogance, wore a "what can you do to me" expression. While scanning the crowd, he even glanced at Gao Jingyi at the front and gave a slight nod. Seeing this, Gao Jingyi felt an impulse to kick him. For goodness sake, if you're not going to help, then don't. What nation doesn't he know that the Camel Nation is a subordinate of the Dragon Nation? Do you really need to explain this? You might as well just read my ID. Now, not only is it not the Dragon Nation's doing, but it's also being twisted to suggest that it is. Thinking about the Camel Nation reporter's words, Gao Jingyi was infuriated, as every statement implied that this incident was not caused by the Dragon Nation, yet the underlying message was that it indeed was. Chapter 45, regarding? Sure enough, when the reporter from the camel country noticed that everyone present was looking at him with disdainful eyes, he suddenly felt a pang of anxiety, silently cursing himself. Did he just make things worse? Hiss. Thinking of this, the reporter from the camel country gasped, feeling that things were going awry, and quickly cast a pleading glance at Gao Jingyi, who was not far away. Gao Jingyi, who had just suppressed his anger, immediately darkened his face upon noticing the reporter's expression. He was genuinely tempted to go down and give that fool a good beating. After casting a glare at the other party, Gao Jingyi turned back to the others present and, somewhat sheepishly, said, "Is there anyone else who wants to speak? If not, we can end the meeting." Seeing the malicious gazes from the crowd, Gao Jingyi truly wanted to wrap up this meeting. Had he known that such a fool would show up today, he wouldn't have come in person. Just as Gao Jingyi finished speaking, a reporter from a certain country stood up angrily, with a dark expression, saying, "Humph. Minister Gao, what do you have to say now? Or do you still want to play dumb?" With the question from the reporter, the scene fell into silence once again. Most people looked at Gao Jingyi with ill intentions, eager to see how he would explain this time. However, Gao Jingyi, avoiding their gazes, responded somewhat perplexedly, "What do you mean? I have nothing to say." At this point, it seemed Gao Jingyi thought of something and feigned surprise, saying, "Oh, you want to ask about the camel country providing weapons to Hamas? We truly have no knowledge of this matter. If you wish to understand, you can inquire with the parties involved. Our country does not interfere in the internal affairs of other nations, and since this matter involves other countries, I won't make any explanations here." Gao Jingyi was prepared to stick to his guns. After all, their country had indeed not provided weapons to Hamas. With the truth on their side, no amount of investigation would pin this on them. Seeing Gao Jingyi's defiant attitude, the reporter from the certain country sneered, "Minister Gao, do you really believe that with the camel country's military industry, they could develop such drones? Would anyone here believe that?" Upon hearing this, countries friendly with a certain nation began to speak up in agreement. "Yes, Minister Gao." The words of the camel country reporter clearly seemed to be an attempt to absolve your country. "Was this prearranged by your country? Minister Gao, isn't your country usually the one that respects sovereignty the most? Why would you openly assist those terrorists from Hamas this time? Since your country has done such things, why is Minister Gao still not willing to admit it? Do you think we are all fools?" Listening to the words of these individuals, a reporter from a certain country nearby was already sweating profusely. He could hardly believe that just because of his one remark, the attitudes of everyone had suddenly shifted, albeit in the opposite direction. Just as he was about to stand up to clarify something, he felt a piercing gaze directed at him. Turning slightly, he saw the person at the front, casting a warning look his way. The reporter immediately felt a chill run down his spine and sensibly returned to his seat. However, he began to think about how to explain the situation to his superiors when he returned. On the other side, the person at the front felt relieved once the foolish reporter sat down. He was genuinely worried that this individual might say something astonishing again. As for the statements from representatives of other nations present, he wasn't too concerned. After all, they had no evidence, and he could simply continue to play dumb. After scanning the room, he slowly began to speak. "Ladies and gentlemen, discussions must rely on evidence. It's not just about what you say. Furthermore, the reporter from the aforementioned country has already admitted that this matter was indeed their doing. How dare you slander my country? What are your true intentions?" At this point, the atmosphere in the room was thick with tension, and everyone could sense the cold menace emanating from him. He looked around with icy eyes and continued, "I will say this again. The weapons from a certain group have nothing to do with my country. I do not wish to hear any more about this matter. If you still believe that my country is behind this, then please present your evidence. Do as you see fit when the time comes." His resolute attitude left no room for doubt, causing many reporters from various nations present to remain silent after hearing his words. The reporters from certain nations, who had initially sparked the conversation, were visibly displeased but felt a chilling presence that struck deep into their souls when they attempted to speak again. Under his cold gaze, they immediately lost their bravado, feeling an overwhelming sense of danger that was suffocating, as if they were caught beneath a waterfall. Thus, under the pressure exerted by him, the subsequent meeting proceeded without further incidents, and no one dared to bring up the matter again. However, he knew full well that these individuals would not let the issue rest. Meanwhile, as the meeting on his side unfolded unexpectedly, another meeting was also experiencing difficulties. In a spacious conference room within a military research institute, more than a dozen individuals were seated around the table. Apart from one individual, the rest were all elderly men with gray hair, the leaders in the research field of their country. The elderly man sitting next to Feng Jingxin was none other than Zhou Maoda, the director of the Military Research Institute. And the others present were heads of various departments within the institute. After Feng Jingxin stated the purpose of this meeting, he handed out a series of documents to everyone and said, "Do you have any comments on the drone bidding proposal?" As soon as he finished speaking, an elderly man quickly voiced his concern, though his expression seemed somewhat uneasy. "Minister Feng, isn't this a bit inappropriate? After all, this heavy-lift drone is military equipment. Wouldn't it be improper to let private enterprises develop it?" Hearing his friend's words, the others in the conference room began to chime in. "Yes, Minister Feng. The development of military equipment has always been led by our institute. Isn't it somewhat against the rules to hand this over to private companies?" Feng Jingxin, upon hearing their remarks, couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "I would actually prefer to have you develop it. If your institute can guarantee to produce it within 6 months, I would definitely advocate for this project to be exclusively handed over to you." At this, everyone in the room fell silent. No one understood better than they did just how powerful the drones used by Hamas on the battlefield were. They were very familiar with the characteristics of high load capacity, high speed, and long endurance. But to combine all three features into one drone was no simple task. It could even be described as extremely difficult. It not only required highly skilled researchers, but also demanded very precise design specifications for the drones. In the field of drone technology, their country had always had a specialized team dedicated to research and development, but after so many years of effort, the results could be described as minimal. Thus, when Feng Jingxin made that statement, everyone present couldn't help but roll their eyes. 6 months? Do you think this is child's play? Just saying it will make it happen? Chapter 46, Drone Bidding. As everyone fell silent, Zhou Maoda, who had been quiet until now, glanced at the documents in his hand and turned to ask Feng Jingxin, "Minister Feng, is this drone really produced by that country?" Upon hearing this, the others present also turned their attention to Feng Jingxin at the front. They were well aware of the military-industrial capabilities of that country. If they could manufacture such advanced drones, why would they still be ordering arms from our nation? Just then, it seemed that everyone had realized something, and their expressions changed. Feng Jingxin, puzzled by their reaction, looked at Zhou Maoda with confusion and asked, "Director Zhou, what is going on?" Zhou Maoda, showing a wry smile, replied helplessly, "Oh, it's not a secret. Recently, our staff discovered that the quantity of arms purchased by that country from us has been drastically decreasing. Initially, it was just a reduction in orders for firearms, but recently it has become increasingly strange, as they seem to be cutting back on orders for artillery and other military supplies as well. During this period, our nation's profits in the international arms market have dropped by nearly several $billion." Hearing Zhou Maoda's explanation, even Feng Jingxin couldn't help but frown slightly. The international arms market was already an important part of our military industry's income, and that country was a major client, accounting for nearly 40% of our arms market share. Now, this major client was actually reducing its purchases from us. While Feng Jingxin was deep in thought, Zhou Maoda continued, but his expression was even more severe than before. If this drone was indeed produced by that country, then everything would make sense. It must be that their military-industrial capabilities had significantly improved in recent years, which is why they began to gradually reduce their arms orders from us. At that moment, another researcher familiar with that country spoke up, saying, "That country shouldn't have such industrial capabilities. I personally went there for an inspection not long ago, and their military-industrial strength is not outstanding. At most, they can produce some basic firearms, and even that lacks technical sophistication. They definitely do not have the capability to develop such advanced drones." As this person finished speaking, the room fell silent again, and everyone began to ponder. Before long, one person tentatively asked, "Could it be that these weapons are being procured by that country from other nations, and perhaps at a lower price than what we offer?" Hearing this, everyone instinctively nodded in agreement, clearly supporting the viewpoint. Compared to the idea that the drones were developed in-house, they were more inclined to believe that they were purchased from other countries. For this, Feng Jingxin was briefly surprised but quickly returned to normal. The urgent task now was to develop this type of drone in the shortest time possible. Other matters could be left for the intelligence personnel to investigate later. Feng Jingxin cleared his throat lightly and turned to the group, saying, "All right, I will have someone handle this. Our immediate priority is to find a way to develop this type of drone as soon as possible. We must not fall too far behind other countries." As Feng Jingxin finished speaking, the others did not continue the discussion, all nodding in agreement. After discussing the details of the drone bidding with everyone, Feng Jingxin left. In a business vehicle, Feng Jingxin handed the documents in his hand to the secretary in the front seat and reminded him, "This is the bidding plan for the drone. Have the relevant departments expedite the processing." After speaking, Feng Jingxin did not wait for the secretary's response and continued, "Also, once you return, quickly contact the intelligence personnel stationed in the Middle East and have them pay attention to the movements of the country in question. We need to find out whether the weapons of Hamas are produced domestically or purchased from other countries." After giving all the instructions in one breath, Feng Jingxin fell silent and began to rest his eyes. Regarding the success of this bidding, Feng Jingxin actually had little confidence. The previous bidding for the Southern Military District had already shown that the domestic industrial strength was not particularly outstanding. However, he felt there was no alternative at this point. The war in Hamas had sounded an alarm for their country, and if no changes were made, it would pose a severe test for future development. Therefore, every possible method must be utilized. A few days later, when the announcement for the national drone bidding appeared online, it immediately stirred up a storm in the market. This announcement was not from a regular department, but from one of the most powerful government bodies, the Ministry of Defense. In no time, countless drone companies responded, eager to get a share of the pie. Regarding profits, these companies were not particularly concerned. Their goal was to leverage this opportunity to connect with the government, specifically the Ministry of Defense. At DJI, a middle-aged man was in his office handling documents. Just as he was about to make some corrections on one of the documents, a sudden urgent sound reached his ears. Hearing this, Zhang Tao put down his pen and frowned slightly, looking towards the source of the sound. A middle-aged man of the same age hurriedly ran towards his office holding a document. Upon seeing him, Zhang Tao felt even more puzzled. The newcomer was none other than his partner, Chen Xingqiang. Zhang Tao was quite familiar with Chen. He was not usually someone who made a fuss. What was going on today? Soon, Chen Xingqiang arrived at Zhang Tao's office with a stack of materials, skipping the usual pleasantries and saying excitedly, "Manager Zhang, great news. The government has announced a tender for drones." Hearing this, Zhang Tao was also shocked. In the entire region, if they claimed to be second in the drone industry, no one could claim to be first. The government's tender for drones was essentially equivalent to handing over this order to their company, DJI. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhang Tao sensed something unusual. Could this be a signal from the government to them? If DJI could meet the government's requirements, would they be able to gain the government's support from now on? The thought sent a shiver down his spine, and he felt a surge of excitement. He was determined to secure this government tender. Chapter 47, A Good Seed. However, when Zhang Tao actually started reviewing the bidding documents, the excitement on his face instantly vanished, replaced by an expression as if he had seen a ghost. After a moment, Zhang Tao slowly closed the bidding documents he had finished reading, took a deep breath, and tried to suppress the impulse to lash out. Looking at Chen Xingqiang across from him, Zhang Tao said with some displeasure, "Is this what you call good news?" Seeing his boss's expression, Chen Xingqiang immediately felt a tightening sensation, sensing that something bad was about to happen. However, he was still a manager at a publicly listed company and managed to maintain his composure. In the blink of an eye, he scanned the entire office for any potential weapons. Noticing there were no sticks or other offensive items, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. At least there's nothing to hit with. Chen Xingqiang genuinely felt a bit intimidated by Zhang Tao. Although he was his superior, he was also a good brother, and a disagreement could lead to actual physical confrontation. He had often suffered losses in this regard in the past. Despite being scolded repeatedly, he never dared to speak up, as the company had not made any mistakes under Zhang Tao's leadership. Instead, it had flourished, becoming a leading enterprise in the drone industry domestically and achieving significant success in overseas markets as well. Seeing that Zhang Tao was still upset, Chen Xingqiang tentatively asked, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with the bidding documents from the Ministry of Defense?" In fact, Chen Xingqiang was also somewhat perplexed by Zhang Tao's anger. Just moments ago, he was about to take a restroom break when he spotted Zhang Tao's secretary rushing over, holding a document. Noticing her anxious expression piqued his curiosity, so he stopped her to ask what was going on. However, when he heard that the Ministry of Defense had released a bidding notice for drones, all his need to relieve himself disappeared. He barely had time to hear the rest of her words before snatching the document from her arms, eager to bring the good news to Zhang Tao. Little did he know that things would turn out this way. If he had known there were issues with the bidding documents, He wouldn't have come over at all. His previous actions were merely habitual. As he observed Chen Xingqiang's demeanor, Zhang Tao's anger flared even more. He tossed the document in front of Chen Xingqiang and said irritably, "Take a good look. Are these requirements for a drone? Which company can produce such a drone?" Huh. Chen Xingqiang was clearly taken aback by Zhang Tao's words. Hadn't the secretary just said it was a bidding announcement for drones? Why was it suddenly not the case here? Without further questioning, Chen Xingqiang quickly grabbed the documents in front of him and began to read. However, the deeper he read, the more his expression darkened. What the hell is this document? After reviewing all the materials, Chen Xingqiang slammed his palm hard on the table, his face filled with indignation. A payload of 200 kilograms? Is that something a person would say? If these are the requirements, they might as well just build a small private plane. They want high payload capacity, high speed, long endurance, and at the same time require them to minimize the drone's size, like a regular commercial drone. Isn't that ridiculous? Not to mention that there is no such technology in the country. It's impossible for anyone in the world to achieve this. When it comes to drone manufacturing, DJI has the most say. If they dare to say they can't produce such a drone, then they can be sure that no one in the country can either. After calming down a bit, Chen Xingqiang looked at Zhang Tao across the table and asked with some confusion, since the country is preparing to vigorously develop the drone industry, why are the requirements in the bidding document from the Ministry of Defense so harsh? Hearing Chen Xingqiang's words, Zhang Tao fell into silence, racking his brain but unable to come up with an explanation. It's no wonder Zhang Tao looked troubled. The requirements set by the Ministry of Defense were indeed too harsh. Having worked in the drone industry for 10 years and made a name for himself both domestically and internationally, Zhang Tao had truly never seen such outrageous demands. After a long while, Zhang Tao, who had been staring at the bidding document, sighed and said to Chen Xingqiang across the table, "Well, since the country has this need, we entrepreneurs should also be determined. During this time, let the production department study it thoroughly. If it still doesn't work out in the end, we can slightly improve our D-30 agricultural drone. Try to increase its payload capacity and flight speed. The other requirements don't have to be too extravagant, as long as they are somewhat similar to the national demands." After saying this, Zhang Tao fell silent. But anyone with insight could see the sense of despondency in his eyes. Chen Xingqiang wasn't surprised by Zhang Tao's decision. This type of drone had already exceeded their understanding. Not only them, but perhaps no company in the world could produce it. Chen Xingqiang nodded, took the document from the table, and left the office with regret. At the same time, not only was the country discussing this type of drone, but even those countries around the world that were closely monitoring the battlefield in Hamas were speculating about who developed this drone and who delivered these weapons to Hamas. Meanwhile, Su Chun was completely unaware of the escalating international tensions. In the courtyard of Zhongtian Industrial Group, a group of 7 or 8-year-old children were gathered together, occasionally looking up at the sky. "Look, the boss is here." As the youthful voice echoed through the crowd, the little ones raised their heads to gaze at the figure above them. Seeing the smiling face of Su Chun, the children bounced and jumped, vigorously waving their hands towards him, their mouths chattering away. Boss, I'm over here. This time it should be my turn, right? Last time the boss took you all up." "Nonsense, you went up last time too." Watching the excited and flushed faces of the little ones below, Su Chun felt a sense of comfort. It seemed that his guidance during this time had been somewhat effective. These kids were making an effort to create space for him as he was about to land. One child was loudly urging his friends to move away from the landing area, pushing them along. Su Chun stroked his chin, nodded, and a hint of appreciation appeared in his eyes. A good candidate for a management position. Chapter 48: Preparing for the Test Drive. Soon, under the eager gazes of the excited children, Su Chun skillfully maneuvered the drone to land. Before he could step out of the basket, the kids rushed over eagerly. They waved their arms frantically at Su Chun inside the basket, shouting incessantly, Boss, I'm here. It's my turn this time." Seeing the group of kids, Su Chun shook his head and pretended to be serious, saying, Hey, if you keep this up, no one will get a turn today. Line up properly, one at a time." Just as Su Chun finished speaking, a straight line formed instantly in front of him, with everyone standing tall and looking eagerly at him. Stepping out of the basket with his hands behind his back, Su Chun walked back and forth in front of the line, his expression stern. He occasionally nodded at the kids, resembling a general inspecting his troops. When he reached the front of the line, Su Chun kicked the kid in front, saying with a hint of annoyance, "Wang Lei, why is it you again? You were the first yesterday. Hurry up and go to the back, you'll be last today. The child named Wang Lei was none other than the one who had kicked himself during the last drone test flight, now humorously referred to as the deputy leader by the other kids. Despite being kicked for no reason, Wang Lei was not angry and smiled, saying, "Boss, how can you say that? What happened yesterday is yesterday. Today is a different day." Listening to the child's roundabout words, Su Chen rolled his eyes and remained silent, lifting his foot as if to kick again. The moment Wang Lei saw Su Chen raise his foot, he quickly ran away, sheepishly moving to the end of the line. Seeing the kid's quick wit, Su Chen nodded slightly, feeling a bit proud. It seemed his authority was still respected. Once the line was reformed, Su Chen clapped his hands and said appreciatively, "All right, everyone line up properly. One at a time. You all will have a chance." After saying this, Su Chen was about to open the basket for the kids to board when a strong voice suddenly reached his ears. "Mr. Su, good news, good news." Upon hearing this, Su Chen maintained a neutral expression, but the small group nearby began to stir restlessly. The little heads turned towards the person, their faces filled with worry. Who would care about the thoughts of these children, anyway? A middle-aged man quickly approached Su Chen, visibly excited, and said, "Mr. Su, the first batch of sample vehicles for the Dongfeng Warrior has been produced. Chief Engineer Wang asked me to see if you want to go test them out." At this, Su Chen was initially taken aback. Then he felt a surge of joy in his heart. Su Chen had high expectations for the Dongfeng off-road vehicle, as it was initially intended to be manufactured for the country, but in the end, it was not favored. Although it couldn't contribute to the nation, Su Chen still held a strong hope for this military off-road vehicle. Now that he heard that the first batch of prototypes was ready, how could he not feel excited? Without any hesitation, he immediately asked, "Where is it? Take me there quickly." The middle-aged man nodded and quickly responded, "It's at the back mountain of the factory. Chief Engineer Wang and the RD team are currently debugging the vehicle, just waiting for you to come and test it." After speaking, the middle-aged worker prepared to lead Su Chen to the testing location. However, before they could take a few steps, Su Chen heard some hesitant voices from behind. He stopped and turned to see a group of children staring at him. Some of them even had tears in their eyes. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and shook his head, saying to the kids, "What's with the crying? I'm going to do something important, and I'll take you up to the sky tomorrow." As he said this, he raised 3 fingers and gestured a few times. 3 times. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, the group of children instantly became excited, forgetting their earlier sadness, all of them immersed in the joy of having 3 chances to go up to the sky tomorrow. After comforting the children, Su Chen quickly followed the middle-aged worker to the vehicle testing area at the back mountain of the factory. As soon as they arrived, Su Chen saw dozens of company employees gathered around a military green off-road vehicle, pointing and occasionally stepping forward to fiddle with something. The person directing these employees was Wang Tianhai, the overall head responsible for the production of the Dongfeng Mengshi. Seeing the serious expressions of the people nearby, Su Chen nodded. These were all individuals he had spent a significant amount of money recruiting from other companies last year, especially Wang Tianhai, who was previously a department head at a major automotive group. Su Chen had even offered a high monthly salary of 50,000 to recruit him. Approaching the group, Su Chen got straight to the point. "Engineer Wang, how is the vehicle debugging going? Can we test drive it?" Hearing the inquiry from his boss, Wang Tianhai didn't hesitate and smiled, nodding, "Yes, the basic circuits have been debugged, and we can proceed with the test drive." At this point, Wang Tianhai paused, as if remembering something, and a look of hesitation crossed his face. Noticing this expression, Su Chen was puzzled and immediately asked, "What's wrong? Engineer Wang, is there something wrong with the vehicle?" Wang Tianhai did not respond to Su Chen's confusion. Instead, he looked directly at him with a serious expression and asked, "Mr. Su, I heard from others in the company that this Dongfeng off-road vehicle was designed by you alone. Is that true?" Wang Tianhai, who has been in the automotive manufacturing industry for 30 years, has an in-depth understanding of cars. He is very familiar with not only every part of a vehicle, but also its overall structure. However, this deep knowledge makes him acutely aware of how challenging it is to develop a revolutionary car. His former employer, a well-known automotive group, exemplifies this challenge. After producing the first generation of a certain model, they did not continue with new developments, but instead focused on optimizing and improving older models. Everyone in the company understands how difficult it is to create a new model that surpasses the previous version. But what about now? The car he personally oversaw the production of has turned out to be a groundbreaking model. It not only outperforms older models in various aspects, but is also offered at a lower price. Yet, this remarkable vehicle was designed by someone in their 20s? It sounds unbelievable. Chapter 49, The Dragon in the Sky. Feeling a bit uneasy under the other person's blank stare, Su-Chen reminded himself not to lose face in front of his employees, so he pretended to respond calmly. Engineer Wang. This military off-road vehicle is not something I came up with in just a day or two. Back in university, I devoted myself to researching this vehicle for 4 whole years before finally getting a clue. After returning and organizing the company, I was able to perfect these 2 off-road vehicles. It's not as simple as you think. Upon hearing Su-Chen's reply, Wang Tianhai immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that such a high-performance off-road vehicle was designed by the other party in just a few days. If that were the case, how could they, with decades of experience, continue to work in this field? When he first arrived, he often heard the company's veteran employees boast about Su-Chen's incredible achievements. They talked about how, in just a few months, he had rescued a nearly bankrupt factory and how, under his leadership, the company's development continued to improve. They mentioned how he had developed a groundbreaking new type of drone in just a few days, and how he designed a high-performance off-road vehicle in a similar time frame. Among other things, every day on his way to work, Wang Tianhai would hear these stories. Initially, he was curious, but as he dug deeper, he felt increasingly shocked. Since Su-Chen took over the factory, it had been less than a year, yet this young man in his 20s had already designed a 6-wing high-load high-speed drone, a new military off-road vehicle, and high-strength special steel cables. Recently, he had even heard a stunning piece of news. Su-Chen had designed a stealth coating that could astonish the world, the J-10 stealth coating. Each of these achievements left Wang Tianhai, who had just joined the company, in awe. Having worked in research and development for decades, he had never encountered someone as outstanding as Su-Chen. At that moment, Wang Tianhai felt deeply that he had made the right choice in joining this company. Rather than focusing on the monthly salary of 50,000, he felt excited about the prospect of working under such a young and capable leader. Despite being over 50, he did not consider himself old. It was precisely because of his decades of in-depth research experience that he recognized the gap between their country's automotive industry and that of others. Previously, at Dongfeng Motor Corporation, he had been advised to resign due to his age, which left his talents unutilized. Now, having joined a thriving company as the chief engineer, he found that all issues in the automotive field had to pass through his hands, giving him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. At this moment, Su-Chen completely ignored Wang Tianhai's random thoughts. Her mind was solely focused on the Dongfeng Mengsher nearby. Ever since she obtained the manufacturing method for this off-road vehicle from the system, Su-Chen had been pondering daily just how good the actual performance of this vehicle could be. Now it was finally ready. Although it was a stripped-down version that she had modified, the basic off-road capabilities were still intact. She had only slightly reduced the space and power, which did not affect her fondness for the vehicle at all. After all, who could resist such a large toy, especially one that she had designed herself? Soon, under Su-Chen's eager gaze, the staff who had been tuning the vehicle finally stopped. One of the leaders quickly approached Su-Chen and Wang Tianhai, excitedly stating, "Miss Su, Engineer Wang, the vehicle has been tuned and is ready for a test drive." Upon hearing this, Su-Chen's heart surged with joy. She turned to one of her subordinates and said, "Chen Lu, make sure to film the entire process while I test drive it. We'll send the video to the publicity department so they can create a promotional video from it." Hearing Su-Chen's instructions, a young man holding a camera nodded vigorously. After ensuring everything was in order, Su-Chen walked straight to the off-road vehicle. As soon as she sat down in the driver's seat, she felt a softness beneath her, prompting her to nod slightly. Although it was a vehicle meant for rescue, it still had the necessary comfort. After familiarizing herself with some basic equipment in the vehicle, Su-Chen wasted no time and started the engine. With a loud rumble, the massive vehicle surged forward, exceeding everyone's expectations despite its size. The back mountain of Zhongtian Industrial Group was originally a stone quarry, but for reasons unknown, the companies responsible for it had only mined halfway before halting operations. As a result, the entire area was quite treacherous, filled with numerous half-excavated pits and scattered rubble, with some places being very steep. If any off-road vehicles available on the market were to test here, they would likely end up as scrap. However, as they watched the vehicle speed ahead, everyone on site, including Su-Chen in the vehicle, had no such worries, as they trusted its off-road capabilities. After crossing a deep pit over 1 3 meters. Su Chun had no intention of easing off the accelerator and instead sped towards a steep slope not far ahead. The ground of the slope was covered in rubble, with a steepness reaching 70 degrees. Under such challenging terrain, the vehicle she was driving initially slipped slightly, but soon it charged up the slope like a wild horse breaking free. As soon as those staff members nearby saw Su Chun skid, their hearts tightened with fear of an accident. However, this worry only lingered in their minds for a moment before dissipating. Thus, the test drive process continued for nearly 2 hours before finally coming to an end. After getting out of the vehicle, Su Chun felt quite satisfied. In his previous life, he had always dreamed of owning an off-road vehicle, but at that time, his finances were not sufficient to fulfill that wish. Today, he felt he had finally realized a dream for himself. After tossing the car keys to one of the staff members, Su Chun turned to Wang Tianhai and smiled, saying, "For the upcoming vehicles, let us proceed with production according to this specification and aim to complete all orders by the beginning of next month." Without waiting for Wang Tianhai's response, Su Chun continued, "Since this vehicle is produced by our company, calling it something like Dongfeng Mingshi seems a bit inappropriate. From now on, let us call it Zhongtian Jiaolong." Thinking about this name, Su Chun couldn't help but silently give himself a thumbs up. He felt that his naming skills were quite impressive, and it sounded quite powerful. Chapter 50, T30 Carbon Fiber Composite Materials. After encouraging the staff on site, Su Chun prepared to leave, but called over Wang Tianhai, who was standing nearby. After today's south test drive, Su Chun realized a problem. The all-terrain off-road vehicle developed by their company, Zhongtian Jiaolong, was not very suitable for driving on roads. Despite Su Chun significantly reducing its specifications, its size and weight were still far greater than those of vehicles on the market. In a certain sense, this off-road vehicle still belonged to the military category. If they wanted to introduce it to the market and have consumers willing to purchase it, clearly, this size of off-road vehicle was not the best choice. Therefore, Su Chun intended to discuss with Wang Tianhai whether it would be possible to produce a brand new road off-road vehicle based on the technological experience of Zhongtian Jiaolong. In the office, after hearing the thoughts of his boss, Wang Tianhai was momentarily taken aback and chuckled. He was somewhat surprised that someone as capable as Su Chun would ask such a question. However, Wang Tianhai did not delve deeper into this matter and responded with a smile. "It's a small issue. In fact, the design and development of Zhongtian Jiaolong have already addressed the common problems of current off-road vehicles in the market. We just need to change the shell of Zhongtian Jiaolong and reduce some specifications." After receiving the reply, Su Chun nodded. He wasn't too worried that the performance of the vehicle would be greatly compromised after the modifications. Based on his recent test drive experience, Su Chun was confident that even if they have the performance of this off-road vehicle, it could still outperform those vehicles on the market. In the following time, Su Chun discussed some specific details with Wang Tianhai. However, after talking for a while, Su Chun seemed to have an idea and his eyes lit up. He quickly said to Wang, "Engineer Wang, what if we change all the body materials of Zhongtian Jiaolong to carbon fiber? Wouldn't that be better?" Su Chun's thought about carbon fiber material was somewhat spontaneous. If those sports cars used carbon fiber materials to make the body lighter and achieve maximum speed, could the same result be achieved with an off-road vehicle using carbon fiber? If the off-road vehicle developed by their company excelled not only in off-road capability, but also in driving speed, wouldn't that mean that Zhongtian Industrial Group would dominate the automotive field in the entire region? Wang Tianhai, of course, was unaware of Su Chun's thoughts and took his words as mere fancy. What was he thinking? If off-road vehicles could use carbon fiber, wouldn't other automotive companies have already done it? How could they wait for his idea? Wang Tianhai rolled his eyes and couldn't help but feel a bit amused by the young man's fanciful thinking. Although he thought so, Wang Tianhai did not show any signs of disagreement. He shook his head at Su Chun and responded with a wry smile. "Mr. Su, this is definitely not feasible. The driving surface and driving style of off-road vehicles are very different from those sports cars. Moreover, while carbon fiber materials have high strength, their local tolerance is quite limited. Not to mention that carbon fiber materials are not only extremely expensive, but also very difficult to repair. Vehicles that typically use carbon fiber materials do not sustain damage in a singular manner when subjected to localized impacts. Rather, they often suffer overall damage. People who drive off-road vehicles usually do not consider these factors. They typically pursue extreme thrills and driving experiences. If they were to learn that our company's off-road vehicles require complete material replacement after a collision, only a fool would buy our cars." Wang Tianhai had said a lot in one breath. hoping that his heartfelt words would dispel Su Chen's thoughts. However, he did not expect that when he finished speaking, Su Chen seemed to be oblivious and was smiling to himself, without any indication of what he found amusing. Seeing Su Chen like this, Wang Tianhai felt uncertain and tentatively asked, "Mr. Su, what's going on?" Upon hearing this, Su Chen suddenly snapped out of his excitement, waved his hand dismissively, and said, "Engineer Wang, these are minor issues. During my university years, I learned about carbon fiber materials and just happened to discover a new type of carbon fiber material that can alleviate your concerns." Wang Tianhai squinted his eyes, looking at him with some skepticism, clearly unconvinced. In fact, he began to doubt this young executive, thinking to himself, what a coincidence. The advantages and disadvantages of carbon fiber materials have been established for decades, and no one has been able to change these shortcomings. You say you found a solution during your university years? Besides, it's not that I look down on you. Even researchers in our country have not been able to overcome these issues. How can a kid in his 20s have that capability? Wang Tianhai shook his head slightly, feeling that Su Chen sometimes truly lacked clarity. As for Wang Tianhai's expression, Su Chen noticed it all but didn't mind. This was because he had just seen information about this new type of carbon fiber composite material in the system, and he too found it hard to believe. Indeed, when Wang Tianhai explained the disadvantages of using carbon fiber materials, Su Chen had already opened the system panel. After addressing all the drawbacks Wang Tianhai mentioned, Su Chen discovered a new material, T30 carbon fiber composite material, that could potentially change the world. This new material perfectly resolved all the known issues with carbon fiber materials. Not only did it have a higher strength than traditional carbon fiber materials, but it also had a lower density. Most importantly, the price of this new carbon fiber material obtained from the system was astonishingly low, to the point that it was hard to look at. Take the prices from the international market in 2012 as a comparison. A ton of carbon fiber material was as high as $1.5 million. But the type of carbon fiber material he just obtained from the system, how much does it cost? You can buy a whole kilogram for just 80 units of local currency. That's right, this 80 units is not in dollars, nor in euros, but in local currency, just 80 units. Even Su Chen felt a bit pained at this price. Something he had worked hard to exchange for with 5 sign-in points was only worth 80 units? After a moment of reflection, Su Chen didn't directly explain to Wang Tianhai. Instead, he pulled out a sheet of A4 paper from the bookshelf behind him and began to write and draw on it. Before long, he had outlined the general manufacturing method of this type of carbon fiber material on the paper. Wang Tianhai, being a seasoned technician with 30 years of experience, understood at a glance what was written on the A4 paper that Su Chen handed over. Chapter 51 Identical? After reading the data that Su Chen had written on the A4 paper, Wang Tianhai couldn't help but gasp, his face filled with disbelief. He had thought that what Su Chen just said was a joke, but he didn't expect that the other party really had the manufacturing method for such materials in hand. For a moment, Wang Tianhai just stared at the content on that A4 paper, lost in thought. Seeing Wang Tianhai's reaction, Su Chen felt a bit worried and reminded him, "Engineer Wang, what's wrong? Is there an issue?" Wang Tianhai, jolted back to reality, no longer had the composure of a manager. He tightly gripped the A4 paper in his hand and excitedly said to Su Chen, "Mr. Su, is the data on here real? Is there really a carbon fiber material that can withstand high temperatures and localized impacts? And is it this affordable?" Wang Tianhai was naturally very familiar with carbon fiber materials, having often dealt with them during his time at a major automotive group. Because of this familiarity, he understood just how precious the type of carbon fiber material Su Chen was offering was. Seeing the other party so excited, Su Chen felt a bit proud and said with a hint of arrogance, "Of course. This is the culmination of 4 years of hard work in university. Back then, I dedicated myself to researching this material, often forgetting to eat or sleep, just to be able to manufacture it one day." Listening to Su Chen's enthusiastic monologue, Wang Tianhai, who had just been excited, suddenly felt a bit awkward. He had only wanted to verify if the data was true. Why was Su Chen bringing up how he neglected his beautiful girlfriend during his research? Hearing the latter part, Wang Tianhai couldn't help but roll his eyes. Now he understood what kind of personality this young CEO had. When talking to him, one must not give him an inch, otherwise he would really take a mile. When Wang Tianhai heard Su Chen mention that he had gone 3 days and nights without eating while researching this material, he could no longer hold back and pretended to cough twice to remind him. Cough, cough. Interrupted by the sudden coughing, Su Chen felt a bit annoyed but decided to let it go, considering that the person in front of him was the chief engineer of their company's automobile production. He thought it better to show some understanding towards his subordinate and not dwell on such matters. Su Chun cast a glance at the other party and said somewhat irritably, "That's how it is. This material is something I've put immense effort into researching, and it's absolutely genuine. You just need to tell me whether this material can be used in vehicles." Wang Tianhai naturally understood that Su Chun was upset because he had interrupted him, so he didn't take it to heart. He nodded to himself and slowly responded, "If all this data is true, then I can assure you that this project will definitely succeed." Thinking about the possibility of manufacturing an off-road vehicle with a fully carbon fiber body, Wang Tianhai felt very excited. This would be a groundbreaking development, and if it really succeeded, his name would surely be etched on the monument of automotive pioneers in the country. Seeing the confidence in the other party, Su Chun nodded slightly, and his irritation faded a bit. "All right, in a few days, I will give you the production method for this carbon fiber material. During this time, you should think it over and strive to provide a production plan as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Wang Tianhai did not hesitate at all and nodded firmly. After finalizing the details, Su Chun let him leave to handle his own matters. Once the other party left, Su Chun was about to organize the relevant information in his mind when there was another knock at the door. Without looking up, he simply said, "Come in." Soon, a young staff member entered, holding a document, and it was clear that there was a hint of excitement on his face. Su Chun recognized him. He was the one who reported to him during the bidding with the Morgan Group in the Southern Military District. Noticing the young man's excitement, Su Chun felt a bit curious and asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing the inquiry from his boss, the young staff member calmed his emotions slightly and said, his face flushed, "Mr. Su, today, the Ministry of Defense issued a tender announcement for drones, and I thought you might be interested." Su Chun was slightly surprised by this. After their company's bid against the Southern Military District ended in failure, he had felt a bit dissatisfied. The vehicle data they submitted had taken him 10 points to obtain from the system, yet this advanced military off-road vehicle was ultimately rejected by the other side. Su Chun was not a magnanimous person. He was quite unhappy about being outdone by a company whose name he had never even heard of. Now, with the government publicly tendering to the whole society, he sensed an opportunity for a comeback. He had been worried that their company's drones couldn't break into the domestic market. But if they could secure the Ministry of Defense's tender, that would certainly put their brand on the map. Looking at the young subordinate's excited expression, Su Chun felt a bit curious about what exactly was written in that tender announcement. "Well, bring the proposal for me to take a look." Upon hearing the boss's command, the young subordinate immediately and respectfully handed over the document he was holding to Su Chun. Announcement for the tender of high-capacity military drones. Just seeing the title made Su Chun raise his eyebrows. Why does this name sound so familiar? Su Chun rubbed his chin and couldn't help but start to think back. However, it wasn't long before he couldn't help but slap his thigh. Hiss, isn't this the type of drone produced by their company? Thinking of this, Su Chun's expression changed instantly, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. With the names being the same, the content must be. In an instant, Su Chun quickened his pace in reviewing the document, but the more he read, the more excited he became. Only now did he finally understand why the young subordinate had been so excited since he walked in. Who wouldn't be excited after seeing this? This tender document issued by the Ministry of Defense had all the required data that was basically identical to the type of drone their company had developed. Some of the requirements even highlighted features of their own design even more. This, Chapter 52, Am I Really Kind? After reading it once, Su Chun still felt somewhat unreal, so he decided to read it again. This time, as he analyzed each sentence of the bidding document word by word, the enormous stone in his heart gradually settled, replaced by a face full of excitement. He could confirm that the military drone required by the relevant department was indeed the type produced by their company. He could even say that the drone he designed was an upgraded version of the one requested by the department. However, after understanding all this, Su Chun felt a bit curious about why the country suddenly wanted to bid for such a heavy-duty drone. Moreover, the bidding drone happened to be identical to the drones produced by their company. Had the country already discovered the existence of the drone he designed? This thought had just crossed Su Chun's mind when he quickly dismissed it. He couldn't believe that their company's name had become so well known. The current orders for their drones were mostly from a specific client, and they had hardly sold any domestically. Sometimes, Su Chun couldn't help but wonder why such an excellent drone was not favored by domestic consumers. Had the development in the country improved so much that the drones wildly purchased by another country were not appealing at home? Shaking his head, He interrupted this line of thought. Regardless, this was a great opportunity. The drones being bid for by the department were quite similar to those produced by their company. This time, he had to seize the chance to curry favor with the government and could not afford to be rejected again like last time. Su-Chin shifted his gaze from the bidding document on the table and looked up at his young subordinate, whose face was flushed with excitement. He slowly said, "Very good. We must succeed in this bidding. After you go back, make sure your department is well prepared and come up with a proposal as soon as possible. We cannot have a repeat of last time, understood?" Su-Chin was confident that this time, the drone he designed, which was several levels ahead, would surely be successful. The young subordinate nodded vigorously upon hearing the boss's instructions, his eyes revealing a hint of determination. After failing to secure the order from the Southern Military District last time, they had been reprimanded for several days. This time, the entire procurement department was working hard to secure the order from the department. After giving a few more instructions, Su-Chin allowed his subordinate to leave. Once the young subordinate left, Su-Chin began to delve into knowledge about T-30 carbon fiber materials, though one could see a hint of excitement on his face. Today was truly a double blessing. He had obtained a manufacturing idea for a new type of off-road vehicle and received good news about the drone bidding. If their company succeeded in both endeavors, wouldn't Su-Chin be able to relax and take it easy? Thinking of this, Su-Chin felt quite pleased, and his actions of writing and drawing sped up a bit. The manufacturing method for T-30 carbon fiber materials was not difficult at all. Su-Chin spent only 2 days organizing all the materials. After delegating all company matters, Su-Chin once again welcomed some leisure time. Currently, the company's orders mainly came from a certain country in the Middle East and another region. The 50 all-terrain vehicles ordered by a client were expected to be fully produced in about half a month, while the additional order of 10,000 new drones would take another 2 months to complete. As for the order from another client, Su-Chin was not worried at all. With the advanced equipment the company had, producing that small quantity of steel pipes was a piece of cake. Now, all Su-Chin needed to do was wait. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. This morning, the outside of the industrial group was filled with people, and countless workers excitedly watched as boxes of goods were loaded onto trucks. Everyone's faces were beaming with excitement. These goods represented cash for them. After successfully producing over 10,000 steel pipes last time, they had received a nice bonus, and this time, the goods, both in quantity and price, were far greater than those old steel pipes. Su-Chin's reward system was based on the difficulty and value of the produced goods, and everyone knew how much an all-terrain vehicle and a drone were worth. If they had received such bonuses for the old steel pipes, wouldn't they get even more this time? Su-Chin didn't pay much attention to the employees' thoughts. Originally, he had planned to personally deliver the goods this time, but he didn't know why the client insisted on coming to pick them up himself. Of course, Su-Chin was happy to comply. The contract clearly stated that the delivery cost would be borne by their company. Now that the client wanted to come in person, Su-Chin was naturally delighted. Not only could it save the company a large sum in delivery fees, but it also spared him from extra work. Who wouldn't want that? After all the goods were loaded onto the truck, Su-Chin turned to the client beside him and pretended to be angry, saying, "Brother, you can't do this next time. The contract clearly states that the delivery cost is covered by our company. By doing this, aren't you just wasting your money? Next time, there's no need for you to come in person." Hearing Su-Chin's words, Hunter smiled lightly, appearing nonchalant as he said, "Brother Su, what are you talking about? You've really helped us a lot this time. I've already watched the video you sent me yesterday. We've been looking for a rescue-type off-road vehicle with such performance for a long time. If we can equip each mining area with these vehicles, our workers will be able to receive timely assistance in case of accidents in the future." Upon hearing this, Su-Chin was momentarily taken aback, then felt a bit emotional. It seems that my close friend shares a similar character with me. Both are considerate leaders who care for their subordinates. Su-Chin nodded slightly, reassessing Hunter's character in his mind. He had thought that all capitalists in this world were not good people, but unexpectedly, he had met such a kind capitalist in this life. Looking at Hunter's determined expression, Su-Chin smiled again. "I didn't expect you to be so kind, Hunter. If those employees knew what you did today, they would definitely be sincerely grateful." Just as Hunter was pondering how to deploy these drones and off-road vehicles on the battlefield, he suddenly felt awkward after hearing Su-Chin's remark. "Kindness? Do I really have such a quality?" Hunter instinctively touched his chin, realizing that his initial intention in purchasing these goods was not to save people, but to use them to eliminate those who threaten his interests. Chapter 53. Am I the kind of person Su-Chin describes? After thinking for a long time, Hunter, who couldn't find any of those admirable qualities in himself, felt a bit regretful. Having been in the military for over a decade, it was the first time someone praised him for being kind. Although it felt a bit awkward, he couldn't help but feel a little pleased. It's worth noting that within the military of his homeland, he was often called a madman by many officers. Whether on the battlefield or during drills, his troops were always the first to charge into the front lines, recklessly eliminating enemies. Because of this, his elders often reprimanded him to pay more attention to his own safety during battles. This time, he was sent to a certain country to carry out a mission at the behest of his family's elders. He understood their intentions well, but he felt somewhat uneasy. The ambitions of a certain nation in the Middle East were well known. Once they completely annihilate Hamas, their next target would likely be his homeland. Whenever he heard about that nation's military slaughtering unarmed civilians on the battlefield, Hunter was filled with rage, wishing to rush to the front lines and personally deal with those beasts. Yet today, this battlefield commander, known for his brutality and reckless abandon, was praised for being kind? Hunter shook his head and awkwardly smiled, saying, "Sue brother, you flatter me. Caring for subordinates is what leaders should do." It's not as noble as you say. After saying this, Hunter didn't wait for Su Chun's response and directly clasped his fists with a smile. "Regardless. Thank you, Su brother, this time. Next time you're free, I'll definitely treat you to a drink." Hearing the other party's polite words, Su Chin didn't mind and responded in kind. "Well then, I want to see you off this time. If you come again, I'll definitely pester you for a drink." In this way, Su Chin warmly saw Hunter off to the car. Before leaving, he specifically urged Hunter to visit him next time. Hunter didn't take Su Chin's hospitality to heart. They were both friends and business partners, so the necessary courtesy should still be observed. However, just before leaving, Hunter seemed to recall something and earnestly said to Su Chin, "Su brother, if your company comes out with any new products next time, you must let me know in advance. No matter if it's useful or not. I have to support you." Upon hearing this, Su Chin was momentarily taken aback and then looked at Hunter with some suspicion. How did he know that he had developed a new product? Could it be that he was somehow aware of everything going on in Su Chin's mind? Thinking of this, Su Chin felt a bit uneasy. Apart from Wang Tianhai and a few employees, he had never mentioned the new all-carbon vehicle to anyone else, not even within the company. How could Hunter possibly know about it? Moreover, the new off-road vehicle from their company is still in the experimental stage and hasn't been finalized yet. Where could the other party possibly get such information? Seeing Su Chin's expression, Hunter was equally surprised. He had merely mentioned it casually, yet the others seemed as if they had truly developed a new product. Feeling a bit intimidated by Su Chin's gaze, Hunter cleared his throat and reminded him, "Mr. Su, what's wrong? Could it be that your company really has a new product?" Interrupted from his thoughts, Su Chin chose not to delve further into this matter. After all, as long as it could make money, he didn't care whether it was something that originated from his own insights. Su Chin smiled and pretended to be surprised, saying, "Hunter, you really have a knack for predicting things. Our company has indeed developed a new product recently, and it's something that I believe would interest you." Upon hearing this, Hunter's expression changed instantly, and his heart began to race. Without waiting for Su Chin to finish, he directly asked, "What kind of product is it that would make you say such a thing?" Seeing Hunter so excited, Su Chin was not surprised and decided not to keep him in suspense any longer. He directly informed him about the new off-road vehicle their company was developing. However, when Hunter learned that Su Chin's new product featured a full carbon fiber body, his interest immediately waned. The off-road vehicles he was purchasing were intended for deployment in harsh battlefield conditions, where the terrain was treacherous, and it was all too easy for vehicles to end up in ditches. He was well aware of the advantages of carbon fiber materials, but he also understood their drawbacks. While vehicles made from carbon fiber could perform well on city roads, using such materials for off-road vehicles was somewhat impractical. Noticing Hunter's lack of interest, Su Chin didn't mind and continued to smile, saying, "I suppose you are worried that our off-road vehicle with a full carbon body won't be able to navigate the rugged terrain?" Hunter raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but roll his eyes, as if to say, "Isn't that obvious?" However, mindful of Su Chin's good intentions, he refrained from outright dismissing the idea. Mr. Su, you know that the terrain in our mining area is quite complex. Using vehicles with a full carbon body would lead to significant wear and tear. I think we should pass on this one. Our company won't be purchasing these vehicles this time." Before Hunter could finish, Su Chin interrupted him, feigning anger as he said, "What are you talking about, Hunter? How could I not consider these issues? It's precisely because I have addressed these concerns that I decided to share this with you. Otherwise, why would I bring it up? Do you think I'm just after your money? To his surprise, Su Chen felt hurt that Hunter viewed him in such a way. After saying this, he snorted coldly and turned to leave, appearing as if he had been deeply let down by a friend. Seeing Su Chen's reaction, Hunter suddenly panicked and hurriedly stepped forward to grab his arm, saying apologetically, "Brother Su, where are you going with this? How could I doubt your character? We are close friends. Why would I think you were trying to swindle my money?" Su Chen was just pretending, so when the other party said this, he took the opportunity to back down, although his expression still carried a hint of anger. Noticing that Su Chen was still upset, Hunter quickly changed the subject. "So, does that mean you have resolved all the issues with carbon fiber materials?" Su Chen did not respond immediately, but let out a long sigh and said somewhat dejectedly, "Indeed. Not long ago, hearing you express such concern for the workers in the mining area made me uneasy as well. That's why I plan to develop a vehicle that could maximize the speed of rescue operations without compromising off-road performance. Otherwise, why would I recommend this product to you? Given our relationship, if I were to deceive anyone, it would definitely be others, not you, Hunter." However, as he continued, Su Chen let out another long sigh, feeling a sense of loneliness from being misunderstood by a friend. Chapter 54, Su Chen's Curiosity. Hearing Su Chen's words, Hunter felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He never expected that the casual remarks he made back then would be remembered by the other party, who even went so far as to develop a new product to alleviate his troubles. And what had he done? Not only did he doubt the other person's words, but he also suspected that they were trying to scam him. At that moment, Hunter truly felt the impulse to slap himself. Seeing that the atmosphere had been set up perfectly, Su Chen didn't continue to keep him in suspense and directly informed him about the T30 carbon fiber composite material. He couldn't believe that after going to such lengths, Hunter would still refuse to make a purchase. He thought to himself, "I won't let you off the hook this easily." Hunter was still consumed by guilt and didn't even pay attention to what kind of new carbon fiber material Su Chen had developed. After Su Chen finished speaking, Hunter waved his hand and said, somewhat apologetically, "Brother Su, you don't have to say anything else. I believe you. Just tell me the price for this vehicle." When he said, "I believe you," Hunter even pounded his chest with his fist, his eyes filled with determination. Upon hearing the question about the price, Su Chen's mood lifted instantly, but after 2 seconds, he began to feel a bit troubled. It seemed that he still didn't know the cost of producing such an off-road vehicle. How could he quote a price? However, Su Chen knew that he absolutely couldn't show any inappropriate expressions at this moment. He immediately replied with a resolute expression, "Brother Hunter, while I have solved most of the issues with the carbon fiber material, I actually don't know if this vehicle is truly suitable for use in your mining area. How about this? Once our company has tested all the vehicle's performance, I will inform you." Hearing Su Chen's words, Hunter was deeply moved. "Look, this is what brotherhood is about. Even at this point, he is still considering me. I, Hunter, have spent half my life in the military. And what merit do I have to befriend such a good friend?" Hunter couldn't help but sigh again in his heart. He had made up his mind that no matter what, he would definitely increase the order quantity next time. "All right then, since Brother Su has said so, I will wait for your news after I go back. Once the test data comes out, make sure to notify me as soon as possible." With that, Hunter expressed his apologies to Su Chen once more before driving away. Watching the vehicle gradually fade into the distance, Su Chen's face no longer bore the earlier look of despondency. Instead, it was filled with joy. He didn't expect that this order would come through so easily. As long as he could calculate the cost of the new off-road vehicle and slightly increase the profit margin, he could report it to the other party. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but give himself a pat on the back for his capabilities. Indeed, whether in management skills or sales ability, he was undoubtedly among the top tier in his country. As soon as he thought about his capabilities, Su Chen felt quite pleased with himself. He had already made up his mind that upon returning, he would treat himself to a nice meal. Just as he turned around to head to his office, he suddenly froze in place, noticing that all the employees in the company were looking at him with unusual expressions. Seeing this scene, Su Chen immediately felt something was off. The smile on his face vanished, replaced by an awkward look. After calming himself down a bit, Su Chen took a deep breath and said to the crowd, "What are you all standing around for? Get back to work. Do you still want your bonuses?" As soon as Su Chen's order was given, the crowd dispersed. But it was evident that everyone left with a somewhat amused expression. Feeling a bit helpless, Su Chen had only been thinking about how to squeeze some money from Hunter and hadn't he noticed the many workers watching him. After exhaling a long breath, he decided not to dwell on it further. After all, he was the boss of the company, and he couldn't believe anyone would dare to mock him to his face. Once in his office, Su-chun didn't waste any time and called in the head of the procurement department. He had been keeping the bidding for the defense department in mind, and it had been 2 months without any news from them. This made him feel somewhat frustrated, and he couldn't help but complain about the slow efficiency of those people. How many companies in the country could develop such a high-performance drone? Why not just check with the top drone manufacturers instead of dragging things out? However, Su-chun might not have realized that the Zhongtian Industrial Group he referred to was one of those small companies. Soon, a middle-aged man in his 30s walked into the office. Upon seeing Su-chun, he respectfully greeted him. Su-chun recognized him. He seemed to have been poached from another company, and the young man who had previously reported on the bidding was his son. Su-chun didn't mind nepotism as long as one had the capability. He didn't care whose son someone was. Once the middle-aged man stood still, Su-chun asked without hesitation, "Has there been any news from the Defense Department?" Hearing his boss's inquiry, the man smiled wryly and shook his head, looking equally helpless. Seeing this, Su-chun understood but still expressed his concern. "Is it obvious from the bidding documents you submitted that our company's drones have an advantage?" The middle-aged man dared not hide anything regarding work and directly shared the general content with Su-chun. Upon hearing his words, Su-chun felt a sense of curiosity. According to him, if the people from the Defense Department opened their bidding documents, they should be able to see the advantages right away. Why had it been so long without any accurate news? At the same time that Su-chun was feeling puzzled, the Defense Department was also experiencing some confusion. What kind of companies are these? In a conference room, Feng Zhengxin angrily tossed a stack of documents onto the meeting table. Hearing the minister's words, the staff present also felt somewhat helpless. During this period, they had been working tirelessly to process no less than 100 bidding documents. Yet after so many days, they still had not found any company that met their requirements. The materials reported to Feng Zhengxin today were the relatively outstanding enterprises they had selected from hundreds of bidding documents. However, the data submitted by these companies regarding drones also failed to meet their expectations, leaving the staff feeling quite frustrated. Looking at his silent subordinates, Feng Zhengxin still felt a bit unwilling and slowly said to a few of them, "Out of hundreds of bidding documents, we only picked these? Is it possible that we missed some excellent drone companies?" Chapter 55, Drone Bidding Failure. Hearing the words of Feng Zhengxin, an older staff member could only smile wryly and shake his head, saying helplessly, "Minister Feng, there are indeed over 100 companies participating in our bidding for drones. But the number of truly capable companies is only a little over a dozen. Besides that, the other companies are either too small in scale or their production technology does not meet the standards. Our department has reviewed the data submitted by each company during this period, and the final statistics only show these." As he spoke, the staff member pointed to the stack of documents that had just been thrown onto the conference table by Feng Zhengxin. The other staff members around, upon hearing their colleagues' words, couldn't help but recall the various frustrations of the past few days and began to express their grievances to Feng Zhengxin. "Minister Feng, you have no idea. Most of the companies participating in our bidding are basically shell companies, and the data they submitted is mostly exaggerated. Yes. I even saw a company last time that had never produced drones before. Yet they claimed that their drones could carry 500 kilograms and reach a flight speed of 50 meters per second when fully loaded. Don't you think that's ridiculous? Our military research personnel don't even have that capability." As a few people spoke, the remaining staff members also opened up about their frustrations, repeatedly expressing their discontent towards Feng Zhengxin. "It's true, just yesterday during the statistics, I saw a company that mainly produces steel pipes. I think it was called Zhongtian Industrial Group. Speaking of this company, I couldn't help but roll my eyes and said somewhat frustrated, this company is not large, but they have a big mouth, claiming that their drones can carry over 200 kilograms and reach a flight speed of 50 meters per second. How dare they say that? It's so shameless. I just wonder, how can a company that produces steel pipes claim to be able to produce such advanced drones?" Upon hearing this person's words, others instinctively nodded in agreement, feeling the same way. During this time, they have dealt with many such exaggerated companies, some even more absurd than this one. After hearing everyone's grievances, Feng Zhengxin, who was not far away, felt very uncomfortable. Is there really no company in this vast region that can produce such drones? Feng Zhengxin shook his head, feeling a sense of lament in his heart. Even a technologically backward country could possess such technology, Yet in this vast nation with a population of over 1.3 billion, they couldn't find a single company capable of developing such drones. Looking at the crowd constantly complaining, Feng Jingxin waved his hand directly, signaling them to stop. He then said to everyone, "All right, I understand all of this. After you go back, please send the data you have compiled during this period to the Military Industrial Institute and let Director Zhou see if there is a possibility of collaborating with one of the companies to jointly develop this type of drone." As he spoke, Feng Jingxin let out a slight sigh. Since no company in their country could meet their requirements, they could only combine everyone's strengths. He couldn't believe that even a certain country could develop it. How could they not do it? Just as he was about to leave, Feng Jingxin suddenly seemed to think of something and quickly called a few people back, saying, "Also, after you go back, compile a list of those small companies that meet our requirements. I'll have someone investigate later to see if the data they submitted is accurate." Upon hearing this, a few people hesitated, looking like they wanted to say something but held back. Noticing their reaction, Feng Jingxin didn't mind and told them directly, "I know everything. Just go back and do your own work well." Seeing Feng Jingxin's firm attitude, the others didn't continue to persuade him and nodded in agreement. In contrast to Feng Jingxin's frustration at that moment, the army of a certain country was experiencing the opposite. Report, General Charles, Major General Hunter has returned. Charles, who was focused on studying the map, immediately stood up with excitement upon hearing the report from his subordinate, saying, "Great. Where is Major General Hunter now? Take me to see him." Ever since the military of a certain nation suddenly deployed a large amount of electromagnetic interference equipment on the battlefield, their support for Hamas had lost its previous advantages. Therefore, for the past 2 months, he had been waiting for news from Hunter, and now that he finally received it, how could Charles not be excited? Filled with excitement, Charles left the military tent, guided by the guards. Naturally, Hunter was unaware of Charles's excitement at this moment. He was busy bragging to a few friends about how impressive the military supplies he brought from another country were. "Hunter, this off-road vehicle can carry 3 tons? A middle-aged officer, while stroking an off-road vehicle in front of him, said with some skepticism. Hearing this, the other officers around Hunter also looked at him with some doubt. Seeing that they seemed to believe his words, Hunter said impatiently, "Of course. Moreover, even when fully loaded, this off-road vehicle can maintain a speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Upon hearing this, several officers gasped in disbelief, their faces showing a hint of incredulity. 120 kilometers per hour? How is that possible? The individuals present are all elite members of the military and are naturally very familiar with the performance of military off-road vehicles. However, it is precisely because of this familiarity that they are shocked by the data just presented by Hunter. It is important to note that the military off-road vehicles currently equipped by their country are the first-generation Dongfeng Mengshi vehicles, which were procured from a certain country. These vehicles can only reach a maximum speed of just 120 kilometers per hour under no load. Moreover, based on Hunter's introduction of this off-road vehicle's performance, it appears that its various capabilities far surpass those of the military off-road vehicles currently in service in their country. Everyone looks at the enormous off-road vehicle in front of them, shaking their heads in disbelief, feeling a sense of awe at the industrial strength of the certain country. Why is there such a significant gap in military equipment procured from the same source? Chapter 56. Can we get through? As the group was discussing the off-road vehicle, Charles, guided by the guards, finally arrived at the scene. Upon arrival, he saw rows of off-road vehicles. He paused for a moment, then quickly realized that this was the all-terrain vehicle mentioned earlier by Hunter. Charles was clearly not very interested in this type of vehicle. After all, it was just an off-road vehicle, nowhere near as important as the drone he had been thinking about. Watching Hunter, who was confidently speaking in the center of the crowd, Brooke felt increasingly excited, and his pace quickened. Not far away, the others who were discussing also spotted their superior, General Charles. In an instant, they stood up straight, preparing to greet Charles as he approached. Charles, however, paid no attention to their reactions and walked directly past a few of them to Hunter's side, smiling as he said, "Finally back. If you hadn't returned, I would have had to go to find you myself." Hearing his superior's words, Hunter's face showed a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly composed himself. After saluting Brooke, he said with determination, "Report, sir. Kevin Hunter, commander of the 3rd Armored Brigade, 2nd Army Group, has arrived to report." Seeing the formal manner in which Hunter spoke, Charles rolled his eyes and replied a bit irritably, "You little brat. When did you start this formal nonsense with me?" After saying this, Charles habitually kicked Hunter's backside. Hunter, who had been unexpectedly kicked, didn't mind it much. After rubbing his somewhat sore butt, he smiled awkwardly and said, "What are you talking about, sir? I just managed to come back for a while and wanted to remind you that I'm still one of your soldiers, so don't forget about me." Hearing Hunter's words, Charles still replied irritably, "All right, stop with the chatter. Quickly tell me if you brought back everything I asked you to procure from the other country last time." Hunter knew that this was the urgent matter at hand, so he instantly wiped the smile off his face and responded, "I brought everything back, 10,000 stealth military drones and 50 military off-road vehicles." While reporting these military supplies, Hunter felt a surge of excitement. He was about to give his superior a detailed introduction about the off-road vehicle when Charles interrupted him. "Where are the drones now? Take me to see them right away." Charles completely disregarded what Hunter said about the military off-road vehicles. All he could think about were the stealth military drones they had procured. Once these drones were deployed to the battlefield, they would surely show the adversaries that they couldn't act recklessly just because they had a powerful ally backing them in the region. Seeing his superiors so excited, Hunter did not hesitate any longer and immediately responded, "The drones are already in the storage. I'll have a few brought over right now, and we can test them here." Charles nodded, agreeing with Hunter's suggestion. While everyone was waiting for the drones, Hunter began to introduce the off-road vehicle nearby to Charles. At first, Charles was somewhat indifferent to the introduction, but as Hunter delved deeper into the vehicle's performance, Charles's expression began to grow more serious. Before Hunter could finish his introduction, Charles interrupted him, his face filled with gravity. "Are you serious? This off-road vehicle can really carry over 3 tons and reach speeds of 120 kilometers per hour when fully loaded?" Hunter seemed to have anticipated his superior's reaction and nodded with a smile. "Of course, I've tested this vehicle in a certain country. Not only are its basic specifications incredible, but its off-road capabilities are also exceptional, surpassing the current models we have in our unit." Charles gasped, shocked by Hunter's earnestness. His previous nonchalance replaced by astonishment as he looked at the seemingly ordinary off-road vehicle. The expression on his face shifted from disdain to eagerness. He understood Hunter's character. Although he could be a bit out there at times, he was steady when it came to significant matters. After a moment of excitement, Charles could no longer wait for the drones to arrive and said to Hunter, "What are we waiting for? Hurry and pick out a few. I want to test them myself." Hearing their superior's words, the other officers present became equally excited. They had just been debating the ownership of the off-road vehicle, and naturally, they were curious about whether the vehicle performed as impressively as Hunter claimed. The military base where Hunter was stationed frequently organized drills, so there was a spacious training ground nearby. This training area was specifically designed to simulate a real battlefield, featuring a rugged terrain filled with trenches, hills, and loose soil. Even their soldiers sometimes had mishaps with vehicles during routine training. Observing the terrain, one officer in the back seat voiced his concern, "Is it really going to work here?" Upon hearing this, not only the officers, but even Charles in the passenger seat looked uncertainly at Hunter. Hunter, however, paid no mind to their concerns. When he was in that certain country, he had witnessed the trials conducted by Su Chun. With such off-road capabilities, overcoming these obstacles would be a piece of cake. Hunter nodded with a mischievous smile, tightened his grip on the steering wheel, and said, "Just keep your eyes wide open and watch." With that, he slammed the accelerator and roared off. As the sound of the engine filled the air, the massive vehicle surged forward like a dragon, racing towards a 2-meter-wide ditch ahead. Seeing this scene, the officers in the back seat felt their hearts sink, quickly grabbing the handles of the vehicle. "Are you trying to get us killed on purpose?" They had never trained like this before, and can't you pay attention to what's ahead? That's a 2-meter-wide ditch. Can we really jump over it? Chapter 58, The Anxiety of Hamas State. The entire test drive lasted nearly an hour. After stabilizing the vehicle, several people got out one after another. However, apart from Hunter and Charles, the other officers were feeling rather unwell. One officer even knelt on the ground and started to gag right after getting out of the car. Reflecting on the recent dangers, they all felt a sense of having escaped death. A 2-meter-wide trench, a nearly 70-degree slope, and numerous obstacles in front. Did they really just rush through all that? Charles, however, paid no mind to their reactions. He was fixated on the off-road vehicle in front of him, his face brimming with excitement. Initially, he thought Hunter's introduction of the vehicle was somewhat exaggerated. But after experiencing it himself, he found that the vehicle's actual performance was even better than what Hunter had described. This was no ordinary off-road vehicle. It was clearly a fierce beast suited for the battlefield. If a heavy machine gun were mounted on such a vehicle, wouldn't it strike fear into the hearts of the enemies? Thinking of this, Charles began to tremble with excitement. His face flushed from rapid breathing. After a long while, his expression returned to normal, but as he recalled the test drive, he couldn't help but reflect. Who would have thought that the industrial strength of the Dragon Nation had reached such a level? Even a private enterprise could produce such a powerful beast. It's hard to imagine how terrifying the capabilities of the military enterprises in the Dragon Nation truly are. Hearing his superior's musings, Hunter, who was usually quite reserved, surprisingly chimed in. Yes, back when I was in the Camel Nation, I was somewhat skeptical of the Dragon Nation's national strength. It wasn't until I was assigned to the Dragon Nation and witnessed its true capabilities that I realized we were merely frogs at the bottom of a well. After a brief moment of reflection, Charles returned to his usual demeanor, patted Hunter on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Anyway, we now have access to the channels for purchasing this type of off-road vehicle. If needed in the future, we can just buy it. After all, our country isn't short on funds, as long as we maintain a good relationship with the Dragon Nation." Upon hearing Charles's words, Hunter nodded in agreement, fully endorsing the idea. What is there to fear? If necessary, they could just spend the money. The following time was dedicated to testing the new stealth drone that Hunter had brought back. The experiment with the stealth drone was relatively straightforward, as its basic performance was identical to the previous model, with just a few added stealth features. However, when the group saw the color of the drone's fuselage, they were momentarily taken aback. Charles looked at the strikingly bright drone and frowned, asking, "Hunter, what are you thinking? Why did you procure a red drone? With that color, it'll be a sitting target up in the sky." Indeed, thanks to Su Chen's thoughtful efforts, the new stealth drones have discarded the previous camouflage colors and adopted a striking bright red. Hearing the commander's words, Hunter felt a bit awkward and quickly recounted what Su Chen had said to him that day. Listening to Hunter's explanation, Charles rolled his eyes in frustration. "I bought this type of drone to better evade enemy tracking, allowing for more precise and rapid strikes against the enemy. And yet, you go and use such an eye-catching color, and you dare to say it's for our own good?" Charles said to the embarrassed Hunter, "Wait, have the people at the military factory change this color back for me." After all the military equipment had been procured, Charles and the others returned to the camp. Now that everything was in place, the next step was to discuss how to transport this batch of arms to the battlefield in Hamas. This time, they were not planning to transport the weapons covertly. They were well aware of the current international opinion and knew that if they let another country take the blame for them again, it would inevitably harm the relationship between the two nations. However, midway through the discussion, one officer voiced a perplexing question. "General, since the weapons we are supplying to Hamas are all produced by that country, why did they initially purchase this type of drone from us?" Charles, seated at the head of the table, also felt a bit puzzled. After pondering for a while, he came up with a vague answer. That country likely wanted to use this method to let other nations with ulterior motives know that the weapons supporting Hamas were not made by them. Upon hearing the commander's response, the officers present instinctively nodded, fully aware that they would not genuinely believe the claims from that country. After all, these weapons were purchased from a private enterprise there, and if a private company could possess such capabilities, one could only imagine the military-industrial strength of that country. Due to the need to change the color of the drones, this batch of weapons could not be sent to Hamas immediately. According to Charles and the others' calculations, changing the colors of all these drones would take at least half a month, plus the transportation time for the weapons. This batch would not arrive at the battlefield in Hamas for at least another month. Meanwhile, during this month, the situation in Hamas was dire. Report to the general. The position in Sector 24 has been lost, and the enemy's 3rd Armored Infantry Division is launching an attack on our 101 heights. As the guard finished his report, the atmosphere in the military tent instantly dropped to freezing point, and all the officers, including Brooke, wore exceptionally grim expressions. Since the enemy forces had somehow acquired a large number of electromagnetic interference devices, their drone tactics had lost any advantage they once had. As soon as their drones reach the opponent's positions, they are inexplicably shot down. In response to this, Brooke and others feel very helpless, but fortunately, a few months ago, they received substantial weapons support from a certain country, which has allowed them to hold off the forces of another nation. However, everyone on site knows that this is not a long-term solution. If they cannot come up with any countermeasures soon, their army will ultimately be defeated by these adversaries. After the soldier reporting on the frontline situation left, an officer, looking grim, said, "General, when will the next batch of weapons from the certain country arrive? If we don't get these weapons soon, our troops may not be able to hold out much longer." Chapter 59, Counterattack Time, Merkin does disdain. As the officer's voice echoed throughout the tent, the other officers present turned their gaze towards Brooke, who occupied the main seat. Brooke noticed the attention but felt a bit helpless. Last month, they received orders from the Defense Department stating that the new stealth drones from the supporting country were on their way. However, nearly a month had passed without sight of the equipment. During this time, since the forces of a certain nation began deploying electromagnetic interference weapons on the battlefield, they had continuously lost ground, even losing territories that they had previously recaptured. Brooke and his colleagues felt quite powerless. Their main tactic now relied on drone warfare. With the mobility and stealth of drones, they could gain the upper hand in battles. But since the first drone was successfully destroyed by the enemy, the situation spiraled out of control. Currently, out of the 5,000 drones previously supplied by the supporting country, less than 1,000 remained. And these few were still being destroyed one after another. If the military equipment from the supporting country did not arrive soon, it wouldn't be long before the remaining territories in Gaza would also be taken by the enemy. Seeing the expectant gazes of everyone, Brooke merely shook his head in silence. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps came from outside the tent. Hearing the noise, the crowd furrowed their brows, looking angrily in the direction of the sound. Soon, a middle-aged man with dark skin rushed in, his anxious expression contrasting with the excitement visible in his eyes. Ignoring the crowd's anger, the soldier hurried to Brooke's side, his face full of excitement as he exclaimed, "General, the weapons have arrived. The support from our allies has reached us." As soon as the soldier finished speaking, everyone in the tent stood up in unison, their faces beaming with joy as they looked at him. Brooke, too, stood up, exhilarated by the news. "How many? Where are they now?" Upon hearing the general's inquiry, the soldier wasted no time and immediately reported the details. "Report, General. According to the weapon list, we have received 10,000 new stealth drones and 50 all-terrain military vehicles." With the soldier's report, a collective gasp filled the tent as everyone stared at him in disbelief. 10,000 stealth drones. The sheer number of weapons brought a wave of laughter and joy from everyone present. "Haha, that's great. With these 10,000 stealth drones, our troops will definitely be able to defeat those adversaries and drive them out completely." Hearing the words of this officer, the other officers around all nodded in agreement, their expressions very excited. Recently, they had been feeling quite constrained in their battles against the opposing forces. Every time they deployed heavy-lift drones, they would be attacked by the enemy's electromagnetic interference weapons. As for using rocket artillery, it's unnecessary to mention further. It's unclear what benefits were offered to them by certain entities, as they managed to convince others to deploy aircraft carrier groups to intercept the rockets they launched. As a result, they are mostly in a passive defensive state during engagements with enemy forces. However, things have changed now. With the arrival of a new batch of stealth drones, they will surely be able to defeat those entities and drive them out completely. Brooke is well aware of his subordinates' thoughts. After the soldiers left, he slowly addressed everyone. "All right, now that the weapons have arrived, we should consider the time for a full counterattack." At this point, Brooke's expression grew increasingly somber. In the following time, Brooke and others began discussing the details of the counteroffensive, and after thorough deliberation, the counterattack was scheduled for 4 a.m. 5 days later. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the military forces were also aware of some insider information regarding the situation. In a military tent at the front line, after Melkin finished recounting the movements on the other side, he looked at the gathered officers with a smile. "That's the situation. What do you all think about this?" After listening to all the remarks from their leader, the group of officers below exchanged glances with each other. Soon, a burly middle-aged officer jokingly said, "Are the people from that region all a bunch of fools? They know we have a large number of electromagnetic interference weapons. So why are they still buying so many drones? Is that person really so foolish that they were left stunned by us?" As the person's voice echoed, a wave of laughter erupted throughout the military tent. Indeed, the information that Malkin had received was about a certain country supporting another entity with weapons. However, their frontline intelligence personnel only knew the type of equipment being transported by a certain nation, but were unaware that the drones being delivered were newly improved stealth drones. Since their forces suffered significant losses at the hands of these drones, their country had purchased a large amount of electromagnetic interference weapons from a certain nation, which proved to be quite effective. After deploying a substantial number of these weapons on the battlefield, their forces had not experienced a single defeat. During this period, they had successfully recaptured large areas of territory in a specific region, and with a little more time, they would surely eliminate all of the enemy's remnants. I see that this group is now desperate and likely aware that their drones can no longer inflict casualties on our forces. They seem to plan to compensate for their disadvantages with sheer numbers. At this point, the middle-aged officer revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes, mockingly saying, "However, they may not realize that our supply depot still has plenty of electromagnetic interference weapons waiting for them to jump in." Listening to his subordinates, a faint smile appeared on Merkin's face, feeling similarly contemptuous towards these small maneuvers of the group. Chapter 60. Defeat. Merkin's Fury. 5 days may seem neither long nor short. To ensure a smoother counterattack in 5 days, the forces of Hamas have been bustling back and forth across both sides of the battlefield, aiming to scout the enemy's troop deployment. In contrast to the busy activities of the Hamas forces, the military of the neighboring nation has been somewhat casual during this period. On Hill 101, a military officer from the neighboring nation was observing the dynamics of the Hamas positions through binoculars. After a long watch, he found nothing unusual. He then put down the binoculars and, with a hint of amusement, said to his friend nearby, "Ross, what do you think the Hamas forces are up to? Didn't General Merkin just say that the neighboring nation provided them with 10,000 drones? It's been 5 days, and they still haven't made a move." Upon hearing his friend's question, a middle-aged officer named Ross smiled briefly before responding with a hint of boredom. "Of course. These cornered dogs know we have plenty of electromagnetic interference weapons, so they dare not act recklessly." The officer from the neighboring nation shook his head slightly, expressing disappointment. "What a pity. I had hoped to destroy a batch of their drones with the electromagnetic interference weapons we brought in during this short period. But looking at the current situation, it seems Hamas won't launch an attack anytime soon." Just as he finished speaking, the entire battlefield shook violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Then, deafening sounds of artillery fire erupted. In the blink of an eye, the two men witnessed a scene they might never forget in their lives. Countless rockets shot up from behind the enemy positions, like sharp swords piercing the sky, racing toward their side. The speed was so fast that they couldn't react in time. In an instant, the rockets reached their positions. Boom, boom, boom. The sudden bombardment left the soldiers of the neighboring nation with no time to respond. In just the first round of shelling, 1/5 of their personnel were casualties, with countless severed limbs scattered across the battlefield. Those who were not killed instantly rolled on the ground, occasionally letting out cries of agony. "Help me! William! Save me!" In the face of their comrades' pleas, the surviving soldiers dared not rush forward to rescue them. They all hid in the artillery pits, covering their ears with their hands, trembling uncontrollably. After just 5 rounds of bombardment, the fortifications built by the neighboring nation on Hill 101 were completely destroyed. It was only after 6 rounds of shelling that the artillery fire from Hamas finally ceased. As the soldiers of the nation took a sigh of relief, the familiar buzzing sound of rotating wings returned. Hearing this unmistakable sound, Ross and the officer from the nation, who had just found a place to hide, dared to stick their heads out to command the battle. Although they anticipated that their next war with the opposing faction would involve a large number of drones, the sight that unfolded before them still made them gasp in horror. A swarm of drones, resembling a hive of bees, was heading towards their position. And what terrified them most was that each of these drones carried hundreds of kilograms of explosives. Upon seeing this scene, Ross's eyes nearly bulged out, and he quickly shouted to the soldiers at the position, "Hurry, use the electromagnetic interference guns." Soon, under the command of Ross and the officer, the remaining soldiers rushed to retrieve the electromagnetic interference guns. However, what followed filled everyone with despair. The guns, which usually hit their targets accurately, failed to destroy the drones today. Instead, the drones advanced even faster towards them. Witnessing this, everyone at the position gasped in shock. Meanwhile, Ross and the officer were already slumped on the ground, their faces extremely pale. Ross shook his head vigorously, his eyes red, and exclaimed, "Impossible. How could the opposing faction's drones have anti-electromagnetic interference capabilities? This is absolutely impossible." On the other side, the commander was utterly furious about the disastrous defeat at Hill 101. "What? We lost Hill 101. After hearing the report from the soldiers below, he stood up in anger, his cold gaze fixed on one soldier. The soldier, seeing the commander's fury, felt his legs weaken and knelt on the ground, almost pressing his face to the floor. Report, General. The front line just informed us that Hill 101 was attacked by the opposing faction at 4 o'clock this morning and was completely lost by 5:20. At this point, sweat was already covering the soldier's forehead, and he didn't even dare to lift his head. After hearing the soldier's report, the commander kicked a chair away in frustration and glared at the kneeling soldier, coldly saying, "How is this possible? I allocated so many weapons to Claude's army. How could they possibly be defeated?" Feeling the murderous intent in the air, the soldier nearly panicked and quickly recounted the detailed events that had occurred on the battlefield. Report, General. According to the information from the front lines, the drones used by the organization in question are equipped with anti-electromagnetic interference capabilities. Our electromagnetic interference devices are completely ineffective against them. Upon hearing this, the expression on the officer's face instantly darkened, and he said gravely, "Are you sure about this? All 10,000 drones they use have anti-electromagnetic interference capabilities?" The soldier kneeling on the ground was so frightened that he nearly cried, no longer daring to lie. After receiving a positive response, the officer's anger was somewhat suppressed, but it was clear that the killing intent from the other side had not diminished in the slightest. It was only at this moment that he finally understood why the high ground was lost so quickly. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slammed his fist heavily on the table, gritting his teeth as he said, "It's them again. Do you really want the organization to win? Are you willing to use stealth materials for all 10,000 of those drones?" Chapter 61. Clearly produced by a certain nation. The advanced nature of the stealth materials is something that Merkin is very aware of. Not to mention the neighboring country, even globally, there are very few nations capable of developing such technology. Moreover, the electromagnetic interference equipment procured from a certain country has terrifying performance capabilities. Ordinary stealth materials simply cannot withstand the electromagnetic wave interference emitted by these devices. Such advanced stealth materials, apart from a few superpowers, certainly no other countries possess this capability. Thinking of this, Merkin's expression darkened further. He was well aware of what had transpired during the routine press conference organized by the foreign ministry of that certain nation. In order to shed the suspicion of supporting a certain group with weapons, that nation didn't hesitate to have another country take the blame. Now, with that country so boldly supplying weapons to the group, it must have been at the behest of that nation, aiming to show that the matter had nothing to do with them. Merkin snorted coldly and sneered. Does that nation really think we're fools? Do they think they can deceive us with such low-level tactics? Taking a deep breath, Merkin also realized that given the current situation, having their frontline troops engage the enemy head-on was clearly unwise. Get up, inform the frontline troops to retreat to the area near the Tel Aviv defense line, and have the 5th Armored Division and 3rd Artillery Brigade provide cover. Hearing Merkin's orders, the soldier kneeling on the ground let out a long breath, feeling as if he had received a great reprieve. However, still feeling uneasy about the departing soldier, Merkin called him back and instructed, "Send the 3rd Airborne Unit to support as well. We must not allow the main forces to be attacked." When the order for a full retreat reached various battlefields, countless officers were left bewildered. Their army had been achieving victory after victory, and morale was at its peak. Why were they suddenly being ordered to retreat? Moreover, they were expected to return the territory they had recently reclaimed to the opposing group? Wasn't that absurd? Naturally, such discussions came from those who were unaware of the devastating defeat at a certain high ground, while those officers who were informed of the news actually felt somewhat relieved. When the news of the complete withdrawal of the main forces reached the opposing group, everyone in the military felt invigorated. Seizing this great opportunity, high-ranking officials like Brooke would not let it slip away and immediately ordered the frontline troops to pursue the enemy. Having experienced the battle at the high ground, aside from the new stealth drones, there was another piece of news that pleasantly surprised Brooke and the other officials: the support of 50 all-terrain military vehicles from that certain country. The thoughts of Brooke and others were entirely focused on the stealth drones sent this time, completely ignoring the 50 off-road vehicles. However, after the battle at Heights 101, everyone was greatly impressed by the performance of these off-road vehicles. Not only did they possess remarkable mobility, but their load-bearing capacity was also astonishing, capable of carrying over 3 tons at once. With such outstanding performance, Brooke and the others couldn't help but feel a renewed understanding of the military-industrial strength of the country in question, apart from their admiration for the vehicle's capabilities. Every time Brooke saw the stealth drones alongside the weapons supported by that country, he couldn't help but reflect on the significant disparity between the two nations, both located in the Middle East. He remembered that military equipment in that country was mostly purchased from another nation not long ago. How had their military-industrial strength improved so dramatically in such a short time? With that thought, Brooks shook his head, feeling not only envy but also gratitude towards that country. Due to the complete withdrawal of the military from the battlefield, the forces of Hamas were able to reclaim lost ground without any major large-scale operations. Most of the engagements were with small remnants still on the battlefield, and the soldiers of Hamas harbored intense animosity towards these forces, often opening fire with their M249 light machine guns at the sight of them. The entire process of reclaiming territory lasted nearly 3 days, during which the Hamas forces were likely unaware that their counteroffensive had shocked the world. The details of the battlefield were mostly locked down by various governments, so the general public only learned of Hamas's significant victory in the conflict. This victory was even more substantial than the last, recapturing more than half of the Gaza region and successfully eliminating nearly 5,000 personnel from the opposing side. In contrast to the general public, the discussions among high-ranking officials in various countries took a different direction. They were more focused on the new weapons used by Hamas on the battlefield, a new type of stealth drone, and a military off-road vehicle that had never been seen before. However, when the details of these two weapons reached the upper echelons of various governments, all attention was drawn to the military off-road vehicle used for the first time by Hamas. This was not surprising, as the appearance of this vehicle was strikingly similar to the military off-road vehicle produced by another nation. The reactions among government officials varied widely. Some were shocked, some angry, some confused, and others seemed to understand. In the presidential office, the atmosphere was tense as President Odma listened to reports from several subordinates, his face grave, fingers continually tapping on a document laid out on the desk. This document details the current conflict between Hamas and the Jewish state. At the top is the image of the off-road vehicle that first appeared on the battlefield. After a while, the leader slowly spoke up, expressing surprise at the significant investment from a certain nation, noting that a total of 10,000 drones had been equipped with such advanced stealth materials. Hearing the president's words, a middle-aged official across the table voiced his confusion. "Mr. President, our intelligence personnel have already confirmed that the weapons supporting Hamas are from a certain country and have no connection to the nation you mentioned. Why are you so certain that this is the work of that nation?" In response, the leader gently shook his head, pointed to the document in front of him, and smiled. "Isn't it obvious that this vehicle is produced by that nation?" Chapter 62, Speculations from the Military of the Dragon Nation. Informed of the detailed situation on the battlefield involving Hamas, the leaders of various military regions of the Dragon Nation rushed over overnight. However, their purpose this time was not related to the so-called stealth drones. The real reason for their visit was the military off-road vehicle that the opposing side used for the first time on the battlefield. This particular military off-road vehicle bore a striking resemblance to the domestically developed Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicle of the Dragon Nation. In the conference room, a leader from the southern military region, Owen Yin, was the first to voice his confusion after watching the footage displayed on the big screen. "When will the Camel Nation also be able to develop our Dongfeng Mengshi?" Upon hearing his doubts, other military leaders began to express their opinions as well. "Old Owen, this off-road vehicle doesn't look like our Dongfeng Mengshi used by the army, does it?" "Well, based on the performance of this off-road vehicle on the battlefield, its capabilities far exceed those of our domestically developed Dongfeng Mengshi. The resemblance is mostly superficial." The speaker was Zheng Hoen, head of the Eastern Military Region, who, after watching the video, felt greatly shocked. The surprises from the Camel Nation had been overwhelming lately, first with the ultra-heavy-duty drones, now a stealth drone, and a military off-road vehicle with exceptional performance. How had they not realized before that the military-industrial strength of the Camel Nation was so formidable? Previously, the only aspect of the Camel Nation that the Dragon Nation had regarded with admiration was their financial resources. They had never taken their domestic military-industrial capabilities seriously. Now you're coming at us with these? Right out of the gate with a trump card? You didn't even give us a buffer time? Hearing the remarks from his friends nearby, Owen Yin immediately shook his head and refuted, "Impossible. This has to be our Dragon Nation's Dongfeng Mengshi." As he spoke, Owen Yin looked at everyone with a serious expression and revealed that a few days ago, they had commissioned Dongfeng Motor Corporation to develop the third generation of the Dongfeng Mengshi. Didn't our southern military region just order a batch of brand new Dongfeng Mengshi military off-road vehicles? The reason I am so certain that the military off-road vehicle used by Hamas on the battlefield is our Dragon Nation's Dongfeng Mengshi is that these two vehicles are just too similar. Indeed, the two off-road vehicles bore some resemblance. Initially, Su Chun had searched for improvement plans for the Dongfeng Mengshi based on the requirements of the southern military region. Su Chin's multiverse search system provided data based on future events occurring in reality, and since both vehicles were improved from the first generation of Dongfeng Mengshi, they naturally would look alike. Aside from enhancements in performance, there weren't significant changes in appearance. After explaining all this, Owen Yin fell into deep thought. He had just realized that although the two off-road vehicles were extremely similar, there was a world of difference in their fundamental performance. It was not an exaggeration to say that the off-road vehicle used by the other party was far superior to the independently developed model from their country. After hearing this, the scene fell into a moment of silence. After a long while, one officer slowly spoke up, saying, "Do you think that the automotive group is secretly engaging in arms trading behind our backs?" Upon hearing this, everyone present looked at him with a blank expression, as if to say, "Are you out of your mind? Who would dare to trade arms here? Do you not know what death means?" Given the current level of control over arms in their country, it was unlikely that one could even manufacture a gun barrel without getting caught, let alone have the opportunity to trade arms. The military leader, noticing the looks from his colleagues, shrugged and dismissed his previous comment as nonsense. After listening to everyone's analysis, the main speaker finally spoke up. "Since Oldo has said that this off-road vehicle is so similar to our model, we must investigate this matter. If someone dares to trade arms in secret, we..." At this point, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Defense, Gu Qingyu, tentatively asked, "Arrest them?" Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned before responding somewhat irritably, "Arrest? If you can find someone like that for me, I'll personally have a statue built for him in the military district and have people burn incense for him every day." Seeing the teasing expressions of the military leaders, Gu Qingyu awkwardly scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Meanwhile, Feng Jingxin shot him a glance before continuing, "Let Wen Yu handle this matter. After all, only your southern theater has dealt with the automotive group recently, so you can inquire about the situation." After briefing several military leaders, Feng Jingxin turned to Gu Qingyu and asked, "How's the investigation into those drone companies going? Any discoveries?" In response to Feng Jingxin's inquiry, Gu Qingyu shook his head and replied regretfully, "Aside from a few companies in the south, we've basically finished investigating the other drone companies that participated in our bidding. According to our findings, most of those companies are just small workshops without any real technical capabilities. The data they submitted last time was mostly fabricated, aimed at catching attention in hopes of securing funding." Once Gu Qingyu finished speaking, Feng Jingxin was instantly furious, slamming his hand on the table and glaring angrily. "What do these idiots think our Ministry of Defense is? How dare you come here looking for a sense of imagery?" Feng Jingxin, increasingly frustrated, turned to Gu Qingyu with a grim expression and said, "After you go down, compile a list of these companies and submit it to the local authorities. They need to manage this group of good-for-nothings properly." After saying this, Feng Jingxin cursed these companies silently in his heart before continuing to discuss with those present the issues that their country was about to face. After all, it was not only their country that could see the resemblance between the off-road vehicle used by Hamas and the Dongfeng Mengshi developed by their country. After tonight, these people would surely seize upon this point to slander their country as a hidden supporter of Hamas. Chapter 63. Special Steel Cables Successfully Delivered. Zhongtian Industrial Group. Compared to the undercurrents in the international arena, today's Zhongtian Industrial Group is bustling with activity. This is because the company has completed an order today for 100 special steel cables from a certain financial consortium. Watching the cables being loaded onto the trucks, everyone's eyes are filled with excitement. Each cable is worth $10 million. They have never seen steel cables sell for such a price in their lives. What excites them the most is definitely the bonuses they will receive next. The selling price of one special steel cable is $10 million for 100 cables. That's $1 billion, which translates to over $7 billion in local currency. Thinking about the bonuses they would receive, all the workers couldn't help but smile widely. As for their thoughts, Su Chun didn't pay much attention. He arrived at the company early today, wanting to make a good impression on this major client. Su Chun even wore a very expensive suit for the occasion. With a contract worth over $7 billion, he couldn't afford to be careless. If he could successfully deliver this batch of goods, he could announce his retirement on the spot and enjoy a happy life. With that thought, Su Chen felt quite pleased. Soon, under the eager gazes of everyone, all 100 ultra-high-strength special steel cables were loaded onto the trucks. Su Chen straightened his jacket, gave some instructions to the team, and then got into his vehicle. On the way to the port, he couldn't stop smiling, excitement bubbling inside him at the thought of that cold, hard 7 billion. Meanwhile, at the port, a friend asked Ripley, "Do you think this Zhongtian Industrial Group can really produce the aircraft carrier arrestor cables we require?" Hearing the question, Ripley smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "I've seen the samples they sent. Not only do they meet all the strength standards, but the cables they produce far exceed our requirements." Tom nodded at his friend's response, but still felt a bit puzzled. "I just wonder, if they can produce their own aircraft carrier arrestor cables, why do they still spend tens of millions every year to buy from us? Have they really reached that level of wealth?" Listening to his friend's musings, Ripley shook his head, feeling a similar doubt. Recently, due to the new weapons showcased by a certain country on the battlefield, all nations around the world have basically come to a consensus that the behind-the-scenes supporter of this country is Zhongtian. Because of this, no country dares to question Zhongtian's military-industrial strength anymore. They not only developed a heavy-lift stealth drone that could change modern warfare, but also created an incredibly high-performance military off-road vehicle. One event after another is demonstrating to the world the powerful military-industrial strength of their nation. This collaboration with a certain industrial group has once again reshaped their understanding of this nation. Even a private enterprise from this country can produce such advanced aircraft carrier arrestor wires. It's hard to imagine just how formidable the military-industrial companies in this nation truly are. As the two were discussing, trucks marked with the industrial group's logo appeared in their line of sight. Looking at the trucks not far away, the two felt a surge of excitement, as they knew that inside were bundles of cash. They were well aware of the profits from the aircraft carrier arrestor wires. Currently, the market price for one has skyrocketed to nearly $16 million. However, the price they ordered from the industrial group was merely $10 million each. The profit from a single arrestor wire is $6 million, and for 100, that amounts to $600 million. The best part is that this $600 million is pure profit. They bear no costs and only need to place orders and then sell them. This kind of money-making opportunity, akin to picking up cash from the ground, is something they had never encountered in their decades of business experience. With that thought in mind, the two, filled with excitement, hurried over. Meanwhile, after getting out of the car, Su Chen also spotted the two approaching him. Naturally, he was baffled by their excitement. He was the one here to earn their money, so why did they look as if he was the one losing out? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. After all, as long as he was making money, that was what mattered. Adjusting his jacket with a smile, he walked towards them. Upon reaching the two, he prepared to engage in some polite small talk, but just as he was about to speak, the person opposite him, Mr. Lippy, took the lead and said, "I didn't expect you, Mr. Su, to be so young and accomplished. It truly puts us old folks to shame." Hearing this, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback and then fell into deep thought. This tone sounded so familiar. It seemed there was no one around him who would flatter him like that. After a brief moment of surprise, Su Chen quickly recovered, gave an awkward smile, and replied politely, "Mr. Lippy, you flatter me. I'm just doing a small business. I can't compare to your esteemed company." Without waiting for a response, he continued, "I have long admired your company, and it is truly an honor to successfully collaborate with you this time." As Su Chen spoke confidently, the two opposite exchanged glances, feeling a bit bewildered. Was Mr. Su being a bit too much? They had only offered a simple compliment, yet he had elaborated so much. After Lippy exchanged a glance with Tom beside him, he waved his hand towards Su Chen and smiled, saying, "Mr. Su, there's no need to be polite. With your capabilities, I believe there will be opportunities for our companies to continue collaborating in the future." After the two sides exchanged pleasantries, Lippy instructed someone to check the batch of goods that Su Chen had sent over. Meanwhile, while waiting, Su Chen didn't idle away the time and began to boast to the two of them about how impressive the special steel cable developed by their company was. Sharing everything he could think of, Lippy and Tom listened, somewhat stunned by Su Chen's words. It was only now that they finally understood what kind of person this young CEO was. Chapter 64. All Delivered. The Morgan Group, one of the most powerful conglomerates in the world, certainly has an impressively efficient team. Just as Su Chen was mentioning that their company had invested hundreds of billions in research and development for the K-10 special steel cable, a few staff members sent by a certain individual to conduct the inspection returned. Seeing the hasty return of the several robust men, Suchin couldn't help but roll his eyes, visibly displeased. Damn, why are these fools back so soon? Is the Morgan Group your father or grandfather? Why the rush? However, the two individuals did not pay attention to Suchin's expression. After listening to the reports from the subordinates, one of them nodded to indicate they could leave. After giving a few instructions to the subordinates, he turned back to Suchin, smiling broadly. Mr. Su, we have inspected the goods, and everything is in order. Next, according to the contract, we will proceed with the payment of the remaining 60% of the contract amount. Upon hearing about the money transfer, Suchin's mood instantly brightened, and the anger from earlier dissipated. The transfer process was quick. In about 2 minutes, a nearby colleague paused his actions and looked up at Suchin, grinning as he said, Mr. Su, the remaining funds have been transferred to your company's bank account. Please check it. Hearing this, Suchin quickly took out his phone and opened the banking app to check. Wow. Although he had some expectations, Suchin still couldn't help but gasp when he saw the additional amount in his bank account. The total contract amount was 1 billion. And after deducting the 40% deposit, Suchin's earnings amounted to 600 million, which converted to local currency was 4.5 billion. After calming down for a while, Suchin suppressed his excitement and smiled at the individual across from him. Mr. Individual's name, you are indeed straightforward. I look forward to our next collaboration. Next came the loading time. The 100 special steel cables were not many, but the sheer volume of goods at the dock each day made it take over 2 hours for this batch to be successfully loaded onto the cargo ship. Suchin initially wanted to invite the two for a drink and give them a thorough explanation of their company's culture and core competitiveness. However, they declined, citing the need to return and report to their superiors. Not minding their refusal, Suchin chatted briefly with them before driving away from the dock. Yet, after Suchin left, the two at the dock did not leave. Brother friend's name, what do you think of Mr. Su? Hearing his friend's words, the other shook his head and remarked with a hint of admiration, impressive youth. Managing such an excellent company at such a young age and possessing advanced technology like aircraft carrier arresting cables, this individual's future achievements are bound to be limitless. Zhongtian Industrial Group. Suchin, who had just secured a major deal, was planning to take a day off for himself. However, upon returning, he encountered a troubling issue. In his office, the heads of the marketing and public relations departments stood before him, reporting on the company's recent situation with grim expressions. As he listened to their updates, the good mood he had after earning over 4 billion quickly vanished. Mr. Su, during this period, we have invested nearly 10 million in advertising for the drones, but so far, the revenue from the company's drone segment is still in the red. Looking at Tang Xiaoli, who had dark circles under her eyes, Suchin felt a sense of helplessness. He sometimes couldn't understand why the 6-wing heavy-lift drone he designed, which performed well even in remote areas of the Middle East, was struggling to gain traction domestically. Was it a cultural issue? Suchin shook his head, not responding to Tang Xiaoli, and instead turned to the marketing director, Li Jingming, and slowly asked, has the production department changed the drone models? Which model is selling the most in the market? Hearing Suchin's inquiry, Li Jingming nodded with a wry smile and said, Mr. Su, the production department has made changes to the drone models as per your request. However, the 3 models are not selling well at all. No matter how much we promote them, consumers are generally unwilling to purchase. The 3 drone models were indeed proposed by Suchin. After all, their drones were too expensive. Even Suchin had to think carefully before making a purchase, let alone the average consumer. Moreover, the domestic drone market was essentially monopolized by a well-known company, and as a newcomer to the field, there was little reason for consumers to buy from them. Thus, Suchin decided to significantly reduce the R&D costs of the 6-wing heavy-lift drone. High-strength composite materials? Cut. J10 stealth coating? Cut. High-power electromagnet? Cut. With the reduction of those high-cost materials, the production department finalized 3 tiers of drones. Zhongtian Little Flying Stick, priced at 888 yuan, with a load capacity of 20 kilograms. Zhongtian Little Flying Dragon, priced at 888 yuan, with a load capacity of 50 kilograms. Zhongtian Jialong, priced at 888 yuan, with a load capacity of 130 kilograms. Of course, the version sold to a specific client would not be available domestically. Suchin worried that if they discovered the actual costs, they might come straight from another country to confront him. As for the Zhongtian Jialong, Suchin never intended to sell this model to average consumers. he planned to target the truly wealthy, selling a model that costs a few thousand for 888 yuan should be reasonable, right? Su Qin's wish was certainly beautiful, but the outcome for him was incredibly harsh. After experiencing this failure, Su Qin finally realized that managing a company well is not an easy task. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder if he had a talent for foreign trade, especially since the company's revenue over the past year had mainly come from abroad, with little profit from the domestic market. In fact, due to Su Qin's ambition, they had even incurred significant losses. After thinking for a long time, Su Qin made a bold decision and directly told the two, "If we can't sell it, let's just give it all away." Chapter 65, Troublemakers, Sudden Fire, Giveaway. Upon hearing that Su Qin intended to donate all the drones, the two people across from him were puzzled, looking at each other with confusion about Su Qin's motives. Well, since ordinary advertising cannot convince consumers to make a purchase, alternative methods must be employed. Seeing the bewildered expressions on their faces, Su Qin confidently began to explain his reasoning. In fact, his approach was somewhat similar to advertising. It was just that the channels for promotion were different. Indeed, when Su Qin mentioned giveaway, he meant preparing to donate a batch of drones to various government departments in the entire region, like the fire department, agricultural department, and so on. As long as there was some relevance, he was ready to send a batch to these entities. Of course, there was a prerequisite for Su Qin's actions. The drones produced by their company were not as useless as some online critics claimed. Their performance had to be robust, and the stated functions must align with what the company promised. Su Qin was very confident about this. After all, how could drones that enabled continuous orders from a major client be subpar? After hearing Su Qin's explanation, it was evident that Li Jingming and Tang Xiaoli were beginning to have doubts. The first to speak was the head of the marketing department, Li Jingming, who hesitantly said, "Mr. Su, won't this significantly increase our company's costs? What if, in the end, consumers still refuse to pay?" Li Jingming's concerns were valid. Although the manufacturing costs of their drones had been significantly reduced, if they followed Su Qin's idea and donated a batch to several departments, it would amount to a substantial figure. Currently, their marketing department had already spent millions on promoting the drones, and if they raised that cost further, if it worked out, everyone would be happy, but if it didn't, wouldn't they end up losing a large sum of money? As Li Jingming finished speaking, Tang Xiaoli, sitting nearby, also felt restless and prepared to persuade Su Qin as well. However, before she could speak, Su Qin waved his hand and firmly stated, "No need to say more, just do as I say. In the meantime, you two should prepare a list of the donations and quantities. I will handle it personally." Seeing Su Qin's resolute attitude, both of them appeared hesitant to speak further, but since Su Qin was their boss, they felt it inappropriate to argue. A few days later, as truckloads of drones were pulled out of the factory, the publicity department of Zhongtian Industrial Group quickly produced a promotional video overnight and uploaded it online. In the video, there was only one person, Su Qin. Su Qin first expressed his sincere gratitude to the relevant departments on the front line, and then, with great sorrow, spoke about the difficulties and hardships these departments face. Finally, he announced that on behalf of the Zhongtian Industrial Group, he was preparing to donate a batch of drones to these departments as a show of support for their work. His heartfelt words even moved Su Qin himself. However, what made him feel disgusted was that the internet in this era was not very developed, and the effectiveness and reach of advertisements were quite low. After a few days of fermentation, Su Qin's emotionally charged speech failed to create any significant impact. Instead, it attracted some online criticism. It was laughable that a company producing steel pipes would suddenly venture into drone manufacturing. Did the company's president think that high-tech products like drones were as simple as the steel pipes they produced? They were really bold to claim a payload capacity of 120 kilograms. Even a leading drone company lacked the capability to manufacture such high-performance drones. Could a steel company do it? And to talk about donations? They should be afraid of losing face. Such a company dared to come out and deceive people, which was simply shameless. It was all just a show. This company wanted to draw attention to itself, and everyone should be cautious not to be fooled. Seeing these comments online made Su Qin extremely angry, and he said with a displeased expression, "Humph. Just a bunch of people who have never experienced true hardship. Do they think the drones developed by a leading company can be compared to mine?" After venting his frustration at these critics, a hint of gloom appeared on Su Qin's face. He did not expect that after donating so many drones, there would be no ripple in the market, as if they had sunk into the sea without a trace. The only thing that somewhat comforted Su Chun was that the government departments that received their drones expressed their gratitude online. However, these thanks did not hold much significance for Su Chun at this moment. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling deeply that opening up the domestic market was so difficult. Was he only suited for export business? In Nanshan County, Qingxi Avenue is a well-known industrial area in the county where most of the small and large enterprises are located. Usually, the entire industrial park is quite peaceful, and there are rarely any disputes as each company works independently. However, today, a shocking explosion suddenly broke this tranquility. Accompanied by the explosion, a violent shaking followed, and countless workers felt the tremors beneath their feet. "Run, an earthquake is coming," someone shouted, and those still in a daze instantly fell into a panic, rushing frantically out of the building. Not long after, the entire area outside Qingxi Avenue was filled with people. All eyes focused on a factory in the distance engulfed in flames. It was evident that the workers who had managed to escape had no intention of leaving just yet. Groups of 2 or 3 gathered together, discussing why the fire had occurred at this company. Some even took out their phones to snap photos and share them on social media. As the flames continued to spread, the local fire department finally arrived at the scene. However, by the time the firefighters got there, the fire had already reached an alarming level, making it nearly impossible to contain. Despite the flames expanding outward, the firefighters showed no signs of hesitation. Under the command of Captain Qin Ming, several fire trucks quickly arrived at designated positions, engines roaring to life as they activated the water pumps and pulled out hoses. The operations were seamless and efficient, and within moments, powerful streams of water surged toward the advancing flames. Chapter 66. There's no technical content. During the firefighting process, not far away, Qin Ming encountered a problem that gave him a headache. He noticed that the workers who had just escaped from the industrial park were crowding together, all trying to get to the best spot for photos. Some even attempted to rush past the cordon to retrieve their personal belongings left in the factory. Seeing this scene, Qin Ming's expression darkened instantly. He stepped in front of the crowd, grabbed a loudspeaker, and shouted loudly, "Are you all out of your minds? Don't you see how bad the fire is? If you rush in there, you're just asking for trouble." As Qin Ming's warning echoed, order was quickly restored at the scene. However, some individuals still hesitated and addressed Qin Ming, saying, "Captain Qin, what about the belongings we left at the company?" "Yes, Captain Qin, let us in. The fire hasn't reached our company yet. We can go in, grab our things, and come back immediately." "Oh no, my brand new iPhone." Hearing these words, Qin Ming felt a surge of frustration. What is more important, your life or those material possessions? Taking a deep breath, he tried to maintain a calm tone and said, "Everyone, I have to be honest with you. The fire has spread beyond our control. No one can guarantee that it won't reach your company. Besides, those items are just material possessions. If they're lost, we can earn more. But if you lose your life, that's truly gone forever." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally abandoned their thoughts of rushing in. Looking at the now less crowded scene, Qin Ming felt a sense of relief. However, when he turned to look again at the direction of the fire, the seriousness on his face returned. After a long while, observing that the fire was still raging, Qin Ming felt a headache coming on. If this continued, it could potentially affect other companies in the industrial park. These companies were the backbone of the local economy, and if it came to that, it would not only impact them, but also the entire region. Just as Qin Ming was at a loss, a voice beside him inquired, "Captain Qin, didn't Zhongtian Industrial Group recently give us 50 drones? Why don't we try using them?" They had mentioned that each drone could carry at least 20 kilograms of water. With the help of the drones, we could definitely extinguish this fire. Hearing this, Qin Ming's eyes lit up immediately. Without hesitation, he replied to the firefighter, "You take a few people and go quickly." Soon, several fire trucks arrived by a large river near Qingxi Avenue. Firefighters directed the drones to fill buckets with water from the river and headed straight for the fire scene. When Su Chun delivered the drones to their fire brigade, the firefighters were already familiar with operating them, especially the drone named Little Flying Stick. However, when the onlookers saw the drones in the sky, filled with water, their eyes widened in shock. "Wow, what kind of drone is that? It can carry so much water? Hiss, that must weigh at least 20 kilograms, right? When did we get drones with such carrying capacity? It should be from a well-known drone company. I heard they recently developed an agricultural drone called T300 that can carry 30 kilograms of pesticides. I just wonder when our local fire brigade purchased it. I heard it costs over 10,000. Well, With such advanced technology, selling for over 10,000 seems reasonable, given the substantial investment in R&D for high-tech industries. Hearing the discussions of the onlookers, a firefighter responsible for security nearby simply smiled and interrupted them. Brothers, the drone we are using is not made by that well-known company, but rather developed by our local enterprise, Zhongtian Industrial Group. Zhongtian Industrial Group? What kind of company is that? Is there such a well-known enterprise in our area? Upon hearing the firefighter's words, the earlier speakers exchanged confused glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. When did our area have such a notable company? As the crowd pondered, one middle-aged man seemed to recall something and said incredulously, "Could it be that company that produces steel pipes and machine parts?" As soon as he spoke, someone nearby skeptically responded, "No way. A company that makes steel pipes could produce such advanced drones?" "Yeah, I know that company. Last year, the owner apparently absconded with funds. How could such a company have such advanced technology?" Listening to the crowd's comments, the firefighter felt a bit angry. After all, Suchun had recently gifted their fire brigade over 50 drones, and it was disheartening to hear such disparaging remarks about someone so generous. He thought about standing up for Suchun. "Brothers, don't slander Mr. Su. The drones we are using were all donated to us by Zhongtian Industrial Group." Given the firefighter's position, the crowd did not doubt his words too much. Their shock had only increased. Just then, one person curiously asked the firefighter, "By the way, how much does the drone we are currently using cost?" Hearing this, the previously shocked group turned their curious gazes towards the firefighter. After all, there aren't many drones as advanced as this one on the market. The only one they know of is the T-300 produced by a well-known brand. But its price is just too high, over 10,000 for one unit, which is something ordinary people like them cannot afford. Noticing the crowd's gaze, the firefighter smiled and replied, "The drone we are using is the cheapest one. It only costs around 888 yuan. Initially, the manager mentioned that drones with a payload of only 20 to 30 kilograms don't really require much technical expertise, so the price is generally not too high. So, don't feel too burdened about it. If you're interested in purchasing one, you can also buy it from a certain industrial group." Chapter 67, The Great Fire. Zhang Tao's Incredulity. 888 yuan. Such an advanced drone, and yet it's said to have little technical content? Listening to the firefighters, the expressions on the faces of several people were quite remarkable. It's worth noting that the latest drone released by the local company, known as the T-300, is priced at over 10,000 yuan, and it can only carry about 30 to 40 kilograms. This drone had been excessively praised online, hailed as the pride of domestic products and the cornerstone of the future high-tech industry in the region. They nearly claimed it to be the best drone in the universe. But now what did they hear? A drone that only differs in load capacity by about 10 kilograms from the T-300 is actually priced nearly 10 times lower? And it was labeled as having little technical content? In an instant, they exchanged looks filled with shock. After realizing the key point, they felt a surge of indignation. One person even spat on the ground and said with displeasure, "Damn it, isn't this local company scamming people? How can they sell such a subpar drone for over 13,000 yuan? Why don't they just rob someone instead?" Indeed, the local leader had mentioned that drones with a load capacity of only 20 to 30 kilograms had no real technical content. Yet they dared to sell them at such high prices? It's a good thing the local leader is considerate. He is genuinely a decent person, providing our frontline departments with a large number of drones at such fair prices. As they compared in their minds, the impressive image of the local leader began to take shape. This was precisely the fundamental purpose behind the leader's decision. If he were here to hear them praising him, he would undoubtedly feel immensely gratified. Meanwhile, the firefighter who had just explained things to them looked increasingly uneasy upon hearing their angry remarks. His gaze became unfocused, and he started to look around nervously, as if to say that these comments were not his own words, but rather the thoughts of the others, and he had nothing to do with it. He certainly wasn't going to take the blame for stirring up conflict between companies. Soon, with the help of drones, the previously unstoppable fire was gradually brought under control. After nearly 4 hours, the sudden blaze was finally extinguished. Once the site was cleaned up, the firefighting team left, and the remaining cleanup work was handed over to other relevant departments. As the fire was extinguished, the related news was quickly uploaded online by onlookers. Within a day, the incident of the explosion at the chemical plant in the region spread across the entire country. Naturally, the rising star is the small vegan brand drone from Suchun Company. Within just one day, at least hundreds of millions of people across the nation became aware of Zhongtian Industrial Group. Conversely, the other brand of drones faced significant criticism online. The reason was simple. The performance of the two drones was only slightly different, but the price of the latter was over 10 times more expensive. Particularly for those consumers who had previously purchased the more expensive drone, they felt like they had been deceived. During this time, the headquarters of the latter company was extremely busy. Since their last participation in a drone bidding process for the defense sector, although they did not win the bid, their excellent data submission led to a partnership with a significant military industry institution aiming to develop a heavy-lift drone that belonged to their nation. Zhang Tao, naturally, would not miss the opportunity to collaborate with this major institution. He shared all the technology his company had developed over the years for this collaboration. The military institution, in turn, did not hold back and provided similar assistance to Zhang Tao's company. To the military institution, Zhang Tao's company was just a small player, and they would not have chosen to collaborate with a private enterprise if it weren't for pressing circumstances. During this cooperation, Zhang Tao also learned about an extremely advanced drone used in conflict zones, which left him in awe when he saw its impressive data panel. A payload of 200 kilograms, a speed of 50 meters per second under full load, capable of operating for over 3 hours? Was this really a drone? Could anyone in the world truly develop such a drone? Zhang Tao was deeply passionate about drone development, dedicating almost all his time outside of breaks to this pursuit, hoping to create a drone that the entire world would admire one day. Because of this passion, he understood just how extraordinary the performance of the drone used in the conflict was. He couldn't believe such a powerful drone existed without witnessing it firsthand. He felt a deep admiration for the genius behind it, but also a sense of regret for not being able to meet this individual. He had previously asked Director Zhou of the military institution about the developer, but it seemed that even he did not know much, only that the person appeared to be a researcher from a distant nation. Zhang Tao felt a strong desire to visit that nation in the future to meet this esteemed figure. However, today he appeared somewhat serious as he looked at a document placed on the table. Zhang Tao took a long time to finally say to Chen Xingqiang in front of him, "You mean this company has just entered our drone sector?" Zhang Tao didn't even pay attention to the online insults from consumers during this period, nor did he care whether there were any suspicions of malicious competition regarding pricing. He just stared intently at Chen Xingqiang, eager to know the answer. Seeing the shock in Zhang Tao's expression, Chen Xingqiang nodded with a wry smile, without any hesitation. "Yes, according to our investigation, this company is indeed developing drones for the first time. Previously, they only produced steel pipes and mechanical parts." Upon hearing this, Zhang Tao shook his head and said with great determination, "That's impossible. Such advanced drone technology cannot be achieved overnight. They must have been deeply involved in the drone industry for decades to achieve such results." It was clear that Zhang Tao was unwilling to believe Chen Xingqiang's words. This confidence stemmed from his years of experience in drone research and development. He could not believe that such advanced drones could come from a company that had never produced drones before. Chapter 68, Major Incident. Seeing Zhang Tao with a determined expression, Chen Xingqiang shook his head and took a while to gather his thoughts before finally struggling to speak. The other party is indeed developing drones for the first time. And according to our investigation, this particular model of drone was created by a young person named Su Chun. This Su Chun is the chairman of Zhongtian Industrial Group, who just took over the company last year, and was previously just a recent university graduate. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhang Tao, who had just shown determination, tightened his hands, his lips already bleeding from being bitten, and his whole body began to tremble slightly. Seeing his friend's state, Chen Xingqiang couldn't help but feel a bitter smile. He knew that this news would be a significant blow to his friend. Although they co-founded the drone company, he understood how passionate Zhang Tao was about drone development. During their university years, Zhang Tao was a prominent figure who not only applied for multiple drone patents while in school, but also repeatedly won top prizes in various international technology research competitions. At that time, Zhang Tao was only in his early 20s and could have leveraged these accolades for a better future, living a carefree life. But they chose a different path. After completing his master's degree, he resolutely dedicated himself to drone development and founded the drone company. Facing societal skepticism during the company's early stages, everyone doubted that such a small company could make significant waves in the already established drone industry. Yet Zhang Tao repeatedly proved them wrong through his actions. To this day, the company holds an irreplaceable position in the international market, both domestically and abroad. These few simple statements are enough to demonstrate that Zhang Tao's passion for drone development is unparalleled. However, today he heard something that seemed absurd to him. A recent university graduate? A factory on the brink of collapse? A group of workers owed wages? This seemingly ridiculous combination became a reality because a young man named Su Chun turned the impossible into possible. In just 1 year, he transformed a struggling factory into a leading enterprise and even dealt Zhang Tao a heavy blow in his most confident field. Zhang Tao shook his head vigorously, his face pale as he said, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. I, Zhang Tao, could never develop such a drone in 10 years. How could a recent graduate achieve this?" At that moment, Zhang Tao was like a madman, shaking his head continuously, trying to figure out the loopholes in this situation. He refused to believe that his lifelong goal could be accomplished by a recent university graduate. How could this be possible? Zhang Tao has been researching in the drone field for over a decade, yet he hasn't achieved this step. What gives Su Qin the right to do so? Observing Zhang Tao's expression, Qin Xingxiang across from him wanted to offer some comforting words, but after struggling internally for a long time,
He couldn't muster a single sentence and ultimately had to leave the office in silence.
he understood that the best thing to do at this moment was to give the other person some space to calm down. In contrast to Zhang Tao's disbelief, Feng Jingxin on the other side was equally troubled. In the Ministry of Defense office, he, the minister, was overwhelmed with the intensifying international criticism, particularly from certain nations. The thought of those countries made Feng Jingxin's eyes flash with a fierce look. Sometimes, he really wished he could send troops to eliminate them directly. In the office, Feng Jingxin slammed a document onto the table, his face filled with anger as he said, "Is that country out of their minds? I have already stated that the support for Hamas in terms of weapons was not done by us. Why do they keep clinging to our nation?" Hearing the minister's furious outburst, several subordinates seated nearby felt equally indignant. "Minister Feng, that country and its allies insist that the off-road vehicle used by Hamas on the battlefield is our nation's Dongfeng Mengshi. No matter how we explain, they refuse to believe us." The subordinates were also puzzled about the off-road vehicle used by Hamas. When they first saw it, they too had their doubts about whether it was indeed the Dongfeng Mengshi developed by their country. After all, its outline and appearance were strikingly similar. Listening to their comments, Feng Jingxin shook his head and said with some irritation, "All right, enough of these irrelevant accusations. Has the investigation result from the Southern Theater Command regarding the Dongfeng Motor Corporation come out yet?" Seeing Feng Jingxin shift back to the main topic, the subordinates immediately sat up straight, not daring to be negligent, and quickly responded, "The results are out. Regarding the vehicle used by Hamas on the battlefield, the Dongfeng Motor Corporation was completely unaware, and the investigation by the Southern Military Region found that Dongfeng Motor Corporation has never smuggled arms privately." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin fell into deep thought. Not their responsibility? Hiss. Where did that type of off-road vehicle come from? In the country, only Dongfeng Motor Corporation had the technology to develop the Dongfeng Mengshi. If it wasn't them, then who could it be? Could it really be developed by another country? Feng Jingxin stroked his chin, looking puzzled. He knew that the Dongfeng Mengshi sold to that nation was only a first-generation product, and its performance in all aspects was far inferior to the second-generation off-road vehicles currently in service in their country. It is impossible for that country to have developed such an impressive off-road vehicle solely based on the performance of the first generation of a certain model, right? Just as he was lost in thought, a rapid knocking sound suddenly came from the door. Startled, he looked up and nodded to the subordinate at the door, indicating that they could come in. "What is it?" Upon hearing the inquiry, the young subordinate did not hesitate and immediately began to report. "Minister, a major accident has occurred in Nanning County of Hanqing City. There was a massive explosion at a chemical plant in the county, resulting in the deaths of 12 people." Hearing this, he furrowed his brows tightly and said with a displeased expression, "Nanning County? Who was in charge there?" Chapter 69 Exposed. The death of 12 people is no small matter. In this country, if the number of fatalities exceeds 10 and is below 30, it can be classified as a major incident. For such incidents, the state generally holds the direct leadership of the area accountable. However, Feng Jingxin felt some confusion. Why was he being informed about this? Their defense department usually does not concern itself with such matters. The subordinate who had just entered seemed to sense Feng Jingxin's doubts and quickly handed over the documents while explaining. The county party secretary of Nanjing County is Wang Jianhua. This incident is the first major accident to occur during his 20-year tenure. Wang Jianhua. As Feng Jingxin glanced through the information handed to him, he furrowed his brows slightly. He recalled that this individual had indeed made a name for himself. He was selected to work in central authority at a young age, but seemed unwilling to settle for mediocrity, voluntarily requesting to be assigned to grassroots positions. Many senior officials at the time regarded this young man with high expectations, believing he had a promising future. However, once he was assigned to grassroots work, they never heard from him again, and gradually, he was forgotten. Hearing this name again today brought back memories for Feng Jingxin. He did not rush to respond to the young subordinate, but slowly continued to review the documents in his hand. However, when he reached a certain section, a look of surprise suddenly crossed his face. What kind of company is Zhongtian Industrial Group? How come I've never heard of it before? Indeed, what he saw was the type of drone used by the Nanjian County Fire Brigade to extinguish the fire. It can carry a load of 20 kilograms? It seems like the latest Model T300 from a well-known drone manufacturer has a maximum payload of only 40 kilograms. A company that can develop a drone with a 20-kilogram payload must be significant. How come I've never heard of it? Wait. As memories flashed through Feng Jingxin's mind, his expression suddenly became serious. Hiss. Didn't Zhongtian Industrial Group participate in our Defense Department's drone bidding last time? It seemed like they had angered the staff handling the bidding process. At that time, the workers believed that Zhongtian Industrial Group was a fraud or something similar. Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Feng Jingxin immediately looked up and fixed his gaze on the subordinate, excitedly asking, did Zhongtian Industrial Group participate in our drone bidding, and we rejected their bid? Noticing the intense gaze of his minister, the subordinate managed a wry smile and nodded. Yes, it's this company. According to our investigation, they sell drones in 3 models, and the one with a payload of 20 kilograms is the cheapest. At this point, the subordinate didn't notice the shock in the eyes of their minister across the table and continued. The other 2 models have payloads of 50 kilograms and 120 kilograms. Moreover, upon further investigation, we discovered that this company previously sold a drone with a payload of up to 150 kilograms. But it seemed that the market response was not very good at the time, so they later only launched these 3 models. Gasp. Upon hearing these words, the minister jumped up from his chair, his face filled with shock. 150 kilograms? This. At this moment, his mind was racing like a stampede, realizing that the 150-kilogram drone was precisely what their Defense Department had been desperately searching for during this time. Their Defense Department had been working tirelessly to develop such a drone, even issuing strict orders to military research institutions to create it within 6 months. But now, he was being told that this drone had already appeared months ago. He suddenly remembered that the data submitted by this company seemed to indicate a payload of 150 kilograms. Could it be that the data they submitted back then was indeed true, but they missed it simply because they didn't believe it? Thinking of this, the minister became anxious and quickly said to the subordinate, "Hurry, call in Xiao Gu." Soon, guided by a subordinate, Gu Qingyu rushed into the office. As soon as he entered, he saw his minister pacing back and forth with a worried expression, seemingly lost in thought. "Minister Feng, what can I do for you?" Not seeming to hear him, Minister Feng quickly asked, "You mentioned that there were a few companies in the south that hadn't been investigated. Does this include the Zhongtian Industrial Group?" Hearing this, Gu Qingyu looked puzzled and somewhat confused, but since this was his superior, he thought for a moment and responded, "Not yet. We were delayed recently because we had to handle some international matters." At this point, Gu Qingyu hesitated and asked with some confusion, "May I ask why the minister is inquiring about this company? Is there something wrong?" After hearing the response, Minister Feng shook his head, feeling a bit displeased with Gu Qingyu's work efficiency, and directly threw the documents on the table to him. As Gu Qingyu flipped through the documents, his pupils widened in shock as he stared at a particular point on the page. It was only at that moment that he realized why Minister Feng had been so eager to call him in. Putting down the materials in his hands, Gu Qingyu immediately said, "I'll go investigate this company right away." Seeing Gu Qingyu about to leave, Feng Jingxin waved his hand and said directly, "No need. I'll go myself." As for the news about a certain industrial group, it wasn't just known to the Defense Department. Basically, at the same time, the leaders of various military districts in the region were also aware of this matter. Thus, a shocking scene unfolded, as the leaders of the military districts personally led more than a dozen fully armed soldiers to a small county in a city. Meanwhile, Su Chun, far away in a southern county, was completely unaware of this. He was still immersed in the joy of their company's soaring drone sales. Looking at the data submitted by the marketing department, Su Chun in the office couldn't stop smiling, occasionally letting out a chuckle that sent chills down the spines of those outside who were puzzled, giving them goosebumps. Chapter 70, Hunter's Arrival. Since the fire was extinguished 3 days ago, the sales of drones from their company have skyrocketed. Not only have they cleared out the inventory that had been sitting in the warehouse, but they have also received orders for tens of thousands of units from various manufacturers. Just from the profits of the drones, their industrial group has earned at least over 100 million local currency. Moreover, due to the surge in drone sales, they have also established connections with the government. The fire department, witnessing the extraordinary efficiency of the drones in firefighting, urgently placed a new order for 200 units of the small Dragon brand drones. Not only that, but recently, even the director of the Public Security Bureau from the Southern County, Zhou Hongwei, personally came to their industrial group to order 100 units of the small stick drones. At that time, Su Chen was somewhat puzzled as to why the Public Security Bureau would think of ordering drones. However, after hearing Director Zhou's explanation, Su Chen waved his hand, deciding not to charge for this batch of drones. Instead, he generously offered an additional 50 units of Zhongtian Jiaolong drones and promised that as long as the county's Public Security Bureau needed to procure drones in the future, their company would fully support them without charging any fees. This meant that whenever the Public Security Bureau had any drone needs, their industrial group would provide full assistance, regardless of the losses incurred. When Zhou Hongwei heard Su Chen's promise, he was deeply moved, almost immediately wanting to become sworn brothers with Su Chen. Of course, Su Chen thought about it. After all, who would refuse a county Public Security Bureau director as a brother? But in the end, considering the significant disparity in their statuses, Su Chen decided it was best to just agree that they would address each other as brothers when they met in the future. As for why Su Chen was so generous this time, it was simply because he had heard Director Zhou mention that the scamsters in the border areas were quite rampant, and there were even some desperate criminals engaging in illegal activities. For such individuals who endangered national security, Su Chen felt a deep-seated hatred, wishing to eradicate these lawbreakers completely, leaving no trace behind to instill fear and uphold national dignity. Su Chen's face darkened. Although 2 days had passed, he still felt immense anger whenever he thought of those vile individuals. Taking a long, deep breath, he resolved that if he had the chance in the future, he would definitely help the country eliminate these desperate criminals entirely. Just as Su Chen was contemplating how to deal with these criminals, a knock on the office door interrupted his thoughts. Slightly annoyed, he did not lift his head and said, "Come in." As soon as Su Chen's words fell, Li Xiaoyan, dressed in professional attire and wearing high heels, walked in with a click-clack sound. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's dissatisfaction vanished instantly, and he looked up to gaze directly at her. Li Xiaoyan had been Su Chen's secretary for some time, so she was naturally familiar with Su Chen's gaze and felt no discomfort. She simply smiled softly and said, "Mr. Su, Mr. Hunter has arrived and would like to see you." Upon hearing that Hunter was there, Su Chen immediately stood up without caring about his image and hurriedly ran outside. Li Xiaoyan was not surprised by Su Chen's behavior. Ever since the last time when he performed in front of Hunter and others saw it, he had completely let himself go in front of them, often wandering around the company and joking with everyone whenever he had the chance. At the entrance of the company, looking at Hunter not far away, Su Chen almost shed tears, feeling deeply resentful. During this time, he had been counting the days, eagerly anticipating when Hunter would come to see him and when he could purchase their company's new all-carbon body SUV. This was a significant deal, with profits even higher than those from drones, which was why Su Chen didn't mind when Hunter initially bought only 50 SUVs. When they were about 2 or 3 meters apart, Su Chen began to complain, "Brother Hunter, why are you only coming now? Didn't you say you would treat me to a drink? Have you forgotten?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Hunter, who had just been a bit excited, suddenly felt awkward. He waved his hand and quickly replied, "Brother Su, you mustn't think that way. I've been handling some matters domestically and just got off the plane, rushing here just to have a good drink with you." Not paying much attention to Hunter's response, Su Chen walked up to him, casually placing a hand on his shoulder, and smiled broadly. "That's great. Let us go and enjoy a good meal together. I've been waiting for this drink for a long time." After saying this, Su Chen prepared to walk out with his arm around Hunter's shoulder. But to his surprise, Hunter stood there motionless, looking awkwardly at him. Seeing Hunter's expression, Su Chen was filled with confusion and looked at him quizzically. "What's wrong, Brother Hunter? Is there something else?" Hunter, forced a smile, hesitatingly replied, "Brother Su, let us discuss business first." How about we drink after the business is settled? Discussing business? That sounds good. Su-chun had initially intended to take advantage of the drinking to trick Hunter. So since Hunter brought it up, he felt he couldn't refuse. Su-chun feigned annoyance and said, "Brother Hunter, when do we talk business? We haven't seen each other in over a month. Can't we wait until after the drinks to talk? Do you think I, Su-chun, wouldn't do business with you?" Hearing Su-chun's words, Hunter immediately felt a pang of guilt. Yes, when Brother Su saw me, he immediately thought of having a drink and chatting, but what about me? I was actually thinking about discussing business. Isn't that just disappointing Brother Su? Thinking of this, Hunter immediately decided to have a good drink with Su-chun first. As for business, who cares? However, Su-chun, who had been secretly glancing at Hunter, noticed that his expression seemed a bit off and quickly waved his hand, somewhat dismissively saying, "Well, it's fine, we can drink after discussing business. That way, we can also ease Brother Hunter's worries. Let us go to my office to talk." After saying this, Su-chun turned and headed toward the office, fearing that Hunter might change his mind and insist on going for drinks. Meanwhile, Hunter, who had just changed his mind to go for drinks with Su-chun, stood there frozen upon hearing Su-chun's words. Chapter 71 Big Business. Office. After personally brewing a fine cup of tea for Hunter, Su-chun, seated in the president's chair, got straight to the point. "Brother Hunter, may I ask how many batches of drones you intend to order this time? Or are you planning to get some steel pipes and off-road vehicles as well?" Su-chun, with a net worth already exceeding $1 billion, no longer cared much for small businesses like steel pipes, and his tone reflected a certain nonchalance. Hunter, who had been in a daze since he walked in, finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Su-chun's words. After a brief, awkward smile, he replied, "Brother Su, after discussions within our company, we are preparing to increase our procurement this time." Upon hearing that the order quantity would be increased, Su-chun, who was previously lounging in his chair, instantly became excited, sitting up straight and looking at Hunter with a beaming smile. Hunter, already accustomed to Su-chun's reactions, took a sip of tea and continued, "This time our company plans to procure 200,000 steel pipes with a diameter of 7.62 millimeters, as well as 20,000 pipes, each with diameters of 120 millimeters and 150 millimeters. As for the new stealth drones, we plan to purchase 20,000 units." At this point, Hunter paused for a moment, glanced at Su-chun across the table, and continued, "Regarding the all-carbon body off-road vehicle that you sent me 2 days ago, our company intends to procure 5,000 units. However, the specifications you provided need some adjustments. The new vehicle's space and power requirements must match those of the last batch we purchased." Hunter had already seen the all-carbon body, Zhongtian Jiaolong, off-road vehicle 2 days prior. After watching its performance in a video, he had made up his mind to bring this type of vehicle to his country, not for any other reason, but because the performance of this off-road vehicle was simply outstanding. With an all-carbon body, it significantly improved the vehicle's mobility and greatly enhanced its strength. In Hunter's eyes, this was no longer just an off-road vehicle. It was a beast on the battlefield, a weapon for defeating enemies. When he informed General Brooke of the vehicle's performance, the general immediately issued orders to ensure that this type of off-road vehicle was brought back, no matter the cost or method. On the other side, Su-chun was momentarily taken aback by Hunter's words, feeling as if he had misheard. 240,000 steel pipes, 20,000 drones, 5,000 off-road vehicles. This. After a while, Su-chun finally processed the information, but by the time he did, he was so excited that he nearly jumped up. This was indeed a huge business deal. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su-chun quickly stood up, grabbed the teacup that the other party had just raised, and said with a big smile, "Brother Hunter, look at you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come on, why drink Longjing tea? I have a little something I've been saving for a long time. 1982 Tiguanyin, let us drink this." Seeing Su-chun's actions, Hunter, who thought he knew Su-chun well, was momentarily stunned, wearing a bewildered expression. However, after he came to his senses, he couldn't help but roll his eyes and muttered in his heart, "Can tea from 1982 even be drinkable?" As for Hunter's thoughts, Su-chun didn't care at all. He was so excited that his smile was almost crooked. Without a care for his image, he hurriedly ran to the back, rummaging through boxes and cabinets. After a while, Su-chun finally found a dusty box hidden behind a pile of old books and skillfully brewed a cup of Tiguanyin for Hunter. But when Hunter received the Tiguanyin that Su-chun handed over, He was momentarily unsure whether to drink it or not, not minding Hunter's embarrassment. Su Chen took a sip of the tea and said with a smile, "Brother Hunter, no need to feel embarrassed, we're brothers at heart. Once this deal is finalized, we'll go out and have a proper drink." Hunter, holding a cup of tea Guanyin and feeling extremely conflicted, just awkwardly nodded after hearing Su Chen's words. The next moment, Su Chen and Hunter began discussing the details of the procurement. The total contract amount that Hunter was ordering reached over 3 billion in currency, including 7.62mm steel pipes for 24 million, and the combined cost for the 120mm and 150mm steel pipes was also 8 million. As for the new stealth drones and all-carbon off-road vehicles, the numbers were even more staggering. The procurement quantity for the stealth drones alone was 600 million, while their company's latest all-carbon body off-road vehicle was a shocking 3 billion. Thinking of these figures, even Su Chen, who had made a fair amount of money recently, couldn't he help but feel a bit shocked. Over 3 billion in currency? That would be more than 20 billion in local currency. From now on, I'll also have a net worth of over 10 billion. After a long while, Su Chen looked at the signed contract with a beaming smile, feeling incredibly excited. After admiring it for a while, he reluctantly set the contract down and turned to Hunter, smiling as he said, "Brother Hunter, since the contract is finalized, let us go out and have a good drink." Hearing Su Chen's words, Hunter smiled faintly and nodded. However, just as he was about to get up, his phone rang at that moment. Hunter took out his phone and instantly changed his expression. He quickly looked up at Su Chen and said apologetically, "Brother Su, it seems we won't be able to have this drink after all. There's been a fatal incident at the company headquarters, and I need to handle it." Su Chen didn't mind, since the contract had already been finalized. For him, whether they had the drink or not was inconsequential, but he still feigned regret and said, "Life is precious. Brother Hunter, you should handle this matter quickly. We'll owe this drink for now, and we can have it next time when you're free." Seeing Su Chen's seemingly regretful expression, Hunter felt a tightness in his chest and was a bit unsettled. However, thinking about the urgent news that had just come in from back home, he decided to leave it at that. After expressing his apologies once more, Hunter quickly walked out of the office, preparing to head back home immediately. What he didn't know was that as he drove away, a middle-aged man in a hidden corner was intently watching the direction he left. As he watched Hunter depart, a cold glint appeared on the man's face, and he took out his phone to make a call. Chapter 72 discovered? The president has found out that the arms purchased by a certain country indeed came from another nation. On the other side, in the president's office of a certain country, a leader listened with a grim expression to the contents of the phone call. Oh, before he could inquire further, the voice on the other end continued. However, it seems that the batch of arms purchased by that country was not acquired through official channels, but rather from a private enterprise. A private enterprise? Hearing this report, the leader's expression froze momentarily, feeling somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the government of that nation always strict about gun control? How could they allow a private company to sell arms independently? Could it be? Shaking his head, the leader decided not to dwell on that thought and spoke slowly to his subordinate on the phone. "Continue the investigation, and make sure to find out who is behind this private enterprise." After hanging up, the leader's expression returned to normal, though a hint of malice could still be seen in his eyes. After a cold snicker, he called in his secretary and informed the relevant department to add a name to this year's sanctions list. Zhongtian Industrial Group. After sending off a certain individual, Su Chen was preparing to take another good look at the contract when someone surprisingly unexpected arrived at the company. In the office, looking at the director of the Meteorological Bureau of a certain region, Su Chen asked with a puzzled expression, "Director Zhou, what brings you here today? Is your bureau looking to purchase drones as well?" Recently, many government departments had come to their company to buy drones. So when Su Chen saw a bureau director visiting in person, it was natural for him to think along those lines. Hearing Su Chen's question, Zhou Wenhua smiled and nodded, saying, "Mr. Su, our bureau recently reviewed the type of drone produced by your company and found it very suitable for our meteorological observations. So, we are here to procure a batch of these drones." But initially, Su Chen was indifferent, as many government departments had come to procure drones. So what difference would one more make? However, when he heard the two words that followed, his eyebrows raised slightly. Could it be that the other party had some special requirements? Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, Zhou Wenhua's voice finally came through. "However, Mr. Su should also know that our meteorological department has a vast amount of data to monitor every day. Not only do we need to measure near-surface meteorological elements daily, But we also need to conduct data checks on the atmospheric boundary layer. Therefore, I would like to ask your company to optimize and improve the batch of drones we purchased. Seeing Zhou Wenhua's awkward expression, Su Chun waved his hand and responded with a smile. Director Zhou, there's no need to be like this. Just let me know your requirements. And as long as our company can make improvements, we will definitely support you fully. Su Chun didn't pay too much attention to Zhou Wenhua's special requests, as he still had plenty of system check-in points at hand. As long as the other party communicated the detailed requirements, he could simply search for them later. However, Su Chun was surprised when the other party did not respond immediately, but instead smiled awkwardly. Noticing the other party's demeanor, Su Chun became intrigued. Could it be that the request was something high-tech? After struggling internally for a while, Zhou Hongwei finally spoke up. It's like this, Mr. Su. Our department has some special requirements for the drones, and we need you to personally visit our meteorological bureau to take a good look. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was genuinely curious about what kind of special requirements would necessitate his personal visit to the meteorological bureau. He thought to himself that since there wasn't much going on at the company right now, a trip to the meteorological bureau wouldn't be a problem. After giving a few instructions to the people in the company, he went with Director Zhou to the meteorological bureau. As soon as they entered the meteorological bureau in Nanning County, Su Chun was struck by one word: big, particularly big. All the facilities were complete, and many outdoor facilities that weren't equipped elsewhere were available here. Su Chun was somewhat familiar with the work of meteorological bureaus, and he knew that the geographical location of Hanqing City was quite unique, with the south facing the sea and the west near the border. In such a city's meteorological department, there was indeed a lot of work to do every day, not only constantly monitoring typhoon conditions, but also collecting various meteorological data. Most importantly, this place was equipped with real gear. Just a few steps in, Su Chun saw a large piece of equipment. The domestically developed 37mm double-barreled anti-aircraft gun from the year 1965. Upon seeing this massive anti-aircraft gun, Su Chun was immediately rooted to the spot, staring at it with astonishment. Although Su Chun was not a military enthusiast, there was an innate attraction to such military weapons, as if it was ingrained in his genes. At that moment, his face turned red, and his breath quickened. He almost wanted to step forward and fire a couple of rounds. Zhou Wenhua, who had been following him, simply smiled at Su Chen's reaction, as if he found nothing strange about it. Mr. Su, if you like it, you can come a bit closer to take a look. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart leaped with joy, but he felt a bit shy and scratched his head. Wouldn't that be against the regulations? Upon seeing Su Chen's actions, Zhou Wenhua smiled lightly and shook his head at him. This anti-aircraft gun had long been decommissioned. It was placed here for viewing purposes. If Su wanted to take a closer look, he was more than welcome, but just remember not to damage it. After receiving a clear response, Su Chen hurriedly ran towards the direction of the anti-aircraft gun. As he approached, he sensed a feeling of desolation. Although it had been out of service for many years, he could still feel its former glory emanating from the cold, steel barrels. Time passed slowly as Su Chun observed intently, while Zhou Wenhua watched him without any urgency. However, just as Su Chen stood on a stone and tiptoed to look inside the barrel, his eyes widened in shock. In an instant, Su Chun felt dizzy, his mind blank. With a sudden loss of balance, he fell to the ground, but at that moment, he didn't feel any pain from the fall. He was fixated on the two barrels, his expression filled with disbelief. Chapter 73, Running Away? Yes, what was just inside were internal threads. The very same internal threads processed from the batch of steel pipes that their company procured for Hunter. Sitting on the ground, Su Chen's eyes were filled with horror, and his forehead was covered in beads of sweat. Damn it, it's exactly the same. Memories surged into Su Chen's mind like a tidal wave, and he shook his head vigorously, feeling immense despair. No wonder a steel pipe that costs 20 or 30 yuan was priced at $100, and the other party didn't even respond. No wonder a drone was sold to him for $30,000, and he was still so excited about it. No wonder he was even asked to upgrade the drone to have stealth capabilities. Damn those water pipes, damn those mineral transportations, damn those rescue operations. Thinking back to all those past situations, Su Chen finally managed to spit out a curse after holding it in for a long time. In this short period, he had cursed Hunter's entire ancestry. Now, he finally understood what he had been doing all this time and what Hunter had been making him produce. It was all military arms. Instantly, Su Chen's heart began to panic. He knew how stringent the country's control over arms was, and what he was doing was not just ordinary arms manufacturing, but smuggling arms. If this were discovered, wouldn't he be executed multiple times over? Suppressing his anxiety, Su Chen closed his eyes, trying to think about what to do next. Should he follow in his cheap old dad's footsteps and run away with money? Or should he go directly to the police station to confess and seek leniency? After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chen felt that he should take the chance to run away before the country discovered him. While Su Chen was deep in thought, Zhou Wenhua beside him spoke up. Mr. Su, are you okay? Is there anything uncomfortable? He had prepared to help Su Chen when he saw him fall to the ground, but upon approaching, he noticed Su Chen was deep in thought, as if he were pondering something significant. Assuming that Su Chen might have had a sudden burst of inspiration, Zhou Wenhua decided against offering assistance and stayed by his side. Now seeing Su Chen's expression improve, he felt the need to remind him. At this moment, Su Chen felt like a startled bird, constantly sensing countless eyes around him watching him. If he wasn't careful, he would be caught and executed. Suddenly hearing Zhou Wenhua's reminder startled him. Looking up, he realized it was Zhou Wenhua. Su Chen patted his chest, exhaling deeply, feeling somewhat relieved. Seeing Su Chen like this, Zhou Wenhua was also confused, genuinely not understanding what had just crossed Su Chen's mind to cause him to act so out of sorts. Mr. Su, are you all right? What were you thinking just now? Hearing the other party ask about what had just happened, Su Chen's heart tightened instantly. He quickly waved his hand and awkwardly said, No, I just got a bit dazed from the fall, and my mind couldn't catch up for a moment. Zhou Weihua raised an eyebrow, looking at him suspiciously, clearly not believing him. Su Chen also noticed the change in the other person's expression and felt incredibly anxious. Moreover, he was not in an ordinary place. He was in a legitimate government department. If the other party found out about his past activities, he might end up in the police station. Su Chen stood up and hurriedly changed the subject, saying, Director Zhou, I just noticed that the inner wall of this anti-aircraft gun has some internal threads. Is there any significance to that? Or is it only the gun barrel that has these internal threads? Su Chen was still somewhat reluctant to give up, hoping that among the country's weapons, apart from this gun barrel, other weapons wouldn't require this process. After all, Hunter had ordered mostly small-caliber steel pipes from them. Besides the 120mm and 150mm pipes that could be used as gun barrels, those few millimeter pipes were simply not suitable for that purpose. If only the gun barrel needed this process, then Su Chen wouldn't have to run away. This was a significant matter concerning his future happiness. So when he asked this question, he was particularly serious, staring intently at Zhou Weihua. However, when Su Chen heard Zhou Weihua's next words, his heart sank. So, you are interested in this, Mr. Su. The grooves inside the 65-style double-barrel anti-aircraft gun are not called internal threads, but rifling. Not only the gun barrel requires rifling, but gun barrels also need it. Weapons with rifling not only improve shooting accuracy, but also greatly enhance the stability and lethality of the weapon. In short, there are many advantages to weapons with rifling. Although Zhou Weihua spoke very casually, Su Chen, who was beside him, felt a chill run down his spine. His mind raced, and just as Zhou Weihua finished speaking, Su Chen had already made up his mind to leave this place quickly and take a flight out of the country immediately. Once he resolved this in his mind, Su Chen awkwardly smiled and said to Zhou Weihua, Director Zhou, I just remembered that there are some matters back at the company that I need to attend to immediately. As for the drones from your meteorological bureau, I will come back as soon as I finish my company's affairs. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Zhou Weihua instantly became a bit unsettled. It was not easy for him to invite Su Chen here, and now that he was at their meteorological bureau, he hadn't even looked at the requirements yet, and he wanted to leave? How could that be acceptable? Zhou Weihua frowned and said somewhat unhappily, Mr. Su, how can that be? You've come all this way, so you should finish looking before leaving, right? Anyway, it won't take much time. Let's go. We're going to take a look now, and then we won't trouble Mr. Su anymore. As he spoke, Zhou Wenhua pushed Su Chen towards his office. Feeling the force from behind, Su Chen was utterly helpless and felt like crying. He was at his wit's end. Just as he resigned himself to fate, a familiar figure was running toward them. It was Li Jingming. Yes, that was their department head, Minister Li from the marketing department. In an instant, Su Chen felt like a savior had arrived. Zhou Wenhua also noticed Li Jingming's arrival and, recalling Su Chen's earlier words, his mood instantly soured. However, given that he needed something from Su Chen, he didn't want to create a tense situation. Moreover, if there was truly something important happening at the other company, it would be inappropriate to delay them. Thus, Zhou Wenhua stopped what he was doing and stayed put with Su Chen, waiting for the middle-aged man running toward them. Soon, Li Jingming arrived in front of them, seemingly unaware of Su Qin's anxious expressions. He stopped, panting, and said, "Not good, Mr. Su. There are many military personnel outside our company, a lot of officers, all armed." At that moment, all Su Qin could think about was how to get out of there, so he didn't immediately grasp the meaning of what was said. He stepped forward, grabbed the man's shoulder, and urgently asked, "What happened? Did someone do something wrong?" But before he could finish his sentence, Su Qin found himself frozen in place. Chapter 74. Can I not? As soon as Su Qin had spoken half of his words, he silently cursed himself. This is coming for me. Suddenly, Su Qin began to panic, hurriedly thinking of a way to break the situation. It's over. It's over. The military is here. They must have discovered my arms smuggling. I need to leave this troublesome place quickly. On the opposite side, Li Jingming was taken aback when he heard Su Qin's incomplete words, and then awkwardly said, "Mr. Su, those officers seem to be looking for you, and they appear quite urgent." At this point, Li Jingming could clearly feel his boss's nervous demeanor, feeling somewhat puzzled about it. Although the soldiers who came to their company today were armed, he could clearly see that they bore no ill intent. In fact, the leading officer looked quite excited. "What is going on with my boss? Why is he so flustered upon hearing that those soldiers are looking for him?" Li Jingming shook his head. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it anymore. The officer in charge looked like he held a significant rank, so he needed to quickly take his boss back. "Mr. Su, why don't you go back and take a look?" Those leaders seemed quite anxious. Hearing this, Su Qin almost exploded in anger. "So you're saying it's not you who is involved in arms trafficking, huh? So eager to send your boss to his doom?" After giving Li Jingming a fierce glare, Su Qin fell silent again, continuing to ponder his escape route. In any case, he absolutely could not return to the company now. With the military making such a big move, the crime he had committed was not small. If things went south, the entire area might be sealed off by those soldiers. The plane is no longer an option. Why not try a smuggling boat? Head to Myanmar? Or Cambodia? This thought just appeared in Su Qin's mind when he dismissed it. Since the military dared to come in such a grand manner to capture him, they must have prepared thoroughly. The moment he showed up at the airport or dock, he would definitely be caught. Thinking of this, Su Qin felt a wave of despair wash over him as he looked at the sky. Damn it, is heaven really going to cut off my path? For a moment, Hunter's smiling face resurfaced in Su Qin's mind. "Hunter, you've really messed me up." Watching Su Qin in such a state, Zhou Wenhua and Li Jingming were both bewildered, genuinely not understanding why Su Qin displayed such a reaction after hearing just one sentence. "Mr. Su, why don't you go back to the company to handle things first? The matters of our meteorological bureau aren't urgent. We can come back to it later." Having thought for a long time without coming up with a solution, Su Qin had truly given up at this moment. He let out a long sigh, his expression somewhat despondent. He had resigned himself to fate. Since he would be caught sooner or later, he might as well enjoy his last moments here. Su Qin waved his hand, a mournful expression on his face, and said, "Forget it, the issues at the company are minor. Let's first deal with the drones from your meteorological bureau. I'm afraid that after today, there might not be another opportunity." Hearing Su Qin's words, Zhou Wenhua was left with a head full of questions. What was going on? Why wouldn't there be another opportunity after today? Zhou Wenhua awkwardly smiled, thinking that Su Qin was still considering their meteorological bureau, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What are you talking about, General Su? Since the military came to find you personally, there must be something significant going on. Our little matters can be dealt with any time. It's better for you to resolve things on your end first." As they spoke, Zhou Wenhua escorted Su Qin out of the meteorological bureau, though whether he was dragging him out or pushing him out remained unclear. Meanwhile, at Zhongtian Industrial Group, the entire company was surrounded by dozens of soldiers. In fact, a perimeter of 10 meters had been cordoned off by these soldiers, prohibiting anyone from approaching the area. "General, what's going on? Didn't that person named Li Jingming already go to meet General Su? Why hasn't he returned yet? Should we go find him ourselves?" A middle-aged officer, whose shoulders gleamed with gold stars indicating his high rank, spoke. It was evident that such a figure showed great respect towards an elderly person, highlighting the high status he held in the country. Owen Yin glanced at his watch. Although it had only been 30 minutes since Li Jingming left, he was feeling very anxious. It was rare for such a talented individual to emerge in their southern military district, and if those old-timers got hold of him, he would definitely regret it. When he received detailed information about Su Qin's company, he hurried from the military district, aiming to establish a good relationship with this talent and ideally recruit him to their southern military district. However, when he finally arrived. The person was not at the company, but had gone to the meteorological bureau. Thinking of this, Owen Yin looked at his watch again, stamped his foot, and said urgently, "We can't wait any longer. Before those old-timers arrive, we need to find Suchin quickly. You hurry and find 2 people to personally go to the meteorological bureau. Even if you have to drag him back, bring him here." Just as the officer was about to head down and send someone to the meteorological bureau, a soldier ran over to them quickly. "Report, General, Suchin is back." Upon hearing the soldier's report, Owen Yan's heart surged with excitement, and he quickly said, "Where is he? Take me there immediately." "Outside the perimeter. Hello, comrade. This is a restricted area. Vehicles cannot pass through for the time being." Li Jingming, driving his vehicle, had just reached near the company when he was stopped by 2 soldiers. Looking at the 2 soldiers with their rifles, Su Chun felt utterly hopeless. In the end, he didn't even dare to get out of the car, just staring blankly at the roof with despair in his eyes. Below, Li Jingming had a brief conversation with the 2 soldiers, who then slowly approached Su Chin's car window and emotionlessly said, "Are you Su Chin?" Regarding Su Chin, only a few officers were aware of his situation, while the other ordinary soldiers were completely in the dark, and the 2 soldiers present were among them. They were very curious about today's urgent operation and found out that it was all due to this young man in front of them. The reason the old leader was so agitated today was also because of him. Seeing the serious expressions on their faces, Su Chin in the car felt like his heart had turned to ashes. With a mournful face, he responded to the 2, "Can I be someone else?" Chapter 75, Misunderstanding? Just when Su Chun was filled with despair, a muffled grunt suddenly reached his ears. Confused, Su Chin looked toward the direction of the sound. He saw a burly old man walking up to them, who then slapped the soldier on the head with an unhappy expression, saying, "How can you speak to Mr. Su like that?" Upon seeing this person, Su Chin instantly stiffened. Based on his earlier conversation with Li Jingming, this old man must be the superior leading the troops to capture him. The old man was smiling at him, as if a proud elder watching their grandchild succeed. But to Su Chun, the old man's gaze seemed to carry ill intentions. Before Su Chun could confess, the old man laughed loudly. "You must be Su Chin?" While speaking, he opened the car door and, disregarding Su Chin's resistance, pulled him out. After seriously examining Su Chun, the old man nodded with a smile. Not bad, not bad. You really are talented for your age." Hearing the repeated compliments made Su Chin feel a bit dazed. But he thought to himself that the old man must be speaking sarcastically, mocking him for having the audacity to sell arms in the region, which was hardly a sign of being talented. What Su Chin didn't realize was that the old man, Owen Yin, was unaware of Su Chin's involvement in arms dealing. The reason he rushed here was due to a drone model that Su Chin's company had previously sold. This drone could carry 150 kilograms. And ever since it was used on the battlefield, his country was determined to break through this drone technology within 6 months. What they didn't expect was that the technology they had been searching for was right in their own country, developed by a private enterprise. Therefore, Owen Yin was also puzzled by Su Chin's nervous demeanor. What was going on with Su Chun? Why was he so tense upon seeing him? Was he really that intimidating? Shaking his head, Owen Yin decided not to dwell on the details. He patted Su Chin's shoulder and smiled. "Mr. Su, you really made me wait today. If I hadn't seen you, I would have had to come looking for you myself." Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Su Chin's legs felt weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. After steadying himself, he forced a smile, feeling a mix of embarrassment and despair. "Old Chief, does the military know about the things I've done?" Hearing this, Owen Yan's heart stirred with excitement again. He nodded and laughed heartily, saying, "Isn't that so? Not to mention our military, the whole nation knows about your remarkable achievements now. Otherwise, why would I come to meet you in person? With talents like you, the country will certainly not let you down." As he spoke, Owen Yin reached out and patted Su Chin's shoulder again, his face filled with admiration. However, upon hearing the other person's words, Su Chun was filled with questions. Remarkable achievements? Talents? Could it be that the country doesn't care about his private arms dealing? Thinking of this possibility, Su Chin's heart raced. Could it mean he wouldn't be executed after all? He glanced at the warm-faced elder and, seeing that the other's expression didn't seem fake, tentatively asked, "Chief, the country really won't hold me accountable for what I did? There won't be any repercussions for my actions?" Accountable? Repercussions? Owen was momentarily taken aback, not quite understanding what the other person was saying. Why would he need to hold someone accountable? Why would there be repercussions? After all, they were eager to support someone who developed such advanced drones. Why would they pursue accountability? However, seeing Su Chin's nervous expression, Owen Yin quickly realized that this young man had misunderstood. You don't need to be nervous, Mr. Su. We are here for the drone your company developed. Moreover, the country values breakthroughs in advanced drone technology and wouldn't think of pursuing you. Upon hearing this, Su Chin's eyes turned slightly red, almost moved to tears. He truly hadn't expected that his country could forgive him for selling arms. Although he had been deceived by that scoundrel hunter, the fact that the nation could be so magnanimous and forgiving left Su Chin deeply touched. Observing Su Chin's reaction, Owen Yin was momentarily puzzled. Why was he on the verge of tears over this? Even if the country valued him, it shouldn't be to this extent, right? Owen Yin glanced at his watch, realizing that so much time had passed. He felt anxious, having been the first to arrive. He needed to secure Su Chin before those old-timers swooped in. Mr. Su, how about we go take a look at the drone your company developed? I've admired it for a long time, and if possible, we might collaborate in the future. Now that Su Chin knew he wouldn't face execution, he was no longer nervous. In the blink of an eye, he was glowing with energy, as if he had transformed into a different person. Let us go. Since the old chief is so interested, I'll make sure to give you a thorough introduction to our company's latest drone. Owen Yin found Su Chin's transformation somewhat surprising, but remembering that those old-timers would soon arrive to snatch him away, he didn't dwell on the change. Thus, under Su Chin's guidance, they both stepped through the company's doors together. On the other side, Feng Jingxin, who had just disembarked from the plane, was confronted with something astonishing. After a 4-hour journey on a military helicopter, he finally arrived at the southern district of a certain city at 4 in the afternoon. As soon as he got off the plane, Feng Jingxin eagerly boarded a vehicle and rushed toward the direction of a certain industrial group. Ever since he received news about this group, his emotions had been in a state of excitement, eager to meet the young man named Su Chin. However, as they made their way to the company where Su Chin was located, they occasionally encountered drones carrying heavy loads, swiftly darting above them. Watching these drones, which were carrying at least several dozen kilograms of cargo, Feng Jingxin's eyes nearly bulged out. He never expected that the drones his country had been tirelessly researching would be so prevalent in such a small county, particularly when they passed by a construction site. Feng Jingxin's feelings grew even more complicated. He saw drones continuously delivering over 100 kilograms of materials like cement and steel to the construction site. Feng Jingxin shook his head repeatedly, gazing at the drones with a complex expression, unable to regain his composure for a long time. Chapter 76, Steel Pipes, Gun Barrels? Sitting next to Feng Jingxin, Gu Qingyu noticed the change in his minister's expression and asked with some confusion, Minister Feng, is something wrong? Hearing Gu Qingyu's inquiry, Feng Jingxin waved his hand, expressing a sense of exasperation as he said, it's nothing, just find it a bit absurd. With so many research institutions in our country working together for so long, we still haven't cracked the unmanned aerial vehicle technology. Yet they are everywhere in such a small county. Feng Jingxin shook his head, not waiting for a response, and instead asked, how's the investigation into the Zhongtian Industrial Group going? Gu Qingyu, who had just been feeling somewhat reflective, immediately focused and recounted the information he had gathered. According to our investigation, Zhongtian Industrial Group initially sold only steel pipes for a period of time, and it wasn't until the end of last year that they officially started selling unmanned aerial vehicles. The first generation of UAVs was the best performing batch, but the market response was poor, which is why they switched to the current 3 models. He continued, moreover, it seems that Zhongtian Industrial Group has been developing a new type of off-road vehicle in recent months, and unmanned aerial vehicles? Off-road vehicles? Feng Jingxin raised an eyebrow, finding these 2 items quite familiar. And what else? He asked calmly. Gu Qingyu did not hesitate to reveal everything about the subsequent dealings between Su Chin and the officials from a certain country. The trading partner of Su Chin was none other than Kevin Hunt, a new official at the embassy of that country in Longhua. Upon hearing this name, Feng Jingxin's expression changed dramatically, and he appeared excited. Could it be that the military equipment supporting Hamas was purchased from Su Chin? Thinking of the UAV capable of carrying 200 kilograms of explosives and the off-road vehicle that maneuvered effortlessly on the battlefield, Feng Jingxin's heart began to race. Could it be that these items were developed by our own country? Reflecting on the times he had shamelessly sought these weapons from that country, Feng Jingxin felt a flush of embarrassment, wondering if he had been too presumptuous. After a brief moment of excitement, Feng Jingxin also considered a critical issue. Was it true that Su Chun was secretly selling arms to that country? The UAVs and off-road vehicles could be explained, as Su Chun initially did not know who he was dealing with or what the items would be used for. But what about the firearms that appeared on the battlefield in Hamas? Did Su Chun really have the capability to transport so many firearms from our country to that country? Beside him, Gu Qingyu seemed to sense Feng Jingxin's concerns and quickly explained, Su Chun did not sell firearms to the neighboring country. It was a batch of steel pipes. Upon hearing the word steel pipes, Feng Jingxin immediately felt relieved. As long as it wasn't firearms, everything else could be explained. It seemed that the neighboring country was purchasing raw materials for gun barrels from Su Chun. Considering this possibility, Feng Jingxin couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. This little rascal really knows how to exploit loopholes. I need to tighten up these gaps when I get back, otherwise, some reckless individuals might really cause trouble in the future. Gu Qingyu nodded at his superior's words, also wearing a slight smile. From the moment he learned about this figure named Su Chun to eventually uncovering all of his background, he had genuinely become curious about the young man. 30 minutes later, Feng Jingxin excitedly got out of the car, greeted the soldiers waiting outside, and headed straight into the company. However, he was surprised to find that several old acquaintances had also arrived just as he got out of the car. Feng Jingxin merely rolled his eyes at these old-timers, who had tracking devices on their noses, not bothering to pay them much attention. It wasn't the first time. Whenever the country developed new equipment, these old fellows would immediately rush to the defense ministry to voice their concerns. After a brief conversation with a few friends, they all proceeded into the company together. Under the guidance of a soldier, they quickly found Su Chun and Wen Yuan. However, when they saw the two, they were all somewhat curious. Su Chun was holding a drone, passionately explaining something to Wen Yuan, who was looking at him with a complex expression. What's wrong with Oldo? He seems unhappy. The one speaking was Zheng Hoen, the commander of the Eastern Theater Command, who found the expression on Wen Yuan's face somewhat amusing. When Su Chun noticed the group approaching, he immediately felt tense. These individuals looked like high-ranking officials. Upon learning about the elderly man's identity, Su Chun was shocked to discover that he was the highest commander of the Southern Theater. This was the first time he had met such a high-ranking official, and now there were so many more. Although he already knew he wouldn't be executed, seeing so many prominent figures at once made him feel a bit nervous. Soon, Feng Jingxin and his group walked up to the two, ignoring the dazed Wen Yuan standing aside, and warmly greeted Su Chun. They were incredibly enthusiastic. Anyone outside would definitely think that Su Chun was the beloved grandson of these elder statesmen. They praised him for being young and promising, exceptionally capable, and good-looking. All the compliments they could muster, these elders, who collectively were nearly a few hundred years old, showered upon him, listening to the praises from several elderly gentlemen. Even with Su Chun's thick skin, his face couldn't help but turn red, feeling a bit embarrassed. To think that someone so young could develop such advanced drones is truly humbling for us old folks. The leaders from the military district, while complimenting Su Chun, looked around the workshop at the well-organized production lines, nodding in agreement, further affirming Su Chun's capabilities. Hey, Oldo, what are you doing with that broken steel pipe? At that moment, Zheng Hoen also noticed the steel pipe tightly held in Wen Yuan's hand and quickly snatched it away. However, when he looked inside the pipe, his expression immediately turned serious. The others around them also noticed the unusual expressions on their faces and curiously gathered around. But once everyone saw the structure of the steel pipe, they all gasped in shock. Damn, is this a gun barrel? The elderly men present, having carried guns for half their lives, were naturally very familiar with firearms. A single glance was enough for them to realize that this steel pipe was indeed a gun barrel. Wasn't it said that Su Chun was developing drones? How could there be a gun barrel? Looking at the piles of gun barrels not far away in the workshop, the expressions of several men turned grave at that moment. The most shocked among them was Feng Jingxin, who was likely the most familiar with Su Chun's background. He had felt relieved in the car earlier that Su Chun hadn't directly manufactured firearms to sell to certain countries. But now, damn it, what's the difference between manufacturing gun barrels and directly making firearms? Chapter 77, Major Arms Dealer? Looking at the expressions of the few people in front of him, and then at an elder among them holding a steel pipe, Su Chun's heart immediately sank. Could it be that these individuals came here just for the recently popular drone from their company, completely unaware of the arms smuggling activities? The thought struck him like a thunderbolt, and the relief he had just felt was instantly replaced by tension, returning him to his previous sickly state. Observing the solemn expressions of those around him, Su Chen felt like he couldn't even dare to breathe. One minister of defense and 5 military district leaders, on any ordinary day, just one of them could cause a significant stir internationally with a mere gesture. For someone of such stature, ending Su Chen's life would be as simple as blinking. As for Su Chen's reaction, Feng Jingxin and the others paid it no mind, especially the 5 military district leaders, whose expressions were grave. Manufacturing firearms was no small matter, especially in their country. One could be apprehended the moment they entertained such thoughts, let alone before they could even engage in trafficking. However, what was visible to them now was over 1,000 gun barrels, not to mention those they couldn't see. Given the scale of the entire factory, the military district leaders could roughly estimate that at least tens of thousands of steel pipes were being produced here. This was a major arms dealer. Feng Jingxin at the front was also unconcerned with the reactions of the others. When he looked back at Su Chen, a complex expression crossed his face. He never expected that what Su Chen sold to Hunter was not the raw materials for gun barrels, but actual finished products. Feng Jingxin let out a long sigh, taking a while before he slowly spoke. Are these all produced by you? The steel pipes sold to Hunter are like this? At this moment, Su Chen was already feeling hopeless. Upon hearing Feng Jingxin's inquiry, he could only respond with a distressed expression, stammering, It could be. In stark contrast to Su Chen's distressed demeanor, the military district leaders were taken aback upon hearing the exchange between Feng Jingxin and Su Chen, their eyes filled with disbelief. What did they just hear? Doing business with Hunter? That officer from the Camel Country? They exchanged glances, each seeing incredulity mirrored in the other's eyes. They were all too familiar with Hunter, who, although officially an officer at the embassy, was well known to them for his true identity. If what Minister Feng just said was true, did it mean that the military equipment from the Camel Country was all purchased from their own country? In an instant, everyone became agitated, completely unaware of Su Chen's dealings with Hunter. Today, I rushed here in such a hurry just for that drone developed by Su Chen's company, which can carry 150 kilograms. But now you tell me that the military equipment that the people in that country admire so much during this time is actually produced by their own nation? Thinking of that drone capable of carrying several bags of explosives and that incredible military off-road vehicle, the spirits of several people instantly lifted. If such battlefield weapons were equipped for their troops, it would definitely elevate their military strength significantly, even surpassing others, which is not impossible. With this thought, everyone's breathing quickened, and when they looked at Su Chen again, their eyes were filled with fervor, as if they were gazing at a beloved. They didn't care if he was an arms dealer. Selling a few gun barrels meant nothing. The ability to develop such advanced battlefield killing machines meant that even if he sold to the neighboring country, they wouldn't mine 2 nuclear bombs. Observing the currently weak and helpless Su Chen, the commander of the Eastern Theater, Zheng Hewen, approached with a smile, patted Su Chen on the shoulder, and said with appreciation, I didn't expect that the much-talked-about drone and off-road vehicle during this time were actually developed by you. Truly impressive for your age. At Zheng Hewen's words, Su Chen dared not think too much, only feeling the weight on his shoulder like 1,000 pounds, almost causing him to fall. After praising him, Zheng Hewen noticed Su Chen's unusual reaction, first taken aback, then realizing, he immediately laughed and said to a nearby colleague, Hey, old Feng, look at what you've done to this kid. It's just a few broken gun barrels. Selling them is selling them. Even if they know it's us. What can they do? Do they really dare to go to war with us over this? At this point, Zheng Hewen paused slightly, patted Su Chen's shoulder again, and said lightly, Besides, little Chen doesn't know about these things. He's just the manufacturer. If he gets blamed for this, it's like saying that those who commit crimes with knives should be held accountable to the knife manufacturers. Listening to the elder's words, Su Chen felt as if he were hearing heavenly music, nodding repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice, his face full of gratitude. Seeing this, the other military leaders were instantly displeased, especially when they saw Su Chen's tearful gratitude towards Zheng Hewen. They couldn't help but start scolding Zheng Hewen in their hearts. Damn, this old guy is truly cunning, to compete for Su Chen. He would even use such shameless tactics. Although they all thought this way, their actions did not stop. They all stepped forward to praise Su Chen and occasionally comforted the nearby colleague. Meanwhile, Su Chen, seeing that the previously stern-faced individuals were now speaking up for him, felt his eyes welling up, almost on the verge of tears. It was as if he wanted to tell them, I'm struggling. I feel wronged. Seeing Su Chen in this state, the several elders immediately felt a pang of heartache and began to comfort him. Meanwhile, Feng Jingxin, standing nearby, was momentarily speechless at the scene. If I were to tell you that this kid made hundreds of billions in local currency from Hunter, would you still feel sorry for him? However, despite this thought, Feng Jingxin was certainly not foolish enough to take action against Su Chun. Such a research talent was highly valued by their country, and they had no intention of pursuing his mistakes. Moreover, even if certain nations knew that the weapons used by a specific group were produced in their country, what could they do about it? Did they really think that their country was afraid of them? Humph. Feng Jingxin scoffed, feeling a sense of disdain for the collusion between those nations. Chapter 78, All-Solid-State Plasma Battery. Now that it is known that what you are producing is gun barrels, you should not sell these steel pipes to Hunter in the future. Su Chun, who had just felt a sense of relief, instantly became uneasy upon hearing this. He had just signed a contract with Hunter, and if he was not allowed to sell these, their company would not only have to return the advance payment made by Hunter, but also pay a hefty penalty for breach of contract. That contract was worth hundreds of billions. If he breached it, would he not end up losing everything? Thinking of this, Su Chun awkwardly scratched his head and said somewhat apologetically, Minister Feng, I just signed a contract with Hunter before you came. They plan to order 240,000 of these steel pipes from our company. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Feng Jingxin was slightly taken aback, and his expression immediately became serious. 240,000 gun barrels meant 240,000 firearms, which was not a small number, and this did not even account for other military equipment that Hunter was procuring from Su Chun. Given the quantity of gun barrels, it could be inferred that the number of drones and military off-road vehicles being purchased this time was certainly not small. If all of these were sent to the battlefield of Hamas, it would surely provoke the anger of the Israeli state. He was not worried about a small country like Israel daring to do anything to their nation. He just thought that seeing so many weapons produced by their country would definitely attract some international scrutiny. The military district leaders nearby naturally understood Feng Jingxin's concerns, but they did not care at all. For them, who had spent half their lives carrying guns and fighting against various foes, these were trivial matters. No matter who it was, if they were not satisfied, they could just come and fight. Their nation had never feared anyone in the past, and they still did not fear anyone now. Owen Yin stepped forward and said nonchalantly, "What's the big deal about a few gun barrels? Selling them is selling them. Besides, we are selling to a certain country. What they use them for is none of our business." Hearing Owen Yan's words, the military district leaders all nodded in agreement. Feng Jingxin rolled his eyes at their remarks. They might not care, but responding to international scrutiny was his responsibility. The others did not wait for Feng Jingxin to express his stance and directly said to Su Chun, "Xiao Chun, hurry up and introduce those drones to us. We have been craving those drones and off-road vehicles for a while." From their earlier conversation, Su Chun had already guessed that the drones and off-road vehicles Hunter was purchasing from him were meant to support Hamas. No wonder he had been hearing reports of Hamas achieving victories on the battlefield lately. He had been puzzled about who had the audacity to support weapons to Hamas in front of the international community. Damn it, it turned out to be me. Su Chun felt somewhat dissatisfied and cursed Hunter's ancestors once again in his heart. Since he knew that this time he really wouldn't be executed, Su Chun finally felt relieved, and soon returned to his usual state. Looking at the warm smiles of the crowd, Su Chun waved his hand and set down the drone he was holding. Smiling at everyone, "Since you esteemed leaders are so interested in the drones produced by our company, let me show you something truly remarkable." With that, Su Chun led the group to another workshop, and the few followers behind him felt an overwhelming excitement. It seemed that Su Chun had developed something new again. They had envied the first drone he created, and when the subsequent model was upgraded to a stealth drone, they were nearly drooling. Now, hearing that Su Chun had made further upgrades to the drone, everyone was very much looking forward to it. A talent capable of developing such drones surely wouldn't disappoint them with the upgraded version. Soon, under the eager gazes of the crowd, Su Chun finally led them to the drone research department of their company. He paid no attention to the eyes of the others and directly walked over to pick up a model of a drone that was not yet fully formed, which was placed on a table. "Esteemed leaders, this is our company's latest development, an ultra-heavy-lift long-range cruising drone." Just hearing the name, Feng Jingxin and the others were visibly shaken. Ultra-heavy lift? Long-range cruising? These two prominent features alone excited them, and when everyone heard Su Chen's next words, their eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Based on the first-generation drone, our company has made significant improvements in the drone's load capacity and operational time. We not only replaced the original 4 ternary lithium batteries with our company's latest all-solid-state plasma batteries, but we also changed all the materials of the drone to T30 carbon fiber. All-solid-state plasma battery? At the mention of this name, everyone gasped, looking at Su Chun with a gaze akin to that of a monster. Had the challenges of the all-solid-state plasma battery been overcome? They exchanged glances, clearly skeptical about this possibility. It's important to note that currently, the batteries used worldwide are primarily liquid batteries. Even the latest SSFC fluid lithium-ion battery developed by a prestigious institution 2 years ago was only a semi-solid battery. As for an all-solid-state plasma battery, no country had managed to develop it, yet due to the immense challenges involved. And now, you're telling me it has been achieved? For the crowd's reaction, Suchin seemed to have anticipated it. He knew a bit about the development history of ion batteries. The world's first all-solid-state plasma battery wouldn't be realized until 2024. As for mass production, it may have to wait until 2030, and the differences with the solid-state batteries obtained in the system are quite significant. How could this not shock those individuals? Chapter 79. The Shock of Feng Jingxin and Others. John's Ecstasy. The performance of all-solid-state plasma batteries far exceeds that of liquid batteries, not only in terms of energy density, but also in the processes of energy storage and transmission. As for safety and lifespan, there's no need to elaborate. They easily outperform liquid batteries in every aspect. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, Suchin wore a proud smile and continued without waiting for anyone to ask. The upgraded drones can carry a maximum weight of 300 kilograms, with a top flight speed of 70 meters per second. With the latest all-solid-state plasma battery, the operational time of our drone can reach at least 23 hours. As Suchin finished speaking, the venue fell into a dead silence, an eerie quietness with not a single sound. Everyone was staring at Su Chun with red eyes. The intensity of their gaze startled Su Chun, and he felt a rush of anxiety, especially as he heard several quick breaths around him. Did he say something wrong? After pondering for a while and finding no answers, he tentatively asked the frontmost Feng Jingxin, "Minister Feng, is there an issue?" As the silence was broken, everyone finally recovered from their shock, yet they continued to fixate on Su Chun without responding. "Is what you said true?" Feng Jingxin spoke up, his expression excited, his eyes burning with intensity as he looked at Su Chun, and the military leaders beside him shared the same sentiment. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Su Chun nodded slightly, confidence radiating from him. Absolutely. This upgraded drone was initially intended for sale to a certain buyer, but given the current situation, that opportunity is no longer available. As he said the last part, Su Chun scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Feng Jingxin and the others were momentarily taken aback by this statement. Then they grew anxious. How can such an advanced drone be sold to other countries? A payload of 300 kilograms, a flight speed of 70 meters per second, and a cruising time of 23 hours. If this kind of performance drone is sold to other countries, what will happen then? At this moment, Feng Jingxin had completely cast aside his earlier concerns. Forget about any foreign powers. If anyone dared to oppose Su Chun, he would not hesitate to respond fiercely. Feng Jingxin stepped forward, grasping Su Chin's hands with excitement, saying, "Xiao Su, you must sell this drone technology to our country. No matter what conditions you propose, we can agree to them." Hearing Feng Jingxin's words, the military leaders behind him nodded vigorously, fearing that Su Chin might not agree. Feeling the strength coming from the hand on his shoulder, Su Chin shook his head slightly and smiled at Feng Jingxin in front of him, saying, "No need, since the country needs it. I can offer this drone technology to the country for free." Hearing Su Chin's words, Feng Jingxin felt as if his heart had stopped beating for a moment. He looked at Su Chun, whose face was full of smiles, and shook his head slightly, unsure of what to say. The country had actively proposed to purchase it, and the profit from this was not something that could be measured in hundreds of millions or even billions. For this drone technology, even if they had to spend over 100 billion, they would be willing. However, no one expected that Su Chun would refuse. Feng Jingxin patted Su Chin's shoulder and said with a relieved expression, "How can that be? After all, this is developed by your company. The country absolutely cannot take it for itself. Please feel free to raise any requests." Su Chin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He really didn't have any requests, although he usually had a bit of greed. Contributing to the country's defense construction was something he felt should be done. Seeing that several people were somewhat persistent, Su Chin knew that if he didn't come up with a reason today, they might really feel embarrassed to take the drones back. So he prepared to casually fabricate a reason. "How about this? I don't need any money. You can just upgrade the machines from my company and replace them with some more advanced ones. Looking at Su Chen's serious expression, Feng Jingxin and the others took a moment to recover, feeling a bit bitterly amused. It was the first time they encountered someone who could refuse such an offer. Upgrading these machines. What is the difference from giving them away for free? But looking at Su Chen's sincere demeanor, the elderly gentleman could guess his thoughts, and a hint of appreciation appeared on their faces. All right then, rest assured. This batch of machines from your company will definitely be the most advanced in the country. With Feng Jingxin's words, the entire transaction was considered concluded. Although everyone was excited to acquire such valuable drone technology today, what made the elderly gentleman even happier was meeting a capable and patriotic young man like Su Chen. After explaining all the performance features of the newly developed drone, Su Chen didn't hesitate and prepared to lead everyone to the branch company to see their newly developed global first off-road vehicle made of carbon fiber materials. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the Morgan Consortium, an exciting event was unfolding. President, good news, good news. In the office, John Morgan, who was leisurely enjoying a cigar, was startled by the sudden voice and inhaled the smoke deeply into his lungs. This was followed by a series of coughs as he bent over, nearly bringing tears to his eyes. Damn it, who was that fool making such a fuss? After coughing for a while, John felt a bit better and was thinking about getting up to teach that clueless person a lesson. However, the next words from the other party instantly shocked him, and the excitement on his face made his earlier dissatisfaction vanish completely. President, our group has just successfully reached an agreement with a certain fleet, and they will be purchasing 300 aircraft carrier arrestor wires from our company. Moreover, another country will also purchase 100 aircraft carrier arrestor wires from us. Ha! Great, very good. Upon hearing this, John burst into laughter. He didn't expect that the arrestor wires just purchased from the other country would be ordered out so quickly. As he thought about the profits, a greedy smile appeared on John's face. Each one could earn $5 million, and for 400, that would be $2 billion. Moreover, they wouldn't have to bear any losses, just a small shipping fee. John shook his head with a smile. After decades in business, he had never seen such an easy way to make money. Chapter 80. The carrier arresting wire that got stuck. In the midst of excitement, John felt a hint of confusion. The carrier arresting wires used by their company were originally purchased from a certain country. So why would the military of that country turn around and buy them back? Could it be that their military-industrial strength had become so formidable that they looked down on producing such a low-end product? That shouldn't be the case. John shook his head, unable to make sense of it. This time, the military had placed a bulk order for 100 carrier arresting wires, amounting to $5 billion. If they had the capability to do so, why not manufacture them themselves and save that $5 billion? Was the country now wealthy enough to not care about that sum? Or was it possible that they intended to feign weakness, using such tactics to mislead other nations into thinking their military-industrial capabilities were not that strong, while in reality, they had already surpassed others by a wide margin? Considering this possibility, John's mood shifted instantly, and his expression grew serious as he shook his head slightly, deep in thought. The country had a history of such actions. From developing their first atomic bomb to launching their first satellite, it seemed that the rest of the world only learned of these achievements after they were successfully completed. Meanwhile, their foreign ministry often stepped in to clarify speculations from various countries, claiming they had no plans to engage in such research and development for the time being. But in the end, every time he remembered the country's past demeanor, John couldn't help but sneer, feeling a sense of disgrace. The more he thought along these lines, the more convinced he became that they must be developing some new weapon, aiming to confuse others and keep their true capabilities hidden. With that thought, John let out a cold snort, internally scoffing. Do you think your little tricks can fool me? On board an aircraft carrier of the Northern Fleet, an officer exclaimed in frustration, why doesn't the Morgan Group just go and grab them? $15 million each. Do they think our money grows on trees? Jiang Tianhua threw a document onto the deck, his face filled with anger. Hearing their commander's words, several officers nearby also expressed their anger. This recent batch of carrier arresting wires purchased from a certain country was nearly $4 million more expensive than before. Each wire was over $4 million more, meaning the military would incur a loss of nearly $400 million on this deal. Every time they thought of that loss, the officers gritted their teeth in resentment. Last year, the price for one wire was about $11 million, but in just a year, it had risen by over $4 million. If this trend continued, Their northern fleet might not be able to afford the carrier arresting wires in the future. Seeing his superiors so angry, the reporting subordinate wore a troubled expression and said with some frustration, "Commander, this is already the lowest price reported to us by a certain country. The Rockefeller family is even more shameless. They actually quoted us $17 million for a carrier landing cable." Upon hearing his subordinate's words, the commander nearly burst into a curse. $17 million? How dare they ask for that? However, before he could start scolding, the subordinate began to report again. And this time, it was clear from his face that he was excited. "However, Commander, there is some good news. The batch of carrier landing cables sold to us by the Morgan Group has performance that far exceeds the type sold to us by the Rockefeller family. Our engineers have tested the samples, and this batch from the Morgan Group can last at least 300 uses." Hearing this number, the commander was first taken aback, and then he became ecstatic. 300 uses? So many? The commander looked at the subordinate in disbelief, and at that moment, his previous anger was replaced by joy. He stroked his chin and nodded slightly. If they could really use it 300 times, then the price of $15 million was quite reasonable, at least much more considerate than what the Rockefeller family offered. It should be noted that the type of carrier landing cable they previously purchased from the Rockefeller family could only be used a maximum of 100 times, and that 100 uses cost over $10 million. Everyone felt heartbroken when they saw that the cable was scrapped after just 100 uses. But now it was different. If the cable from the Morgan Group could really last 300 uses, then he could accept that price. However, after the excitement faded, a hint of melancholy emerged in the commander's heart. Ever since their country developed its first aircraft carrier, the demand for carrier landing cables had increased significantly. But only one country in the world could produce such high-strength cables, and other countries simply lacked this technology. This country relied on that fact to monopolize the market, raising the price of carrier landing cables each year. Among them, the price for their country was the highest, increasing from an initial $7 million to the current $17 million. Even with such outrageous prices, their country dared not complain. They could only endure it. The reason for this was that their country did not have the capability to manufacture carrier landing cables on its own. Thinking of this, the commander shook his head slightly and said unhappily, "Hasn't the Military Research Institute developed the carrier landing cable yet? I remember the country allocated $2 billion in R&D funding for this project 2 years ago. It's been so long, and not even a word has been heard." Hearing the commander's words, the subordinate felt a bit awkward. He dared not speak ill of the Military Research Institute, and simply reported the progress from there in detail. Report: "Commander, due to the extreme difficulty in manufacturing the carrier arrestor wires, the requirements are very strict. The Military Research Institute has only said that they will try to develop it within 10 years. 10 years. Upon hearing this number, Jiang Tianhua's eyes nearly bulged out. Damn it, do they know how our fleet will manage in these 10 years? Jiang Tianhua couldn't help but curse inwardly. After regaining his composure, a hint of despondency appeared in his eyes. Sigh, if only our country could develop such carrier arrestor wires, how wonderful it would be. Chapter 81. The Shock of Feng Jingxin and Others. Under the leadership of Su Chun, a convoy of military off-road vehicles swiftly arrived at their destination. As soon as they got out of the vehicles, armed soldiers stationed at the rear quickly sealed off an area within 10 meters around Su Chen's branch, strictly prohibiting any unauthorized personnel from passing through. The sudden appearance of soldiers and the establishment of a security line left some onlookers bewildered, as they had no idea why the road they frequently used was inexplicably blocked, especially with so many soldiers carrying rifles. Looking at the young figure surrounded in the center, some of the older locals began to discuss among themselves. "Isn't that Mr. Su from the industrial group? What is going on today? It's obvious. He must have gotten into trouble. Wow, even the soldiers are here. What kind of trouble did Su Chen get into? Could it be treason? Humph. I've known for a long time that this kid is no good. To turn a bankrupt company into such a scale, he must have done plenty of illegal things. People like him should be executed." Unaware of the gossip from the onlookers, Su Chun and Feng Jingxin were somewhat excited at this moment. Their excitement stemmed from the fact that they were about to see the military off-road vehicle they had long coveted. It far surpassed the domestically developed third-generation vehicle from their country, and they couldn't help but wonder how much the combat capability of their troops would improve if they were all equipped with such a beast. For Su Chun, his excitement was due to the fact that the vehicle he designed was finally being recognized by the military. After all, The reason he developed this vehicle was to secure an order from the Southern Military District. However, the outcome had left him a bit disappointed. Thinking of this, Su Chun instinctively glanced at the commander of the Southern Theater, Owen Yen. At that moment, Owen Yen, who had been in a state of excitement, seemed to notice Su Chun's gaze and asked with some confusion, "Xiao Su, what's wrong?" Given that the others were decades older than Su Chun, they naturally added a Xiao in front of his name to create a sense of familiarity. Hearing Owen Yan's words, Su Chun scratched his head and replied with equal confusion, "Grandpa Owen. It's one thing for other old commanders to be curious about our company's off-road vehicle, but you in the Southern Military District shouldn't be, right? Last time our company participated in your bidding, you rejected us, didn't you?" Upon hearing this, Owen Yan's heart tightened, and he stroked his chin, beginning to ponder. Is that so? Why have I never heard anything about this from the people below? During their last bidding for the upgraded plan of the Dongfeng Warrior, which is the third generation of the vehicle, it was mentioned that no particularly outstanding companies had emerged this time. Thinking about this, Owen Yin felt a surge of anger. Damn it, these little brats are really more trouble than they're worth. Such a great off-road vehicle was actually rejected. Lost in thought, Owen Yin resolved that when he returned, he would definitely give these kids a good talking to make them remember this lesson. When he looked at Su Chin again, Owen Yan's face showed some embarrassment. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Sigh. Last time, it was those little brats who didn't pay attention and didn't properly review the data submitted by your company. I'll make sure to teach them a lesson when I get back." Seeing Owen Yan's awkward expression, Su Chin narrowed his eyes with some suspicion, but ultimately chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Meanwhile, the other military district leaders present felt a surge of anger upon hearing this. Looking at Owen Yan, it was clear that they held no good feelings towards him. Damn it, they could have discovered a talent like Su Chin much earlier, but it was this old fool's doing that led to the rejection? What an abuse of authority. Observing the expressions of his friends, Feng Jingxin, who had been silently watching from the side, didn't dare to make a sound, fearing he might get dragged into the mess. After all, he had personally vetoed the bidding data submitted by Su Chin back then. Unbeknownst to Su Chun, who was leading the group, as they just entered the production workshop of the Zhongtian Jiaolong off-road vehicle, a young worker covered in oil came running over excitedly. "Hey, Mr. Su, you're here." The young worker intended to report on his work, but halfway through his sentence, he caught sight of the two armed soldiers at the back and froze, trembling slightly as he said, Mr. Su, did something happen?" Hearing this, Su Chen rolled his eyes and kicked the worker's backside, irritated. "Get out of here. You're the one who's causing trouble." As Su Chen and his group entered, the workers in the workshop stopped what they were doing and turned to look, especially when they saw the two soldiers at the back. Concern flickered in their eyes. Su Chen ignored the reactions of the crowd and directly led Feng Jingxin and the others to a completed off-road vehicle, starting to introduce it to them. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our company's latest development, the Zhongtian Jiaolong all-terrain off-road vehicle. The entire body is crafted from a new type of T30 carbon fiber composite material. It features 6 doors and 6 seats, accommodating up to 12 people, with a maximum load capacity of 4 tons. In terms of power, this off-road vehicle is equipped with a brand new inline 6-cylinder 6.0T turbocharged water-cooled diesel engine, delivering a maximum power of 243 kilowatts and a peak torque of 1200 Nm. Regarding the transmission, it utilizes a 6-speed automatic manual transmission, with a maximum speed of up to 300 kilometers per hour. As Su Chen's clear voice echoed, the workshop fell silent, except for the staff. Everyone present for the first time, upon hearing every piece of data introduced by Su Chen, couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at the enormous off-road vehicle with excitement. This, a load capacity of 4 tons, can accommodate 12 people, a 6.0T engine, 300 kilometers per hour. These seemingly simple figures were constantly impacting the hearts of Feng Jingxin and others. Even after Su Chen finished presenting all the data, Feng Jingxin and others remained lost in thought, immersed in the data just presented. Is it still the off-road vehicle we are familiar with? Chapter 82, Preparing for National Investment. After experiencing the drone incident, Su Chen was not surprised by the reactions of those around him this time. However, he could still see a hint of pride in his eyes. This brand new Zhongtian Jiaolong off-road vehicle was developed with an additional 5 sign-in points, allowing him to obtain an upgrade plan from the system. Not only did he replace the original 4-cylinder engine with a 6-cylinder water-cooled engine, But he also changed all the materials of the vehicle body to a new type of T30 carbon fiber composite material. This upgrade significantly enhanced the vehicle's performance, increasing its speed from the original 150 kilometers per hour to now 300 kilometers per hour. Additionally, the maximum load capacity of the vehicle was raised by a whole ton. As for the vehicle's basic off-road capabilities, there was no need to elaborate. Otherwise, why would Hunter agree to their company's offer of over $600,000 after just a glance at the vehicle testing video he sent? After a long while, under Su Qin's expectant gaze, Feng Jingxin and others finally regained their composure. Feng Jingxin at the front let out a long breath, as if wanting to expel all his grievances. Looking at the beaming Su Qin, he nodded heavily. His eyes filled with appreciation. At that moment, he seemed to envision the rise of the nation in the future. Feng Jingxin stepped forward, patted Su Qin on the shoulder, and smiled, saying, "Good. Indeed, the youth are promising. With young people like you in the future, we old folks can rest easy." This time, Su Qin did not feel any discomfort in his shoulder. The only thing he felt was a heavy sense of responsibility. He smiled at the elderly man in his 70s with graying hair and did not say any promises. His smile seemed to convey that both sides understood everything without words. Since his rebirth in this world and unexpectedly obtaining the multiverse search system, Su Qin had been contemplating how to use the system to contribute to the nation's defense construction every moment. That was why, when the Southern Military District announced the tender for off-road vehicles, he immediately purchased the Zhongtian Jiaolong off-road vehicle from the system. When the Ministry of Defense issued a tender for drones, he promptly submitted the drone data he had without hesitation. At that time, he was somewhat worried that it would not be approved like the off-road vehicle, so he had the publicity department work overnight to create a video. However, it seemed that none of this had succeeded in the end. While Su Qin was lost in thought, other military district leaders also walked over to him, warmly patting his shoulder and occasionally saying things that made Su Qin feel a bit embarrassed. Seeing Su Qin's flushed face and glancing at the off-road vehicle that stunned them all, Feng Jingxin seemed to have made a decision. The technology of off-road vehicles and drones doesn't need to be handed over to the country. If the country needs it in the future, it will proactively procure from your company. The only requirement is that this technology must not be leaked to other nations. Even if you still want to sell to a certain country, you should try to keep the core technology in your own hands and absolutely prevent them from stealing it. Hearing Feng Jingxin's words, Su Qin felt excited but also started to hesitate. From the information he had gathered, the drones and off-road vehicles produced by their company, as well as those steel pipes, all fell under the category of military goods, which are known for their substantial profits. Would it be inappropriate to have such a large profit in the hands of a small company like his? Noticing Su Qin's hesitation, Feng Jingxin seemed to guess something and laughed casually, saying, "Don't worry, with us old guys backing you, who would dare to pull any tricks here?" As Feng Jingxin spoke, the other military district leaders around also nodded in agreement, assuring Su Qin not to worry. However, Su Qin still seemed a bit uneasy and slowly suggested, "How about the government intervenes and acquires a portion of our company's shares? This way, I could better research some new things." He paused, scratching the back of his head, uncertain as he continued. "But if the government invests in our Zhongtian Industrial Group, the decision-making power of the company must still remain in my hands." Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin and the others were slightly taken aback, feeling it might be a bit too complicated. For a talent like Su Qin, they naturally wanted to offer the best conditions possible, but this request was unexpected. After thinking for a moment, they all felt that Su Qin's approach was feasible. With Su Qin's capabilities, he would definitely be able to develop more advanced military equipment in the future. If he continued to operate under a private enterprise identity, he would inevitably encounter some difficulties. But with the government backing, it would be different. Not only would it provide Su Qin with the greatest freedom, but it would also allow the country to profit significantly from Su Qin selling military goods to a certain country. This was a win-win situation. Realizing this, Feng Jingxin immediately nodded and smiled. "That works as well. I will have someone handle these matters in a while." Hearing the agreement, Su Qin blinked his eyes and felt a surge of excitement. Was he finally gaining favor with the government? With this backing, wouldn't his Zhongtian Industrial Group be able to operate freely in Nanshan County? Who would dare to say no in front of him? Su Qin. Seeing Su Qin's excited expression, Feng Jingxin and the others nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief in their hearts. Well, it's a promising talent. Not only is he young and capable, but he is also wholeheartedly considering the country's interests. After boasting to everyone about how impressive their company's drones and off-road vehicles were, Su Chun led a few people back to the headquarters of the Zhongtian Industrial Group. In fact, Su Chun was planning to take them out for a nice meal since it was getting late. However, Feng Jingxin ultimately requested that Su Chun take them on a thorough tour of the company's production department, claiming it was to prepare for sending a batch of advanced technical equipment to their company later. Su Chun didn't mind. It was just a matter of walking a few more steps. On the other hand, Feng Jingxin and the others were genuinely curious to see if Su Chun had developed anything else. Unfortunately for everyone, it seemed that aside from the steel pipe drones and off-road vehicles, Su Chun had not developed anything else. Just as they finished touring the last workshop and were about to leave, Owen Yin at the back seemed to have noticed something, softly exclaiming, "Huh? What is this?" Chapter 83. A few confused individuals. Hearing Owen Yan's voice of confusion, Su Chun and his companions also felt puzzled. They stopped in their tracks and turned to look in the direction of Owen Yan's gaze. In one corner of the workshop, there were piles of thin steel wires, each about 2 millimeters in diameter, seemingly numbering in the thousands. Seeing so many fine steel wires, Feng Jingxin and the others immediately became curious. They knew that Su Chun was not someone who idled away his time. A piece of ordinary steel pipe could be sold to a certain group for use as a gun barrel. What could a person like him produce that would have any practical use? Owen Yin stepped forward and quickly picked up one of the wires. Asking Su Chun with a puzzled expression, "Xiao Su, what are these steel wires for? I see your factory produces quite a lot of them." As Owen Yin held up the wire, Feng Jingxin and the others gathered around, all looking puzzled. Su Chun was momentarily taken aback when he saw the wire in Owen's hand, then waved his hand dismissively and replied, "These steel wires. Originally, they were part of a batch of special steel cables that a certain group from a certain country ordered from our company. At the time of production, we didn't control the quantity well and accidentally produced too many. They've just been piling up here since then, with no one taking care of them." Special steel cables? That group? Upon hearing Su Chen's explanation, Feng Jingxin and the others' eyelids twitched in disbelief. They were very clear about what kind of entity that group was. It was one of the top 5 financial conglomerates in the world, with industries spread across the globe. Even in their home country, it monopolized various sectors. Why would such a gigantic entity suddenly purchase steel cables from a small company like Su Chen's? In the blink of an eye, everyone realized that the steel wire in their hands was definitely unusual and likely had some other purpose, much like those steel pipes. Meanwhile, when Su Chen mentioned that group, it seemed he recalled something, and a smile appeared on his face. "You guys have no idea, at that time, this group was incredibly influential. I casually quoted $10 million for each wire, and they didn't even blink before agreeing." At this point, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. This group truly had money. $10 million was nothing for them, and they didn't even flinch. If only I could be that wealthy in the future. However, Feng Jingxin and the others paid no attention to Su Chen's musings. They were still immersed in the shock of the price Su Chen had just mentioned, their minds reeling. $10 million? They looked at the still pondering Su Chen and then down at the seemingly ordinary wire in their hands, their expressions filled with skepticism. Seriously, can this really be worth $10 million? Are the people from that group all fools? No matter how they looked at it, this wire seemed hardly worth that price. Feng Jingxin was the first to react. He knew that with the Morgan Group's unwillingness to incur losses and their tendency to seize every opportunity for profit, they would never spend such a high price to purchase an ordinary steel cable. This special steel cable must have serious issues. "Xiao Su, can you explain the performance of this steel cable to us?" As Feng Jingxin's inquiry rang out, the other military district leaders also reacted, looking at Su Chun with complex expressions. They all wanted to know how such an ordinary steel cable could command such a high price. Recalling the Morgan Group's requirements for this special steel cable, Su Chen felt a surge of indignation and said with a displeased expression, "Humph. You have no idea how strict the Morgan Group's requirements were. For just a steel cable of over 40 millimeters, they dared to demand that it withstand a tensile force of at least 2 million newtons. Furthermore, they insisted that this cable must be made of ultra-high-strength alloy steel, and specified that the yield strength of the finished cable must reach at least 2,500 MPa, with the tensile strength needing to exceed 3,500 MPa. After recounting the requirements from the Morgan Group's tender, Su Chen couldn't help but scoff, indignation written all over his face. Do you think these people from the Morgan Group have lost their minds? It's just a steel cable. Do they really need such stringent requirements? However, To Su Chen's outrage, Feng Jingxin and the others seemed oblivious, all staring at him with expressions akin to that of viewing a monster. Although none of them were researchers, they all understood how stringent the requirements Su Chen had just mentioned were. It should be noted that even the steel used in the armored vehicles equipped by their troops had a yield strength of only about 1,500 MPa. And even the landing gear on their fighter jets, which had to withstand the tremendous impact during landing, was only specified to have a yield strength of around 1,500 to 2,000 MPa. And now, what had they just heard? A steel cable of over 40 millimeters with a yield strength of at least 2,500 MPa and a tensile strength exceeding 3,500 MPa. What on earth was the other party planning to use this cable for? Only at this moment did they realize why this seemingly ordinary steel wire would sell for such a high price, and why the Morgan Group would spend such an exorbitant amount to purchase it. For a time, everyone fell into deep thought. Although they didn't know what the Morgan Group intended to do with this steel cable, their instincts told them that there must be some hidden motives behind it. Yet, after pondering for a long time, Feng Jingxin and the others still couldn't figure out why the Morgan Group would purchase such a high-strength steel cable. Finally, it was Feng Jingxin who came to his senses first. He saw the other party slightly shake his head and let out a long sigh before saying to Su Chen, "The Morgan Group's purchase of this type of steel cable is definitely not without reason. They must have some hidden secrets. How about this? When we head back later, we will take a batch of steel cables from you to give to the research personnel at the Military Industry Institute for testing. Once all the data is analyzed, we will surely uncover the Morgan Group's scheme." Regarding Feng Jingxin wanting to take a batch of steel cables from their company, Su Chen naturally had no objections. After all, producing this item was not difficult for their company at all. Moreover, he was also curious about what exactly the Morgan Group was up to. After the incident with Hunter, Su Chen had made up his mind that in the future, when producing items, he would definitely clarify what the sellers intended to use them for, to avoid letting those people engage in any illegal activities. Furthermore, considering that Hunter's country was an ally of their nation, he certainly did not feel inclined to do any favors for others. Chapter 84. A $10 billion deal. After finalizing the matters regarding the special steel cables, Feng Jingxin and others were ready to leave, as they had plenty to handle next. Several military district leaders would immediately prepare to place bulk orders for the drones and off-road vehicles manufactured by Su Chen's company upon their return. Following the events with Su Chen, Feng Jingxin had the most tasks to handle. As the Minister of Defense, he needed to address the baseless speculations from other countries regarding their nation. Moreover, during his time with Su Chen, he learned several technological advancements that could significantly change their country's industrial capabilities. He was determined to report all these matters back, with the primary focus being to submit the few K-10 special steel cables he had for testing at the Military Research Institute to quickly uncover the Morgan Group's conspiracy. As for the equipment purchased by a certain nation from Su Chen, Feng Jingxin wasn't particularly concerned. However, if it involved another nation, he would need to carefully consider the implications. Su Chen personally escorted everyone to the company entrance, and just before they left, he instructed someone to bring a stack of documents along with several products manufactured by the company. "Minister Feng, these are the detailed data for the K-10 special steel cables and drones. You can take them back for the experts at the Military Research Institute to review." As he spoke, Su Chen had two armed soldiers move the products from the ground onto the vehicle. Initially, Feng Jingxin thought Su Chen didn't need to share these advanced technologies with the government, but after some reflection, Su Chen felt it was inappropriate. He understood the importance of these technologies. If kept solely in his hands, their potential wouldn't be maximized. However, if these were handed over to the state, they would significantly enhance the country's industrial strength. As for why Su Chen didn't directly search for more advanced military equipment in the system to present to the government, such as the blueprints for a certain advanced fighter jet, or even the more sophisticated military weapons planned for future projects, he shook his head slightly. While he would certainly be willing, given the current industrial capabilities of their nation, even possessing these advanced blueprints wouldn't guarantee their ability to manufacture them. According to Su Chen's memory, the standard fighter jet for the Air Force was still the J-16 series. And although the J-20 fighter jet had successfully made its maiden flight last year, it wouldn't be operational until 2017. Their nation hadn't even fully mastered the production line for the J-20 yet. If he were to present blueprints for the J-35 or even more advanced designs, it would be a case of being too ambitious. Su Chen believed that these advancements needed to be approached gradually, Even if he were to exchange for more advanced weapons in the future, it would be essential for the nation's foundational industrial capabilities to catch up first. After those soldiers loaded everything onto the vehicles, Feng Jingxin and the others also got on the cars one after another. They waved goodbye in the direction of Su Chen, and only then did the grand convoy begin to leave Su Chen's company. Watching the convoy grow increasingly distant, Su Chen, who had been standing in place, couldn't help but smile wider and wider. By the time everyone's figures disappeared from his sight, a burst of laughter erupted at the entrance of the company as night approached. Ha ha ha, from now on, my company is officially a state-owned enterprise. Let's see who dares to boss me around anymore. No longer needing to put on an act in front of big shots like Feng Jingxin, Su Chen instantly shed his earlier mature demeanor and reverted to his usual carefree self. Looking at the phone number that Feng Jingxin had just given him, Su Chen carefully tucked it into his pocket, afraid of losing it. He gently patted his waist bag, his face glowing with excitement, and his big white teeth sparkled under the moonlight. This was his lifeline for the future, and he had to keep it safe. The next day, at 8 in the morning, still immersed in sweet dreams, Su Chen was suddenly jolted awake by the sound of a ringing phone. The abrupt interruption of his dream made him feel a surge of anger as he picked up his phone, ready to see who the inconsiderate caller was. However, upon seeing the name on the caller ID, his anger vanished, replaced by confusion. Lippy? Hiss. What does the Morgan Group want with me? Ever since hearing Feng Jingxin's speculation, Su Chen had become wary of this Morgan Group. He didn't want the things he developed to end up as weapons used against his homeland. He had resolved yesterday that until the test results from the Military Industry Institute came out, he would not sell any products to them. Yet, he never expected that after just one night, they would come looking for him again. Su Chen curled his lip, coldly snorting in his heart, and casually answered the call. Hello, what's up? On the other end, Lippy, still excited due to the surge in orders caused by the aircraft carrier blockade, was momentarily taken aback by Su Chen's tone, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Mr. Su, is everything all right? Did something unhappy happen? Hearing the other party's words, Su Chen rolled his eyes, too lazy to indulge in small talk. He directly said, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm very busy here. Lippy thought that perhaps Su Chen had encountered some troubles domestically, which was why he was acting this way. Shaking his head, Lippy didn't dwell on Su Chen's coldness and proceeded to explain the purpose of his call. Mr. Su, it's like this. The batch of special steel cables we purchased from your company last time made our leadership very satisfied, and they have decided to buy another 1,000 from you. What? 1,000? Upon hearing the order quantity, Su Chen jumped up from the bed, his face filled with excitement. 1,000 special steel cables? That's a total of 10 billion. Realizing the price, Su Chen's attitude changed within a second. Well, if Mr. Lippy had mentioned it earlier, 1,000 is it? No problem at all. I'll handle it. After assuring the other party, Su Chen didn't wait for a response from Lippy's side and directly started asking about their daily life. Have you had breakfast? How have you been lately? Is your relationship with your wife still harmonious? He just kept talking about everything he could think of. As for the decision not to sell any products to a certain group anymore, Su Chen had completely forgotten about it. For him, in the face of 10 billion, all that was irrelevant. Only the quality of the products mattered, and this time, it wouldn't be up to you to decide. Chapter 85, Quality Cut in Half. Listening to the tone on the other end of the line, which was completely opposite to what it had been moments ago. Even someone like Mr. Li, who had been in the business world for many years, felt a bit unaccustomed. After years of navigating the market, he had never encountered someone like Mr. Su, the company president, who was so unconventional in his approach. Before Mr. Li could fully react, he heard the voice on the other end again. Mr. Li, may I ask when you will come to sign the contract? It would be great to have a drink together. Listening to Mr. Su's voice, Mr. Li couldn't help but smile wryly and shake his head, thinking that this Mr. Su was indeed a remarkable person, not only able to develop advanced military products like aircraft carrier arrestor wires, but also quite adept in his dealings. Mr. Su, our company is in urgent need of this batch of goods, so could you expedite the delivery? As for the contract, I will personally come to your country in a couple of days, and we can discuss it further. Mr. Li's words clearly displeased Mr. Su on the other end. Damn it, it's already good enough that I can sell it to you, and you want me to speed up production? What a wishful thinking. However, due to the 100 million deal, Mr. Su ultimately replied with some difficulty. Mr. Li, if we are to expedite production, our company will need a 50 advance payment. You have no objections to that, right? 50%? Mr. Lee's brows furrowed immediately upon hearing this. He already thought the 40 advance payment required by Mr. Su's company was a bit much, and now they were asking for 50? Why not just rob a bank? But after weighing the situation in his mind, he ultimately made up his mind. After all, they had done business with the other party before. Although Mr. Su's approach was a bit erratic, his sense of contractual obligation was still commendable. Moreover, the Pacific Fleet and the military on the other side were also pressing for this batch of goods. If they couldn't deliver the required quantity in 2 months, Morgan Group would not only have to return the advance payment, but also face significant financial losses. If it came to that, it would be quite a loss. All right then, I will transfer the advance payment to your company's account shortly. During this time, I would appreciate it if Mr. Su could keep an eye on things and ensure that this batch is delivered in full within a month. Hearing that the other party was willing to pay the advance without even signing the contract, Mr. Su's face instantly lit up with joy. With a contract amount of 10 billion, a 50 payment would mean 5 billion. Hiss. Mr. Su instinctively stroked his chin, pondering. Was it really necessary to go through all that trouble? This 5 billion could be easily obtained without any fuss. Was there really a need to put effort into this batch of goods? Perhaps he could just pocket the 5 billion and not worry about it. After all, there was no signed contract. If it came to a lawsuit later, he could just deny everything. The thought just emerged in Su Chen's mind and was immediately dismissed. No, the other party trusts me so much. How can I let them down? Instead, I could just reduce the quality of this batch of goods by half. Nothing too extreme. After successfully closing this major deal, Su Chen got out of bed happily and, after breakfast, headed straight to the company headquarters. Upon arriving at the company entrance, Su Chen received the deposit transferred by the client. Looking at the cold, hard figure of 5 billion, he felt a bit of a headache. What to do? Su Chen was beginning to feel that he had little interest in money now. This time, instead of going to his office, he went directly to the production workshop for K-10 special steel cables. After finding the person in charge, Su Chen got straight to the point and informed them about the client's order for another 1000 K-10 special steel cables. When the middle-aged manager heard this news, he was somewhat pleased. Their department finally had a big job. However, when he heard Su Chen's next instructions, the smile on his face instantly vanished. Remember, for this order of 1000 special steel cables, we only need to produce 100 according to our requirements. The strength requirements for the remaining cables should be cut in half. We must control our costs. Hearing his boss's orders, the manager's expression began to waver. Having the quality? Isn't that a bit too extreme? Chairman, will this affect our delivery? Seeing the unusual expression of his subordinate, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry about it. If the sky falls, I'll hold it up. Besides, why should we put in our full effort for those people? We're not their ancestors." After saying this, Su Chen didn't wait for a response and turned to leave. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Su Chen was closing a big deal, another situation was unfolding at the Ministry of Defense. Just after bringing back a series of products from Su Chen, Feng Jingxin encountered something that made him extremely angry. The Morgan Group had the audacity to demand 15 million for a single item. Do they think our country's money grows on trees? After hearing the report from his subordinate, Feng Jingxin slammed his hand on the desk in front of him, his face filled with fury. 15 million each? What are they producing? Some sort of aircraft carrier arrestor cable. Last year, during procurement, it was only a little over 11 million. How dare they raise the price by 4 million in just 1 year? Is this highway robbery? Seeing his minister so enraged, the subordinate in front of him didn't dare to hesitate and directly handed over the procurement plan for the Beihai fleet, detailing all the processes involved. Minister Feng, as the commander has already mentioned, this procurement plan is indeed feasible. The aircraft carrier arrestor wires being sold to us this time, although priced a bit higher, have significantly better performance and strength compared to those we purchased in the past. For instance, in terms of lifespan, the previous type we acquired could only be used up to 100 times, but the one sold to us by a certain country can be used as many as 300 times. 300 times? Upon hearing this, Feng Jingxin on the main seat was first taken aback, then fell into deep thought. If this is indeed the case, then the price of $15 million is not too high. However, the more Feng Jingxin thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. He had a nagging feeling that something was off. Chapter 86. The Sucker? Morgan Group? Aircraft carrier arresting cables? Special steel cables? As fragmented information continuously appeared in Feng Jingxin's mind, his pupils suddenly constricted as if he had thought of something. He hurriedly flipped through the procurement plan that had just been handed to him by his subordinate. Could it be such a coincidence? Just as Feng Jingxin pondered this, a series of both familiar and unfamiliar data appeared before them. Gasp! After just a glance at the data, Feng Jingxin couldn't help but take a deep breath. His expression filled with shock. The same? Indeed, the procurement plan personally approved by the commander of the North Sea Fleet, Jiang Tianhua, contained data that was identical to the information Su Chun had provided him about the K-10 special steel cables just yesterday. After holding back for a moment, Feng Jingxin finally understood. Once he confirmed his thoughts, his mood instantly soured, and he could even say he felt anger. Damn it. So the arresting cables they purchased were actually produced by themselves? What's worse, the price at which they sold to Su Chun was $10 million each. But the price they were being charged was a full $4 million more. Yet they were somehow relieved, thinking that the Morgan Group was still somewhat reasonable. Reasonable, my foot. Thinking of this, Feng Jingxin, as the Minister of Defense, actually blurted out a curse in front of his subordinates. Damn it. It turns out we are the real suckers here. Seeing their ministers so furious, the subordinate across from him was full of questions. Unable to understand why the minister was so upset, he recalled how the officer from the North Sea Fleet had handed over the procurement plan to him, almost rushing to get Feng Jingxin's signature himself. Being a significant figure in the Ministry of Defense, he was adept at reading the room and immediately understood why the other party was so anxious. It must have been that this batch of military supplies they were procuring was extremely urgent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to get Feng Jingxin's signature right after receiving the procurement plan. But now something felt off. He had never seen the minister curse before. Why now? Minister Feng? Is there something wrong with this procurement plan? Ignoring his subordinate's inquiry, Feng Jingxin countered, has the contract for this procurement plan been signed? Hearing his minister's words, the subordinate nodded, hesitantly saying, yes, it's already signed, and 20% of the deposit has been transferred to the other party's account. Upon hearing that even the deposit had been paid, Feng Jingxin instantly became anxious. No, they had to quickly get that money back. That was $300 million. And they couldn't let it go to waste like this. Since it is already known that the aircraft carrier arrestor cables sold to them by the Morgan Group are the special steel cables mentioned by Su Chun yesterday, he can no longer be the big fool in this situation. He knows how much it costs to produce such a special steel cable. 7 million. Yes, 7 million of the local currency. At that time, when he and Owen Yin and others heard that Su Chun sold a steel cable costing over 9 million of the local currency for 10 million in another currency to the Morgan Group, they publicly mocked that the Morgan Group was a big spender, actually willing to pay several times the price for a steel cable. However, none of them expected that the Morgan Group, which they had mocked, would turn around and sell this special steel cable purchased from their country at a price far exceeding the procurement cost back to them. Thinking of this, Feng Jingxin's face instantly darkened. Damn, it turns out I am the big fool. After cursing the Morgan Group in his heart, Feng Jingxin began to think about how to recover this deposit, which amounts to 300 million, and he couldn't just let these guys take advantage of it for free. However, after thinking for a long time, Feng Jingxin couldn't come up with a solution. Now that the contract has been signed, it means that this transaction has legal effect. And if either party breaches the contract, they would have to pay a large compensation to the other party. In the end, still not giving up, Feng Jingxin decided to call Su Chun, thinking that this guy has many clever ideas. After all, he once sold a steel pipe as a gun barrel. So perhaps he could really help them recover this deposit of over 300 million. On the other side, in the president's office of Zhongtian Industrial Group, as soon as Su Chun opened the game interface, he heard a rapid ringing sound. Seeing that it was a call from Minister Feng, Su Chun instantly became excited. Could it be that the country has already decided how to reward him? After all, he had just submitted several advanced technologies of the company to the state. And according to national regulations, he would be rewarded with something. Su Chun wasn't particularly interested in monetary rewards. What he wanted were honors, such as certificates of National Labor Model or National Advanced Worker. He yearned for these honors. Thinking of this, Su Chun happily answered the call. But as soon as he heard Minister Feng's words, his mind went blank. What aircraft carrier arrestor cables? What 15 million? After Feng Jingxin explained everything that happened today, Su Chun, still in a daze, finally realized what was going on. So, the special steel cables commissioned by the Morgan Group to be produced by their company are actually the aircraft carrier arrestor cables? And they actually dared to sell those cables purchased from him at a markup to their own country? Damn it, they are pulling tricks on me. Thinking of this, The smile that had just been on Su Chen's face instantly vanished, replaced by a look of anger. Previously, someone tricked themselves into manufacturing weapons. And now another group has come along. And what's worse is that they are selling their own products back to their own country at a markup. Alright, so this is how it's going to be? Everyone likes to deceive me, huh? After being fooled twice, Su Chen instantly felt like a big fool. Although there was a phone between them, Feng Jingxin on the other end could still sense Su Chen's anger through the call. However, Feng Jingxin's mind was solely focused on how to recover the deposit they had advanced to the group, so he didn't pay much attention. Once Su Chen finished venting, Feng Jingxin directly said, Xiao Su, do you have any way to get our country's deposit back? Chapter 87 Help the scene. Deposit? Still fuming, Su Chen instinctively nodded when he heard Feng Jingxin mention the word deposit. Yes, it's the deposit. Damn, if you dare to trick me like this. Then forget about that 5 billion deposit. Consider it my mental compensation. 5 billion. On the other end, Feng Jingxin felt bewildered upon hearing Su Chen's words. What 5 billion deposit? Didn't I say we were trying to recover 3 billion? Xiao Su, what 5 billion? The deposit we advanced to the group is only $300 million. Just moments ago, Su Chen was quite pleased with his decision. But upon hearing the response from the other end of the line, he suddenly remembered the reason for Minister Feng's call and felt a bit embarrassed, quickly explaining himself. After a while, when Feng Jingxin learned that Su Chen had struck a deal with the group for a contract worth $100 billion, he fell silent. Especially when he heard that the group had paid 50% of the deposit before even signing the contract. Feng Jingxin thought to himself that their 300 million deposit wasn't that much after all. Thinking this, Feng Jingxin smiled and nodded, realizing that they didn't necessarily need that 300 million deposit. After Su Chen explained everything about the group ordering 1,000 special steel cables, he didn't wait for a response from Feng Jingxin and said with a mischievous grin, Minister Feng, don't worry, you will definitely get that deposit back. And I have a way to make the group compensate our country a large sum of money. Oh. Upon hearing this, even though Feng Jingxin had just decided not to take the deposit, he couldn't help but feel curious. As Su Chen began to explain his method, Feng Jingxin couldn't help but grin widely, reaching an exaggerated angle. Thus, separated by a phone call and thousands of kilometers apart, the young and the old unexpectedly shared a mischievous laugh. During the conversation, their offices were filled with bursts of kikik laughter, sending chills down the spines of the staff outside. After a long time, Feng Jingxin, with a smile on his face, leaned back in his office chair, feeling quite relaxed and comfortable. Reflecting on the methods Su Chen had just shared, he couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. What a little schemer, coming up with such ideas, but I quite like it. On the other side, after hanging up the phone, Su Chen directly called in the person in charge of producing the K-10 special steel cables. He thought that the company president was going to ask about the production progress of the K-10 special steel cables. So, as soon as Tang Jun entered, he respectfully said, Mr. Su, I have arranged the production schedule. I guarantee that within a month, all 1000 special steel cables will be produced. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Recalling the discussion he just had with Minister Feng, Su Chen said irritably, Production? What production? The order from the group will no longer be produced. You all should go help in the steel pipe production workshop during this time. Indeed, what Su Chen discussed with Feng Jingxin was that the batch of special steel cables that the group had purchased from their company would not be delivered. When the contract period expired, they would simply inform the other party that the goods were held up by customs due to national security concerns and that they should contact the military for assistance. The contract clearly stated that the party could choose to delay delivery for irreversible reasons. As for how long the delay would be, that was not Su Chen's concern. Su Chen was extremely confident in the special steel cable he designed. He could guarantee that only their company in the world could produce such a performance cable. Without the cables provided by their company, the group would absolutely be unable to fulfill their contract with the military. If they failed to deliver, they would not only have to refund the entire deposit paid by the military, but also compensate for a significant amount of expenses. On the other hand, Tang Jun was left in a state of confusion upon hearing his president's words. No production? Just a few hours ago, he had been informed about this order. How could it change so quickly? Seeing Tang Jun's bewilderment, Su Chen seemed to realize something. No, the person named Li Pai was coming to their company in 3 days to sign the contract. If they found out that their order had not been produced, it could raise suspicions. Thinking of this, Su Chen nodded and said to Tang Jun, All right, you should still produce 100 cables first. The rest don't need to be produced. Although Tang Jun hesitated upon hearing Su Qin's instructions, he ultimately did not dare to argue. After all, he was just a small employee and did not have the authority to question the chairman's decisions. He nodded to Su Qin and left the office. After giving all the orders, a smile appeared on Su Qin's face, and he completely forgot about being taken advantage of by the group. However, just as Su Qin was about to sit down and start a game, his phone rang again. Thinking it was another call from Feng Jingxin, Su Qin quickly picked up the phone without any hesitation. But when he saw the caller ID, his expression changed instantly, and the smile on his face vanished. Damn it. Wasn't he looking for trouble, and you still dare to call me? Indeed, the caller was Hunter, who had hurriedly left last time. Just as Su Qin was about to answer the call and scold him, he suddenly seemed to remember something, and his eyes lit up. Wait, no. That guy Hunter had purchased those arms from me, and it seemed they were meant to support a certain group currently engaged in conflict with another nation. And the backer of that nation is, well, you know which country I'm referring to. So, does this mean that the arms I manufactured are being used to create trouble for them? Thinking of this, a smile instantly appeared on Su Qin's face, and all the resentment he had towards Hunter vanished completely. Who cares who it is? As long as they dare to oppose that country, I will definitely lend a hand. After realizing everything, Su Qin quickly answered the call and pretended to be unaware, saying, Brother Hunter, what brings you to call today? Have you taken care of things back home? Hearing Su Qin's long-lost voice, Hunter on the other end did not engage in the usual pleasantries. Chapter 89, Turbulent Situation. Without any hesitation, Hunter got straight to the point after Su Qin answered the call. Brother Su, we are planning to increase the order we placed last time. Su Qin had already made up his mind to take action on the battlefield in the region, suppressing the arrogance of the opposing forces, so he was more than willing to accommodate Hunter's request for a larger order. In fact, by the end of their conversation, after Hunter had finished detailing the additional order, Su Qin even kindly inquired if there were any other products they needed that could be discounted. After a moment of hesitation on the other end, Hunter, encouraged by Su Qin's enthusiasm, decided to purchase a large batch of steel pipes and drones. Once the call ended, Su Qin quickly compiled the numbers for the quantities Hunter intended to procure. Upon seeing the figures in front of him, even Su Qin couldn't help but feel a bit startled. The total amount for the increased procurement reached a staggering $3 billion. This included 100,000 steel pipes with a diameter of 7.62 millimeters and 20,000 pipes, each with diameters of 120 millimeters and 150 millimeters. As for the stealth drones and the new all-carbon-bodied Zhongtian Jiaolong all-terrain vehicles, the quantities remained the same as the last order, with 10,000 units and 5,000 vehicles respectively. Was this a preparation to strike at the heart of the opposing forces? Adding the previous order, they could produce 300,000 assault rifles with a caliber of 7.62 millimeters and 80,000 artillery pieces with calibers of 120 millimeters and 150 millimeters. The thought of those 80,000 large caliber artillery pieces sent a chill down Su Qin's spine. If all of them were to bombard the opposing territory, wouldn't it flatten the area? What Iron Dome air defense system, what Patriot air defense system would hold up under such overwhelming firepower? In that moment, Su Qin felt an inexplicable excitement. These weapons, in a sense, were all produced by him. If he could personally use his own weapons to eliminate the opposing forces, it would be incredibly satisfying. In stark contrast to Su Qin's excitement, Hunter, far away in another region, felt completely differently. After being urgently recalled home last time, he realized that the situation in the Middle East might truly be changing. For some unknown reason, military bases from the opposing side in the region had proactively launched attacks, and the opposing forces, relying on their military support, had once again disrupted the peace with the local forces. During this time, other countries in the region also experienced various unexpected events. The most severe was the carpet bombing carried out by the naval fleet against local armed groups, which was triggered by the refusal of their leader to allow the fleet to pass through a strategic area. This battle has made the world aware of the determination of the leader of the armed group in Yemen. In the face of a full naval fleet's bombardment, they chose not to compromise, but instead took up arms, resolutely opting for resistance despite the significant disparity in equipment. What shocked the world was that, despite having an aircraft carrier, 6 missile destroyers, 3 missile cruisers, and 2 attack submarines, This country was unable to advance even half a meter beyond the Gulf of Aden after 7 days of operation. Ultimately, faced with the staunch resistance of the Yemeni forces, the military of this country had no choice but to abandon their plans to enter the Red Sea region from the Gulf of Aden and instead turned back into the Arabian Sea, entering the Persian Gulf through the Strait of Hormuz and subsequently navigating relevant routes to support their ally. Confronted with this urgent desire to join the conflict, the leaders of the neighboring country felt the pressure acutely. They understood that once this country intervened in the war between their ally and the opposing faction, the situation in the Middle East could truly change. Therefore, as soon as the naval fleet entered the Persian Gulf, Hunter was urgently recalled to his home country. Looking at the map, Hunter wore a serious expression. He did not anticipate the extent of his allies' ambitions, which seemed intent on swallowing both Syria and Jordan in one go. If these two countries were consumed, the natural barrier between their nation and the ally would vanish. And given the latter's appetite, they would likely not be satisfied and could turn their aggression towards their own country after dealing with the two. After a long while gazing at the map, Hunter shook his head. For them, the only option now was to observe. Facing the military might of the ally and their partner, if they actively joined the war and openly severed relations with both, it could very well lead to their own destruction. With this thought, Hunter let out a long sigh, his face filled with a sense of loss. Perhaps this is the reason why weaker nations have no diplomatic leverage, no choices, and no autonomy. If only their ally had agreed to station troops in their country back then. Hunter forced a bitter smile, feeling a sense of lament in his heart. In stark contrast to the turmoil in the Middle East, the situation in their own country was entirely different. Life continued as usual. People went about their daily activities without interruption, as they all knew that a powerful nation stood behind them. In the Nanshan County, at the Zhongtian Industrial Group, Su Chun had also learned a bit about the situation in the Middle East. Thus, a week prior, he had announced to all company personnel to suspend all existing operations and focus entirely on fulfilling the orders issued by Hunter. Efforts are being made to achieve successful delivery within 2 months, to boost employee motivation and to ensure that the relevant parties can acquire weapons more quickly. A 2-shift policy has been implemented for the next 2 months, with all overtime pay doubled. The more one works, the more one earns, and vice versa. This directive has had a swift effect. Once the regulations were enforced in every department, all workers began to exert themselves fully in production. Observing the brightly lit Zhongtian Industrial Group each day, workers from nearby factories started to feel a sense of relief. Thankfully, they hadn't been recruited by Zhongtian Industrial Group. Otherwise, they might still be on the job right now. The Su family really has no good members. They make workers work overtime for no reason, truly the pawns of capitalism. Sigh. The workers at Zhongtian Industrial Group are quite pitiful. First, they had to deal with that old fellow Su Hongwei, and now they have encountered someone like Su Chun, a capitalist. These discussions are heard practically every day, but the workers at Zhongtian Industrial Group hardly pay attention, as they are unaware of how much salary and bonuses Su Chun has given them in the past few days. Chapter 90. Insufficient Precision. In a training ground within a southern military district, the deafening sound of artillery fire echoed through every corner of the military area. Accompanying this was the violent shaking of the earth, as countless rockets soared into the sky, ultimately landing in a target area 10 kilometers away. After a round of bombardment, the distant target had become unrecognizable, and when Owen Yin and his group witnessed this scene, they nodded in satisfaction. Especially those officers without an artillery battalion under their command were envious. If not for the number of people present, some might have drooled at the sight. Indeed, the improved Type 03 rocket launcher had significantly increased in power, showing that the old experts in the military industry still had some skills. Watching the target, now devastated by a barrage of rocket fire, Owen Yin, holding a telescope, nodded with satisfaction. As his voice echoed, several surrounding officers nodded repeatedly like chicks pecking at rice, their eyes filled with envy. Looking at the new PHL 03 300mm long-range rocket launchers, jointly developed by the military industry and a heavy industry group, everyone's gaze became exceptionally fervent. These officers shared a common trait. Their units had not yet been equipped with this newly developed rocket launcher. Therefore, upon hearing that there were new rocket launchers ready for test firing, they rushed to the training ground, eager to get a share. "Chief, look, our troops have never been equipped with such heavy firepower. Can we get a batch this time?" said a middle-aged officer. rubbing his hands together with a flattering expression directed at Owen Yin. Seeing their friend's behavior, the other officers rolled their eyes in exasperation and said, Zhang Hongkai, do you have no shame? What would an airborne division need with rocket launchers? Are you planning to carry a 20-ton rocket launcher behind enemy lines? Or do you think the enemy would be blind enough to let you drag such a large rocket launcher to ambush them? Go away, what are you doing here? After saying this, a few officers pulled Zhang Hongkai aside and turned back to Owen Yin with similar expressions, grinning as they said, Chief, when can we get these rocket launchers sent to our 2nd Armored Division? Yeah, Chief, my unit is still using the 1st generation Type 03 rocket launcher. We can't even hit a bird, let alone the enemy. Watching his friends act so shamelessly, Zhang Hongkai, who had just been pulled aside, felt quite displeased. What's wrong with an airborne division? Why shouldn't we have heavy weapons like rocket launchers? Can't we handle it? If you really give me one, I can carry that rocket launcher myself and make a 20-kilometer long-distance dash. Thinking of this, Zhang Hong couldn't help but feel upset. After pondering for a while, he decided that it couldn't just end like this, so he squeezed his way back into the crowd. After some effort, he finally managed to get next to Owen Yin and said with a face full of grievances, My old chief, is it that our airborne division is treated like orphans? All the good stuff goes to those units first, and we are left with the scraps, sob sob sob. As he spoke, Zhang Hong even pretended to wipe his face and feigned sobbing, occasionally peeking at Owen Yan's expression through the gaps between his fingers. However, it seemed that everyone was aware of his act and showed no sympathy at all. Instead, their previous disdain had intensified. While several people were arguing over the allocation of the new rocket launchers, Chen Erliai, who was in charge of the rocket launcher test, approached them with a worried expression after reviewing the recent firing results. The group surrounding Owen Yin knew that Chen Erliai was responsible for these rocket launchers and dared not show any negligence. As soon as they saw him coming, they rushed up to greet him. Brother Chen, you really shouldn't have to deal with this kind of thing yourself. Just leave it to us. Forget it. Brother Chen, come on, have a smoke. You've worked hard. Brother Chen, have you had lunch? I just cooked a wild chicken. Come over and have a drink later. The soldiers who had been standing around felt a bit embarrassed seeing their commander like this. Similarly, Chen Erliai, surrounded by these people, seemed to ignore their words and just walked over to Owen Yin with a frown. Seeing his expression, Owen Yan's brows furrowed as well. He knew that Chen was in charge of this rocket launcher experiment and was the most familiar with the performance of this new type of rocket launcher. Seeing Chen's current demeanor, could it be that there was a problem with this new rocket launcher? But just as he considered this possibility, Owen Yin shook his head slightly, thinking it shouldn't be the case. He had just witnessed the entire experiment, and, at least in his view, the power of the new Type 03 rocket launcher was significantly improved compared to the old version. For rocket launchers, isn't it enough to enhance their power? Why does Chen look somewhat dissatisfied now? Erliai, what's wrong? Is there a problem? As Owen Yin spoke, the officers who had been trying to get close also quieted down, having noticed that Chen Erliai's expression was unusual, and they too felt a sense of confusion. Hearing the leader's words, Chen Erliai, who had been keeping his head down and lost in thought, shook his head helplessly and said with some regret, Sigh, leader, it's not feasible. According to the expectations of the Military Research Institute, the improved model of the rocket artillery should have a strike accuracy within a range of 40 meters. However, I just reviewed the data, and the actual strike accuracy of this rocket artillery is only around 43 meters, which completely fails to meet the requirements. As Chen Erliai's somewhat dissatisfied voice echoed, the scene fell silent, with everyone looking at each other, their foreheads filled with question marks. This 3-meter margin of error doesn't seem like a lot, right? Besides, it's a rocket artillery. Why do we need such high precision? Can't we just rely on direct fire coverage? Chapter 91. Fear of Insufficient Firepower. Looking at the worried expression on Chen Erliai's face, Owen Yin felt a bit uneasy. But in the end, he still chose to comfort him. Xiao Chen, although a 3-meter error margin is a bit much, I'm still glad you can recognize this clearly. When he said this, Owen Yin felt a bit flushed, but he didn't pay attention to the unusual expressions of the other subordinates around him and continued to advise. You don't need to be so distressed. After all, it's a rocket launcher. A little error is normal. If necessary, we can fire an extra shot at the enemy. However, before Owen Yin could finish his sentence, Chen Erliai, who had been keeping his head down, shook his head and said with a pained expression, How can this be acceptable? A single shell has a 3-meter discrepancy, and a Type 03 rocket launcher has 12 tubes, which adds up to 36 meters. We just launched 3 Type 03 rocket launchers, so that's a cumulative error of over 100 meters. How can we hit the enemy like this? Hearing Chun Early-Eye's passionate words, the officers exchanged glances, their expressions becoming somewhat awkward. Is this guy suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower? A 3-meter error margin doesn't warrant such a big reaction, does it? Besides, is this how you calculate errors? If we go by your method, our country's missiles would have discrepancies of thousands of meters. Thinking of this, all the officers couldn't help but roll their eyes, feeling that Chun Early-Eye was making a mountain out of a molehill. However, Chun Early-Eye seemed oblivious to their reactions and continued. Moreover, the rocket launcher we improved not only has a significant precision deviation, but also falls short in off-road performance, loading speed, and striking range, compared to the expectations from the Military Research Institute. Taking the striking range as an example, he said, the actual experimental striking range is nearly 500 meters shorter than the expected data. If this goes to the battlefield, how many enemies would we fail to eliminate? Upon hearing this, Owen Yin rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit embarrassed. He truly couldn't listen any longer. He was now certain that this guy was suffering from a fear of insufficient firepower. Otherwise, how could he make such a fuss over a 3-meter error margin? Moreover, this improved rocket launcher had an unknown increase in power compared to the old model they used, yet he was still fixated on that 500-meter discrepancy. Owen Yin shook his head, preparing to have a serious talk with him to stop making such a big deal out of it. But before he could speak, Chun Early-Eye's voice came out again, even more agitated than before. Chief, do you remember the M270 multiple launch rocket system used by a certain country during the Iraq War? Hearing Chun Early-Eye's words, the expressions of all the officers present, including Owen Yin, began to grow serious. The M270 multiple launch rocket system. Who in the world could forget it? Not only during the war in one region, but also during the conflict in another. This advanced rocket artillery demonstrated its capabilities, deeply impressing all countries around the world, including a certain nation. It was precisely because they recognized the gap between their existing rocket artillery and a certain advanced model that they decided to optimize and upgrade the PHL-03 300mm long-range rocket artillery. At this moment, everyone finally realized that the recently upgraded model from their nation exhibited a power similar to that of the aforementioned advanced model used by other countries at that time. However, so many years have passed. Wouldn't that country also optimize and upgrade its own weapons? With this thought, a certain individual furrowed his brows, quickly contemplating feasible improvement plans. But now that they had just completed the modifications to their rocket artillery, how could they have the capacity to further optimize it? Just as he felt helpless, a young figure suddenly appeared in his mind. Thinking of a certain young talent, he felt a surge of hope. Perhaps this individual could help. After all, this person had already developed advanced drones and off-road vehicles at such a young age, so upgrading a rocket artillery system should not be too difficult. Resolving to seek assistance, his serious expression vanished, replaced by a bright smile. He approached a colleague and gently patted him on the shoulder, asking, "Do you know this young talent?" Upon hearing the name, everyone present was taken aback. Since learning that the drones and off-road vehicles used by a certain group on the battlefield were developed by this individual, everyone from high-ranking officials to ordinary soldiers in the military districts was aware of this genius. Recently, everyone in the southern military district had been eagerly awaiting the orders for drones and off-road vehicles they had placed, excited at the prospect of using the same kind of drones that had been employed in earlier conflicts. When asked by his superior, the colleague responded without hesitation, "Of course I know him, sir." He paused for a moment, hesitatingly adding, "Sir, are you suggesting that we ask him to help us improve the rocket artillery?" The superior simply smiled and nodded. In an instant, before anyone could react, they felt a gust of wind rush past them, and soon saw the figure of the colleague sprinting swiftly towards the exit of the military district. Watching him disappear in an instant, not only the officers, but even the superior couldn't help but shake his head, feeling a sense of helplessness. In the office of a certain industrial group, the young talent was looking at a production data report, nodding in satisfaction. "That's right. Maintain the production schedule like this. It is essential to complete all the orders from the Camel Country by the end of next month." Indeed, it has been over 20 days since Su Chun issued a series of commands to the company's employees. During these more than 20 days, aside from the orders placed by Hunter that are in production, the company has also received several large new orders. Specifically, The 5 major military districts of the Dragon Country have each purchased 10,000 stealth drones and 5,000 all-terrain vehicles. As for the batch of aircraft carrier arrestor wires ordered by the Morgan Group, that was halted by Su Chin shortly after Lippy came to sign the contract with the company. Chapter 92. Definitely not a missile? Recently, a significant event occurred internationally as a certain country announced a new sanctions list. When this sanctions list reached another nation, it sparked quite a reaction. The first name on the list was the Zhongtian Industrial Group, where Su Chin works. What amused the onlookers even more was that the reason given was the alleged support of weapons to certain armed groups. Upon seeing this justification, many netizens from the other nation couldn't help but laugh, questioning whether the certain country had lost its mind. Did they not realize how strict the weapon control is in that nation? Zhongtian Industrial Group is just a private enterprise. How could it possibly have the audacity to manufacture weapons, let alone supply them to the Middle East? That would be suicidal. Clearly, when everyone from that nation saw the sanctions list, they unanimously believed that the certain country had gone off the rails again. After all, this was not the first time such antics had occurred. As long as a company posed a threat to them, that country would be sure to add it to the next sanctions list. Over the years, many netizens had grown accustomed to this, so they didn't believe the reasons provided by that country. Instead, this sanctions list incident brought some unexpected attention to Su Chin's company. In fact, the best form of advertisement in that nation right now is to be listed on the sanctions list of that country. It doesn't matter what others say about your products. What truly counts is what that country thinks. Once a company is on their sanctions list, even if its products are subpar, consumers in that nation will still give it a thumbs up. Regarding the sanctions against his company, Su Chin was not surprised at all. Despite the current stability in his nation, there were indeed many individuals with ulterior motives. These people, driven by a small profit, would not hesitate to leak confidential information and investigate business dealings with another nation. Therefore, Su Chin didn't bother to explain the situation regarding the sanctions. Instead, this incident sparked an idea for him to refuse an offer from a certain financial group. Isn't your group looking to block this shipment of aircraft carriers? Ask your leader when they will lift the sanctions list, and I will consider supplying this batch of goods again. With that thought, Su Chin found it somewhat amusing. Wasn't this a case of shooting oneself in the foot? Time passed quickly. 2 days later, in the president's office of Zhongtian Industrial Group, Su Chin looked at the middle-aged man in military attire before him, somewhat surprised. Are you suggesting that I upgrade our Type 03 rocket artillery? Su Chin was genuinely speechless. It was 6 in the morning. He was still in bed, dreaming, when a group of robust men woke him up. The main point is that calling him to the company so early is just to improve the Type 03 rocket launcher. Thinking of this, Su Chin rolled his eyes. What is there to improve about the Type 03 rocket launcher? Why not just produce the Type 191 rocket launcher directly? Su Chin had heard a bit about the Type 03 rocket launcher. It was officially designed and finalized in 2003 and has gone through several major upgrades since then. It seems that the most recent upgrade will be this year or next, where the country plans to improve the fire control system of this rocket launcher. Before that, from 2017 to 2019, there were several significant upgrades to the Type 03 rocket launcher, mainly to enhance its strike accuracy, loading speed, and firepower. However, after so many upgrades, it is still gradually being replaced by the Type 191 rocket launcher. If that's the case, why not just produce the most powerful PCH 191 long-range rocket launcher directly? As Su Chin looked frustrated, Chin Early Eye across from him felt a bit awkward. He had arrived in Nanhai County early this morning, intending to wait until Su Chin started work before finding him, but he couldn't wait any longer. The thought that their rocket launcher might still have room for upgrades made him anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. Mr. Su, you know that our country has been going through exceptionally tough times in recent years. It's not just that some countries want to trouble us. Even neighboring countries are eyeing our borders. Faced with so many strong adversaries, our current firepower is somewhat insufficient. That's why the military district chief personally asked me to come and see if you have any feasible methods to upgrade our Type 03 rocket launcher. Hearing this, Su Chin stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. If firepower is insufficient, relying solely on a Type 191 rocket launcher does seem a bit inadequate. After pondering for a while, Su Chin decided to check in the system for any weapons that could enhance firepower. Meanwhile, Chin Early Eye, watching Su Chin deep in thought, remained patient and quietly waited. After a long while, Su Chin finally came back to his senses. Feeling the influx of new knowledge, he felt refreshed. Noticing Su Chin's movement, Chun Early-Eye hurriedly put down the teacup he was about to sip from, stood up, and directly asked, "So, Mr. Su, have you thought of any methods to improve the Type 03 rocket launcher?" Upon hearing this, Su Chun was slightly taken aback and responded with surprise. "What Type 03 rocket launcher? If we're going to produce something, let's go for the Type 191 long-range rocket launcher." The Type 191? A long-range one? Chun Early-Eye was visibly stunned, feeling confused. The Type 191 rocket launcher? I don't think our country has that model, does it? Su Chin noticed the confusion on the other person's face and began to explain. "Oh, this is a multi-barrel rocket launcher I've been studying recently, designed with some enhancements. Not only has the shell caliber been upgraded from the previous 300 millimeters to 750 millimeters, but I also plan to integrate inertial guidance with satellite guidance technology to achieve an accuracy within 10 meters. Additionally, for the rocket launcher, I'm considering a modular design for the ammunition boxes, allowing for quick changes between different types of rockets or missiles." Listening to Su Chen's explanation, Chun Early-Eye was somewhat bewildered. Satellite guidance, inertial guidance, extended range, modular loading, an error margin of just 10 meters? Most importantly, the caliber of the rocket shells has increased to 750 millimeters? Are you sure this is a rocket and not a missile? Chapter 93, Too Conservative. After thinking for a long time, Chun Early-Eye still felt that the caliber of 750 millimeters for the rocket projectile was simply too large, almost comparable to some missile calibers. It's important to note that the current caliber of their country's ballistic missile is only 800 millimeters. Yes, Su Chun had just mentioned that the caliber of the 191 type rocket launcher is only 50 millimeters wider than their country's ballistic missile. But this is a missile. What does a rocket launcher need such a large caliber for? With that thought in mind, Chun Early-Eye awkwardly said, Mr. Su, isn't this 750 millimeter caliber a bit too big?" At that moment, Su Chun was still immersed in various methods of enhancing firepower in his mind. When he heard Chun Early-Eye's words, he also came to his senses and couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering a bit, and replied, This 750 millimeter caliber is indeed a bit large. If we use such a large caliber, a 191 type rocket launcher can only install 2 to 3 launch tubes at most." Thinking of this, Su Chin shook his head vigorously, constantly denying it in his mind. No, 3 launch tubes are too few. How many enemies can we strike with just 3 rockets? Seeing Su Chun like this, Chun Early-Eye let out a long sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, Mr. Su is someone who listens to advice. At least he acknowledges that this 750 millimeter caliber rocket launcher is too large. However, before Chun Early-Eye could fully relax, he heard Su Chin say, "It's a good thing Commander Chin reminded me early. Otherwise, a 191 type rocket launcher would only be able to fire 3 projectiles at a time, which would be too uneconomical." Hearing this, Chun Early-Eye felt a wave of dizziness, his mouth agape, frozen in place. "No. Is that what I meant? I just wanted you to reduce the caliber of the rocket launcher, and you're talking about this? Are you complaining about the number of projectiles? That's a 750 millimeter caliber rocket. No, this isn't even a rocket anymore. It should be called a missile, capable of firing 3 missiles at once. And you're saying the number of launches is a bit low?" While Chun Early-Eye was complaining in his mind, Su Chin spoke again. "Since the current launch vehicle can't carry many launch tubes at once, let's modify the launch vehicle. Change the original 8-8 off-road chassis to a 12-12 chassis. This way, we should be able to load about 6 rockets at once." The current launch vehicles in their country are basically improved versions of the WS-2400 type launch vehicles. The 8-8 off-road chassis is barely usable for the 3 type rocket launcher. But if this type of chassis is used for the 191 type rocket launcher, it would definitely not work. After finishing everything, Su Chin noticed that Chun Early-Eye's expression was somewhat unusual. He thought the other party was worried that increasing the caliber by several hundred millimeters would significantly reduce the number of corresponding shells, so he hurriedly tried to reassure him. "Commander Chin, there's no need to be too concerned. Although the number of 6 rockets is a bit low, the increase in caliber means that the power is still significantly enhanced compared to the Type 03 rocket launcher." Looking at the extremely serious Su Chun, Chun Early-Eye was momentarily dazed, not knowing what to say. He just stared blankly at Su Chun, as if to say, "Do I look like I'm worried about this?" If what Su Chun just said was true, then the Type 191 rocket launcher could, in some sense, no longer be considered a true rocket launcher. but rather a highly mobile system capable of launching 6 medium-range ballistic missiles at once. It was no wonder Chen Early-Eye thought this way. The data Su Chun provided was simply astonishing. Which country's rockets can achieve a caliber of over 700 millimeters? And with such a large caliber, can this rocket launcher have a range of 600 to 800 kilometers? Most importantly, with such a large caliber and such a high range, this rocket launcher's precision could be accurate within 10 meters. And yet, the other party was still worried about the number of missiles being too few. Do you know how long it takes in our country to prepare for launching a Dongfeng 11 ballistic missile? Do you know how much manpower and resources are needed for such a launch? As these thoughts flashed through Chen Early-Eye's mind, he felt somewhat dazed. He had thought his requirements for rocket launchers were already high, but after hearing Su Chen's words, he felt he was being somewhat conservative. Seeing that Chen Early-Eye had not responded, Su Chen felt a bit confused himself. After a while, he tried to reassure him again. Commander Chen, you don't need to worry too much. Although the Type 191 rocket launcher can only carry 6 750mm shells at a time, if we reduce the specifications of the shells to 300mm, we can load 40 shells at once. This way, during engagements with the enemy, you won't have to worry about our firepower being insufficient. But before Su Chen could finish speaking, Chen Early-Eye's eyes widened in disbelief as he interrupted. Mr. Su, is what you said true? This rocket launcher can also carry shells of different specifications? Caught off guard by the sudden interruption, Su Chen was momentarily stunned, looking at the astonished Chen Early-Eye with confusion. Can't the Type 03 do that? As soon as he said this, Su Chen seemed to realize the issue. The Type 03 rocket launcher currently used by his country had not upgraded its loading method to a modular design and still largely relied on the most primitive manual loading method. Thinking of this, Su Chen instinctively slapped his forehead, feeling that in his previous life, he was quite naive about the development process of the country's military industry. After a brief moment of distraction, Su Chen began to explain to Commander Chen. Commander Chen, the 191 type rocket launcher I designed has a different loading method compared to the current 3 type. It uses the latest modular loading system. Not only can different specifications of rockets be prepackaged in separate launch boxes for storage, but when it's time to use them, a crane can simply install the preloaded launch boxes onto the launch vehicle, eliminating the need for manual loading. Hiss. Listening to Su Chen's explanation, Commander Chen, who thought he had already been shocked enough today, couldn't help but gasp, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 94 Modular Loading? When Su Chen first mentioned modular loading, Chen Early-Eye thought it was some advanced automated loading method. However, after hearing Su Chen's detailed explanation, even someone like Chen Early-Eye, who deals with various rocket artillery in the military every day, couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. The ability to preload shells into the launch tubes and change different shell specifications based on battlefield needs? Is this really the kind of rocket artillery they were familiar with? If that's the case, wouldn't their country be able to achieve seamless fire coverage on the battlefield? Thinking of this, Chen Early-Eye suddenly became excited. Having completely forgotten his earlier concerns about the large caliber of the shells Su Chen mentioned, what does size matter if the loading speed is fast enough? If one shell isn't enough, then just fire another. Moreover, he had just heard Su Chen say that this type of rocket artillery could launch 40 rounds of 300mm rockets at once. To put things in perspective, their current model could only fire 12 rounds at a time. It was precisely because the number of shells fired at once was too small that he had worried about insufficient firepower. But now, all these problems had been resolved by Su Chen. In an instant, Chen Early-Eye looked at Su Chen with newfound enthusiasm. Su Chen, however, was oblivious to Chen Early-Eye's gaze. As he thought about the range issue of the model, he shook his head regretfully and said to himself, "It's a pity that the maximum range of these 300mm rockets can only reach the Nagasaki area and can't directly hit Tokyo." Upon hearing this, Chen Early-Eye, who had just been excited, suddenly froze in place, his expression turning quite strange. Hit Tokyo? Did Su Chen have some misunderstanding about the rocket artillery? Their country was over 1,000 kilometers away from the enemy's territory, and currently, not to mention their country, even major military powers hadn't developed rocket artillery with a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers. The most advanced rocket artillery in the region was the M270 multiple launch rocket system, which had a maximum range of only about 100 kilometers. The other country's equipped rocket artillery, the 9A52-4 Tornado, had a maximum range of only around 120 kilometers. Both of these models could be considered among the most advanced in the world, featuring satellite guidance technology and being the first to use secondary range extension. Even their country's most capable model, the PHL-03, was significantly behind these two. Yet, despite that, the range of both models barely crossed the 100-kilometer mark. And what had Suchin just said? At the outset, is it a bit too ambitious to aim for the rocket artillery's range to exceed 1,000 kilometers? Suchin noticed Chen Erlie's expression and quickly waved his hand, apologetically saying, "Commander Chen is right. I was too greedy. Our main goal now is to develop the 191 type rocket artillery. As for more advanced rocket artillery, let's discuss that later." After Su Chun explained all the performance aspects of the 191 type rocket artillery, both parties began to finalize the specific production arrangements. Chen Erlie also completely forgot that the main purpose of this visit was to optimize and upgrade the 3-type rocket artillery at this moment. All his thoughts were focused on the 191 type rocket artillery that Su Chen mentioned, leaving no room to care about the 3-type. In fact, Su Chun wanted to hand over the design blueprints of the 191 type rocket artillery directly to Chen Erlie, allowing the military to produce it themselves. After all, their company had not yet obtained military production qualifications. However, in the end, Chen Erlie insisted that Su Chun handle the production of this rocket artillery entirely. Looking at Chen Erlie's firm attitude, Su Chen awkwardly said, "Commander Chen, it's not that I don't want to produce it, but you know our company doesn't have military qualifications. If anyone finds out that I'm producing military goods privately, I could end up in jail. I'm still young and don't want to go to prison so early." Hearing this, Chen Erlie was initially taken aback, then burst into laughter, patting Su Chun on the shoulder and casually saying, "Don't worry, I'll figure out the military qualification issue. Just focus on producing this batch of rocket artillery for me. If anyone dares to trouble you, just mention our chief's name." Listening to the other party's confident words, Su Chen looked at him skeptically, thinking, is this for real? Does a mere brigade commander have such authority? The Minister of Defense himself came to our company and didn't dare make such promises. Chen Erlie noticed Su Chen's expression and immediately felt offended, boldly saying, "What is the big deal about a little military qualification? If anyone disagrees, I'll just bombard them." Before he could finish, Su Chen quickly raised his arm to interrupt him, looking at him with disbelief. This is a society governed by law. Casually talking about using weapons to settle disputes is not something a public official should say. Su Chen shook his head and helplessly said, "All right, I'll produce a batch first. You can take it to the Military Research Institute and let them see. If the country wants this technology, they can come directly to me." Su Chen still held the belief that if such advanced weapons remained in his personal hands, their effectiveness would ultimately be limited. The Military Research Institute, on the other hand, gathered the best researchers from the entire region. If this technology were to fall into the hands of these individuals, it could potentially lead to a significant advancement in the overall industrial level of the country. Naturally, Chen Erlie was unaware of Su Chen's thoughts. Upon hearing such comments from Su Chen, he felt immense admiration. Looking at Su Chen's handsome face, Chen Erlie clasped his fists and said, "No more talking, Mr. Su. If there's anything in the future, feel free to come to the Southern Military District to find me. I, Chen Erlie, will do my utmost." Seeing Chen Erlie suddenly become so formal, Su Chun was left puzzled, completely unable to grasp what the other party was thinking. Chapter 95 John's Anger. After sending Chen Erlie away, Su Chun didn't idle and began organizing the information in his mind about the production methods of the PCH-191 rocket launcher. In fact, the information Su Chun had just searched from the system wasn't limited to just the PCH-191. There were many other things as well. After all, the only condition Su Chun set for his search was how to enhance the firepower of his country. This was a rather broad query. So when Su Chun pressed the search confirmation button, a wealth of information naturally popped up in his mind. Among all the information, Su Chun immediately focused on the PCH-191 long-range rocket launcher. After all, even in later times in Dragon Country, the PCH-191 was the most widely equipped rocket launcher, indicating its performance was exceptional. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Morgan Group was feeling anxious during this period. At the headquarters of the Morgan Group, in the president's office, looking at his subordinate who was sweating profusely, John, sitting in the president's chair, spoke with a dark expression. "Are you saying that the Zhongtian Industrial Group hasn't delivered the batch of aircraft carrier arrestor wires we ordered?" Hearing the president's angry words, Lippy didn't dare to breathe deeply at this moment. His forehead had already been covered with beads of sweat since he entered the office. Report to the president. I asked Suchin yesterday. He remains firm on his original stance, insisting that we first find a way to remove their company from our country's sanctions list before they will deliver the order. Upon hearing Lippy's words, John's anger surged, and he kicked a chair beside him away, his face filled with rage. Didn't I tell you to ask them to send the cargo ship directly? When it reaches customs, our company will find a way. At this point, John was on the verge of fury, not knowing whether his anger was due to Suchin's failure to deliver or because they had just placed an order with Dragon Country, only for this company to be added to the sanctions list by that fool Odma shortly after. When he learned that Suchin's company had been placed on the sanctions list, John personally approached Odma, urging him to quickly remove Suchin's company from the list. As for Suchin supplying weapons to Hamas, John was completely indifferent to him. As long as someone could help him make money, he didn't care what they did. However, when he made this request to Odma, he even issued some warnings. Yet the other party still refused, stating that this company had severely affected their country's layout in the Middle East. If things continued like this, the situation in the Middle East could change dramatically. Although John was still somewhat dissatisfied, he knew that with just the Morgan Group, the people behind Odma would never allow them to intervene in the Middle Eastern issues. John was well aware of the intricate web of interests involved, so in the end, he had no choice but to give up. However, every time he thought of the matter, he couldn't help but feel furious. He had investigated and found that only their group had business dealings with the counterpart, while no other companies had ever purchased anything from the company where Suchin worked. And Suchin had never ordered anything from them either. This meant that among the entire sanctions list, only their group was suffering the losses. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from John, Lippy, not far away, was already so scared that his back was cold, nearly collapsing to the ground. He also found it puzzling. When they went to sign the contract with Suchin's company, hadn't the other party already produced 100 aircraft carrier arrestor wires? Moreover, this was within 3 days. Given such a production speed, by the time the counterpart discovered the sanctions list issued by their country, they should have at least finished producing the batch of arrestor wires ordered by their group. Didn't the other party feel anxious? If 1,000 special steel cables were all in their hands, how much would they lose? He didn't believe that the $5 billion advance payment could fully compensate for the loss of those 1,000 arrestor wires. He had already investigated that the cost for Rockefeller Group to manufacture one arrestor wire was at least around $7 million. To produce 1,000, the investment would be at least $7 billion. After deducting their $5 billion advance, the other party would face a loss of a full $2 billion. Did they really not care about such a significant loss? Just as Lippy was lost in thought, John spoke up again. What about the Pacific Fleet and the military of the region? Hearing John's emotionless words, Lippy did not dare to be negligent and immediately relayed everything that had happened in the past few days. I have communicated with the person in charge of the Pacific Fleet, and they have agreed to give us another month. However, no matter what I say, the military of the region is unwilling to budge. The person in charge there insisted that we must deliver all orders within the contract period, or we will bear all consequences. I also discussed with them about delivering the 50 remaining arrestor wires from our warehouse first, and the other 50 to be delivered next month. But no matter how I put it, they just won't agree and insisted that we deliver all 100 arrestor wires in full at once. Upon hearing Lippy's earlier remarks, John's expression had softened slightly, but when he learned of the military's firm stance, his face darkened again. Humph, it's them again. Thinking of that region made John grit his teeth in anger. Damn, back when they approached us to purchase the aircraft carrier arrestor wires, they had the nerve to ask for a lower price. Now, just because we're delaying the delivery, they're acting like this. After cursing internally about the representatives from that country, John looked over at Lippy nearby and said directly, during this period, communicate again with that person named Suchin. As long as they can deliver the batch of aircraft carrier arrestor wires we ordered to a certain country, we can increase the amount by an additional 5 on top of the original price. If we still receive the goods by the end of the month, then according to the contract, we will compensate the military of that country as stipulated. The amount will be exactly as required, but you must inform them that if they wish to purchase aircraft carrier arrestor wires again in the future, they should not come to our group. Upon hearing the president's instructions, Lippy nodded repeatedly, not daring to overstep in the slightest. Chapter 96, Is This Still Not Picky? Northern Fleet of the Dragon Nation. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar echoed across the entire sea area as a figure cut through the clouds, instantly resonating throughout. On the deck, a group of officers, including Jiang Tianhua, stared intently at the approaching figure, their eyes filled with excitement. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the figure grew larger until its true form was revealed. The massive fuselage, with its streamlined lines, shone brilliantly against the backdrop of the engine's roar as the swept-back wings sliced through the surrounding air, racing towards the aircraft carrier below. The ground crew on the carrier was equally prepared, with various guiding vehicles and related equipment ready, all eyes fixed on the taut arrestor cable on the deck. Whoosh! Under the pilot's precise control, the landing gear steadily extended from the fuselage, and with a loud thud, the 6 large wheels accurately landed on the deck. The immense inertia caused the gigantic fuselage to continue surging forward at an astonishing speed. At this moment, everyone on the deck seemed oblivious to the violent shaking beneath their feet, all eyes glued to the thin steel cable ahead, which was only a few dozen millimeters thick. Boom! With a loud crash, everyone's hearts jumped to their throats, but soon, the tense crowd let out a long sigh of relief, and a hint of excitement appeared on their faces. How many times has this been? Looking at the steady J-16 fighter jet, Jiang Tianhua smiled at the middle-aged officer beside him, who was holding a small notebook. Report, Commander, including this time, it's already the 286th time. Hearing this number, even Jiang Tianhua, who was accustomed to storms, couldn't help but feel a bit startled. When he first heard from Feng Jingxin that the Northern Fleet's purchase of arrestor wires from a certain group was actually developed by a private enterprise in their nation, Jiang Tianhua was somewhat skeptical. After all, these arrestor wires were said by the old-timers in the military industry to require at least 10 years of development. But now you tell me a private enterprise could develop it? However, after the recent delivery of a batch of arrestor wires developed by this company from the Ministry of Defense, his attitude quietly changed, especially when they put these arrestor wires into actual use. All the officers, including himself, were immensely shocked. These arrestor wires, made in their own country, outperformed those they previously purchased from the other side in every aspect. What astonished them the most was the lifespan of these arrestor wires, which reached over 300 uses. To think that the ones they bought before had a maximum lifespan of how many uses? 100 times. Yes, only 100 times. Moreover, this 100 times was bought for over 10 million in a certain currency. Thinking about this matter, Jiang Tianhua felt somewhat displeased, especially when he learned that the aircraft carrier arrestor wires that the Morgan Group initially wanted to sell to them were exactly the ones they were using now. Jiang Tianhua's mood instantly darkened. What did the Morgan Group say? When can we get our deposit back? Damn, thinking of that 300 million deposit, Jiang Tianhua felt like a big fool. Initially, when he learned that those aircraft carrier arrestor wires could be used 300 times, he felt incredibly fortunate and thought that the asking price of 15 million was reasonable. Looking back now, Jiang Tianhua really wanted to rush to that country and give them a good beating. Reasonable? What a joke. The market price of this arrestor wire is only worth 10 million in a certain currency, and they dared to sell it to me for 15 million? Damn. Jiang Tianhua gritted his teeth and spat out that curse after holding it in for a long time. As for Jiang Tianhua's anger, the guard naturally knew the reason. After seeing their commander's anger lessen, he responded, Commander, our people are already urging the other side. If they don't deliver by the day after tomorrow, they will have to compensate us 600 million based on the contract, in addition to our advance deposit. Hearing the figure of 600 million, Jiang Tianhua's expression eased slightly. After a long sigh, he slowly said, Fortunately, the Ministry of Defense discovered this early, otherwise, we wouldn't know how much we would lose this time. At this point, Jiang Tianhua also thought of the young man named Su Chun. His eyes filled with appreciation. Remembering the drones used by Hamas on the battlefield, Jiang Tianhua's gaze was filled with envy, but he also felt a bit regretful. Why were these things all army equipment? Couldn't they produce some aircraft carriers or destroyers? Thinking of the smug expressions of those old-timers during the meeting in Kyoto these days, Jiang Tianhua instantly became jealous. He looked at the guard beside him and tentatively asked, Xiao Lu, do you think we could get Su Chun to produce some weapons and equipment for us too? My requirements aren't high. Just a bit larger tonnage would be fine, like a 10,000-ton destroyer or a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier. These are all okay. I'm not picky. Hearing this, the guard rolled his eyes, thinking to himself about 1,000 curses. Is that not picky? Our Navy's most advanced 052D destroyer has a displacement of how much? 6,000 tons. That's right, just 6,000 tons, and even at full load, it's only about 7,000 tons. And you're telling me that a 10,000-ton destroyer is not a high requirement? Not picky, although he harbored some doubts in his heart. The guard ultimately pretended to agree, saying, Commander, while the requirements for a 10,000-ton destroyer aren't very high, this individual has only developed Army equipment and has never been involved with our Navy's assets. Expecting them to design a destroyer of this tonnage is indeed a bit unfair. Listening to the guard's words, Jiang Tianhuan nodded slightly. He was naturally aware of this, but he still felt a sense of regret. Alas, I may be overthinking it. I'm just a bit anxious. Our Navy's firepower is still somewhat lacking. If there are disturbances in our waters during this time, I worry about what we can muster. The guard merely rolled his eyes at the commander's usual anxieties and said nothing. However, this guard might not realize that concerns about insufficient firepower were not exclusive to their fleet. Chapter 97. What does your Coast Guard unit want with this? South Sea Fleet. Naval Base. Inside the command center. Looking at the middle-aged man standing in front of him, the commander of the South Sea Fleet, Chun Xingqiao, felt helpless. He put down his pen, shook his head, and looked at the other party again, speechless. Old Wang, I've already told you. We absolutely will not give you the 052D destroyers. Even if you block me here, there's no room for negotiation on this matter. Seeing Wang Jingde still unmoved, Chun Xingqiao rolled his eyes and continued, I just don't understand. Why does your Coast Guard unit need destroyers? It was one thing when you came to ask for frigates before, but now you want destroyers? And you want the 052D model? No way. Do you know how many 052DS our entire South Sea Fleet has in service? Just get lost. Even if you block me for a month, this matter is absolutely non-negotiable. Chun Xingqiao was truly speechless today. He had woken up early in the morning only to be blocked at his office door by this guy, demanding destroyers. Listening to Chun Xingqiao repeat himself for the 10th time, Wang Jingde remained unfazed. After Chun finished speaking, he put on an innocent expression. Commander Chun, we in the Coast Guard are also very anxious. The enforcement vessels we currently have are seriously lacking in firepower. You don't know, just a few days ago, some of our comrades encountered the Navy from the southern region during enforcement operations. You should have seen how arrogant they were. They almost acted as if they could do whatever they wanted to our comrades. At this point, Wang Jingde glanced at Chun Xingqiao's expression and seeing no reaction, he exaggeratedly added, and that is not even the worst part, Commander Chun. Do you know about the Navy from the neighboring country? Just the day before yesterday, they had the audacity to claim that the island group is theirs. I couldn't take it anymore and drove our enforcement vessel straight at their warship. As he spoke, Wang Jingde's demeanor changed, feeling somewhat wrong. Sigh, if our Coast Guard unit wasn't treated like a stepchild, how could we be bullied like this? If we had more firepower, those guys wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in our territory. After Wang Jingde finished explaining, Chun Xingqiao seemed to have not heard him at all, looking at him with a blank expression. Are you done? Yes, I'm done. Then you can leave. Chun Xingqiao shook his head, feeling a bit speechless. He actually knew about the incidents Wang Jingde mentioned. It was just that the details were somewhat different. Just take the incident with the southern region as an example. If it hadn't been for Wang Jingde showing off after just receiving a batch of 052C destroyers from him, he wouldn't have gone to provoke them in their internal waters. The opposing Navy could no longer tolerate Wang Jingde's arrogant demeanor and engaged in several verbal conflicts. But there were no physical altercations at all. In the end, this guy even had the audacity to blame others for being arrogant. The situation with the Philippine Navy was similar and even more outrageous than that with the southern region. After Wang Jingde received a new batch of warships, he ordered all the vessels of their armed police force to set sail. The Philippine Navy, having never seen such a display, thought that the country was preparing for a confrontation. What happened next? Wang Jingde simply went over and told them that the Zhongsha Islands belonged to their country and warned them not to entertain any improper thoughts, or else they would face consequences. Thinking about these events, Chun Xingqiao felt an impulse to retaliate. He was puzzled as to why a maritime police force would provoke a regular navy in someone else's internal waters. If they were so capable, why not take a stroll around the Pacific? Perhaps even check out the waters of another region. With that thought, Chun Xingqiao couldn't help but glare at the other party again and issued a strict eviction order. Get lost, don't bother me with this. There's no room for negotiation on the 052D issue. Wang Jingde had grown tired of Chun Xingqiao's words and felt no discomfort. Instead, he was all smiles. Trying to negotiate for the 052D destroyer he had been thinking about. What frustrated him was that even until 10 o'clock at night, after nearly exhausting his words, Chen Xingqiao showed no signs of relenting. That night, walking alone along the seaside, Wang Zhengde felt a deep sense of loneliness. He recalled Chen Xingqiao's stubborn demeanor and couldn't help but complain about it until a massive ship came into his view, causing his frustrations to fade. Standing before the enormous 052D, his eyes filled with envy as he reached out his calloused hands to gently caress the metal hull, feeling a sense of enjoyment. After 2 months of production, the batch of steel pipes and drones originally ordered was finally completed. At the moment all production tasks were finished, the entire company erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Su Chun was not surprised by the workers' reactions. After all, just to expedite this batch of orders, he had given each worker at least an extra 10,000 in wages. This was just overtime pay and did not include the bonuses he had promised them earlier. If the bonuses were added, the workers could say that in just 2 months, they had already earned what they would have made in half a year, which was certainly exciting for them. At the moment the order was completed, Su Chun left a group of experienced workers to handle the production of the Type 191 rocket launcher, which had been discussed with Chun earlier, and directly gave the other employees a 3-day vacation. After loading a pile of steel pipes and drones onto the truck, Su Chun had someone load the batch of off-road vehicles ordered by Hunter onto a truck specifically for transporting vehicles. Due to the sheer quantity ordered, Su Chun had previously discussed with Hunter that this batch of goods would be delivered over 3 days. Hunter had no objections to this arrangement, but he had emphasized that their company was in urgent need of these vehicles, so he asked Su Chun to expedite the process. Upon hearing this, Su Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling a wave of sarcasm inside. Still trying to pull a fast one on me. If it weren't for my good fortune, I might have already crossed the bridge of no return. If it weren't for the fact that this order is meant to deal with certain adversarial entities, I would have already fallen out with you. Chapter 98. Su Chin's Secret Admirer. At the dock, just after unloading all the cargo, a few middle-aged men in white robes and checkered headscarves approached. Seeing them, Su Chin guessed that these were the new representatives sent by the company, as Hunter had mentioned earlier, and they were responsible for this order. Although Su Chin felt a bit dissatisfied about being deceived by Hunter, he still thought that trading with him was the most straightforward. The newcomers clearly lacked experience. It took them nearly 3 hours to complete the cargo inspection. It was as if they suspected Su Chun had tampered with the goods. Su Chin rolled his eyes inwardly, feeling a bit sarcastic. Did he really look like someone who enjoyed deceiving friends? The few men from the region didn't find anything wrong with Su Chun's reaction. From the moment they saw him, they were filled with excitement. He was their great benefactor in the Middle East. Without his support in terms of weaponry, the situation for their country could have been disastrous. Given the ambitions of their adversaries, if they managed to occupy all territories, it would undoubtedly lead to further conflicts with other countries in the region. Currently, there were plans to unite forces against several nations simultaneously. The arms they purchased from Su Chun were intended to support these efforts. If those nations fell, their own country could be next. Observing Su Chun's displeasure, the leading man among them smiled warmly and said politely, "Mr. Su, we have completed the inspection of the goods, and everything meets the requirements. Thank you for your support of our nation. We will always remember your friendship." As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Given the politeness shown, Su Chun's irritation faded away. He waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Not at all. Our two nations are indeed allies, and mutual assistance is only natural." After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded with the transfer and loading of goods, which kept them busy until 2 p.m. Looking at the increased amount on his phone, Su Chun was quite pleased, his smile never fading. Once everything was settled, Su Chun prepared to leave. Just then, 4 or 5 young men in police uniforms quickly approached him. Su Chun could clearly see the excitement on their faces. He felt puzzled. It wasn't that he had never seen police officers before, but their uniforms were not ordinary. These were maritime police uniforms. Su Chun remembered that he had never dealt with the Coast Guard before, but looking at the current situation, it was obvious that these people were coming towards him. Could it be that the Coast Guard can now arrest criminals? This thought had just crossed his mind when he shook his head, thinking, "I haven't done anything wrong. And recently, my company has obtained military qualifications. Even if the government discovered my private manufacturing of rocket launchers, it shouldn't be a big deal." While Su Chun was lost in thought, the group of young Coast Guards finally approached him. As they reached him, the leader of the young Coast Guards excitedly asked, "Excuse me, are you Su Chun, Mr. Su?" Su Chin's name might not be very prominent in other parts of the country, but in the current military, whether in the Army, Air Force, or Navy, this name was quite famous. It had basically become a topic of discussion among people. Not only was he young and wealthy, but he was also the genius who developed the type of drone used by Hamas on the battlefield. Moreover, the military off-road vehicle he developed was also well loved by soldiers, with its powerful off-road capabilities and load-bearing capacity earning it titles like Iron Steed of the battlefield and Tough Guy in the military. These Coast Guards, being in their 20s, were full of vigor and energy, and they couldn't resist such excitement. Therefore, upon hearing about such a genius, they were utterly impressed, especially when they learned that Mr. Su was a local from their city. They could practically dream every day about meeting Mr. Su in a certain place in the county, imagining a grand reunion filled with admiration and mutual respect. While they were executing their tasks, they suddenly saw someone whose appearance closely resembled their impression of Mr. Su. So they thought to come over and ask if he was a relative of Mr. Su. What they didn't expect was that upon getting a closer look, they would be astonished to find that the person in front of them was indeed their idol. Seeing the excited expressions on their faces, Su Chin was filled with question marks and had no idea what was happening. He scratched his head and awkwardly said, I am Su Chin. May I ask why you are looking for me? The young Coast Guards, already in a state of excitement, instantly jumped up upon hearing Su Chin's affirmative response. In particular, two of the female Coast Guards grabbed each other's arms, bouncing up and down with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, it's really Mr. Su, the real Mr. Su." Hearing this, Su Chin couldn't help but roll his eyes and silently thought, "Have you ever seen a dead Su Chin?" A few people were excited for a moment, but soon calmed down and remembered that they still had many questions to ask Mr. Su. As for their inquiries, Su Chin naturally answered without reservation. As these individuals were all legitimate government workers, particularly from the influential Coast Guard, they were equipped with firearms, artillery, and warships, and Su Chin certainly did not want to offend them. During the subsequent conversation, Su Chin finally understood their intentions. Feeling the enthusiastic gazes directed at him, he suddenly felt a bit awkward. He had never experienced being treated like an idol before. However, it was indeed quite pleasant. After a while, he managed to suppress that strange feeling and began to inquire about the purpose of their visit. "By the way, what brings you all here today? Are you Coast Guard personnel really that free? Do you have nothing to do all day?" Chapter 99, The Worries of the Coast Guard. Su Chin really just wanted to know the purpose of their visit to the dock today. After all, in Su Chin's impression, the Coast Guards were quite busy. They basically had to conduct maritime law enforcement patrols every day to maintain the security order of the sea areas and combat those engaged in illegal activities at sea. Moreover, some Coast Guards were also responsible for the key protection and management of strategically important islands and sea areas, ensuring the country's maritime rights and the safety of maritime borders. With such a high-intensity task every day, Su Chin couldn't believe that the few people in front of him would have the leisure to stroll around the dock. However, what Su Chin did not expect was that as soon as he finished speaking, the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. The young Coast Guards stood there with awkward expressions, especially the two female Coast Guards, who seemed to harbor a hint of resentment in their eyes upon hearing Su Chin's words. Noticing their expressions, Su Chin immediately realized that what he had just said was indeed a bit impolite. After all, who would meet someone and immediately question whether they were too idle? Su Chin scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, What I just said was a bit too direct. Sorry about that." Direct? Upon hearing this, the young Coast Guards rolled their eyes and couldn't help but think, "So you really do think that about us?" However, they weren't too hurt by Su Chin's slightly rude remarks. After all, geniuses? They all had their quirks to some extent. Comforting themselves with this thought, their expressions quickly returned to normal, and the young leader at the front began to respond to Su Chin's earlier query. Though Su Chin could see that the other person's face looked a bit unpleasant as he spoke. It's just that things have been a bit unstable at sea recently. Director Wong wanted us to come and investigate if there were any unusual occurrences when these cargo ships set sail." Hearing this, Su Chin's brows furrowed tightly. He was quite familiar with the geographical location of Hanqing, as it was not only close to the Bibu Gulf in the south, but also bordered a neighboring country to the southwest. This geographical position meant that their hometown would not be too peaceful, especially with a border of 1,020 kilometers between Hanqing and that neighboring country, making Hanqing the only permanent combat readiness zone in the nation. This was also why it was said online that the military training for students in Hanqing was different from that in other provinces. Because every person from Hansheng had to be vigilant from birth, aware that conflicts and hidden threats from abroad could occur at any time. Since the complete dissolution of that neighboring country on April 1st, 1993, following the planning in the Laozhan area, they had turned to engage in large-scale illegal activities against the nation. For example, a series of criminal activities such as maritime smuggling, fraud, and drug trafficking. This is also the reason why every resident of the city harbors such disdain for the neighboring country. As a native of the city, Su Qin naturally feels a deep-seated hatred for these actions. When he thinks of this, a hint of coldness emanates from his eyes. After a while, he finally suppresses his anger and turns to a few young Coast Guard officers in front of him, asking, "Is it the neighboring country causing trouble again?" The young officers are not surprised by the killing intent that Su Qin exuded earlier, as they know that every resident of the city reacts this way toward the neighboring country. One young man nods, indignantly saying, "Absolutely. Just a few days ago, while we were patrolling our own waters, we encountered a group of their navy. Those rascals not only refused to retreat when they saw us, but they even dared to insult us, claiming that the islands are theirs." As he speaks, the young man's face flushes with anger. Hearing his words, Su Qin also feels furious, wishing he could rush over and deal with those troublemakers immediately. However, after calming his anger, Su Qin feels a bit puzzled and asks again, "Did we not teach those rascals a lesson back then?" The young Coast Guard officer shakes his head in frustration, still angry, and replies, "Well, it's not that we didn't attack them, but you should know, our Coast Guard's equipment is no match for the Navy. The patrol boats we usually use are just outdated frigates from the South China Sea Fleet, with very limited offensive capabilities. Moreover, in recent years, the country has reduced some of our armaments to regulate maritime law enforcement. Now, aside from some light weapons and high-pressure water guns, the only effective weapons we have on our patrol boats are the 76mm close-in guns and the HPJ 87 type 100mm single-barrel naval guns." At this point, the young Coast Guard officer shakes his head with a wry smile, expressing his regrets. "If only we had kept the anti-air missiles that were originally installed on the warships, we could have dealt with those rascals back then." Seeing the young Coast Guard officer's look of discontent, Su Qin nods in agreement, sharing his viewpoint. Given the dangerous geographical location of their city, what's wrong with equipping the Coast Guard patrol boats with some anti-air missiles? In Su Qin's opinion, it wouldn't be excessive to provide the Coast Guard with a few aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines. With this thought, Su Qin habitually strokes his chin, genuinely starting to think of ways to enhance the firepower of the Coast Guard in their city. It's not that Su Qin doesn't know that their Navy in the future uses some advanced weapons, but the weapons used by the Navy are somewhat different from those used by the Army. The main difference lies in the time factor. If you were to ask him to create a rocket launcher or missile for the Army, it wouldn't take much time at all. However, if you want him to build a warship, that's not something that can be completed in just a few months. For example, the 055 class large destroyer that Su Qin is aware of took a total of 5 years from the start of development to completion and then to official service. To expect Su Qin to create such a large destroyer within a few months would be unrealistic. Chapter 100. Preparing for major changes. After thinking for a long time without coming up with a solution, Su Qin felt that he had to personally visit the Coast Guard Bureau. Although the Type 055 destroyer couldn't be built in a short time, he was still quite confident about manufacturing some weaponry, like powerful naval guns. Having made up his mind, Su Qin looked at the few young people and somewhat shyly said, "Could you take me to your Coast Guard Bureau? I'd like to see those law enforcement vessels and see if I can help in any way." The Coast Guard Bureau is a legitimate government department, and one that has attributes related to national armed forces, so the confidentiality of such departments is generally quite high. Therefore, when Su Qin expressed his desire to visit, even he felt it might be a bit presumptuous. However, what Su Qin didn't expect was that the young Coast Guards, upon hearing his intention to visit their bureau and offer assistance, didn't hesitate at all and readily agreed, their expressions showing great excitement. Regarding their slightly enthusiastic reaction, Su Qin simply shrugged it off and didn't mind. Thus, after they agreed, he followed them to the Coast Guard headquarters in Nankai County. At the Coast Guard Bureau, after some time of maritime patrols, it was evident that some staff members wore looks of frustration. Su Qin took a glance and guessed the reason. It must be because the troublesome elements from a neighboring country were once again causing havoc in their territorial waters. Thinking about that neighboring country made Su Qin feel a surge of anger, and he quickened his pace to keep up with the group. The main purpose of his visit to the Coast Guard Bureau was, of course, to inspect those law enforcement vessels, hoping to see if he could develop some high-damage weaponry. However, Su Chun might have underestimated his current influence in the military. Basically, upon hearing that he was visiting the Coast Guard Bureau, everyone put down their work to come and meet this person who they often discussed. As soon as they arrived at the port where the law enforcement vessels were docked, Su Chun noticed dozens of Coast Guards in uniform looking at him with excitement. Is this really Su Chun? I didn't expect him to be so handsome. I thought he would be one of those old guys. Who knew that such a genius capable of developing advanced military equipment would be so young and good-looking? I heard from Xiao Li that Su is here specifically to help us, to enhance our firepower and assist in developing some advanced weaponry. What else more? I heard from Xiao Hu that Su is preparing to help us manufacture a batch of missiles. Missiles? I thought he was here to build an aircraft carrier? That's not right. I heard them say that the general is here this time to help us develop a batch of nuclear submarines. And there seems to be something about carrier-based aircraft too. Is that true? You all sound more and more ridiculous. Obviously, someone leaked the news that the general was coming to assist the Coast Guard, and this information became exaggerated after being passed around by dozens of people. If the general knew about what these people were discussing, his eyes would probably pop out in disbelief. When the general approached these people, a wave of cheers erupted, mostly expressing gratitude towards him. Feeling the intense gaze of the crowd, the general smiled awkwardly and exchanged pleasantries with everyone before following a few young Coast Guards onto one of their law enforcement vessels. In fact, the general knew that the Coast Guard's law enforcement vessels were basically retired warships from the Navy that had been converted. To transform a warship into a Coast Guard vessel, it was necessary to remove some heavy weaponry, such as the original missile vertical launch systems and large-caliber close-in weapon systems. The general originally thought that even after removing some military equipment, the law enforcement vessel would still have some striking capability, since it was still fundamentally a warship. However, when he saw the law enforcement vessels for the first time, he immediately frowned. Where was the capability to strike at enemies? It hardly resembled a warship at all. It had been modified beyond recognition. Especially after inspecting the law enforcement vessel converted from a Type 052C destroyer, the general felt an urge to curse. Not only were there no air defense missiles, but even the anti-ship missiles had been removed. Most importantly, the two 730 close-in weapon systems originally on the sides of the warship had been replaced with 76mm caliber guns. The only military weapon that seemed to be retained was the HPJ-87 Type 100mm single-barreled naval gun located on the bow deck. Looking at the bare deck, the general felt extremely frustrated. How could they enforce law at sea with such limited weaponry? How were they supposed to face the Navy of the southern neighbor? The general rolled his eyes, genuinely puzzled as to why the Navy removed these weapons when handing over the warships to the Coast Guard. Couldn't they leave a few behind? At least equipping them with a couple of anti-ship missiles would be reasonable. After a while, the general sighed deeply and shook his head helplessly. It seemed he would have to upgrade all the weapons on the law enforcement vessel. With this determination in mind, he began to carefully inspect the weapons on the vessel. Each time he reached a location with installed weaponry, he would stop and ponder. Well, this 76mm close-in weapon system can no longer be used. It needs to be replaced with the 1130 type close-in weapon system, otherwise it will be difficult to engage the enemy. Also, this anti-ship missile must all be installed, and it has to be changed to a certain type of anti-ship missile. Otherwise, when facing certain naval vessels, we won't have any effective means. Furthermore, this 100mm main gun also needs to be replaced with a 130mm caliber. No. The vertical launch system for missiles must also be fully installed. Otherwise, the firepower is just too weak. Watching Su Chun frown and nod repeatedly, the Coast Guard officers following him looked completely bewildered. The 1130 type close-in weapon system? Certain anti-ship missiles? Vertical launch systems? They might know a bit about the vertical launch system since the vessel they were on, modified from a certain type of destroyer, originally had a vertical launch system, but it was removed during the modification. However, what on earth are the 1130 type close-in weapon system and certain anti-ship missiles? They had never heard of them before. Chapter 101, Type 1130 Close-in Weapon System. As for the confusion of a few individuals, Su Chun was completely oblivious at the moment. His mind was solely focused on how to install the weapons from the Type 055 destroyer onto this law enforcement vessel. Indeed, during the journey here, Su Chun had already searched the system for relevant manufacturing methods regarding the Type 055 destroyer. as the first domestically developed 10,000-ton class destroyer. Its comprehensive performance can be considered top-notch even in future contexts. Its displacement not only surpasses the 10,000-ton mark, but is also over 5,000 tons greater than that of the previous generation 052D destroyer. Compared to the 052D, the Type 055 destroyer has made significant enhancements in terms of power. Directly equipped with 4 CGT, 25M gas turbines, with a total power output of at least 112 megawatts and a maximum speed reaching 36 knots. Furthermore, in terms of armament, the Type 055 destroyer is also significantly ahead, notably equipped with 48 more vertical launch system cells than the 052D, capable of launching various missiles for air defense, anti-ship, anti-submarine, and land attack, including multiple hypersonic ballistic missiles. As for the Type 1130 close-in weapon system, it goes without saying. This naval gun, dubbed the 10,000 rounds gun or firepower blaster by military enthusiasts, boasts a firing rate of over 10,000 rounds per minute, sending chills down the spines of any enemies attempting to approach it. Of course, as one of the most advanced destroyers in the future, the Type 055 is equipped with many more advanced weapons. However, Su Chun did not intend to install all these weapons on this law enforcement vessel, but rather select a few heavy firepower options. After all, fitting so many advanced weapons on a maritime law enforcement vessel would indeed be somewhat exaggerated. Su Chun spent nearly an hour finalizing the installation details for all the weapons. With all the plans in mind, a smile finally appeared on his face. If these weapons were installed on the law enforcement vessels, the maritime police in Nanshan County would no longer be bullied by those from the neighboring country during patrols. At this moment, Su Chun also remembered that he had been at the Maritime Police Bureau for quite some time without meeting the person in charge here. He decided to ask the maritime police officers nearby. After all, such a significant matter should be reported to their leadership, right? However, when Su Chun turned to look at the few individuals beside him, he found them staring at him with blank expressions. Upon seeing their demeanor, Su Chun felt a bit bewildered, scratched his head, and asked with some confusion, is there something wrong? As Su Chun's voice echoed, the group snapped out of their previous confusion, looking at him intently. The leading Coast Guard officer, feeling a bit embarrassed, said, Mr. Su, I would like to ask, what are the original names of the 1130 close-in weapon system and the YJ-18 anti-ship missile? Clearly, they still thought that the weapons Su Chun mentioned earlier were renamed versions of others. After all, their Coast Guard Bureau is also part of the National Armed Forces, and they had some understanding of the weapons produced by their country. In their impression, the country did not have such models of close-in weapons and missiles. Upon hearing the inquiry, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a chuckle. Oh, these weapons were something I came up with after discussing some matters with the commander of the 2nd Artillery Brigade of the Southern Military District, Chin Erliai. A few days ago, worried they might overthink it, he added, these weapons are still in their infancy. Developing them won't be easy. However, if they can be successfully developed, they will surely enhance the capabilities of our Coast Guard Bureau significantly, at least in the future. When we encounter the Navy of the southern neighbor, we will be able to retaliate effectively. Su Chun then explained some basic performance characteristics of these weapons to the group. However, after hearing his explanations, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. A close-in weapon system that can fire 11,000 rounds per minute, and it can simultaneously lock onto at least 40 targets? And the range is even 5,000 meters? Could this really be the close-in weapon system they were familiar with? Could their country really develop such a system? Not to mention the 76mm close-in weapon system mounted on their enforcement vessels. Even the latest 052D destroyer equipped with the 730 close-in weapon system only fires a little over 4,000 rounds per minute at high rates. If the rate drops, that number would be even lower. Yet now they were being told that there was a close-in weapon system capable of firing 11,000 rounds per minute. Clearly, compared to the performance of the YJ-18 anti-ship missile, they were even more astonished by the 1130 close-in weapon system that Su Chun had just mentioned. The gap in capability was simply too vast. Su Chun, seeing their reactions, was not surprised and decided not to explain further. He directly asked, "Is Director Wong still at the office? I have some matters I would like to discuss with him." Still immersed in the shock of the earlier data, the group finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Su Chen's words. After a while, they managed to suppress the lingering astonishment. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, but Director Wong is probably still at the South Sea Fleet and hasn't returned yet. South Sea Fleet. Hearing that the other party was from the naval fleet in a certain region, Su Chun felt a hint of curiosity. The few people opposite him also noticed Su Chen's curiosity. The young leader awkwardly said, didn't our country recently develop a new destroyer? Director Wong was thinking. Could we ask the naval fleet for one to enhance the firepower of our Coast Guard team? Upon hearing the explanation, Su Chen suddenly understood. However, now that he realized this, he began to admire the unfamiliar Director Wong, who truly worked tirelessly to safeguard the security of the nation's territorial waters. Chapter 102. Wang Zhengda's excitement. Since Director Wong is not at the Maritime Police Bureau right now, Su Chun decided to head back first. After all, it wouldn't make sense to discuss such a significant matter with these young individuals in front of him. Moreover, there are still a lot of things waiting for him at his company. He had promised Chen Early-Eye that the testing work for the 191 type rocket launcher would be completed within 3 months, with the first batch of orders delivered in 5 months, and all orders delivered within a year. This is currently the top priority for their company. Additionally, equipping all enforcement vessels of the Maritime Police Bureau with heavy weaponry is not something that can be done in a short time. It requires careful planning. Having made up his mind, Su Chun bid farewell to the few people in front of him, saying, "All right then, since Director Wong is not here, I'll head back. If Director Wong returns later, please let him know that if the Maritime Police Bureau wants to upgrade its weapons, they can contact me. If there is no such need, then that is fine." Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the young maritime police officers opposite him instantly panicked, and they couldn't help but start criticizing their leader in their hearts. Why did he have to go to the South Sea Fleet for so long? Now this great opportunity is just gone. They knew how powerful the weapons Su Chun mentioned were, a close-in weapon system that could fire over 10,000 rounds per minute. And Su Chun was also planning to install a missile launch system on their enforcement vessels, with a total of 120 vertical launch units. If this were to succeed, they would be able to navigate the waters of neighboring countries with ease. Even areas belonging to other nations wouldn't be off limits. But now, thinking of this, several young maritime police officers truly felt like they wanted to confront their leader. As for the reactions of the few individuals, Su Chen found them somewhat perplexing, but he didn't pay much attention. After a brief conversation with them, he set off back to his company. At the entrance of the Maritime Police Bureau, as they watched Su Chen leave, the young officers were filled with excitement. Once the vehicle driven by Su Chen disappeared from their sight, they didn't hesitate to pull out their phones and call their leader, Wang Zhengda. South Sea Fleet Command Center. Wang Zhengda was squatting at the entrance of Chun Xingqiao's office, looking troubled, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth as he puffed away. The ground around him already littered with cigarette butts. Just as Wang Zhengda extinguished his cigarette, a familiar voice suddenly reached his ears. "Why haven't you left yet? Didn't I tell you? There's no negotiation on the 052D issue. Even if you stay here for a year, I won't agree." Hearing these words for what felt like the 100th time, Wang Zhengda showed no signs of annoyance. Instead, upon seeing Chun Xingqiao, he quickly stood up and jogged over with a hint of flattery on his face. "Brother Chun, you must have had a tough time with today's training. Here, have a cigarette." Looking at his former friend in such a state, Chun Xingqiao exhaled deeply, trying to suppress the urge to give him a piece of his mind. After taking the cigarette from Wang Zhengda, Chun Xingqiao earnestly said, "Old Wang, it's not that I'm unwilling to help you, but the 052D is our country's latest developed destroyer. Even our South Sea Fleet has only a few in service. How can I just give you one? Moreover, the country has clearly stipulated that any ships provided to you in the future must have all heavy weaponry removed. What is the point of being fixated on the 052D when there won't be any military weapons? Aren't the few 052CS we already sent to your Coast Guard enough?" After saying this, Chun Xingqiao sighed again, his face filled with helplessness. Yet, despite Chen's lengthy explanation, Wang Zhengda remained unmoved, even responding with a pitiful expression. "I don't care. If you don't give me a 052D this time, I'm not going back. Those old ships we have in the Coast Guard are just embarrassing to take out. It would be better to leave them sitting at the port collecting dust." Hearing Wang Zhengda's stubbornness, Chun Xingqiao raised his arm, still holding the cigarette, ready to give him a good slap. However, just as he lifted his hand, a sudden urgent ringtone broke the tension. "I'm gazing at the moon above. How many dreams are soaring freely?" Blushing from embarrassment, Wang Zhengda awkwardly smiled at Chun Xingqiao before pulling out his phone from his pocket, slightly annoyed as he said, "Who is it? Don't they know I'm busy right now?" Before he could finish, an anxious voice came from the other end. "Director Wong, you need to hurry back. General Su Chun just came to our Coast Guard and said he has a way to help us improve the firepower of our enforcement vessels." Su Chun. Upon hearing that name, Wang Jingde was momentarily stunned, struggling to remember who this person was, though he felt a sense of familiarity. After a brief moment of confusion, he recalled who Su Chun was. "Oh, you mean the one who developed the six-wing heavy-lift stealth drone?" "Yes, Director Wong. It's General Su from Nanning County. He just visited our Maritime Police Bureau and proposed a set of weapon improvement plans for our enforcement vessels. However, since you were not at the Bureau, General Su decided to wait until you returned to discuss the specific matters." Hearing this, Wang Jingde immediately became excited, as he was quite familiar with Su Chen's achievements. The other party not only developed drones capable of carrying around 300 kilograms, but also created technology to overcome the obstacles posed by certain foreign powers regarding aircraft carriers. Moreover, the technologies he submitted to the government back then also caused quite a stir within the national administration. Technologies like the J-10 stealth coating, T-30 carbon fiber composite materials, the all-terrain vehicle Zhongtian Jiaolong, and all solid-state plasma batteries. Which of these technologies isn't a global challenge? Chapter 103. Chun Xingqiao's Confusion. Take the stealth coating developed by Su Chun for the J-10, for example. This stealth coating not only addresses the issues of stealth materials and interference from high-frequency electromagnetic waves, but it has also achieved full-band stealth technology. Its shielding methods cover various electromagnetic wave interferences from low to high frequencies, and it can even block all infrared detection. He had already heard that the Aviation Research Institute was preparing to apply Su Chen's J-10 stealth coating along with T-30 carbon fiber materials to the airframe of the country's first fifth-generation fighter jet, which is currently in the experimental phase. This is cutting-edge research, and if successful, the nation's first fifth-generation fighter jet could surpass the long-serving advanced fighter jet from another country as soon as it is unveiled. Thinking back to the various events that have occurred within the country during this period, Wang Jingde could hardly hide his excitement, his face flushed from rapid breathing. Even Chun Xingqiao, who had been smoking and watching curiously, was taken aback by Wang Jingde's reaction. Before Chun Xingqiao could say anything, he saw Wang Jingde, still in a state of excitement, exclaim in disbelief, "What did you say? A rate of fire exceeding 10,000 rounds per minute?" Clearly, Wang Jingde was equally shocked upon hearing about the 1130 close-in weapon system. The young Coast Guard officers on the other end of the line did not find their superiors' shock surprising. They continued, "Yes, Director Wong, not only did Mr. Su say he would equip our law enforcement vessels with this close-in weapon system, but he also mentioned that if our Coast Guard Bureau agrees, he would install the latest vertical launch missile system on our vessels as well." Hearing the subordinate from the Coast Guard reiterate what Su Chun had mentioned about the new vertical launch system, Wang Jingde nearly fainted. If it weren't for Chun Xingqiao's quick reflexes, he might have collapsed to the ground. "Old Wang, what's wrong? Is there a situation with the South?" Seeing Wang Jingde's increasingly intense reaction, Chun Xingqiao asked anxiously. His mind was a jumbled mess, completely unable to comprehend what his friend had just said. A close-in weapon system that can fire over 10,000 rounds per minute? 120 vertical launch missile units? What does any of this mean? Does our country even have such weapons? And a close-in weapon system that can fire over 10,000 rounds per minute? Do you know about our country's latest developed 052D destroyer? What is the rate of fire of the 730 close-in weapon system mounted on it? Although Chun Xingqiao did not fully understand what his friend was talking about, seeing his friend in such a state made him anxious, fearing something might have truly gone wrong. Could it be that the reason for this was that he hadn't provided them with the 052D? Looking at Wang Jingde, whose face was flushed and breathing rapid, Chun Xingqiao beside him was genuinely a bit panicked at this moment. Supporting Wang with both hands, he began to shake him repeatedly. "Dude, you can't really have lost your mind, can you? Wake up, wake up. Don't scare me like this. I can get you the advanced ship, just don't lose your mind. We can talk about anything." However, no matter how Chun Xingqiao called out, Wang Jingde remained in place, his eyes filled with disbelief. This situation lasted for nearly 2 minutes, and Chun Xingqiao had already asked the guards to notify the military doctor. Seeing his friend's complexion finally improve, Chun Xingqiao was overjoyed, almost bursting into tears, hugging Wang Jingde. "Old Wang, you're finally okay. You know you almost scared me to death just now." However, before he finished speaking, A regained focus, Wang Jingde turned and walked towards the command post's entrance, completely ignoring his words. Hey, old Wang, where are you going? The doctor will be here soon. You should get a good checkup. Chen Xingqiao tried to stop his friend, but no matter how he called out, Wang Jingde showed no reaction and continued to head towards the door. Watching him like this, Chen Xingqiao's heart tightened again, and he instinctively wanted to step forward to block him. But before he could take 2 steps, Wang Jingde, who had already reached the entrance, turned back and smiled at him. Old Chen, I heard everything just now. You said you would give the advanced ship to our Coast Guard agency, and that can't be fake. After I finish my matters, I'll come find you. Hearing this, Chen Xingqiao's right foot, which he had just lifted, immediately went back down. He looked up, glancing left and right, his face filled with confusion. What advanced ship? I never said that. As for Chen Xingqiao's reaction, Wang Jingde paid no attention, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. He still had very important matters to deal with back home. If what those subordinates from the Coast Guard agency said was true, then why would he need the advanced ship? He could just convert the patrol boat into a warship, right? After Wang Jingde left, Chen Xingqiao, who had just been playing dumb, quickly returned to normal. Looking in the direction Wang Jingde had left, he couldn't help but chuckle and scold softly. You little rascal. Almost fooled me. Luckily I'm clever. At Zhongtian Industrial Group, when Su Chen arrived at his company, he did not head to his office, but went straight to the research department for the Model 191 rocket launcher. Currently, there were about 100 personnel involved in the research of the Model 191, all personally selected by Su Chen. And among them were a few responsible individuals whom he had commissioned Feng Jingxin to hire from the Military Research Institute at a high salary, experienced researchers. Su Chen currently has the complete set of blueprints for the 191 type rocket artillery. However, he feels somewhat uneasy about handing over the production of such advanced artillery to inexperienced personnel. Therefore, after finalizing all matters with Chen Erliai, Su Chen contacted Feng Jingxin the next day to see if he could hire a few experienced missile experts from the National Military Equipment Research Institute. Since it became known that the advanced drones and off-road vehicles used by Hamas on the battlefield were manufactured by Su Chen, the high-ranking officials in the country have placed great importance on this young man. Consequently, when Su Chen made his request, Feng Jingxin did not hesitate and immediately agreed. Moreover, Feng Jingxin was also aware of Su Chen's plans to develop the 191 type rocket artillery. When he first heard the news, he was incredibly excited. A 750mm caliber rocket, secondary range extension, a range exceeding 600 kilometers. Most importantly, this rocket artillery features modular loading. Upon hearing these figures, Feng Jingxin's face turned red with excitement. The kind of data he never even dared to dream about suddenly reached his ears. How could he not be thrilled? Chapter 104. The development of the 191 rocket launcher is complete. Zhongtian Industrial Group, 191 rocket launcher RD department. As soon as Su Chen entered the RD department, he was greeted by a scene of bustling activity. All personnel were methodically handling their tasks. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled and nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the attitude of the staff. In fact, there are only a few key challenges in the manufacturing of the 191 rocket launcher. These primarily include the development of a high-precision guidance system, the production of long-range and high-power rockets, the manufacturing of modular launch boxes, the development of a highly mobile chassis, and the testing and calibration of the integrated systems equipped on the 191 rocket launcher. Among these, mobility might be the simplest aspect. Su Chen directly used the WS-2400 off-road chassis as a template, modifying the original 8x8 chassis into a 12x12 version. The rest was basically just slight modifications based on the modular launchbox design. As for the other challenges, it's not that they are particularly difficult, but relatively speaking, they are slightly more complex than the entire launch vehicle's manufacturing process. Take the guidance system of the 191 rocket launcher, for example. It uses a combination of inertial guidance and satellite guidance. In the original design documents Su Chen created, all the key points were marked. Inertial guidance relies on high-precision inertial measurement components to sense changes in its own posture, speed, and other states, thereby controlling the missile or rocket to fly toward the target. As long as the production and error issues of high-precision inertial measurement components are resolved, the entire inertial guidance technology is essentially complete. Currently, Su Chen's company lacks nothing except for high-precision machine tools. After Feng Jingxin and others returned, they quickly sent a batch of the most advanced processing machinery available domestically. With these advanced machine tools, manufacturing a small inertial measurement component is quite straightforward. As for the satellite guidance system, it poses slightly more difficulty. Not only does it require the production of a highly precise measurement component to stabilize the reception of navigation signals from satellites, but it also needs to effectively address external interference issues. After all, one cannot launch a missile while worrying about being jammed by electromagnetic waves or having the satellite signals tampered with by adversaries. However, despite the challenges of satellite guidance, Su Chin's design documents provide perfect solutions. As long as the staff follows the design methods outlined in the documents, there should be no issues. What troubles Su Chin now is the manufacturing of the rockets themselves. The fuel loading section is manageable, but the warhead poses a significant challenge. If any staff member makes a mistake during production, wouldn't the entire company be in jeopardy? Upon thinking of this, Su Chin instinctively nodded, believing that the manufacturing of the rockets should be addressed last. At the very least, he needed to find a remote, uninhabited area before he could begin production. Before long, 3 months had swiftly passed. In a desolate mountainous region, over 100 staff members, including Su Chin, stood on a wide expanse of land. In front of them was a military green launch vehicle with 6 enormous rockets mounted above it, each with a caliber of 750 millimeters. As they gazed at the Type 191 rocket launcher, it wasn't just Su Chin who felt a sense of awe. Everyone present displayed signs of shock. Particularly, the researchers he had hired at high salaries from the Military Research Institute were visibly excited at the sight of this rocket launcher. They were experts in the field of missiles and had a deep understanding of rockets, fully aware of the difficulty in achieving a range of over 100 kilometers. Yet now, they were not only witnessing it, but also participating in its research and production. Most importantly, this so-called rocket had not only surpassed the 100-kilometer range, but had even reached the range of some medium-range ballistic missiles. Moreover, this rocket launcher had made significant improvements not just in range, but also in lethal radius and strike accuracy. Feeling the excitement in the crowd, Su Chin clapped his hands and said with a smile, "All right, since the development is complete, let's contact the Southern Military District." After all, it was a rocket launcher, and Su Chin wasn't foolish enough to drive such a large vehicle around urban roads. If encountered by some confused individuals, they might mistakenly think he was a terrorist. In a training ground of the Southern Military District, Commander Chen Erlei was directing his soldiers to conduct a second round of volleys at a target 3 kilometers ahead. Prepare. Fire. With the simple command, the deafening sound of cannon fire echoed throughout the training ground. Boom, boom, boom. Observing the target area through binoculars, Chen Erlei shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. Not far away, a few officers were gathered, chattering amongst themselves about what they were seeing. What's up with Chen Erlei? Ever since he went to Nanshan County, he's been so distracted. Distracted? That guy is practically obsessed. He spends all his time fiddling with those rocket launchers. Who knows what he's up to? Do you think Su Chin might have said something to him? Like about some impressive weapon? Upon hearing this, the other officers pondered for a moment before they all began to nod in agreement. I see that this guy is basically only interested in heavy weaponry and nothing else. Clearly, after Chen Erlei returned from a meeting with a certain individual, he did not inform his friends about the 191 type rocket launcher. In the entire Southern Military District, only Chen Erlei and a certain person know about this matter. Ever since Chen Erlei learned about the 191 type rocket launcher, he has shown little interest in the current rocket launchers in the Army. In fact, upon witnessing the power of the most advanced rocket launcher in their country, the 3 type, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. What a piece of junk. The error margin reached 40 meters, and the lethal radius is so small. Hearing Chen Erlei's complaints, the nearby officers could only smile wryly and shake their heads, clearly having heard similar remarks many times over this period. However, everyone was genuinely curious about what kind of persuasive arguments that certain individual had used to influence this guy. Just as their curiosity piqued, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly reached their ears. Chapter 105. New weapons from a certain country? At this moment, Chen Erlei, who was already feeling a bit displeased, couldn't help but frown slightly upon hearing the commotion behind him. Just as he was about to reprimand the person, unexpectedly, before he could say a word, the soldier who had just run up to him spoke first. "Commander Chen, we received a call from Nanshan County." Hearing this, Chen Erlei instantly became excited, completely forgetting his earlier gloom. The officers nearby, seeing Chen Erlei's sudden change in demeanor after hearing the soldier's words, also felt curious. Just as they were about to step forward to eavesdrop on the conversation, Chun Early-Eye's slightly agitated voice came first. "Let's go. Hurry and take me there." With those words, everyone saw Chun Early-Eye pulling the soldier towards a certain direction of the training ground. Witnessing this scene, not only were the officers bewildered, but even the artillerymen who had just been training were equally confused. "Wait, is Commander Chun just leaving like this? What about us? Should we continue training?" Dozens of artillerymen exchanged glances, each with question marks on their foreheads. However, Chun Early-Eye had no time to care about their reactions. His mind was filled with the 191 type rocket launcher that Su Chun had mentioned to him. The 3-month deadline they had initially agreed upon had already arrived. And in these past few days, he had been eagerly waiting for Su Chun to provide an accurate update. But no matter how long he waited, there was no news from Su Chun. Even yesterday, when he called, the line was not connected, which only added to his anxiety. He had already decided that if he couldn't get in touch with Su Chun in the next 2 days, he would personally go to Nanshan County to see what stage the development of the 191 type rocket launcher was at. Finally, in this anxious waiting, Su Chun took the initiative to contact him today, and Chun Early-Eye was so excited at this moment that he felt like he could fly to Nanshan County immediately. Due to the restrictions on communication devices within the military, Chun Early-Eye could only contact Su Chun through a specially secured phone during training. After a moment, accompanied by a guard, Chun Early-Eye finally arrived at his office. "Hello, is this Director Su? I'm Chun Early-Eye. Has the development of the rocket launcher been completed?" Without any hesitation, he went straight to the point as soon as the call was connected. On the other end of the line, hearing Su Chin's panting voice, he was puzzled and thought to himself, is the training intensity in the military really this high? Is it that exhausting just to answer a phone call? Feeling curious, Su Chin shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it further. He smiled and responded, "Yes, Commander Chun, the 191 type rocket launcher has been developed. Please send someone from the military to take it over. I'm worried that if I bring it directly to your military district, it might cause some issues." After receiving Su Chin's affirmative response, Chun Early-Eye's heart filled with joy, and he quickly said, "All right, I will gather personnel immediately and head over right away. I will contact you on my phone shortly, and you can send me your address then." After saying this, Chun Early-Eye informed Su Chun of some precautions before hastily hanging up the phone. "Quick, gather a company of soldiers, and notify the Air Force to prepare a transport aircraft for my trip." In the military, urgently mobilizing troops is no small matter. So when the guard heard the commander say this, he looked serious and asked, "Commander Chun, should we report this to the higher-ups?" Upon hearing the guard's reminder, Chun Early-Eye, who was still in shock, quickly nodded and picked up the phone again to dial the Ministry of Defense. In the capital, at the Ministry of Defense office, due to the recent turmoil in the Middle East, the Ministry of Defense has been holding emergency meetings every so often. However, this meeting is somewhat different from those held a few months ago. Everyone present wore a serious expression. Among those in attendance were 2 special figures, Zhou Maoda, the director of the Military Equipment Research Institute, and Qian Xiuwen, the director of the Aviation Research Institute. As the presentation on the large screen concluded, the meeting room fell silent, with no one speaking, and everyone appeared exceptionally serious. After a long moment, observing the crowd's reaction, Feng Jingxin let out a long breath and, with a grave expression, asked, "What do you all think about the rocket launcher used by a certain country in the Syrian war zone?" However, the attendees seemed to ignore Feng Jingxin's inquiry, still immersed in thoughts about the new type of rocket launcher seen in the recent footage. As time passed without anyone responding, Feng Jingxin remained calm, quietly waiting, though his mind was also consumed by thoughts of the newly deployed rocket launcher. Indeed, the urgent meeting convened by the Ministry of Defense was due to the recent deployment of several new heavy weapon systems in the Middle Eastern battlefield. What drew the attention of Feng Jingxin and others was the latest rocket launcher developed by that country, the M142-foot HIMARS high-mobility rocket system. This rocket artillery not only utilizes a guidance system that integrates GPS global positioning and inertial guidance, but it also employs the latest developed propellant from its home country. Such upgrades have enabled this rocket artillery to control its strike accuracy within a range of 20 meters, and its rocket range has also surpassed the 300-kilometer mark for the first time, reaching an impressive maximum range of 380 kilometers. Moreover, this rocket artillery can simultaneously launch 6 300mm caliber M26A2 heavy rockets. However, what astonished observers like Feng Jingxin even more is that this artillery can also launch 4 ATA Army tactical missiles at the same time. This has transformed it from merely being a rocket launcher to a missile launcher. Although everyone present had heard about the development of the Type 191 rocket artillery by Su Chun, none had truly seen it. And they were somewhat skeptical about the data Su Chun provided. It is understandable, as the figures mentioned by Su Chun seemed too extraordinary. One might wonder which country would manufacture rockets with a caliber of 750 millimeters. Is this a rocket or a missile? They also wanted to ask Su Chun if the rocket artillery he mentioned could really achieve a range exceeding 600 kilometers and maintain strike accuracy within a 10-meter range. These figures were previously unimaginable. They wouldn't even dare to dream about them. Nevertheless, due to their trust in Su Chun, they were very much looking forward to this rocket artillery. If it were successfully developed and truly performed as Su Chun claimed, it would undoubtedly significantly enhance their country's ground strike capabilities. Chapter 106. Let's go. Recalling the destructive power of the recent rocket artillery from a certain country on the Syrian army, everyone's brows furrowed deeper. After a moment's pause, Owen Yin slowly spoke up. The rocket artillery used by the military of that country serves as a wake-up call for us. Our nation must increase investment in the research and development of rocket artillery and missiles. We can no longer just optimize and improve the weapons we have already produced. We must develop a groundbreaking ground strike weapon. As Owen Yan's words echoed, the others present nodded in agreement. However, Zhou Maoda, standing nearby, had a somewhat grim expression. After struggling for a while, he addressed the group. Currently, our military-industrial strength still lags behind that of the other country. It's indeed quite difficult to develop a rocket artillery with such performance in a short time. Upon hearing Zhou Maoda's statement, the expressions of those present immediately fell. Although they felt reluctant, this was the reality. Despite the remarkable progress their nation had made in recent years, it was indeed unrealistic to think they could surpass that country with just this level of development. Based on their estimates, given the current pace of development, it would take at least another 30 years to fully surpass them. But this was merely speculation. No one knew what the future would hold for their nation or for that country. Just as everyone fell into silence, the commander of the Eastern Theater, Zheng Hoen, turned to Owen Yin and asked, "Old Owen, didn't Su Chun say he could develop that rocket artillery in 3 months? Why haven't we heard anything yet?" Aside from the situation in the Middle East, the most concerning topic for their nation was indeed Su Chun. When they first heard about the performance of the rocket artillery he mentioned, they were almost overwhelmed with excitement. It was a rocket artillery that could serve as a missile launcher. If their military were equipped with it, they wouldn't just be living comfortably. They might even stand toe-to-toe with that country. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Owen Yin could only smile wryly and shake his head. Just as he was about to share the information he had received from Chun Erliai during this period, an urgent knocking at the door interrupted him. The sudden knocking stirred a surge of anger within everyone. Who on earth was so clueless? Didn't they know they were in a meeting? Feng Jingxin's expression was also not pleasant. As the Minister of Defense, it was quite embarrassing for his subordinates to be so inconsiderate. "Come in," Feng Jingxin said irritably towards the door. As his words fell, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked in. Upon seeing the newcomer, everyone present was instantly puzzled, as they knew this person would not make such an inappropriate move. The person who arrived was none other than the Secretary-General of the Ministry of Defense, Gu Qingyu. Ignoring the confusion on everyone's faces, Gu Qingyu approached and directly revealed the news just received from the Southern Theater Command. "Leaders, I just received a call from the commander of the 2nd Artillery Brigade of the Southern Military District, Chun Erliai, requesting the authority to mobilize troops and transport aircraft to move the Type 191 rocket artillery back to the military district for testing." Upon hearing Gu Qingyu's words, everyone, including Feng Jingxin, stood up in disbelief. Wow, they really developed it? However, the disbelief on their faces was quickly replaced by excitement. They knew how extraordinary the rocket artillery mentioned by Su Chun was. Without hesitation, Feng Jingxin, who was in the main position, said, "Approve Chun Erliai's request and let him go immediately." After saying this, no one was interested in continuing the meeting. Discussions about any foreign rocket artillery were irrelevant. Nothing could compare to their own country's upcoming rocket artillery. With this in mind, Feng Jingxin quickly turned to Gu Qingyu and said, "Hurry and contact a helicopter for me. I need to go to the Southern Military District immediately." The Southern Military District. Knowing that their leader was attending a meeting in the capital today, Chun Erliai had directly called the Ministry of Defense office. Although he hadn't received personal approval from his leader, the ministry's approval was equally valid. After all, without Feng Jingxin's approval, Would the staff dare to agree to his request to mobilize troops? That would be suicidal. Once he received the approval, Chun Early wasted no time and instructed the nearby guard, notify Lu Hong from the artillery battalion to send a company of personnel to the Air Force immediately. The discipline of the military was top-notch. As soon as Chun Early issued the order, the troops were already assembled and waiting on the parade ground for further instructions. At a training ground, Lu Hong stood in front of a line of soldiers, seriously reviewing the troops. Do your best. When you go out on the mission later, don't embarrass us in the artillery battalion. Yes. With Lu Hong's booming voice, over 100 soldiers standing in neat formation responded loudly and earnestly. Soon, Chun Early arrived on site without any delay. After briefly explaining the mission, he led the group to the Air Force base to prepare for transport to the southern county. Upon hearing the mission details, the soldiers were curious about the Type 191 rocket artillery their brigade commander had just mentioned. When was the Type 191 developed? Why hadn't they heard about it before? Didn't their country just upgrade the Type 03 rocket artillery? How long has it been since a new rocket artillery system was developed? I wonder how it compares to our Type 03. Everyone quiet down. Hearing the soldiers' murmurs of confusion, Lu Hong in the front frowned and scolded loudly. Meanwhile, the news about Chun Early urgently assembling his team and leaving the military district spread throughout the southern military region in just a short time. Soon, the entire military district began to discuss it, especially the officers at the brigade level and above, who were particularly curious when they learned that Chun Early would be using a transport aircraft. They speculated about what exactly happened during Chun Early's trip to the southern county. Chapter 107 Missiles. The county did not have an airport, so this time, Chun Early and his team had to first land their transport aircraft at a civilian airport in a nearby city, and then drive military vehicles to the location where Su Chun was situated. When the air traffic control department of that city received notice that the military was coming, they were taken aback, initially thinking that some trouble was brewing. However, upon learning that the military was only there to carry out a mission, they breathed a sigh of relief. Within an hour, the route for the military transport aircraft was confirmed. Naturally, military operations require confidentiality, so the relevant air traffic control department ensured that there were no unauthorized personnel in the area while planning the route. This led to some confused civilians protesting, as they had just been about to board their flights when they were suddenly informed of delays. They felt it was absurd since the planes were right in front of them. Of course, the airport had multiple runways, and the air traffic control department had only requisitioned a few of them, not all. Thus, the delayed flights were only held up for about an hour, causing minimal inconvenience to the passengers. Once the passengers understood the true reason for the delay, they expressed their understanding. However, once the air traffic control department confirmed the route, all windows in the boarding lounges were covered with cloth by the staff, and all passenger aircraft windows were tightly closed, preventing anyone from seeing the activities on the airport runway. Observing the airport's serious demeanor, those who were puzzled began to wonder about the nature of the military's mission. Given the stringent security measures, they had not seen a single soldier from the moment they arrived at the airport until they finally boarded the aircraft. After 3 hours of arduous travel, Chun Early and the more than 100 fully armed soldiers behind him finally arrived at the mountainous area where Su Chun was located. Upon seeing the massive launch vehicle, everyone, including Chun Early, couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. As artillery soldiers, they were naturally familiar with weapons like rocket launchers, and it was precisely this familiarity that made them feel so astounded when they saw the rocket launcher developed by Su Chun. This thing, aside from resembling a rocket launcher in appearance, was essentially nothing like the ones they were accustomed to seeing. Especially when they spotted the 6 extremely oversized rockets on the launch vehicle, a chill ran down their spines. Was this really a rocket? For a moment, the soldiers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Didn't the brigade commander say we were here to transport rockets? How did it turn into transporting missiles? Could this be the 191 type rocket launcher the brigade commander mentioned? No way. Apart from the word cannon, how does this resemble a rocket launcher? What kind of shell caliber requires such a large size? This is clearly a missile. As for the noise from the soldiers behind him, at this moment, Chun Early had no mind to manage it. His gaze was entirely focused on the launch vehicle. Initially, when he heard Su Chin's explanation about this rocket launcher, he had some psychological expectations, but seeing this massive machine with his own eyes today, he was still extremely shocked. While everyone was in awe, Su Chun, led by a staff member, arrived at the scene. Upon seeing so many soldiers, His eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? It's just a rocket launcher. Do we really need to go this far? If he were to develop the intercontinental missile in the future, would they prepare an entire division for him? Shaking his head to dismiss these peculiar thoughts, Su Chen smiled and walked towards Chun Erlei. Commander Chen, you finally made it. If you hadn't come, I might have had to drive this launch vehicle myself to block the entrance of your southern military district. As Su Chen's slightly complaining laughter rang out, Chun Erlei and the soldiers finally noticed the young figure. Chun Erlei was fine since he had seen Su Chen before, but the soldiers were different. The topic they had been buzzing about in the army recently was this young man in front of them. They weren't particularly interested in drones, but the military off-road vehicle developed by Su Chen was exactly to their taste. This off-road vehicle could not only allow them to quickly relocate, but also transport shells very rapidly. Wasn't this a vehicle tailor-made for their artillery brigade? Seeing the soldiers' excited expressions, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. It was one thing for them to be excited about the rocket launcher, but why was a grown man like him equally thrilled? Hearing Su Chen's words, Chun Erlei finally reacted, and upon seeing Su Chen again, the admiration in his eyes deepened. With both hands clasped in front of him, Chun Erlei said earnestly, Mr. Su, thank you for your hard work. Hearing this expression of gratitude, Su Chen was initially taken aback, then waved his hand and smiled in response. What have I worked hard on? It's not me doing the work. If anyone deserves the credit, it's the 85 staff members involved in the production of the Model 191 rocket launcher and over 30 researchers from the Military Industrial Academy. As soon as Su Chen said this, not only Chun Erlei, but even the staff members standing not far away felt moved. When it comes to the development of the Model 191 rocket launcher, the greatest credit naturally goes to Su Chen. If it weren't for the blueprints he provided, would they have had the opportunity to participate in the production? But now, in an instant, everyone at the scene looked at Su Chen with a different gaze. As for Su Chen, he was the least able to tolerate such gazes. After waving his hand at Chun Erlei, he directly changed the topic. Let's not talk about that. Hurry up and deliver everything to the military district. I'm curious about the power of this rocket launcher. Seeing that Su Chen had said so, Chun Erlei didn't say anything more and turned around to start giving orders to the soldiers behind him. This time, the items produced by Su Chen and his team were quite substantial. In addition to a launch vehicle, there were more than 90 rockets of different specifications. Among them, there were 12 rockets of 750 millimeters, 40 rockets of 300 millimeters, and 40 rockets of 375 millimeters. However, aside from the 6 rockets currently loaded on the launch vehicle, the rest were stored in large launch boxes, waiting to be installed on the launch vehicle when needed for firing. Chapter 108. Arrival at the Military District. After all, the development of the 191 rocket launcher is classified at the national level, so when Chun Erlei and others loaded the rockets onto specialized vehicles, he ordered the soldiers to eliminate all traces related to the development of the 191 rocket launcher in the entire factory. Even when leaving, Chun Erlei left 20 soldiers to guard the place, planning to notify the relevant authorities to send professionals for the change of guard after their return. As for those involved in the development work, they had already signed confidentiality agreements when Su Chen selected them, so Chun Erlei naturally had no worries about that. Once all the cleanup work was completed, Chun Erlei and his team departed from the desolate mountainous area. Su Chen intended to personally visit the southern military district, as he had designed the 191 rocket launcher himself. Although he had heard of the existence of such a rocket launcher in the past, he had never witnessed its true power. This trip to the military district was also to personally witness it. Among the staff involved in the development, apart from the researchers from the Military Industry Institute, the others were given a month-long vacation arranged by Su Chen, and their salaries during this period were directly doubled. The journey back to Han City was equally impressive, with 4 military trucks surrounding the 191 rocket launcher in the middle. And there were also 4 police cars leading the way in front and behind. These police cars were arranged by Chun Erlei when he initially came to Han City, as transporting military equipment was no small matter. Even though they were military personnel, they could not recklessly drive through the city. Having police to escort them naturally reduced a lot of unnecessary trouble. Such a grand scale naturally piqued the curiosity of some uninformed civilians, but under such tight escort, those people could only catch a glimpse of the outline from a distance. After 6 hours of long travel, Su Chen and his group finally arrived at the southern war zone of Long Country. Upon disembarking from the plane, Su Chen almost vomited his breakfast from earlier. Feeling the soreness all over his body, He leaned on Chun Eye and said with a bitter expression, "Commander Chun, are our pilots in Long Country really this fierce when flying?" Recalling the scene on the transport plane, Su Chun felt a bit scared. It was as if they were rushing to their next life rather than just flying. Even though Su Chun had been on many flights in his previous life, he had never experienced anything as thrilling as today, akin to riding a roller coaster in the sky. Seeing Su Chin's exhausted face, Chun Eye felt embarrassed. On the way back, he had been focused solely on rushing back to test the rocket launcher. Therefore, when he boarded the plane, he instructed the transport pilot to reach the military district as quickly as possible, completely forgetting that there was an ordinary person like Su Chin traveling with them. Well, it's not entirely like that. They usually handle the aircraft quite gently. Next time when I send the leader back, I'll remind them. Upon hearing Chun Eye's words, Su Chin rolled his eyes and said with annoyance, "No, absolutely not. I would rather not fly on such a plane again, even if it kills me." Su Chin wasn't being dramatic. Transport aircraft are fundamentally designed for moving personnel and supplies, with no comfort to speak of. As an ordinary person, he didn't want to endure that again. He had already made up his mind that on the way back, even if he had to borrow a vehicle from the military and drive himself, he wouldn't take a plane again. At the same time, while Su Chun was complaining to Chun Eye, several people outside the airport were walking towards them. When Su Chin saw them, he was momentarily stunned, thinking, could it be such a coincidence? The visitors were none other than Feng Jingxin and others from the Ministry of Defense. Upon learning that Su Chun had developed that rocket launcher, they didn't hesitate and took a military helicopter directly to the Southern Military District. However, everyone felt frustrated that they had traveled such a long distance from the capital, yet Chun Eye took so long to pick someone up from such a nearby city. At that time, Feng Jingxin and others were somewhat complaining about Wenyang, questioning the efficiency of the people he chose for the job. Amid this anxious waiting, Su Chun and the others finally arrived. As soon as they saw Su Chun, all their previous dissatisfaction vanished, and they hurried towards him with expressions of immense joy, as if they had found a treasure. Seeing the familiar faces approaching, Su Chun scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, "Hello, leaders, long time no see." Hearing Su Chun greet them, Feng Jingxin and the others couldn't hide their smiles any longer, looking genuinely delighted. Now, when they looked at Su Chun, he appeared more endearing than ever, almost like a beloved grandson. Besides Su Chun, Chun Eye was even more excited than Su Chun himself. Upon seeing the leaders, he stood tall and saluted them with great seriousness. "Greetings, leaders." However, Chun Eye felt a bit awkward as, despite his respectful demeanor, Feng Jingxin and the others didn't even glance his way, simply chatting with Su Chun. Only his direct superior, Wenyang, shot him an annoyed look upon hearing his greeting. Seeing the leaders behave this way left Chun Eye confused, unable to comprehend what he had done wrong. After praising Su Chun enthusiastically, Feng Jingxin and the others finally turned their attention to the large vehicle not far away. Although they had previously learned some detailed data about this rocket launcher from a source, seeing it in person still left them with a sense of shock. Particularly when they spotted the 6 rockets on top, several of them couldn't help but blink a few times. Having been involved with military weaponry their entire lives, they had never seen rockets of such exaggerated size. Upon first glance, many almost mistook them for missiles. As he touched the launch vehicle, which was several people high, Feng Jingxin's eyes were filled with emotion, never expecting that in his lifetime, he would witness such a national treasure. Chapter 109, Testing the Artillery at the Doorstep. By the time Su Chun and the others arrived at the Southern Military District, it was already 8 in the evening. Therefore, Su Chun ultimately suggested postponing the testing of the 191 model rocket launcher until the next morning. Although Feng Jingxin and the others felt a bit regretful about Su Chun's proposal, they eventually agreed. After all, the 191 model rocket launcher was personally designed and developed by Su Chun, and no one in the entire country understood its performance and the timing for testing better than him. If they were to conduct the experiment at night based on their own preferences, any unexpected incidents could lead to significant losses. After finalizing the testing arrangements, Su Chun prepared to have Chun Eye, who was nearby, arrange accommodation for him. After a day of exhausting travel, he was really feeling worn out, and all he wanted was to lie down in bed and get a good night's sleep. However, Feng Jingxin and several high-ranking officials in the military district would not agree to Su Chun resting, not to mention the newly developed 191 model rocket launcher. Even the previous technologies Su Chun had submitted to the country had greatly benefited it. They felt they had to properly entertain Su Chun today. So, Under the insistence of the senior officials, Su Chun reluctantly found himself at the dinner table, where he was confusedly poured several cups of liquor by these old leaders. By the time he returned to rest, he had no idea how he ended up in bed. The next day, at 6 a.m., Su Chun, still lost in a beautiful dream, was suddenly jolted awake by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Mr. Su, wake up quickly. The artillery test is about to begin. The sight of a few slightly dark-skinned faces startled Su Chun, making him think he was being robbed early in the morning. However, Su Chun quickly realized he was in the military district. After calming his morning grumpiness, he slowly got out of bed, got dressed, and followed a few soldiers to a training ground within the southern military district. At that moment, the entire training ground was filled with people. Not only were there ordinary soldiers, but all the officers from the military district were also gathered today. Right in front of everyone was the 191 model rocket launcher that Su Chun and Chun Early had brought in the day before. Yet, when the onlookers saw the large artillery piece in front of them, they all looked bewildered. Are we testing missiles today? What are you talking about? This is the rocket launcher that Colonel Chun and the others brought back yesterday. It seems to be the country's latest developed model. A rocket launcher? Old Wong, don't joke around. Is this really a rocket launcher? What rocket launcher is this big? And look closely at the caliber of those shells. Have you ever seen anyone make rocket shells this large? However, this design does resemble our Type 03 rocket launcher a bit. If the country could really develop a rocket launcher of this style, that would be fantastic. Clearly, even now, these ordinary soldiers are still kept in the dark. And not just them, even the officers, upon seeing this rocket launcher today, were equally baffled. Is this really a rocket launcher? Asked Zhou Honghua, the commander of the 3rd Armored Division of the Southern Military Region, looking at Chun Early with a face full of doubt. As Zhou Honghua's words fell, the other officers around also looked at Chun Early with curiosity. Over the past 2 days, they had been intrigued by Chun Early's actions and were basically speculating whether he had brought back something good from his trip to Nanjing County. So when they heard that Chun Early had brought back a rocket launcher, everyone hurried over. However, when they saw the shape of that massive piece of equipment, they were instantly dumbfounded. Is this really a rocket launcher? At that moment, the crowd was somewhat angry, wondering who had given them false information. What kind of rocket launcher would be this large? It was no wonder everyone thought this way. The visual impact of this rocket launcher was simply overwhelming. Even the most advanced Type 03 rocket launcher in their unit looked like a small child next to this giant. What shocked everyone the most was that on top of this launch vehicle were 6 rockets with a frighteningly large caliber. This wasn't just a rocket. These were genuine tactical ballistic missiles. Seeing the strange looks from a few friends nearby, Chun Early rolled his eyes, clearly acting as if he had never seen the world before. If this isn't a rocket launcher, could it be a missile? Just as Chun Early was explaining the relevant performance of this rocket launcher to a few people, Su Chun finally arrived beside them. Upon seeing Su Chun, the previously serious Feng Jingxin and others also broke into smiles, nodding at him before asking, Xiao Su, do you think we can test the launcher now? They hadn't slept much the night before, their minds filled with thoughts about what kind of power this rocket launcher would demonstrate during the test. Looking at Feng Jingxin and others, then glancing at the nearby training ground, Su Chun scratched his head, somewhat puzzled, and said, Minister Feng, are we really testing the launcher here? The previously excited crowd froze upon hearing Su Chun's question, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Could there be something special about testing this rocket launcher? After pondering for a while, they finally nodded in realization. It must be the case, after all. It wouldn't make sense for an advanced rocket launcher to lack some special considerations. Feng Jingxin smiled awkwardly and said a bit shyly, Well, Xiao Su, why don't you tell me what considerations there are for the testing site of this rocket launcher? I'll have someone arrange it right away. Upon hearing this, Su Chun suddenly felt a bit confused. What considerations could there be? It's just a rocket launcher, after all. What special requirements could there be? His intention was actually to question why such an advanced rocket launcher should be tested on their own grounds instead of in front of the adversary. Wouldn't that better demonstrate the military strength of the nation? It could also let those in the neighboring country realize the gap in strength between them and his country, prompting them to abandon any harmful intentions. Otherwise, they might just find themselves on the receiving end of that rocket launcher. Su Chun shook his head, thinking that the others misunderstood him, and explained, It's not that there are any particular considerations. It's just that since our purpose in developing the rocket launcher is to enhance our national defense and deter those with malicious intentions, why not take the rocket launcher right to the doorstep of the neighboring country for testing? Wouldn't that be a more effective deterrent? Chapter 109, Shourong's Fear. Hearing Su Chen's words, everyone present suddenly had a glimmer of realization. Yes, if they were to showcase their country's powerful military capabilities, they naturally needed a strong audience. And wasn't there just one nearby in the Southern Military District? Although the war with the neighboring country had been over for many years, everyone understood that they would not simply give up. If they could use this opportunity to remind certain parties in the neighboring country of the military gap between them and their own nation, and dispel any lingering notions of rivalry, wouldn't that be even better? With this thought, everyone instinctively nodded, and their gazes towards Su Chen were filled with admiration. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Feng Jingxin also felt delighted, walking forward with a smile. He patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said, "You are right, Su. Since we need to showcase our military strength, we must find a suitable audience." In the border defense forces stationed at a certain city in the neighboring country, this area is one of the most important military strongholds. Not only is it home to a large number of troops year-round, but military exercises are also regularly conducted here to prevent any sudden attacks. Today, however, there were no significant movements, as usual. Only a few small teams were on routine patrol. On a high ground, a team of dozens was patrolling aimlessly. It was clear that everyone present was somewhat distracted. Some were whistling and gazing at the sky in a daze, while others gathered in small groups, chatting idly. After a while, a young soldier turned to their captain and said, "Captain Shourong, why don't we just head back? The other side isn't going to attack us anyway. Isn't it better to go back and play some cards?" As this young soldier spoke, the other soldiers around began to chime in, persuading their captain. After all, the war with the neighboring country had been over for several years, and there had been no friction between them. They couldn't understand why the higher-ups still insisted on having them patrol this desolate place daily. It seemed pointless. "Yes, Captain Shourong, let us just head back. General Gung wanted to know about it." Listening to his subordinates chattering, Shourong felt somewhat helpless. Did he want to patrol this barren place? However, this patrol mission had been personally instructed by General Gung, who had claimed that the neighboring country was developing new weapons and might launch an attack. He had been told to observe carefully and ensure that the other side's military did not enter their territory. But after patrolling for several months without noticing any activity from the other side, Shourong sometimes doubted whether General Gung had received incorrect information. Shourong shook his head. Although he was a small team leader, he didn't have the courage to be dismissive in the face of General Gung Chi's orders. "All right, everyone be quiet. This patrol mission was personally assigned by General Gung Chi. If you want to go back, you can speak to the general yourself." After saying this, Shourong ignored the others and walked to a place with a clear view, took out his binoculars, and began to observe the movements in the Dragon Kingdom's defense zone. However, it was when he looked through the binoculars and saw the scene in the Dragon Kingdom's defense zone that he nearly collapsed on the ground. Hiss! What he saw was Su Chen and his group, with a newly set-up PHL-191 long-range rocket launcher. The first thing Shourong noticed was not the massive launch vehicle or the numerous high-ranking military officials surrounding it, but the 6 extraordinarily large-caliber projectiles. Is that a missile? As a soldier, Shourong knew what a missile looked like, so he recognized the object as soon as he saw its size. However, as this thought crossed his mind, his fear intensified. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom intended to use missiles against their country? Without any hesitation, Shourong turned to the communications soldier behind him and said, "Quickly notify the command center. Tell General Gung Chi that the Dragon Kingdom is going to use missiles against our country." The soldiers, seeing their team leader's terrified expression, were somewhat confused and had no idea what was happening. "Captain, what's wrong? Are you hallucinating? How could the Dragon Kingdom use missiles against us for no reason?" "Yes, Team Leader Shourong, we just stopped the war with the Dragon Kingdom a few years ago. They wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke war again, would they?" Before the others could say much more, Shourong interrupted them. "Shut up. If anyone says another word, I'll shoot him myself." At this point, Shourong had already stood up, picked up his AK-47 from the ground, and pointed the cold barrel at his subordinates. Seeing their captain like this, the communications soldier dared not show any slackness. He took out the communication device and began to contact the command center. Under the skilled operation of the signal soldier, the connection to the command post was quickly established. Without any hesitation, Shourong snatched the phone from the soldier's hand and urgently said, "Hello, I am Shourong, the captain of the 2nd Patrol Team. Our squad just discovered that the forces of a certain country are installing missile launchers while patrolling the KD-2 defense line. I suspect they are planning to launch a missile attack against our nation. Please make sure to report this information to General Gung immediately upon hearing the words missile attack. The signal soldier on the other end nearly widened his eyes in shock. Okay, I will report this to General Gung right away after saying this. The soldier hung up the phone and rushed towards the commander's office. Moments later, he arrived at the commander's office and, without reporting, barged in while exclaiming, "Not good, General Chapter 110, a bit shocking." In the southern Yu Kingdom, at the headquarters of the Liangshan military district. During this period, Gung Chi had been frowning due to the development of new weapons by a certain country. When he heard loud shouting from outside, anger surged within him. Just as he was about to step out and teach his unruly subordinate a lesson, the office door was suddenly pushed open with a loud bang. Seeing this scene, Gung Chi's expression darkened. Who was this person, looking for trouble? Just as he was about to scold the intruder, the person, looking panicked, spoke first. "Not good, General. The patrol team that just went out reported that a certain country is preparing to launch a missile attack on our forces." As the messenger's voice, filled with fear, reached him, Gung Chi's expression changed drastically, staring at the person in disbelief. "Is this true? Who brought back this news?" The messenger, who had fallen to the ground due to his hasty actions, even forgot to get up when he heard the commander's inquiry, anxiously lying there and saying, "Report, General." It was Captain Shorong from Team 3 who said it himself. The army of that country is currently assembling a batch of missile launchers, estimated to be over 100. Captain Shorong asked me to report this to you as soon as possible. Of course, the number of missile launchers was just the messenger's guess. Captain Shorong had never mentioned the quantity when he reported. On the way here, he realized this issue, but given the urgency of the situation, with that country already assembling missile launchers, there was no time to waste. So, based on his years of experience as a messenger, he quickly analyzed how many missiles that country was preparing to use against the southern Yu Kingdom. However, this figure was obviously a bit outrageous. But Gung Chi was completely unaware of these details. Upon hearing the number, his face turned pale. Over 100 missile launchers? How could this be possible? What does that country intend to do? Are they planning to flatten the entire Liangshan military district? For a moment, even Gung Chi felt at a loss, pacing back and forth in his office in front of his subordinates, constantly thinking of how to respond next. Over 100 missile launchers was no small number. Rockets could be managed, but these were missiles, which had far greater destructive power and accuracy than rockets. If something went wrong, not only the military district, but even the entire city of Liangshan might not survive the bombardment of these hundreds of missiles. However, Gung Chi was the commander of an army and managed to maintain his composure. After pondering for a moment, he made a decisive decision. "Hurry. Let the Frontline Air Defense Command activate all air defense missile systems. If any missiles from the neighboring country appear in our airspace, shoot them down without hesitation. Also, gather all troops and prepare for battle. If they dare to fire the first shot, we must retaliate immediately." At this point, the expression on Gung Chi's face turned extremely grim. Suppressing his inner unease, he spoke again to the messenger. "You need to go down immediately and report everything that happened today to the president." After saying this, Gung Chi stepped out of the office without hesitation. He needed to go to the front lines himself to see if the neighboring country was truly prepared with hundreds of missile launchers to deal with them. As Gung Chi's series of orders were transmitted to all the troops below, the atmosphere within the entire army grew extraordinarily serious. They had not been at war with the neighboring country for many years. Could it be that they were now eager to provoke conflict again? Reflecting on the last war with the neighboring country, the soldiers felt a deep sense of frustration. Although, broadly speaking, they had fought for 10 years. The decisive battles had only lasted 28 days. The neighboring army had successfully breached all defenses in less than 28 days, reaching their capital, and during that time, they had ruthlessly annihilated over 30,000 troops and destroyed most of the country's industrial and military facilities. This battle had directly caused their national strength to regress by at least 20 years. If it weren't for the geographical advantages, their nation might have faced annihilation. Thinking back on those past experiences, the soldiers' faces showed a hint of anger, but deep down, fear was evident in their eyes, a fear imprinted in their bones from the neighboring army. In stark contrast to these soldiers' fear, Su Chun and others had a completely different reaction. Looking at the prepared rocket artillery, not just Su Chun, but everyone present was filled with excitement. Su Chun stepped forward and personally input the coordinates of the target area into the guidance system of the rocket artillery. As time passed, no one urged. All eyes were fixed on the 6 frighteningly large rockets. Especially those soldiers who had previously been unaware were utterly shocked to learn that this massive piece of equipment was actually a rocket. After years of service, they had never seen such a caliber of rocket, and they had never dared to imagine that their country could one day produce such large caliber rockets. Moreover, the rocket has a range of over 600 kilometers. If this succeeds, will they still regard that region with any seriousness? Suchin paid no attention to the excitement of the ordinary soldiers. After completing all the preparations, he turned to Feng Jingxin and others behind him, nodded and smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, everything is ready, we can launch now. The target this time is the waters of the northern bay of our country, but the route will pass through some airspace of that region, which Su Chun deliberately set up to give their military a little shock." However, when Su Chun announced that they could launch, Feng Jingxin and others awkwardly said, "Xiao Su, our launch route will pass through the airspace of that region. What if we get shot down mid-flight?" Chapter 110. Panic Among the Southern Kingdom's Army? As the inquiry from Minister Feng Jingxin sounded, the other military district leaders also looked at him with curiosity. They were naturally eager to intimidate the Southern Kingdom, but their fundamental purpose this time was to test the performance of the Type 191 rocket launcher. If it were shot down while passing through the airspace of the Southern Kingdom, wouldn't that be a futile effort? Hearing the concerns of the crowd, Su Chun waved his hand and said with a smile, "Minister Feng, esteemed leaders, there's no need to worry about this. All the rockets have been coated with stealth materials. With the limited air defense capabilities of the Southern Kingdom, they won't be able to lock onto our rockets." Although Su Chun spoke casually, the others felt a strange sensation upon hearing this. A rocket launcher can also utilize stealth technology. Having fought for half their lives, they had never considered that one day rockets would use stealth materials. Isn't that a bit extravagant? However, they quickly realized that Su Chun had mentioned before that this Type 191 rocket launcher has a maximum range of over 1,000 kilometers, comparable to some medium-range ballistic missiles. With such a long striking distance, employing some stealth features is indeed understandable. After all, many missiles manufactured by various countries are equipped with basic stealth capabilities to significantly reduce the chances of interception by enemy forces. If missiles can have stealth capabilities, then what's wrong with their country's rockets having them too? As they thought about it, the faces of the crowd brightened up again. If all their troops were equipped with such rocket launchers, wouldn't every shot be uninterceptable? If these rocket warheads were replaced with nuclear warheads or similar, wouldn't that turn into a mobile missile launcher? Hiss. The more they thought about it, the more excited Feng Jingxin and the others became. Looking at the reaction of the crowd, Su Chun felt puzzled. Is adding a stealth feature really that thrilling? Su Chun shook his head with a wry smile, not dwelling on this matter any longer, and reminded Feng Jingxin, Minister Feng, we can proceed with the test now." Upon hearing Su Chen's reminder, Feng Jingxin and the other military district leaders finally came back to their senses from their earlier excitement. After sharing an awkward smile with Su Chun, he instructed the artillerymen standing around the rocket launcher, "Launch." As soon as Feng Jingxin's words fell, a tremendous sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire border area. Boom. 1 shot, 2 shots, 3 shots, a series of 750mm caliber rockets whistled out from the launch tubes, and the white smoke emitted from the burning propellant quickly enveloped the entire scene. Yet, no one at the scene paid attention to this. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the rockets soaring into the sky, their faces filled with excitement. Rockets continuously streaked across the sky, racing towards their predetermined trajectory, and within just a few seconds, they vanished from sight. The first round of fire lasted only a few seconds before it ended, and as the sound of the cannonade subsided, the artillerymen quickly began to assemble the next batch of launchers. Thanks to the modular loading system, the loading speed was much faster than the Type 03 rocket artillery they had been using, nearly doubling the loading speed of the Type 03. In just 2 minutes, the new batch of launchers was mounted on the launch vehicle. This time, the launchers were equipped with 40 rockets of 300mm caliber. Watching the rockets being fired one after another, everyone present could hardly contain their excitement. Even Su Chun, witnessing the performance of this rocket artillery firsthand, felt a sense of shock. In contrast to their excitement, the troops of the neighboring country were thrown into a bit of chaos. Just as Commander Gung Chi, who had just arrived at the battlefield, was about to take out his binoculars to confirm the movements on the other side, the moment he pulled them out, a series of deafening cannon sounds reached their position. Hearing this roar, All the officers from the neighboring country instantly felt their hearts race and their eyes widen in shock. The guard responsible for Geng Chi's safety immediately threw him to the ground, anxiously shouting, "Take cover. They're launching an attack." The group accompanying Geng Chi consisted of high-ranking officers from the military district in the nearby city. They had just learned that the neighboring country was planning to use missile bombardments against them, and it was said to involve over 100 missile launchers. When they first heard the news, these officers were stunned, thinking that the neighboring country was ready to completely tear off the mask and attempt to annihilate them in one swift move. Otherwise, even if a war broke out, it wouldn't be possible for the other side to deploy over 100 missile launchers at once, right? Thus, when they heard the cannon fire, the officers didn't even need the guard's warning. They were already crouched behind cover, hands on their heads, faces pale with fear. Meanwhile, Geng Chi, who was shielded by the guard, had a similarly grim expression. He never expected that the neighboring country had assembled over 100 missile launchers right at their border, and their entire military district had received no information about it. This was outrageous. Were the troops patrolling the front line blind? How could there be such a commotion without anyone noticing? As time ticked by, the people huddled behind cover could only hear the continuous sound of cannon fire. Yet they had not seen a single shell land in their position. Geng Chi, the commander of a group army, proved himself to be astute. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly deduced the intentions of the neighboring nation. However, as the possibility dawned on him, his expression changed dramatically. Without a moment to lose, he stood up and sharply instructed the guard beside him. "Quick, immediately notify all air defense units to fully intercept the missiles from the neighboring nation. They are planning to attack our military facilities." Upon hearing the orders from his superior, the guard's expression also shifted significantly. Without any hesitation, he took his leave to carry out the command. Chapter 111. The Grievance of Shorong. However, just as the guard had left, two others rushed towards them. Upon seeing their faces, Geng Chi, who was hiding behind cover, instantly felt a surge of joy and waved his hand towards them, calling out, "Shorong, over here, hurry up." The newcomers were none other than the Captain Shorong of the 3rd Patrol Team from the southern region, who had previously discovered Su Chun and others assembling the rocket artillery. Seeing his superior, Shorong was visibly excited and instinctively quickened his pace. Geng Chi had come to the front line to confirm whether the Dragon Kingdom's military had indeed installed hundreds of missile launchers. Naturally, he felt relieved upon seeing Shorong. However, before Geng Chi could inquire about the missile launchers, another soldier who had accompanied Shorong spoke up first, his face extremely pale. "Not good, General. The missiles launched by the Dragon Kingdom have already reached our military district, and our SA-13 air defense missile system can't lock onto their missiles at all." Hearing this, Geng Chi's expression changed drastically as he grabbed the soldier's shoulder, his eyes filled with fear. "What did you say?" Thinking that his superior hadn't heard clearly, the soldier repeated his words. "Report, General, the situation is as follows. The first batch of missiles launched by the Dragon Kingdom has already reached Ningguang City, and the air defense system over there also cannot detect them." Listening to the soldier's words, Geng Chi shook his head vigorously, disbelief filling his eyes. "Impossible. Our air defense system was purchased from a certain country. How could it not detect those missiles?" Hearing Geng Chi's near-shouting tone, the soldier quickly explained, "General, according to our technician's analysis, these missiles must have used the latest stealth materials. Otherwise, with our recently acquired SA-13 air defense missile system, it would be impossible to not detect their missiles." With the soldier's explanation, Geng Chi, still in shock, instinctively nodded and finally grasped the situation. It became clear why the Dragon Kingdom was so audacious in launching a missile attack against them. They had already determined that the southern region would be unable to intercept these missiles. Realizing this, Geng Chi's heart sank. If the Dragon Kingdom succeeded in destroying all their military facilities along the border, their eastern defense line would be in jeopardy, and it was highly likely that the entire border region would fall, just like last time. No, we must quickly destroy the missile launch base of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, if they continue to launch missiles at the southern region, it will really be over. After making up his mind, Geng Chi immediately turned to Shorong beside him and hurriedly asked, "Shorong, where did your team find those hundreds of missile launchers? Hurry and take us over there." "Hundreds of them?" Hearing the words of his general, Shorong, who had just been feeling fearful, suddenly felt a bit confused and looked at Geng Chi with a blank expression. Seeing the bewildered look on the other's face, Geng Chi felt a surge of anger rise within him. What the hell, it's already this time. And he is still here wasting time. Without any hesitation, Gengqi kicked directly at Shourong's chest and angrily said, "Hurry up and tell me. If you delay the operation, I'll make you pay for it." Being inexplicably kicked, even Shourong felt a bit aggrieved. What is going on? What about hundreds of planes? When they first discovered it, wasn't there only one missile launcher? How did it change to hundreds now? Shourong, after years of experience in the military, quickly understood the reason behind the situation. It must be that someone had misreported the military information and spread misleading reports upward. Although he felt extremely displeased with the person spreading false information, he knew that this was not the time to pursue it. Seeing General Gengqi so angry, he realized that if he provoked him further, he might be taken out and executed on the spot. Suppressing his grievances, Shourong quickly explained, "General, when our team discovered it, the country had only assembled one missile launcher. As for the hundreds of them, I really have no idea." Hearing Dao Shourong's response, Gengqi was taken aback. When he reported to him earlier, wasn't it said that there were hundreds of aircraft? How did it change to just one now? However, this moment of distraction only lingered in Gengqi's mind for a brief moment, and he soon turned his angry gaze back to Shourong, who was kneeling on the ground, and said with a dark expression, "Damn it. Didn't you say before that the military of a certain country had assembled hundreds of missile launchers? How come it has now become just one? Moreover, do you have your eyes on your backside? Can a missile launcher really fire so many missiles in such a short amount of time? Do you really think I'm that easy to deceive?" After saying this, Gengqi felt a peak of killing intent in his heart. He truly believed that his soldiers were a bunch of useless people. The recent commotion caused by the nation was already significant, and while it was forgivable that those soldiers failed to notice it in advance, how dare they come here now, falsely report military intelligence, and deceive him? Feeling the murderous intent radiating from their leader, Shourong, who was kneeling on the ground, felt extremely wronged. He kept bowing his head and explained to the general, "Sir, our team really only discovered one missile launcher. My team members can all testify to that. I never mentioned anything about the hundreds of units." As the voice of Shourong, tinged with a hint of tears, reached him, Gengqi furrowed his brows even deeper. Suppressing the impulse to execute the kid, Gengqi said coldly, "Enough of this. Hurry up and take me there. If I find out that everything you said is a lie, you know the consequences." Although Shourong's demeanor and actions just now did not seem like a deception, Gengqi was still unwilling to believe it, a confidence built from decades of military experience. He could now hear the sound of artillery fire coming from the neighboring region. "Are you telling me that such intense artillery fire could be produced by a single launcher? Does he think I haven't seen a missile launcher before?" Though he thought this way, Gengqi felt that even if he wanted to execute the other party, it wouldn't hurt to take a little more time. After taking care of the missile launch base, he could deal with the other party later. Thus, under Shourong's guidance, Gengqi led an entire armored division, marching steadily towards the area where missiles were being launched. Chapter 112. Is it a misunderstanding? At the same time that General Gengqi led his troops to search for the so-called missile launch base, the cities of Liangshan and the neighboring Ningguang were thrown into chaos. The air raid sirens in both cities were sounded almost simultaneously. As the alarms blared, countless people were plunged into panic, especially those who could see the rockets flying overhead. Living close to the border, these citizens had always been on edge due to territorial disputes with the neighboring country, fearing that one day the military might launch an attack. Watching missile after missile whiz past their homes, fear etched on their faces. Instantly, the entire city descended into chaos as people began to gather their belongings. Desperate to escape this conflict zone. "Run! The missiles are coming. The military is attacking. Hurry, there are so many planes and tanks over there. We need to get out. The streets are filled with their troops. Our defenses have been breached." What? Millions of troops? The sounds of panic echoed throughout the city, and witnessing such turmoil, local authorities started to mobilize law enforcement personnel in an attempt to calm the frightened citizens. However, in front of tens of thousands of civilians, these efforts were hardly effective. Simultaneously, not only were the ordinary citizens in a state of panic, but the highest leadership of the government was also in disarray. "Beep, beep, beep. Get me the command center of the Galping Military District. I am the secretary from the presidential office. The president has ordered you to quickly assist Liangshan City. We must not allow the military to breach our defenses." Is this the Air Defense Command? The president has ordered all national air defense systems to be activated immediately. As soon as you lock onto the missiles, intercept them without delay. Inside the presidential building, staff members scrambled to relay the president's orders to all military district command centers. compared to the frantic staff. The president himself wore a grim expression. In the president's office, looking at the latest intelligence report from General Gung Chi, Nguyen Wei Ying's eyes flared with anger as he slammed the documents onto the desk, his face darkening as he said, "Is the air defense missile system we bought from that country just a pile of scrap? It can't even lock onto a single missile?" Hearing the president's furious words, the secretary, who had been keeping his head down, felt equally indignant. He knew just how advanced the air defense missile system they had purchased at a high price was. Initially, a certain country confidently claimed that the SA-13 air defense missile system could intercept any missile from all nations, regardless of how advanced the opposing missiles were. They asserted that this defense system could accurately lock onto and swiftly intercept any threats. This was also why their nation spent hundreds of billions of dollars to purchase this system. But now, you tell me it can't intercept missiles from another country? This thought made him start cursing the people from that country. How could they be so deceitful? They boasted so extravagantly, only for it to turn out to be a pile of scrap metal. Not only can they not intercept, they can't even lock onto the missiles. Unbothered by the changing expressions of his subordinates, the leader suppressed his anger and said to his secretary, "Quickly, contact the Foreign Affairs Department of that country and demand an explanation. Are they really going to go to war with us?" But halfway through his sentence, he stopped, furrowing his brows as he began to think about how their nation should respond to the missile attack. At this moment, he was less concerned about the scrap metal sold to them and felt that seeking an explanation from that country was even less necessary. They were already under missile attack, and yet he was supposed to confirm if they were going to war. Wasn't that absurd? The urgent matter at hand was to quickly come up with a way to intercept this batch of missiles. From the intelligence reported by a certain officer, he knew that this time, the opposing country had prepared at least 100 missile launchers, which meant they were planning to launch hundreds of missiles against his nation. Watching his president pace back and forth, looking anxious, the presidential secretary remained calm, quietly waiting for the next command. After a while, he finally heard the president's order. Notify the officer to destroy the missile launch bases of that country by any means necessary, and instruct the neighboring military command to immediately head to the designated area to support the officer. Just as the president was halfway through the command, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the office door. The already tense atmosphere became even more strained with the sudden knocking, and both individuals inside the office tensed up, fearing that the frontline troops might bring back bad news. Thinking of this, the president lost his patience and directly called out towards the door, "Come in." Soon after, a young staff member hurried in, his face showing a hint of excitement. Seeing this subordinate's expression, the previously tense president suddenly felt a surge of joy, thinking that the operation from the officer had been successful. However, upon hearing the subsequent words from the staff member, even Nguyen Van On, the president of the southern nation, was momentarily taken aback, his eyes filled with confusion. Report to the president. The air defense forces on the front line have just communicated that the missiles launched by the neighboring country are not aimed at our territory, but rather at their own maritime area. According to intelligence gathered from the front line, nearly 60 missiles have landed in the Gulf of Tonkin, and those missiles merely passed through some of our airspace without causing any substantial damage to our country. After listening to the report, Nguyen Van On was momentarily at a loss. No attack on their nation? Then why did they launch so many missiles? Could it be that this was all just a misunderstanding? Chapter 113. Still need to turn? As soon as this thought appeared in Ruan Weiying's mind, he immediately dismissed it. Ridiculous. Who in their right mind would launch hundreds of missiles into another country's airspace? Ruan Weiying shook his head, and after some analysis, he turned to the staff member and said, "Impossible. Hurry down and notify the air defense units on the front lines to continue tracking the missiles' movements. We must guard against any deception. As long as our air defense system locks onto their missiles, regardless of their intentions, we will intercept immediately." After saying this, Ruan Weiying turned to another secretary and said with a serious expression, "You go down and inform General Gung Chi to investigate the missile launch bases of the enemy. Report any developments immediately." Although Ruan Weiying was convinced that the enemy's actions were a ruse, he still hoped that the news he had just heard was true. He wasn't foolish enough to initiate a war with the enemy. 30 years ago, they couldn't win against them, so how could they now? However, as the president of his country, he couldn't just surrender in the face of an attack, could he? If he did, wouldn't he be condemned by future generations? Meanwhile, upon hearing that the missiles launched by the enemy were not attacking their country, General Gung Chi was completely bewildered. "Are you saying that the enemy launched over 100 missiles into our airspace, but their ultimate goal was not to attack us? When he heard the report from the communications officer, Gengqi's expression was quite remarkable. He couldn't help but think that the information being relayed was nonsense. Noticing the general's slightly questioning tone, the communications officer, who had just come to report, had a complicated look on his face. After recalling the message from the Air Defense Command, he ultimately nodded affirmatively. Yes, General. The Air Defense Command did say that the missiles launched by the enemy are not aimed at our territory, but rather at the Gulf of Tonkin. With his subordinate's confirmation and considering the recent cessation of gunfire, Gengqi's brows furrowed deeper. His mind raced as he pondered the reasons behind this situation. Could the enemy really be so idle, assembling hundreds of missile launchers just to create a little panic for their military? While Gengqi was deep in thought, he also received orders from Wang Weiying. With the president personally issuing commands, Gengqi naturally did not dare to slack off. Suppressing his doubts, he immediately ordered all troops to continue advancing towards the enemy's missile launch bases. However, Gengqi's forces had not traveled far when they received further intelligence from the reconnaissance units. But this time, upon hearing the news, Gengqi's face turned into one of shock. Listening to the report from the communications soldier, Gengqi's face was filled with disbelief. Similarly, when he learned that so many missiles had been launched from a single launcher, all the soldiers in the army gasped in shock. How was this possible? There had to be at least 100 missiles just now. How could one launcher possibly fire so many in such a short time? Could it be that the brothers sent out to investigate had misjudged? At this moment, Gengqi had no mind to pay attention to the soldier's comments. His mind was occupied with the news just reported by the communications soldier. How could this be? Even if the country had made rapid advancements in missile technology in recent years, it couldn't possibly have developed such an advanced launcher, right? Gengqi shook his head repeatedly, trying to absorb the information he had just received, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't figure out the reason behind it. After thinking for a long time without arriving at any conclusions, Gengqi quickly decided he needed to see this so-called launcher for himself. If all of this was true, then from now on, the entire region might have to heed the country's words. A single launcher being able to fire hundreds of missiles in such a short time. What if there were 100 or 1,000? That would be something else entirely. Thinking about this, Gengqi let out a long breath, trying to suppress the unease in his heart. He truly felt that it would be more effective for the country to use hundreds of missile launchers to attack the neighboring country. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chun and others were completely unaware of the reactions from various places in the neighboring country. Watching the white smoke billowing from the launch tubes, the entire scene was eerily silent. No one spoke. Everyone was still immersed in the incredible sight they had just witnessed, their faces filled with disbelief. Even though Feng Jingxin and others had some expectations, seeing the scene unfold before their eyes still left them shocked. During the test firing process, a total of 92 rockets were launched, and astonishingly, this was achieved in less than half an hour, even accounting for the time taken for each reload. Such a terrifying rate of fire and reloading speed had completely exceeded their understanding. However, Su Chun, who was observing the 191 style rocket launcher, was entirely unconcerned by the astonishment around him. In fact, after reviewing the data from the rockets on their predetermined trajectory, he wore a slight frown. At that moment, he stroked his chin, disregarding the feelings of those present, and regretfully said, "Ah, what a pity, if only the rockets could make a turn in mid-air." As soon as Su Chin's words were spoken, everyone present, including Feng Jingxin and several other high-ranking individuals, exchanged glances, seeing a hint of unusual expression in each other's eyes. A turn in midair? Wasn't that a bit excessive? This was just a rocket launcher, after all. There was no need to make it behave like a missile. They can understand the use of stealth materials, but if rockets could change trajectory in midair, that would be a bit outrageous, right? Seeing Su Chin's extremely serious expression, Feng Jingxin didn't want to dampen his confidence. He smiled and patted Su Chun on the shoulder, saying, "Well, that's a good idea. There will be opportunities in the future." Hearing the voice beside him, Su Chun also smiled and nodded. Although he couldn't experiment right now, it didn't mean he couldn't in the future. After all, he was the destined child with a system. This kind of problem couldn't stump him. Meanwhile, as Feng Jingxin and Su Chun were talking, the soldiers who had been in shock gradually came back to their senses. The following time was spent organizing and collecting data related to the recent artillery test. Just as everything was wrapped up and Su Chun and the others were preparing to leave, a military jeep suddenly approached from the nearby border of a certain country. Chapter 114. Is this what you call a slight deviation from the track? The atmosphere at the scene instantly became tense with the sudden appearance of the jeep. In the blink of an eye, dozens of armed soldiers surrounded Feng Jingxin and others in the center. Additionally, another group of soldiers quickly positioned themselves in front of the crowd, aiming their weapons at the vehicle approaching them. In an instant, everyone's expressions turned serious, and some soldiers began escorting Feng Jingxin and several military leaders toward the rear for a retreat. The identities of these individuals were not something to be taken lightly. If anything unexpected happened here, not only would they face consequences, but the nation might also vanish from the map. Su Chen was also curious about the sudden jeep. Their artillery test was intended to intimidate the local forces, and now that the other side had sent someone to investigate, he wondered about the rank of the individual. If the rank was too low, Su Chen planned to deliver a bit more shock to them next time. Just as the atmosphere reached a peak of tension, the moving jeep finally stopped at a safe distance, unwilling to advance further. Although General Geng Qi was furious about the actions of the other side, he did not have the courage to drive the vehicle directly into their territory, especially with Feng Jingxin and other high-ranking officials present. The soldiers from the other side would not hesitate to open fire at any sign of danger, even if he was the commander of a significant military group. Stopping the vehicle and opening the door, Geng Qi slowly stepped out of the jeep, but his gaze was fixed not on Feng Jingxin and the others, but rather on what appeared to be a rocket launcher. Not far away, Feng Jingxin and several military leaders, who were surrounded in the center, exchanged glances upon seeing this familiar face, each detecting a hint of glee in the other's eyes. Wasn't this the person they had pursued from one city to another years ago? He had grown quite a bit since then. As they were being pulled back by an officer, Feng Jingxin shrugged off the officer's hand and cheerfully said, "Everyone step aside. There's no danger. This is our old acquaintance." Upon hearing this, several military leaders, including Owen Yin, couldn't help but laugh. Seeing everyone's expressions, Su Chen felt a bit confused and couldn't quite grasp what was happening. However, before he could ask for clarification, he saw a few individuals, under the protection of soldiers, walking toward the officer from the other side. "Hey, General Geng Qi, what a coincidence to run into you here." Looking at the few people in front of him, Geng Qi's expression instantly turned grim. Memories of various situations from years ago flashed through his mind. However, before he could respond, he heard the person across from him say, "General Geng Qi, you really can't judge a book by its cover. When I saw you in your country's capital back then, I remember you were just a division commander. It hasn't been long, and you've already risen to the position of military district commander." As he spoke, the man shook his head, constantly expressing his amazement. Listening to the flattery, Geng Qi ignored it and directly said in poor Mandarin, "Minister Feng, may I ask what it means for your country to launch missiles into our airspace? Are you trying to disrupt the current situation?" Upon hearing the question, Feng Jingxin and others were clearly taken aback, but they quickly realized that there had been a misunderstanding. Feng Jingxin shook his head and replied with a smile, "General Geng Qi, what missiles? We were just testing our country's latest developed rocket artillery. Can't you see that it looks exactly like a rocket artillery launcher?" He pointed to an excessively large launcher behind him. Geng Qi's eyebrows twitched at this response, and a trace of anger welled up inside him. Did they think he had never seen a rocket before? And did they think he was blind? That nearly 10-meter long, 800-millimeter wide launch tube was meant for rockets? Tell me, which country's rockets require such a large caliber? Looking at their seemingly sincere expressions, Geng Qi took a deep breath, trying to suppress the urge to lash out. Regardless of whether it was a missile or not, why did their country think it was acceptable to launch into his country's airspace? Didn't they always pride themselves on respecting the sovereignty of other nations and not interfering in their internal affairs? At this moment, Geng Qi was nearly on the edge of fury. He didn't expect the facts to be laid out before him, and yet these people were still playing dumb. If it weren't for the number of people present, he would have already dealt with these old fellows. As Geng Qi spoke, Feng Jingxin looked visibly embarrassed, but as an experienced negotiator, he naturally wouldn't let it show. After taking a long sigh, he feigned self-reproach and said, "Alas, this is all my fault. When we tested the rocket artillery earlier, we didn't have someone check the guidance system properly, so it deviated slightly from its trajectory during launch." Hearing this response, Geng Qi's mouth twitched, glaring at Feng Jingxin. "You call that a slight deviation in trajectory when it crosses the entire city and passes through all military districts? And you have a guidance system, yet you're still calling it a rocket? It's not like you can just make things up like that." Looking at the group of people, who were clearly lying through their teeth, Geng Qi turned around and left, having no desire to continue discussing with them. He needed to report this matter to the president as soon as possible. This matter is not trivial at all, with such advanced missile launchers. If they in the southern region do not come up with countermeasures soon, they will truly have no chance to turn the tables in front of the Dragon Country in the future. Observing the hurried departure of individuals like Geng Qi and Feng Jingxin, everyone felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Wenyang even spat in the direction Geng Qi had left, sneering, "A lost dog dares to question me? You really think too highly of yourself." The other military district leaders around him nodded in agreement, fully supporting this view. Back during their war with the southern region, it was this guy's armored division that was chased all the way from a certain city to the capital in the southern region. At that time, how did they not notice how arrogant this guy was? When meeting a senior, he still had his nose in the air, as if he were something special. Chapter 115. The world's cutting edge and reactions from various countries. A new type of rocket artillery has emerged, showcasing the country's strong military-industrial capabilities while also serving to deter certain malicious entities from abroad. This has made some nations, with ulterior motives towards the country, think twice. Thus, the moment the 191 type rocket artillery developed by Su Chan successfully passed its tests, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the nation promptly praised it extensively. Latest news. On the 20th of this month, the new generation of self-developed long-range rocket artillery, PHL-191, successfully completed its trials. This rocket artillery represents a bold innovation and integration of military and civilian sectors, breaking the 300-kilometer range barrier for the first time. And it also employs the latest loading method developed in the country, greatly enhancing the launch and loading speeds. Moreover, the successful development of this rocket artillery marks the official entry of the country's rocket artillery research and development level into the world's cutting edge. Of course, as the most advanced rocket artillery at this stage, the true performance of the 191 type rocket artillery cannot be disclosed. However, even so, the announcement of its 300-kilometer range still caused quite a stir in society. Wow, when did our country secretly develop such an impressive rocket artillery? No wonder there hasn't been any news about rocket artillery from the government in recent years. It turns out they were holding back such a remarkable trump card. What about that nation? Did they really think only they could develop rocket artillery with ranges exceeding 300 kilometers? By the way, what does military-civilian integration even mean? Could it be that this rocket artillery was developed jointly with some private enterprises? What are they thinking? How could the country allow private companies to participate in developing such advanced rocket artillery? Those people are just pawns of capitalists. If they got wind of such advanced technology, they would likely hand it over to their foreign patrons. It is evident that, despite the Ministry of Foreign Affairs having the performance specifications of the 191 type rocket artillery in their announcement, the populace was still greatly astonished by these capabilities. In particular, the Jiangshan Heavy Industry Group, which is also responsible for producing rocket artillery, was left dumbfounded upon hearing this news. Inside a conference room at Jiangshan Heavy Industry Group, upon learning of the announcement from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the group leader, Chen Dai, immediately gathered all the RD personnel for a discussion. How is this possible? When did our country acquire such advanced technology? An elderly man, about 60 or 70 years old, said in disbelief after reading the documents in his hands. As his words fell, everyone present nodded in agreement, feeling a sense of skepticism towards the news released by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It should be noted that the 3-type rocket artillery in the armed forces of the nation has been in service for decades, produced by a specific company. Furthermore, the subsequent optimization and upgrades of the 3-type rocket artillery were developed collaboratively by that company and military research institutions. When it comes to mastering rocket artillery technology, perhaps only the researchers from military research institutions have a deeper understanding than this company. However, you are now telling me that our country has developed a new type of rocket artillery that far surpasses the performance of the 3-type produced by them? Isn't this an international joke? Yes. What kind of rocket artillery can reach over 300 kilometers? If it can reach 300 kilometers, can it still be called rocket artillery? What a joke. Similarly, with the news released by the nation's foreign ministry, it quickly caused quite a stir globally as it spread online. Most countries held emergency meetings to discuss the fundamental purpose behind this revelation from the nation. In the presidential office of a neighboring country, looking at the latest announcement, the president slammed his hand on the table, visibly enraged, and said, "How shameless. Even at this time, they continue to lie, calling missiles rocket artillery? and they claim it can only reach 300 kilometers? From a certain city to the Gulf, that's almost 1,000 kilometers. Yet they still say this missile can only reach 300 kilometers? At this point, it was evident that the president was extremely angry, with his face turning red and his chest heaving heavily as he spoke. Hearing their president's words, other high-ranking officials in the room also felt a surge of anger. Knowing that the nation would not attack their country gave them a strange sense of confidence. The president is right. Those people are utterly shameless. Launching missiles into our airspace without even a heads up and then claiming it was a misunderstanding? Pooh. 1 or 2 might be excusable, but this is a full 90 missiles. Can they really say that it's all a misunderstanding? They also claimed it was due to a guidance system malfunction that caused it to slightly deviate from its course. Slightly? It crossed the entire city and passed all military district headquarters, a distance of 980 kilometers, and you call that slightly? In contrast to the outrage from the neighboring country, another nation appeared indifferent to the announcement from the foreign ministry of the nation. After reviewing the intelligence received, the president of that country scoffed and said, "This nation really has the audacity. Claiming a range of 300 kilometers is at the world's cutting-edge level?" Hearing their president's words, other officials in the office also wore smiles, though these smiles carried a hint of mockery. They might not even know that the artillery system we use on the battlefield in that region, the M142 rocket launcher, has a real range of over 380 kilometers, right? If we were to tell them that its true range is 500 kilometers, I wonder if they would still consider the 300 kilometers range to be cutting edge? As soon as this was said, not just Odma, but also other officials around couldn't help but laugh at the moment. They wouldn't think that just because they developed an advanced drone, they could surpass us in military weapons like rocket launchers, would they? Although everyone present felt a bit incredulous about the heavy-lift drone they developed, to claim that this would allow them to surpass us in overall military strength? Clearly, they wouldn't believe that. Let's not even mention that their rocket launcher can hit targets 300 kilometers away. Even if it could reach 500 kilometers, so what? Do they really think that their military strength, which is considered the best in the world, is just for show? Listening to the comments from the subordinates around, Odma shook his head, finding their actions somewhat laughable. Chapter 116. This is definitely a sniper. While discussions online and speculations from various countries were rampant during this time, Su Chun remained completely unconcerned. Due to the enthusiastic invitation from officers like Wen Yuan, Su Chun had to stay a few extra days in the Southern Military District. Originally, he planned to return after the completion of the tests for the 191 type rocket launcher to quickly handle the matters he had promised to the Coast Guard. Not to mention in this military district, even back when he was developing the 191 type rocket launcher in that remote area of Hancheng, he often received calls from Wang Jingda, who would ask him every few days when he was coming back. Su Chun was indeed quite focused on modifying the enforcement vessels for the Coast Guard. But just as he was thinking of leaving, he was forced to stay by Wen Yuan and the others. However, during his time in the Southern Military District, Su Chun became obsessed with sniper rifles, completely forgetting about the Coast Guard matters. Bang! At a certain shooting range, as a sharp gunshot rang out, Su Chun slowly lifted his head, which had been resting against the sniper rifle. Soon, a voice came through the intercom in front of him. "Report, 0 points, no hits." Hearing this, Su Chun instantly frowned, feeling a bit displeased. What the heck? What kind of lousy gun is this that can't hit even from such a close distance? After muttering to himself, Su Chun turned to a few officers nearby, squinting his eyes in suspicion, and said, "Commander Chun, have you hidden all the good guns away? Is this one I have actually a defective product? Otherwise, why is the accuracy of this sniper rifle so poor?" Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Chun Erlei and the other officers were first taken aback, then rolled their eyes at him. "Are you serious? Can't you see the problem lies with you? You can't aim properly, and yet blame the sniper rifle's accuracy? Come on, this is the NSG high-precision sniper rifle. You say its accuracy is poor? This is the most accurate sniper rifle developed in our country right now, and you dare to say such things?" After struggling internally for a while, Chun Erlei finally responded slowly, Mr. Su, is it possible that the issue isn't with the sniper rifle's accuracy, but rather because you don't have much talent in this area?" As soon as Chun Erlei said this, the other officers around nodded in agreement, seemingly very supportive of this viewpoint. Seeing their expressions, the strong-willed Su Chun immediately became unhappy, stood up, and said with an annoyed face, "Impossible. How could I, Su Chun, lack talent? I can develop a drone that carries 300 kilograms of explosives, and yet I can't handle a mere sniper rifle? Humph. It is certain that the precision of this sniper rifle is too poor, which is why I can't aim accurately. Once I get back and create a truly high-precision sniper rifle, you will see whether I, Su Chun, have any talent. After saying this, Su Chun turned around and left the shooting range without looking back, having no intention of continuing to tinker with that broken gun. How dare they claim it's a high-precision sniper rifle? They can't even hit a target from 100 meters away. Yet they have the audacity to say their accuracy is high. I really don't know whose face is thick enough to bear that name. Watching Su Chin's departing figure, Chin Erlei and the others exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of excitement in the other's eyes. The people present were all officers above the brigade level, usually handling a lot of affairs, yet their superiors still required them to take Su Chun around the military district every day. It was said to let this young man see what weapons could be optimized and upgraded in their southern military district. This was also the reason why Owen Yin had forcefully kept Su Chun. They all understood the performance of the Type 191 rocket artillery. And to have a talent capable of developing such an extraordinary rocket artillery, what kind of high-precision sniper rifle would he come up with? Suddenly, everyone began to look forward to the high-precision sniper rifle that Su Chun had just mentioned. Meanwhile, Su Chun was completely unaware of the thoughts in their minds. At this moment, he was pouting, still brooding over what Chin Erlei had said about him lacking shooting talent. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Su Chun immediately decided to search the system for a weapon that had a large caliber, high power, and could be aimed accurately. Once developed, he would let Chin Erlei and the others know that he, Su Chun, was also outstanding in shooting talent. After making up his mind, Su Chun quickly entered his requirements into the system's search bar. Once he confirmed, a torrent of information surged into Su Chin's mind in the blink of an eye, completely integrating into every cell of his being. However, when Su Chun saw the information he had just searched for, he widened his eyes in confusion. What is this PCL-181 vehicle-mounted howitzer? I wanted a high-precision sniper rifle, and you give me a howitzer? Looking at the information provided by the system, Su Chun couldn't help but feel bewildered. He wanted a sniper rifle, so why did the system give him this? Could it be a system malfunction? It shouldn't be. Su Chun shook his head and continued to check the knowledge he had just searched for, wanting to confirm whether the system had encountered some kind of error. After a long time, Su Chun finally digested all the information. However, once he learned about the relevant performance of this howitzer, the earlier confusion completely vanished, replaced by excitement in his eyes. A caliber of 155 millimeters, the maximum range exceeds 100 kilometers, equipped with a high-powered turbocharged engine, features an automatic firing adjustment function, configured with a positioning navigation system, semi-automatic revolving loading mechanism. Most importantly, this vehicle-mounted howitzer can also fire horizontally. As the saying goes, when anti-aircraft artillery is laid flat, it becomes a military tribunal. This phrase illustrates the terrifying power that can be unleashed when artillery is used in this manner. What's more, the vehicle-mounted howitzer that was found by Su Chun in the system not only boasts high mobility, but can also use the positioning navigation system for automatic targeting of enemy positions. ISNT that's similar to a guided system? Reflecting on the knowledge in his mind, Su Chun stroked his chin and nodded to himself, saying, yes, large caliber, long range, capable of horizontal fire, and can aim. This is definitely a sniper, just with a slightly larger caliber. Chapter 117, Frank's Helplessness. After comprehensively absorbing all the knowledge in his mind, Su Chun couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. With this sniper cannon, who would dare to say that Su Chun's shooting talent is lacking? Forget about hitting targets at 100 meters. Even at 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, or 100,000 meters, I can hit my mark without fail. No matter if there are cover or not, in front of this sniper cannon, it all amounts to nothing. There's a saying that goes, in the face of absolute firepower, any cover in front of you seems just as ridiculous as you are. And in front of Su Chun's sniper cannon, not only does your cover seem laughable, but even your position is equally absurd. Recalling the disdainful expressions of Chin Erlei and others just moments ago, Su Chun let out a slightly proud snort, feeling a surge of determination. Humph. Once I develop this high-precision sniper cannon, let us have a showdown. Then, let us see if you still dare to look down on my shooting talent. With his mind made up, Su Chun had no intention of staying in the southern military district any longer. He needed to hurry back and develop this sniper cannon. Additionally, the matters he had promised to the maritime police still awaited his resolution. Su Chun had a feeling that if he delayed any longer, someone like Wang Jingde might just come here personally to find him. Thinking of this, Su Chen nodded. Although there were many tasks at hand, he still felt quite happy. After all, everything he was doing was contributing to the nation's defense capabilities. Early the next morning, after packing up, Su Chen immediately headed to Owen Yan's office to tender his resignation. Xiao Su, are you really leaving today? Yes, Chief. Stay? Chief. You should know that an outstanding man like me cannot be retained. I meant, leave me that bottle of 30-year-old liquor you put on the shelf. In the end, as Su Chen boarded the helicopter, carrying 2 bottles of liquor in one hand and 2 packs of cigarettes in the other, Owen Yan, standing by to see him off, couldn't help but feel a deep sense of reluctance. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield in the Middle East, fierce fighting was underway. Boom, boom, boom. With deafening sounds of artillery echoing, countless rockets launched from the nearby enemy positions, tracing long parabolic arcs in the sky before landing on the Syrian army's positions. In an instant, countless wails filled the battlefield, as the remains of friendly soldiers were scattered everywhere, their blood having already soaked the ground red. At the Syrian command center, Frank stared at the map in front of him, unable to regain his composure. His mood had darkened to the extreme. Just as Frank was contemplating how to respond to the enemy's tactics, a figure burst into the command room, rolling and scrambling in, completely ignoring the displeased expressions of the many officers present. It's bad, General Frank. The military forces from a certain country have launched a rocket artillery attack on our positions again, and our artillery can't even reach them. Hearing the report from his subordinate, Frank frowned slightly, and his expression became even more grim. However, despite this, Frank couldn't think of any countermeasures. The absolute gap in military equipment was evident. No matter how many troops there are or how well the tactics are arranged, in the face of overwhelming firepower, all of this is futile. When they received a new batch of weapon support from another country, they finally regained their composure amid the attacks. But recently, the forces from that country suddenly deployed a new type of rocket artillery, instantly reversing the advantages they had initially gained. This rocket artillery, in terms of both strike power and precision, far exceeds the artillery used by their own military. Most importantly, the maximum range of this artillery exceeds 500 kilometers, which is a full 300 kilometers more than their own. Faced with such a terrifying strike range, their military could only passively endure the attacks, having no means to fight back. It's truly shameless. That country actively requested all nations to sign an agreement limiting the range of any rocket artillery to no more than 300 kilometers. But now, they not only openly tear up their own treaty, but also use powerful rocket artillery with ranges exceeding 500 kilometers against us. Isn't that hypocritical? General, we must inform the international governing body about this matter and ensure they put a stop to the continued use of such devastating weapons by that country. Clearly, the many officers present felt equally powerless against the rocket artillery used by that country. Now, they could only hope that the international governing body would intervene in their battlefield and strongly prohibit the continued use of such devastating artillery. However, everyone knew how ineffective that governing body could be. Would that country listen? Absolutely not. The world knows of the various hegemonic actions taken by that country over the years. But has anything changed? No. Listening to the disputes among his subordinates, Frank's face remained dark. He knew that involving the international governing body wouldn't change the current situation. However, the situation had progressed beyond their control, and they were willing to try any means to help their country overcome this crisis. After giving instructions for everything, Frank turned to a middle-aged man next to him, who was dressed simply and did not resemble a military officer. Major Tennyson, I've heard that a certain country has recently developed a rocket artillery with a range exceeding 300 kilometers. Do you think it would be possible to use your country's connections to purchase a batch of such artillery from them? Although aware that the rocket artillery from a certain country still has some gaps compared to that of another country, he really couldn't think of any other solutions at this moment. He could only give it a try, hoping that the rocket artillery mentioned by that country recently, which has reached the world's top level, could delay their situation. Hearing Frank's words, Tennyson, who was nearby, nodded and said with a serious expression, "Well, I'll give it a shot." Meanwhile, as a certain country invested a large number of new weapons on the battlefield in a specific region, similar situations were unfolding in various nations. In stark contrast to the helplessness of these countries, the military of the other country was in a completely different situation. In the command center on the battlefield, listening to the intelligence coming from the front lines, several officers couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chapter 118 Economic Situation Analysis Meeting? Ha ha. I guess Frank must be quite anxious now, right? They can't really believe that with the weapons supported by a certain country, they can truly compete with us, can they? Humph. The earlier situation was just to give them a little taste. And they really think that with the assistance of that country, they can repel our forces? Inside the military tent, a group of officers was discussing loudly, continuously expressing their opinions, but it was obvious that the vast majority present looked down upon the military of a certain nation. However, among them, there were some conservative officers whose brows were furrowed tightly, looking at the commander-in-chief in the main seat. One of them hesitated for a long time and finally said, "General Milton, is it a bit against international regulations for us to use rocket artillery for indiscriminate attacks on that nation? Originally, the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty was initiated by our country, which clearly stipulated that the range of rocket artillery used by countries must be controlled within 300 kilometers. But now, they have developed a type of rocket with a range exceeding 500 kilometers and are conducting indiscriminate attacks on the military and civilians of that nation on the battlefield. If this gets out, it will be hard for our country to explain to other nations internationally. We can't simply accuse that nation of producing chemical weapons like in the past, can we? Or claim that those civilians they killed were all terrorists. If they were only attacking enemy forces, that would be one thing. But what they didn't expect was that Commander Milton would order bombings on civilian houses and gathering places, ultimately claiming that these areas might be hiding armed personnel from that nation. Don't they know whether there are armed personnel or not? Moreover, all these actions were initiated by Milton himself, without any orders from the home country. Milton, who was initially somewhat pleased, immediately darkened his expression upon hearing this and impatiently said, "Regulations?" Milton glanced at the other person, snorted coldly, and continued, "What regulations are not set by our country? If anyone is dissatisfied, they can certainly come and try our fury. Humph. Don't even mention using rocket artillery with a range exceeding 500 kilometers. Even if it were a 1,000-kilometer rocket, which country on this planet would dare to stand up and say no?" On the other side, regarding the situation on the battlefield in the Middle East, Su Chun had no time to pay attention. Since returning to a certain county, Su Chun had been busy again, basically following a routine of 3 points in a line every day. Moreover, this workload was much larger than when developing the Type 191 rocket artillery. Advanced weapons such as the 1130 close-in weapon system, HPJ, 45 type large-caliber single-barrel naval gun, vertical launch missile system, and so on. These naval weapons are all installed on the 055 destroyer in the future. It's easy to imagine the advanced level and the difficulty of research and development for such a 10,000-ton class destroyer. Moreover, in recent days, Su Chun heard Wang Jingda from the Maritime Security Agency mention that they have been bullied by the navies of a neighboring country and another country. At that time, Wang Jingda sounded quite aggrieved, almost breaking down in tears and clinging to Su Chen's arm. Being at an ambitious age, upon hearing this news, Su Chen couldn't hold back and immediately prepared to install the Type 191 rocket launcher, which he developed for the Army, onto the law enforcement vessel of the Maritime Security Agency. He wanted to see what would happen when land artillery goes to sea. If worst comes to worst, he would replace all the warhead with nuclear ones. He couldn't believe that such small countries could stir up much trouble. Because of this, Su Chun has been very busy these days, not only discussing the land artillery going to sea with Wang Jingda, but also continuing to develop other naval weapons, as well as the sniper cannon he has been thinking about. However, today, Su Chun welcomed a long-awaited day of rest, rather than a day off. It was more like he received an invitation from the government, forcing him to stop his work. Looking at the documents in hand, Su Chun wondered if the county government officials were so idle that they had nothing better to do than hold an economic situation analysis meeting. Nanshan County is such an important city, and instead of discussing economic development, they should be considering how to strengthen the armed forces to prevent threats from neighboring countries. With their navy already flaunting their power on their home turf, who has time to think about the economy? In Su Chen's opinion, they should directly produce artillery, guns, and tanks to eliminate these threats once and for all. If conditions allowed, it would be ideal to deal with the other neighboring countries as well. Thinking of this, Su Chen nodded, believing it was necessary to bring it up with the county party secretary during the meeting. 3 hours later, after finishing up all the tasks, Su Chen was on his way to the county government building. At that moment, the meeting had not yet officially started, and the numerous officials present were mostly discussing trivial matters. However, it was evident that everyone's mood was quite good, especially Wang Jianhua, who was seated in the main position. He looked at Su Chun from a distance with great enthusiasm, perhaps even thinking that they had a close relationship. Feeling Wang Jianhua's warm gaze, Su Chun was taken aback, especially after noticing that everyone else seated at the venue were officials, with him being the only entrepreneur present. Wasn't this meeting supposed to discuss economic development with all the entrepreneurs in Nanshan County? How did it end up with only him? Su Chun, who has always been a bit of a thinker, touched his chin when he noticed this scene and couldn't help but ponder the purpose of these officials calling him in. Recently, he hadn't done anything wrong, had he? Besides, he was now the Minister of Defense, and his subordinates occasionally made small mistakes, so what? Remembering that he not only had support within the Ministry of Defense, but was also acquainted with the senior leaders of the 5 major military regions, Su felt a sense of relief. However, he still thought that he needed to go to the Southern Military District in the future to obtain the title of Honorary Commander to establish some authority. Otherwise, whenever something happened, he would always feel somewhat uneasy. Perhaps this was the after effect of his past dealings with those gun barrels. Just as Su Chun was lost in thought, Wang Jianhua, seated at the head of the table, finally announced the start of the meeting. Chapter 119, I Disagree. As the meeting began, the conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone's gaze was directed towards the county party secretary at the front, Wang Jianhua. After scanning the room, Wang Jianhua nodded slightly and got straight to the point. I believe everyone is aware of the current economic situation in our county. Although there has been an increase compared to the previous quarter, we still notice several issues. The purpose of this economic development analysis meeting is to address these problems and come up with ways to expand consumption and production demands within the county, optimize the economic structure, and ensure the livelihood needs of the residents. As Wang Jianhua's somewhat heavy words echoed in the room, a flurry of discussions erupted. Various officials began to express their opinions, suggesting support for promising enterprises, expanding export demands, confronting difficulties, and maintaining confidence. They emphasized the need to focus on key areas and take proactive measures, proposing targeted and effective policy measures. In short, every conceivable solution was voiced by the officials present. However, while discussing these ideas may seem easy, effectively implementing them will require considerable effort. Listening to these discussions, Su Chun felt a sense of nostalgia compared to the past. The local officials now seemed ambitious for the development of the county, as if they were filled with confidence about the future. What Su Chun didn't realize was that the reason for all this was him. Ever since his company launched drones and off-road vehicles, which became wildly popular, the entire county seemed transformed. Not only did tax revenues increase every quarter, but the development pace of the county also surged forward with the application of the drones in various industries. So, who benefited the most from this development? Naturally, it was the local officials managing the county. They privately estimated that if the county continued to develop at this pace, it could significantly enhance their once bleak prospects. Who wouldn't want to progress? It was precisely for this reason that they specifically invited Su Chun to participate in this meeting. Amidst the buzzing discussions, Wang Jianhua at the front nodded occasionally, lost in thought. As the discussions quieted down, he finally turned his gaze towards Su Chun, not far away. Mr. Su, what are your thoughts on our county's economy? Do you have any good suggestions? As Wang Jianhua's voice fell, all eyes in the room turned to Su Chun, their expressions filled with anticipation. Now, Su Chun's company is a pillar industry in their county, and a single decision from the other party could extinguish the confidence they have just regained at any moment. Therefore, everyone is particularly concerned about Su Chun's opinion. However, when they heard Su Chun's next words, they were all dumbfounded. I disagree with vigorously developing the economy of our county at this stage. The current focus should be on how to improve our local armed forces a bit to defend against disturbances from the neighboring region. As soon as these words came out, the room was in shock, and everyone stared wide-eyed at Su Chun, their faces filled with disbelief. Improve a bit? Armed forces? Is this something that the county government should be considering? However, before everyone could recover from Su Chun's previous statements, they were further astonished by what he said next. Everyone should know that our nation has always been at odds with the neighboring region, often experiencing territorial frictions. And our county is so close to the border. If we only focus on economic development without considering the threats from the neighboring region, once a war breaks out, our county will be doomed, and everything we have done will turn to ashes. At this point, Su Chun took a deep breath, seemingly unbothered by the audience's reactions, and after a brief pause, continued, I suggest increasing the budget for the Coast Guard and the armed forces, and establishing a military factory in our county to produce aircraft, artillery, tanks, and so on. We should also pay attention to the nearby waters to prevent disturbances from the regional navy, providing the Coast Guard with warships, large-caliber naval guns, carrier-based aircraft, etc. If possible, we could also equip our local meteorological bureau with some anti-aircraft measures like anti-aircraft guns and missiles to guard against aerial threats. Gasp! It was truly shocking. When the officials heard Su Chen's so-called suggestions, they all took a deep breath. Tanks? Aircraft? Warships? Missiles? Is this what you call improving a bit? This is not just enhancing armed forces. This is about forming an army. Thinking this, the people present exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Was there really a need for this? They had only wanted to discuss the economic issues of their county. So how did it turn into a discussion about forming an army and building artillery and aircraft? Is this something that a small county should be considering? Most importantly, are these matters within the decision-making power of local officials? Military organization and weapon production must be discussed and decided by the highest central authority of the nation. And even if a plan is finalized, it cannot be completed in just a year or two. But such a complicated and significant matter, you just bring it up for discussion in a small county meeting? Isn't this absurd? It's not just the ordinary officials who are shocked by Su Chen's remarks. Even Wang Jianhua at the front is equally astonished. He never expected that he would only inquire about economic issues, but the other party would actually bring up military matters and talk about building planes and tanks. He is just a county party secretary. How could he make such decisions? After suppressing his inner complaints for a long time, Wang Jianhua hesitantly said to Su Chen, "Mr. Su, isn't this unnecessary?" As soon as Wang Jianhua said this, the officials present all nodded in agreement like chicks pecking at rice, fully supporting this view. However, upon seeing the reactions of the officials, Su Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart, and his expression turned somewhat regretful. Watching Su Chen's reaction, the confused officers were left dumbfounded. What is this expression supposed to mean? Chapter 120, Is there still justice? Is there still law? At this moment, while everyone was extremely bewildered by Su Chen's expression, a crisp sound suddenly echoed throughout the conference room. Su Chen, who had just been full of sorrow, suddenly stood up, and due to the intensity of his movement, he knocked over the chair he had just been sitting on. Bang! Standing up, Su Chen's expression changed from sorrow to righteous indignation as he excitedly said to the still bewildered crowd, "Do you know? Just the day before yesterday, I personally heard Director Wang from the Coast Guard say that the navy of a certain country actually dared to brazenly come into our territorial waters and bully our people. Tell me, is there still justice? Is there still law? How can a defeated nation dare to come into our waters and dictate terms to our Coast Guard comrades? Shouldn't we build a few warships and cannons for our Coast Guard comrades in our county? Furthermore, now that this country dares to run rampant in our waters, who knows? They might even come to our county to cause trouble or even launch another war against us in the future." At this moment, Su Chen was extremely agitated. His passionate words made his face flush. Remembering the grievances Director Wang had shared with him that day, Su Chen was filled with anger, wishing he could lead an army to completely annihilate that country. However, as everyone listened to Su Chen's colorful speech, they exchanged puzzled glances. Each one looked at the other with extremely strange expressions. Wait, that hot-tempered Director Wang was actually bullied by the navy of that country? It's a miracle if he doesn't bully them, and how can he expect them to suffer losses under that country's hands? Director Wang's glorious deeds could fill a basket, and it would take 3 days and nights to recount them all. The so-called arrogant behavior of the other side always gave them headaches in their county and with the South Sea Fleet. They just didn't understand why the Coast Guard always liked to wander into other people's waters. Moreover, every time they encountered the navy of that country, they acted arrogantly. Finally, everyone realized why Su Chen had made such statements earlier. It turned out it was all the trickery of Director Wang behind the scenes. And they dared to ask for warships? Carrier-based aircraft? Dream on. If the Coast Guard were to have such weapons, they would think nothing of running to the doorstep of another country. Upon thinking of this, everyone had already made up their minds to report the matter to the higher-ups after the meeting, hoping they could manage this Wang Zhengde properly. As for everyone's reaction, Su Chen, who had just spoken, was equally bewildered. How could they not be angry about such a disgraceful matter? The neighboring country had come to their territory to bully their people, and they were not upset about it? With this thought, Su Chen's face showed some dissatisfaction. Just as he was about to speak again to persuade everyone, he was interrupted by Wang Jianhua's voice. Wang Jianhua, who was at the front, hesitated and said, Mr. Su, we understand this, but the county has its difficulties. If we were to produce these weapons, I fear the economic pressure on the county would be unbearable, which could affect the lives of the people, and that would be counterproductive. Wang Jianhua, of course, was aware of Wang Jingda's character and understood that Su Qin's reaction today was likely influenced by being deceived by Wang Jingda. Nonetheless, they could not deny that both Su Qin and Wang Jingda were acting out of patriotism. Therefore, in the end, Wang Jianhua did not directly reject Su Qin's suggestion, but shifted the focus of the conflict to economic concerns. This move had some effect. Not far away, Su Qin, upon hearing Wang Jianhua's worries, fell into deep thought. However, after estimating in his mind, Su Qin smiled and said in front of everyone, the county doesn't need to spend any money. My Zhongtian Industrial Group will cover everything. We just need the county to assist with the relevant qualifications and paperwork later. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire conference room erupted into a noisy discussion. However, the crowd did not take Su Qin's words too seriously. Although they knew that Su Qin's company had military qualifications issued by the Defense Department and that the drones and off-road vehicles he developed had been incorporated into military equipment, they still did not believe that Su Qin could develop advanced weapons like tanks, fighter jets, and warships. These military equipment were not comparable to small drones and off-road vehicles. The difficulty of their development was so great that even if the designs were handed over to Su Qin, they did not think he could produce them. Clearly, these people were unaware that Su Qin had already developed and manufactured a rocket launcher with extraordinary performance for the Southern Military District. They also did not know that the rocket launcher recently announced by the Foreign Affairs Department, which reached world-class levels, was produced by Su Qin. After a long time, having listened to Su Qin's words, Wang Jianhua at the front let out a long sigh, his face filled with helplessness. He couldn't understand why Su Qin was so stubborn. Was it not enough to just produce drones and off-road vehicles for the military? Why did he insist on producing weapons like fighter jets, warships, and tanks? Was that something he could actually produce? Although he thought so, Wang Jianhua did not intend to dampen Su Qin's enthusiasm. After sighing again, he nodded to Su Qin and said, well, since that's the case, the county will naturally provide assistance. If you have any needs later, just go to the relevant departments. Hearing this, Su Qin, who had taken his seat again, felt a surge of joy in his heart without any hesitation and directly said, I actually have a request. I plan to establish a shipyard in a certain area to build a military vessel for the maritime police. Upon hearing this, even Wang Jianhua was taken aback for a moment, but he eventually nodded. However, one could see a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He couldn't understand why this young man, who usually seemed fine, would become so stubborn at a critical moment. As for Wang Jianhua's expression, Su Qin paid no mind. At this moment, he was filled with excitement, thinking about the upcoming shipyard. This would be the birthplace of the first 10,000-ton destroyer in the region. Chapter 121. The 2nd Artillery Unit. After a brief interaction with Su Qin, the conference room returned to a calm state, and everyone resumed discussions on how to improve the economic issues within the county. Naturally, Su Qin was quite relaxed, as he had already obtained what he wanted. As for the matter of equipping the maritime police and the armed forces with weapons, it was quite simple for him. However, just as the meeting was about to conclude, Su Qin intended to find Director Sun Chenghong of the Industry and Commerce Bureau to inquire about the qualifications required for shipyards. Unexpectedly, after taking only a couple of steps, he was firmly grabbed by a pair of large hands. Feeling the force on his arm, Su Qin was slightly taken aback and turned to look, only to see Zhou Wenhua, the director of the Meteorological Bureau, gazing at him with intense enthusiasm. Seeing the other party's excited expression, Su Qin felt a bit confused. Director Zhou, is there something you need? Upon hearing this, Zhou Wenhua was momentarily stunned and then displayed a look of grievance towards Su Qin. While the other officials in the conference room might not have taken Su Qin's earlier comments seriously, Zhou valued them greatly. Ever since he heard that Su Qin intended to provide their Meteorological Bureau with a batch of anti-aircraft guns and missiles, he had been consumed by excitement, to the point where he hadn't spoken a word throughout the meeting. Now, however, he saw Su Qin seemingly forgetting this important matter. Looking at Su Qin's bewildered expression, Zhou Wenhua felt a surge of indignation. What is going on? You just promised us about the Meteorological Bureau, and now you've forgotten? Seeing Zhou's aggrieved look, Su Qin's mind was in a whirl, completely unable to understand what was happening. Director Zhou, Unable to bear the expression any longer, Su Chun spoke up again. Upon hearing Su Chen's reminder, Zhou Wenhua snapped back to attention. Suppressing his feelings of grievance, he replied, Mr. Su, the anti-aircraft guns and missiles you mentioned earlier, were you serious about those? Although Su Chun now resembled a heartless person who had forgotten his commitments after getting what he wanted, Zhou decided to forgive him, given the significance of the anti-aircraft missiles. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Su Chun finally came back to his senses. However, he felt a bit embarrassed as he recalled that he had casually mentioned the idea of providing missiles and other weapons to the Meteorological Bureau. His main focus was still on improving the firepower of the maritime police, as the likelihood of their county being attacked from the land by the neighboring country was minimal. Given the presence of the Southern Theater Command, it was practically impossible for that country to cross the entire Southern Theater to launch an attack on their southern county. However, the situation at sea was different. The South China Sea Fleet had to remain vigilant against potential attacks from the neighboring country, as well as threats from other countries in Southeast Asia encroaching upon their maritime territory. With such a significant task, how could just the South China Sea Fleet handle everything? Moreover, he had heard Wang Jingde mention before that the navy of a certain country was being arrogant and overbearing in their waters. How could Su Chen tolerate such humiliation? Therefore, Su Chen's current focus was mainly on how to enhance the firepower of the maritime police. Even what he said in the meeting about providing some aircraft and artillery for the armed forces was simply a spontaneous remark made out of anger towards the recent arrogance of that country. As for producing anti-aircraft missiles for the Meteorological Bureau, that seemed even more distant. Seeing Zhou Wenhua, who had regained his excitement, Su Chen scratched his head and said somewhat awkwardly, Director Zhou, there's no need to rush on the Meteorological Bureau's matters, after all. We have comrades from the Southern Theater nearby. However, the situation with the maritime police was different. Those comrades not only had to go out to sea for law enforcement patrols every day, but they also had to be on constant alert against threats from various countries. If they didn't first enhance the weaponry of the maritime police, what would happen if that group from the certain country attacked our southern county from the sea? Upon hearing the mention of the maritime police, a hint of disdain instantly appeared on Zhou Wenhua's face. Could Wang Jingde really be bullied by other countries? He was just wandering around the edges of other countries in the South China Sea like a fool. And it was a blessing that he didn't cause trouble for the country. Was there really a need to worry about the maritime police being bullied by that country? Although Zhou Wenhua felt somewhat displeased, he roughly understood why Su Chun was so invested in enhancing the maritime police's weaponry. Realizing the key point, Zhou Wenhua's eyes lit up, and he said with urgency, Mr. Su, who says we shouldn't be worried about the Meteorological Bureau? What if that country sends aircraft to bomb our county? What if the Southern Theater misses one of their aircraft while intercepting? As he spoke, Zhou Wenhua's expression grew more agitated. He grasped Su Chen's arm a bit tighter, shaking his head in exclamation, Mr. Su, we at the Meteorological Bureau are also anxious. Hearing this, Su Chen fell into deep thought and instinctively stroked his chin. That was indeed something he hadn't considered. At this moment, Su Chen realized that their southern county's air defense measures were indeed somewhat lacking. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but look at the Meteorological Bureau director in front of him, his eyes filled with admiration. It was no wonder that this person could become the director of the Meteorological Bureau. They had truly considered everything comprehensively. Nodding, Su Chen directly said to Zhou Wenhua, All right, I'll take care of this matter. I'll get started on preparations as soon as I return. Upon receiving Su Chen's response, Zhou Wenhua's heart filled with joy. But after a moment, he said to Su Chen, Since your company is going to manufacture anti-aircraft weapons, do you need me to introduce you to Brigade Commander Chen Erliai from the Southern Theater? He is the highest commander of the 3rd Artillery Brigade in the Southern Theater, overseeing a wide variety of artillery with thousands of pieces at his disposal. Surely, he can provide you with some assistance in developing shells. Chen Erliai? Upon hearing this name, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and smiled, shaking his head at Director Zhou. No need, Director Zhou. I know Brigade Commander Chen. I recently collaborated with them in the Southern Theater. Collaborated? Hearing this response, even Zhou Wenhua couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. He thought Su Chen had only developed drones and off-road vehicles. When did he collaborate with the Southern Military Region? Su Chen understood Zhou Wenhua's confusion. But the matter regarding the Type 191 rocket artillery was classified, so he naturally couldn't disclose it. After chuckling, Su Chen shifted the topic and began discussing the manufacturing of certain weapons. As for whether the production of anti-aircraft guns and missiles for the Meteorological Bureau would be stopped by the authorities, Su Chen was not worried at all. After all, as the second largest artillery force in the country, what would it matter to equip them with a few hundred pieces of artillery? Chapter 122. Error. Huge. After returning from the county government to the company, it was already nearly 4 p.m. After finishing all his tasks, Su Chen found that it was still early, so he planned to pay a visit to the Maritime Police Station. However, before he could leave the office, he received news from a relevant government department stating that a certain country wanted to purchase 5,000 units of a newly tested rocket artillery system. Upon hearing this news, Su Chen was overwhelmed with joy. 5,000 units. If this deal goes through, how much profit could be made? It's important to note that rocket artillery is not comparable to the steel pipes he sold before. The profit margins are significantly higher. For instance, a 750mm rocket shell sells for up to 2 million in local currency, and even the 375mm and 300mm versions are priced close to 1 million. Most importantly, these are munitions. Each shell used means one less available. If the other side's military uses this rocket artillery, wouldn't they have to buy their shells from him in the future? Thinking about the potential profits, Su Chen's face flushed with excitement. This is a long-term business opportunity that not only allows him to earn a substantial amount from this transaction, but also gives him a chance to annoy another country. Recently, Su Chen had heard quite a bit of international news, which had further refreshed his understanding of the bottom line of that certain country. They had stipulated in a certain treaty that no country should have rocket artillery with a range exceeding 300 kilometers, yet during the conflicts in a certain region, they openly violated this agreement while using highly destructive weapons against civilians. Even during a recent United Nations meeting, when faced with ample evidence from multiple countries, they shamelessly claimed that the rockets exceeding 500 kilometers in range were due to errors. They even had the audacity to assert that those killed were terrorists in front of numerous nations. Regarding their statements, Su Chen felt it was just ridiculous. This kind of shamelessness certainly makes them the second to none in that regard. However, Su Chen was merely reflecting on their actions. As long as they did not threaten the safety of his own country, he didn't care what they did. Nonetheless, if he could annoy them in certain aspects, he would certainly be interested. After all, didn't they say that rockets exceeding 500 kilometers were just errors? Then, our artillery system with a range of 1,000 kilometers can also be considered an error. There should be no problem with that, right? It's just that the error is a bit larger. Without hesitation, having made up his mind, Su Chen immediately notified the original staff involved in the development of the 191 rocket launcher to resume production. Of course, the performance of the export version of the 191 rocket launcher could not be the same as that supplied to the domestic military. The range was reduced by 200 kilometers. The loading speed was cut in half, and the number of launch tubes was also half. Thus, a rocket launcher with a cost price only half of the original was born. However, when delivering this batch of orders, Su Chen was not foolish enough to cut the price of the export version by half, like its performance. 3 months later, on the battlefield. Report, General. The rocket launchers purchased from the Dragon Country have arrived. In the command room, a black officer rushed in excitedly, addressing Frank at the main seat. Hearing this, Frank, who had just been discussing the battle situation with several subordinates, immediately became excited. Where are they? Take me there quickly. During this time, they had been retreating under the firepower from a certain country, and as soon as their troops got within range of the enemy's rocket launchers, they would be bombarded heavily. The main problem was that they had no way to counter this. The rocket launchers currently used by their country were still the Katyusha rocket launchers left over from World War II. However, these were far inferior to the rocket launchers used by that certain country. Even if they modified all the rocket tubes to use the advanced steel pipes purchased from the Dragon Country, the range would still be significantly inferior to those used by the other side. Therefore, he had been eagerly waiting for the delivery of the rocket launchers from the Dragon Country. Now that they had finally arrived, Frank had no interest in discussing the battle situation anymore and was ready to see what was claimed to be cutting-edge technology from the Dragon Country. A moment later, under the guidance of the black officer, Frank and many officials finally saw the rocket launchers they had been dreaming of for some time. However, when Frank saw the real appearance of the 191 rocket launcher, he was instantly stunned, his face filled with disbelief. Glancing at the black officer who had just reported, Frank uncertainly said, "Is this a rocket launcher?" "Yes, General. According to the manual, this rocket launcher is the latest 191 model developed by the Dragon Country. What nonsense is this? How can this be called a rocket launcher? What kind of rocket launcher is this big? Look at the size of the 6 projectiles on that launch vehicle. Are you sure those aren't missiles, but rather rocket shells? It was no wonder Frank was so shocked. The visual impact of the 191 rocket launcher was too great. He had served in the military for most of his life and had never seen rocket shells of this caliber. The rocket artillery used by their country, when placed in front of these rocket launchers, looks utterly inferior. But now you tell me this is a rocket launcher? Seeing the general's disbelief, the officer handed over the user manual with a look of grievance, saying, "General, this is indeed a rocket launcher. The country in question has confirmed it. Could they possibly deceive us?" The general glanced at him and directly took the user manual from the officer's hand. However, once he finished reading the content marked on it, he became instantly excited. Name, PCH, 191 model long-range rocket launcher, rocket caliber, 750 millimeters, 375 millimeters, 300 millimeters range, recommended within 300 kilometers. Strike accuracy, within a 10-meter range. Note, do not strike targets beyond 300 kilometers, as the error margin for this rocket launcher is extremely large. Looking at the 2 bold red words at the end of the manual, even the general couldn't help but gasp. Wow, an error margin. Extremely large? Just how large could it be? Chapter 123, What If I Don't Follow the Advice? Frank stared at the last row of the manual, which highlighted the precautions in extremely eye-catching bright red font, unable to regain his composure for a long time. He was puzzled. Since it was said that this rocket launcher had a large margin of error, why didn't the country in question clearly state just how large this so-called error was? Additionally, why did the manual specify a recommended engagement range of only within 300 kilometers? What would happen if I didn't follow the suggestion? With this thought, Frank shook his head, completely bewildered by the purpose of such a move. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel again at the depth of the written language of that country. He pondered over those few words for a long time without arriving at any conclusion. He glanced at the black officer beside him, who looked quite aggrieved, and hesitantly said, "What do you think? Why did they specifically indicate in the manual that we should only target objectives within a 300-kilometer range when using this rocket launcher? And why did they also emphasize in such a conspicuous font at the end of the manual that this rocket launcher has a large margin of error? Why not just tell us directly? Could there be some other intention behind it?" Upon hearing the series of questions from his general, the black officer felt a headache coming on. How could he, a battalion-level officer, possibly know such things? However, since it was his general who was asking, he could only muster the courage to respond. Could it be that this rocket launcher can only hit targets within a range of 300 kilometers? Or perhaps the reason they mention large margin of error is similar to the statements made by certain countries at the recent UN meeting? Frank rolled his eyes at the first part of the black officer's response, feeling a bit disdainful. However, when he heard the latter part, his eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, based on the usual behavior of that country, it was indeed possible that they could do something like that. Their Bureau of Misinformation was not merely a reputation. They could make a 50,000-ton aircraft carrier, over 300 meters long and more than 30 meters high, appear to be nothing more than a fishing boat. If it weren't for the fact that various countries had some understanding of aircraft carriers, people would likely believe that the photos circulating were of a harmless little vessel. With this realization, Frank immediately became ecstatic. If that were the case, could it be that this time they had intentionally highlighted the precautions in red to remind them? Hiss. Understanding the key point, Frank did not hesitate at all and directly asked the black officer, "Do you know how far we are from the artillery positions of that country? What are the specific coordinates?" Hearing their general start to inquire about serious matters, the officer, feeling the weight of the situation, replied directly, "Report, General, our command center is approximately 900 kilometers away from the enemy artillery position, located at 1-7-2-0, within the range of 4-7-5-0. When Frank heard that they were 900 kilometers away from the enemy's artillery, his brows furrowed instantly, and a hint of hesitation arose in his heart. Such a long distance, could they hit the target? However, this hesitation was quickly cast aside by Frank, who thought to himself, whatever, the other side has said that the margin of error is significant, so why not give it a try? After making up his mind, Frank did not hesitate any longer and instructed the officer beside him, "Quick, have someone bring out a rocket launcher and aim it at the enemy's artillery position to see if we can hit it." Faced with the command from their superior, the officer did not dare to slack off, nodded earnestly at Frank, and then left to carry out the order. 30 minutes later, with the collective effort of dozens of soldiers, a 191 type rocket launcher was successfully prepared for combat, with 6 enormous rockets aimed directly at the enemy's position. However, after assembling the 191 type rocket launcher, the soldiers were puzzled. They did not understand why their general chose to assemble the rocket launchers at the command center instead of sending them to the front lines. They were well aware that the command center was a full 900 kilometers away from the enemy position. Could they really hit the target from such a distance? As for the soldiers' expressions, Frank was too preoccupied to care. Once he saw that the rocket launcher was successfully set up, he directly instructed the artillery crew, launch. As Frank's words fell, a deafening roar of artillery fire instantly echoed throughout the command center. Following that, the 6 rockets, with an astonishing caliber, shot out in a matter of seconds, racing toward the enemy's position. The speed was astonishing, and it wasn't until those 6 massive rockets disappeared from view that everyone finally came to their senses. Quick! Notify the reconnaissance units at the front to check if the target was hit. Yes, in truth, Frank had no confidence himself. He also did not know if this rocket launcher could hit a target 900 kilometers away. Meanwhile, at the enemy's position, a burly middle-aged officer slapped the shoulder of a subordinate operating the rocket launcher, filled with rage. Where the hell are you aiming? I've been commanding artillery for over a decade, and I've never seen a crew with worse accuracy than you. Damn it, this is our latest developed rocket launcher. Its precision and range far exceed the previous M270, and if it can't hit the target, what the hell is wrong with you? Get lost. Don't let me see you in the artillery unit again. After scolding the soldier with poor aim, the middle-aged officer kicked him to the ground, disdainfully expelling him from the artillery unit. Watching the soldier leave in shame, the officer spat on the ground, visibly upset, and said, "Damn it. With a range of over 500 kilometers, how could you miss so badly and still dare to be an artilleryman?" Just as the officer was fuming about the soldier, a piercing sound suddenly broke through the air, reaching his ears. Hearing the unexpected noise, the officer felt a wave of confusion and looked up in the direction of the sound. However, once he saw the source of the noise, he instantly gasped in surprise. Chapter 124, Is This a Rocket Shell? When the middle-aged officer saw those 6 exaggeratedly large shells, he immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Missile attack, take cover. However, just as he was about to warn the soldiers, who were already filled with fear, they were engulfed in a sea of flames. Boom, boom, boom. From the moment those 6 rocket shells were discovered to the entire artillery position being reduced to ruins, it took only a few dozen seconds. All the soldiers, before they could even scream, were overwhelmed by the subsequent explosions. Some soldiers didn't even register what had just happened before they met their end. What? It's over? 6 shells completely obliterated the entire artillery position? Listening to the reports from the frontline scouts, Frank was momentarily stunned. 6 rocket shells, 900 kilometers? All hit accurately? Hiss, isn't this a bit exaggerated? What shocked Frank the most was that just 6 rocket shells could level the entire artillery position. Such power, such range, and such accuracy from a rocket launcher were things Frank, who had been in the military for decades, had never even dared to dream about. However, this shock was quickly replaced by a surge of joy. If these rocket shells had such power and range, then what did it matter? After all, Frank was a senior officer who understood the importance of timing on the battlefield. He didn't have time to marvel at the power of this rocket artillery. He quickly turned to the officers beside him and ordered, "Quick, assemble all the rocket launchers, target the command center." In contrast to Frank's excitement, the army on the other side was in complete disarray. At the artillery position, looking at the ruins before him, Milton furrowed his brow and said, "You mean this was caused by rocket shells, not missiles?" Feeling the killing intent radiating from their general, the soldier being questioned fell silent, cold sweat covering his forehead. Report. General, according to our intelligence personnel, the attack on our artillery position was indeed from rocket artillery, and, however, before the soldier could finish, Milton kicked him away in anger, shouting, "What? Are your eyes just for decoration? What rocket artillery could have such power?" Since learning that their artillery position had been attacked, Milton had never believed it was caused by rocket artillery. Just moments ago in the command center, he had only heard 6 explosions. If this scene was indeed caused by rocket artillery, it would mean that the enemy had destroyed their entire artillery position with just 6 shells. This news sounded absurd to him. When did rocket artillery gain such power? Among them, what surprised Milton the most was the implication that if the other side was using rocket artillery, It meant the enemy had a type of rocket artillery with a range of 900 kilometers. How could that be possible? Even their own country could only develop rocket artillery with a range of just over 500 kilometers. How could other nations, with their military capabilities, possibly develop more advanced rocket artillery than theirs? Thinking about this made Milton feel like a fool. Just as he was about to draw his sidearm to deal with this lying subordinate, he was stopped by an officer beside him. "General, this is not the time to pursue such matters. Whether they are using rocket artillery or not, our intelligence personnel will clarify that later. But since the enemy possesses such powerful weapons, if we continue to launch an attack, we will surely suffer heavy losses. Our immediate priority is to withdraw the troops from the front line." Hearing the reminder from his subordinate, Milton, still angry, finally came to his senses. However, before he could issue the withdrawal order, an explosion was heard from the direction of the command center. Moments later, they saw a soldier crawling towards them in fear, saying, "General, the command center has been attacked. It was another shell." Upon hearing the report, all the officers, including Milton, felt a wave of fear. If they had remained in the command center just now, would they have already met their fate? Realizing this, even Milton's eyes showed a hint of fear. With such high precision in strikes, where did the enemy's missiles come from? Clearly, Milton did not believe that such precision and power could be developed by their adversary alone. There must be other nations secretly assisting them. However, although he had doubts, Milton knew this was not the time to consider such things. They needed to withdraw the troops immediately. "Dennis, quickly notify all units to withdraw from the positions and contact the Air Force to assist in our evacuation." Hearing the command from the Supreme Commander, an officer named Dennis did not dare to slack off. He nodded to Milton and went to carry out the order. Yet, even though Milton issued the withdrawal order promptly, it was still too late. As all frontline units received the withdrawal command, they were met with a barrage of rockets. Boom, boom, boom. With each explosion, a large number of soldiers vanished from the battlefield. The reason for such devastating firepower was, of course, due to Su Chen's careful planning. This time, Su Chen had prepared a batch of munitions equipped with cloud bombs, high explosive shells, thermobaric weapons, and other types designed for mass destruction, intending to make the enemy suffer more. In stark contrast to the fear displayed by the enemy forces, the Syrian troops on the other side exhibited a completely opposite state. The command center in a certain region, those people from a certain country finally faced some hardship. Listen, the intelligence coming from the front lines has Frank extremely excited. Ever since the strike on the command center of that country, he has been in a state of euphoria. Watching their general so excited, the surrounding officers felt no surprise. In fact, they were equally thrilled. Thinking back to the hardships they endured under the new type of rocket artillery from the other side during this period, everyone felt immensely satisfied. They finally gave those individuals a good lesson. Chapter 125. The anger of a certain country. The next day, after a night of retreat, the military of a certain country finally made it to a safe area. However, after this battle, the morale of the entire army had plummeted to an all-time low, with fear and frustration etched on everyone's faces. As soldiers of this country, they had never experienced such a heavy defeat before, especially in a region as impoverished and backward as the Middle East. It is important to note that the Middle East theater holds significant strategic importance for this country. And because of this, their requests for weaponry and equipment were always met. It could even be said that the advanced weaponry they used ranked among the top in all the military branches of this country. They had access to the world's most advanced fifth-generation fighter jets, rocket artillery with a range of 500 kilometers, and high-firepower main battle tanks, among other advanced heavy weaponry. Yet, despite having such advanced equipment, they still faced defeat, and it was at the hands of Syria, a country they had previously bullied with ease. The thought of this made a hint of frustration appear on the faces of all the soldiers. However, beneath this frustration, there was still a trace of fear hidden deep within their eyes. Recalling the missiles used by the enemy yesterday sent chills down their spines. In contrast to the fear of these soldiers, officers like Milton were filled with immense anger. Just moments ago, they had learned that the powerful missiles used by Syria were supported by another country. After reviewing the documents in his hand, Milton slammed his palm down on the table in front of him, his face flushed with rage as he said, "It's them again. Are they looking for death? Do they really think that after a few years of development, they can stand against us?" Hearing their general's words, the other officers nearby gritted their teeth in agreement. They also could not believe that, knowing full well that their country was at war with Syria, This other country had the audacity to sell missiles to Syria openly. What was worse was that they had disguised the missiles as rocket artillery to deceive their intelligence personnel. Did they really think they were fools who couldn't tell the difference between a missile and a rocket? What kind of rocket can accurately strike a target 1,000 kilometers away, and with such terrifying lethality? Clearly, when receiving reports from their undercover agents at the front line, everyone still found it hard to believe that the artillery shells used by the enemy were launched from rocket artillery. Did this other country not fear retaliation from them? How could they dare to support Syria? And to disguise missiles as rocket artillery, did they really think the people of this country were blind and couldn't distinguish between the two? A group of officers grew increasingly agitated, and towards the end, some even suggested to Milton to turn their weapons against the Dragon Nation. However, Milton did not heed their words. As the commander-in-chief stationed in the Middle East, he might be ruthless, but that did not mean he was foolish. A war between two nations could not be instigated by a single leader acting on impulse, especially when it involved two global superpowers. Observing his subordinates turning red with anger, Milton let out a long sigh and took a while before finally looking at an officer beside him. "Dennis, report all the details from yesterday to the headquarters as soon as possible, and notify the reconnaissance units on the front line to keep a close watch on the situation of the Syrian army. As soon as there is any news, inform the command center immediately." Milton understood that the pressing issue at hand was not to engage in another war with the Syrian army, nor to pursue the rights and wrongs of the Dragon Nation, but to quickly relay battlefield information back to the headquarters. Even if a war against the Dragon Nation were to be declared, it would have to wait for a direct order from the president. Upon hearing the general's instructions, the officer named Dennis did not say much. He simply nodded seriously in Milton's direction. After all the orders were given, Milton and the others resumed discussing the current battlefield situation. In the presidential building, a spacious conference room. After receiving news from the Middle Eastern battlefield, Odma immediately convened an emergency meeting. The Middle East has always been one of the most important strategic cores for their nation, and no mistakes could be afforded in the overall situation. This was a decision that every president has upheld. Thus, when Odma received the report from Milton, he did not hesitate for a moment and promptly notified all senior officials to gather for an emergency meeting. Bang! After reviewing the materials in his hand, a burly middle-aged man in military uniform stood up angrily, his eyes bloodshot as he exclaimed, "Is the Dragon Nation looking for trouble? How dare they interfere with our plans in the Middle East? They used to secretly assist the Palestinian stragglers, which could be tolerated. But now they actually dare to aid the Syrian nation in attacking our forces? And they even call missiles rocket artillery? Do they think we've never seen a rocket before? With their level of military-industrial capability, do they really think they can develop rocket artillery with a strike precision of 1,000 kilometers? Clearly, everyone present, including Odma, found it hard to believe the type of weapon used by the Syrian side was rocket artillery. It's not surprising that they are so confident, even in their own country. They can only develop rocket artillery with a range of about 500 kilometers. They do not believe that there are any other nations on this planet that can surpass their military capabilities. This reflects their absolute confidence as the dominant power on this planet. After saying this, the middle-aged officer did not pause at all and directly addressed the leader in the main seat. "President, please give the order. This time, we must let them know the strength of our nation. Otherwise, they might really think they can ride on our heads." As soon as these words were spoken, a chorus of agreement filled the conference room. "Yes, President, our years of planning in the Middle East cannot be easily disrupted by them." "That's right, President. They now dare to provide missiles, such powerful weapons, to certain countries. If we do not take countermeasures, who knows what advanced weaponry they might support in the future." Regarding these hawkish statements, the leader did not refute them, but also did not agree, quietly observing everyone while occasionally tapping his fingers on the table in front of him. Chapter 126, Countermeasures? As Odima pondered, some conservative officials began to refute the radical remarks being made. "We absolutely must not provoke a war with the Dragon Nation. If war breaks out between our two countries, it will inevitably further impact the situation in the Middle East. And once the Dragon Nation truly intervenes in the battlefield of the Middle East, our plans from the past few decades will likely be ruined." The speaker was an elderly man with graying hair, who was none other than the current Minister of Foreign Affairs, Clement. However, those in favor of war looked at him with disdain. "Humph, alarmist rhetoric. It seems you've been living too comfortably and have forgotten that we are the masters of this blue planet? Damn it. The Dragon Nation is practically standing over us now. Are we just going to let them? What do you suggest we do? Should we allow the Dragon Nation to meddle in the Middle Eastern battlefield? Clement paid no attention to these remarks and turned to Odima, who was deep in thought, and said solemnly, Mr. President, hasn't the Dragon Nation signed the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence with countries in the Middle East? We could use this treaty to stop their further involvement in the Middle Eastern battlefield. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's blatant sale of such destructive weapons has seriously violated international regulations. We can request through relevant international organizations that they cease providing military aid to countries in the Middle East. Upon hearing Clement's so-called solution, a middle-aged man in military uniform couldn't help but scoff. But before he could refute, Odima, who had been silent until now, spoke up. All right. Our primary goal remains to assist the Jewish nation in swallowing up Palestine and Jordan. As for the Dragon Nation, we will execute Minister Clement's approach. Hearing the president agree to such a humiliating method, the middle-aged military officer's expression instantly soured. Odima naturally noticed the grim looks on the faces of the pro-war officials. Shaking his head, he continued, However, during this time, we can also apply some military pressure on the Dragon Nation's forces. After saying this, Odima turned to the Minister of Defense, Morris, and slowly said, Morris, notify the presidents of the small neighboring nations and let them know to conduct a joint maritime military exercise ahead of schedule. At this point, Odima couldn't help but sneer, his gaze icy as he remarked, Recently, hasn't the Dragon Nation been boasting that their military-industrial capabilities have reached world-class levels? Then this time, we will deploy all our ships and let them see what true cutting-edge capabilities look like. Hearing the president's words, the faces of the pro-war officials softened somewhat. Military exercises are originally intended to showcase their military strength and maintain their dominance at sea. As long as it helps the Dragon Nation recognize its position, they are certainly willing to do so. After the general direction has been finalized, the next step is to discuss specific action matters. In contrast to the anger from the other side, at this moment, Su Chun felt entirely the opposite. At the entrance of the Southern Military District, several soldiers on duty, armed with automatic rifles, stood sternly in front of a large truck. Comrade, hello. This is a military-restricted area. Unauthorized personnel are prohibited from approaching. Please leave immediately. The soldiers looked at the cargo behind the truck, which was heavily covered with cloth, and a hint of vigilance appeared on their faces. However, before they could approach to check what it was, they saw a familiar young man open the door of the vehicle. Chief Su. Upon recognizing the young man's face, the soldiers immediately felt a surge of excitement. Su Chun is now a star figure in their Southern Military District, and his influence is approaching that of the old leader of the district. The 191 type rocket launcher he developed has been highly praised, and being soldiers of the Dragon Nation, they naturally feel a bit fearful of insufficient firepower. Therefore, they greatly admire such a highly destructive rocket launcher. Seeing the intense gaze from the soldiers on the opposite side, Su Chun felt a bit embarrassed. While he enjoyed the attention, it was usually from pretty ladies, not from 2 burly men making such expressions. After lightly clearing his throat, he interrupted their eager stares. Excuse me, comrades, this is a new weapon I developed, and I am here to test it in the military district. I've already informed the leader. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the soldiers finally snapped out of their earlier excitement. Yes, we received the leader's order this morning. Chief Su, you can enter the military district as soon as you arrive. After saying this, the soldiers stepped aside to clear a path for the large truck in front of Su Chun. However, as they looked towards the cargo covered with cloth at the back of the truck, their eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, the genius who developed the 191 type rocket launcher wouldn't be bringing ordinary items, right? Noticing their expressions, Su Chun thought for a moment and called out to one of the soldiers, Comrade, could you help me unload the weapon at the back? Su Chun's request was not just to satisfy their curiosity, but also because there was an outsider accompanying him to the military district, the truck driver. Su Chun naturally couldn't let the other party follow him into the Southern Military District, so he planned to unload the newly developed sniper cannon and drive in himself later. As for Su Chun's request, the soldiers showed no hesitation and nodded eagerly. Thus, with the help of several soldiers, the sniper cannon, tightly wrapped in fabric, was finally successfully unloaded. After giving the driver a few hundred yuan as a tip, Su Chun let him leave on his own. Once the driver had left, Su Chun prepared to unwrap the fabric covering the sniper cannon. However, he didn't even need to do it himself. The excited soldiers rushed forward and quickly tore off all the fabric, revealing the original appearance of the sniper cannon. Chapter 127: Arrival at the Target Range. As several soldiers uncovered all the coverings and got a clear look at the true appearance of this vehicle-mounted howitzer, they stood there dumbfounded. Hiss! What is this? Since the active troops of the nation are already equipped with the 09 model vehicle-mounted howitzer, the soldiers, after a brief shock, had a rough idea that the new weapon developed by Su Chun was likely a type of vehicle-mounted howitzer. However, this thing is way too big, right? Especially that barrel resting above the front of the vehicle, which is almost 9 meters long, and its caliber is ridiculously large, nearly twice that of the 09 model. What left these soldiers even more baffled was why such an advanced sighting system was installed on a mere vehicle-mounted howitzer, and there were even 2 of them. Looking at this weapon that resembled neither a tank nor a howitzer, the soldiers exchanged confused glances. As for their bewildered expressions, Su Chin didn't care much. Once he saw the coverings over the sniper cannon being lifted, he leisurely climbed into the cockpit. Seeing Su Chin about to leave, the soldiers struggled internally for a moment before curiously approaching to ask, Mr. Su, could you tell us what advanced features your vehicle-mounted howitzer has? How's the firepower? Hearing their questions, Su Chun, sitting in the driver's seat, was taken aback for a moment, but after he regained his composure, he became somewhat dissatisfied. What howitzer? This is a genuine high-precision sniper rifle. I came here specifically to compete with your brigade commander Chen Early in shooting skills. After saying this, Su Chun didn't wait for their response and directly drove the sniper cannon into the gates of the Southern Military District, completely ignoring the few soldiers left bewildered in the wind behind him. The last time he came to the Southern Military District to test the 191 rocket launcher, Su Chun had already become familiar with the layout of the entire military area, so he didn't need anyone to guide him. He knew exactly how to get to the target range. However, driving such a massive vehicle so conspicuously in the military district would undoubtedly attract quite a bit of discussion. Hey, what was that just now? Why does it look so much like a vehicle-mounted howitzer? No way. When did our 09 model howitzer become this big? Hiss. Could it be another piece of black technology concocted by Brigade Commander Chen Early? Clearly, when these soldiers saw the vehicle-mounted howitzer that Su Chun was driving, they didn't recognize what it was. They could only vaguely tell that it was some kind of artillery weapon. Inside the live-fire shooting range of the Southern Military District. Bang, bang, bang. When there is no war, the shooting range is naturally the busiest place in the entire military district. Basically, every day, a team of soldiers comes here for their routine shooting training. The entire live-fire shooting range is roughly divided into 4 categories, with the basic training range specifically used for the foundational shooting training of new recruits. The tactical shooting range focuses more on developing soldiers' shooting skills in various tactical contexts. The heavy weapon shooting range is specifically designed for testing heavy firepower equipment like rocket launchers. As for the last type, that is the Special Forces shooting range, which is exclusively provided for the training of special troops. Looking ahead at the various training positions, Su Chun stroked his chin, deep in thought. No, my shooting talent has progressed rapidly. It's not suitable for me to go to the new recruits training ground. The heavy weapon shooting range won't work either. This time I'm developing a serious high-precision sniper rifle, not some artillery, so I can't go there. I should go to the Special Forces shooting range. After all, such a complex environment can better showcase my shooting talent. After comparing the various ranges in his mind, Su Chin ultimately decided to conduct his experiments at the Special Forces shooting range. After all, only in such a complex environment can it be demonstrated just how high my shooting talent really is. At that time, I will definitely be able to rub Chun Early and the others' faces in the ground. Recalling the words of Chun Early and the others, Su Chin couldn't help but snored in displeasure. Humph, still daring to look down on my shooting talent? This time, let me show you what truly accurate shooting looks like. As Su Chin drove his so-called sniper cannon into the Special Forces shooting range, it immediately caused a stir. The Special Forces soldiers who were training turned dumbfounded upon seeing such a large piece of equipment, their faces displaying a mix of confusion. Everyone exchanged looks filled with question marks. Is there a special mission today? Why is there artillery? I haven't heard anything about it. Moreover, even if there is a special mission, such heavy firepower shouldn't be used for our training, right? Especially when everyone saw the exaggerated caliber of the cannon. They were left speechless. If a shot were fired, wouldn't it destroy all the obstacles in the shooting range? While everyone was discussing, Su Chin finally got out of the vehicle. Upon seeing him, The soldiers were momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. Suzong, as a slightly surprised voice rang out. The still-dazed crowd finally came to their senses. In an instant, Su Chan felt a pair of hungry wolf-like eyes fixed on him. A bit unnerved by the stares, Su Chan cleared his throat to break the uncomfortable feeling. Ahem, Commander Lu, long time no see. With Su Chan's clear voice, the middle-aged officer named Lu Jun snapped back from his excitement. Hearing his name called, Lu Jun's heart surged with joy. Could it be that Su Zong specifically came to find their special forces? Could it be that the other side has prepared some new weapons for their special forces this time? He knows that not long ago, they developed an extremely advanced rocket launcher for a certain artillery brigade. When he saw the power of that rocket launcher, he even went to speak to a senior officer, hoping to get a batch of such rocket launchers for their special forces as well. However, no matter how hard he tried to persuade the senior officer, the other side just wouldn't agree. They claimed that the nature of their special forces was simply not suitable for using such rocket launchers. For this reason, Lu Jin still feels a bit frustrated. He just doesn't understand why their special forces cannot use rocket launchers. Is heavy firepower not needed during reconnaissance behind enemy lines? Is support from such rocket launchers unnecessary in mountain and jungle warfare? Is it not required to have such high lethality shells when hunting down enemy high-ranking officials behind enemy lines? Thinking of this, Lu Jun felt gloomy and always thought that his senior officer was being too biased. Chapter 128. How is this not a sniper rifle? But now it's different. The genius behind the development of the 191 rocket launcher has personally come to find their special forces today. It must be to provide them with some new weapon, especially considering the vehicle-mounted howitzer beside Su Chun. In an instant, Lu Zhan's eyes nearly squinted into a line, and the smile on his face lingered for a long time. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence, it's truly too coincidental. However, after saying this, Lu Zhan instantly retracted his smile, revealing a look of complaint. Mr. Su, really? You come to our special forces without giving any prior notice. I could have personally come to greet you. Hearing this, Su Chin felt a bit awkward. Did this Commander Lu misunderstand something? Looking at the other party's tightly clasped hands, Su Chin shyly said, Commander Lu, I'm not here to find your special forces today. I specifically came to challenge Brigade Commander Chun in shooting talent. As soon as Su Chin said this, not only was Lu Jin stunned, but even the surrounding soldiers, who had been excited, were also frozen in place. Not here to find us. Thinking that Su Chun had come to find Chun Early Eye again, Lu Jin suddenly became anxious and said with a face full of concern, Mr. Su, you can't be so biased. Chun Early Eye and his team already have a rocket launcher. This time it should be our special forces' turn, right? At this point, Lu Jin once again grasped Su Chin's hands tightly, afraid he might slip away. Now, Su Chin finally understood why the other party had been so excited earlier. Once he grasped the key, Su Chin couldn't help but start to complain internally. How was he supposed to know what weapons the special forces needed? Brigade Commander Chen had personally gone to his company and clearly articulated their needs to him. How could he know what the special forces required now? Even if he developed a nuclear missile, would they dare to take it? Although he was internally complaining, Su Chin ultimately did not voice these thoughts. Commander Lu, I also don't know what weapons your special forces need. How about this? Once I finish the weapon testing, you can tell me your special forces ideas, and I'll see if I can develop some advanced weapons for you when I get back. Hearing that he would have to wait for the other party to return before developing new weapons, Lu Jun immediately shook his head repeatedly. He couldn't wait that long. Moreover, he was quite fond of the 191 rocket launcher from the artillery brigade. Aside from being a bit large, Lu Jin saw only advantages. The only problem was that his superior didn't agree. But now, none of that mattered. After all, right in front of him was a new weapon, wasn't it? Lu Jin didn't mind Su Chin's unusual gaze. He pointed to the vehicle-mounted artillery beside him and grinned. Mr. Su, I think this vehicle-mounted artillery is quite suitable for our special forces. What do you think about? However, before he could finish, Su Chun, looking a bit displeased, interrupted him directly. Commander Lu, don't say nonsense. The weapon I developed is not some vehicle-mounted artillery. It's a legitimate high-precision sniper rifle. It just happens to be a bit larger, with a larger caliber and greater recoil. But that doesn't change the fact that it's a sniper rifle with extremely high power and precision. Su Chun came here to prove his shooting talent to Chin Early Eye and the others. He didn't want them to think he was using an artillery piece and cheating. Therefore, from start to finish, Su Chin firmly believed that the weapon he developed was indeed a high-precision sniper rifle. Lu Jun didn't expect Su Chin to interrupt him. But before he could complain, he heard Su Chin's outrageous statement. "This is a sniper rifle?" Upon hearing this, the soldiers were all bewildered. How can this be called a sniper rifle? What kind of sniper rifle looks like this? Especially when they heard Su Chin's next words. They couldn't help but roll their eyes. Over 10 meters long. That's just a bit big. And that 155 millimeters barrel, which was the same size as a tank's barrel. And he still dared to say it was just a bit big? Similarly, upon hearing Su Chin's words, Lu Zhan's mind was in a muddle. He really didn't expect Su Chin to say that such a large object was a sniper rifle. Looking at Su Chin, who appeared unfazed, Lu Zhan, with a complex expression, hesitated for a long time before saying, Mr. Su, have you never used a sniper rifle? Do you have some misunderstanding about the size of sniper rifles?" Su Chin, who had initially calmed down, felt a surge of dissatisfaction upon hearing this. He waved his hand at Lu Zhan and angrily climbed onto the sniper cannon's control platform, touching the barrel with an unhappy expression. "Open your eyes and take a good look. How does this look like a piece of artillery? This is clearly just like a sniper rifle. All right, look, why is the barrel so long? I designed this over 8-meter long barrel precisely because I considered the striking precision and effective range of a sniper rifle. And this scope, tell me, which country in the world would install a scope on an artillery piece? And not just one, but two? My scope uses laser targeting and a Kepler observation system, which can achieve ultra-long distance measurement, whether it's day or night. Tell me, which artillery piece has a targeting system like mine?" With one foot on the cannon and the other on the control panel, Su Chin became increasingly agitated as he spoke. He directly picked up a shell, about 1 meter long, from the ammunition box. His face flushed as he said, "You better open your eyes wide and take a good look. The reason I designed this bullet to be 155 millimeters is to enhance the power of the sniper rifle. Right?" Seeing Su Chin, who was holding a shell and was visibly excited, Lu Zhan and the other Special Forces members felt a bit embarrassed. They had merely thought of this weapon as a vehicle-mounted howitzer and had not expected him to react so passionately. Lu Zhan, who was at the front, was somewhat worried about any accidents that might occur with Su Chin holding the shell, so he awkwardly said, "Mr. Su, why don't you come down for now? We already believe that this weapon is a sniper rifle. You don't need to be so worked up." Just as Lu Zhan finished reminding Su Chin, Owen Yin and Chun Erliai, among others, finally arrived on the scene. Chapter 129. Don't mess around. Isn't this a vehicle-mounted howitzer? As soon as they saw the old leader, the crowd, which had been somewhat noisy just moments before, instantly fell silent. Everyone stood up straight, their expressions solemn as if waiting for an inspection. Even Lu Zhan, who was at the forefront, shared the same demeanor. Although he often joked about this old leader privately, deep down, he and the other officers still held a profound respect for him. In contrast to the seriousness of the others, Su Chin, who had just shown some dissatisfaction earlier, was completely different. Upon seeing the crowd, he didn't even notice the old leader at the front. Instead, he focused directly on Chun Erliai and others who had mocked him last time for his poor shooting skills, especially when he spotted the sniper rifle in Chun Erliai's hands. Su Chin's eyes lit up instantly. He had already contacted Chun Erliai beforehand to prepare the sniper rifle, boasting that he wanted to teach them a lesson this time, to let them know what true precision shooting was. Of course, Chun Erliai and the others didn't take Su Chin's threats to heart. They were more interested in what kind of high-precision sniper rifle Su Chin was developing this time. Since Su Chin mentioned that he would personally develop a sniper rifle, not only did they care, but even the old leader would periodically check in to inquire if there was any news about the sniper rifle's development. Even the Minister of Defense and the heads of the other 4 military districts were quite curious and frequently called to ask about the updates from Su Chin. It could be said that the entire country was focused on the high-precision sniper rifle that Su Chin had mentioned, aside from the ongoing international turmoil. It's no wonder everyone was so invested. The shock from Su Chin's previous development of the 191 rocket launcher had been immense. Especially after hearing the news from the battlefield in the Middle East, their astonishment grew even stronger. It is known that Syria is a country that has been in a state of war for years, with its military strength being several tiers behind that of other nations. Yet, this very country managed to turn the tide of battle using a rocket launcher from their nation, defeating an entire army group. How could that not leave them in awe? Thus, everyone was so eager to see the high-precision sniper rifle that Su Chin had mentioned. As soon as they learned that Su Chin had arrived at the shooting range, they rushed over without delay. However, to their confusion, despite observing for a long time, they saw no sign of the sniper rifle Su Chin had talked about. Instead, there was only a massive vehicle-mounted howitzer on site. Nevertheless, the bewilderment in their eyes was quickly replaced by overwhelming joy. After all, the firepower of a howitzer far surpassed that of a sniper rifle. As everyone was lost in thought, Su Chun, who had just been standing by the vehicle, quickly ran up to them. Ignoring the excited gazes from the crowd, he greeted Owen Yin first, then turned to Chun Early-Eye beside him, raising his head with a hint of pride, and said, "Commander Chun, how do you like my sniper rifle? Isn't it more impressive than the NSG precision sniper rifles you all use?" After saying this, the look of pride on Su Chen's face shifted into a sly smile as he continued to speak to Chun Early-Eye. "Commander Chen, do you remember our bet last time? If I win this shooting match, that bottle of 82 Moutai will be mine." As Su Chen's words fell, the crowd that had been fixated on the vehicle-mounted howitzer finally came to their senses, but upon hearing Su Chen mention a sniper rifle, everyone was momentarily stunned. A sniper rifle? Where is it? They had been observing for quite a while, and besides the vehicle-mounted howitzer, they hadn't noticed any sniper rifles at the scene. Hearing the mention of the sniper rifle, confusion washed over everyone's minds. Could it be that the sniper rifle was hidden somewhere? At this thought, Owen Yin, who was at the front, raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Chun with curiosity. Little Su, where's the sniper rifle you mentioned? Hurry up and show us." Although Owen Yin was more interested in the vehicle-mounted howitzer not far away, he couldn't help but be curious about what kind of sniper rifle Su Chun was so focused on. Hearing Owen Yin's inquiry, Su Chun also raised an eyebrow, puzzled. How could this old leader not see such a large sniper rifle? His eyesight couldn't be that poor, right? With this in mind, Su Chun stroked his chin, nodded slightly, thinking that the old leader must be getting older and developed presbyopia. After this thought, Su Chun disregarded Owen Yan's comments and began to introduce it to everyone. "Old leader, that is the sniper rifle I developed this time." While saying this, Su Chun raised a hand and pointed to the vehicle-mounted howitzer not far behind him, smiling as he introduced it. However, as soon as Su Chun finished speaking, all the officers, including Owen Yan, were stunned and then exchanged glances. "This is a sniper rifle?" The group looked at each other, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. "Isn't this a vehicle-mounted howitzer? How did it turn into a sniper rifle?" Looking at the smiling Su Chun, Owen Yin thought he was joking and patted Su Chun on the shoulder, pretending to be angry, and said, "Hey, little Su, stop messing around. This is a vehicle-mounted howitzer, right? Do you really think this old guy doesn't recognize it? Quick, take out the sniper rifle. We all want to see what that ultra-high precision, ultra-high power, ultra-long-range sniper rifle you mentioned looks like." As Owen Yan's words fell, Chun Early-Eye and others nearby nodded instinctively, also thinking that Su Chun was just joking. After all, everyone present had served in the military for decades. Could they not distinguish between a sniper rifle and a vehicle-mounted howitzer? However, what surprised everyone was that upon hearing Owen Yan's words, Su Chun seemed to transform into a puffed-up little cat, instantly becoming excited. He quickly shrugged off the arm that Owen Yin had placed on his shoulder and said with enthusiasm, "Old chief, who's joking with you? This is the latest sniper rifle I developed. I don't understand what you're talking about regarding vehicle-mounted howitzers." After saying this, Su Chun pouted and glanced sideways at Chun Early-Eye, slightly dissatisfied. "Brigadier Chun, are you having second thoughts after seeing my impressive sniper rifle? You don't want to give me that bottle of 1982 Moutai?" After this lengthy statement, Su Chun huffed a few times and turned to walk towards the sniper cannon. This time, he was determined to show everyone what a true large-caliber sniper rifle looked like. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Owen Yin and the others were left stunned, their expressions filled with confusion. Chapter 130. I understand you. Glancing at Su Chen's back and then at the vehicle-mounted howitzer not far away, everyone was confused. Is this a sniper rifle? Remembering Su Chen's excited words earlier, they exchanged bewildered looks. Isn't this clearly a vehicle-mounted howitzer? When did sniper rifles start looking like this? The most puzzled was naturally Chun Early-Eye. He recalled that Su Chun had used a sniper rifle before. Given the other party's skills, it was impossible for him not to differentiate between a sniper rifle and a howitzer, right? As for the crowd's reactions, Su Chun paid no attention and walked up to the sniper cannon. Placing a hand on the exaggerated barrel, he excitedly said to Owen Yin and the others, "Old leaders, take a good look. How can this resemble a howitzer? This is clearly a large-caliber sniper rifle. Look, it can fire single shots, it can be rapid fire, and it can aim. What else could it be if not a sniper rifle? Have you ever seen a howitzer in the world that can do these things?" In the following moments, Su Chun repeated what he had just told Lu Jun and others to Owen Yin and the others. He mentioned things like the recoil being a bit strong and the caliber being a bit large, essentially emphasizing that this weapon is indeed a sniper rifle and not a vehicle-mounted howitzer. Just as Su Chen was about to pick up the 1-meter-long, 155mm caliber bullet, Chen Early-Eye raised an eyebrow and quickly stepped in front of him to stop his next move. This was a cannonball over a meter long. If anything went wrong, everyone present would be in serious trouble. Watching the overly excited Su Chen, Owen Yin and the others had expressions identical to those of Lu Jun and the others earlier, filled with complexity, looking at the exaggeratedly large howitzer. Oh, no, it should be a sniper rifle now, and everyone was at a loss for words. Indeed, as Su Chen said, they had never seen a vehicle-mounted howitzer in the world that could do those things. But similarly, after decades in the military, they had never seen a sniper rifle that looked like this either. Calling this a bit large? With a nearly 9-meter-long barrel and a 3-meter-plus carriage. How could they describe it as just a bit large? What kind of gun barrel could be this long? Most importantly, what kind of bullet is made to be over a meter long with a 155mm caliber? Tell me, can you find a sniper rifle of this size anywhere on this planet? Clearly, despite Su Chen's extensive explanations, Owen Yin and the others still did not believe that the weapon in front of them was a sniper rifle. It was no wonder they were skeptical. They had lived for so long and had never seen a sniper rifle this large. Looking at Su Chen, whose face was flushed and expression determined, Owen Yin took a moment to gather his thoughts before hesitantly saying, Little Su, it's not that we don't trust you, but the difference between your weapon and a sniper rifle is just too significant. The purpose of a sniper rifle is to hunt down high-ranking enemy leaders and conduct reconnaissance and surveillance. You mentioned that your weapon is so large. Doesn't that clearly indicate to the enemy that they are being targeted? Isn't that a bit? Moreover, sniper rifles have strict requirements for shooting accuracy. While your weapon can only perform long-range indirect strikes, the accuracy must be off by several dozen meters, right? Isn't that just like the country's vehicle-mounted howitzer? Owen Yin felt that, as a senior to Su Chen, and given the latter's capabilities, he couldn't outright reject Su Chen's ideas. Instead, he spoke with a hint of reassurance. However, just after Owen finished speaking, he realized that his comfort was of little use. Su Chen waved his hand and shook his head, saying, Old Chief, I find your words surprising. I believe that as long as a weapon can achieve instantaneous strikes, it qualifies as a sniper rifle. Besides, who said that the sniper rifle I developed can only perform long-range indirect strikes? Upon hearing Su Chen's retort, Owen and the others were momentarily taken aback, as if they had thought of something. Could it be? Just then, as everyone was pondering, they heard words that they would remember for a lifetime. Old Chief, the reason I designed the vehicle and barrel to be so large is to enable this large-caliber sniper rifle to perform both long-range indirect strikes and precise point-target strikes at close range. For instance, it can conduct large-scale sweeps against enemy command posts and artillery positions at a distance, and deliver precise strikes against nearby armored vehicles, tanks, bunkers, and machine gun nests. Looking at the eloquent Su Chen, this time everyone showed no signs of indifference. Instead, they listened with astonished expressions. Not only could it bombard distant targets, but it could also precisely strike close-range targets? Wow, isn't that a bit exaggerated? Currently, the military thought in the nation still largely adheres to traditional combat models, with most vehicle-mounted howitzers primarily designed for long-range fire support in large-scale troop operations. Thus, all design focus has been on achieving long-range indirect strikes, while close-range direct strikes have been almost completely overlooked. Additionally, due to outdated fire control and aiming systems, as well as inadequate vehicle performance, even if there were such an idea, the nation wouldn't be able to produce a vehicle-mounted howitzer capable of both indirect and direct strikes. Because of this, when everyone heard Su Chen's words, their expressions were filled with shock. After the initial shock, what followed was sheer joy. If this so-called sniper rifle could really achieve such a feat, would their soldiers ever worry about insufficient firepower on the battlefield again? At this moment, everyone was completely unconcerned about whether this vehicle-mounted howitzer was indeed a sniper rifle. Even if someone claimed that this weapon was a handgun, they would have no objections. The first to react was Chen Early-Eye, who was next to Su Chen. As soon as he heard Su Chen's introduction, he began to envision their artillery brigades sweeping away the enemies on the battlefield. After this thought crossed his mind, Chen Early-Eye placed a hand on Su Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, Brother Su, I knew all along that your weapon is a sniper rifle. Forget about the howitzer. Don't listen to their nonsense. They don't understand you, but I surely do. As soon as Chun Early-Eye finished speaking, he immediately drew a wave of disdainful looks. Seriously, you were the one who reacted the most just now, and now you're trying to act all friendly? Chapter 131. What does a Special Forces unit need this for? When Chun Early-Eye made such shameless remarks, the one who was most anxious on the scene was probably Lu Xun. During this time, Lu Xun had been feeling envious of the artillery brigade that Su Chun had been developing the Model 191 rocket launcher for, which was why he had just asked Su Chun for this so-called sniper rifle. However, he did not expect that Chun Early-Eye would jump in again. Lu Xun paid no attention to the difference in military ranks between him and Chun Early-Eye. He quickly jogged forward and said eagerly, "Brigadier Chun, the sniper rifle that Mr. Su developed this time is specially prepared for our special forces. You artillery brigade must not snatch it." Fearing that the weapon developed by Su Chun would be snatched away by Chun Early-Eye, Lu Xun shamelessly claimed that this sniper rifle was specifically designed for their special forces unit. Upon hearing Lu Xun's words, everyone present, including Owen Yen, looked at each other with strange expressions. They had long known that Su Chun was developing a high-precision sniper rifle and were aware of the reasons behind it. However, they had never heard that this weapon was specifically developed for the special forces. Even Su Chun was baffled when he heard this, thinking to himself, "When did I ever say that this weapon was developed specifically for the special forces?" Chun Early-Eye glanced at Lu Xun and said with some dissatisfaction, "Get lost. The weapon that Brother Su developed is specifically for me. What does it have to do with you special forces? Besides, I don't understand why a special forces unit, which mainly conducts operations behind enemy lines and mountain warfare, needs such heavy firepower. Are you all going to carry such a large sniper rifle into enemy territory?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xun immediately became displeased, and his expression turned somewhat ugly. "What do you mean? Our special forces don't need heavy firepower. So it's only your artillery brigade that can use heavy firepower? Moreover, Mr. Su has clearly said that this weapon is a proper sniper rifle. It's just that the recoil is slightly larger and the caliber is a bit bigger. How did it turn into heavy firepower?" However, even though Lu Xun was unhappy, he knew deep down that the weapon developed by Su Chun was indeed meant for Chun Early-Eye and his team. Thinking of this, Lu Xun's mood suddenly worsened. Glancing at Su Chun across the room and then at the old leader beside him, Lu Xun felt a wave of isolation wash over him. Despite being part of the special forces team that always led the charge during missions, now, in this gathering of more than a dozen people, not a single one stood up to speak on his behalf. He remembered how he had always rushed to support them without hesitation whenever they needed it, and now, reflecting on his past selflessness contrasted with the current feeling of betrayal, Lu Xun felt deflated, like a balloon that had lost all its air, devoid of spirit. Even when he looked at Owen Yang again, there was a glimmer of unshed tears in his eyes, as if he wanted to say, "Old leader, you've changed." Seeing Lu Xun in such a state, Owen Yang's face darkened instantly, and he nearly lost his temper and gave the young man a good beating. Taking a deep breath to suppress his urge to scold, he took a moment before speaking slowly. "All right, let us not argue. The sniper rifle developed by Su is for the entire country, not for any individual. We can discuss the distribution later. The urgent matter now is to see how powerful this grenade launcher, no, this sniper rifle is." Hearing the old leader's words, Lu Xun, who was feeling downcast, reluctantly redirected his focus, temporarily setting aside the issue. Meanwhile, Su Chun, excited that the experiment was finally about to begin, felt a surge of anticipation. His main purpose for being here was to prove his shooting talent to Chun Early-Eye and the others, not just to show off. Once everyone seemed to have no objections, Su Chun turned to Chun Early-Eye with a mischievous grin and asked, "Commander Chun, how far should we shoot the targets?" He had initially been contemplating how to ask the old leader for a few more of these types of vehicle-mounted grenade launchers after the experiment. Suddenly, he heard Su Chun's question, which left Chun Early-Eye momentarily puzzled. What did he mean by how far to shoot? Upon hearing this, Su Chun's eyebrows raised, thinking that Chun Early-Eye might be having second thoughts. "Come on, Commander Chun, we haven't even started the competition yet, and you're already backing out? Are you reluctant to part with your 1982 Mao Dai?" Realizing what Su Chun was getting at, Chun Early-Eye smacked his forehead and quickly understood that Su Chun had developed this sniper rifle specifically to challenge him. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he managed to smile and replied, No, how could I possibly be reluctant? If you want a drink, I'll gladly bring you a bottle, plus a couple of packs of cigarettes." Thinking Su Chun had a taste for it, Chun Early-Eye leaned closer to Su Chun and whispered, "By the way, the old leader has a few bottles of fine-aged liquor hidden in the office. After the experiment, I'll sneak a few bottles over to you." Suddenly, a voice interrupted, "Hey, who's there?" Before Chun Early-Eye could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his backside and quickly covered it with his hand. He turned his head to glare at a few friends beside him. However, just as he turned, he saw a stern-faced figure, looking displeased and staring at him intently. Seeing the old superior's expression, Chun Early-Eye's heart sank instantly, realizing something was wrong. Could it be that his whispered comments were overheard? Before Chun Early-Eye could beg for mercy, he heard the gruff voice of the superior. Next time you say things like that, keep your voice down. With that volume of yours, how can you call it a whisper?" Upon hearing the reprimand, the others around couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Su Chun beside him was struggling to hold back a grin. Chun Early-Eye paid no mind to the laughter, nodded at the superior like a chick pecking at rice, and fell silent. Chapter 132, Tracking? Following a brief interlude, the group quickly arrived at the shooting positions at the range, where Su Chun set up what he referred to as his sniper rifle at the designated spot. Once everything was prepared, a soldier jogged over to the side of Owen Yin and the others, tentatively asking, "Sir, what distance should we target for shooting?" Upon hearing the range officer's inquiry, Owen Yin and the others all turned their gazes towards Su Chun. They had no idea how far this so-called sniper rifle could shoot, and they were somewhat uncertain about the capabilities of this type of artillery that could fire flat. Thus, at that moment, everyone looked at Su Chun with questioning eyes. Su Chun was not surprised by their reactions. After all, modifying such a large-caliber sniper rifle to have flat shooting capabilities was no easy task. Moreover, the group's tactical mindset was still rooted in traditional concepts, making it difficult for them to readily accept such advanced weaponry. Waving his hand to the crowd, Su Chun directly addressed the range officer. "No need to complicate things. I see there's a training bunker on that mountain over there. Let's use that as the target." Why did Su Chun choose the special shooting range for the sniper cannon experiment? It was precisely because of these bunkers and buildings. Nothing could better demonstrate the effectiveness of his sniper cannon on the battlefield. A weapon for breaching strongholds is no joke. However, after hearing Su Chun's words, the range officer hesitated a bit, looking at Su Chun's smiling face, and then glancing at the large weapon beside him. He was momentarily uncertain. These bunkers and buildings were used by their special forces for assault training. If a shot were fired, wouldn't they be reduced to rubble? It wasn't that he was unwilling to sacrifice these structures, but matters like this needed to be approved by the higher-ups. Just as he was about to consult the senior officer beside him, he felt a painful jab in his backside. Turning around, he saw his regiment commander glaring at him in frustration. The one delivering the kick was none other than Lu Zhan, the commander of the special forces. He had been contemplating how to convince the senior officer to approve a few of these weapons for their unit. However, just as he was deep in thought, he noticed his subordinate dawdling at such a critical moment. Seeing this scene, Lu Zhan was instantly filled with indignation and kicked the officer's backside. "What are you hesitating for? Hurry up and get ready." Lu Zhan shot him a glare and said irritably. The range officer, who had been kicked without warning, wore a face of grievance. He was about to report to Owen Yin beside him when he unexpectedly found that the senior officer was also glaring at him. Watching the reactions of the officials, the target reporter did not hesitate any longer. After rubbing his backside, he quickly turned and left. Soon after, as the target reporter went down to prepare, everyone received a voice through the intercom indicating that they were ready. Upon hearing this, Owen and the others were extremely excited. They had just learned from Su Chun's introduction that this sniper cannon could reach a maximum distance of 120 kilometers in a flat trajectory. Moreover, this was under the condition that both sides were at the same elevation. If the firing position of this sniper cannon were elevated, the distance could be even more terrifying. Of course, the sniper cannon developed by Su Chun did not require such adjustments. It could strike enemies at close range in a flat trajectory while also delivering indirect fire against distant targets. This was why Owen and the others valued this weapon so highly. If it performed as Su Chun claimed, this sniper cannon would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon on the battlefield. At this moment, not only Owen and the others were excited, but Su Chun, who was operating the sniper cannon, also felt a surge of excitement. He wanted to see how this vehicle-mounted artillery, humorously referred to as cheating by many military enthusiasts in later years, would demonstrate its power. The 181 type vehicle-mounted artillery already had an automated calibration function, and Su Chun had enhanced it with the latest satellite positioning technology and a new digital communication system. Therefore, for targets at a slightly longer distance, Suchin did not need to aim manually. After inputting a set of coordinates into the positioning system, he simply pressed the fire button. Boom! With a loud explosion, everyone saw an exaggerated caliber shell whizzing out of the barrel, followed by a cloud of smoke. Watching the barrel being pushed back by the tremendous recoil, Owen and the others finally understood why Su Chun designed the barrel of this vehicle-mounted artillery to be so large. Only with this caliber and length could the shell achieve a very high initial velocity upon firing, ensuring that it would not have its trajectory altered by air resistance during a flat trajectory. Similarly, after witnessing the entire firing process, everyone was astonished at how advanced the fire control system and recoil reduction device of Su Chin's vehicle-mounted artillery were. They knew very well that if this vehicle-mounted artillery were the 09 model from their own unit, it would be directly toppled by the recoil, making it impossible to accurately hit the enemy. After marveling at the enormous impact generated by the sniper cannon during firing, everyone turned their attention to the shell that was still flying at high speed in the air. However, when they saw the trajectory of the shell, everyone present gasped in awe, their expressions filled with shock. Due to the fact that the recently selected stronghold is located on a hillside 10 kilometers away, there is a certain height difference between the target and the horizontal firing state of the artillery. This was also a concern for everyone. With such a height difference, would the shells still hit the target if they remained in a horizontal firing state? However, everyone thought, since these are shells, a little error shouldn't matter too much. So, they tacitly chose not to voice these doubts to their colleague. After all, they weren't actually intending to use this heavy weapon as a sniper rifle. However, what they never expected was that the shell did not remain in a horizontal state as they imagined. Instead, it adjusted its trajectory autonomously. Hiss. Chapter 133. For Sci. Boom. As they watched the shell adjusting its trajectory and finally hitting the bunker with precision, even Owen Yin couldn't help but narrow his eyes in shock. It wasn't just Owen Yin. When the officers present saw this scene, they exchanged glances, all filled with astonishment. They had imagined countless scenarios in which the missile would hit its target, but they never considered that Su Chun would add an automatic tracking feature to a simple vehicle-mounted howitzer. Isn't that something only missiles have? Looking at the bunker that had been reduced to rubble in the distance, the group, binoculars in hand, found themselves unable to look away, fixating on the distant scene for a long time. Silence filled the air. Feeling the strange atmosphere, Su Chin was puzzled. Just moments ago, he could still hear the hurried breaths of the crowd. So why had it turned so quiet now? Seeing the crowd frozen in place, Su Chin scratched his head in confusion and tentatively asked, "Old Chief? Commander Chin? Commander Zhang?" At Su Chin's reminder, the excited crowd finally snapped back to reality. However, when they looked at Su Chin again, their gazes were filled with fervor. Not only could it hit targets accurately at close range, but it could also perform long-range, indirect fire on targets over 120 kilometers away. Most importantly, it had an automatic tracking function typically found in missiles. This is a weapon of mass destruction. Feeling the intense gazes around him, Su Chun instinctively took a step back. Just as he moved a couple of paces, he felt a force on his arm and turned to see Chun Early-Eye looking at him with excitement. "Su, how did you come up with this?" As Chun Early-Eye moved closer, Su Chun was startled and almost turned to run, but no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free from the other's grip. Su Chun swallowed hard and said, somewhat awkwardly, "Commander Chen, could you please let me go?" Hearing Su Chin's words, Chen Early-Eye was momentarily taken aback before realizing what he had done. Noticing his own overly excited actions, he quickly released Su Chin's arm and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I got a bit too excited. I didn't hurt you, did I?" Seeing Su Chin's unusual expression, Chun Early-Eye thought he had inadvertently hurt him when he grabbed his arm, and he was about to apologize again. However, before he could speak, he felt a sharp pain in his backside. Hiss. Feeling the pain, Chun Early-Eye gasped and rubbed his rear, trying to see who dared to kick him. But when he saw the familiar stern face, all his anger vanished, replaced by a look of grievance. "Old Chief, why did you kick me again?" Looking at the aggrieved expression on Chun Early-Eye's face, Wenyuan ignored his questions and turned to Su Chin beside him, excitedly saying, "Xiao Su, did you add an automatic tracking feature to this grenade launcher?" "No, this sniper cannon?" Upon hearing Wenyuan's inquiry, Su Chin finally realized why everyone had reacted so strongly just now. However, after understanding the key point, Su Chin couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "It's just automatic tracking. Is it really necessary to react so dramatically? Su-Chin didn't think there was anything remarkable about this automatic tracking feature. After all, if missiles could be equipped with it, why couldn't his sniper cannon? What really left Su-Chin speechless was not just this reason. It was because when he manufactured the Type 191 rocket launcher for the Southern Military District last time, it was also equipped with an automatic tracking feature. They had seen it back then, so he couldn't understand why they were reacting so differently this time with the same functionality. What Su-Chin didn't know was that although the Type 191 rocket launcher was equipped with an automatic tracking feature during the tests, it targeted objects over a distance of 1,000 kilometers, making it hard for everyone to clearly perceive this functionality. However, this time was different. The target was only over 10 kilometers away, and the shells were flying at low altitude. This direct visual impact allowed everyone to clearly feel the terrifying aspect of the tracking feature. Most importantly, Al Wenyuan and the others had never seen a vehicle-mounted grenade launcher like this in their understanding. Not to mention that a vehicle-mounted grenade launcher could autonomously track and lock onto enemies. Even a vehicle-mounted grenade launcher capable of direct fire was something they were seeing for the first time in their lives. Although Su-Chin found their astonishment a bit ridiculous, he didn't show it. After nodding at Al Wenyuan, he casually said, "Old Chief, the sniper cannon I developed is equipped with the same fire control system as the Type 191 rocket launcher I developed for you back then. It can autonomously calibrate and track moving enemies." After saying this, Su-Chin worried that they might misunderstand that his sniper cannon could control the error to a millimeter level with this fire control system. So he quickly added, "However, Old Chief, while this fire control system is advanced, it can only control the accuracy within a range of 10. If the distance is a bit further, the error might be larger." When Su-Chin mentioned a larger error, he certainly didn't mean hundreds of meters. He was referring to a precise control within a 40-meter range. If it were really a few hundred meters of error, he wouldn't have chosen this fire control system in the first place. What Su-Chin didn't realize was that his concerns were completely unnecessary. Even if there were a 100-meter error, Al Wenyuan and the others wouldn't mind at all. In fact, they might even treasure it, treating it as a precious item that needed regular maintenance. Indeed, when he heard such words from Su-Chin, Al Wenyuan, who had just been incredibly excited, was instantly stunned in place, his emotions extremely complex. Sometimes, he couldn't help but wonder whether Su-Chin really didn't know or was deliberately being pretentious. It was just a piece of artillery. Was it necessary to be so precise? And to control the error within a range of just 10 meters? Do you know how much area that shell just covered? A football field. That's right. The impact area was as large as a football field. With such a wide coverage, why are you so fixated on a 10-meter error? Do you really want to hit every shell right in front of the enemy before you are satisfied? Chapter 134. The tactics of the poor interspersed with the firepower of the rich? As for the thoughts of the individual in question, Su-Chin was naturally unaware. Upon seeing the unusual expressions on their faces, he initially thought they were dissatisfied with the 10-meter margin of error he had just mentioned, believing it was too large. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Su-Chin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, wondering, could it really be? Is a 10-meter error considered too much? Do they actually expect to hit the enemy right in front of them with every shell? Observing the stunned and perplexed expressions of the group, Su-Chin's gaze began to fill with suspicion. Sometimes, he felt that their demands for weaponry were perhaps a bit too harsh. After all, a 10-meter margin of error would be considered quite terrifying even in later years, let alone in this era, where errors could often range in the hundreds or even thousands of meters. Yet, despite this, they were still complaining that the sniper cannon he developed had too large an error. Thinking this, Su-Chin instinctively shook his head. While he had his complaints, he knew that the individual was a commanding officer in the Southern Military District, so some things couldn't be said too directly. Seeing the individual lost in thought, Su-Chin took a step forward and offered some words of reassurance. "Old Chief, there's no need to worry. I understand that this fire control system isn't very advanced, and a 10-meter error is indeed a bit too large. I will work on optimizing and upgrading the system, and you can rest assured that I will strive to reduce the margin of error to within 2 to 3 meters. However, after Su-Chin finished comforting him, he did not receive the expected reaction. Instead, he noticed that everyone's expressions became even more exaggerated after hearing his words. One by one, they gaped at him in shock. Seeing their reaction, Su-Chin's frown deepened, thinking, "No way, are they really not satisfied with this? Do they actually want me to develop a fire control system with millimeter-level precision? That seems a bit excessive. What Su Chun did not realize was that the thoughts running through their minds were completely opposite to his own. They were initially uncertain whether Su Chun was truly unaware of the 10-meter error or if he was deliberately trying to show off. But now, hearing his words, they were basically convinced that he was indeed trying to show off. They believed that a 10-meter margin of error was already incredibly impressive. In their view, for a vehicle-mounted howitzer, there was no need for such precision. As long as it could provide sustained fire and cover the enemy, that would suffice. But listen to what Su Chun is saying now. He wants to optimize this already incredible fire control system and reduce the margin of error to 2 to 3 meters. Is that even a reasonable request? It's just a vehicle-mounted howitzer. Does it really need to be that precise? Looking at Su Chin's sincere face, the foremost individual, who was the commanding officer, found himself at a loss for words. After struggling for a long time, Owanin let out a long sigh. He felt that the other party, being young, was naturally ambitious, and he shouldn't damage their confidence too much. Once he understood this, Owanin smiled faintly. Having decades of experience in the political arena, he had long mastered the skill of keeping his emotions in check. So his response to Su Chin's words naturally didn't reveal any signs of discontent. There's no rush, young Su. We all know your capabilities. Take your time. We can still accept a 10-meter margin of error. However, while Su Chun was unaware of Owanin's thoughts, Chen Erlei and the others were not. Upon hearing their superior's remarks, Chen Erlei and the others were wide-eyed in astonishment. This was truly bold talk from both sides. As for the reactions of the crowd, Su Chen paid them no mind. After hearing Owanin's response, he nodded slightly. Nevertheless, Su Chen still felt that it was time to change the traditional mindset. It shouldn't just be about improving the accuracy of the shells. In this era, the power of artillery and missiles should be enhanced as well. After all, the country had changed significantly. After the reforms, the economic level was now worlds apart from what it used to be. With the country being so wealthy now, why stick to the old tactics of tactical infiltration? Wouldn't it be better to just go for firepower coverage? There's an old saying, the poor use tactical infiltration, while the rich use firepower coverage. There is some truth to that. Of course, when Su Chen mentioned not solely focusing on improving accuracy, he was referring to staying within the 10-meter margin of error, as he also felt some uncertainty about such a large error range. After thinking this through, Su Chen didn't hesitate and directly operated the nearby sniper cannon once more. Next, he was going to show everyone what firepower coverage truly looks like. Seeing Su Chen's actions, Owanin and the others also refocused their attention on the target 10 kilometers away. They too wanted to see what kind of power this vehicle-mounted howitzer would demonstrate after a round of simultaneous fire. Su Chun had brought over 30 shells for this experiment, and he planned to fire all of them. The 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer used a semi-automatic rotary loading mechanism, requiring only one soldier to place the shells into the feeding tray for automatic loading. Although it was semi-automatic, the relatively small caliber of the shells allowed for a very impressive loading speed. According to Su Chen's estimation, it would take no more than 10 seconds from loading a shell to firing it. Firing all 30 shells wouldn't take long at all. After directing the two soldiers beside him, Su Chun instructed them to begin firing. With a command from Su Chun, deafening cannon blasts echoed continuously in the shooting range. Boom, boom, boom. Although Owen Yen and others had mentally prepared themselves, they were still taken aback when they witnessed the shells adjusting their trajectories at such high speeds. The visual impact was even more intense than when they observed the test firing of a certain rocket artillery system. As the first shell successfully hit the target area, the second, third, and fourth followed in quick succession. Boom, boom, boom. Chapter 135. A deviation of over 100 meters. Can it hit a target? 7 minutes later. Looking at the target that was utterly destroyed 10 kilometers away, everyone present exchanged glances, and from their eyes, a hint of shock was evident. In just 7 minutes, all 39 shells had hit the target, and the explosion had even obliterated the entire hillside. Observing the reactions of the crowd, a smile crept onto Su Chen's face. This was exactly what he wanted. They should now understand what fire coverage meant, right? Why worry about a minor deviation? With a direct barrage, who cares whose side it is? They would still be lying there, wouldn't they? Su Chen clapped his hands, looking proudly at those beside him, and said with a smile, "So, everyone, what do you think? With such concentrated firepower, can we ignore that 10-meter deviation?" Hearing this, the crowd froze for a moment, instinctively turning their gaze to their senior leader. Only now did they realize why Su Chun had decided to launch all those shells at once. It turned out it was all because of the comment made earlier. Su Chun wanted them to understand that under absolute firepower, all precision errors were insignificant. However, they had never thought that the 10-meter deviation Su Chun mentioned was actually significant. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Owen Yuan felt a bit awkward. He hadn't expected that everything was a misunderstanding. If he had known earlier that Su Chun thought they were complaining about the 10-meter deviation being too large, he certainly wouldn't have responded that way. Thinking of this made Owen Yuan's face flush. A 10-meter deviation, something he could barely accept? Nonsense. If the heavy artillery developed by their country in the future could control the deviation within 10 meters, he'd wake up laughing in his sleep. How could it be something he could barely accept? Although feeling a bit embarrassed, Owen Yuan was still a military district leader and had some skill in speaking confidently. Ignoring the strange looks from Chun Early Eye and the others, he directly patted Su Chun on the shoulder, his face filled with satisfaction as he said, "Well, it's good that such concentrated firepower can indeed minimize most deviations." However, pausing slightly, after struggling internally for a moment, he continued, "However, young Su, relying on firepower to compensate for a lack of precision is not a mindset we should always have. Although we can control the strike precision of our artillery within a 10-meter range, our country still has many intercontinental missiles. The deviation of those missiles can reach an astonishing 100 meters. With such a high deviation, do you think those missiles can hit a target?" Owen Yin has now decided to go all the way, as it won't cost him much. If Su Chun can develop shells with an error range of 2 to 3 meters, that would be even better. If not, it doesn't matter. For artillery, what is the point of having such high precision? He believes that being able to control it within a 10-meter range is already quite good. As for intercontinental missiles, there's even less to say. Take the Dongfeng 31 intercontinental missile from our nation, for example. Even when carrying the most basic nuclear warhead, its explosive power is equivalent to that of 1 million tons of TNT. It's worth noting that the atomic bomb dropped on Nagasaki by another country had a yield of only about 21,000 tons of TNT. This means that when our Dongfeng 31 missile explodes, it can instantly destroy roughly 5 Nagasaki's. With such a coverage area, is there still a need to worry about a 100-meter error? Because of this, when Owen Yin made these statements, he firmly asserted that the fire control system developed by Su Chun is not yet excellent. At least, there is still room for optimization and upgrades. However, as soon as he said this, not only Chun Early Eye and the others were taken aback, but even Su Chun beside him was left speechless. Everyone looking at Owen Yin seemed to be saying, "Do you want to listen to what you just said? Intercontinental missile? With such power, is there still a need to consider errors? Even a 1,000 meter error, what difference would it make?" Upon sensing the unusual gazes from the crowd, Owen Yan's heart sank slightly. He thought to himself, could it be that what I just said was too outrageous? Looking at Su Chun in front of him and glancing at the subordinates around, he quickly confirmed this thought. However, a leader is still a leader. After a brief moment of shock, Owen Yin shifted the topic and said, "Let us not talk about this. There is no rush on these matters. We can take it slow. By the way, Xiao Su, what is the manufacturing cost of your sniper rifle? What is the selling price?" Owen Yan's intention with this question was clearly to redirect everyone's attention, and he knew well what both sides were concerned about. Chun Early Eye and the others naturally wanted their troops to get such howitzers, while Su Chun was thinking about how to sell these weapons to their military. Although Su Chun's company is, in a sense, a state-owned enterprise, half of the shares still belong to him personally. Therefore, Su Chun's goal is certainly to make more money, especially since he has a large number of workers to support. The state, holding half the shares, doesn't concern itself with these matters. They only care about the dividends at the end of the year. As expected, when Owen Yan's words came out, everyone's gaze shifted away from him. Even Su Chun, upon hearing this, became excited and completely forgot about the outrageous things he had just said. Upon seeing this scene, Owen Yang instinctively stroked his beard, feeling quite pleased. Indeed, just as he anticipated, when Su Chun heard these words, his mood visibly shifted with excitement. He had invested a considerable amount of money in developing this weapon. The gun mount wasn't too costly, but the ammunition certainly was, especially after firing over 30 rounds at once. Su Chun had felt a thrill at that moment, but afterward, he couldn't help but feel the sting of his expenses. After all, that was a significant amount of money. Su Chun wasn't trying to exploit the state's funds. It was just that his company was growing larger by the day. He not only had a dedicated drone manufacturing company, but also subsidiaries producing various off-road vehicles and new energy vehicles. Just last month, his shipyard was completed. His entire company now employed over 2,000 workers, and Su Chun was well known among entrepreneurs in the region for his generosity, ensuring that salaries and bonuses were never shortchanged. Each of these expenditures required funds. Although Su Chun currently had hundreds of billions in savings, who wouldn't he want more money? Chapter 136. Times have changed. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Su Chun instinctively touched his head and said a bit shyly, "Old Commander, the sniper cannon I've developed this time may not have a price that compares to the 191 type rocket launcher, but it's not far off either. After accounting for necessary costs and losses, the overall price of this sniper cannon should be around 5 million units of local currency." Actually, when he mentioned the price of 5 million, Su Chun was a bit worried that the crowd wouldn't accept it. After all, a 191 type rocket launcher is priced at around 10 million, and that's a rocket launcher. Not to mention that the strike range of the 191 type can cover several football fields. Just in terms of range, the 191 type rocket launcher far exceeds the range of the newly developed 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer by more than 10 times. Yet, despite being outperformed in every aspect, this product is being sold for 5 million. Even Su Chun felt it was a bit of a ripoff. Fearing that the crowd wouldn't accept this price, he quickly added, "But old Commander, rest assured, this sniper cannon is definitely one of the most advanced in the world. And this price is absolutely fair. I guarantee that even major powers can't develop something like my sniper cannon." While confidently introducing the impressive features of his newly developed sniper cannon, he also glanced at the expressions of those present. He thought that with such a strong endorsement, people like Owen Yin would not only be excited and tearful, but would also come up to shake his hands, thanking him for his significant contribution to national defense. He never expected that instead of the scene he had imagined, everyone was looking at him with strange expressions. Seeing their reactions, Su Chun grew anxious. Although he initially intended to showcase his shooting talent to Chen Early-Eye and others, he realized that the entire project, from initial production to final forming, had cost nearly 20 million. How could Su Chun tolerate such a loss? Moreover, when has he ever engaged in such a losing venture? Therefore, when he transported the sniper cannon to the southern military district, he had already made up his mind to sell it there, at least to recover the costs of over 20 million. But now what did he see? Their expressions clearly indicated they were not interested in buying. Upon thinking about this, Su Chun's heart suddenly sank, and his mind began to race with thoughts. Could it be that the 20 million loss is something he cannot recover? Is today the day he experiences his first loss in business? In an instant, memories of the time he did business with Brother Hunter flooded back. That was truly a refreshing experience. The other party never questioned the price and didn't even need him to deliberately raise the selling price. They would proactively exchange the currency for him, and afterward, they would even thank him for his thoughtful consideration. Reflecting on the past and comparing it to his current situation, Su Chun felt even more that Brother Hunter was indeed an extremely valuable partner. Alas, times have changed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Su Chun couldn't help but let out a long sigh, feeling emotional. Who would have thought that one day he would be haggling over a price of 5 million, and it would be in his own currency? Truly, human plans cannot compare to the will of fate. Accepting this reality, Su Chun decided to lower the price for everyone, at least giving them a 9.9 discount. Otherwise, he felt that recovering that 20 million loss would be absolutely impossible today. After making up his mind, Su Chun was ready to announce the discount, but unexpectedly, before he could speak, he saw Chen Early-Eye approaching him quickly with excitement, practically running over in just a few steps. Moments later, Chen Early-Eye reached Su Chun's side, grabbing his arm with a face full of excitement, and said, "Brother Su, is it really that cheap?" Cheap. Upon hearing this, Su Chun was instantly confused. What was going on? He remembered that the crowd's expressions were not like this just moments ago. Could it be that his previous assumptions were all misunderstandings? Did they not actually think that his 5 million price was too high? With this thought, Su Chun turned to glance at the others around him. Upon seeing their expressions, he felt increasingly certain of his initial suspicion. Just as Su Chun had thought, the earlier expressions of disbelief from the crowd were merely reactions to the price he quoted, and they never truly believed that 5 million was too expensive. Once they confirmed that Su Chun was not joking, they finally reacted. Similarly, the earlier skepticism vanished, replaced by excitement and even joy. It's important to note that the current price of the PCL 09 122mm vehicle-mounted howitzer they were equipped with is how much? 480,000. Yes, it's that outrageous. With performance levels that are significantly inferior, they dared to set a price of 480,000, which is only 20,000 less than the howitzer Su Chen developed. How could they even justify that? After witnessing the performance of this vehicle-mounted howitzer, they couldn't help but feel a deep sense of anger. How could the people from the Northern Industrial Group dare to price the 09 model, such a subpar howitzer, so high? The thought alone made everyone, including Owen Yin, feel an overwhelming frustration. They couldn't help but wish to pay a visit to the Northern Industrial Group and give them a taste of their own medicine with the 09 vehicle-mounted howitzer. How dare they pull such a money-making stunt, even targeting the military? Owen Yin had made up his mind that after today's events, he would definitely pay a visit to the Northern Industrial Group to confront their leaders and demand an explanation for such a steep price on the 09 vehicle-mounted howitzer. Chapter 137, Another 10 Billion Order. However, what everyone doesn't know is that the 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer developed by Su Chen, although its performance surpasses the 9 type in all aspects, is because Su Chen has ready-made design blueprints. With the complete set of design drawings, Su Chen only needs to follow the steps to produce it, so the production cost will naturally not be too high. But the situation is different for the Northern Industrial Group. The 9-type vehicle-mounted howitzer they developed was created from scratch. Previously, there had never been a similar type of howitzer developed in the nation. The process of going from nothing to finally developing a vehicle-mounted howitzer that belongs to the nation is not an easy task. Systems such as fire control, positioning, and onboard information systems all had to be developed from the ground up, which incurs significantly high costs. This is also the reason why the price of the 9-type vehicle-mounted howitzer is so high. Of course, the price will drop considerably once the production technology matures. However, Owen Yin and the others do not care about this. Upon seeing how advanced Su Chen's vehicle-mounted howitzer is, they are convinced that there must be someone within the Northern Industrial Group who has embezzled funds. As for what everyone is thinking, Su Chen naturally has no idea. At this moment, he is still savoring what Chen Erlei just said. Cheap. Su Chen instinctively stroked his chin, and his big eyes narrowed slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. However, Su Chen had done a few legitimate deals with Brother Hunter, and after a brief internal reflection, he had already thought of a countermeasure. He waved his hand to the crowd and said with a righteous expression, "Oh, isn't that right? I also know that our country's economic conditions are not very good. I just want to do my part for the national defense construction. Old leaders, you may not know, our Zhongtian Industrial Group, in order to quickly develop this sniper cannon and provide the country with a means to resist foreign enemies, has been working day and night without eating or drinking for the past few months, tightening our belts and focusing on hard work." While speaking, Su Chen also secretly glanced at the expressions of the crowd, fearing that they might not believe him. After seeing the change in the expressions of the crowd, a barely noticeable smile appeared at the corner of Su Chen's mouth. However, Su Chen is Su Chen. The business he did with Brother Hunter had long trained him to remain calm and collected in the face of crises. After secretly observing the crowd's expressions, Su Chen sighed deeply, displaying an expression of indignation and dissatisfaction. "Oh, I just didn't expect that under my leadership, all 683 employees of Zhongtian Industrial Group, working overtime day and night, still couldn't manufacture a sniper cannon that could control the strike precision at the millimeter level and increase the strike range to that of our country's Dongfeng 31 intercontinental missile. Oh, I truly feel unworthy of the nurturing from my homeland and the trust from the nation." By the end, Su Chen had started to pound his chest with his fists, displaying a face full of guilt, leaving Owen Yin and the others dumbfounded. They, too, did not expect that with just one sentence, Chen Erlei could evoke such a reaction from Su Chen. They also did not realize that there were so many heart-wrenching stories behind Su Chen's development of this vehicle-mounted howitzer. Although Owen Yin knew that Su Chen's words were likely exaggerated, he also understood that the development of such advanced weaponry would inevitably involve various difficulties. Seeing Su Chen's guilt-ridden expression, a sense of sympathy arose in Owen Yin's heart. This young man must have gone through a lot of trials during this period. With this thought in mind, Owen Yin quickly stepped forward to offer some comfort. But before he could speak, he noticed that Su Chen, who had just been filled with guilt, suddenly assumed a serious demeanor and spoke to them with utmost gravity. "But, esteemed leaders, rest assured. Even though I haven't managed to control the striking precision of this sniper cannon to the millimeter level, and although I haven't achieved a striking range comparable to certain intercontinental missiles, I can assure you that this sniper cannon is definitely one of the most advanced in the world. Furthermore, I guarantee that there has been no compromise in quality during its development. The entire manufacturing process employs the most advanced techniques globally. Watching Su Chun change his demeanor 3 times in just a few minutes, not only Owen Yin, but even Chun Erlei and the others were momentarily taken aback. Initially, when Su Chun mentioned that he developed this vehicle-mounted howitzer to contribute to national defense, their emotions were touched. Then, when Su Chun expressed his guilt for not living up to the nation's expectations, they felt a deep concern for this young man. Finally, when Su Chun solemnly assured them that there was no compromise in quality, their feelings became extremely complex. In just a few minutes, everyone experienced such a whirlwind of emotions. Even as soldiers, who had undergone rigorous military training, they were momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing the stunned expressions of everyone, Su Chun felt a bit bewildered himself. He hadn't expected that his heartfelt and reasoned speech would elicit no response from them. Did they not hear what he had just said? With that thought, Su Chin's brow furrowed even deeper, and he quickly reminded them, "Esteemed leaders? Commander Chin?" As Su Chin's voice echoed around, the dazed group finally snapped back to reality. However, this time, when they looked at Su Chun, their gazes were filled with a complex mix of emotions. After a long pause, the frontmost leader finally let out a long sigh and said helplessly, "All right, Xiao Su, we all know how hard you've worked on developing this weapon. The country is also aware of your dedication and will definitely not forget your contributions. Regarding the price you just mentioned, our Southern Military District will order 2,000 units this time, along with 1,000 rounds of each type of ammunition. After you return, I will arrange for someone to get in touch with you as soon as possible." Upon hearing the senior leader's words, Su Chun, who had just been bewildered, immediately gasped in shock. "Wait, 2,000 units? Each unit of the 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer costs 5 million, which totals to 1 billion. Plus, I just heard the leader say that we need 1,000 rounds for each specification. How much is that in total?" Chapter 138. Can we get an explanation? After the deal was struck, Su Chun had already completed half of his purpose for coming to the Southern Military District. The other half, naturally, was to compete in marksmanship with those who once mocked his shooting skills. However, what Su Chun did not expect was that as soon as he proposed this idea, Chun Erlei and the others flatly refused. They went on to lavish praise on him, claiming that Su's shooting skills were unparalleled and that they were willing to concede defeat. They said all the flattering things possible, and Su Chun had no objections to these compliments. In fact, he felt a slight sense of glee inside. "Humph, now you know my shooting talent, right? Let us see who dares to mock me again for not hitting a target at 100 meters. With the objectives of this trip accomplished, Su Chun also prepared to return to Nanjing County, as there were still a lot of matters waiting for him at the company. Among them, he was particularly concerned about the law enforcement vessel of the Coast Guard, as the modification work had progressed over the past 3 months. During this time, he had not only developed this sniper cannon but had also largely completed the modifications he discussed with Wang Jingda. Only some details remained, which he needed to refine upon his return, and this was the reason for his eagerness to go back. He was determined to teach the navies of the southern neighboring country and the Philippines a lesson, so they would understand who truly controlled the South China Sea. Initially, Owen Yin and others opposed Su Chin's return, but seeing his resolute attitude, they ultimately did not try to stop him. Thus, early the next morning, Su Chin set off on his journey home. Of course, as he boarded the helicopter, he was carrying the same items as last time: 2 bottles of 1982 Mao Dai and 3 packs of cigarettes. Watching Su Chun's departing figure, Owen Yin, who had been standing nearby to see him off, was filled with reluctance. However, no one knew whether Owen Yin was reluctant to part with Su Chun himself or the 2 bottles of Mao Tai in his hands. After bidding farewell to Su Chun, the group gradually left the scene, although it was clear to everyone that there was a hint of excitement in their eyes as they departed, because everyone knew that their country's military was about to be equipped with the most advanced vehicle-mounted howitzers in the world. In the future, their troops on the battlefield would no longer have to worry about firepower. With the 191 type rocket launcher in hand, they could deal with distant enemies. And for close-range threats, they had nothing to worry about either. Facing the 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer, what main battle tanks, armored vehicles, or special forces could withstand a single shot? In contrast to the excitement of the others, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gao Zhengyi, who was currently in the United Nations Conference Hall, felt completely different. United Nations Conference Hall. During this period, the situation on the battlefield in the Middle East has been continuously deteriorating. leading to more frequent meetings convened by the United Nations compared to the past. However, although the meetings are ostensibly aimed at inviting representatives from various countries to discuss solutions, the final decisions are still made by the 5 permanent members of the United Nations Security Council. The country in question has always advocated for non-interference in the internal affairs of other nations, so it naturally does not participate extensively in the issues of Middle Eastern countries. Therefore, during this period, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Gao Jingyi, did not attend the UN meetings but instead sent representatives from the Foreign Ministry to participate on his behalf. However, today's meeting was quite different from the usual ones, as representatives from a certain country and its allies openly criticized the aforementioned country in the UN meeting for allegedly assisting terrorists in the Middle East and openly selling weapons against humanity, attempting to disrupt world peace. In the face of these baseless accusations, Gao Jingyi made an unprecedented appearance at today's UN meeting. With a crisp sound, the previously noisy meeting venue fell silent, and the eyes of representatives from various countries turned toward the source of the sound. At that moment, the representative from the aforementioned country, Clement, slammed a so-called piece of evidence on the table, glaring angrily at Gao Jingyi on the other side. Representative of the country in question, please explain why you openly violated the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty and developed missiles with a range of over 1,000 kilometers? Even selling such powerful missiles to the army of a certain country? Do you really think that the entire world is at your beck and call? Hearing their leader's words, representatives from several allied nations could no longer sit still and stood up, ready to express their loyalty in front of Clement. Representatives from countries such as the one in question, another nation, and others pointed angrily at Gao Jingyi. It's bad enough that you developed such inhumane weapons, but you even have the audacity to call these missiles rocket artillery? Do you really think the whole world is foolish enough not to distinguish between rocket artillery and missiles? Yes, they really do have the nerve to say such things, thinking we can't tell the difference between rocket artillery and missiles. What kind of rocket artillery has a size requirement of 800 millimeters? Moreover, tell us, what rocket artillery can accurately strike targets over 1,000 kilometers away? Such an obvious lie can only come from them. As these words echoed in the hall, representatives from other countries exchanged glances. They were also aware of the types of weapons used by the countries in the Middle East on the battlefield. When they learned that Syria, Palestine, and Jordan had completely turned the tide of battle by using this type of weapon, they were somewhat incredulous. After all, these 3 countries were facing a formidable opponent. As a global superpower, this country leads far ahead of nations like Syria in both military and economic aspects. Given such a significant gap, how could the situation possibly change due to a single weapon? However, before anyone could confirm the authenticity of this information, they received an even more outrageous report. Syria actually claimed that the weapon they used was a type of rocket artillery. When people heard this news, they found it somewhat laughable, as such an absurd lie was hard to believe. How could a rocket artillery system accurately strike a target over 1,000 kilometers away? This seemed impossible. Therefore, when they heard the recent statements from certain countries, they too felt a sense of doubt. However, those nations were either neutral or friendly towards a certain country, so they would not be easily swayed by a little provocation from the aforementioned countries to turn against their ally. Chapter 139. Is this discrepancy a bit too large? As for the reactions from representatives of various countries at the scene, Gao Jingyi, on the other hand, seemed completely unfazed. At this moment, he even crossed one leg over the other, leisurely savoring the tea brought from his homeland, exuding an air of composure befitting a great nation. Once the barking of dogs nearby quieted down, Gao Jingyi slowly set down his thermos. After rubbing his ears, he finally stood up, casting a sharp gaze towards the representative from a certain country. Representative from that country, please be mindful of your words. When has our nation ever failed to adhere to the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty? When have we sold missiles to countries in the Middle East? This is blatant slander. As Gao Jingyi's resolute words echoed through the conference hall, a wave of noisy discussions erupted instantly. Everyone exchanged glances, equally astonished that Gao Jingyi was still arguing, even claiming it was slander in the face of undeniable evidence presented by the certain country. Although our country has always maintained diplomatic relations with yours, that does not justify your unreasonable arguments. The facts are right in front of you. Why are you saying these things? Even if your country admits that it is a missile, so what? With the friendly relationship between our 2 countries, they would surely support you. Moreover, That country has not shied away from such actions in the past. What are you afraid of? Clearly, not only did the representatives from certain countries doubt Gao Jingyi's claim of slander, but even those nations that have maintained friendly relations with his country shared the same skepticism. Indeed, upon hearing Gao Jingyi's remarks, the representative from the certain country could not help but scoff, saying, "No violation of the treaty? No missile sales? Humph. Then please explain why this so-called rocket artillery has a range of over 1,000 kilometers. I distinctly remember that when the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty was signed, it explicitly stated that all countries are prohibited from manufacturing and selling rocket artillery and missiles with a range exceeding 300 kilometers. The rocket artillery you sold to the Syrian army has a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers. Do you still dare to call it rocket artillery? Do you still claim to be adhering to the provisions of the treaty? Does your country really think we are fools? Or do you believe everyone present here is a fool?" Clement grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, and by the end, his face had turned a deep shade of red, with his gaze towards Gao Jingyi becoming particularly grim. Upon witnessing their leader's displeased expression, representatives from the neighboring countries could no longer remain seated and were eager to stand up and express their thoughts. However, before they could open their mouths to question Gao Jingyi, they felt a chilling aura of hostility approaching. They saw Gao Jingyi, not far away, fixating on them with an extremely sharp gaze. Feeling the pressure emanating from him, the representatives from the neighboring countries broke into a cold sweat, and the words that were just about to come out of their mouths retreated back into their throats. Regarding the reactions of a few individuals, Gao Jingyi merely cast a cold glance at them before retracting his gaze and continuing to look at Clement, who was now fuming with anger. Seeing the other party in such a state brought Gao immense satisfaction. If every time he attended meetings at the international organization, he could see this country suffer like this, he would undoubtedly attend every session without fail. However, despite his inner satisfaction, Gao also knew that he absolutely could not show any signs of it at this moment. Fortunately, his country had prepared in advance for such matters. Therefore, when faced with accusations from countries like the one mentioned, Gao was not the least bit flustered. Instead, he remained remarkably composed. "Representatives of that country, please do not speak nonsense. Our nation has never developed rocket artillery with a range exceeding 1,000 kilometers. As for the type used by the Syrian army, which has a range of 1,000 kilometers, we are completely unaware of it. The rocket artillery we sold to them only has a range of 300 kilometers. Moreover, we were concerned that the Syrian nation might modify the rocket artillery we sold them, thus violating international regulations. So when we delivered it, we specifically noted in the manual that the recommended range is 300 kilometers, and we emphasized the precautions for using this type of rocket artillery." After saying this, Gao Jingyi distributed the prepared manuals to everyone. "Take a look. Does it not specify that the rocket artillery has a range of 300 kilometers? As all present received the manual, Gao Jingyi looked triumphantly at Clement from a distance, as if to say, "You think you can compete with me? You're still too inexperienced." However, when all the representatives in the conference hall saw the manual Gao was referring to, they were all taken aback. Even Clement and representatives from other countries seemed momentarily stunned upon seeing the manual. Recommended range is 300 kilometers. Precautions: do not strike targets beyond 300 kilometers, as the margin of error for this type of rocket artillery is extremely large. Looking at the very conspicuous precautionary note at the back, the representatives from various countries exchanged bewildered glances. Margin of error? Could you clarify just how large that margin is? However, it didn't take long for everyone to sense an unusual undertone. It seemed that the country in question had made similar claims in the past, right? Previously, when Syria, Palestine, and Jordan jointly submitted evidence, they accused that country of openly violating the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty by using rocket artillery with a range of 500 kilometers on the battlefield. They even called for international assistance, requesting the organization to stop that country from continuing to use this type of artillery, which violated international regulations. Yet at that time, faced with overwhelming evidence, that country had claimed that their rocket artillery's range of over 500 kilometers was due to a large margin of error. Could it be that the rocket artillery sold to a certain country by a certain nation was able to hit targets 1,000 kilometers away due to excessive deviation? Upon considering this possibility, everyone present exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they saw a hint of shock. They were all wondering if this deviation was a bit too large. The rocket artillery from a certain country had a deviation of at least 500 kilometers, but this one. Chapter 140. Not accepting suggestions? Similarly, when representatives from certain countries looked at the document, they exchanged glances filled with a hint of embarrassment. Initially, during the international conference, they had strongly supported a certain country's claim that the rocket artillery could hit targets 500 kilometers away due to margin of error. But now, they never expected that another country would employ the same tactic. With this thought, they found themselves at a loss for words. If they continued to question that country, wouldn't it make them appear somewhat shameless? Yet if they accepted the statements made, wouldn't that put them in opposition to that certain country? Meanwhile, Clement was not concerned about their reactions. His mind was solely focused on how to immediately stop the weapon support to certain countries. For his nation, the situation in the Middle East absolutely could not be influenced by external factors, especially by the rising concern they had. Because of this, when he finished reading the document, he didn't even think about the fact that they had made similar statements previously. Instead, he felt an overwhelming anger, believing that the document was utter nonsense. Suggesting a range of 300 kilometers while clearly indicating that it should not strike targets beyond that? Wasn't that just a blatant way of telling those countries that the true range of the rocket artillery was beyond 300 kilometers? Such lies, presented as evidence. Did they really think everyone was a fool? As this thought amplified in Clement's mind, his expression turned particularly grim. Even the representatives from supportive nations nearby could sense the chilling hostility emanating from him. He slammed the document down on the table and gritted his teeth, saying, "Representatives of that country, do you really think the whole world is foolish enough to believe your nonsense? This document isn't a precaution. It's clearly intended to inform certain countries that the true range of this rocket artillery exceeds 300 kilometers. And what about the margin of error? You're telling us that a margin could reach over 1,000 kilometers?" At this moment, Clement grew increasingly agitated, his expression shifting from anger to a fierce scowl. However, to his surprise, the representatives from other countries did not show any signs of anger in response to his words. Instead, everyone appeared to wear expressions of schadenfreude, as if waiting for an entertaining spectacle. Even his entourage of supportive representatives seemed fidgety, uncertain of what to think. Particularly, those nations that had maintained friendly relations with the other country rolled their eyes upon hearing Clement's remarks. Although they had some understanding of the audacity of certain countries, the recent remarks from the other side still left them astonished. So, only the rockets from that country can have discrepancies? Other nations are unworthy of possessing such capabilities? Back then, how did they respond to the evidence presented by countries like Syria? Similarly, when hearing the words from the representative of that country, Gao Jingyi also appeared bewildered. He had not expected such boldness. Is it that only the rockets from that country are allowed to have errors? While he felt frustrated internally, Gao Jingyi knew he must not reveal any signs of it at this moment. Although the manual they provided indeed had some ulterior motives as mentioned by the other side, such matters were understood among everyone. Publicly stating them would be entirely different. After making up his mind, Gao Jingyi quickly concealed his previous expression and turned to look innocently at Clement. Representatives from that country, please be mindful of your words. Everything indicated in this manual is real and valid. Everyone present should know that long-range weapons like rockets inevitably have some margin of error. I refuse to believe there is any country in the world whose long-range weapons can achieve millimeter precision. Furthermore, when we sold this rocket, we also took into account the reasons for potential errors. Thus, we emphasized that this rocket's range is only 300 kilometers, and we specifically advised against targeting anything beyond that distance, as our rocket has a significant margin of error. It's just unexpected that they completely ignored our advice. As he spoke, Gao Jingyi cast a glance at the representative from Syria, who looked visibly angry, as if feeling betrayed. As soon as Gao Jingyi finished his statement, everyone at the venue, including Clement, was left stunned. Clearly, they had not anticipated such an explanation from him, especially the representative from Syria, who, upon hearing Gao Jingyi's words, showed a hint of discomfort on his face. So, it seems that all of this is Syria's fault. It was our failure to heed your advice that led to this situation. Reflecting on the manual their frontline troops had seen, the representative from Syria felt a sense of frustration he couldn't express. Indeed, the manual Gao Jingyi had just shared was not the same as what had been provided to their country. Aside from the content being similar, everything else was completely different. The current manual was neatly presented in standard font, while the one given to their country was, aside from some basic information, The rest of the content is marked in large font. Moreover, critical data such as range and precautions are highlighted in a very conspicuous bright red font. It's as if they are afraid we might miss it. But now, you tell me that we haven't taken your country's opinions into account? With such obvious markings, it's impossible for us to ignore them. And until this moment, he finally understood why the manual just provided to everyone present was different from the one given to their country initially. However, despite his complaints about the actions of that country, he still had self-awareness. At such a time, if he were to jump out and refute them, his country would just be waiting for destruction in the future. He's not a fool. He can clearly distinguish who treats them well and who treats them poorly. Chapter 141. You all need rocket artillery too. In contrast, when Clement saw Gao Jingyi, who was calm and collected, he found himself momentarily speechless, staring at the other with a fierce gaze. Feeling the unusual looks from the representatives of various countries present, he recalled the time at the International Assembly. Their country had made highly inaccurate statements when faced with evidence from countries like Syria. However, their rocket artillery had an error margin of only 500 kilometers, while this one had over 1,000 kilometers. How could they still claim that this was all because Syria refused their country's suggestions? It was truly shameless. At that moment, Clement couldn't care less about anything else. Looking at Gao Jingyi's innocent expression, a surge of anger rose within him. You're talking nonsense. The contents of this manual were clearly written for countries like Syria to see. It was meant to let them know that the actual range of your country's rocket artillery is not 300 kilometers, but 1,000 kilometers. As for Clement's anger, Gao Jingyi paid it no mind. Once the other finished speaking, he shrugged and said innocently, Our country has done everything we should do. It's not our fault that Syria doesn't accept our suggestions. Are you implying that your country wants us to send troops to Syria to personally operate the rocket artillery? Hearing this, even Clement felt a tightening in his chest. He had previously rejected the hawkish opinions at home and personally advised the president not to engage in direct conflict with the other country. But now, the other party was actually talking about sending troops to Syria. How could that be acceptable? If that were to happen, it would mean that his earlier advice had been completely wrong. Moreover, if the other country really intervened in the Middle East situation, then all the plans his country had made over the decades in that region would undoubtedly be ruined. Contemplating these possibilities, a hint of hesitation appeared on Clement's face, and for the first time, he continued to refute Gao Jingyi's statements. In contrast to Clement's indecision, the countries in the Middle East seemed to have discovered something new, and one by one, their expressions became exceedingly excited. The first to react was the representative from the Camel Nation. He paid no attention to the strange atmosphere in the room and eagerly stood up, excitedly addressing Gao Jingyi. I support the remarks made by the representative of Long Nation. The recent violations of international regulations by various countries in the Middle East are indeed due to the fact that our military forces do not understand the instructions provided, which has led to these issues. Therefore, I suggest that Long Nation personally dispatch troops to our countries to guide operations, so that our military can learn the correct usage of rocket artillery. As soon as the Camel representative finished speaking, representatives from other Middle Eastern countries also stood up, excitedly addressing Gao Jingyi. First was the representative from Syria. I agree, and I ask Long Nation to immediately send troops to our country for guidance. Similar statements echoed throughout the conference hall, and within just a few minutes, all Middle Eastern countries, except for one, stood up to express their agreement for Long Nation to send troops to their nations. Witnessing this scene, representatives from other nations were left dumbfounded. Agreeing to have foreign troops stationed in one's own country is not a trivial matter. It not only requires substantial annual military expenditures to be paid to the other side, but it also limits national decision-making, subjecting it to external influence. Just like the situation with certain neighboring countries, which have almost become vassals to another nation. They have long been hosting foreign troops and are burdened with exorbitant military costs every year. Their key decisions are often constrained by this foreign influence, leaving them with little genuine autonomy. Given such consequences, how could these representatives agree to have Long Nation's troops in their countries? And even more astonishingly, they appeared so enthusiastic about it. Were they not afraid that Long Nation would turn their countries into vassal states, where they would have to heed Long Nation's recommendations for everything? However, the representatives from the Middle Eastern countries seemed unfazed by the reactions of others. They looked at Gao Jingyi with eager anticipation. When they heard his words, their hearts were filled with excitement. They had previously brought up the idea of having Long Nation send troops to help develop special economic zones, restore deserts to oases, and cultivate rice in their countries. They had explored every possible avenue to invite Long Nation's military presence. Yet, despite their efforts over the years, Long Nation had consistently refused to send troops. But now, what were they hearing? Long Nation was actually willing to proactively send troops to their countries? Had Long Nation finally recognized their plight and genuinely wanted to help them? Thinking about the future, when their country no longer needs to worry about the military of certain nations, everyone's mood became excited again. Looking at the excited expressions of the crowd, Gao Jingyi slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten about this matter. However, he was also puzzled, wondering, couldn't these people understand what he had just said? Did he not express his meaning clearly? Especially when he saw countries like Sudan, which had never purchased rocket artillery. He couldn't understand why these people were jumping in to make a fuss. Did they really want guidance from their country on the proper use of rocket artillery? Their country would need to have rocket artillery for that to work. Thinking of this, Gao Jingyi rolled his eyes, feeling that these countries were deliberately trying to cause trouble. However, although Gao Jingyi was displeased with certain nations, he wasn't kind enough to risk the lives of his country's soldiers to help them. After giving a few of them a stern glare, Gao Jingyi withdrew his gaze and ignored the crowd. Chapter 142. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. In contrast to Gao Jingyi's displeasure, at this moment, Clement's mood had reached a boiling point upon seeing the reactions from the countries in the Middle East. He never expected that these nations, often treated like pariahs by his country, would dare to stand against them at this time. Who gave them the audacity? How could they openly disregard his country in front of representatives from other nations at the United Nations Conference? Did they really think that with the support of another nation, they could challenge his country? Particularly, when he recalled Gao Jingyi's innocent expression just moments ago, an inexplicable anger surged within Clement. When had his country ever faced such humiliation? In past United Nations meetings, who dared to oppose what his country said? Who would dare to disregard them? How could they believe that they had any right to challenge his country just because of some recent military and technological advancements? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, to the point where he lost all desire to remain at the United Nations. He realized that today, his country could only swallow this humiliation. If they pursued the matter further, it could potentially lead to a larger international dispute, even affecting his country's interests in the region. After calming down for a while, Clement suppressed his anger and shot a fierce glance at Gao Jingyi in the distance. He then turned and left the conference hall, completely indifferent to the fact that the meeting had not officially concluded. As expected, when the representative of his country left, a wave of noisy discussions erupted in the conference hall. Everyone exchanged confused glances, unable to understand the purpose behind this unexpected move. The most bewildered were the representatives from various allied nations, who had not spoken up for their leader in the first instance. They felt extremely anxious, fearing that Clement would blame them after the meeting ended. Because of this, they had been nervously preparing their words, hoping to express their loyalty to their leader during the upcoming confrontation with the representatives from the other nation. However, they never anticipated that before they could voice their loyalty, their leader had already left. Watching Clement's departing figure, the representatives from several countries exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. In stark contrast to their puzzled expressions, Gao Jingyi was wearing a completely different face, smiling broadly and feeling extraordinarily pleased. He had initially set out with the determination to confront his country relentlessly today, but he never expected to end up with such a surprise. As soon as he recalled Clement's expression just moments ago, Gao Jingyi could no longer hide his joy and couldn't help but laugh out loud in front of all the unusual gazes from those present. Hearing that burst of laughter coming from behind, Clement, who had already reached the door, paused in his tracks. With veins bulging on his forehead, he abruptly turned around, fixing a fiercely grim face on Gao Jingyi, who was laughing uncontrollably at the moment. Even in such a noisy environment, everyone present could hear the gritted teeth of the other party. At this moment, Gao Jingyi, who was in high spirits, also felt the biting glare from Clement. Looking at Clement's furious face, a hint of embarrassment quickly appeared on Gao Jingyi's face. Clearing his throat a couple of times, he awkwardly smiled at him. "Oh, sorry. I just thought of something happy and couldn't help myself." Gao Jingyi originally intended to ease the tense atmosphere, but to his surprise, as soon as he said those words, the atmosphere became even more awkward. It wasn't he that Gao Jingyi feared the mentioned country. It was just that, as a superpower, his own country should exhibit the grace expected of a major nation in front of these smaller countries. Normally, he wouldn't care what the other country thought. He wouldn't hesitate to roll up his sleeves and fight if it came to that. However, at this moment and in this place, such actions were indeed inappropriate, which was why he had just said what he did. Unfortunately, instead of easing the tension, his words only heightened it. Fortunately, Clement, who had been standing at the door with a face full of anger, ultimately said nothing more. After a cold snort directed at Gao Jingyi, he completely left the conference hall. Once the representative from the mentioned country had exited, a wave of noisy discussions erupted in the room. Everyone was debating whether there was still a need to continue the meeting. After all, the main focus of this United Nations meeting was the rivalry between the two superpowers. But now that the representative had left, was there any point in continuing? Gao Jingyi understood the doubts in everyone's minds. After straightening his attire, he prepared to demonstrate what it meant to be a responsible major power in front of these smaller nations. Ahem, everyone. Regarding the baseless accusations made by the representative from the mentioned country, we must reiterate that all our military decisions are defensive in nature. Even when selling weapons to other countries, it is based on their self-defense needs, and all data complies with international law and regulations. So please rest assured, our country continues to respect the sovereignty of all nations and will never interfere in your country's decisions. After saying this, Gao Jingyi glanced at the representatives from Syria and other countries, took a deep breath, and earnestly said to them, "Also, for certain countries that have purchased our weapons, please make sure to carefully read the manual next time you use them. Do not use them recklessly, as it could lead to some international repercussions that we, as a nation, would struggle to explain." Regarding Gao Jingyi's earlier statement, the representatives from Syria and other countries were somewhat indifferent, and they were still pondering how to convince him to agree to military presence in their countries. However, when they heard Gao Jingyi's latter statement, a hint of embarrassment suddenly appeared on their faces, and they seemed hesitant to speak. Yet, upon seeing Gao Jingyi's warning gaze, they swallowed the words that were about to come out. Chapter 143 Military Exercises. After earnestly advising on Syria and other countries, Gao Jingyi turned his attention to the other attendees. This time his expression became extremely serious. Without regard for the presence of several representatives from allied countries, he directly pointed out that military actions in the Middle East were the root cause of instability in the region. Gao Jingyi also expressed his hope that the superpower could take on its responsibilities and sit down with Middle Eastern countries for discussions. He stated that force is not the only way to solve problems, and that peaceful dialogue and diplomatic negotiations are the correct paths to maintain stability and security in the Middle East. Finally, Gao Jingyi called on all Middle Eastern countries to immediately cease hostilities, avoid unnecessary casualties, and protect the innocent civilians caught in the crossfire. After delivering such a passionate speech, Gao Jingyi felt somewhat parched and took a sip of tea before contentedly returning to his seat. However, aside from the representatives from the Middle Eastern countries, others present clearly did not buy into Gao Jingyi's fervent words. One by one, they rolled their eyes after hearing his speech, thinking it was just empty talk. They questioned how he could claim non-interference when his country was selling highly destructive weapons to nations like Syria, and had the audacity to suggest that those countries should carefully read the instruction manual when using them. Given the nature of the manuals provided by his country, it was easy to guess their unusual contents. Although they thought this way, the smaller countries did not have the courage to openly criticize him. After some silent contemplation, they ultimately expressed hope that both the superpower and its allies could exercise restraint to avoid escalating international tensions. Thus, the entire United Nations meeting was declared concluded. However, although the meeting ended, the turmoil in the international arena did not cease. Just the day after the meeting, the foreign ministry of that superpower announced to the world that it would deploy over 40,000 troops and 500 fighter jets to the Middle East, along with 2,000 main battle tanks. Furthermore, they declared that their Pacific Fleet would conduct joint maritime military exercises with allied nations in mid-next month near the Ryukyu Islands and Luzon. This news immediately stirred up a storm globally. High-level officials from all countries felt intense anxiety upon hearing this announcement. While the troop deployment to the Middle East was not surprising given past actions, the sudden decision to hold joint military exercises near the Ryukyu Islands and Luzon was a different matter altogether. The current international situation is quite tense, with conflicts occurring everywhere. If these two superpowers were to go to war, it would be the smaller nations that suffer. In fact, if a nuclear war broke out between them, it's uncertain whether the entire planet would still exist afterward. Joint military exercises conducted by certain nations are not uncommon. they typically hold them periodically. However, this particular exercise is happening at a critical juncture, which is why the smaller nations are in such a panic. In contrast to the anxiety of the smaller countries, one of the superpowers, upon learning this news, remains unfazed. From the highest leadership to the ordinary citizens, there is little concern regarding this matter. Historically, these military exercises have proven to be more noise than substance, and there is no reason to fear. Moreover, the superpower is no longer the easily bullied nation it once was, and everyone is confident in their country. Nonetheless, in response to the brazen actions of certain nations, the government of the superpower cannot simply remain idle. Immediately upon the announcement from a certain country's foreign ministry, the superpower made an appropriate response. The South Sea Fleet and East Sea Fleet of the superpower's three major fleets jointly announced that they would assemble all troops for live-fire exercises in the East and South China Sea in mid-next month. They also warned other nations to stay clear of the exercise area to avoid any accidental injuries. Meanwhile, unlike the indifference of the general populace, one individual, upon seeing the announcement, reacted quite differently. After hanging up the phone, he slammed his device down on the table with a fierce expression. Who gave them the audacity to conduct exercises near him? Indeed, the call he received was from a high-ranking official, whose purpose was to inform him about the events that transpired at a recent international meeting. However, the official was taken aback by the individual's lack of interest in the meeting's proceedings, as he seemed more focused on the military exercises being held by certain nations. He interrupted the official frequently, asking detailed questions, even down to the specific coordinates of the exercises. Initially, the official dismissed this intense focus, thinking of the individual as merely a spirited youth. However, as their conversation deepened, the official began to sense something was amiss. When he heard the individual inquire about the specific coordinates of the exercises, he suddenly felt a surge of panic. He knows that Su Chun has the capability to actually create an anti-ship missile, coupled with the image of a passionate young man that Su Chun presented to him. Feng Jingxin is genuinely worried that Su Chun might launch a missile at the fleets of certain countries. This is no small matter. The joint exercises between both sides are usually quite normal, but if there were to be an open attack on the other side's fleet, it would change the nature of everything. When considering this possibility, Feng Jingxin earnestly advised Su Chun, fearing that he might do something reckless. Even after hanging up the phone, Feng Jingxin continued to pace back and forth in his office, his face full of concern. In the end, he still felt uncertain and personally called the commander of the Southern Theater, urging him to increase the personnel assigned to protect Su Chun and to keep a close watch on Su Chen's movements, just in case he were to take any extreme actions during this time. Chapter 144. There shouldn't be any objections. As for the increase of personnel by a certain official to protect himself, Su Chen naturally knew nothing about it. At this moment, he was still furious about the plans of certain countries to send their navy near their territory for military exercises. It was simply outrageous. Didn't they realize that he had developed a rocket artillery capable of accurately striking targets over 1,000 kilometers away, especially those from a certain Southeast Asian country, who used to act arrogantly in their waters? Now they dared to come again. Did they really think that with their powerful ally backing them, they could stand against his country? Who gave them the audacity? The more Su Chen thought about it, the angrier he became. Although he knew that the exercises hadn't officially started yet, and that his country probably didn't have the exact coordinates of the opposing vessels, he wasn't planning to let it go. Even if his country could tolerate their arrogance, he certainly couldn't. After making up his mind, Su Chen immediately called the Zhongtian shipyard. Hello, is this Mr. Sun? This is Su Chun, Sun Xingwen, a postdoctoral researcher from a northern university specializing in shipbuilding and ocean engineering. Had previously worked at a major shipbuilding company. He had participated in the design and development of the country's first aircraft carrier and served as the chief engineer for several classes of vessels. He was someone whom Su Chun had personally commissioned the defense minister to hire at a high salary. Initially, upon hearing that Su Chun wanted to hire him, he was somewhat reluctant, thinking that Su Chun had merely achieved success in rocket artillery. As a professional shipbuilder, he thought working with Su Chun would detract from his expertise. However, when Su Chun presented the design plans for a certain advanced destroyer, Sun immediately changed his attitude. Without needing further persuasion, he eagerly agreed to participate in the upcoming research and development experiments, even expressing willingness to take a pay cut and work overtime just to be involved. Su Chun, however, firmly disagreed with this notion. In both his past life and the present, he had never seen anyone voluntarily offer to take a pay cut and work extra hours. Was this person not a chosen worker? He certainly didn't agree with such requests, as he felt that the salaries of these researchers were already too low. How could he possibly accept their requests for a pay cut or overtime? He would not allow those who stood on the front lines of research to suffer even a bit of injustice. Therefore, when Sun made this request, Suchin did not hesitate to refuse outright. He insisted on a yearly salary of 2 million, without a penny less, and demanded that the company's annual dividends and bonuses also remain unchanged. Otherwise, he, Suchin, would seek out other researchers to participate in his development project. Given Suchin's firm stance, Sun Xingwen naturally dared not refute him. In fact, for scientists of their generation, their lifelong pursuit was simply to contribute their modest efforts to national defense construction. They were not particularly concerned about their remuneration. Thus, when Sun Xingwen first saw the blueprints for the 055 destroyer provided by Suchin, he was even willing to voluntarily accept a pay cut and work overtime, just to be involved in the research and development of the 055. Of course, if their salaries could be increased, Sun Xingwen would certainly welcome that. As a result, Sun Xingwen became the deputy chief engineer of the first 10,000-ton destroyer in the country, while Suchin naturally took on the role of chief engineer. At that moment, Sun Xingwen had just been discussing some construction issues related to the 055 destroyer with several colleagues. When he saw that Suchin was calling personally, he assumed Suchin wanted to inquire about the progress of the 055 project. After a brief moment of surprise, he prepared to summarize the progress issues to Suchin. However, before he could speak, an extremely angry voice came from the other end of the line. "Old Sun, how is the construction of our 815 electronic reconnaissance ship and the 051 target ship going? Can we complete 10 ships by next month?" Indeed, the shipyard established by Suchin was not only focused on the development of the 055 destroyer, but was also simultaneously constructing the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship and the 051 target ship. The target ship, as its name suggests, is primarily used to simulate enemy vessels for weapon assembly testing and military training assistance for the Navy. However, the target ship developed by Suchin was not intended for military training, but rather to test the accuracy and power of anti-ship missiles on their vessels. You want to conduct military exercises near our waters, right? Then it should be reasonable for me to conduct missile tests next to your aircraft carrier, shouldn't it? As for the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship, there's not much to say. Although this ship does not carry heavy weaponry, it was humorously referred to as a rogue ship by many netizens in later years. Suchin not only applied the stealth coating he developed for the J-10 on the entire hull, but also searched for the world's most advanced radar system to enable the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship to better monitor maritime dynamics. This system could perform both active and passive searches and conduct electronic reconnaissance and electro-optical tracking of all targets within a radius of 10,000 kilometers. Even the electronic reconnaissance ship of Type 815 is equipped with various signal analysis instruments, terminal demodulation devices, and full-band radio receivers. You are not planning military exercises near our country, right? Then I suppose broadcasting your exercise live should not be a problem, right? Of course, these two types of ships are primarily designed to assist the Navy in combat, so they won't be equipped with heavy weaponry. In fact, the entire hull of the Type 051 target ship is modified from decommissioned naval vessels. Therefore, the overall construction cycle is not as slow as that of the Type 055 destroyer. This is also the reason why he called to communicate with Sun Xingwen. He intends to annoy you with these two ships. How dare you conduct military exercises right in front of me? Did I agree to that? The nation might tolerate your actions, but I certainly cannot. He wants these people to understand that even in international waters, it is still our country that calls the shots. Chapter 145. As long as it can shake people, that's enough. On the other side, upon learning that Suchin was inquiring about the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship and the 051 target ship, Sun Xingwen instinctively paused for a moment. However, upon noticing Suchin's somewhat angry tone, he did not hesitate and directly shared all the current progress regarding the two ships. Currently, we have successfully built 3 051 target ships and 1 815 electronic reconnaissance ship. However, these ships have not yet been officially launched for testing, so we do not know the specific effectiveness. As for the two types of ships, Sun Xingwen did not pay much attention. Compared to the 055 destroyer, these two ships were indeed quite simple. However, this was relative. When he first saw the design drawings of the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship provided by Su Chun, he was equally shocked, especially the advanced listening and radar systems installed on this ship. Even someone like Sun Xingwen, who had participated in numerous national key projects, felt a bit astonished. The ability to detect a range of over 10,000 kilometers and track targets in real time? What kind of incredible equipment is this? It's important to note that the most advanced shipborne radar system in the world, the Spy 1D radar system, has a detection range of only about 600 kilometers. Yes, just 600 kilometers. But look at the radar system designed by Su Chun. Its detection range is over 10,000 kilometers, more than 16 times that of the Spy 1D radar system. Moreover, the most crucial point is that such a long detection distance is actually installed on a ship with such weak attack capability. When he realized the advanced nature of this radar system, Sun Xingwen strongly opposed the idea. How could such an advanced radar system be installed on a ship with such weak offensive power? However, after hearing Su Chin's introduction to the 815 electronic reconnaissance ship, Sun Xingwen finally abandoned his original viewpoint. In fact, he even had some small expectations for the performance of this ship. Just imagine, during a tense military exercise involving certain countries, they suddenly discover a warship appearing before them. What would their reaction be? The main point is that they would not have detected it through various detection systems, but would see it with their own eyes while standing on the deck. The ability to silently traverse through all their detection equipment and suddenly appear in front of them would surely startle them. Every time he thought about their reactions, Sun Xingwen couldn't help but find it amusing. Yet, although Sun Xingwen was somewhat interested in this electronic reconnaissance ship, he still cared more about the 055 destroyer. After all, even if this electronic reconnaissance ship can appear unnoticed in front of the naval forces of certain countries, it requires a strong maritime military capability to support it. Who would dare to boldly approach the naval forces of those countries with such a reconnaissance ship that has limited offensive capabilities, unless there are very advanced warships providing escort? The 055 class destroyer is such a massive attack vessel, comparable to an aircraft carrier, and there is no one better suited for the escort responsibility of this electronic reconnaissance ship. What if it lacks offensive power? I can still intimidate others. Moreover, what I have is the world's first 10,000-ton class destroyer. I ask you, are you afraid? Would you dare to attack me? Upon hearing the numbers on the other end of the line, Su Chin couldn't help but furrow his brows. He thought to himself, it shouldn't be this few, right? The quantity of one for the 815 class electronic reconnaissance ship was understandable, but isn't the number of 051 class target ships a bit too low? The hull of the 051 class target ship is originally modified from decommissioned naval vessels, requiring only the installation of some radar and detection systems. It has been over 3 months. So why have only 3 been built? Although puzzled, Su Chin ultimately said nothing more. All right, I understand, Mr. Sunday. During this time, please have the shipyard produce more target ships. The cost doesn't need to be too high, as long as they can provide specific coordinates. Upon hearing Su Chin's words, Sun Xingwen on the other side became genuinely curious. Mr. Su, why are we producing so many target ships? They are not advanced vessels. Regarding Sun Xingwen's confusion, Su Chun had no intention of hiding anything and directly stated his purpose. However, what Su Chun didn't expect was that when he mentioned bringing these target ships next to the vessels of certain countries for missile tests, Sun Xingwen instantly became excited. Before Su Chun could react, Sun Xingwen hurriedly hung up after saying one sentence. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will definitely be able to build another 10 target ships by early next month. Hearing this, even Su Chin couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Indeed, all progress must be built upon sufficient temptation. If only Sun Xingwen had this confidence 3 months ago, Su Chun could guarantee that during the joint military exercises of certain countries next month, a scene that many would yearn for would definitely unfold. Dozens of target ships constantly maneuvering around their vessels, while dozens of anti-ship missiles rained down from the sky, accurately hitting those dilapidated target ships nearby. How spectacular would that be? Although there was some regret in his heart, Su Chin did not delve too deeply into it. As long as it can let those countries know that no matter how advanced their warships are, the Dragon country can still accurately hit them, that is enough. After shaking his head slightly, Su Chun put down the phone in his hand and prepared to reorganize the pile of company documents that had accumulated over the past few days. However, before he could even open the documents on the desk, The phone he had just put down rang again. He picked it up and found that it was a call from a certain individual. Seeing the name on the caller ID, Su Chen's earlier frustration vanished instantly, replaced by excitement. Without any hesitation, he answered the call. "Hello, Director Wang. Is everything regarding the enforcement vessel modification completed?" Indeed. During the time he returned from the Southern Military District, Su Chen had already finished the details of the enforcement vessel modification. The remaining tasks were just basic ones that could be handled by the staff. Now that Director Wang was calling him personally, Su Chen's first thought was that all the modification tasks had been completed. Sure enough, as soon as Su Chen spoke, an equally excited voice came from the other end of the line. "Yes, Mr. Su, everything is complete. The only thing left is the launch test." Chapter 146. The modification is complete. Upon hearing Wang Jingda's words, Su Chen on the other side felt ecstatic. Finally, it was done. For some time, Su Chen had regarded the modification of the law enforcement vessel for the maritime police as his top priority. The reason was simple. Ever since he and Wang Jingda formally finalized the modification plans, Wang Jingda had been coming to him repeatedly to vent his frustrations. He lamented that their comrades in the maritime police were bullied by the navy of a neighboring country in their own waters. He complained that the navy of another country had the audacity to openly deploy monitoring equipment in their waters right in front of the maritime police, showing no regard for them at all. As long as it meant Su Chen would expedite the modifications, Wang Jingda had seemingly told every lie he could muster. Although it was clear to anyone that Wang Jingda's tales were somewhat exaggerated, Su Chen actually bought into it. After hearing Wang Jingda's words, Su Chen was instantly filled with rage, feeling like launching a few missiles right into the territories of those two countries to let them know who was in charge in the South China Sea. How dare they act so arrogantly in front of the maritime police of their region? Who gave them the audacity? Because of this, Su Chen had been busy with the maritime police's modifications, even creating the 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer during his spare time. The first thing he did upon returning from the Southern Military District was to rush to the Maritime Police Bureau, eager to install all the weapons onto the law enforcement vessels as quickly as possible. He wanted the navies of the neighboring countries to know that the maritime police of their region were not to be trifled with. After cursing the navies of the two countries in his heart, Su Chen wasted no time and directly told Wang Jingda on the phone, "Okay, Director Wang. I'm on my way right now." After saying this, Su Chen hung up the phone, stood up, and left the office. Meanwhile, the Maritime Police Bureau was also bustling with activity. Almost everyone had put their tasks on hold and gathered at the port where the law enforcement vessels were docked. The place was packed, and all eyes were fixated on the more than 10 law enforcement vessels that had been transformed beyond recognition. However, rather than feeling any dissatisfaction with the changes, everyone looked at the vessels with intense enthusiasm. As they gazed at the deck of the leading ship, which boasted a naval gun made up of 11 barrels of 30mm caliber, they instinctively swallowed hard. This is what Su Chen mentioned to them earlier, the HPJ 11 type 11-barrel 30mm naval gun, capable of firing 11,000 rounds per minute, locking onto over 40 targets simultaneously, with an interception success rate of up to 96. Thinking about that firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute, everyone was filled with immense joy. With this kind of close-in weapon system, wouldn't they be able to casually stroll in front of the navies of the neighboring countries? Faced with such a close-in weapon, would those navies still dare to say anything? Even if they weren't afraid of the 1130 system, they still had a 130mm caliber single-barrel stealth naval gun. Not to mention, the vertical launch systems equipped on their law enforcement vessels, which had 120 launch units. In the face of such advanced weapon systems, let alone the neighboring countries, they were even thinking about taking a few laps in the maritime areas of another country.
At the same time, Wang Jingda was equally excited, looking at the weapons on the law enforcement vessels. He couldn't help but straighten his back,
his face full of smiles, remembering how he had once humbly requested Chen Xingqiao for a few 052D destroyers in the South China Sea fleet. Wang Jingda couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, snorting coldly to himself. Humph, as if I, Wang Jingda, would even look at those destroyers? Now I have destroyers too, and the weapon systems on them are even more advanced than yours. Just thinking about the scene back then in the South China Sea fleet, a bit of frustration welled up in Wang Jingda's heart. He thought to himself, next time, he would definitely take these law enforcement vessels to show off in front of Chen Xingqiao, making him envious. While Wang Jingda was lost in thought, A young subordinate who was inspecting all the vessels came running over, his face equally unable to hide his excitement. "Report, Director, the inspection is complete. All law enforcement vessel data meets the requirements, and they can be launched." Hearing the young subordinate's voice, Wang Jingde, still in a state of excitement, finally came back to his senses. He looked at the subordinate with a smile and directly replied, "Okay, I got it. Just wait a moment. I've already informed General Su. We'll conduct the launch experiment when he arrives. As for Su Chun, not to mention the ordinary law enforcement officers, even their superior, Director Wang Jingde, had to be polite when meeting him. The current law enforcement bureau essentially followed Su Chun's lead. Whatever he said was what it was, and they were all willing to comply. Because of this, the young subordinate didn't find it surprising when he heard Su Chun's name. Instead, he nodded earnestly, a hint of admiration for Su Chun appearing on his face. Wang Jingde seemed to have anticipated the young subordinate's reaction, so he didn't say anything further. However, when he saw that subordinate turn to leave, Wang Jingde seemed to realize something very important. Back then, in order to ensure that Su Chun could quickly finish modifying their Coast Guard's enforcement vessels, he had exaggeratedly spoken ill of certain neighboring countries in Su Chun's ear. He had almost inflated the naval strength of those countries to the sky, while portraying their own Coast Guard as being terribly equipped and suffering great grievances. In any case, as long as it could speed up the process, Wang Jingde was willing to sacrifice his own reputation. He also knew that the things he had said back then were all lies. What if during the trial of the vessels later, Su Chun discovered that the navies of those neighboring countries didn't even dare to enter their waters? What if the other party found out that the arrogant person he had described was actually not from those countries, but from their own Coast Guard? Hiss. Chapter 147. Can this still have an impact? Upon considering this possibility, the excitement on Wang Jingde's face instantly vanished, replaced by a frown of worry. He couldn't let Su Chun notice anything amiss. He was counting on Su Chun to develop more weaponry for their maritime law enforcement agency in the future. Things like nuclear submarines, aircraft carriers, and carrier-based fighter jets. These were weapons their agency didn't have at all. If Su Chun discovered that what he had said earlier was all false, it would inevitably create a rift in their relationship, and he might not provide any more support for weapon development. That would be a significant loss. With this thought in mind, Wang Jingde immediately called back a subordinate who was about to leave, his face filled with urgency. "Shaoli, gather a few people right now, and take a law enforcement vessel to the waters near the southern neighbor to see if we can draw out some of their ships." Hearing his superior's words, the young subordinate looked confused. After struggling with it in his mind for a moment, he hesitantly replied, Director, didn't we just go there yesterday? Isn't it a bit inappropriate to go again today?" Wang Jingde was momentarily taken aback by his subordinate's response, and he realized that yesterday was indeed their agency's routine patrol of the southern waters. However, he couldn't afford to think too much about that now. After a brief moment of contemplation, he said, "I told you to go, so just go. We can't afford to delay this. If Su Chun discovers anything wrong, then our chances of getting an aircraft carrier will be gone." The already bewildered young man became even more confused by his director's words. What had they done? Why couldn't they let Su Chun see through their ruse? And what about an aircraft carrier? The entire nation only had one. Did their agency even have the qualifications for that? Hearing these comments, the young subordinate was completely baffled, unable to understand why his director was speaking such nonsensical things. However, seeing the anxious expression on Wang Jingde's face made him realize that there was likely some hidden secret he was unaware of. So, he refrained from asking further questions, nodded seriously to Wang Jingde, and turned to carry out his orders. Not long after the young maritime officer set off in a smaller law enforcement vessel, the excited Su Chun finally arrived at the agency. As Su Chun reached the port, a wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted. Almost immediately upon his entry, everyone present shifted their gaze from the law enforcement vessels to him. However, Su Chun was completely focused on those vessels and paid no attention to the excitement on the faces around him. Ignoring the intense stares, he walked straight to Wang Jingde's side. In contrast to the excitement of the subordinates, Wang Jingde wore a worried expression. He was filled with regret at this moment. Why did he feel the urge to contact Su Chun right after the modifications were completed? The people he sent out had not even reached the waters of the southern region yet. Where could he find the arrogant Navy forces he had mentioned to Su Chun? If Su Chun found out that everything he had said before was a lie, it would be a disaster. Similarly, as Su Chun walked up to Wang Jingde, he noticed the hint of worry on the latter's face. Seeing that expression, Su Chun was equally puzzled. Hadn't the other party been complaining to him recently, urging him to speed up the modifications? Now the progress was already twice as fast as initially discussed, so why did he still look like this? Could it be that the naval forces from the southern region and the Philippines were causing trouble in their territory again? The thought of this possibility instantly filled Su Chun with anger. If he didn't teach those brutes a lesson today, they truly wouldn't understand why flowers bloom so red. Resolute in his decision, Su Chun approached Wang Zhengde anxiously and asked, "What's wrong, Director Wang? Are those brutes from the southern region and the Philippines causing trouble in our waters again?" Hearing Su Chun's words, Wang Zhengde immediately showed an awkward expression, stammering for a long time without knowing how to respond. Seeing Wang Zhengde's expression only confirmed Su Chun's earlier suspicion, and he became even angrier. "Director Wang, just speak up. What haven't I seen? Am I scared of these brutes? Don't forget, we have so many advanced weapons on our enforcement vessels. Even if their navy is impressive, I can guarantee that the weapons I've developed for you will absolutely sweep them away." Su Chun was not exaggerating. The weapons equipped on the enforcement vessels for the Maritime Law Enforcement Agency were intended for the advanced destroyers. Such weapons could definitely be considered world-class even in future times. Sometimes, Su Chun felt that using these weapons against a small nation like the southern region and the Philippines was a bit of an overkill. At this moment, Wang Zhengde was filled with grievances, thinking to himself, "Is it easy being the director? For the sake of some weapons, I have to sacrifice my reputation and go plead with the fleet. Now I even have to come up with lies to deceive them?" However, having been subjected to so many years of disdain from the fleet, Wang Zhengde had long since developed the ability to speak nonsense with a straight face. After glancing at the furious Su Chun, he coughed lightly and smiled as he responded, "Alas, it's not true. Director Su should also know that the international situation has been a bit unstable lately, and the Navy from the southern region hasn't been active much. They've been causing a stir in our waters." Hearing this, Su Chun was slightly taken aback. Was it not the Navy from the southern region? Then why did the other party just show such a worried expression? Wasn't he constantly urging Su Chun to expedite the modifications of the law enforcement vessels? Now that the modifications have been completed, what could be making him unhappy? Moreover, it seems that only the Middle East and Europe are experiencing wars at the moment, right? We're tens of thousands of kilometers away from there. How could it possibly have an impact here? Clearly, Su Chun did not believe Wang Zhengde's words at all. However, he couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Could it be that Director Wang in front of him was trying to hide something? Chapter 148, Not a Hair on It. As Su Chun looked on with a puzzled expression, Wang Zhengde beside him also felt a bit awkward. Even he thought the explanation just given was somewhat outrageous. How could he expect Su Chun to believe it? However, being who he was, Wang Zhengde quickly shook off his embarrassment after a moment of thought. He patted Su Chun on the shoulder and nonchalantly shifted the topic, saying, Enough of this. Let's proceed with the experiment. Our colleagues at the Maritime Police have been waiting for a long time. Everyone has been looking forward to this day." Wang Zhengde felt he couldn't afford to dwell on such matters any longer. He had a sense that if he continued to chat with Su Chun about trivialities, it might reveal something. Anyway, the South China Sea is vast, and since Su Chun had never been out to sea, whatever happened, wouldn't it be up to him to say what it was? It would be even better if they encountered the navy of a certain neighboring country. If not, it wouldn't matter. He could just explain to Su Chun that the navies of that country and another had some tasks today, which is why they weren't in their waters causing a stir. As this thought crossed Wang Zhengde's mind, he instinctively nodded, secretly admiring how clever he was. Upon hearing that the formal experiment was about to begin, Su Chun indeed set aside his suspicions. He thought, no matter if it's the navy of that country, as long as they encounter them, he could just fire a couple of rounds from the ship's cannons, right? Thus, after both sides agreed on the specifics of the experiment, Su Chun and Wang Zhengde boarded the Maritime Law Enforcement vessel, which had been modified from a Type 052 sea destroyer, positioned at the forefront. As the roar of the engines echoed throughout the port, a total of more than 10 law enforcement vessels, fully equipped at Su Chun's command, sailed out of the harbor in formation. Watching as the enforcement vessels left the port, the maritime police officers still stationed at the harbor were all visibly excited. Their eyes filled with enthusiasm. Each person stood tall, their faces reflecting a sense of pride. With these enforcement vessels, they would no longer have to act under the name of the South China Sea Fleet while patrolling the sea. Now, they could truly look down on the navies of Southeast Asia with their own strength. In the future, if they found someone displeasing, they wouldn't need to request support from the South China Sea Fleet. The weapons from their own maritime police would be enough to eliminate those ungrateful individuals. In contrast to the excitement of these officers, far across the South China Sea, on a fishing boat in a different area, a few people were feeling incredibly tense. On the deck of the fishing boat stood 5 or 6 individuals, constantly scanning the surroundings with binoculars. Meanwhile, several others were deploying mechanical devices over the sides of the fishing boat, each about a meter long. If Wang Jingde were present, he would certainly notice at a glance that these individuals were deploying submarine detectors and unmanned underwater vehicles. Moreover, these people were not from the local country, but from a neighboring nation. Similarly, the waters they were currently in were not their own, but belonged to the local territory. On the deck, a burly middle-aged man, after observing the situation around their ship, put down his binoculars and turned to another middle-aged man beside him with an extremely respectful attitude. "Captain, what made General Min Long decide to send us to these waters today and to deploy these detection devices? If the local maritime police discover us, they might make things difficult for us." When mentioning the local maritime police, it was evident from the man's expression that he was quite displeased, and one could even see a hint of frustration in his eyes. He recalled how the local maritime police often behaved arrogantly in their own waters. In his heart, he couldn't help but curse those maritime police. Hearing his subordinate's words, the man referred to as the captain also felt quite displeased. If it weren't for the concerns regarding the nearby naval fleet, their navy would have long since cleared away these arrogant maritime police. Damn it! How dare they come into our waters with a few shabby warships? Who gave them the audacity? Do they really think our nation is afraid of a few maritime police? If it weren't for the naval fleet behind them, those lousy warships wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps for our navy. Suppressing his anger, the middle-aged captain shook his head at his subordinate and said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't. These detection devices were personally ordered by General Min Long, and there must be no mistakes. As for the local maritime police, there's no need to worry. They were just in our waters yesterday. So based on past patterns, they are unlikely to conduct large-scale patrols in these waters today." After saying this, the captain no longer paid attention to his subordinate and turned to those who were deploying the detection devices into the sea, loudly instructing, "Hurry up. General Min Long has ordered us to deploy at least 10 submarine detectors at each of the designated 13 points. If we fail to accomplish this, none of you will have a good outcome when we return." Although he knew that the local maritime police were unlikely to come to their area today, the captain still felt a twinge of concern, prompting him to urge his subordinates once more. In contrast to their tension, on the other side, Su Chen stared blankly at the calm sea in front of him, bewildered. Recently, influenced by Wang Jingde, Su Chen had thought the South China Sea region was an extremely unsafe place. Not only can one encounter criminal individuals engaging in illegal activities at sea every day, but one can also often encounter naval forces from other nations coming over to provoke. At the very least, one might see fishermen from other countries conducting illegal fishing activities in their waters. However, right now, Su Chen has seen nothing at all. Not to mention the navy from a neighboring country that has made him extremely angry during this period. He hasn't even spotted a single illegal fishing boat. Originally, Su Chen planned to teach these people a lesson today, to let them know who is in charge in the South China Sea. He also intended to show the naval forces of other countries that their coast guard is not to be easily bullied. But now, it has been an hour since departing from the port, and Su Chen hasn't seen even a trace of anything. Chapter 149, Deception? Feeling the sea breeze constantly hitting his face, Su Chen looked at Wang Jingde beside him with a puzzled expression. After a long pause, he finally uttered a sentence. "Director Wang, what about those arrogant and overbearing naval forces from the southern region? And those criminals at sea? Where are they now?" At that moment, Wang Jingde was staring excitedly at the recently tested close-in weapon system, feeling an immense shock. Therefore, he completely ignored Su Chen's inquiry and casually replied, "Huh? Mr. Su, you might not know, these people are very cunning. As soon as they spot our law enforcement vessel, they immediately leave, making it hard for us to track them down." However, upon hearing Wang Jingde's response, Su Chen instantly narrowed his eyes, looking at him with suspicion. "Director Wang, didn't you tell me earlier that these people are very arrogant? They usually don't take your Coast Guard seriously. Why are you now saying they are cunning and retreat as soon as they see your law enforcement vessel?" The more Su Chen thought about it, the more he felt deceived. Could it be that everything Wang Jingde had complained about to him before was false? With this thought, Su Chen's expression darkened, and his gaze towards Wang Jingde turned extremely unfriendly. "Director Wang, you weren't just making all that up, were you?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Jingde's heart sank. and he realized he had slipped up. Oh no, I let it slip. Realizing this, Wang Jingde became anxious, trying to think of a way to smooth over what he had just said. He couldn't let Su Chen find out that everything he had said earlier was a lie. After all, he was counting on Su Chen to help develop more weapons for their Coast Guard. Seeing the change in Wang Jingde's expression, Su Chen became even more convinced of his suspicions. After being kept in the dark for so long, Su Chen felt a surge of anger. When had he ever been treated this way? He had worked tirelessly on the Coast Guard's renovation project because he couldn't bear to see his country's Coast Guard comrades being bullied. But now, you tell me that the incidents of being bullied by the Southern Naval Forces were all fabricated? The more he thought about it, the angrier Su Chen became, and he was about to scold Wang Jingde. However, unexpectedly, he noticed a Coast Guard officer in the distance approaching them quickly. Moreover, Su Chen could see a hint of urgency on the officer's face, clearly indicating that something important had been discovered. In an instant, Su Chen halted his impending words and quietly waited for the officer to arrive. Meanwhile, Wang Jingde was completely oblivious to this scene, still racking his brain on how to explain his earlier comments to Su Chen. Moments later, under Su Chen's gaze, the young Coast Guard finally ran up to them. However, before Su Chen could ask anything, the other party, with a worried expression, said, "Director Wang, Mr. Su, we just discovered an illegal fishing boat 10 kilometers away. It seems to be deploying detection equipment in our waters." Hearing this, Su Chen's face turned red instantly, and his earlier anger vanished completely. A fishing boat from the neighboring country? Detection equipment? Hiss. Could it be that he had misunderstood Director Wang earlier? Was it really because these guys were too cunning that he hadn't noticed the illegal personnel disturbing their waters for so long? As this thought crossed his mind, embarrassment filled Su Chen's face, and when he looked at Director Wang beside him, a hint of guilt was evident in his expression. Meanwhile, Wang Jingde, standing nearby, completely ignored Su Chen's reaction and looked at his subordinate with immense gratitude. Great. If it's a fishing boat from the neighboring country, and they're deploying detection equipment, even better. Clearly, Wang Jingde did not feel the slightest bit of anger at the report from his subordinate. Instead, he was full of excitement. This gives a reason to explain to Su Chen, doesn't it? Seeing Wang Jingde's beaming face, Su Chen was filled with questions. What is going on? The people from the neighboring country have come into our waters, and yet you are still so happy? They are deploying detection equipment, not just engaging in harmless illegal fishing. If they succeed, won't they be able to monitor our Navy's movements at any time? Such a serious matter, and you are still smiling? After mentally venting his frustration, Su Chen spoke up to remind him, "Director Wang, they are trying to monitor us. Shouldn't we teach these bastards a lesson?" With Su Chen's reminder, Wang Jingde also came to his senses, realizing that he had been a bit too pleased. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he put away his earlier smile and said with a face full of anger, "Arrogant. It was one thing when they were so brazen before. But now that we have these weapons, they still dare to be so blatant? Damn it, Xiao Wang, notify everyone to surround that ship as quickly as possible." Seeing Wang Jingde react so strongly, Su Chen felt even more guilty. He hadn't expected Director Wang to be this furious about their actions. It must be that in the past, the Coast Guard had suffered quite a bit at the hands of the neighboring country's navy. Remembering what Wang Jingde had told him before, Su Chen could relate to his feelings now. Looking at the young Coast Guard, who was still standing there in a daze, Su Chen stomped his foot and anxiously said, "What are you still doing here? Didn't you hear Director Wang's orders just now? You should hurry up and notify everyone." Su Chen couldn't understand why this young Coast Guard officer seemed so indifferent to such a serious matter. Could it be that in such a short time, these people had forgotten the grievances they once endured? After hearing Su Chen's almost roaring reminder, the young Coast Guard finally reacted. He turned to the two with an "oh" and quickly turned to leave. However, as he was leaving, he glanced at his own director beside him, feeling completely baffled. It was just a broken fishing boat. Why was his director so agitated? In the past, even when they encountered the regular Navy, they didn't act like this. Why the strange expression now? Chapter 150. Is there something wrong with their country? Soon, after the young Coast Guard officer issued Wang Jingde's orders to all ships, those still conducting weapon tests halted their activities. Within minutes, all vessels resumed their formation. 16 law enforcement ships, converted from various military vessels, lined up in a trapezoidal formation and sped towards the fishing boat from a neighboring country, which was 10 kilometers away. Since all law enforcement ships were coated with the stealth coating developed by Su Chen, everyone was unconcerned about the old fishing boat discovering anything. As Su Chun and others continued to approach the illegal fishing boat, the naval fleet conducting routine training on the other side also received the news. In a certain area of the South Sea, dozens of warships were arranged in 2 vertical columns, constantly switching between defensive and offensive formations under the command of their leader. The speed and discipline displayed were astonishing. However, the commander of the South Sea Fleet, Chun Xingqiao, showed no interest in the exercise at that moment. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, he did not get angry but instead revealed a hint of curiosity. "Oh, you're saying that Wang Jingde has sent all the law enforcement ships from their coast guard over there?" Chun Xingqiao was completely indifferent to the fact that a fishing boat from a neighboring country had come into their territorial waters to deploy detection equipment. What intrigued him was why Wang Jingde would make such a big deal over a fishing boat. Previously, this young man only made such a fuss when facing the navy of the neighboring country. Why was he now putting on such a show for an old fishing boat? Report, Commander. According to information received from the front, it is said that today Director Wang is preparing to test new weapons from their coast guard, and coincidentally discovered this fishing boat. Upon hearing this, Chun Xingqiao instinctively let out a chuckle, realizing why the old fellow had not come to their fleet in months. It turned out he was secretly tinkering with new weapons at his coast guard. Although he thought this, Chun Xingqiao was still somewhat curious about the new weapon. After all, Wang Jingde had once gone to great lengths to get a 052D destroyer, even blocking his door for over half a month. What new weapon could make him abandon the 052D? Could it be that this new weapon was even more powerful than their fleet's 052D? The more he thought about it, the more curious Chun Xingqiao became. After pondering for a moment, he made a decision. He immediately ordered all fleets to stop training and head at full speed towards the fishing boat from the neighboring country. Of course, Chun Xingqiao did not give such an order for the sake of that old fishing boat. He wanted to see what new weapon Wang Jingde had developed that could make him give up on the 052D destroyer. He couldn't believe it. How could the few enforcement ships from their coast guard have any new weapons that are more advanced than the latest 052D destroyer developed by the Dragon Nation? Meanwhile, the fishermen from the southern region were completely unaware of the news about the continuous approach of the Dragon Nation's South Sea Fleet and the Coast Guard. At this moment, everyone was focused on deploying various detection devices into the sea, completely oblivious to the looming threat. In the command room, looking at the data continuously coming in on the console, the leader of the operation, Shinbei, said to a nearby staff member, "What's the status? Has any Dragon Nation vessel been detected on the radar?" Hearing the leader's inquiry, the staff member did not dare to slack off. After saluting, he hurriedly reported, "Report, Captain. No vessels from the Dragon Nation have been detected, and I have even set the detection range to maximum, but still found nothing." Upon hearing his subordinate's report, Shinbei nodded slightly, feeling a sense of relief. Since they first entered the Dragon Nation's waters, he had always harbored a subtle worry. Fortunately, up to now, the Coast Guard and Navy of the Dragon Nation had not discovered them. He had great confidence in the radar equipment on their fishing vessel, which they had just purchased last year from a neighboring country. The fact that even such advanced radar equipment had not detected any Dragon Nation vessels at least indicated that there were no enemies within a 30-kilometer radius. As for beyond that distance, there was no need to worry. By the time the Dragon Nation noticed them, they would have long since fled. After patting the shoulder of the staff member, Shinbei nodded and said, "Okay, I understand. Keep observing, and if anything unusual is detected within 30 kilometers, inform me immediately." "Yes, Captain." After giving further instructions to the staff member, Shinbei turned to leave the command room, planning to personally supervise the subordinates executing their tasks on the deck. However, to his surprise, just as he reached the doorway of the command room, he saw a subordinate rushing towards him in a panic. Seeing the look of fear on the other person's face, Shinbei's brow furrowed instantly, and the breath he had just released came back to him. Could it be? Before he could think further, the hurried subordinate had already reached him. "Captain, it's bad. The Coast Guard from the Dragon Nation is here." Hearing this, Shinbei's pupils constricted sharply, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "How is that possible? The radar just showed no vessels around us." Though he didn't want to believe it, Shinbei didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly followed the subordinate towards the deck. His face now filled with terror. He had no idea how the Dragon Nation's Coast Guard could evade their radar detection. Could it be that the other side's ships are also using new stealth materials? Thinking of this possibility, Shinbei couldn't help but take a breath. Is it possible that all of their ships use the same materials as the missile they launched towards his country's airspace last time? Hiss. That was something even their country's air defense missile system couldn't lock onto. The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was a possibility. But after confirming this thought, a look of frustration appeared on his face. No. Is there something wrong with their country? Not only do their missiles have to be made with stealth materials, but now even their warships are made this way. Will they even start making bullets with stealth materials in the future? Chapter 151, Is It Necessary? On the deck, Shinbei completely disregarded his panicking subordinates. Once he reached the front of the deck, he hurriedly took out his binoculars to look into the distance at their ship. However, the moment he spotted more than 10 military vessels, he instinctively took a few steps back, his face filled with terror. This was clearly not a coastal patrol vessel. It was the navy of another country. Gasping in shock, Shinbei threw the binoculars to the ground and shouted loudly at his dazed subordinates. What are you waiting for? Run. After giving the order to retreat, he turned to the subordinate who had just reported to him and kicked him in the chest, fuming. What the hell? Did you grow your eyes on your backside? This is a patrol boat. What kind of patrol boat is equipped with those weapons? What he had just seen through the binoculars was the 1130 close-in weapon system mounted at the front of the ship. And it wasn't just that. Besides the chilling close-in weapon, he also noticed that the vessels were equipped with 3 enormous naval guns. They had seen the patrol vessels of that country before, which were only equipped with a high-pressure water cannon, a 76mm close-in weapon, and a single 100mm naval gun. But now, just look at what kind of weapons those ships were carrying. That was not a patrol boat. It looked more like a military vessel. The middle-aged man who had been kicked down by his captain didn't have the time to feel wronged. He was equally terrified. All he could think about was how to escape this dangerous place. They had come to deploy detection equipment, and if they were caught by the Navy, their lives would be over. With thoughts of that dire future in mind, the middle-aged subordinate dared not refute his captain's words. He crawled over and hugged his captain's leg, his voice trembling. Captain, I didn't clearly see those weapons just now. I only guessed it was a patrol vessel based on the color of the ships. We need to run quickly. If we get caught by the Navy, it's all over for us. Seeing the man on the ground crying and pleading, Shinbei kicked him aside in disgust. However, he knew this was not the time for reprimands. They had to leave this dangerous place immediately. Otherwise, if they were caught for what they had done today, it would truly be the end. Resolutely deciding, Shinbei immediately ran toward the direction of the control room. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Chun and the others had witnessed the commotion. As they observed the movements through their binoculars, a look of urgency appeared on Su Chen's face. He hurriedly put down the telescope and turned to Wang Zhengde beside him, saying, Director Wang, the other side is about to escape. What should we do now? Su Chun believed he was quite skilled at weapon development, but when it came to military matters, he was completely clueless. Therefore, when he noticed that the other side was trying to flee, he didn't express his own opinion, but instead asked Wang Zhengde, who was next to him. After all, the other party was the director of the Coast Guard, who often dealt with these criminals, so he must have seen such situations many times. In contrast to Su Chen's anxiety, Wang Zhengde was feeling quite pleased at the moment. There was not a trace of anger. Instead, he even felt a bit of gratitude upon seeing these people. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have known how to explain things to Su Chen back then. However, despite feeling happy inside, Wang Zhengde reminded himself to not let Su Chen see any signs. He was counting on Su Chun to develop more equipment for their Coast Guard in the future. Because of this, Wang Zhengde maintained a stern expression throughout, pretending to be extremely angry. When he heard Su Chen's question, Wang Zhengde also put on an anxious demeanor, to create the impression of being extremely furious. He didn't respond to Su Chen right away. Instead, he turned to one of his subordinates behind him and said, Quick, charge forward. We can't let these beasts get away. Upon hearing Wang Zhengde's words, Su Chen quickly interrupted him, hesitantly saying, Director Wang, isn't charging in like this a bit too dangerous? If they attack our comrades, it would be quite a loss. After saying this, Su Chen was still worried that Wang Zhengde might be blinded by past grudges. So he quickly added, Director Wang, our enforcement vessel is equipped with anti-ship missiles, right? How about we launch one at them? However, Su Chen didn't expect that as soon as he said this, not only Wang Zhengde, but even the young Coast Guard officer behind them was stunned, with an unusual expression on his face. Seeing their reactions, Su Chen felt a bit confused. Was there something wrong with the suggestion he just made? Director Wang, is there something wrong with my idea? Looking at the bewildered Su Chen, Wang Zhengde found himself at a loss for words. Was it really necessary to use an anti-ship missile for just a broken fishing boat? Moreover, how much did one of those missiles cost? And how much could that broken fishing boat possibly be worth? Using such an expensive missile to bombard a dilapidated fishing boat was nothing short of wasteful. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Jingde suppressed his urge to complain and, after gesturing to Su Chun, spoke earnestly. Mr. Su, although our Coast Guard has often been bullied by a certain neighboring country in the past, both sides have generally exercised restraint in conflicts. If we were to proactively use missiles or similar weapons against them, the situation would be different. It could potentially lead to large-scale war between the two countries. Wang Jingde understood that Su Chun was being so cautious because of the things he had said before. Therefore, after expressing these thoughts, he patted his chest and assured, Mr. Su, rest assured, we have ways to deal with these people. Seeing the confidence in his response, Su Chun eventually nodded and did not continue the discussion. Thus, as Wang Jingde's orders were communicated to everyone, all the vessels simultaneously increased their speed to the maximum and charged towards the direction of the damaged fishing boat. Chapter 152. Is your high-pressure water gun like this? Although the fishing boat driven by Shun Bei and others was specially modified, greatly enhancing its maneuverability and defense, and even achieving an impressive maximum speed of around 20 knots, the gap between their fishing boat and the law enforcement vessel that had been extensively upgraded was still significant. Looking at the approaching naval vessels, Shun Bei felt like an ant on a hot stove, fear written all over his face. He never expected that these military ships could not only evade their radar detection, but also move so quickly. Was this really the Navy they were familiar with? Wasn't it said that the latest 052D destroyer in service had a speed of only about 25 knots? How could even those decommissioned ships now be so fast? Thinking of this, Shun Bei's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but curse the intelligence personnel back home. Was this the information you gathered? Although he felt anger towards those people, Shun Bei knew that this was not the time for discussions. They needed to shake off those naval vessels quickly. However, did they have any chance of escaping in front of the extensively upgraded law enforcement ship? Clearly not. Only 10 minutes had passed, and Shun Bei and his crew felt a sense of despair. The naval ships that were just 5 kilometers away had now completely surrounded their fishing boat. All the ship-mounted cannons were now aimed directly at their small vessel. None of them had ever witnessed such a scene. As they looked at the cannons pointed at them, everyone on the fishing boat was terrified and began to retreat. Some were so overwhelmed by the pressure that they collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with despair. Were they really going to meet their end here today? Not only the ordinary crew members, but even Shun Bei, the leader of this operation, was in the same state. His entire body trembled uncontrollably, and fear was evident in his eyes. Captain, what should we do now? One of the crew members, sitting on the ground, stammered as he asked his captain. Hearing this voice, everyone's gaze turned towards Shun Bei. However, at that moment, Shun Bei had no idea what to do. He was regretting his decision bitterly. Had he known they would encounter the naval forces today, he would never have accepted this mission. Now, for the sake of some military achievement, he might end up losing his life here. Despite his deep regret, as a soldier of his country, Shun Bei felt an inexplicable determination rise within him in the face of such dire circumstances. He kicked over a nearby chair with one foot, his eyes revealing a fierce intensity as he said, "Damn it, people die facing the sky, but if they don't die, they live forever. Today, let's fight the Navy from that country." After saying this, Shun Bei stepped forward and grabbed one of his subordinates who was slumped on the ground. He pointed to the gap between 2 warships in front of them and said sternly to everyone, "Get up, you all. What good is hiding here at this moment? Now charge forward." However, before he could finish, the fishing boat beneath them began to shake violently. Once everyone managed to steady themselves, they heard shouts from the Navy outside. "Listen up inside. Drop your weapons immediately, put your hands on your heads, and come out slowly, or we will open fire." The speaker was naturally Wang Jingde, who looked disdainfully at the rickety fishing boat that was swaying from their collision. If it weren't for wanting to put on a show in front of Su Chun, he would have already sent people in to subdue them. "Since I didn't go wandering in your waters today, how dare you come here? Who gave you the audacity?" At this moment, Wang Jingde stood on the boat's railing, holding a loudspeaker, and began to shout furiously at the fishing boat, looking extremely angry. Seeing the other side's reaction, Su Chun felt a sense of guilt. He hadn't expected that even with the opponents surrounded, Director Wang would be so furious. It seemed that they had suffered quite a bit of bullying from these people in the past. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such a strong reaction now. With this thought, Su Chun sighed slightly, feeling deeply remorseful for the past experiences of the Coast Guard comrades. If he had discovered these issues earlier, he would have already modified all the Coast Guard enforcement vessels in Nonsong County. Why wait until now? As this thought crossed his mind, Su Chin's gaze became resolute. He had decided that after returning this time, he would develop more powerful weapons for the Coast Guard. They must not suffer any grievances in their own waters again. Meanwhile, Wang Jingde, seeing that the other side had not reacted for so long, felt a surge of anger. After spitting into the sea, he put down the loudspeaker and turned to his subordinates armed with automatic rifles, angrily saying, "Damn it, if they still don't come out, Li Fong, use the high-pressure water gun on them." Due to the noise from the engines and the chaos at the scene, everyone was focused on the fishing boat. So the Coast Guard officers with automatic rifles did not hear their director's order clearly at first. Everyone thought that their director had just said to use automatic rifles to take down those people. Originally, these Coast Guards were young and full of vigor. And when facing illegal personnel, they could only use high-pressure water guns and cold weapons like axes. Now hearing that their director was finally going to let them use automatic rifles, everyone straightened their backs and shouted in unison, "Yes, director." The sound of bullets being chambered from behind made Su Chun look completely bewildered. Wait, didn't Director Wang just say to use high-pressure water guns on them? Why are rifles being loaded now? Similarly, seeing everyone pulling the gun bolts, Wang Jingde couldn't help but roll his eyes and said to the crowd, "Is your high-pressure water gun supposed to look like this?" Chapter 153. The advantage is ours. Upon hearing their director's words, the young Coast Guard suddenly felt awkward. So it was a high-pressure water gun, and they thought it was an automatic rifle. After giving a few of them a stern look, Wang Jingde continued, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up." This time, nothing unexpected happened. After hearing the order from their director, a Coast Guard named Li Fong quickly took action. However, before they could use the high-pressure water guns, everyone present saw that the old fishing boat they had surrounded had restarted its engine and was preparing to escape. Seeing this, Wang Jingde was instantly furious. "Damn it. I give you a chance, and you still can't handle it. You 1T surrender, and now you dare to escape? Do you really think we, the Coast Guards, are easy to deal with?" The more Wang Jingde thought about it, the angrier he became. With a fierce look in his eyes, he grabbed a nearby fire axe and jumped down from the warship right onto the fishing boat. Seeing this, Su Chun was momentarily stunned and didn't he react right away. Wow, is he that bold? They still haven't confirmed how many people are on the other side or what weapons they have, and he just charges in? And with an axe? Does he really plan to fight against rifles with that? However, before Su Chun could gather his thoughts, those young Coast Guards who had been behind him started jumping onto the fishing boat one after another, eagerly rushing forward. Su Chun could even see that each of their faces bore an excited expression, showing no hesitation about the weapons the other side might have. Su Chun had been a bit hesitant, but seeing these young Coast Guards recklessly charging ahead ignited the passion within him. To hell with it, I'm in. With a determined heart, Su Chun also jumped down, landing directly on the fishing boat. But as soon as he landed on the fishing boat, he regretted it. From the moment he jumped over, he felt the fishing boat begin to move, and it was quickly distancing itself from their warship. What made Su Chun feel even more regretful was that, including himself, there were only 5 people who had jumped over. Looking at the other 4 around him, he felt embarrassed. If he had known there were so few people, he definitely wouldn't have jumped over. 5 people against a whole bunch of them? Isn't that asking for trouble? At this moment, the other Coast Guards who hadn't had the chance to jump onto the fishing boat were also feeling a deep sense of regret. However, their reason for regret was different from Su Chen's. They were lamenting the loss of the easily attainable third-class merit award. On the warship, watching their friends who had successfully boarded the enemy fishing boat, a few of them were filled with envy and jealousy. Especially just now, 2 Coast Guards who had already stepped out were filled with regret. Looking down at the slow-moving leg, they couldn't help but curse. "Damn, can you be any slower? My third-class merit is gone because of you." Along with them, feeling the same regret was a young Coast Guard who had just been ordered by his superior to use a high-pressure water gun. Initially, when he received the order from his director, Li Fong felt a bit pleased, as it would be very satisfying to deal with those miscreants personally. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as he left, these people began to charge forward. If he had known that his director would send someone to board the ship directly, he would have firmly refused to operate that ridiculous high-pressure water gun. Thinking back to his friends who successfully followed the director onto the enemy ship, Li Fong felt envious. How could those 3 get such credit? Wasn't this worse than being killed? Didn't they all agree to share both hardships and successes? But now look at what they were doing. At the same time, his other friends beside him weakly said, "Old Li, Do you think we'll have to call those 3 leaders when we see them in the future? Hearing that they would have to call them leaders made Li Fang's heart ache, and his face turned extremely ugly. It's understandable that everyone felt regretful. In peacetime, for young individuals like them, getting promoted was harder than climbing to the sky. But earning merits was different. If one could achieve something in this era, such as a 3rd-class or 2nd-class merit, their future would be bright. 10 years ago, during a conflict at the border between their country and another, a regular soldier was injured. But look where he is now. In just a few years, he was promoted from lieutenant to major general. Such a leap made them feel envious. That's why earlier, when Su Chun saw these Coast Guards rushing to board the enemy's ship, their faces were filled with excitement. As for what these people were thinking, those who had successfully boarded the enemy ship were naturally unaware. Seeing Su Chun hesitate, Wang Jingde felt equally frustrated. He couldn't understand why an ordinary person would jump over with him. He knew the importance of Su Chun to the nation. When he learned that Su Chun would develop weapons for their Coast Guard Bureau, the Minister of Defense had personally warned him to be cautious. He had to keep his temper in check when with Su Chun, as no matter what happened, they must not let Su Chun fall into danger. Now that he saw the other party jumping over with him, Wang Jingde felt an immense tension in his heart. Although he did not care much about his own safety, he would truly become a traitor to his country if Su Chun were harmed because of him. Though he felt regretful, Wang Jingde knew that the situation was already set, and continuing to be entangled in his thoughts would not help. After making up his mind, he instructed one of his subordinates to hand over the Type 81 rifle to Su Chun, while he passed his axe to that subordinate. As for himself, he casually picked up a steel pipe nearby. Su, you stay here and don't go anywhere. We'll take care of these scoundrels, Wang Jingde said with a serious expression. Su Chun struggled internally for a long time before tentatively saying, Director Wang, considering we only have a few people, shouldn't we first clarify the enemy's situation before taking action? After thinking for a while, Su Chun still felt the need to advise the other 4. However, to his surprise, when Wang Jingde heard this, he waved his hand dismissively and said, No need. We have 5 people now, and we have 3 Type 81 automatic rifles. We have the advantage. Chapter 154. Not only refusing to surrender, but also daring to counterattack us. Compared to Wang Jingde's indifference, Su Chun was nearly wide-eyed upon hearing the other party's words. 5 people, and they are so confident? Isn't that a bit too arrogant? They haven't even figured out how many opponents there are, or whether they have weapons, yet they claim the advantage is on our side? Looking at the calm demeanor of the other 4 around him, Su Chun couldn't help but recall a scene from years ago. It was during the self-defense counterattack against a certain country when 3 of our warriors, having lost contact with the main force, formed a temporary combat group. Despite being deep in enemy territory, the 3 showed no signs of panic and did not choose to retreat. Instead, they resolutely picked up their weapons and launched a fierce attack against 300 fully armed enemy soldiers they encountered. What's more, they were just 3 individuals. Yet they planned to split into 3 combat teams to encircle those 300 armed foes. This would be deemed too outrageous even for a dramatic war film. But what was the final outcome? Those 3 warriors not only successfully defeated the 300 enemy soldiers, but also routed an enemy artillery battalion, capturing 2 artillery positions and seizing over 20 heavy artillery pieces along with countless military supplies. What left Su Chun dumbfounded was how those 3 warriors described the situation in their final report. After surrounding the 300 enemy soldiers, not only did they refuse to surrender, but they also dared to counterattack us. Such achievements and such arrogant words could only be spoken by warriors from our country, renowned as the strongest land army on the planet. Isn't the current situation quite similar? Although Su Chun despised the group from the neighboring country, there was no need to put themselves in danger for these people, right? There was even less reason to risk their own lives unnecessarily. Moreover, they currently had a total of 16 warships, over 100 armed Coast Guard personnel, and even the heavy weaponry developed by Su Chun. In terms of weapons and personnel, they were far superior to the opponents, so why act so impulsively? Couldn't they wait until they completely surrounded the enemy before taking action? Was it necessary to be so aggressive? It was clear that Su Chun couldn't understand why Wang Jingde and the others were being so rash. On the other hand, Wang Jingde knew exactly what Su Chun was thinking, but he had never regarded those individuals from the neighboring country as a threat. Therefore, Wang Jingde felt there was no need for such complications. He could directly subdue these troublesome individuals without needing his precious weapons. Those weapons were reserved for dealing with the regular navies of the neighboring country and another country. Why waste so much effort on these insignificant foes? Although Wang Jingde thought this way in his heart, he also knew that Su Chun was just an ordinary person, unlike them who had received professional military training. It was normal for him to have such thoughts when facing these issues. Seeing Su Chen's tense expression, Wang Jingde stepped forward, patted him on the shoulder with a smile, and said, "Mr. Su, there's no need to worry so much. We are not facing the regular navy of a certain country. Dealing with these troublemakers is something we're very good at." Deep down, Wang Jingde was still a bit concerned about the potential dangers Su Chen might face in the upcoming actions. So, after saying this, he continued, "Mr. Su, you just stay here for now. If you encounter any enemies, regardless of whether they pose a threat, just shoot directly." Compared to the consequences of actively provoking a conflict, Wang Jingde felt that Su Chen's safety was more important. Therefore, his primary requirement when advising Su Chun was to eliminate all dangers at the outset. After all, as long as Su Chun was safe, Wang Jingde didn't care about any consequences he might have to bear. After warning Su Chun, Wang Jingde picked up the steel pipe he had just placed on the ground, turned to the other 3 subordinates around him, and simply said one word, "Go." After saying this, Wang Jingde stood up with the 3 young coast guards and headed directly towards the fishing boat's cockpit. Watching the 4 of them leave, Su Chen glanced at the Type 81 automatic rifle in his hand, steeled himself, and followed suit. Su Chen felt that since he had a gun in hand, if any danger arose, he could just shoot. Now, the 5 of them only had 3 automatic rifles in total. If he held one and did nothing, Su Chen felt it would be his fault for putting Wang Jingde and the others in danger. So after struggling with his thoughts for a while, he decided he needed to assist them. After all, having one more person could help share the pressure. However, when Wang Jingde saw Su Chen following him, he immediately became displeased, quickly stopping and saying angrily, "Why did you come along? I told you to stay outside. Just leave these troublemakers to us." Su Chen naturally understood that Wang Jingde was worried about his safety, which was why he was so angry, so he didn't mind. He waved the rifle in his hand with a smile and said, "Director Wang, don't worry about me. I have a gun. I just feel a bit uneasy with all 4 of you going in." "You, Sai?" Looking at Su Chen's smiling face, Wang Jingde wanted to say something more, but when he saw the determination in Su Chen's eyes, he ultimately chose not to speak further. Fortunately, he often dealt with criminals and knew that these individuals rarely dared to confront the coast guards of their country while armed. Otherwise, Wang Jingde would not have agreed to Su Chen's request. After finalizing the details of the search, a group of 5 cautiously approached the direction of the fishing boat's cabin. Of course, as they started to act, the nearby Coast Guard ships also moved closer to the fishing boat, attempting to forcefully stop it. Meanwhile, the people in the cabin, including Shinbei, were completely unaware of Su Chun and the others boarding their fishing boat. With a loud slap, Shinbei struck the back of the driver's head in anger, exclaiming, "Hurry up and charge forward. If those military ships regroup, we're all done for today." Aside from the driver, who looked aggrieved, the others present were too anxious to pay attention to their captain's outburst. At that moment, their hearts were in their throats, their eyes fixed on the approaching military ships, fearful of being caught by the naval forces. Just as they prepared to break through the encirclement, a loud bang suddenly shattered their last glimmer of hope. Chapter 155, Su Chen's Anger. With a loud bang, the door of the cockpit shattered, and immediately after, 5 armed personnel from a certain country's naval force rushed in. "Don't move. Everyone, raise your hands and stay where you are." The leader was none other than Wang Jingde, who charged into the cockpit with a steel pipe, accusing the group of individuals from a nearby country and warning them in a loud voice. Beside him stood Su Chun and others. Initially tense, Su Chun let out a long sigh of relief upon seeing that the intruders were unarmed. The individuals from the nearby country, who had been on edge, instantly panicked upon seeing the intruders, especially when they noticed the 3 dark gun barrels pointed at them. Many instinctively raised their hands. Some of the more timid individuals became so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. At the same time, from the back of the crowd came an incredulous voice. "Wang Jingde?" It was Shinbei, the person in charge of this operation. At that moment, upon seeing Wang Jingde at the front, Shinbei's face showed a hint of disbelief. "Why are they from the naval police? Aren't they from the Navy?" As a member of the naval force from his country, Shinbei recognized Wang Jingde, who was usually arrogant in their waters. This recognition left Shinbei shocked. Weren't the law enforcement vessels of the naval police just a bunch of dilapidated boats? How did they become like this today? He still remembered the weapons on those warships outside. It was hard to believe that those weapons were equipped on the naval police vessels. Even if they were on Navy ships, he would still find it incredible. Could it be that the naval force had developed some new weapons? Unaware of Shunbei's thoughts, Wang Jingde was slightly taken aback when he heard someone call his name. Looking in the direction of the voice, he spotted Shunbei at the driver's seat. From the first glance, Wang Jingde realized that this person must be the leader of the group. Resting the steel pipe on his shoulder, he looked at Shunbei with a hint of mockery. "Oh, you know me? It seems you guys are not ordinary people." After saying this, Wang Jingde pointed in Shunbei's direction and asked with a smile, "What is your name? What did you do before? Do you know the rear admiral from your country?" Min Long. From Shunbei's current demeanor, Wang Jingde had already deduced that these individuals were likely from the naval force of the nearby country. Hearing Wang Jingde's string of questions, Shunbei, still in shock, finally snapped back to reality. His gaze became erratic as he realized he had let something slip. If the other party discovers that they are military personnel, the situation today would be entirely different. If their identities are just ordinary fishermen from a certain region, they might still have a slim chance of survival. However, if their military status is revealed, it would truly be the end. With this thought racing through his mind, Shunbei began to play dumb. "Leader, we are just honest fishermen. How could we know any rear admirals?" Fishermen? Hearing the response, Wang Jingde couldn't help but laugh in anger. A fisherman dares to venture this far into the waters of another country? And instead of doing what fishermen should do, they are here deploying detection equipment? Do you even believe that yourself? Wang Jingde couldn't be bothered to argue with them about this nonsense. After having 2 of his men control the group, he took the other 3 to search elsewhere. Although only 2 Coast Guard officers were left to control the individuals, none of the fishermen dared to move, as those 2 were armed with real automatic rifles. Meanwhile, while Wang Jingde and Su Chun continued their search on the fishing boat, other Coast Guard officers from their vessel were also boarding the fishing boat one after another. A few minutes later, as he watched one by one being escorted to their ship, Su Chun stood on the deck, still wearing a bewildered expression. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Didn't Director Wang say that these fishermen were ruthless criminals? That they came to their waters with arrogance? Why were these individuals not displaying such behavior just moments ago? In fact, they were being extremely compliant in the face of their 5-person encirclement. More than 20 people against just 5, and they showed this little defiance? This seemed quite different from what Wang Jingde had described about those fishermen. Could it be that only the Navy from that region would act this way? Considering this possibility, Su Chun nodded slightly, feeling that it must be the case. Just as Su Chun was lost in thought, a deafening alarm suddenly rang out. The Navy from that region had arrived. Hearing the sound, Su Chun's heart tightened instantly. He quickly took out his binoculars to look around. The sea they were on was still tens of kilometers away from the maritime border of the 2 countries. How could they dare to come here so boldly in broad daylight? Indeed, everything Director Wang had told him was true. This was outrageous. They clearly did not take their country seriously at all. When Su Chun finally spotted the scene through his binoculars, his anger intensified. He saw 5 military vessels from that region relentlessly pursuing one of their Coast Guard boats. Moreover, the decks of those vessels were filled with people, which Su Chun could clearly see through the binoculars. Everyone around pointed at their Coast Guard ship with their hands, cursing angrily. Seeing this scene, Su Chun's eyes instantly turned red, and he trembled with anger. Who gave them the audacity to come here and bully the Coast Guard of our nation? At this moment, Su Chun finally understood why Director Wang had such a deep hatred for the Navy of that neighboring country. Their arrogance was astounding. Not to mention Wang Jingde and the others. Even he, Su Chun, felt as if he wanted to devour the opponent alive upon witnessing this. Just as Su Chun was filled with extreme rage, Wang Jingde, who had just gone to the command room, also rushed out without delay. However, there was no trace of anger on his face. Instead, it was filled with a smile. Chapter 156. Don't be impatient. Wang Jingde was originally in the command room, preparing to thoroughly interrogate the true identities of Shunbei and others. However, to his surprise, before he could start the questioning, he received news from Li Chenfei and others, whom he had sent out to attract the navy of a certain neighboring country. Hearing that they had lured in a total of 5 military ships from that country, Wang Jingde was extremely excited. He had recently been worried that a certain broken fishing boat might reveal some flaws to Su Chun. But now, there was no need to worry at all. The enemy navy was openly operating 5 military ships deep within our territorial waters, and they even dared to chase after our Coast Guard so brazenly. Such audacious behavior would make anyone feel displeased, not just Su Chun. Who do they think they are? Is it not allowed for our Coast Guard to patrol their waters? They actually dared to chase us down? How dare they? Who gave them the courage? Thinking this, Wang Jingde instinctively nodded, feeling that it was necessary to give these people a warning in the future. Did they really think our Coast Guard was easy to bully? Must everything be done under the pretense of the South Sea Fleet's authority? Sure enough, when Wang Jingde walked onto the deck, he immediately spotted Su Chun, who was currently extremely angry. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Wang Jingde's smile deepened. However, as he approached Su Chun, he skillfully concealed his smile, adopting a similarly angry expression. How dare they think we are afraid of them? It was one thing to endure their bullying in the past, but today they actually dared to come again? Not seeing the person, but hearing their voice first, Su Chun instinctively turned to look when he heard the familiar voice coming from behind. Seeing Wang Jingde cursing, Su Chun felt the same way. How dare these arrogant fools venture so deep into our waters, showing no respect for us? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Without considering any consequences, Su Chun directly suggested to Wang Jingde, "Director Wang, hurry up and fire. These guys are really bullying us too much. Actually chasing our ships in our own waters? Is there any law? If we don't show them who is in charge of this sea, they really won't know." Originally, Wang Jingde had planned to deal with the navy of that neighboring country using the same method he had used on the broken fishing boat. But upon hearing Su Chen's suggestion, even he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Looking at Su Chun, who was incredibly serious at that moment, Wang Jingde felt puzzled. This young man seemed to be so hot-headed when it came to doing things. Was it really necessary to fire missiles at them? Dealing with that broken fishing boat was just like this, and now it's the same again. As for those broken warships from the southern region, do we really need to use our precious missiles? Besides, this matter actually started with their provocation. If we actively use weapons now, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Thinking of this, Wang Jingde quickly waved his hand at Su Chun, looking somewhat awkward as he said, Mr. Su, it's not necessary to use weapons for now. Let's first clarify the situation and then decide whether we need to use force against these troublemakers." Clarify the situation? Upon hearing Wang Jingde's words, Su Chun, who had just been furious, instinctively frowned. Isn't the current situation clear enough? They are practically stepping on our faces and doing whatever they want, and he still wants to check the situation? Meanwhile, on the other side, the naval forces of the southern region had also noticed them from a distance. Looking at the maritime patrol vessel from the Dragon Nation not far away, Min Long was infuriated. They were just training in their own waters, and unexpectedly, at a critical moment in their training, this patrol vessel suddenly intruded into their formation. Not only did it disrupt their training plans, but it even dared to use a high-pressure water gun on their warship. What made Min Long even more furious was that after using the high-pressure water gun, the other side didn't run away, but stood provocatively not far from them, taunting them to come and chase. They claimed that Min Long was just a bully who feared the strong and relied on having a powerful father to become a rear admiral. They suggested that if they were in Min Long's position, they would have already hidden away in embarrassment instead of standing there. Min Long, who had already been angered by Wang Jingde yesterday, felt a surge of rage upon hearing such arrogant remarks. Ignoring the advice from his subordinates, he insisted on teaching this arrogant individual a lesson. As a result, both sides chased each other further away, and now their warship had already ventured dozens of kilometers into the Dragon Nation's waters. The naval personnel from the southern region knew very well that their naval strength was not comparable to that of the Dragon Nation's South Sea Fleet. Venturing so deep into their waters posed the risk of being discovered by the Dragon Nation's navy, which could lead to military friction or even armed conflict if they weren't careful. Therefore, from the moment they entered the Dragon Nation's territorial waters, several naval officers had been advising General Min Long to abandon the pursuit of that patrol vessel. However, they were quite helpless as Min Long was already blinded by hatred. Additionally, the patrol vessel occasionally broadcasted some very unpleasant remarks through a loudspeaker. This also led to their general completely disregarding their suggestions. Fixated on catching up to the law enforcement vessel, he insisted that they must take down the maritime enforcement personnel who had just insulted him. However, when he spotted the dozen or so warships in the distance, his overwhelming rage was instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. Even when he clearly saw the weapons on those ships through his binoculars, he couldn't help but gasp in shock. Hiss! Naval forces? It was only at this moment that he finally realized why that law enforcement vessel had provoked them so aggressively. It turned out that they intended to lure him into a trap. Considering this possibility, his expression began to fluctuate, and he pondered what the intentions of the other side were. Could it be that they were truly preparing to wage war against their southern neighbor? Chapter 157, Waging War? The more he thought about it, the more Min Long felt that there was a possibility of war. Otherwise, why would that law enforcement vessel deliberately try to lead them to this place? In the past, the navy of their southern nation had often interacted with the maritime police of the neighboring country. Usually, while the other side was a bit arrogant and overbearing. They had never acted like today, directly using high-pressure water guns on their warships, and even cursing at them. Such abnormal behavior must indicate that the other side was plotting something. Realizing this, Min Long's expression changed, and he felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his earlier impulsive actions. Engaging in combat with the navy of the neighboring country? That would be tantamount to seeking death. With the retired warships they had purchased from another country, they would be no match for the formidable navy of the neighboring country. A single shot from the enemy could sink all their vessels. It was precisely because of their fear of the neighboring navy that they had tolerated the arrogant actions of its maritime police. Did they really think that those maritime police could instill fear in the navy of their southern nation just because they had a few shabby warships? Moreover, he had recently received important news that the navy of the neighboring country had developed a new type of destroyer, known as the 052D. This new model not only upgraded various gun systems from the 052C, but it also had a missile count that was double that of the 052C. With such terrifying offensive and defensive capabilities, not only would their southern nation's navy struggle, but even the entire navy of Southeast Asia might not stand a chance against the neighboring country. At this moment, the several warships not far from them were equipped with weapons that were different from the original naval armaments of the neighboring country. In particular, the close-in weapon system and the main gun he had just seen through the binoculars looked nothing like the weaponry on the 052C destroyer. Min Long had always felt a bit apprehensive about the performance of the 730 close-in weapon system developed by the neighboring country. Its design, with 7 30mm barrels, could fire 200 rounds per minute and effectively intercept surrounding attacking targets. He thought that the design of these 7 barrels was already outrageous. But now they had developed a close-in weapon with 11 barrels? What was the neighboring country trying to do? Were they not satisfied with a close-in weapon that could fire 200 rounds per minute? And judging by the current situation, the neighboring navy had already equipped this new type of destroyer? So that was it. At this moment, Min Long finally confirmed his suspicions. The purpose of the neighboring country was to lure their southern nation's warships into its waters, thus framing them for invading another country's territory. This would provide a legitimate reason for the neighboring nation to wage war against them. As Min Long was continuously analyzing the current situation, a sudden gasp arose behind him. Look, the naval forces of the neighboring country are approaching us. When everyone saw the warships getting closer, a sense of tension appeared on their faces. General, we should retreat quickly. We are currently in the waters of the neighboring country, and if we have a confrontation here, regardless of the outcome, our nation will not be in the right. Yes, General, let's retreat quickly. If we don't, there won't be any chance left. Seeing the warships speedily approaching, the naval commanders were equally anxious and continuously advised their general. Hearing the pleas from his subordinates, Min Long knew that even if a battle was to occur, it could not happen in this location. They absolutely could not let their country bear the blame of initiating a war. After making up his mind, Min Long no longer hesitated and immediately instructed his subordinates. Notify all ships to return immediately. We must shake off this naval force. Upon hearing their general's order, the subordinates breathed a sigh of relief. They were deeply afraid that this young leader would act impulsively and insist on engaging with the naval forces of the neighboring country. Meanwhile, those who had been specifically dispatched by Wang Zhengde to draw the naval force's attention, including Li Qinfei, were equally anxious. They were about to complete their mission. But now they were supposed to retreat? How could that be? Seeing the naval vessels of their country attempt to escape, Li Qinfei instantly became anxious. Without any hesitation, he took out a loudspeaker and began to angrily shout at the opposing warships. However, to his surprise, this time his provocations had no effect. No matter how harshly he scolded, the other side did not pursue. Damn it, let's do it. After angrily cursing at the opposing warships, Li Qinfei slammed the loudspeaker on the ground and turned to his friend behind him, saying, Wang Yuan, notify the control room to turn the ship around and charge at the opposing warships. Following Li Qinfei's command, the law enforcement vessel quickly turned its bow and accelerated toward the naval ships of their country. At the moment they were about to collide with the enemy warships, Li Qinfei even ordered the use of high-pressure water cannons against them. At the same time, Su Chun, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes instantly redden. He He never expected that Li Chunfei and the others, who had just escaped the attack range, would recklessly charge toward the enemy warships. In an instant, Su Chen's heart felt like it was in his throat. He couldn't understand why they were being so reckless. Their weapons were not necessarily inferior to those of the opposing side. Why take it this far? Putting down the telescope, Su Chen looked at Wang Jingde beside him with a worried expression and said, "Director Wang, quickly tell Li Chunfei and the others to retreat. There's no need to push so hard. With our warships, it's not like we can't catch up to them." Wang Jingde nodded in agreement, feeling a bit angry as well. Just a moment ago in the command room, he had instructed them to retreat immediately upon sighting the enemy's warships. Now, this kid was charging towards the enemy's vessels again, which was truly concerning. Wang Jingde couldn't help but wonder where these subordinates had learned such reckless behavior. Why would a law enforcement vessel go and collide with a military ship? Wasn't that courting disaster? Couldn't they learn a thing or two from their leader's approach? When doing anything, one should not only focus on the front without considering the consequences. They must act with caution. Shaking his head helplessly, Wang Jingde decided not to dwell on it further. Instead, he turned to a subordinate beside him and instructed, "Quickly contact Li Chunfei and tell him to retreat immediately. If that law enforcement vessel gets even a scratch, I won't let it go." Chapter 158. How should I know? Soon, the retreat order issued by a certain official reached the ears of Li Chunfei and his companions. However, when Li Chunfei heard the news, he immediately felt puzzled. He thought to himself, it shouldn't be like this. Usually, the director often reminds them not to back down during law enforcement patrols. They should boldly confront any ships that dare to intrude into their territorial waters, whether they are military vessels or ordinary fishing boats. They should just charge straight in. And if anything happens, the directors would take responsibility. But what was going on today? The naval vessels from the neighboring country had come right to their doorstep. And there was no problem in charging at them, right? Why were they being ordered to retreat? This was very inconsistent with the usual temperament of their director. Could it be that it was suggested by that esteemed young leader? Thinking of that young leader whom he greatly admired, Li Chunfei subconsciously nodded, feeling that it must be the case. After all, this young leader was not like them, often standing on the front lines facing armed opponents. It was only natural for him to be a bit more cautious in his thoughts. It seemed necessary for him to explain the shamelessness of those intruding forces to the young leader when he returned. With his mind made up, Li Chunfei spat towards the few naval vessels of the neighboring country that were frantically fleeing the scene and then issued the order to retreat. After seeing the Coast Guard vessel that was relentlessly pursuing them leave, Min Long on the deck also breathed a slight sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that the other side would continue to harass them, and at that moment, he dared not act against that law enforcement vessel. There were still over a dozen military vessels from his country pursuing them closely. Perhaps at that moment, the opposing commander was waiting for them to fire first, so they could use that as an excuse to launch a real attack. Min Long was not foolish enough to fall for that. However, before Min Long could fully relax, a sudden exclamation shattered his last glimmer of hope. "General, we have spotted over 20 naval vessels from our country in front of us." Hiss. Upon hearing this news, Min Long gasped in shock. He had no time to think of anything else and hurriedly pulled out his binoculars to look in the direction just pointed out by his subordinate. However, it was a bad idea to look. When he clearly saw those naval vessels from his country rushing towards them, he immediately slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. It seemed that his country was determined to keep him here. Was it really necessary to mobilize so many military vessels for just a handful of them? What terrified Min Long the most was the late-arriving naval fleet from the South China Sea. Originally, Chen Xingqiao was just curious about what kind of new weapon Wang Jingde had developed, but unexpectedly, this visit brought such a surprise. The naval forces from the neighboring country entering their territorial waters was indeed a rare occurrence. Usually, it is the Maritime Security Agency, led by Wang Jingde, that patrols the waters of the other side, and whenever something happens, it is the commander of the South China Sea Fleet who is responsible for cleaning up the mess for Wang Jingde. However, he has rarely seen the other side's navy venture into their waters, especially not this deeply. This area is nearly 50 kilometers from the border between the two countries. When have the forces from the neighboring country ever dared to venture so far? Do they really think that purchasing a few old warships from another country can allow them to compete with the South China Sea Fleet? When did they become so bold? Looking at the 5 warships from the neighboring country not far away, Chen Xingqiao's eyes showed a hint of mockery. Shi Hongyi ordered all ships to line up and encircle the 5 warships from the neighboring country. Upon hearing the command from the commander, The officer named Chi Hongyi did not hesitate at all. After nodding seriously to Chen Xingqiao, he took his orders and left. Soon, when all the ships received the command from the commander, they quickly sprang into action. A total of 25 Type 052D destroyers lined up and spread out around the enemy warships, ultimately forming an encirclement. At this moment, not only the officers present, but even those who accompanied him were stunned. Each of them looked at one another, their eyes filled with despair. They never expected that for such a small group of people, their country would create such a large-scale operation. Not only did they deliberately lure them out, but they also deployed a total of 41 warships. Was it really necessary? As Chen Xingqiao and the others surrounded the retreating forces, Wang Jingde and his team finally approached. Just moments ago, Wang Jingde was slightly taken aback upon seeing Chen Xingqiao's ships, wondering how they had been lured here. However, his confusion was quickly washed away by a sense of pride. Now that they had spotted the enemy, he wouldn't have to make the arduous trip to the South China Sea Fleet himself, right? He was looking forward to showing off the modified law enforcement vessels that Su Chun had prepared for them in front of Chen Xingqiao. Since the other side had come, it saved him the trouble of a long journey. From a distance, Wang Jingde waved towards Chen Xingqiao, then shifted his gaze back to the enemy vessels. Min Long, who gave you the audacity to intrude into our territorial waters and brazenly chase after our maritime law enforcement vessels, to convince Su Chun that their agency was often bullied. Wang Jingde pretended to be very angry while confronting Min Long. However, at this moment, it seemed that Su Chun was oblivious to his reaction. Instead, he stared blankly at the other side's extremely shabby warships, filled with confusion. Can these vessels really bully our maritime enforcement? Looking at the few warships from the neighboring country, Su Chen's mind was a complete mess. He really couldn't understand why the southern nation was able to bully the maritime police of Long Country, which had 052C destroyers and 053H frigates, with such inferior warships. It just didn't make sense. Why were the weapons on their ships able to act so arrogantly in the waters of Long Country? Similarly, at that moment, Min Long was also perplexed when he heard Wang Jingde's questioning. However, after he came to his senses, he couldn't help but curse Wang Jingde in his heart. Isn't it you who brought me here? Now you have the nerve to ask me why I'm here. How would I know? Looking at Wang Jingde, who was showing anger, Min Long gritted his teeth and said, Director Wang, instead of asking me why I'm here, shouldn't you ask your subordinates? Chapter 159. Who is this guy? In response to Min Long's rhetorical question, Wang Jingde naturally would not answer. He wasn't foolish. If he asked his subordinates now, wouldn't that ruin his entire plan? After a cold snort at the other party, Wang Jingde directly ignored their words and warned again, Aren't you going to hurry up and leave? If I catch anyone from your country entering our waters again, I won't be so easy to talk to. After saying this, Wang Jingde pointed to the 1130 close-in weapon system behind him, indicating that they could come and test its power if they wished. Wang Jingde's invitation to Min Long and others was merely to prove to Su Chun that what he had said earlier was true. Moreover, since the other party had entered their waters, it was ultimately his responsibility. Therefore, Wang Jingde only expelled them, urging them to leave their territorial waters without using any weapons. However, when Su Chun saw that Wang Jingde was about to let the other party go, he, still in a daze, immediately became displeased and hurriedly said to Wang Jingde, Director Wang, how can we just let them leave? Have you forgotten their arrogant actions just now? Although Su Chun was also puzzled about how the navy of the other country could act so boldly in their waters with such subpar warships, he couldn't think too much about that at the moment. He still vividly remembered how the other party had dared to brazenly enter their territorial waters and even chased their Coast Guard vessels in front of him. Such audacity. How could they just let them leave? If they dared to venture this far into their waters today, tomorrow they might just sail their warships to coastal cities and cause chaos. If they didn't take this opportunity to show them a lesson, they might really think their country was afraid of them and let them go. Upon hearing Su Chen's urgent voice, Wang Jingde also felt a bit troubled. Initially, he had only thought about luring the navy of the other country out to prove to Su Chun that what he had said was true, but he had never considered how to wrap things up. Now, hearing Su Chen's words, he found himself stuck, not knowing whether to let them go or not. Meanwhile, Min Long, who had just heard that Wang Jingde was going to let him go, felt a surge of excitement when he heard Su Chen's words, only for it to vanish instantly. Seeing Wang Jingde hesitate due to the suggestion of a young man, Min Long instinctively glanced at that young man beside him. He couldn't help but wonder, who on earth is this guy? So clueless. Didn't he see that the director had already spoken? How dare he question his superior? However, despite his dissatisfaction, Minlong didn't dare to say anything at this moment, standing there just like Wang Jingde, stuck in place, unsure whether to go or stay. Su Chen felt both anxious and angry at Wang Jingde's hesitation. He couldn't understand why there was a need for further consideration. Even if they didn't adopt his suggestion to strike with missiles, they should at least apprehend this group of people, right? Why let them go? Just as Su Chen was about to continue persuading, a sudden violent shaking interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he realized that the ship where Chun Xingqiao was located had already come alongside them. Although he had never seen Chun Xingqiao in person, Su Chen was well aware of the man's reputation. Seeing Chun Xingqiao walking over from the ramp made Su Chen inexplicably tense. The person before him was the commander of the Southern Fleet, one of the 3 major fleets of the nation, responsible for the security of the entire South China Sea region. His status was undoubtedly among the highest in the country. Chun Xingqiao naturally noticed Su Chen's gaze. He had heard so much about this young man lately. Su Chen's achievements were famous not only in the army, but also well known in the Navy and Air Force. However, at that time, they all thought he had only made contributions in army weaponry, so they hadn't interacted with him much. But now, seeing him with Wang Jingde, Chun Xingqiao quickly guessed the reason. It seemed that Su Chen was the one developing new weapons for the Coast Guard. Noticing Wang Jingde's somewhat unusual expression, Chun Xingqiao roughly guessed that this kid had probably said something exaggerated to Su Chen, making the situation difficult to handle. Sure enough, as he looked at Wang Jingde, the latter was also making faces at him. Seeing this, Chun Xingqiao couldn't help but laugh, but he also had a good idea of the reason behind it. No wonder the navy of a certain neighboring country was so arrogant today. It turned out this kid was behind it. Just moments ago, when he saw Min Long and others, he had been curious about who had given this audacious person the courage to sail a warship into their nation's territorial waters from such a distance. After realizing the reason, Chun Xingqiao shook his head in disbelief. However, he was already used to Wang Jingde's character, so he didn't dwell on it too much. When he reached the 2 of them, Chun Xingqiao didn't start by explaining anything to Su Chen. Instead, he directly addressed Min Long, who was still standing there in a daze. Aren't you going to hurry up and leave? Do you need me to ask you to go? Chun Xingqiao also had no good feelings toward the people from the neighboring country. If it weren't for the regulations from above, he would have long since dealt with this group of troublemakers. Upon hearing Chun Xingqiao's words, Min Long immediately felt as if he had received a pardon. Without any hesitation, he quickly ordered his subordinates to leave this troublesome place. However, anyone present could see that when Min Long was leaving, his back was already soaked with cold sweat. One can imagine how terrified he must have felt in those few short minutes. When he saw the warship of the neighboring nation preparing to depart, Su Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't know how to start. Chun Xingqiao was different from Owen Yin and others he had met before. Now, Su Chen and Owen Yin had developed a close friendship. Therefore, Su Chen appeared very composed when he saw them. But Chun Xingqiao in front of him was different. He had never interacted with him before. Su Chen had only learned about him from some news, and he had no idea about his true character or whether he was easy to deal with. Chun Xingqiao noticed the change in Su Chen's expression and, after smiling at him, began to explain, "There's no need to be angry with those troublemakers. The current international situation is very severe, and our country recently issued an order that, unless necessary, we should refrain from provoking disputes." Chapter 160. Is it embarrassing? When Su Chen heard that this was the nation's intention, the anxious look on his face dissipated, and he began to understand. It was no wonder that he had repeatedly suggested Wang Jingde use anti-ship missiles to strike back, but the other party had firmly disagreed. It turned out this was all a command from above. However, even though he understood the nation's intentions, whenever Su Chen recalled the recent arrogance of the neighboring country, an unnamed anger surged within him. On the side, Chun Xingqiao seemed to sense Su Chen's frustration. After giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, he shifted the topic. Let's not talk about that. I'm here to specifically see the weapons you've developed for the Coast Guard. This was no exaggeration. He had just taken a distant glance at these weapons and felt somewhat shocked. How were these weapons different from the ones on their warships? Although the enforcement vessels of the Coast Guard were all retrofitted from retired military ships from a decade ago, Chun Xingqiao still remembered what the weapons on those military ships looked like back then. But now, not only had the weapons changed, but even the general structure of the vessels seemed different. In fact, Chun Xingqiao had a vague feeling that this Coast Guard enforcement vessel, which had been transformed from their retired military ship, might have combat and defensive capabilities that surpassed even the latest 052D destroyer developed by their country. This feeling grew stronger the moment he boarded the enforcement vessel. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders from Minlong, Chen Xingqiao would have pressed Su Chun for details right away. These weapons were nothing like what he had seen before. How could a ship-mounted main gun have such a long barrel and such a large mounting? And that eye-catching close-in weapon system. When Chen Xingqiao saw it for the first time, it felt like a storm had erupted in his heart. To put it in perspective, their country's most advanced destroyers were equipped with the 730 close-in weapon system, which only had 7 barrels. But look at this close-in weapon system. It had a total of 11 barrels, almost twice that of their 730 system. Don't underestimate the significance of this increase in barrel count. As the commander of the South China Sea Fleet, Chen Xingqiao understood better than anyone else in the country the difficulty involved in increasing the number from 7 to 11. It wasn't simply a matter of assembling 11 barrels together. To increase the number of barrels, it was essential to comprehensively upgrade the overall electronic technology, manufacturing processes, integration systems, and possibly even overhaul the existing technology entirely. And this was why Chen Xingqiao felt such astonishment at first sight of this close-in weapon system. Now that he has finally driven away Min Long and others, he can finally ask Su Chun how these weapons were developed and what their power is like. However, as soon as Chen Xingqiao spoke his first sentence, a sense of unease arose in his heart. Sure enough, when he mentioned the reason for coming here, before Su Chun could say anything, Wang Zhengde, who had just been making faces at him, stepped forward with a smile and said, "Oh, Commander Chen, how can our Coast Guard's weapons compare to your esteemed standards? Has Commander Chen forgotten that even our enforcement vessels are modified from decommissioned military ships from your naval forces? They are far from your latest 052D class destroyers of the South Sea Fleet." Hearing Wang Zhengde's words, Chen Xingqiao's eyelids twitched, and his face instantly darkened. No wonder he felt that bad feeling earlier. It was all because of this guy. He thought that with Wang Zhengde's narrow-mindedness, the other party shouldn't be showing off these weapons to their South Sea Fleet, right? Wang Zhengde, however, didn't care about Chen Xingqiao's complaints. It was a rare opportunity to boast in front of someone, and he couldn't let it slip away. Without waiting for a response, Wang Zhengde walked over to a 1130 close-in weapon system nearby, pointed at the barrel with a pained expression, and said, "Oh, Commander Chen might still not believe it. But take our Coast Guard's close-in weapon system, for example. Although compared to our country's 730 close-in weapon system, the number of barrels, processing precision, interception efficiency, interception accuracy, loading speed, and rate of fire are all far superior to your South Sea Fleet's 730 close-in weapon system. Despite that, our Coast Guard's enforcement vessels are still quite different from your new destroyers." At that moment, Wang Zhengde felt quite pleased, especially when he saw Chen Xingqiao's dark expression. He almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "Humph, now you know what envy feels like, right? Did you ever think about this situation when you didn't give our Coast Guard the 052D? The tides have turned, and today you can experience how I felt back then." Although he wanted to laugh, Wang Zhengde thought of all the other things he still had to boast about and forced himself to contain his excitement, continuing to introduce various aspects to Chen Xingqiao. As he listened to Wang Zhengde's seemingly serious, yet actually boastful words, a surge of impulse to retaliate arose in Chen Xingqiao's heart. If it weren't for the large crowd present, fearing that Wang Zhengde might lose face in front of him, Chen Xingqiao would have rushed forward and given him a good beating. Similarly, upon hearing Wang Zhengde's exaggerated remarks, Su Chen nearby was also left dumbfounded. The 1130 close-in weapon system is far superior to the 730 close-in weapon system? Isn't this a bit ridiculous? Originally, the close-in weapon system developed by future generations was an upgrade based on the 730 system. How did it turn into a statement from Wang Zhengde that the 1130 can't compare to the 730? However, this doubt only lingered for a moment before Su Chen realized what was going on. Looking at the visibly annoyed Chen Xingqiao beside him and then at Wang Zhengde, who was passionately giving a speech not far away, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. He thought to himself, how old are these two? Why are they still like children, nitpicking over trivial matters and comparing each other? Isn't that embarrassing? If you want to compete, at least find a private place. Don't you see how many people are here? How many pairs of eyes are watching? With that thought, Su Chen rolled his eyes at the two and showed a speechless expression. Chapter 161, Active Phased Array Radar? At this moment, Chen Xingqiao felt a strong impulse to hang Wang Zhengde up and give him a beating. However, What truly shocked him was the performance of the 1130 close-in weapon system. A firing rate of 11,000 rounds per minute, active phased array radar, tungsten alloy projectiles, the ability to lock onto more than 40 targets at once. Was this really the close-in weapon system he was familiar with? Even the most advanced 730 close-in weapon system they currently had could only fire over 4,000 rounds per minute and lock onto a maximum of just over 20 targets at once. But just listen to how terrifying the specifications of this 1130 close-in weapon system are. Most importantly, what on earth is this active phased array radar? He only knew about radar systems, satellite positioning systems, infrared search, etc., but what the heck is this active phased array radar system? How come he had never heard of it before? Could it be that the ability of the 1130 close-in weapon system to lock onto more than 40 targets at once is due to this so-called active phased array radar system? With this thought in mind, Chen Xingqiao directly ignored the smug Wang Jingde and turned to Su Chen beside him. Mr. Su, what exactly is this active phased array radar? Is it a newly developed fire control system? Originally, Su Chen was somewhat speechless over the childish behavior of the two, but upon hearing Chen Xingqiao's question,
He instinctively paused for a moment. However, he quickly regained his composure, glanced at Chen Xingqiao, then at Wang Jingde not far away, sighed deeply, and smiled while nodding yes.
Commander Chen, the active phased array radar is indeed the latest fire control system I developed. After incorporating this fire control system into the close-in weapon system, not only can it significantly enhance the tracking capability and detection range for multiple targets, but it also shows considerable improvement in anti-jamming capability and shooting accuracy. As he spoke, Su Chen became increasingly proud. When he first discovered the production method of the 1130 close-in weapon system from the system, he was equally shocked by the active phased array radar system. According to Su Chen's memories from his previous life, active phased array radar was only barely developed by 2017, and even then, it was just the most basic version, with many details still not perfected. Despite that, when it was first developed, it still caused quite a stir worldwide. Now, in this era, when Su Chen publicly introduced this fire control system, it naturally shocked Chen Xingqiao and others. The most important thing was that the active phased array radar system Su Chen obtained from the system was not some half-finished product, but the ultimate version. Even after over a decade of optimization and upgrades to active phased array radar by the Dragon Kingdom Post-2029, it would still seem like a junior compared to the one developed by Su Chen. As Chen Xingqiao's pupils contracted sharply, a faint smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Hard to conceal. Indeed, as Su Chen observed, at this moment, Chen Xingqiao felt as if a storm were raging inside him after hearing Su Chen's explanation, leaving him profoundly shocked. Looking at the calm and composed Su Chen in front of him, Chen Xingqiao, who had taken a while to gather himself, opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but he didn't know where to start. Just then, Wang Jingde, who was not far away, approached. However, he seemed to pay no attention to Chen Xingqiao's expression and instead looked at Su Chen with a face full of complaints. It was as if he were saying, "Why didn't you let me explain these earlier? Look, such a great opportunity to show off has been wasted." Regarding Wang Jingde's aggrieved gaze, Su Chen merely glanced at him and quickly averted his eyes, his face showing a look of speechlessness. After waving his hand towards Chen Xingqiao, Su Chen directly shifted the topic. "Commander Chen, perhaps you can't fully grasp this just by hearing the data. When we conduct the experiment later, you can feel it more clearly." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Xingqiao mechanically nodded, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Thus, following Su Chen's suggestion, the modified law enforcement vessel began its weapon testing again. Boom. Bang. Although the colleagues from the maritime police had already witnessed the power of these weapons before capturing the illegal fishing boat, they still felt an immense shock upon seeing it again. Especially the power displayed by the Type 1130 close-in weapon system left everyone in awe. At this moment, the most shocked were the Navy personnel who were witnessing this for the first time. As they listened to the sounds of gunfire around them, they exchanged looks, their eyes filled with astonishment. Without comparison, one cannot feel the impact. In the past, during training, they had felt a sense of pride in their Type 730 close-in weapon system, believing that no missile in the world could breach its defensive firepower. After all, a firing rate of over 4,000 rounds per minute is no joke, and with such dense firepower, anyone coming in would surely be turned into Swiss cheese. But today, as they witnessed the close-in weapon system mounted on this law enforcement vessel, everyone's perceptions changed completely. More than 10,000 rounds per minute? Is this really still a close-in weapon? Moreover, just look at the loading speed and response time of this system. Our Type 730 close-in weapon system is simply not in the same league. Who developed such an advanced close-in weapon? And why are the Maritime Police's weapons so much more advanced than ours? It's not said that their enforcement vessels are all modified from our decommissioned warships? How come it now seems like our warships are the ones being retired? As for the chatter of those soldiers, Chun Xingqiao nearby had no intention of paying attention at all. His mind was entirely focused on the 1130 type close-in weapon system that was firing. He watched as it launched more shells in just 1 minute than their 730 type close-in weapon system could in over 3 times the amount. Chun Xingqiao was lost in thought for a long time. Even after the weapon tests had concluded, he remained rooted to the spot, his face filled with disbelief. Chapter 162. You must join us. After a long pause, Chun Xingqiao, who had been standing still, finally came back to his senses. Upon realizing the situation, he did not marvel at the impressive weapons developed by Su Chun, nor did he pay attention to Wang Jingde, who was grinning beside him. Instead, he immediately grabbed Su Chen's hands with excitement and said, "Mr. Su, you must join our South Sea Fleet. Whatever conditions you have, just let us know." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room, including Su Chun, was taken aback. They did not expect that the first thing Chun Xingqiao would say upon coming to his senses was to invite Su Chun to join the South Sea Fleet. It is known that for an ordinary person to enter the military, they must go through a strict selection process, which is incredibly complex. Moreover, if the military wants to specially recruit someone, it requires approval from high-level authorities. Yet now, Chun Xingqiao, after just a glance at the experimental weapons, wanted to specially recruit Su Chun into their South Sea Fleet. Wasn't this a bit against the rules? Furthermore, judging by Chun Xingqiao's excited expression, it was clear that if Su Chun agreed to his request, the position offered would certainly not be low. Seeing their commander lose composure like this, the Navy personnel exchanged glances, their expressions filled with complexity. After years of service, they had never witnessed their commander in such a state. In contrast to them, Wang Jingde became anxious as soon as he heard Chun Xingqiao's invitation for Su Chun to join the South Sea Fleet. This couldn't be allowed. With Chun Xingqiao's frugal nature, if Su Chun joined the South Sea Fleet, their Maritime Police Bureau could forget about getting new weapons developed by him. He was still counting on Su Chun to help them create an aircraft carrier. The more Wang Jingde thought about it, the more anxious he became. At that moment, he was determined to prevent Su Chun from successfully joining the South Sea Fleet. Realizing this, Wang Jingde stepped forward without waiting for Su Chun to respond to Chun Xingqiao's request and forcefully removed Chun Xingqiao's hands from Su Chun's arms, saying sternly, "Hey, Chun Xingqiao, let me tell you, Mr. Su has already agreed to join our Maritime Police Bureau. What are you trying to do? Steal him?" Although Wang Jingde's tone was extremely serious when he said this, Chun Xingqiao did not believe him at all. It was absurd to think that someone as talented as Su Chun would join a small Maritime Police Bureau. That would be a waste of his abilities. Even if Su Chun himself agreed to join, the country might not allow it. Just look at what the Maritime Police Bureau does. It was already impressive enough that Su Chun was developing weapons for them. Wanting him to join was simply unrealistic. Chun Xingqiao looked at Wang Jingde with a disdainful expression, as if he were looking at a fool. At the same time, when Su Chun heard Wang Jingde's words, his mind was in a complete mess. He couldn't remember at all when he had agreed to join the Coast Guard Bureau. Glancing at the anxious expression on Wang Jingde's face and then at Chun Xingqiao beside him, Su Chun looked completely bewildered. After a while, he finally awkwardly said to the two, Commander Chun, Director Wang, I appreciate your good intentions, but right now, I have no desire to join any department. Besides, I am still the chairman of Zhongtian Industrial Group, with thousands of employees relying on me for their livelihoods. If I leave, all these people will be unemployed. From the beginning, Su Chun had never considered joining any national department. It wasn't that he didn't want to develop more weapons for the country, but once he joined a research department, he would be restricted in many ways. Su Chun didn't want to have to report to superiors every time he developed a weapon. He liked the current situation, where he could develop whatever he wanted without much oversight. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, the two who had been at odds just moments before suddenly showed expressions of shock. However, this shock quickly faded from their faces, replaced by a sense of regret. They both felt that someone with Su Chun's talent should enter a more specialized research department to truly showcase his abilities. Staying in a small company didn't seem right. What could such a company possibly offer? Was there anyone more professional than the researchers in military research institutes? Or did the company have research equipment more advanced than those in specialized departments? Impossible. Whether it was a military research institute or a scientific research academy, they gathered the best researchers in the country. Moreover, the government provided top-notch research equipment and funding to support these researchers. Could Zhongtian Industrial Group offer anything like that? Having such excellent researchers would only help him develop new weapons, right? Clearly, the two felt that Su Qin's decision was a waste of his talent. They initially wanted to persuade him further, but upon seeing his serious expression, they ultimately swallowed their words. Su Chun was well aware of their thoughts. After waving his hand to the two, he continued with a smile, "Commander Chun, Director Wang, you don't need to worry too much. Minister Feng has already provided our Zhongtian Industrial Group with a full set of research equipment. As for researchers, Minister Feng mentioned that as long as I ask, he would immediately allocate some personnel from various research institutes to assist me. Besides, isn't it the same wherever weapons are developed? My current company is so close to your military district. If I develop any new weapons in the future, you will naturally be the first ones I think of, right?" The two people who were initially hesitant instantly brightened up upon hearing Su Qin's words. Yes, with Su Qin's great talent, the country would definitely not let it go to waste. Since Su Qin is unwilling to join the Academy of Sciences, why not establish the Academy at Zhongtian Industrial Group? The main point is that Su Chun just mentioned that their naval fleet and coast guard are very close to Zhongtian Industrial Group. If Su Chun develops any new weapons in the future, wouldn't they be the first to benefit? Hiss. Thinking of this, their eyes instinctively widened. As if they had discovered a new continent, their faces filled with excitement. Chapter 163, Absolutely No Exceeding Standards. After grasping the key point, Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde unexpectedly stopped their verbal sparring. Since Su Chun had clearly stated that he would not join any department, didn't that mean that whenever they experienced anxiety over firepower, they could just seek him out for solutions? Moreover, with such close proximity, they could frequently visit Su Chun to discuss their country's future weapon concepts at sea. They could easily resolve the dilemma that had troubled their nation for over a decade. It seemed that Su Qin's vision for future warfare was definitely unconventional, at least far superior to that of these two old fellows. Thinking of this, the two instinctively exchanged a glance, finding a hint of excitement in each other's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Chun was completely bewildered by the drastic change in the two men. Just moments ago, they were at odds with each other, and now a simple statement from him had diffused the tension. Wasn't that a bit too trivial? Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde paid no attention to Su Chen's reaction. After sharing a smile, they simultaneously turned to Su Chun and said, "I think it's getting late. Since the weapon tests have concluded, how about we head back for a drink?" Chen Xingqiao naturally wanted to return and ask Su Chun about the weapons in detail. Wang Jingde, on the other hand, was concerned that if they encountered the naval forces again, he wouldn't be able to explain things to Su Chun adequately. Upon hearing their suggestion to return, Su Chun thought for a moment and agreed. Although it was quite impressive to be on the warship, he was indeed feeling somewhat exhausted after such a long duration. Thus, the law enforcement vessel modification experiment for the maritime police also came to an end. After receiving orders from their superior, all military ships and law enforcement vessels on site turned around, preparing to head back. After several hours of sailing, Su Chun and his group finally arrived at the docking port of the maritime police. Of course, the naval ships did not accompany them to the maritime police headquarters in the southern county. They were commanded by Chen Xingqiao to return to the base of the South China Sea Fleet Midway. As for Chen Xingqiao, he came to the maritime police station with Su Chun and the others. Just as they disembarked, Chen Xingqiao eagerly instructed Wang Jingde to prepare a meal, expressing his intention to drink with Su Chun until they were fully satisfied. However, before Wang Jingde could respond, Su Chun smiled and said, "No need to go through all that trouble, Commander Chen. Since this is our first meeting, we should definitely go out for a nice meal. Let us not trouble the comrades at the maritime police station. How about we eat out?" Upon hearing Su Chen's suggestion to dine out, Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde hesitated. Although this was a meal, their main purpose was still to inquire about the weapons. It wouldn't be good if someone with ulterior motives overheard them in such a public place. As for the concerns of the two, Su Chen thought it was the country's expectations for officials of their level, so he smiled and continued, "Commander Chun, Director Wang, don't worry, this meal is on me, and I promise it won't exceed the budget." After saying this, Su Chun flashed a meaningful smile at the two, as if to say, "I understand, and I won't let you make any mistakes." Seeing Su Chen's expression, Chen Xing and the others were taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter, realizing that Su Chun had misunderstood their intentions. However, since they were already in this situation, they decided not to insist further. After changing into casual clothes, they left the gate of the Coast Guard Bureau with Su Chun. Of course, officials of Chen Xing's level wouldn't go out alone for official business. This time, along with the three of them to the main city for dinner, there were also 3 security personnel. One was responsible for driving, while the other 2 were constantly observing their surroundings. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Chen Xing and Wang Jingde were busy asking Su Chen questions. They both wanted to hear Su Chen's views on their country's current naval strength and whether there was a need for improvements in weaponry. These 2 had long coveted the aircraft carrier of the North Sea Fleet, since Su Chun could develop advanced weapons like the 1130 close-in weapon system. It should also be no problem for him to develop an aircraft carrier for them. Su Chen naturally answered their questions, but he didn't have any thoughts about the aircraft carrier at the moment. According to his past memories, the first aircraft carrier of the South Sea Fleet, the SD, should have started construction this year, and now he still had to take charge of the development of the 055 destroyer, which left him with limited capacity to consider an aircraft carrier. If Minister Feng could transfer all the researchers from the shipbuilding group to his Zhongtian shipyard, Su Chen might have considered it, but clearly, that was impossible, seeing that Su Chun was not very interested in the aircraft carrier. Chen Xing and the others only felt a slight regret and didn't think too much about it. After all, the difficulty of manufacturing an aircraft carrier was immense. They vividly remembered the various challenges and hardships faced when developing their first aircraft carrier. Despite the project being classified as a top-level engineering project and a significant investment of manpower and resources, it still took a total of 7 years and 5 months to complete. Moreover, this aircraft carrier was based on the Variac, which they had purchased. Even with an existing hull design, it took nearly 8 years to finish. This illustrates just how challenging the design and development of an aircraft carrier truly is. After a brief moment of regret, the 2 dismissed the thought and continued to inquire about other weapon concepts from Su Chun, such as the 10,000 ton class frigate and 10,000 ton class destroyer. The remote anti-ship missiles. The more outrageous the weapon, the more detailed the questions from the 2 individuals. Thus, after an hour of driving and their continuous inquiries, the vehicle was finally nearing the main urban area. However, as the car passed through a suburban area, the occupants noticed dozens of police cars parked outside an abandoned house not far away. Several armed police officers surrounded the entire house, and near the building, a few officers with megaphones were shouting something inside. Seeing this scene, the individuals in the vehicle instantly became curious, wondering if such a large operation meant that the police were apprehending some extremely dangerous criminals. Chapter 164. Just leave it to me. Chen Xingqiao and his companion were prominent figures with real power, often dealing with some criminal elements at sea. Naturally, they held a deep disdain for such individuals who threatened social stability. After a brief glance at the situation on the scene, they immediately opened the car door, intending to get out and inquire about what was happening. Su Chun, equally curious about the situation, contemplated for a moment and decided to follow the 2 to see what was going on. However, to Su Chen's surprise, as soon as they arrived at the scene, he spotted a familiar face, the director of the local public security bureau, Zhou Hongwei. From a distance, Su Chun waved at Zhou, who looked serious. Director Zhou? Zhou Hongwei was initially engaged in discussions about a specific arrest operation with several subordinates. Hearing the voice, he was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned toward the source. Upon seeing Su Chun, the frown on Zhou's face relaxed, and he managed to display a rare, happy smile. However, that smile quickly faded, replaced by an expression of shock. Commander Chen? Director Wang? Indeed, when Zhou recognized Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde beside Su Chun, he initially thought he must be mistaken. What were these 2 high-ranking officials doing in their area, especially together with Su Chun? Given the unique geographical position of their county, Zhou, as the director of the Public Security Bureau, frequently interacted with the 2. Thus, he was well aware of their identities, which only added to his astonishment upon seeing them. One was the commander of the South Sea Fleet, and the other was the head of the Maritime Police. Despite their amicable demeanor now, it was important to note that together they commanded hundreds of thousands of armed forces, overseeing the safety of the entire South China Sea. It was surprising that they had time to visit their county, especially alongside Su Chun. Did something happen at sea? After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhou Hongwei didn't dare to delay. He quickly instructed a few subordinates before striding toward them. Upon reaching the group, Zhou inquired curiously, "Commander Chun, Director Wang, what brings you here? Is there something going on?" Su Chun, being a local and well-known among the officials in the county, did not raise any suspicions. However, it was different for Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde. Given their daily responsibilities of patrolling the entire South China Sea, it was indeed peculiar that they had time to come to their county. After hearing Zhou's question, Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde simply responded briefly before they began asking about what had happened in the area. Upon hearing the inquiries from the two individuals, Zhou Hongwei's previously smiling expression instantly turned serious. Taking a deep breath, he began to respond. "Recently, our police department has uncovered a drug trafficking case. We've been tracking this group for quite some time, and we're prepared to apprehend these drug dealers today. But no one expected that they would have 5M416 assault rifles and a considerable amount of ammunition. Moreover, based on the information we just received, this group likely possesses explosives and other dangerous items. During the apprehension process, they have been holed up in this abandoned building, refusing to come out." Zhou Hongwei then informed Chen Xingqiao and the others about the current situation inside the building. After listening to Zhou Hongwei's account, Su Chun and the others finally understood what was happening. It turned out that the passageways inside the building were too narrow, allowing a maximum of only 2 armed police officers to enter at a time. Additionally, there were no cover options around the passageways, making it akin to a death trap if they went in. Because of this, the officers present felt helpless against the drug dealers and could only temporarily surround their hiding place. Just moments ago, Wang Jingde had been discussing with several other officers how to apprehend the criminals. After hearing Zhou Hongwei's words, Chen Xingqiao's brows furrowed tightly. He naturally harbored a deep hatred for criminals, but what he couldn't tolerate most were the drug traffickers. In the past, whenever he encountered drug traffickers at sea, he would execute them on the spot without any trial. This was Chen Xingqiao's bottom line. If someone was smuggling goods or engaging in illegal fishing in their waters, he could sit down and negotiate with them. However, if anyone dared to sell or transport drugs within their territory, regardless of their background, they would face execution without any room for negotiation. Now, upon hearing that this group dared to sell drugs in their territory, a surge of anger arose in Chen Xingqiao's heart, wishing he could rush in immediately to deal with them. Although he felt furious, as the commander of the South Sea Fleet, he understood that it would not be easy to capture these drug traffickers with just the officers' weapons, given the perilous terrain. Considering this, Chen Xingqiao promptly asked, "Do you need me to send some personnel to assist you?" Although the drug enforcement officers belonged to the police system, the state provided significant support to those who remained on the front lines. They could request assistance directly from various military districts and armed departments without any formal application if needed. Moreover, to ensure the safety of these drug enforcement officers, the country's promised support has no limits. As long as there is any need, they can request any weapons and personnel. Therefore, upon realizing the difficulties faced by Zhou Hongwei, Chen Xingqiao considered reallocating some soldiers from his naval fleet to assist in capturing these drug traffickers. Although it was termed a capture, Chen Xingqiao had no intention of letting these individuals walk out alive. Once their military intervened, the situation would change significantly. These criminals would clearly be regarded as terrorists. When Zhou Hongwei heard Chen Xingqiao's words, he immediately waved his hand and responded with a smile. "Commander Chen, there's no need for such trouble. We have already contacted the nearby military district, and they should arrive here in about an hour." Hearing this, Chen Xingqiao nodded slightly and did not feel any dissatisfaction at the refusal of his goodwill. After understanding the situation, he was about to ask if there was anything else they needed help with. However, before he could speak, he saw Su Chen take a step forward and say to them, "Oh, just a few lost dogs. There's no need for the military to intervene. Leave it to me." Chapter 165, Get the hell out here. After saying this, Su Chen patted his chest confidently. However, when Chen Xingqiao and the others heard his words, they exchanged glances, their eyes filled with hesitation. To break through such a perilous terrain, one either needed a significant advantage in numbers or specialized weaponry designed for combat in narrow passages. They were well aware of the weapons Su Chen had developed. Apart from the Type 191 rocket launcher created for the Southern Combat Zone, there was also the recently developed vehicle-mounted howitzer. But these were just a few drug dealers. Was it really necessary to use such heavy firepower? Although they were unsure of the vehicle-mounted howitzer's capabilities, They were very clear about the power of the Type 191 rocket launcher that Su Chun had developed. Countries like Syria had achieved rare victories in their wars against certain nations using weapons purchased from their country. But now, to use such war tools against a bunch of drug dealers? Wasn't that a bit overkill? In fact, Wang Jingde was somewhat prepared for Su Chen's words. Earlier, when they encountered illegal fishing boats and naval ships from a neighboring country at sea, Su Chun had repeatedly suggested using anti-ship missiles. Now, the other side only wanted to use a rocket launcher against these drug dealers, which was already somewhat restrained. If those drug dealers were from the neighboring country, Wang Jingde worried that Su Chun might resort to using missiles against them. Seeing the unusual expressions on the faces of the others, Su Chun felt they were doubting his abilities, which ignited a spark of competitiveness in him. Without waiting for them to speak, he pulled out his phone and dialed the company's number. "Hello, is this Li Jinglong? Bring over my sniper cannon." After providing the detailed address, Su Chun hung up and looked at the three with a smile, saying, "Director Zhou, Commander Chun, Director Wang. Just wait and see how I deal with these scoundrels." As he finished speaking, his face was full of pride, as if he were showing off something to them. However, Chun Xingqiao and the others hardly paid attention to his expression. They were still immersed in what Su Chun had just mentioned. Sniper cannon? What sniper cannon? Clearly, they had no idea what kind of weapon Su Chun was referring to. Wasn't he only developing the Type 191 rocket launcher and the vehicle-mounted howitzer? How did a sniper cannon suddenly appear? Could it be another new weapon developed by Su Chun? Thinking of this possibility, the three of them gasped in shock, looking at Su Chun as if he were some kind of monster. What on earth is Su Chun? Developing a new weapon typically takes decades, not to mention the vast amounts of manpower and resources required during that time. But listen to what you just said. From the 191 type rocket launcher, to the subsequent vehicle-mounted howitzer, and now to this so-called sniper cannon. In less than 2 years, you've developed so many new weapons, and each one is more impressive than the last. Looking at the smug expression on Su Chen's face at this moment, the eyes of Chun Xingqiao and the others were filled with complexity. Sometimes, they couldn't help but wonder if Su Chun had somehow crossed over from a future time. Otherwise, how could he manage to develop one new weapon after another in such a short span of time? After the initial shock, Chun Xingqiao and the others seemed to realize something. A sniper cannon? Sniper? Could it be that the new weapon Su Chun developed is just a sniper rifle, but with a larger caliber, which is why he referred to it as a cannon? However, there were already police officers on site armed with sniper rifles. If a sniper rifle could handle these drug dealers, would they still need to be here looking so worried? Though they thought this way, out of trust in Su Chun, they didn't voice their doubts. More importantly, they were very curious about what kind of weapon Su Chun had developed this time. Thus, after confirming everything, Zhou Hongwei and the others anxiously began to wait for this so-called sniper cannon. Time flew by, and half an hour later, from a distance, everyone on site heard a deafening roar of an engine. Upon hearing the sound, everyone instinctively turned to look in the direction of the noise. As they saw the massive vehicle speeding toward them, everyone's eyes widened in shock. As for the crowd's reaction, Su Chun seemed oblivious. He waved vigorously in the direction of the sniper cannon, signaling the people in the vehicle that he was there. Sure enough, after noticing their chairman's wave, Li Jinglong quickly informed the driver to speed up. A few minutes later, looking at the sniper cannon in front of him, Su Chun nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself that this time they would realize the consequences of drug trafficking in their country. After giving a few instructions to Li Jinglong, Su Chun turned back to Chun Xingqiao and the others with a smile and said, "Gentlemen, what do you think of my sniper cannon? Do you think it can take down these drug dealers?" However, Su Chun felt somewhat speechless when he noticed that despite his efforts to create such a big spectacle, these people had no reaction at all, just standing there in a daze. After waiting a long time without receiving the expected praise and astonishment, Su Chun couldn't help but grumble about them in his heart. It was really disappointing. They weren't providing any emotional feedback at all. Shaking his head in frustration, Su Chun decided not to dwell on it too much. After having the sniper cannon set up, he turned to Zhou Hongwei and asked, "Director Zhou, do these drug dealers have any hostages?" Hearing Su Chun's question, Zhou Hongwei instinctively shook his head. Even he didn't know why he made that gesture. At this moment, all his attention was focused on that sniper cannon. Is this a sniper rifle? Zhou Hongwei initially thought that the so-called sniper cannon mentioned by Su Chun was just a larger caliber sniper rifle, but now, this is clearly a vehicle-mounted howitzer. It wasn't just Zhou Hongwei who was shocked. Everyone present, including Chun Xingqiao and Wang Jingde, felt the same way. Upon seeing the sniper cannon that Su Chen referred to, everyone was stunned and unable to regain their senses for a long time. As for the crowd's reaction, Su Chen didn't pay it any mind. After assembling the sniper cannon, he casually took a megaphone from a police officer and shouted loudly at the drug dealers inside the house. Listen up, you inside. You have 3 minutes to come out. If you don't come out in 3 minutes, I will open fire. Chapter 166, Fire. As Su Chen's voice echoed throughout the scene, the police officers who were still in shock finally came to their senses. Looking at Su Chen, who was adjusting the vehicle-mounted howitzer, Zhou Hongwei, realizing the gravity of the situation, hurried to Su Chen's side and hesitantly said, Mr. Su, we're just capturing drug dealers. Is it really necessary to use such heavy artillery? In the past, when they apprehended drug dealers, they often requested support from nearby military forces, but at that time, they relied on numerical superiority to capture the dealers. Unlike today, where Su Chen directly brought a vehicle-mounted howitzer to deal with them, he was still planning to take these dealers back for court proceedings. If they fired a couple of rounds, who knows if they would even be able to find the bodies of these dealers afterward. Because of this, Zhou Hongwei, without any hesitation, wanted to advise Su Chen that there was no need to use such heavy weaponry against these criminals. Upon hearing Zhou's words, Su Chen, who was directing 2 staff members, immediately became displeased. After waving his hand dismissively, he said, Director Zhou, how can we do that? These drug dealers are completely disregarding the law. Knowing the strict anti-drug efforts in our country, they still dare to come here and sell drugs. If we don't teach these scoundrels a lesson, they might think that our country's zero tolerance for drugs is just talk. Zhou Hongwei understood Su Chen's reasoning, but using a howitzer against these drug dealers was a first for him. Although there were no explicit regulations prohibiting narcotics officers from using large-caliber artillery in urban areas, this being the first time inevitably made Zhou overthink. Just as he was about to persuade Su Chen again, he suddenly felt someone pat his shoulder. Turning around, he saw Chen Xingqiao with a hand on his shoulder, grinning as he said, Director Zhou, I think what Mr. Su just said makes perfect sense. These drug dealers deserve whatever comes to them. Whether we send them to court or not doesn't matter, since they're bound to die anyway. Why go through the trouble? Following Chen Xingqiao's words, Wang Jingde also nodded in agreement, saying, Old Chen is right. Director Zhou, since the other side is occupying such a perilous position, a direct assault could lead to casualties among our comrades. If that's the case, why not just eliminate these scoundrels on the spot? Initially hesitant, Zhou Hongwei, after hearing both of them express their views, struggled for a moment before nodding in agreement with Su Chen's approach. In truth, Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde were never concerned about the fate of the drug dealers. Their minds were entirely focused on the vehicle-mounted howitzer that Su Chen had brought. They also wanted to see how powerful the vehicle-mounted artillery developed by Su Chen really was. Was it as impressive as the group from the Southern Military District boasted back then? However, after carefully observing the vehicle-mounted artillery, the two felt a bit curious. Why did Su Chen name an artillery piece as a sniper cannon? It didn't resemble a sniper rifle at all. Meanwhile, inside the house, a few middle-aged men were also having various thoughts upon hearing Su Chen's shout. Moreover, since no one dared to approach the window to check the situation outside, the group had no idea whether what Su Chen said was true or not. What should we do now, boss? How about we surrender? They just said that if we don't come out in 3 minutes, they'll use heavy artillery on us, one of the middle-aged men spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. Yeah, boss, maybe we should surrender. There are police everywhere outside, and staying here isn't a solution. We'll get caught eventually. Hearing the chatter from his subordinates, the leader of the group stood up angrily and said with a fierce expression, Everyone, shut the hell up. Do you think we haven't realized what trouble we're in? Even if we surrender now, do you think those police outside will let us go? I warned you all back then. If you're afraid of dying, don't get into this line of work. Stretching your neck out is a death sentence. Pulling it back is still a death sentence. It's all the same. At least we can take a few police down with us before we go. The middle-aged man almost couldn't hold back and nearly shot his fearful subordinates with the rifle in his hand. After a while, he suppressed his murderous intent, glanced at them, and continued, Besides, have you thought about it? Do those police outside even have artillery? Have you ever seen a police station in this region equipped with heavy weaponry like artillery? Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the commotion around them quieted down instantly. The previously panicked subordinates brightened up at his words. Right. How could we not have thought of that? Not to mention this region. Which country in the world would equip a police station with heavy weaponry like artillery? Once they understood, their panic quickly disappeared, replaced by a sense of relief. However, they might have forgotten that even without the vehicle-mounted artillery brought by Su Chun, they wouldn't have been able to escape safely today. Time passed second by second, and before they knew it, the 3-minute warning had quietly arrived. Checking his watch and realizing the time was up, Su Chun suddenly felt offended. Damn it. Did they think I was just being nice? They dare to disregard my face. After cursing inwardly, Su Chun slammed the loudspeaker onto the ground and shouted loudly to the staff beside him, "Fire!" Upon hearing Su Chun's command, the staff operating the artillery didn't hesitate to press the fire button. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the police in the back heard a deafening sound of cannon fire. What followed was the sudden collapse of the house they had just surrounded. Bang! Looking at the drug dealer's hideout that had just caused them so much trouble, it effortlessly turned into a pile of ruins, leaving everyone present stunned and unable to regain their composure for a long time. They had anticipated that the power of the artillery would be considerable, but they never imagined it would be this overwhelming. Just 3 shells, and the entire house was gone. It was truly gone, aside from some scattered debris around. All that remained was a massive pit. This, Chapter 167. What's wrong with eating well? As for the police who were frozen in place behind, Su Chun didn't pay them any mind at all. Watching how just 3 shells had taken care of the drug dealers, Su Chun couldn't help but curl his lip. Humph. Thought they were so impressive? They couldn't even withstand 3 shells and dared not to give me, Su Chun, face? After a moment of internal complaints, Su Chun decided to ignore them. He clapped his hands and turned to Zhou Hongwei and the others beside him, saying, "Wrap it up, Director Zhou. You can send someone to collect the bodies now." As he said this, Su Chun felt a bit awkward and glanced back. The scene where he had just created a deep pit with shells instantly made him aware of the reason for his discomfort. Wait, Director Zhou. You should still send someone down to check if those drug dealers left behind any remains. When he said this, Su Chun clearly felt a bit embarrassed. Earlier, when he intended to use the howitzer, the other party had opposed him, wanting to bring the criminals back for court proceedings. Now that he had turned those drug dealers into dust, was that a bit inappropriate? However, Su Chun was clearly overthinking it, because at that moment, everyone else wasn't concerned about the fate of those drug dealers at all. They were still immersed in the shock brought by that vehicle-mounted howitzer. Even Zhou Hongwei, who had been determined to capture those drug dealers alive, was similarly affected. The 3 of them might be among the few on site who knew the power of the vehicle-mounted howitzer. Yet, it was precisely because of this that they had been so astonished by the display of power from the howitzer Su Chun had brought. Is this really a vehicle-mounted howitzer? The 3 exchanged bewildered glances, all looking confused. When did howitzers start firing directly? And when had the power of the howitzers developed by their country become so immense? If they hadn't seen with their own eyes the deep pit not far away caused by this howitzer, they would have thought it was some rocket launcher or a small missile that had created it. Seeing Zhou Hongwei frozen in place without responding, Su Chun felt puzzled as well. After waiting for a moment, he quietly reminded, "Director Zhou?" Upon hearing Su Chun's reminder, Zhou Hongwei and the others finally reacted. But as they looked at Su Chun, there was a complex expression in their eyes. The following time was spent capturing the criminals, but in the end, the few police officers who went to apprehend them did not find a single complete corpse, only some scattered, severed limbs. After helping the police deal with the drug dealers, Su Chun and Chun Xingqiao prepared to set off again to grab a meal. However, as they were leaving, Zhou Hongwei, the person in charge of this operation, insisted on going with them to eat. Su Chun didn't mind, but Chun Xingqiao and Wang Jingde beside him felt differently. The 2 of them stared at him with vigilant eyes, as if to say, "What's going on? Even your police department wants to take Su Chun?" Wang Jingde was naturally the most dissatisfied one. First, it was Chun Xingqiao from the South Sea Fleet wanting to take Su Chun, and now even the police department is trying to take him? What? Do they really think our maritime police are easy to bully? Wang Jingde had already made up his mind that once this matter was over, he would frequently come to interact with Su Chun and build a good relationship with him. If necessary, he would set up his office right next to Su Chun's office at their industrial group. With his relationship with Su Chun, it shouldn't be a problem to secure an office space for himself, right? Of course, he wasn't the only one thinking this. The other 2 were also considering the same thing. After assigning specific follow-up tasks to his subordinates, Zhou Hongwei joined Su Chun and the others in the same car. As for the 2 insisting on sitting close to Su Chun, Zhou Hongwei felt a bit disdainful. What difference does it make if I give way to you? I'm in the same county as Su Chun. We see each other all the time. When I get back, I'll move the police department next to Su Chen's company. And then I want to see how you compete with me. Zhou Hongwei curled his lip in dissatisfaction and sat alone in the last row of seats. Unaware of the competition among the three, Su Chen got into the car and began to address the various questions from Chun Xingqiao and the others. The vehicle continued to drive, and after 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the best restaurant in the county. By the time they reached their destination, it was already evening, the peak time for foot traffic. Therefore, when Su Chen and his group got out of the car, they instantly attracted countless gazes from those around them. The reason was simple. Zhou Hongwei was wearing a police uniform, and the rank of third-level police officer on his shoulder clearly indicated his true identity. Su Chen was already accustomed to such attention, so he didn't feel surprised at first. However, Chun Xingqiao and Wang Jingde beside him didn't think the same way. They had specifically changed into plain clothes before coming out to avoid attracting attention, but now, thinking of this, both of them turned their heads simultaneously, casting unfriendly looks at Zhou Hongwei. Director Zhou, why don't you go back and change into plain clothes before coming to dinner? Wearing a police uniform while dining in such a high-end restaurant alongside several plainclothes individuals made it hard not to raise suspicions. Zhou Hongwei, who was already regretting not changing into plain clothes earlier, felt a surge of dissatisfaction upon hearing their words. After waving his hand dismissively at the two, he feigned calmness and said, Commander Chun, Director Wang, you're overthinking it. The country hasn't stipulated that one can't wear work clothes while dining. Moreover, I have just cracked a major drug trafficking case, so what is wrong with enjoying some good food? After saying this, Zhou Hongwei ignored the two and stepped forward with Su Chen into the restaurant. However, as soon as they entered, countless gazes were drawn to them. Everyone who was still eating stopped their actions, looking nervously at Zhou Hongwei, who was in police uniform. What are the police doing here? Could it be that there are some heinous criminals around? Hiss. Chapter 168. I'll treat. For these ordinary folks, seeing a police officer suddenly appear naturally made them very nervous, especially when they noticed the insignia on the officer's shoulder, 2 stripes and a star. Their pupils instinctively constricted. A third-level police supervisor? Is that the director from their local police department? Recognizing the identity of the officer, those who had just been eating became even more anxious. This prominent figure from the local police department rarely made public appearances. What brings him to such a crowded and chaotic place today? Moreover, he was dressed in full uniform, as if to ensure no one would fail to recognize him. Amidst their shock, the crowd began to scrutinize the 3 individuals accompanying him. 2 middle-aged men in their 40s and a young man dressed in a way that clearly indicated he was from a wealthy background. What kind of status did these 3 have to stand alongside the director of the local police department? And looking at the situation, were the 4 of them here to eat? With this thought, everyone exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. Could it be that a very wealthy young man intended to bribe the director? Otherwise, how could a public official like him come to such an upscale restaurant?
Feeling the stares in the crowd, Zhou Hongwei appeared calm on the surface, but internally he couldn't help but feel regret. At that moment,
he really wanted to slap himself twice for not changing into casual clothes before getting into the car earlier. Adding to his discomfort, 2 men beside him were staring at him with unfriendly expressions. Zhou Hongwei shook his head slightly, wishing to escape this situation as soon as possible. He hurried to the front desk and spoke to a visibly nervous waiter. Prepare a private room for us. Quickly, however, before he could finish his sentence, a plump middle-aged man came rolling towards them. It was none other than Lu Fuguwei, the owner of the restaurant. Upon learning that the director of the local police department had personally come to his restaurant, Lu Fuguwei, who had been dining with clients, didn't hesitate at all. He rushed over, leaving his business partners waiting in the private room. This was the director of the police department, a government official. As a small restaurant owner, if he neglected such a significant figure, he might as well forget about doing business in the area in the future. Seeing the out-of-breath Lu Fuguwei, Zhou Hongwei, standing at the front desk, instinctively frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. He thought to himself, am I just here to eat? Do you really need to come and greet me personally? He didn't want to attract any more attention, but now this scene was unfolding before him. As for the displeased expression on Zhou Hongwei's face, Lu Fuguwei was completely oblivious, and after catching his breath for a moment, he hurriedly said, Director Zhou, what brings you here today? You didn't let me know in advance, or I could have made proper preparations. It was quite a sight to see a wealthy businessman worth over 100 million yuan, bowing and speaking politely in front of Zhou Hongwei. To be honest, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit envious. He thought to himself, indeed, No matter how large your business is or how much you're worth, it's best not to go against officials. Otherwise, you might not even know how you met your demise. However, despite his envy, Su Chun felt somewhat puzzled at this moment. Wasn't it agreed that he would be the one treating for this meal? Why was it now that it seemed Zhou director would be the one paying? Did he have that much money? After all, Su Chun planned to order a couple of bottles of premium liquor. Zhou Hongwei, of course, was unaware of Su Chen's concerns. Looking at Lu Fugawei, who was being overly polite, he felt uneasy. The way Lu acted made it seem like he was bullying them. Although Zhou Hongwei thought this way, he didn't intend to waste more time and nodded at Lu Fugawei before directly saying, "Mr. Lu, please prepare a private room for us. We have some matters to discuss." Upon hearing Zhou Hongwei's command, Lu Fugawei dared not delay, ignoring the gazes of his subordinates around them. He politely led Su Chun and the others to an extremely luxurious private room. Looking at the opulent setting, Su Chun didn't think much of it, but the three others beside Zhou Hongwei certainly did. As government officials, they were now recognized, and the restaurant owner had the audacity to bring them to such an extravagant room. Wasn't that clearly inviting them to make a mistake? Seeing Lu Fugawei still wearing a flattering smile, Zhou Hongwei said with irritation, "Mr. Lu, we are all public servants. Bringing us here isn't appropriate, is it?" Upon hearing Zhou director's slightly questioning tone, Lu Fugawei's heart sank, realizing he had made a misstep. However, before he could explain, Su Chen stepped in to smooth things over. "Oh, Director Zhou, what's inappropriate about this? Everyone has been busy all day. What's wrong with enjoying a nice meal? After all, I'm the one treating, so why worry about it?" Curious about the identities of the people following Zhou Hongwei, Lu Fugawei couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at Su Chen's words. He instinctively took another look at this extraordinarily handsome young man and wondered who he was to speak so boldly to their county's director. Could he also be an official? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he quickly dismissed it. The young man's designer clothing indicated that he was someone very wealthy. Officials in the government wouldn't be so ostentatious. At the same time that he was lost in thought, the next scene nearly made his eyes pop out. Just moments ago, Zhou Hongwei, who was still frowning, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing the young man's words, smiling broadly and nodding at him. Seeing that Director Zhou agreed with his suggestion, Su Chen didn't hesitate any longer and directly addressed Lu Fugawei, who was still in a daze. "Boss Lu, this is the place." After saying this, Su Chen paid no further attention to Lu Fugawei and Zhou Hongwei and walked straight into the private room to take a seat. Next came the ordering phase, and Su Chen didn't even look at the menu. He simply instructed Lu Fugawei to bring a few signature dishes and 2 bottles of a certain type of liquor, and then asked him to leave. Chun Xing and the other 2 were mainly there to discuss matters regarding weapons with Su Chen, so they naturally had no strong opinions about the food. Although the group wasn't particularly concerned about the menu, Lu Fugawei was. As a seasoned businessman, he could easily discern the identities of these individuals, not to mention Zhou Hongwei. Even the other 2 middle-aged men, who were tall and had serious expressions, looked like they had extraordinary backgrounds. Lu Fugawei could even sense a hint of hidden hostility lurking in their gazes, resembling seasoned soldiers. As for the young man, there was no need to elaborate. Throughout the encounter, both Zhou Hongwei and the other 2 middle-aged men treated him with extreme politeness, as if they were afraid of provoking him. Such a scene would pique the curiosity of anyone, even a restaurant owner worth over 100 million. It would certainly intrigue those worth billions or even tens of billions. What kind of background could warrant such courtesy from a police chief? Chapter 169 Multifunctional Military Reconnaissance Mechanical Dog. As for what Lu Fugawei was thinking, Chen Xingqiao and the other 2 didn't care at all. At this moment, they couldn't wait for the other party to leave, as they had many questions they wanted to ask Su Chen. Finally, after the other party left, the stern faces of Chen Xingqiao and the others immediately broke into smiles. When they looked at Su Chen again, their expressions carried a hint of how one would regard their junior. Earlier, during the journey to the restaurant, Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde had already asked a lot of questions. Seeing Zhou Hongwei's complaining gaze, they reluctantly decided to let Zhou Hongwei ask the first question. Observing the expressions of the group, Su Chen felt somewhat speechless. He thought to himself, how come these nearly 60-year-olds still act like children? They aren't even as mature and steady as someone in their 20s like himself. Su Chen shook his head in disbelief, but didn't dwell on who should ask the questions. After all, he had come to see what the current military needs were in the country regarding weaponry, hoping to use his system to help address some of those needs. In the midst of these thoughts, Su Chen soon heard Zhou Hongwei's voice inquiring, "Mr. Su, you must have seen that our police station in Nanjing County has very limited weaponry. It's manageable when capturing criminals outdoors. But once it comes to indoor operations, the weapons in our hands are quite inadequate. For example, in today's situation, if it weren't for the vehicle-mounted howitzer you brought, we wouldn't know how many of our comrades would have been injured." While saying this, Zhou Hongwei intentionally included Nanjing County to remind Su Chen that they were all from the same place, and it would be somewhat unreasonable not to help their own people. After detailing the dangers of their police station operating in such narrow corridors, Zhou Hongwei got straight to the point. "Mr. Su, could you design a weapon for our police station in Nanjing County that has strong adaptability to terrain, good concealment, and is agile and flexible?" At this point, Zhou Hongwei still felt unsatisfied and continued to add, "Ideally, it should be capable of executing extremely dangerous missions, like traversing minefields or nuclear radiation zones, etc." Listening to Zhou Hongwei's demands, even Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde couldn't help but raise their eyebrows. "You want to traverse minefields and radiation zones? What does a police station need that for? Isn't that something the military should be considering?" Seeing Zhou Hongwei making so many requests and still pushing for more, Chen Xingqiao couldn't help but say, "Zhou Hongwei, why is your police station considering minefields and nuclear radiation? You want something that is highly adaptable to terrain and also flexible and agile. Isn't that a bit excessive? Do you really think our comrade is omnipotent and can develop any weapon?" The more Chen Xingqiao spoke, the more excited he became, especially with Wang Jingde fanning the flames beside him, making Chen Xingqiao nearly point his finger at Zhou Hongwei and scold him. Meanwhile, Zhou Hongwei, who had been immersed in the weapon he had just thought of, realized that his request was indeed a bit too much. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and was about to explain to Su Chen when, unexpectedly, Su Chen, who had been silent until now, suddenly laughed. Upon seeing this, not only Zhou Hongwei but even Chen Xingqiao, who had been criticizing Zhou, was taken aback, looking at Su Chen in confusion. "What is going on?" Su Chen didn't pay any attention to their reactions and turned directly to Zhou Hongwei with a smile, saying, "Director Zhou, you really shouldn't say that. The type of weapon you just mentioned, our company is indeed developing it. However, it is still in the design phase, so it might not be manufactured in the short term." The moment these words came out, Zhou Hongwei and the other two couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wow, there really is such a weapon? The most bewildered was naturally Zhou Hongwei. The requirements he had just mentioned were all made up on the spot. In fact, he had even thought that those requests were a bit excessive. But now you're telling me that this weapon actually exists? At that moment, Zhou Hongwei didn't know whether to feel surprised or scared. He had just casually mentioned it, not expecting that such a weapon would actually be in development. However, amidst the confusion, everyone felt a deep sense of shock. Highly adaptable to terrain, flexible and agile, capable of operating in extremely dangerous areas like minefields and radiation zones? What kind of incredible weapon is this? It seems Su Chen was aware of their reactions because when he searched for this weapon in the system just now, he was equally astonished. Multifunctional military reconnaissance mechanical dog, length 1, 12 meters, width 0, 85 meters, height 0, 72 meters, weight 50 kilograms, load capacity 70 to 150 kilograms. Equipped with the latest 4D ultra-wide-angle perception system, autonomous navigation and obstacle avoidance system, as well as a high-performance battery and power system. Moreover, this mechanical dog is not only outstanding in reconnaissance, but also impeccable in combat on the battlefield. It is equipped with an advanced weapon mounting system, allowing it to carry various models of automatic rifles and small howitzers. Additionally, it integrates multiple advanced sensors and intelligent algorithms, enabling it to accurately lock onto targets and effectively avoid obstacles in complex battlefield environments. Such a close-quarters combat weapon is something that even Chen Xingqiao and the others cannot underestimate. Even Su Chen, who was reborn from the future, was equally shocked when he saw the introduction of this mechanical dog. If all the armed personnel in their country were equipped with such mechanical dogs, then in the future, their soldiers wouldn't have to worry about fighting enemies in confined spaces anymore. They could simply use the mechanical dogs, which boasted extraordinary performance, to take out these enemies with pinpoint accuracy. Chapter 170 Big Business? Looking at the shocked expressions of the three, Su Chen didn't keep them in suspense. He directly revealed all the performance details regarding the multifunctional military reconnaissance robotic dog. As they listened to Su Chen's introduction, their hearts raced with excitement. Not only could it carry out reconnaissance missions on various battlefields, but its combat capabilities were also astonishing. What kind of divine weapon was this? What shocked them the most was the incredible performance specifications of this robotic dog. Its exceptional terrain adaptability allowed it to maneuver effortlessly in mountainous areas, plains, and urban warfare. Moreover, based on the data Su Chun had just shared, this robotic dog could demonstrate outstanding mobility and remarkable payload capacity even in such complex terrains. With a payload of 150 kilograms of explosives, just this feature alone might lead to fierce competition among various military districts. Not to mention, this robotic dog could also autonomously track and lock onto enemies. If those old-timers in the army found out about this weapon, they might rush over here overnight. Su Chun paid no mind to their reactions. After finishing the performance introduction of the robotic dog, he turned to Zhou Hongwei and continued, "Director Zhou, what do you think of the multifunctional robotic dog I designed? If your police department finds it suitable, I can prioritize developing a few units for you." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hongwei felt deeply moved. Indeed, President Su was looking out for the people of Nankai County. Without any hesitation, he nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, as if afraid that Su Chun would change his mind in the next second. Seeing his reaction, Su Chun nodded slightly, already deciding in his heart. After finishing the meal and returning home, he would quickly draft the design blueprints for the robotic dog and hand them over to the company for urgent production. Meanwhile, upon hearing that Su Chun was going to supply this extraordinary weapon to Zhou Hongwei's police department first, Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde felt wronged, as if they had been betrayed. Looking at the two with eyes full of grievance, Su Chun felt puzzled. After a moment of contemplation, he hesitantly asked, Commander Chun, Director Wang, you guys in the Navy and Coast Guard don't want this weapon too, do you? Although this robotic dog has outstanding combat capabilities, it's not suitable for naval warfare, right? Are you planning to approach enemy ships and deploy the robotic dog on them? Isn't that a bit redundant? However, Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde were unfazed by these concerns. All they could think about was the incredible combat capabilities of the robotic dog. Whether it could be used in naval combat was the least of their worries. After all, the main point was that even if they didn't use it, they absolutely couldn't be without it. It was precisely because of this mindset that when they heard Su Chen's inquiry, the two of them nodded eagerly without any hesitation. Much like chicks pecking at grain. Looking at their expressions, Su Chun rubbed his forehead, his face filled with helplessness. Sometimes, he felt as if he was the elder among them. The three of Chen Xingqiao were like this, and the same went for Chun Erliai and O Wenin, whom they encountered when they went to the Southern Theater. These people, the youngest among them, were still a couple of years older than Su Chun. Why did they still act like this when doing things? Can't they be a bit more mature and composed? However, despite the complaints in his heart, Su Chun had no intention of refusing them. After all, the research and development cost for this mechanical dog was not high. The total cost to produce such a mechanical dog would not exceed 30,000 local currency units, an amount Su Chun could easily afford. If it were like the 191 type rocket launcher and the 181 type self-propelled howitzer he developed earlier, which cost millions or even tens of millions, he certainly wouldn't agree. Such a high development cost for their navy would be a waste, and it would be better to invest that money into the development of destroyers and aircraft carriers. After Su Chun agreed to their request, Chen Xingqiao and the others were incredibly excited. If it weren't for the crowd present, Su Chun suspected they would have danced on the spot. Following this little episode, the three of them began to ask Su Chun more questions regarding weapon concepts. To their inquiries, Su Chun naturally shared everything he knew. However, Su Chun felt disappointed that the following questions from the three did not present any groundbreaking ideas. They merely asked him to enhance the range and power of the weapons on their ships. For such simple requests, Su Chun did not want to waste his system sign-in points. Moreover, with the knowledge he had received from the system in previous sessions, he could complete such straightforward requests himself without wasting time. Once he produced the 055 type destroyer, wouldn't the questions from Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingde be resolved easily? Although the subsequent questions from the three were simple, during this process, they poured him drinks without holding back at all. In fact, by the end, Su Chun was unsure how he made it back home. The next day, just before noon at 12 o'clock, Su Chun groggily opened his eyes in bed. Looking at his familiar large bed, his mind was in a daze, wondering if everything that happened yesterday was just a dream. However, just as this thought appeared, a splitting headache pulled him back to reality. Damn, could the drink from yesterday have been fake? Why was the after effect so strong? It was already noon, and he still felt this way. After half a day's recovery, the headache finally faded, but Su Chen still felt a bit weak all over. After thinking for a moment, Su Chen decided to inform the company that he wouldn't be coming in today and let the relevant management personnel arrange things on their own. However, to his surprise, as soon as he took out his phone, he noticed that there were over 20 missed calls. Looking at the long list of missed calls, even Su Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Could it be that something happened at the company? Considering this possibility, Su Chen quickly dialed Li Xiaoyan's number. On the other end, Li Xiaoyan, dressed in professional attire, felt extremely anxious as she looked at the foreign clients filling the reception area. These individuals were major clients from the Middle East, who had come in person today to discuss a significant business deal with their chairman, Su Chen. However, to her dismay, it was already noon, and their chairman had yet to arrive at the company. In fact, she had already made over 20 calls since this morning. But the other party had not answered at all. Could it be that such a big business opportunity was just going to be let go? Chapter 171, Branch Office? At the moment when Li Xiaoyan was frowning and worried that these major clients were getting impatient, his phone finally rang. Seeing that Su Chen had finally returned his call, Li Xiaoyan instantly became excited and hurriedly answered the phone without any hesitation. Before Su Chen on the other end could say anything, Li Xiaoyan anxiously said, "Mr. Su, please come to the company quickly. A lot of clients from the Middle East have come today and want to discuss a big deal with you in person." Su Chen, who was still feeling a bit groggy, instantly became alert upon hearing the voice on the other end. Middle Eastern clients? A lot. Hiss. Hearing the term Middle East made Su Chen immediately think of Hunter, who had done business with him before. Although the other party had deceived him by misrepresenting steel pipes as gun barrels, it was undeniable that doing business with him was quite pleasant. Not only were the profits extremely generous, but the other party would also raise prices without him even having to mention it. It had been a long time since Su Chen had encountered such a heavenly client. Since the last time when the other party purchased over 300,000 steel pipes from him, it seemed they hadn't reached out again. Even the recent purchase of the Type 191 rocket launcher by a certain country seemed to have been directly coordinated with the relevant Defense Department, without any contact with him. Thinking of this, Su Chen's grievances towards Hunter increased a little. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Chen didn't dwell on it too much and said to Li Xiaoyan on the phone, "Okay, I understand. Let them wait a bit longer. I'll be at the company soon." Su Chen wasn't worried that these clients would become impatient just because they had to wait a little longer. He was well aware of the situation in the Middle East and understood that these clients were coming to his company because of the Type 191 rocket launcher he developed. If they couldn't wait for a short while, he wouldn't mind losing this client. After all, one more or one less didn't matter. With the power demonstrated by the Type 191 rocket launcher in the Syrian army, would he really lack buyers? After hanging up the phone, Su Chen, as usual, took his time getting up, brushing his teeth, and washing his face. He dawdled for nearly 30 minutes before finally stepping out of his house. In contrast to Su Chen's nonchalance, Li Xiaoyan on the other side was becoming anxious again. After receiving the news that Su Chen would be coming to the company soon, he immediately informed the group of Middle Eastern clients waiting in the reception area. However, to his surprise, when these clients heard they would soon meet Su Chen, they insisted on going to the front gate of their company to personally welcome him. Watching the Middle Eastern clients eagerly trying to position themselves at the front, Li Xiaoyan was filled with questions. It seemed that only Mr. Su could bring the business to this level. Not only did these clients from the region wait from morning until noon, but they also willingly came to the entrance to personally greet Su Chen. If one didn't know better, they might think that Su Chen was the client. After nearly 30 minutes of anxious waiting, the vehicle driven by Su Chen finally appeared in everyone's sight. Upon seeing the scene, Su Chen was equally bewildered. What was going on? Were the company's reception staff just idle? Which company would make clients wait outside like this? With this thought, a surge of anger rose in Su Chen's heart. It seemed he needed to properly rectify the company's atmosphere. Otherwise, these people might really think that he, as the chairman, had no authority. With this mindset, Su Chen quickly got out of the car. In front of these important clients, he naturally wouldn't show the dissatisfaction he just felt. Seeing the excited expressions on the crowd, Su Chen hurriedly walked towards them. Upon reaching the front, he skillfully grasped the hands of one person and, with a smile, said, "Gentlemen, I apologize for the long wait. I was caught up with some urgent matters." After saying this, Su Chen discreetly scanned the crowd, hoping to see his long-missed acquaintance, Hunter. However, to his disappointment, none of the clients from the region were the Hunter he had been thinking about. With a sigh in his heart, Su Chun didn't dwell on it any longer and instead welcomed everyone with a smile to the company's conference room for discussions. Seeing Su Chun's warm demeanor, those present also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that this Mr. Su seemed quite approachable. Although some of them held prominent positions in their own countries, they were still somewhat nervous upon seeing this young man, who was the developer of the renowned 191-style rocket artillery that had made a significant impact in their region. Anyone capable of creating such a powerful weapon surely had an extraordinary identity and influence. If they displeased him, not only would they struggle to purchase his weapons, but their countries might also find it difficult to maintain good relations with the region. Because of this, everyone was quite tense when they arrived at Su Chin's company. However, it now seemed their worries were unnecessary. Mr. Su had been amiable from the very first glance. How could someone so warm be difficult to get along with? As everyone's thoughts wandered, Su Chin finally led them into a spacious conference room. After instructing the staff to pour a cup of tea for each esteemed guest, Su Chin got straight to the point. May I ask what you all have come to purchase on this journey? The main purpose of everyone's visit to this country was to purchase the 191-style rocket launchers from Mr. Su. Therefore, when they heard Mr. Su's words, everyone instantly straightened their bodies and their expressions became extremely serious. The first to speak was a sturdy, middle-aged man with dark skin, who earnestly said to Mr. Su, "Mr. Su, we are here to purchase a batch of 191-style rocket launchers, and additionally." At this point, the middle-aged man hesitated. After stammering for a while, he finally managed to say the next part under the anxious gazes of the others. "Mr. Su, the thing is, we also have an important reason for our visit, which is to ask if your company would be interested in establishing a branch in our region." A branch? Upon hearing this, Mr. Su was momentarily taken aback and did not respond right away. Chapter 172, 5 Oil Fields? Su Chin really didn't expect that the other party would want him to go and open a branch in their country. Isn't that ridiculous? Everyone knows that the whole region is on the verge of chaos, with conflicts happening everywhere. Knowing how dangerous the area is right now, you still want me to go there to open a branch? Isn't that just asking for trouble? I was kind-hearted enough to provide you with weapons to resist the invasions from certain countries. Yet you want me to risk my life there? Su Chin certainly didn't think his life was that resilient. It was not easy to build such a large enterprise. And now you want him to go to such a dangerous place in the region. Of course, he wouldn't agree. Thinking of this, Su Chin didn't hesitate at all, and directly waved his hands to refuse the request. "Mr. Robert, there's no need to say more. Our company, Zhongtian Industrial Group, currently has no plans to open a branch abroad." After rejecting the other party's kind offer, Su Chin could clearly see the slight regret in the eyes of everyone present. Looking at their expressions, Su Chin thought that they wanted him to open a branch in that region to facilitate deliveries and ensure that all the weapons they ordered could be delivered in the shortest time possible. So, after saying this, without any hesitation, he continued, "You don't need to worry. Although I cannot go to your country to open a branch, you can rest assured that our logistics are absolutely world-class. No matter what weapons you order, I can guarantee that they will be safely delivered to you in the shortest time possible." However, it was obvious that Su Chin had completely misunderstood the situation. The regret on those people's faces was not about the delivery time. Until now, everyone still remembered what the Minister of Foreign Affairs from a certain country had said at the United Nations meeting. Minister Gao Jingyi had explicitly stated that he would send troops to their country to personally guide their military in using a specific type of rocket launcher. Although it was clear to anyone with insight that Minister Gao said that in a context of rebutting certain representatives and that he himself might not have taken it very seriously, the countries in that region took it completely to heart. Even if there was just a 1 in 1,000 chance that it was true, they didn't want to miss out. So, as soon as the UN meeting ended, they convened an emergency national meeting to prepare to procure a batch of those rocket launchers. Because of this procurement, they also became aware of Su Chin's Zhongtian Industrial Group. Everyone present was a seasoned political player, and after learning about the background of Su Chin's company, they sensed something unusual. With Su Chin's status and importance, if they could successfully persuade him to open a branch in their country, would the government officials of that country put Su Chin in such a dangerous situation? Of course not. The only solution, then, would be to send troops to protect Su Chin's company in their country, right? This way, their long-desired military force would naturally come into play. Su Chin, of course, was unaware of everyone's thoughts, and even if he knew, he would definitely not agree. Why should he risk his company by moving it to such a dangerous area and have their military protect them? He wasn't foolish enough to engage in such a losing deal. Just as Su Chan was about to change the topic and ask what weapons they intended to purchase from his company, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Robert, who had just been rejected. Robert extended 5 fingers and hesitantly said, "Mr. Su, as long as you agree to open a branch in our country, we can offer you 5 oil mines as compensation." 5 oil mines. Hearing this, even someone as experienced as Su Chan couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. 5 oil mines, how much would that be worth? According to international oil prices, a ton of oil sells for around 600, and an entire oil field could contain over 100 million tons. Even a smaller oil field would hold several million tons of oil. 5 such small oil fields could amount to over 100 million tons, translating to hundreds of billions or even thousands of billions of dollars. The best part was that this money would be given to him for free, as long as he agreed to open a branch in their country. That meant he would receive thousands of billions of dollars without any effort. After doing a rough calculation of the profits in his mind, Su Chan couldn't help but gasp. Could it be that the people from those countries were all billionaires on average, offering oil fields worth hundreds of billions without hesitation? However, amidst the excitement, a calm Su Chan began to have doubts. Why were these people so eager to have him open a branch in their country? Could there be secrets he was unaware of? With that thought, Su Chan instinctively narrowed his eyes, staring suspiciously at Robert. Mr. Robert, is there something you aren't telling me about why you want me to open a branch in your country? Su Chan asked. Although he said this, it would be a lie to claim he wasn't tempted. Who wouldn't want to receive so much money for nothing? As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. Besides, even if he opened a branch in their country, it didn't mean he had to stay there every day. He could set up the company and send a few managers over, while hiring local workers for the remaining positions. Similarly, when hearing Su Chan's inquiry, everyone present also sensed that there was some intention behind it. In an instant, the crowd, who had just been frowning and worried, became excited. Could it be that this was about to happen? They truly did not feel that 5 oil mines were a big deal if they could leverage Su Chan's connections to gain protection from the military of a certain nation. If Su Chan agreed, they would be willing to give up even 5 more oil mines. Not only were these people's thoughts like this, but the person being questioned, Robert, felt the same way in his heart. Chapter 173, Can we send troops over? After a moment of excitement, Robert immediately shook his head at Su Chan and said, "Mr. Su, you can rest assured that we have absolutely no concealment. In fact, as long as you agree to open a branch in our country, we can even mobilize a troop to protect your company." While speaking, Robert also discreetly glanced at Su Chan's expression out of the corner of his eye. The moment he saw the other party's eyebrows twitch, Robert knew that Su Chan was already tempted by his conditions. However, instead of becoming complacent, Robert continued to increase the stakes. "Moreover, Mr. Su, if you agree to our request, you won't have to bear any costs for setting up the branch. Whether it's land, equipment, or personnel, just give the order and it will all be on us. Furthermore, we can also guarantee that for the next 20 years, our country will not charge your company any fees." As Robert kept raising the stakes, Su Chan's heart was already surging with excitement, akin to a turbulent sea. With such conditions, not to mention the dangers from the other country, even if it meant jumping into a sea of knives and flames, Su Chan would willingly do so. Robert spoke for nearly 5 minutes before finishing all the benefits. The moment he finished, Su Chan stood up without any hesitation, grabbed the arm that Robert had placed on the table, and said with a beaming smile, "Mr. Robert, there's no need to say more. It is not only my honor to establish a branch in your country, but also the honor of the 985 employees of Zhongtian Industrial Group." Su Chan patted the back of Robert's hand with a sincere gaze. "Let's finalize the branch matter like this, and I will arrange for someone to formally sign the contract with you later." Upon hearing Su Chan's words, everyone present instinctively exchanged glances. Basically, all eyes were filled with surprise and disbelief. Had they really achieved this? After a moment of processing, they finally confirmed that everything that had just happened was not a figment of their imagination. Su Chan had indeed agreed to their request to open a branch in their country. Reflecting on how their country had spent over a decade requesting assistance from the government to send troops into their territory, they finally succeeded today. For a moment, everyone was unsure whether to feel happy or sad. They had waited too long for this day. For so many years, they had been bullied by foreign military forces on their own land, and even when they were wronged, they had no place to voice their grievances, having to endure the humiliation alone. But now, things would be different. Once Su Chan established a branch in their country, in the future, The country will definitely send heavy troops to protect this company. Protecting this company is indirectly protecting their nation, isn't it? Thinking about not having to worry anymore about foreign troops attacking their country, some people couldn't help but nearly break down in tears. Meanwhile, at the front, Su-Chin looked completely bewildered. What was going on? Just a moment ago, everyone seemed eager to open branches in their country. Now that he had agreed, why were they showing such expressions? Were they starting to regret the promises made to him? After considering this possibility, Su-Chun grew anxious. He was there for the benefits worth billions of dollars. If they were to retract their promises, he certainly wouldn't accept it. Seeing Robert's unusual expression, Su-Chun hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, Mr. Robert, the conditions you mentioned earlier are still valid, right? Upon hearing Su-Chin's inquiry, Robert, still in a state of excitement, was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly regained his composure, nodded at Su-Chun, and said with great enthusiasm, Mr. Su, rest assured. Everything is valid. As long as you agree to our request, everything I just mentioned stands. With Robert's words, the others present also nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice. Seeing their reaction, the weight that had been hanging over Su-Chin's heart finally lifted. Taking a deep breath, he quickly returned to his previous smile, patted Robert on the shoulder, and nodded, saying, Well, that's good. Then this matter is settled. I will provide a detailed preparation plan as soon as possible, and I hope you can inform some people in your higher-ups when you return. Su-Chun was naturally concerned that these individuals might not hold enough weight in their country, which is why he wanted them to notify their leaders. He certainly didn't want to fulfill his promises only to find that the benefits promised by the other side were delayed. That would be akin to losing both the woman and the soldiers. However, Su-Chin's worries were entirely unnecessary. It was evident that individuals capable of representing their country to negotiate such significant matters held considerable status domestically. Moreover, they had likely discussed this major issue countless times already. They had a rough idea of the costs and time involved, so Robert and the others didn't pay much attention to Su-Chin's concerns. After seeing how easy to talk to the other party was, Su-Chin began to have some thoughts. After some calculations in his mind, he tentatively asked again, Mr. Robert, you know that the Middle East is very dangerous right now. If our branch company is successfully established later, do you think I could mobilize a military force from our country to help protect the safety of our branch? Mobilizing troops to another country's territory is no small matter. It could easily escalate into a conflict between two nations. As for mobilizing a military force, Su-Chun believed that given his current status, the country would likely give him some consideration. After all, he only needed a small number. Just 100 people would be enough. At that time, he could develop some specialized individual equipment and equip these 100 people with it. Given the advanced capabilities of the system, Su-Chun was confident that this set of specialized individual equipment would be more than sufficient to ensure the safety of a company in the Middle East. However, the issue of whether these individuals' country would allow his country to send troops to their territory needed to be clarified first. If it were possible, that would be manageable. But if the other party disagreed, Su-Chun would have to reconsider the feasibility of establishing the branch company. Chapter 174. How much is this going to cost? What Su-Chin didn't know was that everyone present was waiting for him to say this. Do you agree or not? Why did they travel all the way from the Middle East to this country? Why were they willing to go to great lengths to have Su-Chin open a branch office in their country? Isn't it because they wanted the country to send troops to protect them? Now, you actually ask us whether we agree? They were even worried that the number of troops you bring would be too small. Ideally, they hoped you could send an entire army division at once. It's no wonder that everyone thinks this way. Over the years, these small countries have been intimidated by the military forces of another nation and its allies. Relying on their advanced weaponry, they have been rampantly seizing oil and other strategic resources on their territories. Moreover, facing such power, they could only endure. Or else the other nation would label them as terrorists and use that as an excuse to launch large-scale wars against them, just like they did with other countries. Because of this, when Su-Chin asked his question, Robert didn't hesitate at all and nodded repeatedly. Oh, Mr. Su, I thought it was something serious. You can mobilize troops to our country. We will welcome you with open arms, seeing that they could even agree to such a request. Su-Chin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again. It seemed these people were determined to have him establish a branch in their country. Thinking about this, Su-Chun felt a bit puzzled, wondering if the name of his industrial group had become so famous that it could make these people go to such lengths. Su-Chin didn't push further with his demands. Anyway, now that he had the funds and people, he truly didn't care about anything else. After coming to this realization, Su Chun decided not to continue discussing this topic and instead focused on the business with these individuals. After all, the benefits they had just agreed upon were matters for later. The main goal now was to figure out how to extract more profits from them. As Su Chun, who had returned to his seat, looked at the still excited crowd, he spoke again. Mr. Robert, let us finalize this matter. Next, we should continue discussing your arms purchases. I wonder if everyone here wants to order just the 191 type rocket launcher, or would you also like to purchase other weapons? With Su Chun shifting the topic, the crowd came back to their senses from their earlier excitement and redirected their attention to him at the front. After all, they didn't know when the arrival of troops from the country would actually materialize. Currently, the only way to withstand the crises occurring in the Middle East was through the weapons in Su Chun's hands. After making up his mind, Robert beside him did not hesitate and directly extended 5 fingers, excitedly saying, Mr. Su, our country is preparing to purchase 5,000 units of the 191 type rocket launcher from your company, along with 5,000 rounds of various types of rockets. In addition, our country is also planning to procure 10,000 high-speed heavy-duty drones and 5,000 all-terrain military off-road vehicles. Upon hearing the quantities mentioned by Robert, even though Su Chun's net worth had already surpassed hundreds of billions, he still felt a bit shocked. How much money was that? The selling price of the 191 type rocket launcher to foreign countries was as high as 10 million USD per unit. The price for the rockets was even more outrageous. Even for the most basic version, each round cost 200,000 to 300,000 USD. As for the 750mm rockets developed by Su Chun initially, each one was priced at an astonishing 3 million USD. Of course, this pricing was only applicable to weapons sold abroad. For the domestic version of the 191 type rocket launcher, the USD could simply be converted to the local currency. Moreover, the domestic version would definitely have performance capabilities far exceeding those of the foreign trade version. It was precisely for this reason that Su Chun felt such excitement upon hearing the numbers mentioned by the other party. One 191 type rocket launcher was 10 million USD. So 5,000 units would amount to 500 billion USD. And this did not even include the price of the rounds they intended to purchase. The standard configuration for the 191 type rocket launcher includes 3 types of rockets. They are the 300mm rockets at 200,000 USD each, the 375mm rockets at 350,000 USD each, and the 750mm rockets priced at 3 million USD each, according to the other party's requirements. If they were to purchase 5,000 rounds of each type, that would total a staggering 117.5 billion USD. The most crucial point is that these rockets are all single-use consumables. Firing one means one less available. Just from the full set of weapons for the 191 type rocket launcher, Su Chun would already earn over 600 billion USD. If we add in the drones and military off-road vehicles they were purchasing, Su Chun would make nearly 700 billion USD just from this one country. Converted to the local currency, that would be over 500 billion in local currency. How much profit would that be for him? After calculating for a long time, Su Chun couldn't even figure out how much he would profit from this deal with the country. The main thing was that there were not just one country present. According to Su Chun's earlier inquiry, more than 20 countries were here to purchase weapons from their industrial group. If these countries were as generous as the first one, then Su Chun could potentially earn trillions in local currency from these transactions. Upon thinking of this number, Su Chun felt his heart begin to tremble violently. Even his entire face turned bright red at that moment. When the people present saw Su Chun's expression, they exchanged puzzled glances, each catching a hint of confusion in the other's eyes. What is wrong with Mr. Su? Isn't he in an air-conditioned room? Why is he still so flushed? Robert, who was sitting next to Su Chun, also felt a bit perplexed by his reaction. After hesitating for a while, he tentatively asked, Mr. Su, are you all right? Are you feeling unwell? Hearing Robert's inquiry, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, but then he realized that he had just lost his composure. After all, he was discussing business with these individuals, and Su Chun understood that he must not show any signs of emotional fluctuation at this moment. Otherwise, if they noticed the reason for his earlier excitement, it would be quite detrimental to the negotiations ahead. So, once he regained his composure, Su Chun quickly restrained his expression and returned to his previous calm demeanor. After waving his hand at Robert, he skillfully shifted the topic, saying, since Mr. Robert has already mentioned his order requirements, may I ask how many weapons everyone present needs to procure this time? Chapter 175. The Shock of the Crowd. With the recent experience of a certain country as a lesson, when Su Chen finished speaking, there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. However, he quickly became disappointed. Aside from 3 countries, the procurement quantities matched those of the earlier mentioned country. The numbers for other smaller nations were basically halved. For impoverished countries like Yemen and Iraq, the number of Type 191 rocket launchers purchased was even less than 200 units. Su Chen felt a slight regret about this, but did not show any displeasure. He understood that these countries had been in prolonged conflict, limiting their economic development. Therefore, being able to purchase weapons worth hundreds of millions of dollars from him was already quite a feat. Moreover, there were not many representatives from countries like Yemen present. Aside from them, others at the event had procured weapons worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Thinking about the profits he could gain from this, Su Chen felt quite pleased. With this money, he could continue to develop even more advanced weapons, such as hypersonic wind tunnels, aerial motherships, advanced aerospace fighter jets, and space elevators. He even thought about future military bases on the Moon and Mars as part of the long-term plans. However, when he considered the research and development costs for these weapons, Su Chen was swiftly brought back to reality from his excitement. The costs of any of these weapons were astronomical. Upon realizing the huge expenses involved, he felt that the money he just made was still a bit too little. Just as this thought crossed his mind, an idea suddenly sparked in Su Chen's head. Turning to Robert, who was still in a state of excitement, Su Chen cheerfully said, "Mr. Robert, may I ask if you need any assault-type weapons like vehicle-mounted howitzers? Our company has just developed a new model." Upon hearing this, not only Robert, but also the others present displayed confused expressions. Vehicle-mounted howitzers? Assault-type weapons? Everyone present was prominent figures in their respective countries and naturally understood the functions of various military weapons. However, in their impression, vehicle-mounted howitzers were primarily used for fire support and strikes. When did they become classified as assault-type weapons? Understanding their confusion, Su Chen did not hesitate and immediately stood up, preparing to lead everyone to their company's research and development department to see the Type 181 vehicle-mounted howitzer for themselves. 5 minutes later, at the Weapon Research and Development Department of Zhongtian Industrial Group, looking at the vehicle-mounted howitzer in front of them, Robert and the others were momentarily taken aback. What kind of vehicle-mounted howitzer has such a long barrel, such a large size, and such a wide caliber? Most importantly, what kind of vehicle-mounted howitzer has its barrel laid flat? It was no wonder they were so shocked. The 181 type howitzer developed by Su Chen was simply too advanced, and they had never seen anything like it. In their impression, the only weapons capable of firing large-caliber projectiles in a flat trajectory were tanks. Weapons like howitzers, rocket launchers, or even larger-caliber artillery could only fire in a high arc, right? Seeing the astonished expressions on everyone's faces, Su Chen couldn't help but show a proud smile. This was the reaction he wanted. After he explained the performance of this vehicle-mounted howitzer, would he really have to worry about whether they would buy it? After feeling pleased with himself, Su Chen walked over to the 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer amidst their gazes. "Everyone, this is our company's latest development, the 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer. As you can see, our design is quite different from traditional artillery. Whether it is the specifications of the barrel or the design of the platform, we have completely abandoned the conventional thinking of howitzers. This design was created to develop a vehicle-mounted howitzer capable of accurately striking both long-range and close-range targets. Our 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer was born from this concept. It can conduct extensive clearance of military facilities such as enemy command posts and artillery positions at a distance. At the same time, it can also precisely target enemy armored vehicles, tanks, bunkers, and machine gun positions at close range." Upon hearing Su Chen's introduction, even Robert and the others couldn't help but gasp. Not only could it conduct comprehensive bombardment of long-range targets, but it could also accurately strike close-range targets? What kind of extraordinary weapon was this? If such a weapon were equipped to their military, would they still fear the armored vehicles and tanks of the other side? The caliber of this howitzer was even larger than that of the main battle tanks used by the other side's military. If one shell hit, wouldn't it take out a tank? Seeing that the moment was right, Su Chen wasted no time and directly pressed on. "So, how do you all feel about our developed vehicle-mounted howitzer? If you're interested in purchasing, the price is just $6 million. In fact, Su Chen had initially planned to set the price at $5 million, as that was the price he had offered to the Southern Theater. However, he was somewhat worried that these people might think the price was too high, leading to potential haggling. So, he decided to raise the price by $1 million right off the bat. It's convenient to leave enough profit margin for future negotiations. However, it's clear that the individual underestimated the financial power of the wealthy in this region. In a country rich in oil and minerals, would a couple of million really make a difference? This is without considering the presence of certain influential figures, if they were there. Even if you raised the price by another million or two, they might not even blink. Chapter 176, Deal Reached. As expected, when Su Chun finished stating the price, everyone present started to rush to make purchases, as if fearing that the vehicle-mounted howitzer right before them would be sold out in an instant. Mr. Su, our nation would like to order 1,000 of these vehicle-mounted howitzers. We from Ethiopia would like to order 500. And we will order 500 as well. 200 units. Seeing the excitement on everyone's faces, Su Chun, standing next to the howitzer, couldn't help but show a faint, barely noticeable smile. Just look at that. Who would hesitate to buy the weapons Su Chun developed? While everyone was eagerly stating their desired quantities, Su Chun was not idle either. He personally instructed Li Xiaoyan, who had been following him closely, to meticulously record the order quantities from these individuals. Additionally, Su Chun had someone bring over the video from his earlier trials with the vehicle-mounted howitzer in the southern war zone for everyone to watch. The effect was immediate. Upon seeing the howitzer's ability to automatically track targets in the video, everyone gasped in amazement. Their excitement reached a peak, and they all began to actively increase their purchase orders. Facing such unreasonable requests, Su Chun was naturally unafraid. After Li Xiaoyan noted down the increased order quantities, he instructed her to quickly draft a contract. Once Li Xiaoyan left, Su Chun finally interrupted the commotion in the room. Everyone, since the quantities you wish to order have been confirmed, let us proceed to sign the contracts so that our company can quickly start production. Hearing that contracts were to be signed, everyone nodded in agreement. After all, the current situation in the region was chaotic. No one knew if, at any moment, there would be military actions against one of their countries. The sooner they could acquire these weapons, the better their chances of having a foothold in this unpredictable danger. Seeing that everyone had no objections, Su Chun nodded slightly and led them back to the conference room. The entire contract signing process took nearly 2 hours to complete. Looking at the thick stack of order contracts before him, Su Chun, though trying to suppress his joy, couldn't help but grin widely. It had been a long time since he felt this way about making money. He had roughly estimated that these countries from the region had placed weapon orders with their company totaling trillions. Trillions, if all converted to the local currency. Su Chun wasn't even sure how much he would ultimately earn. Thinking about the boldness of those buyers, he couldn't help but reflect on how easy it was to make money from foreign clients. Rocket launchers and howitzers that cost millions in local currency could be sold for millions or even tens of millions in foreign currency. In this line of business, who wouldn't feel confused? However, after the initial excitement, Su Chun felt a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, the countries in the region had recently announced an increase in troops and weapons in the Middle East. The ones that should be in a panic are the neighboring countries, right? Why is it that none of these countries are represented in the arms procurement at their company? That doesn't make sense. Could it be that these countries have developed weapons capable of resisting the forces involved? Despite the confusion, Su Chun didn't dwell on it too much. After all, it was their own business. Although he harbored a strong dislike for the actions of those involved, he wasn't inclined to offer assistance to these countries for resisting them. Naturally, he was more than willing to help the Middle Eastern countries that came to purchase arms, as it was money coming right to his door. After coming to this realization, Su Chun quickly instructed the production department to prepare a manufacturing plan overnight. At the same time, news of Su Chun's deal with the countries in the region quickly reached the higher-ups in another country. In the capital's defense ministry, the atmosphere in the meeting room was quite strange regarding the news of Su Chun potentially earning trillions in revenue from the Middle Eastern countries. Some faces showed tension, while others appeared indifferent or even a bit excited. This reaction was likely due to the news that Su Chun had agreed to set up branches in those countries. The head of the Northern Theater, Tang Jinghua, was the first to speak. With a stern expression, he reproached Su Chun, saying, "Why did you agree to such a request? You're thinking of mobilizing our military to protect them? Do you realize how chaotic the region is right now? Do you know the extent of the military presence involved? How many troops do you plan to send? 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000? What if there's a conflict with their forces, sparking a war between us? Who will take responsibility for that? You? Or us old folks?" While they weren't afraid of the involved forces, It wasn't necessary to risk the lives of their military for those unrelated countries. With this thought, Tang Jinghua snorted again. We should have sent someone to manage this situation properly. Letting him act recklessly is unacceptable. Does he really intend to confront those forces in the region? However, compared to the dissatisfaction of the individual from the Tangjin kingdom, the others present did not express any blame towards Su Chun. In particular, the commander of the Southern Theater, Owen Yin, couldn't help but laugh upon hearing a friend's complaint nearby. Old Tang, the deed is done, why worry about it? Besides, we can't blame little Su for this. If there's anyone to blame, it's those guys for offering too much money. I mean 5 oil mines. Just given away like that. If it were me, I'd agree too. As soon as Owen Yin finished speaking, laughter erupted in the room. Indeed, the value of those 5 oil mines was at least several $100 billion. How could one refuse such an offer? Moreover, I've heard that this time, little Su has signed contracts worth trillions with these individuals. With such huge profits, what is the harm in sending a military force over? I think what little Su did this time was very right. If we were to send troops to the Middle East, I believe the one who should be most anxious would be the relevant country. Not only can we earn so much money, but we can also irritate them. What's not to like? Chapter 177, Competition. Upon hearing the words of a few friends, Tang Jinghua merely rolled his eyes and said nothing. In fact, he wasn't particularly angry about Su Chen agreeing to set up the branch office in their region. His frustration stemmed from the fact that this major decision was made unilaterally by Su Chen without informing them. How could he just tell those people that he would mobilize troops? Was that within his authority? Nevertheless, while he had his grievances, Tang Jinghua understood that since the situation had already unfolded, they needed to focus on how to resolve the issue. The battlefield in the Middle East was a complete mess, filled with a multitude of conflicting forces. Although only a few countries were currently engaged in war, the underlying powers involved were deeply intertwined. It was like an old woman wrapping her feet. One could talk for 3 days and nights without exhausting the topic. Now, if they were to allow their country to get involved in this quagmire, there were numerous considerations to keep in mind. Moreover, Su Chen's Zhongtian Industrial Group, in a sense, could be regarded as a semi-state-owned enterprise. If any danger were to occur to them in the Middle East, it would also represent a significant loss for the nation. However, if handled properly, this branch office could bring immeasurable benefits to the entire country. For instance, those 5 oil fields? They were worth hundreds of billions, even thousands of billions of dollars. Even they couldn't help but feel tempted by such profits. After the group had analyzed the current situation, Minister Feng Zhengxin finally spoke up. All right, since this has already happened, we need to consider how to maximize the benefits for our country. Hearing Minister Feng's words, Owen Yin immediately stood up with a smile on his face and said, since the area where Su Chun is located falls under our Southern Theater's jurisdiction, the responsibility for protecting this branch office in the Middle East should naturally fall on our Southern Theater. After saying this, Owen Yin was full of confidence, believing that no one in the room was more suited for this task than their Southern Theater. Rather than simply wanting to take on this mission, Owen Yin saw it as an opportunity to strengthen the relationship between their Southern Theater and Su Chun. That way, if Su Chun developed any new weapons in the future, their Southern Theater would be the first to benefit. For example, the recent 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer had allowed their Southern Theater to achieve first place in joint military exercises once again. Although the military leaders present were all close friends, Owen Yin was very willing to take pride in this matter. However, the other military leaders in the room saw through his intentions at a glance. Oldo, what nonsense are you talking? Do you not know how tense the relationship is between our country and the neighboring nation? Just focus on that nation, and leave the protection matters to our Eastern Command. The speaker was the commander of the Eastern Command, who pointed at a certain individual with a disdainful expression. Upon hearing these words, the previously confident individual felt a wave of discontent wash over him. It was just a small neighboring nation, easily dealt with. Did it really require the attention of a commander? Wasn't he that a joke? However, before he could retort, another commander, who had just criticized a colleague, stood up with a dismissive look and stated that it was only his command that was suitable for such a dangerous region. In contrast to the two sharp exchanges, this commander was even more exaggerated, refusing to acknowledge them at all, looking down on both with utter contempt. As for the earlier criticism, he had long forgotten it. He knew the importance of the colleague well. For this reason, he was determined not to miss any opportunity to foster a good relationship with that colleague. The last military exercise had resulted in losses for his command, all because of a certain piece of artillery developed for the neighboring command. As the commander, how could he tolerate such a situation happening again? Seeing this commander's attitude, not only did the previous individual and the Eastern commander feel anger, but even the other two commanders present were equally displeased. Yet just when they were ready to give each other a piece of their minds, the commander at the front interrupted the conversation. All right, no need to argue further. Let us leave it to the Southern Command. After all, the individual in question has dealt with them the most and is relatively more familiar with their personnel. Upon hearing this, everyone except for one individual hesitated, their faces showing clear reluctance. Meanwhile, the one individual was clearly enjoying the moment, his smile almost reaching the sky as he reveled in the other's displeasure. Oh, what are you two expressions for? We are all serving our country. Does it really matter who goes? Although his words were pleasant, the smugness on his face was unmistakable. As he noticed the others slightly shifting toward him, he too took a step back, trying to maintain a safe distance. There are also Lao Liang and Lao Ji. You can keep your worries to yourselves. If Su Chun develops new weapons for our southern military region, I will definitely inform you as soon as possible. Jealousy can distort a person's appearance. Upon hearing this, the people present could no longer hide their impulse to confront him and were ready to rush at the speaker. Seeing their reaction, Feng Jingxin, at the forefront, rubbed his forehead, his face filled with helplessness. However, he ultimately did not stop them from confronting the speaker. After giving them a glance, he left the conference room alone. Soon after, it seemed that all the staff in the Ministry of Defense heard a series of screams and the furious reprimands directed at Minister Feng. Chapter 178. Unable to move? Zhongtian Industrial Group. As the production plan was issued to various departments within the company, the weapons procured by countries in the Middle East officially entered production. Since a batch of such weapons had already been supplied to domestic military forces, the production staff was quite adept at manufacturing these weapons for the Middle Eastern countries. However, compared to fulfilling these countries' weapon orders, Su Chun was more concerned about how to enhance the strength of the military forces. Therefore, the research and development of the robotic dog was prioritized. He even assembled the most professional team specifically for its production and development. During this month-long production process, time flew by quickly. At the experimental site of Zhongtian Industrial Group in the back mountains, to better showcase the performance of the robotic dog, Su Chun had people build a simple structure at the testing grounds. He even designed the interior of the building to be quite complex to demonstrate the combat capabilities of the robotic dog in urban warfare. Outside the building, he thoughtfully had narrow trenches dug, further proving that the robotic dog could perform exceptionally well in various terrains. Today marked the day for the first batch of robotic dog experiments. So early in the morning, the entire experimental site was filled with people. At the forefront stood Su Chun, accompanied by Zhou Hongwei, the director of the Public Security Bureau of Nanjing County, Chen Xingqiao, the commander of the South Sea Fleet, and Wang Jingde, the director of the Coast Guard Bureau of Nanjing County. After receiving news about the completion of the robotic dog's development yesterday, the three of them rushed to Su Chin's company early in the morning. Looking at the 10 robotic dogs lined up neatly not far away, the expressions on Chen Xingqiao and the others' faces were filled with excitement. Was this the robotic dog that Su Chun had told them about? Although the robotic dogs only reached their knee height when standing, there was no trace of disdain in their eyes. Instead, they were filled with enthusiasm. Ever since hearing about the extraordinary capabilities of the robotic dog from Su Chun, this had been on their minds. Now that they finally saw the finished product, how could they not feel thrilled? Su Chun naturally noticed their reactions. Once he saw that all preparations were complete, he wasted no time and directly announced the start of the experiment. With Su Chin's command, the 10 robotic dogs before them seemed to come alive, turning and advancing towards the target building. To enhance the realism of the experiment, Su Chun had Zhou Hongwei dispatch 20 police officers to act as the villains inside the building. Importantly, the officers were equipped with real firearms, while the rifles mounted on the robotic dogs were loaded with blank rounds, ensuring that no harm would come to the officers. Time passed second by second. Under the command of the technical personnel, 10 robotic dogs quickly entered the trench in front of the house. The moment they entered the trench also meant that these robotic dogs were within the firing range of the criminals inside the house. Essentially, as soon as the robotic dogs stepped into the trench, the police disguised as criminals inside the house pulled the trigger at those robotic dogs. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, everyone present heard a series of crackling gunfire. Upon hearing these gunshots, aside from Su Chun, who remained somewhat calm, the others were all extremely anxious. their hearts in their throats as they looked worriedly at the scene not far away. Even Chun Xingqiao and the two others besides Su Chun showed a hint of concern in their eyes. Noticing everyone's expressions, Su Chen merely smiled and didn't say much. Soon, they would realize just how extraordinary the combat capabilities of the robotic dogs he developed were. Sure enough, when the robotic dogs were attacked by the police on the third floor, they instantly retaliated. The 10 robotic dogs simultaneously aimed their 2 mounted Type 95 rifles at the police who were firing at them. Bang, bang, bang. Each robotic dog carried 2 rifles, meaning there were a total of 20 rifles firing simultaneously. One could imagine the terrifying firepower this generated. Moreover, Su Chun had only equipped them with these rifles considering the safety of the police. After all, even blank rounds could still cause some discomfort upon impact. If they were facing real criminals, Su Chun might have replaced these rifles with heavier weapons like Gatling machine guns or artillery. With such weapons, there would be no need for the robotic dogs to rush into the house. The criminals inside could be taken down from outside with heavy firepower. As expected, upon witnessing the firepower displayed by the robotic dogs, the 3 individuals beside Zhou Hongwei were incredibly excited. Su Chun could even hear their rapid breathing while standing beside them. Looking at the 3 of them, who were flushed with excitement, Su Chun simply remarked, "Gentlemen, the best part is yet to come." Just as Su Chen's words fell, the robotic dogs, which had just been providing fire suppression, broke through the obstacles in the trench and reached the door of the target house. As the robotic dogs entered the house, Su Chun and the others turned their attention to the technical personnel beside them. Understanding the gaze of the leaders, the technician quickly opened the shared feed from the robotic dogs' cameras. When Chun Xingqiao and the others saw the images on the computer screen, they all gasped in shock. The screen displayed the locations where the prepositioned police were concealed within the house. The thermal imaging sensors installed in the mechanical dog's eyes scanned everything. Moreover, after locating the positions of those officers, these mechanical dogs even plotted the best routes to eliminate them. Upon witnessing this scene, Chun Xingqiao and his companions instinctively exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. How on earth are we supposed to fight against this? Meanwhile, at the moment the mechanical dogs entered the building, several officers stationed at the first alley almost immediately pulled the trigger at the mechanical dogs charging towards them. However, what left these officers feeling alarmed was that no matter how they attacked, they couldn't inflict any damage on the mechanical dogs. Furthermore, the firepower of these mechanical dogs was incredibly overwhelming, always managing to suppress them at the most critical moments. What on earth are these mechanical dogs made of? Not even a Type 95 rifle can penetrate them? Hearing the complaints from his friend beside him, the other officers also silently lamented in their hearts. Chapter 179, Experiment Completed. Although the performance of these robotic dogs left the officers feeling somewhat helpless, none of them chose to give up. Their mission to impersonate criminals was precisely to test the combat capabilities of this robotic dog. Naturally, the more extraordinary the performance of the robotic dog, the happier they felt deep down, as they all knew it had been specifically developed for their police department. With this in mind, one of the leading officers made up his mind and said to those around him, "Quick, use the grenades." Although the chief had already made it clear that they could use any weapons from the police department for this experiment, there was still some hesitation about using grenades against these robotic dogs. The production cost of such advanced machines was undoubtedly astronomical, and they were intended to be supplied to their police department. If they were to be damaged by grenades, it would be a tremendous waste. The officer who spoke was aware of his colleagues' concerns. However, he was more focused on the order they had received that day. They had to stop the robotic dogs from entering the building at all costs. This was a direct command from their chief, and if they failed to accomplish it, they would be in for a rough week ahead. Thinking of this, the middle-aged officer glanced at the others and said with an annoyed expression, "If I tell you to use the grenades, just do it. Why are you overthinking? Have you forgotten our orders for today? Or are you itching for a scolding from the chief?" Upon hearing that they might be called out for a reprimand, the previously hesitant officers instantly became resolute. In the blink of an eye, they had pulled out the grenades hanging from their belts. Just as they were about to throw the grenades at the robotic dogs, outside, Su Chun and his team witnessed the scene. Seeing the grenades on the screen, Su Chun merely smiled faintly, not overly concerned. The robotic dog he developed was made from ultra-high-strength materials. Could grenades really inflict damage on his creation? That was nothing but a fantasy. If grenades could damage such a robotic dog, Su Chun wouldn't have been interested in developing such a subpar machine. After all, These machines were meant for the battlefield. If they could be so easily rendered useless, there would be no point in going through all the trouble to create them. In stark contrast to Su Chen's indifference, Chun Xingqiao and the others were extremely tense, fearing that the robotic dogs might be reduced to scrap metal by the grenades. However, their worries were entirely unnecessary. With a loud boom, 5 grenades exploded almost simultaneously. However, as the shockwave from the explosion dissipated, both the individuals outside and the police inside the building were left dumbfounded. They noticed that, aside from a bit of dust, the mechanical dogs at the center of the explosion were completely unscathed. At that moment, the 3 individuals outside felt somewhat relieved because they had just witnessed that despite the power of 5 grenades, there was no substantial damage inflicted on these mechanical dogs. The shockwave from the explosion had knocked them over, but that was all. The police inside, however, were unaware of this. After the grenades exploded, the scene was instantly filled with smoke, making it impossible for them to see the condition of the mechanical dogs. All they could see was that these mechanical dogs remained standing in place, completely unharmed, despite the bombardment of 5 grenades. Upon witnessing this, the police were almost in disbelief. How could this be possible? Even if the materials used for these mechanical dogs were exceptional, they shouldn't have remained unscathed after the combined power of 5 grenades. Amidst the crowd's astonishment, the individual in charge didn't pay much attention to it. Seeing that the relevant performance tests for the mechanical dogs were completed, he nodded to a technician beside him, signaling that it was time to wrap things up. The technician, upon receiving the order, nodded in response. In the following moments, everyone present saw the mechanical dogs, which had been standing still, suddenly spring into action. This time, their speed was even more terrifying than before. Although various obstacles had been set up in the building, thanks to the mechanical dogs, 4D ultra-wide-angle perception system, and autonomous navigation and obstacle avoidance system, these obstacles were rendered ineffective. Once the mechanical dogs unleashed their full capabilities, the police inside the building were all eliminated in less than 10 minutes. Looking at the bruised and battered police officers in front of him, a rare look of embarrassment crossed the individual's face. However, he couldn't help but wonder why these officers chose to resist so vigorously, knowing they were doomed to fail. Wasn't he that asking for trouble? If they had surrendered earlier, he wouldn't have ordered the mechanical dogs to attack them. Now, after being beaten up, they couldn't even complain to their superior and had to awkwardly mask their embarrassment. Interestingly, despite their injuries, the 20 police officers who had just been beaten up by the mechanical dogs showed no signs of discomfort. Instead, each of them wore excited smiles, and there was a hint of thrill in their eyes. Their expressions were not as the individual had assumed. Rather, they were exhilarated at the thought that such an incredible weapon would soon belong to their police department. Imagining using such a powerful weapon against drug dealers made them grin widely. After giving a fierce glare to his subordinates, Zhou Hongwei chose to ignore them and instead looked excitedly at Su Chen beside him. "Mr. Su, this is the kind of mechanical dog we need for our police department." Hearing Zhou Hongwei's words, Su Chen nodded and replied with a smile, "No problem, Director Zhou. I'm just curious. How many units does the police department in our county need?" In fact, Su Chen's main goal in developing these mechanical dogs was to deploy them in the military, as their full capabilities could only be realized on the battlefield, much like the drones he had developed earlier. As for armed forces like the police department, Su Chen wasn't particularly concerned. However, when he heard the quantity Zhou Hongwei intended to order, his pupils couldn't help but constrict sharply. Chapter 180. The eldest brother does not speak. The second brother. What? You police department want 2,000 robotic dogs? Upon hearing the quantity requested by Zhou Hongwei, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with skepticism. The entire police force in the county has less than 600 officers combined. And now you want 2,000 robotic dogs just like that? Isn't this a bit excessive? Moreover, the robotic dogs developed by Su Chen were originally intended for dealing with drug dealers, which seems a bit overkill. In Su Chen's opinion, providing Zhou Hongwei with 200 robotic dogs would be more than sufficient. However, he was taken aback when the other party immediately asked for 2,000. Furthermore, looking at Zhou Hongwei's determined expression, it seemed that he was still not satisfied with that number. As Su Chen narrowed his eyes, filled with doubt, he stared at the other man. Similarly, when they heard the quantity Zhou Hongwei requested, Chun Xingqiao and Wang Jingde immediately retorted, "Zhou Hongwei, are you dreaming? Just like that? You want 2,000 robotic dogs? What on earth does your police department need that many for? Forget about how many drug enforcement officers there are in the county. Take a good look at the total number of police officers in South Bank County. Asking for 2,000 robotic dogs without a second thought. Aren't you afraid of overextending yourselves? Is that really necessary to deal with those drug dealers? Upon hearing Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingda's words, Zhou Hongwei instantly became displeased. What do you mean? What do I need so many robotic dogs for? You should take a good look at yourselves first. One is from the Navy, the other from the Coast Guard. What are you going to do with these robotic dogs? You even have the nerve to question our police in South Bank County? Su Chun didn't doubt it, yet you two dare to stand up and say something? Facing two individuals who were several ranks above him, Zhou Hongwei remained undaunted and immediately countered them in front of everyone present. Humph. What do you mean? What do we need so many robotic dogs for? Do you know how rampant drug trafficking is in South Bank County right now? Do you know how many anti-drug officers we lose every year? Do you realize the efforts our police officers put in when facing those ruthless drug dealers? Yet you question why our police department needs these robotic dogs. Why don't you take a look at yourselves? One from the Navy, one from the Coast Guard. What do you plan to do with these robotic dogs? At this moment, Zhou Hongwei's face was flushed red, and the more he spoke, the more agitated he became, nearly moving to physical confrontation with the two. The scene of their director pointing at Chen Xingqiao's nose and rebutting him left the 20 or so police officers present exchanging glances. Is our director really that bold? That's the commander of the South Sea Fleet, a definite major general. Can he really just stand up and speak back like that? As the commander of one of the three major fleets, the Southern Fleet, his position is not only significant in the local area, but also ranks among the highest echelons of power in the entire nation. However, what rank does their director hold? A mere mid-level official daring to argue with a senior military officer? Since when has their director become so assertive? In contrast to these individuals, Su Chun was left speechless upon seeing the three people staring at each other. In their eyes, Chen Xingqiao and the other two were equally absurd. Although he had previously mentioned that this mechanical dog had a strong adaptability to different terrains, it did not mean that the device he developed could be used for combat at sea. He couldn't understand why Chen Xingqiao and Wang Jingda, one from the Navy and the other from the Coast Guard, insisted on this mechanical dog. Similarly, Su Chen found himself at a loss regarding the number that Zhou Hongwei had just mentioned. The total number of police officers in the entire region was less than 600. Yet Zhou Hongwei casually asked for 2,000 mechanical dogs, which was clearly unrealistic. Nevertheless, despite his internal complaints, Su Chen ultimately agreed to prepare a batch of these mechanical dogs for each department. However, while agreeing, the quantity would need to be adjusted. In the end, under Su Chen's insistence, the industrial group would supply 3,000 mechanical dogs to the Southern Fleet, while the Coast Guard and Police Department would each receive 1,000. Of course, these 5,000 mechanical dogs would be given free of charge as a gift from Su Chun. After all, the cost of one mechanical dog was only about 30,000 local currency, and the total for 5,000 would only amount to around 150 million local currency. For Su Chun, this was not a significant sum. He felt that spending 150 million local currency to show the local drug dealers the consequences was worth it. However, while Su Chun was indifferent to this amount, Chen Xingqiao and the other two were not. Initially, the three of them had already applied for procurement funds from their superiors. But they were taken aback when Su Chun unexpectedly offered to give them the mechanical dogs worth 150 million local currency. This was a substantial amount. Even though they knew Su Chen's industrial group had made a considerable profit in the arms business recently, 150 million was still not a small figure. Watching Su Chen's nonchalant expression, it took the three of them a while to regain their composure. After a long sigh, a hint of gratitude appeared in their eyes. They felt fortunate to have a patriotic scientific talent like Su Chun in their nation. With the number of mechanical dogs finalized, the entire experiment came to an end. Originally, Su Chun planned to take a couple of days off after the testing of the mechanical dogs concluded, but in the end, he couldn't resist the enthusiasm of Chen Xingqiao and the others, who insisted on taking him out for a drink. They even sweetened the deal by saying it was to thank Su Chun for the contributions he made for the country. Looking at his hands firmly grabbed by the three of them, Su Chen's face was full of reluctance. Drinking with these three old drunks was just asking for trouble, wasn't it? The next day, at noon, just as he opened his eyes, Su Chun felt a sharp pain in his head. Hiss. Looking at the familiar big bed in front of him, Su Chun had already made up his mind that he could never drink with them again. Every time, the three of them took turns toasting him. Even though Su Chun considered his drinking capacity not too bad, he couldn't withstand their relentless pouring, could he? After a while, the discomfort in his body finally faded. He thought about just lying at home today and not worrying about anything. But just then, the familiar ringtone of his phone rang again. Chapter 181, Mr. Hunter? Hey, what's the matter? Although it was his beautiful secretary calling, Su Chun couldn't hide his impatience. It was always like this, whenever he thought about wanting to take a break. He felt like there were endless tasks waiting for him at the company. On the other end of the line, Li Xiaoyan could sense Su Chen's impatience. But she wasn't in the mood to dwell on that. Because just moments ago, they had a client from the Middle East come to the company looking for the CEO. And it was someone they were quite familiar with. CEO, Mr. Hunter is here to see you. Su Chun, who was initially annoyed, instantly sat up in bed when he heard the name Hunter. Mr. Hunter? Without a second thought, he instructed Li Xiaoyan on the phone, I got it. Let him wait for a moment. I'll be right over. Even though Mr. Hunter had deceived him in the past, it had been so long since they last met that Su Chun actually found himself missing him a bit. Recalling the scenes of doing business together, a smile crept onto Su Chen's face. Business back then was more straightforward. Just receiving a few million in contract deposits would keep him happy for several days. Unlike now, even when contracts worth hundreds of millions were presented to him, he wouldn't even bat an eyelid. However, despite his nostalgia for those days, Su Chun had no intention of letting Mr. Hunter off easily this time. After a 10-minute drive, Su Chun finally arrived at the company entrance. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw that familiar figure. But when their eyes met, there was no joy of reunion on Su Chen's face. Instead, he feigned an angry expression. Upon seeing Su Chen's expression, Hunter, who had been standing still, also showed a hint of awkwardness. He naturally understood why Su Chun was so upset. It was simply because he had deceived Su Chun by calling a gun barrel a steel pipe. Thinking back to how Su Chun had trusted him, Hunter felt even more guilty. Being deceived by a good friend like this, Su Chun, of course, would find it hard to accept, and Hunter would feel the same way if he were in Su Chen's shoes. Because of this, Hunter found himself at a loss for words. Seeing Hunter's expression, Su Chun rolled his eyes and decided not to linger on the matter. As he approached, he didn't even look at Hunter and sarcastically said, "Oh, isn't this Mr. Hunter? What brings you to our company today? Are you hoping we could process some internal threaded pipes for you again?" Hearing this, Hunter's expression changed instantly, and he felt an inexplicable pain in his chest. Mr. Hunter? Could it be that Su Chun was still angry about the past? For Hunter, he truly regarded Su Chun as a friend from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the orders given to him by his country back then, he would have already come clean with Su Chun. How could he have let things come to this point? Looking at the now extremely unfamiliar Su Chun, Hunter took a while to gather his thoughts before awkwardly saying, Brother Su. However, as soon as he uttered those words, he was interrupted by Su Chun. Please, don't call me Brother Su. What merits do I have to be worthy of being Mr. Hunter's friend? Upon hearing this, Hunter's expression instantly stiffened. The words he had just organized were deeply pressed back down by Su Chen's remark. Nevertheless, Hunter was determined to salvage the friendship between them. So, after a moment of awkwardness, he spoke again. Brother Su, the events of that time were not intentional on my part. You should be aware of the international situation back then. If our country had openly procured weapons from your country to support Palestine, your country would have certainly faced targeting from other nations. Considering this, I didn't share the true circumstances with you when I came to your country to procure weapons. After pouring out his thoughts that he had been brewing for days, Hunter did not relax at all. Instead, he looked at Su Chun with eager anticipation, hoping that Su Chun would understand the difficulties he faced at that time. However, Su Chun seemed to ignore his explanations and continued to wear an angry expression. Seeing this, Hunter's gaze dimmed instantly, thinking to himself that it seemed impossible for Su Chun to forgive him now. In reality, although Su Chun appeared indifferent on the surface, he had been secretly observing Hunter from the corner of his eye. He wanted Hunter to feel a sense of guilt. Otherwise, how could he account for the psychological damage caused back then? When he learned that the items he sold to Hunter's country were all military weapons, it had terrified him. He had even considered fleeing the country on a smuggling boat. Now, Hunter thought a few words could solve the problem. It was not that simple. This matter couldn't be resolved without a few $100 billion in compensation. Of course, Hunter was unaware of Su Chen's thoughts. In his eyes, Su Chen's behavior was entirely due to the deception he had committed against him. Thinking about the potential end of their friendship, Hunter couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He prepared to make amends to Su Chun in the future. But the pressing matter at hand was to address the orders given to him by his country. Brother Su, I will definitely give you an explanation about this matter in the future. For now, let's discuss the main business, shall we? Main business? Hearing the other party, Su Chen clearly showed some displeasure at giving up the explanation. After all, he had been nearly scared out of his wits by Minister Feng and others back then. You only explain a few words now, and just stop? Do you really think I have no temper? As for Su Chen's reaction, Hunter didn't pay much attention, since Su Chen had always been like this. Well, Su, this time our country is hoping to request that your industrial group can establish a branch in our region. Fearing that Su Chen would refuse his request outright, Hunter immediately shared all the conditions they were offering without waiting for a response. But rest assured, we will not let you suffer any losses. As long as you agree to our request, we can offer you 10 oil mines and 5 gold mines as compensation. Furthermore, all initial expenses for setting up the branch will be covered by us. And we promise that for 50 years, there will be no charges imposed on your company. Chapter 182. You know, I'm not interested in money. Hearing Hunter's words, even Su Chen, who had just struck a deal worth trillions, couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. 10 oil mines, 5 gold mines. How much money is that? The main point is that these were all gifts, although Robert had promised to give him 5 oil mines as a reward. Those 5 mines were contributed by over 20 countries combined at that time. But now, the conditions Hunter mentioned were all from their own country. Right off the bat, it was 10 oil mines and 5 gold mines, truly living up to the reputation of a nation known for its wealth per capita. Resources worth hundreds of billions were being offered just like that. After briefly calculating the potential profits in his mind, Su Chen's expression transformed instantly. The anger that had just been there vanished completely, replaced by excitement. He completely ignored the astonished look on Hunter's face and stepped forward. Skillfully, he draped his arm over Hunter's shoulder, even showing a joyful expression as if they were long-lost friends. Oh my, Hunter, why didn't you say this earlier? Were you trying to make me misunderstand you? As he spoke, Su Chen pulled Hunter's hand and walked toward the office. Come on, Hunter. Let's go to the office to talk. It's windy outside. Be careful not to catch a cold. As for Su Chen's drastic change in attitude, even the experienced Hunter was left dumbfounded. Just a second ago, he was still being called Mr. Hunter, and now he had become Hunter Brother? Similarly, Li Xiaoyan, who had been responsible for hosting Hunter, was also in a state of confusion. Just moments ago, their chairman was treating Mr. Hunter like a stranger, with an extremely distant demeanor. How could he become so enthusiastic in the blink of an eye, as if he had encountered a beloved friend or a brother? And at that moment, Hunter was equally puzzled. Although he couldn't understand why Su Chen's attitude had changed so quickly, he genuinely felt happy inside. After all, regardless of the reasons, the friendship between him and Su Chen seemed to have been salvaged. Throughout, Hunter never doubted that Su Chen had changed his attitude because of the benefits he had just promised. After all, in their previous dealings, Su Chen had always treated money lightly. Even when they purchased weapons, Su Chen would actively offer discounts, as if worried that Hunter would pay too much. It was precisely for this reason that Hunter valued their friendship so highly. Just imagine, someone who could sell drones worth hundreds of thousands for just 30,000 would care about a mere 10 oil mines and 5 gold mines. Moreover, he had heard recently that Su Chen had reached a multi-trillion-dollar arms deal with certain countries. With such a large weapons order in hand, would the other party really care about the oil and gold mines worth only a few hundred billion? As for what Hunter was thinking, Su Chen naturally had no idea. His mind was filled with the benefits the other party had just mentioned. That was a total of 10 oil mines and 5 gold mines. Coupled with the agreements made with certain countries, Su Chen was now holding a tremendous wealth of 15 oil mines and 5 gold mines. If all of this were to be liquidated, it would yield at least 500 billion in profit. Moreover, let us not forget that the entire region was currently in a state of war. During wartime, what is most valuable? Of course, it's hard currencies like oil and gold. Su Chen had already calculated that if he could handle these oil and gold resources properly, he could earn trillions. And all of this would be his for free. All he needed to invest was a subsidiary company. Just thinking about the profits made Su Chen quicken his pace, hoping to finalize the deal with Hunter as soon as possible. Before long, with Su Chen's coaxing, Hunter finally arrived at the office. As soon as the door opened, Su Chen warmly invited Hunter to sit down, while he went to his bookshelf behind the desk to take out his treasured Tiguanyin tea. 5 minutes later, after taking a sip of the tea in his office chair, Su Chen finally spoke to Hunter across the table. Brother Hunter, let us not dwell on the past. I know you didn't mean to deceive me. So can we just turn the page on our previous matters? Upon hearing this, Hunter's demeanor became serious. He put down his teacup and cupped his hands in a gesture of respect towards Su Chun, saying, "Brother Su, it's my great fortune to make a friend like you. Let us not say anything more. Just let me know whenever you need me, and I will never decline." Seeing Hunter's camaraderie, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, when did someone from that region start behaving this way? However, despite his confusion, Su Chun didn't dwell on it too much. After a brief casual chat, he got to the point. "Brother Hunter, about those 10 oil mines and 5 gold mines you mentioned earlier, you know I'm not particularly interested in money. Discussing financial matters among friends feels a bit awkward. If you have any difficulties, just let me know, and I'll do my best to help." As he said this, Su Chun had already hidden his joy deep inside, replacing it with an extremely serious expression, as if someone had touched a sore spot. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Hunter found himself at a loss for how to respond, and the guilt he had just managed to suppress surged back to the surface. He knew that Su was genuinely not interested in money and truly regarded him as a friend. But how had he acted? In that moment, Hunter's mind was flooded with memories of the various ways he had deceived Su in the past. After a brief moment of guilt, Hunter made a firm decision. He must ensure that Su would never feel disappointed in him again. Today, these 10 oil mines and 5 gold mines would serve as an example. Whether Su wanted to accept them or not, he had to. In any case, he absolutely could not allow his good friend to suffer any loss because of him again. Chapter 183. New orders worth hundreds of billions. Having made up his mind, Hunter no longer hesitated and directly nodded at Su Chun, saying, "Brother Su, I know all of this, but this time, there are other purposes behind asking you to set up a branch in our country. Therefore, you must accept the rewards for these 10 oil mines and 5 gold mines." Other purposes? Upon hearing this, Su Chun instinctively furrowed his brows. Noticing Su Chun's confusion, Hunter nodded and, without any concealment, directly disclosed everything. "Yes, Brother Su, including the previous discussions with the countries in your region. Our country has 2 main reasons for requesting you to establish a branch here. First, to acquire weapons more quickly from your company, and second, to gain protection from the military of your nation through your identity." Regarding these words, the higher-ups of their country had no intention of hiding the truth from Su Chun during their discussions. After all, given Su Chun's current status in the region, even if he was initially unaware, he would eventually find out. Rather than keeping it secret, they thought it would be better to inform him of everything from the start. As expected, upon hearing Hunter's statements, Su Chun's expression darkened instantly. However, Hunter knew that Su Chun was not angry about his comments, but rather about the fact that the countries involved had not informed him of the truth from the beginning. Just as Hunter had anticipated, Su Chun's face fell, and he felt particularly angry. "Damn it, am I being deceived again? No wonder when I mentioned mobilizing troops to their country, they agreed without a second thought. They intended to use my influence to gain military protection for their country?" Thinking about being used in such a way made Su Chun unable to suppress his anger. Nevertheless, despite his fury, he still cared about the 5 oil mines. It seemed that he needed to discuss this matter thoroughly with Minister Fong and others. If the authorities agreed to this request, he naturally wouldn't mind accepting these oil fields. But if the authorities disagreed, he wouldn't hesitate to sever ties. After coming to this conclusion, the anger on Su Chun's face subsided somewhat. He turned to Hunter again and said, "Brother Hunter, I understand this matter, but you should also know that our company is a state-owned enterprise. Establishing a branch in your country still requires approval from higher authorities." Hunter was not surprised that Su Chun did not immediately agree to his request. Before he came, the authorities had already investigated the background of Su Chun's company. In the Dragon Kingdom, it is clearly unrealistic for international arms dealers like Su Chun to have everything under their control. "Brother Su, I understand, there's no rush for this matter. As long as you can give me a response later. This time, I came to find Brother Su for another reason." Hearing that there was something else, the gloom on Su Chun's face instantly vanished, replaced by a broad smile. The other matter was, of course, about procuring weapons from him. Upon meeting Hunter from the Camel Kingdom, Su Chun had been looking forward to how many weapons they would purchase. The result did not disappoint him under his expectant gaze. Hunter revealed the quantity they intended to procure. "Brother Su, this time, our Camel Kingdom plans to purchase 10,000 units of the 191 type rocket launcher, 5,000 units of the 181 type self-propelled howitzer, 50,000 high-load drones, and 20,000 Zhongtian Jiaolong all-terrain military off-road vehicles. Hiss, hearing the numbers Hunter mentioned. Even though Su Chun was somewhat prepared, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This is truly a wealthy client. Just for the 191 type rocket launcher, they are purchasing an amount worth a staggering sum. Moreover, the total for other weapons also adds up to over 5 billion. This doesn't even include the cost for consumables like rockets and shells. If the total value of all the weapons were to be calculated, the procurement amount would reach a frightening figure. It's no wonder the Camel Kingdom is known for its wealth, being a country rich in oil. When they spend, they certainly do it differently. However, while he was shocked, Su Chen also understood why they were purchasing so many weapons this time. After all, the neighboring country has recently deployed a large number of troops and weapons to the Syrian and Iraqi battlefields, and Hunter's nation is right next to those two. No one knows if there will be a conflict with them after dealing with Syria and Iraq. This large procurement is likely a precaution against that unknown conflict. Reflecting on this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel that the Dragon Kingdom is much better off, without the constant worry of war. After his moment of reflection, an idea suddenly brightened his mind. Ignoring Hunter's unusual expression, he took out his phone, opened the video from yesterday's test of the robotic dog, and handed it to Hunter with a smile, saying, "Brother Hunter, I have a little gadget here. Take a look and see if you're interested." Hearing this, Hunter's expression shifted in surprise. A little gadget? Could it be that Brother Su has developed a new weapon? This idea had just emerged in Hunter's mind when he quickly took the phone that Su Chen handed over and began to examine it carefully. After a long time, looking at the image frozen on the phone screen, Hunter was still in shock, his mind racing with overwhelming emotions. What on earth is this, a robotic dog? Hunter was somewhat familiar with robotic dogs. His country had once considered deploying them in the military. However, at that time, due to technological limitations, the robotic dogs produced by various nations did not meet military needs, and they couldn't even perform basic tasks like transporting supplies. And now what was he seeing? Not only could these advanced machines transport supplies, but they could even actively search for and engage enemies. Was this really the robotic dog he had in mind? When did robotic dogs become this advanced? Chapter 184. Order for Mechanical Dogs. Seeing Hunter's excited face, a smile also appeared on Su Chen's face. "So, Hunter, what do you think about the mechanical dog developed by our company?" Although this mechanical dog isn't the most advanced among the weapons Su Chen has developed, it could be a formidable weapon in the Middle East. Most countries in that region are still using weapons left over from World War II and have never encountered such advanced technology. As expected, upon hearing Su Chen's words, Hunter immediately asked about the price without any hesitation. "Su, how much does this mechanical dog cost?" There was no need for Su Chen to elaborate on the impressive performance of the mechanical dog. The testing video Hunter had just watched had already made everything clear. Su Chen wasn't surprised by Hunter's reaction. After nodding, he held up 5 fingers. "Hunter, no need to say much. Given our relationship, if you are truly interested in this mechanical dog, I can offer it to you at cost price, $50,000. As he said this, Su Chen's expression reflected a hint of reluctance to part with it. The effect was remarkable. Seeing his face, Hunter felt a wave of inexplicable emotion. At that moment, Hunter felt guilty. He would have preferred if Su Chen had marked up the price instead. He was already feeling remorseful about deceiving Su Chen in the past, and now he felt he owed him a huge favor. Thinking of this, Hunter clasped his fists in gratitude and said solemnly, "Su, I thank you for this." After expressing his thanks, Hunter finally got to the main point. "Since you are being so generous, I won't be polite. This time, our country will purchase 50,000 units of the mechanical dog." 50,000 units? $2 billion? Although $2 billion was a bit on the low side, Su Chen was still quite pleased. After all, the cost of the mechanical dog was relatively low, and securing a $2 billion order was quite profitable. Moreover, when he mentioned the mechanical dog, Su Chen didn't plan to focus on how much profit he could make. Instead, he wanted to see how effective his mechanical dog would be in a real battlefield, and also to give a subtle jab at another country. Once the order quantity for the mechanical dogs was confirmed, it signified the end of all matters regarding the weapon procurement during Hunter's visit. The next step was to sign the contract. Since both parties had conducted business multiple times before, they were familiar with the subsequent procedures. It took less than 20 minutes to complete the entire contract signing. After personally seeing Hunter off, Su Chen returned to his office, feeling quite pleased as he looked at the additional contract in his hands. With the profits earned from various countries in that region, Su Chun has accumulated at least tens of trillions in funds. When he thought about having so much money at his disposal, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. It seemed like it was time to accelerate the military-industrial capabilities of his country. However, despite these thoughts, Su Chun understood that developing a groundbreaking weapon was not something that could be accomplished overnight. Even if he could produce a complete set of design blueprints for the relevant weapon, given the current industrial strength and the reserve of researchers in the country, it wouldn't be easy to develop it. With this in mind, Su Chun decided not to dwell too much on it, as the immediate priority was to fulfill all the weapon orders from various countries in the region. Realizing this key point, he no longer hesitated and handed the contract orders back to the production department to expedite production. Meanwhile, he had something even more important to address, discussing with Minister Fong from the Defense Department about establishing a branch in that region. If it weren't for the reminder from Hunter today, Su Chun would still be in the dark about these matters. The thought of being used by these people ignited an inexplicable anger within him. When had he, Su Chun, ever suffered such a loss? He used to be the one taking advantage of others. Who could possibly take advantage of him? They even wanted his country's military to protect their own nations. What a ridiculous notion. A mere few $100 billion, and they thought they could joke around with the lives of his country's soldiers? What a clever scheme. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Su Chun had already decided that even if the country agreed to let him establish a branch in that region, he had to extract some benefits from these countries. He couldn't just let them off the hook like that. As for the country that resembled a camel, considering Hunter's sincerity, he would forgive them this time. Just as Su Chun was about to call Minister Fong, the office door was suddenly pushed open. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice. "Oh, little girl, I have such a good relationship with your CEO that you don't need to notify him. I'll find him myself." Upon hearing this powerful voice, Su Chun immediately stood up from his chair. It was no wonder he reacted this way. The voice was too recognizable. Just hearing that one sentence, he guessed the identity of the visitor. Sure enough, at that moment, a tall, imposing elder walked into his office. "Old Chief, what brings you here?" Su Chun was naturally taken aback by the visit from Chief Owen Yen. As the head of the Southern Theater Command, did he have so much free time? Did he just enjoy wandering around aimlessly all day? Hearing Su Chun's inquiry, Owen Yen, who was standing at the door, also had a face full of embarrassment. He glanced at Li Xiaoyan, who was blocking him, and then turned his head to make a subtle gesture to Su Chun, signaling him to quickly send the girl away. Upon seeing the other person's expression, Su Chun couldn't help but roll his eyes, thinking to himself, "Isn't this situation caused by you in the first place? How much time would it take to give a heads up? And you barged into their company's chairman's office. Anyone would stop you, right?" Shaking his head in disbelief, Su Chun said to Li Xiaoyan, who was standing beside him, "You should step out for a bit. We have some matters to discuss." Once Li Xiaoyan left, Owen Yin let out a long sigh and walked into Su Chun's office. Chapter 185, Is 10,000 enough? In the office, after personally making a cup of tea for the visitor, Su Chun curiously began to inquire about the reason for the guest's visit. After all, for someone of this stature, the number of matters that required his attention in a day was certainly not small. With such a busy schedule, it was surprising that he had the time to come to their region today. Without needing to guess, Su Chun knew that the visitor must have something important to discuss. "Old Chief, what brings you here today? Is there any directive?" Although Su Chun was currently the head of a major industrial group, he also held another identity in the military. That was the honorary commander of a specific unit within the Southern Theater Command, serving under Chun Erliai. Despite being just an honorary commander, his military file showed a rank of Major General in the Southern Theater Command. However, Su Chun did not pay much attention to this rank. He preferred titles like Commander, Division Commander, or Brigade Commander, which clearly indicated authority over thousands of armed personnel. Of course, as an honorary commander, Su Chun held no real power. It was merely a title within the Southern Theater Command. Yet, because of this honorary title, in a certain sense, he belonged to the command of the visitor. Su Chun was well aware of this, which is why his tone when speaking to the guest was quite respectful, as if waiting for orders from a superior. Seeing Su Chun's demeanor, the visitor couldn't help but roll his eyes, a look of exasperation on his face. When he first heard that Su Chun wanted to claim the title of commander, he felt a bit excited, thinking that Su Chun had finally come to his senses and was willing to join them in the Southern Theater Command. However, he never expected that this young man had no genuine intention of this. He just wanted the title to show off. Thinking about this made the visitor feel a strong urge to reprimand him, and he instinctively shot Su Chun a glare. What directives could I possibly have? You're the honorary commander, and you're planning to mobilize troops to the Middle East. As the commander of the Southern Theater, how could I dare to give you orders? Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression instantly stiffened, and his face turned awkward. Does the country know about my situation? However, having done so much business with various parties, Su Chen had long developed a talent for speaking confidently. Thus, in response to the visitor's sarcastic remarks, Su Chen's expression only showed a moment of embarrassment before reverting to one of extreme anger. Old chief, just mentioning this makes me furious. I only wanted to do business properly with those countries in the Middle East, but I never expected those people would dare to use me and even think of leveraging my identity to gain protection from the military? What a joke. They still think that if they offer me a few oil fields worth hundreds of billions of dollars, I would agree to their request? What a delusion. Am I that kind of person? Don't even mention hundreds of billions. Even if it were trillions, what difference would it make? The lives of our national soldiers are incredibly precious. To think that such a small amount of money could persuade our soldiers to protect their country is simply absurd. While speaking, I was secretly observing Owen Yan's expressions out of the corner of my eye, fearing that what I was doing might bring trouble to the nation. However, it was this observation that made my heart skip a beat when I saw Owen Yan's strange expression. I thought to myself, could it be that I have truly crossed a red line this time? With that in mind, I immediately pulled out my phone and said angrily, "Old chief, you came at just the right time. I was just about to call and reject their request. You should join me in scolding them later. How dare they so boldly exploit our people? They really don't know what is good for them." After saying this, I opened my contacts to call Robert. Just as my finger was about to press the call button, Owen Yin quickly intervened. "Hey, wait, those are 5 oil mines. Why wouldn't we want something given for free?" Hearing this, a series of question marks flashed across my mind. What does this mean? Wasn't he just opposed to my going to set up a branch in the Middle East? How could he suddenly change his mind? Did I misunderstand? Is the nation not angry about my actions? Did my initial decision not cause any trouble? With these thoughts swirling, I looked uncertainly at Owen Yin. My face filled with confusion. Upon seeing my expression, Owen Yin couldn't help but chuckle. After spending so much time with me, he had already figured out my personality. I was like this back then, and I'm like this now. I'm definitely someone who values my own life. When I heard Owen Yin laugh, I finally realized that he had been trying to scare me on purpose. Seeing him laugh so heartily made me feel a surge of frustration. At my age, why play such childish tricks? How immature. How could I, Su Chen, still trust you like this? But even though I was angry, facing someone like Owen Yin, who was 2 generations older than me, I truly didn't know how to retaliate. If it had been Chen Early Eye in front of me, I might have already started cursing. After calming down for quite a while, Su Chen let out a long sigh and said to Owen Yun, somewhat irritated, "Old chief, if you keep this up, the new weapons I develop won't be sold to your Southern Theater as a priority." Upon hearing this, Owen Yun immediately wiped the smile off his face and looked at Su Chen with a serious expression. "That is not acceptable. You are now the honorary commander of our Southern Theater. How can we not prioritize getting the good stuff from you? You mustn't say such things again in the future." Su Chen probably didn't even realize how serious his words were in Owen Yun's eyes. Owen Yun was counting on Su Chen's new weapons to take the lead in the upcoming joint military exercises. After giving Su Chen this warning, Owen Yun didn't intend to keep anything hidden and directly stated the purpose of his visit. "All right, let us not talk about that anymore. The country is basically aware of the deal you've struck with the countries in the region. We don't have any objections to setting up a branch in the Middle East, but at this point," Owen Yun instinctively paused for a moment and looked at Su Chen with a peculiar expression. "But how many troops are you planning to mobilize over there? Is 10,000 enough?" Chapter 186, Expanding Territory? Upon hearing that the other party was offering him an army of 10,000, Su Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, feeling an inexplicable sense of alarm. His original plan was to bring just 100 people, so why was the country now talking about 10,000? Furthermore, Su Chen only wanted to protect his branch office, not to go to war. What would he need so many people for? Thinking this over, Su Chen immediately shook his head at Owen Yin, rejecting the idea. "Old chief, I'm not going to war. There's no need to send so many people. Just give me 100, and that will be completely sufficient." Su Chen had always been troubled by how various countries had used his situation in the past. If he were to take an army of 10,000, wouldn't that play right into their hands? Su Chen certainly did not want to make such a losing deal. The lives of soldiers from his country were far too precious. There was no way he would risk them for unrelated countries in the Middle East. That's why he had initially decided that bringing just 100 soldiers was enough. At that time, Su Chen planned to develop a set of specialized individual combat gear for each person. With that, these soldiers would surely have the ability to protect themselves and wouldn't lose their lives in vain. However, when Owen Yin heard that Su Chen only needed 100 people, his expression changed to one of urgency. What could 100 people achieve? They had initially agreed to Su Chen's decision to set up a branch in the Middle East precisely to send troops there and create some trouble for the foreign military. Owen Yin even felt that the 10,000 he had just mentioned might not be enough, but he never expected Su Chen to only want 100. How could that work? Without a moment's hesitation, Owen Yin shook his head repeatedly, immediately dismissing Su Chen's idea. This absolutely won't do. You should know what the situation in the Middle East is like right now. Sending 100 people won't be enough to protect your branch. At this point, disregarding Su Chen's objections, Owen Yin spoke with utmost determination. Since you have no requirements for the number of people, then send 10,000. That's just enough for a composite brigade. Once you're done, just let me know, and I'll personally select some capable individuals for you. Hearing this, Su Chen sensed something unusual. Could it be that the country wanted him to achieve something significant in the Middle East? Otherwise, why would Owen Yin insist on giving him an army of 10,000? That was the size of an entire composite brigade, with the combat capabilities of his country's soldiers. Plus the specialized equipment he had developed. Wouldn't they be able to sweep across the entire Middle East? As he delved deeper into his thoughts, Su Chen's excitement grew. As a young man in his 20s with aspirations, what could be more exhilarating than expanding the homeland? However, although Su Chen was excited, he still felt a bit puzzled. In his impression, his country had always played the role of a good guy internationally, right? Why did it seem like everything had changed this time? Not only was he given an entire brigade, but they also wanted him to fight in a foreign land? Didn't this seem a bit inconsistent with the good guy image? Could it be that the previous good-natured persona displayed by his country on the international stage was all a facade? With this thought, Su Chen instinctively touched his chin and started nodding to himself. Seeing Su Chen like this, Owen Yin was completely bewildered, thinking, why is this kid always so jumpy? After a brief moment of confusion, Owen Yin felt it was necessary to clarify some important points that had been discussed by their country. Otherwise, he really feared Su Chen would take the 10,000 troops over there and cause chaos. Little Su, the main purpose of sending this 10,000-strong army is to ensure the safety of your company's personnel over there. The secondary role is to keep the military forces of that certain country in check, so please do not provoke them actively. Owen Yin emphasized the last part, worried that Su Chen, with such armed forces, would stir up trouble. Of course, Owen Yin was not afraid of the military of that certain country. So after advising Su Chen, he added, but little Su, you don't need to worry. Although our country does not initiate conflicts, we are also not afraid of anything. As long as they dare to provoke you, you are entitled to respond in any way. Su Chen had already begun to think about how he would dominate the Middle East. But at that moment, Owen Yin's words were like a splash of cold water, instantly extinguishing the ambition that had sparked within him. So that's how it is? At this moment, Su Chen finally understood the country's intentions. They simply wanted to position a military force in the Middle East to keep the military of that certain country in check. Realizing that his potential achievements in expanding territory were gone, Su Chen's mood instantly soured. Owen Yin didn't pay much attention to Su Chen's reaction. He had seen plenty of such startled responses before. After shaking his head slightly, he moved on and asked another question that he was very concerned about. Little Su, let's not dwell on this matter. The Ministry of Defense will arrange for someone to coordinate with you later. I do have a question for you. Recently, what kind of weapon is that mechanical dog you developed for Chun Xing Chao and the others? How powerful is it? Do you think it can be integrated into our army? Owen Yin and several other high-ranking officials were naturally aware of the mechanical dog Su Chen had been working on recently. However, when they first heard it was developed for the South China Sea Fleet and the Coast Guard, he felt a sense of regret. After all, the Navy and the Army are two completely different branches, not only using different military equipment, but also employing different combat methods. However, when thinking that he was already there, Owen Yin decided to ask about it. If it could be useful for the army, it would be a win-win situation. Upon hearing Owen Yin start to inquire about the robotic dog, Su Chen's previous negative feelings instantly vanished. Although the idea for this robotic dog initially came from a certain individual, Su Chen understood very well that this robotic dog could only exert its maximum effectiveness on the battlefield With this in mind, Su Chen did not hesitate and directly replied, "Of course, old chief. This robotic dog was designed specifically for your army." Chapter 187. Is it ahead of schedule? Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Owen Yin was clearly taken aback. Initially, he had heard that this mechanical dog was developed for the naval fleet. Why was Su Chen now saying it was specifically designed for their army? Although confused, Owen Yan's mood was certainly more excited. After all, the weapons developed by Su Chen were no ordinary weapons. Weapons like the 191 type rocket launcher and the 181 type vehicle-mounted howitzer, as well as the 1130 type shipborne close-in weapon system he had heard about being developed for the Coast Guard, were all top tier in the world. Because of this, when he heard Su Chen say that this mechanical dog was specifically designed for their army, his excitement surged. He was worried about the upcoming joint military exercises and was looking forward to what new weapons Su Chen would develop for their Southern Military District to help them win first place in the exercises. After sorting through his thoughts, Owen Yin did not hesitate to ask the question he was most concerned about. "So, Xiao Su, what are the capabilities of this mechanical dog? Can it enhance the combat effectiveness of our Southern Military District? Enhance a little?" Upon hearing this term, Su Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes, feeling speechless. He thought to himself, if it could only enhance a little combat effectiveness, then what was the point of him developing this mechanical dog? Wasn't that just a waste of time? After giving the other party a glance, Su Chen replied somewhat irritably, "Old chief, what are you thinking? When have I, Su Chen, developed weapons that only enhance combat effectiveness by a little?" In the following time, Su Chen began to explain the relevant capabilities of this mechanical dog to Owen Yin. Throughout Su Chen's explanation, Owen Yin looked at him with the eyes of someone observing a monster. After a long while, upon hearing Su Chen's full explanation of the mechanical dog, Owen Yin stood up, his face filled with excitement, and said, "Xiao Su, when can we start mass production of this mechanical dog? Our Southern Military District needs 20,000 units." Seeing Owen Yin so emotionally charged, Su Chen wasn't surprised. After all, such an advanced mechanical dog had not been seen even by their nation, let alone anywhere else on the planet. After smiling at the other man, Su Chen continued without holding back, "Old chief, the mechanical dog has just completed its experiments. If we want to start mass production, we might have to wait about 10 days. After saying this, Su Chen recalled the quantity he had promised to Qin Xingqiao and the others, and suddenly felt a bit awkward. Noticing Su Chen's change in expression, Owen Yan's mood lifted as he quickly inquired, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Looking at the excited expression on Owen Yan's face, Su Chen hesitated and said, "Chief, although it only takes 10 days to complete the production line for the mechanical dogs, I promised Commander Chun and the others that the first batch of mechanical dogs would be prioritized for them." Upon hearing this, Owen Yan, who was standing across from him, immediately became furious. "Is this a joke? What does Qin Xingqiao, a naval officer, want with these mechanical dogs? Does he think he can put them in the sea and fight against enemy ships? And that Wang Jingde, what is he doing here? Why is a Coast Guard officer getting involved?" The thought of these two made Owen Yan feel an inexplicable anger rise within him. The mechanical dogs were clearly only meant for land combat. Were these two simply bored? What could a naval officer and a Coast Guard officer possibly need these mechanical dogs for? After cursing them in his mind, Owen Yan directly said to Su Chen, "Xiao Su, you can forget about developing the mechanical dogs for Qin Xingqiao and Wang Jingde. I will personally inform them after I return." Upon hearing Owen Yan's words, Su Chen's face showed some hesitation. He had personally promised them after all. If he didn't develop them, he genuinely worried that the two of them would come to their company and confront him, just like Wang Jingde did before. After he promised the Coast Guard to help upgrade their law enforcement ships' weapons, it was as if the other party had become a haunting spirit, constantly bothering him. In fact, if he didn't see Wang Jingde for a day, he would receive at least 50 missed calls. Initially, dealing with Wang Jingde alone was already quite frustrating. Now, if he had to deal with Qin Xingqiao as well, it would be unbearable. Thinking of this, Su Chen became hesitant again, stammering for a long time before finally saying to Owen Yan, "Chief, how about this? I'll first produce them for the Southern Theater, and we can talk about Commander Chin's side later." Although the thought of being cornered by both Wang Jingde and Qin Xingqiao made Su Chen a bit uneasy, Owen Yan's rank was much higher than the two combined. Wang Jingde's rank was negligible in front of him. As for Qin Xingqiao's lieutenant general rank, it was only equivalent to a deputy ministerial level official. But what about Owen Yan? He held the rank of general, a definite ministerial level official. Moreover, How many people in the entire country have been awarded the rank of general? Only 33. Yes, out of millions of soldiers, only 33 have been granted this rank. And figures like Owen Yin, with such a strong background, are among the top few generals. With such a rank disparity, who would you listen to if not the higher-ranking official? Owen Yin was naturally unaware of Su Chen's thoughts. He had already made up his mind to thoroughly reprimand Chen Xingqiao and the others for their behavior upon returning. But now, upon hearing that Su Chen was still going to develop some mechanical dogs for those two, Owen Yun couldn't help but feel puzzled. He thought to himself, what is this little brat thinking? I've already said there's no need to develop any mechanical dogs for them. So why is he so insistent? Could it be that he feels his position is too small? That talking doesn't work? Although he was confused, Owen Yun still valued Su Chen's ideas. And since the other party was so persistent, he felt it wasn't appropriate to intervene too much. After sorting it out in his mind, Owen Yun let out a long sigh and nodded at Su Chen. All right then, since you are so determined, I want to ask further. After finalizing the number of mechanical dogs, Owen Yun's purpose for visiting Su Chen was basically accomplished. After personally seeing Owen Yun off, Su Chen did not return to the company, but drove straight towards the shipyard. This was because he had just learned some news during his conversation with Owen Yun. The joint naval exercises of certain countries had been moved up. Chapter 189, Broken Fishing Boat. Upon arriving at the shipyard, Su Chen did not linger. After parking his car, he headed straight towards the production department at a brisk pace. As soon as he reached the production department, he saw Sun Xingwen, whom he had hired at a high salary. Sun was discussing something with several researchers, pointing at the blueprints on the table. Without hesitation, Su Chen called out to Sun from a distance, "Old Sun." Hearing someone call his name, Sun instinctively turned his head towards the source of the voice. Upon seeing Su Chen, he immediately lost interest in the discussion, and his mood became excited. Ignoring the surprised gazes of his subordinates, he quickly got up from his chair and walked towards Su Chen. Sun Xingwen still remembered the instructions Su Chen had given him initially, to develop more target ships and reconnaissance vessels at the shipyard to create some trouble for the joint military exercises conducted by certain countries. Every time he thought of this, Sun felt particularly thrilled. As a citizen of his country, and more importantly, as a researcher, who wouldn't he want their developed weapons to showcase their effectiveness on the battlefield, especially against those countries that constantly sought trouble with his nation? For instance, how dare they conduct large-scale joint military exercises near their maritime borders? And to involve so many countries in the endeavor? Did they really think they could provoke his nation without consequences? Because of this, Sun had put aside everything for the past month, including his long-cherished project on the development of a specific class of destroyer. He had immersed himself in the production and research of target ships and electronic reconnaissance vessels. He didn't disappoint. In just 1 month, he successfully produced 30 target ships and 5 electronic reconnaissance vessels. However, Sun was not entirely satisfied with this number. Ideally, he wished to develop dozens or even hundreds of target ships to deploy all at once during military exercises, making it clear that his country was not to be trifled with. Yet, while he thought this way, he was also acutely aware that, given the limited manpower at the shipyard, it was unrealistic to develop over 100 target ships in a month. Now, seeing Su Chen, Sun felt it was necessary to suggest that they increase the number of researchers dedicated to naval vessel development at the shipyard. However, what Sun Xingwen did not expect was that before he could open his mouth to make a suggestion, Su Chen asked him first, "Old Sun, how many 051 target ships and 815 electronic reconnaissance ships has the shipyard produced now?" Su Chen's mind was filled with the news he had just received about the early military exercises. Therefore, there was a hint of anger on his face as he spoke. Seeing the anger on Su Chen's face, Sun Xingwen did not dare to be careless and immediately reported the research and development results from the past month. "General Manager, our shipyard has developed a total of 30 051 target ships and 5 815 electronic reconnaissance ships during this time." Upon hearing this number from Sun Xingwen, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. He thought to himself, how could there be so many? Initially, the other party had only produced 1 electronic reconnaissance ship and 3 target ships in 3 months. How could they have produced so many in just 1 month? Isn't that efficiency a bit frightening? Sun Xingwen naturally noticed Su Chen's confusion, but he did not explain. Instead, he smiled at Su Chen and led him to the port where the experimental ships were docked. When they arrived at the port, Su Chen finally understood why Sun Xingwen had developed so many target ships in just 1 month. looking at the row of dilapidated fishing boats not far away. Su Chen was completely baffled. He seemed to remember that the design drawings he had given to Sun Xingwen clearly stated that the 051 target ships needed to be converted from decommissioned naval frigates. Why were these target ships all modified from fishing boats now? Moreover, these fishing boats looked too shabby. After being confused for a while, Su Chen turned to Sun Xingwen beside him and said with a puzzled expression, "Old Sun, I remember that the target ships need to be modified from frigates, right? Why are they?" As he spoke, he pointed to the dilapidated fishing boats not far away. Seeing Su Chen's confused expression, Sun Xingwen smiled and did not keep him guessing. "General Manager, I remember you mentioned that the target ships we designed this time are not meant for assisting our domestic military in training, but for testing the accuracy of anti-ship missiles. Since these target ships we developed are disposable consumables, we don't need to use expensive frigates. I think these shabby fishing boats are quite suitable. They are both economical and practical." At this point, Sun Xingwen was also concerned that Su Chen might mistakenly think that these target ships, modified from fishing boats, were inadequate. Its performance would be significantly compromised. So as he finished this statement, he immediately added, "But don't worry, Mr. Su. Even though these target ships are all modified from fishing vessels, we have equipped them with all the necessary equipment." Upon hearing Sun Xingwen's explanation, Su Chen's eyes lit up. Indeed, as Sun Xingwen said, since these are meant for testing anti-ship missile capabilities, using decommissioned military vessels for modifications would not be very cost-effective. However, if they were all modified from fishing boats, it would be a different story. They could save a considerable amount of money while still delivering a small shock to the naval forces of certain countries. How could he not have thought of this excellent idea? Meanwhile, while Su Chen was excited, Sun Xingwen also began to wonder about the purpose of Su Chen's visit to their shipyard. Chapter 189. Gao Hongxing's Concerns. "Mr. Su, I just noticed you seemed quite anxious. Is something wrong?" However, this question turned out to be ill-timed. Upon hearing Su Chen mention that certain countries had advanced their joint military exercises, Sun Xingwen instantly erupted in anger, nearly cursing in front of Su Chen. Su Chen was not surprised by Sun's reaction. He had felt similarly furious when he first heard this news from another source, even more so than Sun was now. He had almost wished to launch a few missiles at the opposing territory right then and there. But amidst his anger, Su Chen also felt a surge of excitement. Initially, he had worried that Sun Xingwen and his team wouldn't be able to develop many target ships and reconnaissance vessels in the past month. However, now that he thought about it, with 30 target ships and 5 reconnaissance vessels at his disposal, a smile crept onto his face. "Well, you like to conduct joint military exercises near our waters, right? I wonder how you'll feel when you see a rain of missiles falling from our fleet." After coming to this realization, Su Chen no longer dwelled on it, and directly told the still fuming Sun Xingwen, "Old Sun, inform all the staff at the shipyard to set aside their tasks for now. They need to carefully inspect the target ships and reconnaissance vessels to ensure that all equipment is intact and all systems are operational." With those words, Su Chen's purpose for visiting the shipyard was essentially fulfilled. However, he was unaware that on the other side, the Ministry of Defense was experiencing some headaches regarding the target ships and reconnaissance vessels he was developing. Of course, the person with the headache was not Minister Feng Jingxin of the Ministry of Defense, but rather someone else. That person was Gao Hongxing, the Minister of State Security, who was specifically responsible for ensuring Su Chen's safety. Upon receiving news from his subordinates that Su Chen had developed over 30 target ships and 5 reconnaissance vessels of a certain model, Gao Hongxing initially did not find anything wrong. The state had largely adopted a hands-off approach towards Su Chen, as long as he did not commit treason or similar crimes. They allowed him to operate freely. Because of this, Gao Hongxing had only issued one command to his subordinates in Nanchang County: ensure Su Chen's safety. As for what he was doing or what weapons he was developing, there was no need to delve too deeply. Just like when Su Chen wanted to re-equip the law enforcement vessels of the Coast Guard with heavy firepower and provided the Meteorological Bureau in Nanchang County with several anti-aircraft missiles, Gao Hongxing had simply turned a blind eye to these matters. But don't think this is a trivial issue. The Meteorological Bureau doesn't need much introduction. It's a department specifically for testing weather data, and yet it possesses air defense missiles. Isn't that just absurd? As for the Coast Guard, the government had long issued reform notices, mandating that all law enforcement vessels must not be equipped with naval guns exceeding 100 millimeters in caliber. But what kind of weapons are on their law enforcement vessels in the Southern County now? There's no need to mention those close-in weapon systems that can fire tens of thousands of rounds per minute. Have you ever seen a Coast Guard vessel equipped with air defense missiles and anti-ship missiles? And they're all hypersonic, no less. If someone who doesn't know the situation sees this, they might think that the Coast Guard is the regular navy of the nation. If it weren't for Su Chen's involvement, Gao Hongsheng would have long arrested these people. However, Gao Hongsheng initially thought that such decisions were not problematic, but until today, when he heard that Su Chen had equipped a total of 50 191 type rocket launchers in his so-called shipyard, he was completely stunned. He had no idea what Su Chen was trying to do, with target ships and rocket launchers involved. Could it be that Su Chen really intended to strike at the fleets of certain countries? Thinking of this possibility, Gao Hongsheng hurried to the Ministry of Defense to personally inquire about Minister Feng's reasoning. Attacking those countries is no small matter. Moreover, the joint exercise also involved other nations. And once the guns fired, it would mean that the nation was officially declaring war on those countries simultaneously. Although Gao Hongsheng was equally displeased with the actions of those countries, he didn't think it was wise to go to war with 4 nations at once. With this in mind, he quickened his pace as he arrived at the Ministry of Defense. In the minister's office, seeing Gao Hongsheng rush in, Feng Zhengxin's expression turned serious. The National Security Department is a crucial entity responsible for intelligence collection and counter-espionage work. Now, seeing the other party's anxious demeanor, could they have caught another big fish? Or discovered something that could jeopardize national security? Just as this thought crossed his mind, Feng Zhengxin asked with a grave expression, "What's wrong?" Without hesitation, Gao Hongsheng conveyed all the information he had just received. "Minister Feng, I just learned that Su Chen has installed 50 191 type rocket launchers at the Zhongtian shipyard's port. And I'm worried." The serious expression on Feng Zhengxin's face instantly froze upon hearing Gao Hongsheng's words. Without waiting for the other party to finish speaking, Feng Zhengxin interrupted with a smile on his face and said, "I already know about this matter. That little rascal just wants to conduct live-fire drills next to them. It's not as you think, that he intends to attack them." This matter was naturally something he personally inquired about with Su Chen. When he first learned that a certain country planned to hold joint military exercises next to their nation, Feng Zhengxin was extremely worried, fearing that Su Chen might take some reckless action. As it turned out, his concerns were justified. Upon learning that Su Chen was urgently developing some target vessels, Feng Zhengxin immediately called Su Chen. However, when he heard that the other party was merely preparing to conduct live-fire exercises nearby, because he couldn't stand the arrogant behavior of certain countries, the tension in Feng Zhengxin's heart finally eased. Chapter 190, Just a Show of Authority? Upon hearing Feng Zhengxin's words, Gao Hongsheng was momentarily taken aback. Live-fire drills? With this thought, Gao Hongsheng's expression was one of confusion. Isn't this kind of live-fire training something the military should be doing? What was a researcher like him doing in the middle of it? Moreover, conducting it near the fleet of a certain country, what if, by accident, they hit one of their warships? He was very aware of the power of the 191 type rocket launcher. A single salvo could launch 30 to 40 rockets in less than 5 minutes. If 50 191 type rocket launchers were to fire simultaneously, even Gao Hongsheng couldn't imagine what that scene would look like. As this thought crossed his mind, Gao Hongsheng became even more anxious instead of feeling relieved by Feng Zhengxin's explanation. They were all very familiar with Su Chen's youthful nature. It was precisely because of his suggestion that the Southern Theater Command chose the border with a neighboring country for testing the 191 type rocket launcher. At that time, it had caused a panic throughout the entire neighboring country. If it weren't for the subsequent explanations from the higher-ups of their country, it could have escalated the already tense relationship between their country and the neighboring one. Su Chen's feats weren't limited to that. Recently, he had also transformed law enforcement vessels for the maritime police in another county, which was similar. He had even heard that when Su Chen encountered naval vessels from the neighboring country, he had repeatedly suggested to Wang Zhengde to use anti-ship missiles against them. Who would be so reckless as to test rocket launchers in another country's airspace? Who would casually use anti-ship missiles against them? Thinking about this, Gao Hongsheng hesitated, struggling internally for a long time before voicing his concerns to Feng Zhengxin across from him. "Minister Feng, isn't this a bit inappropriate? If we conduct live-fire drills near the fleets of certain countries, what if we accidentally hit one of their warships?" In response to Gao Hongsheng's concerns, Feng Zhengxin simply waved his hand dismissively and said, "Director Gao, there's no need to worry about that. While we say it's near their vicinity, the actual distance is still several dozen kilometers. With the accuracy of the 191 type rocket launcher, at that distance, it wouldn't hit their warships. Upon hearing this, Gao Hongxing nodded, and the earlier hint of worry vanished completely. With a distance of several dozen kilometers, there was no need for concern. Given the accuracy of the 191 type rocket launcher, even if the trajectory deviated by several dozen meters, it couldn't possibly hit the target. After alleviating his concerns, Gao Hongxing didn't linger any longer. After bidding farewell to Feng Jingxin, he left the Ministry of Defense alone. At the same time that Gao Hongxing left the Ministry of Defense, senior generals from various military regions in a certain country also learned about Su Chun setting up 50 191 type rocket launchers in his shipyard. Upon hearing this news, even the leaders of several military regions couldn't help but feel a sense of shock. Initially, when they found out that Su Chun was going to conduct live-fire exercises in the South China Sea, they were somewhat dismissive, thinking he merely intended to showcase a few rocket launchers to intimidate the navies of other countries. However, they never expected that this young man would deploy a full 50 launchers. What was he trying to achieve? Was it really necessary to create such a large display just to send a message? Chapter 191 Bait? In stark contrast to the confusion of Wen Yang and others, the commanders of the South Sea Fleet, Chun Xingqiao, and the East Sea Fleet, Yuan Yuan, had a completely different attitude at this moment. They were very interested in Su Chen's actions. The reason was simple. They were already planning to conduct joint military exercises in the South China Sea and East China Sea. If they could coordinate with Su Chen, it was likely that this would cause some trouble for certain countries. Thus, upon learning of this news, Chun Xingqiao and Yuan Yuan rushed to Nanhai County overnight to seek Su Chen's opinion. However, to their disappointment, Su Chen did not hesitate at all and directly refused their proposal. His explanation left them somewhat shocked. On their way back, the words Su Chen had said echoed in their minds. We are target ships, and we will be deep in enemy territory. How can we coordinate with your navy? Enemy territory? Target ships? Rocket artillery? The mere thought of these phrases made both Chun Xingqiao and Yuan Yuan's eyelids twitch. Wasn't it said that Su Chen would be conducting live-fire drills just a few dozen kilometers away from certain countries' fleets? How did it suddenly change to deep in enemy territory? What did Su Chen intend to do with target ships and rocket artillery? They hadn't received any orders from their country regarding a war with certain nations either. It was no wonder they were thinking this way. As naval commanders, they were very familiar with the role of target ships. In their routine training, they often used target ships, but primarily for tactical drills. Everyone knew that target ships also had a very important function, testing weapon performance, such as the accuracy and striking power of missiles on their warships. Now, Su Chen said he wanted to send 30 target ships deep into enemy territory for live-fire drills. The moment they thought of this, doubt instantly filled their faces. They wondered if they should inform their country about this news. Although they were very confident in the accuracy of the Type 191 rocket artillery, what if something went wrong? As this thought crossed their minds, they shook their heads repeatedly. How could the country be unaware of such a critical operation? While the country had taken a laissez-faire attitude towards Su Chen, it couldn't allow him to act recklessly. Could it? Conducting live-fire drills in enemy territory was no small matter. If they hit the enemy's ships, it would mean an irreconcilable situation between their nation and certain countries. Even if Su Chen was important, the country wouldn't let things escalate to that level, would it? The further they thought about it, the more they felt this possibility, both believing that it was a directive from the government for Su Chen to act. Presumably, the intention was to thoroughly strike at the arrogance of certain countries. However, once they confirmed their thoughts, both of their faces turned aggrieved. It turned out that the joint military exercise held by the South Sea Fleet and the East Sea Fleet was merely a bait arranged by the government. The real countermeasure was actually with Su Chen. After all, they were the commanders of both fleets. How could the government not inform them about such news in advance? Chapter 192. Still dreaming of challenging our position? Regarding the thoughts of Chun Xingqiao and his companion, Su Chen was naturally unaware. After personally seeing the two off, Su Chen turned around and threw himself back into the preparations for the live-fire drill. To ensure that everything went perfectly, Su Chen had basically put aside all other matters in the past few days and remained at the shipyard. Meanwhile, the announcement of the joint military exercise being advanced caused quite a stir across global networks. The most arrogant reactions came from netizens in certain countries. Ever since there had been continuous breakthroughs in military technology, these nations had been on edge, especially those neighboring the country in question. They had always been in a hostile relationship and feared that any military advancements would lead to trouble for them. Now, with the prospect of joining forces to suppress the rising assertiveness, how could they not feel excited? At almost the same time, major networks around the world were flooded with boastful rhetoric from these countries. This time, we will let them know that all of Asia is not under their control. They think that because they have made some achievements in military technology, they can challenge our position. It's simply reckless. We will show them just how vast the gap in technological strength is. In contrast to the excitement of these individuals, the innocent nations on the blue planet appeared somewhat worried. The two superpowers could potentially bring devastation if a war broke out, and no country would escape unscathed. The main concern was that both held nuclear weapons. If they were to be deployed, the very existence of the blue planet could be at stake. Because of this, as soon as the news of the advanced military exercise was released, leaders from various countries quickly expressed their hopes that both sides would exercise restraint to avoid further escalation of international tensions. However, those remarks were met with indifference from certain parties, who believed that apart from a few nations, no one else had the standing to offer suggestions. And so, under such circumstances, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye, and today marked the day of the joint military exercise. Early in the morning, the port of the shipyard was filled with people. Looking ahead at the rows of ships and the gleaming 50 rocket launchers, everyone's eyes reflected a hint of fervor. During this time, they had all heard some whispers about what was to come. The chairman of the company is preparing to send the target ships and reconnaissance vessels they have developed to conduct live-fire exercises near the fleets of certain countries. As a citizen of a certain nation, it is understandable that they would want to curb the arrogance of these countries. It's unnecessary to mention the blatant military exercises taking place near their territorial waters. Looking back, how many unpleasant actions have been taken against their own country? Just thinking about this brings a hint of anger to their eyes. Chapter 193, Luxurious Lineup. At this moment, Su Chun was completely unconcerned about the expressions of those around him. His mind was solely focused on the target ships and rocket launchers in the distance. Glancing at the staff beside him, Su Chun smiled slightly and asked, "So, are all the operational data normal?" Upon hearing Su Chen's inquiry, the staff member, who was fixated on the computer screen, did not dare to be negligent and nodded vigorously in response. "No problem, Mr. Su." Receiving a positive reply, a hint of excitement flickered in Su Chen's eyes. After exchanging a glance with Sun Xingwen beside him, he immediately gave the order. "Then let's proceed according to the original plan." The original plan Su Chun referred to was the result of discussions held earlier with Sun Xingwen and other senior personnel. In fact, the plan was quite straightforward. First, the reconnaissance ship would scout the situation ahead, and then direct the target ships to continue advancing. Once all target ships reached the heart of the enemy fleet, the reconnaissance ship could begin live broadcasting the upcoming missile rain. 10 minutes later, as all the ships completely vanished from sight, Su Chun, along with Sun Xingwen and others, left the scene to head to the command room for real-time monitoring of the maritime dynamics. Meanwhile, naval fleets from several countries had also arrived at the designated location as scheduled. The naval fleet dispatched by these four nations was quite impressive, with one country even sending out the entire 7th Fleet from its Pacific Command. Over 60,000 troops, a carrier strike group, 24 Ticonderoga-class cruisers, 36 Burke-class destroyers, 22 Perry-class frigates, 12 Los Angeles-class attack submarines, and 30 F-22 fighters were among the forces involved. In addition to the first country, the other three nations had also brought out their full strength, contributing to a coalition force of over 200,000 troops, a carrier strike group, 273 various types of warships, 23 nuclear-powered submarines, and 574 carrier-based aircraft, among other assets. This joint military exercise was undoubtedly the largest in recent years, driven by the advanced weapons developed by Su Chun during this period. The relationship between these countries and the Dragon Country had always been antagonistic, with no change over time. Because of this, they absolutely could not allow the Dragon Country to continue its development unchecked. Thinking about the recently developed rocket launcher by the Dragon Country, both the first and second countries were filled with jealousy. Why? Why could the Dragon Country develop such advanced weapons? The Ballantang Channel, located between Luzon Island and the Ballantang Islands, is an important maritime passage connecting the South China Sea with the Pacific Ocean and serves as a crucial international shipping route. Such an important shipping route, today, not a single cargo ship can be seen. Instead, It is densely packed with naval vessels. And at the forefront of these ships is an aircraft carrier from a certain nation's Pacific Fleet. On the deck, a middle-aged officer in military uniform stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze extremely cold as he looks in the direction of a certain country. Chapter 194. The exercise begins. The person in question is none other than the commander of the Pacific Fleet, a prominent figure in the naval forces of a certain country. As the commander of one of the two major naval fleets, his presence at the joint military exercise with neighboring countries is not strictly necessary. However, he has been increasingly displeased with the recent assertive actions of a certain nation on the international stage. In his view, their rocket artillery and drones are merely trivial items that don't warrant attention. If his country wished to, he firmly believes they could independently develop such inferior technology. With this thought, he couldn't help but let out a cold chuckle. Humph, despite mobilizing national resources, they can only produce military equipment that has already been rendered obsolete by modern warfare. This time, I will make you understand what true power disparity looks like. At the same time that he was lost in his thoughts, three individuals approached him briskly from behind. Their identities were equally impressive.
The slightly shorter middle-aged man was the commander of the escort fleet from a neighboring country. The other two were the commanders of naval fleets from two other countries.
Since receiving the news that their ally was moving the joint military exercise forward, they had been filled with excitement. Their countries are situated right next to the aforementioned nation, and there have been frequent military frictions in the South China Sea. They genuinely feared that a conflict could erupt at any moment. However, things were different now. With the backing of their ally, they did not believe the neighboring nation would dare to act arrogantly in front of their coalition. The three soon arrived behind the commander and, without hesitation, began reporting on the deployment of the exercise. After sharing all the details, they felt a surge of anticipation. Their ally had clearly communicated support for their countries. The goal of the joint military exercise was to thoroughly crush the arrogance of the neighboring nation and make them aware of the vast gap between their forces. Particularly, the two commanders were filled with excitement. The opportunity to strike against the neighboring nation was something they had never even dared to dream of before. The commander, however, paid little mind to their enthusiasm. After considering their reports, he instructed them, "Notify all fleets to commence the exercise as planned." Upon hearing his command, the three nodded respectfully and quickly turned to leave. Soon, as the order reached all vessels, a deafening roar echoed throughout the strait. At the same time, in a certain area of the South China Sea and East China Sea, there are large fleets of warships swiftly heading in a particular direction. These two fleets are none other than the South Sea Fleet and the East Sea Fleet from one of the major naval forces. In response to the provocations from certain countries, this nation has also chosen not to remain silent, and even more so than in previous confrontations, is placing greater emphasis on the situation. Chapter 195, Chun Xingqiao's Confusion. This time, the two fleets have basically emptied all their resources. A total of more than 80 various warships, 5 nuclear-powered submarines, and over 160 carrier-based fighter jets, among other countless equipment. However, what no one knows is that within such a formidable fleet, there are two extremely frustrated individuals. These two are none other than Qin Xingqiao, the commander of the South Sea Fleet, and Yu Heyuan, the commander of the East Sea Fleet. At this moment, although the two are separated by hundreds of nautical miles, both wear a look of displeasure on their faces. Looking at the document on the table before him, Qin Xingqiao's forehead is covered with question marks. Didn't Su Chun say last time that his target ships and rocket artillery would conduct experiments deep in enemy territory? Why then did Minister Feng from the Ministry of Defense notify them that they need not pay attention to Su Chen's movements and that all actions should proceed as originally planned? He even mentioned that the weapons prepared by Su Chun were only for live-fire exercises near the South Sea and would not affect them in any way. This, seeing their superior with a face like he had eaten something unpleasant, several officers nearby were equally puzzled. Ever since their leader returned from a trip to Nanhai County, he had informed them to revise the exercise plan. Initially, they were shocked by this news. Such large-scale military operations cannot simply be changed at will, especially since they had spent months developing that exercise plan, going through countless war simulations and data analyses before finalizing it. It was precisely because of this that they were so astonished when they first heard the news. But now, wasn't Su Chun supposed to conduct live-fire exercises deep in enemy territory? Weren't they supposed to fully cooperate with Su Chen's actions? Why is it now that the country is telling them that Su Chen's actions will not directly participate in this exercise? What is going on here? During this time, they had been working day and night to better coordinate with Su Qin's actions, all to effectively counter the arrogance of other nations. But now you tell me that Su Qin's actions won't be part of this exercise? What was the point of their efforts during this time? Watching their leader remain silent for a long time, Lu Yaowen, at the forefront, finally spoke up after a moment of contemplation. Commander, what should we do now? Although Lu Yaowen and the others were somewhat bewildered by the notification from the Ministry of Defense, what they felt more deeply was a sense of unwillingness. If what Qin Xingqiao had initially told them was true, that Su Chun was to conduct live-fire exercises near the fleets of other nations. What a grand spectacle that would have been. In the past, certain countries have conducted similar joint military exercises near their maritime areas multiple times. However, their responses have generally been quite uniform, far from what their leaders had initially claimed. They mentioned deploying over 30 target vessels close to the opposing fleet for precise live-fire strikes. Such favorable actions were something they wouldn't even dare to imagine under normal circumstances. But what about now? Chapter 196, War? As Lu Yaowen's words fell, the surrounding officers at various levels began to speak up, all wanting to inquire with their superior about what was happening. Yes, Chief, what should we do now? Should we continue with the newly formulated plan? Or should we check with the relevant department to see if there was any mistake on their part? Right. We also need to ask about the situation on Su Chen's side. What exactly is going on? Although it was an order from the relevant department, it was evident that the officers present were somewhat reluctant. They truly did not want to miss this opportunity and wanted to confirm with the relevant department and Su Chen once more. Qin Xingqiao, at the front, was well aware of his subordinates' thoughts. He felt the same way. After a storm of thoughts in his mind, Qin Xingqiao's gaze sharpened, and he instructed Lu Yaowen beside him. Yaowen, notify everyone to suspend the newly formulated exercise plan. We will consider whether to proceed with the new plan after clarifying the situation. Upon hearing his superior's command, Lu Yaowen hesitated, wanting to say something. However, seeing Qin Xingqiao's serious expression, he ultimately suppressed his reluctance, turned, and quickly left to relay the command. Meanwhile, as Qin Xingqiao made a temporary change in the operational deployment, a similar scene was unfolding in the Eastern Sea Fleet. Inside the command room of the Eastern Sea Fleet, Yu Heyuan looked at the departing subordinates with a complex expression. He too was puzzled about what was happening with the relevant department and Su Chun. Why was there no consensus on the action plan? When he and Qin Xingqiao first heard Su Chen's proposed plan, they were both certain that it was finalized after serious discussions with the relevant department. Otherwise, even if Su Chun had 100 times more courage, he would not believe that the other party would dare to conceal such a large-scale live-fire exercise from the country. If things went wrong, it could escalate to an international situation, and more seriously, it could directly lead to war. Such consequences, no matter how capable Su Chun was. Yu Heyuan did not believe the country would allow it to happen unchecked. However, while Yu Heyuan felt complicated, he also wondered why, given Su Chen's importance. The country had not arranged for personnel to protect him. How could there be such a significant operation without any news from the relevant department? Before Yu Heyuan could ponder further, a hurried sound of footsteps approached from outside. Upon hearing the footsteps, Yu Heyuan's attention snapped back. Could it be that the other side has already begun their actions? Sure enough, in Yu Heyuan's view, a tense-looking guard quickly walked up to him. Report, Chief. According to messages from the front, the coalition forces, including those from a certain country, have entered our territorial waters. Although he had some suspicions. Upon hearing the guard's report, Yu Heyuan was still filled with rage, slamming his palm down on the table in front of him. Bang! So boldly entering our maritime territory. What does that country intend to do? Originally, Yu Heyuan thought that the military exercises conducted by this country and others would still be like before, only taking place around their own waters. Unexpectedly, this time they actually dared to cross that red line and intrude into our nation's waters. Moreover, it is a coalition of 4 nations with an overwhelming force of over 200,000 troops. What are they trying to achieve? Do they truly intend to go to war with us? As the commander of the Eastern Sea Fleet, Yu Heyuan felt a moment of anger but quickly suppressed it. After a brief contemplation, he directly instructed the guard, notify everyone. All fleets must accelerate according to the original plan, and all ships must reach the designated position within an hour. Hearing the command from his superior, the guard did not dare to show any slackness, saluted Yu Heyuan, and quickly left. Chapter 197, Is this nonsense? Similarly, upon receiving the news that a fleet from certain countries had entered the waters of the nation, Chen Qingchao also issued the same order to his subordinates. As both sides rapidly advanced towards their designated positions, the Ministry of Defense on the other side received information from the front lines. In the capital of the nation, the Ministry of Defense building exuded a tense atmosphere, both inside and out. Including Feng Jingxin, nearly all staff members bore a serious expression. Just moments ago, reports from the South Sea Fleet and the East Sea Fleet indicated that the joint forces from certain nations had numbers far exceeding previous counts, reaching over 200,000. With an overwhelming array of military equipment, such a large-scale military exercise was unprecedented, even for Feng Jingxin. It was precisely for this reason that the personnel at the Ministry of Defense appeared so anxious. The scale of this military exercise made it impossible to predict whether the other side was truly just preparing for a drill or had ulterior motives against their nation. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Feng Jingxin furrowed his brows, listening coldly to a subordinate's report. When he heard that the naval fleet from certain countries had entered the South China Sea, his anger surged. However, just as he was about to vent his frustrations, the following information from his subordinate extinguished all his anger and instead filled him with unease. What? Are you saying that the weapons prepared by Su Chun during this time are intended for live-fire exercises near the fleets of those countries? As soon as the subordinate mentioned this, Feng Jingxin, who had been seated, stood up abruptly, his eyes fixed on the other person with anxiety. Conducting live-fire exercises deep in enemy territory? Why had he never received this information? Didn't Su Chun tell him that they would only conduct exercises several dozen kilometers away from the enemy fleets? Why was it now? The subordinate, not surprised by the minister's reaction, recalled that his own response upon receiving the news had been even more intense. In his view, this was not merely a live-fire exercise. It was preparing to bomb the enemy. Minister, this is the latest information just received from the South Sea Fleet and East Sea Fleet. Generals Chun and you both stated that this was something Su Chun personally informed them about, and the target ships and rocket launchers he created were intended for live-fire exercises in enemy territory. As the subordinate responded to Feng Jingxin's inquiry, he did not dare to show any signs of negligence and immediately conveyed the information just received from the front lines. However, before he could finish, Feng Jingxin slammed his palm on the table in front of him, eyes filled with anger as he said, "Is this nonsense?" Although Feng Jingxin was furious at why Su Chun had deceived him, he knew that this was not the time to delve into that issue. Even if he believes in the accuracy of the 191 rocket launcher, he wouldn't let such a thing happen. If something goes wrong, a conflict would be a minor issue. If it escalates into war, that responsibility is not something he alone can bear. With this in mind, Feng Jingxin immediately took out his phone and called Su Chun, ready to instruct him to halt his current actions. Chapter 198. So bold? However, what Feng Jingxin never expected was that Su Chun's phone was currently turned off. Hearing the busy signal on the other end of the line, even Feng Jingxin was so furious that he was stomping his feet. If it weren't for the urgent situation, he truly wanted to hang Su Chun up and give him a good beating. After a slight sigh in his heart, Feng Jingxin did not hesitate any longer and directly instructed his subordinate across from him. "Quickly arrange a helicopter for me. I will go personally." At the same time that Feng Jingxin was heading to Nanhai County, the movements of the South Sea Fleet and East Sea Fleet also reached the ears of Hearst and others. However, Hearst and Kato Kitsunobu looked at the actions of the naval forces with disdain. Ha ha ha. The performance of this naval reconnaissance ship from the Dragon Country is so poor. Our fleet has been sailing for so long, and they only just received the news? With this kind of strength, how dare they challenge us? Humph. If the Navy is this weak, I can imagine that their Air Force and Army are not much better. I'm afraid the rocket artillery and drones they've been developing recently are just exaggerated claims. In between mocking the Dragon Country, Kato Kitsunobu and the other two didn't forget to flatter Hearst in front of them. Fortunately, we have General Hearst this time, with the general present. This exercise will definitely let the Dragon Country's Navy know what true military strength is. How can those broken warships of the Dragon Country compare to the Pacific Fleet led by General Hearst? They are just bringing humiliation upon themselves this time. As for the flattering words from the three, Hearst merely smiled and did not take them to heart. However, after witnessing the performance of the Dragon Country's naval reconnaissance ship, Hearst had already realized that the strength of the Dragon Country's Navy was roughly at a second-tier level globally. With such outdated warships, it was absolutely impossible for them to defeat the naval forces of the other country. It was likely that the recently developed Model 191 rocket artillery and drones were the result of a nationwide effort. Otherwise, with such technological capabilities, their navy would not be so weak. The more Hearst thought about it, the more he felt this possibility, which also boosted his confidence. Such outdated warships would be crushed in front of the naval forces of the other country, right? Thinking of this, a trace of disdain appeared on Hearst's face. This time, Hearst, will let you know just how big the gap between your country and ours is. As time passed, at exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, both fleets officially entered a standoff. Looking at the offensive posture of the other countries, which was 20 kilometers ahead, even Chen Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan showed a hint of seriousness in their eyes. 20 minutes earlier, the two had already directed their fleet to reach the designated position and had formulated an exercise plan. Speaking of the exercise plan, although Chen Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan regretted not being able to coordinate with Su Chen's actions, but to be honest, both of them felt an immense shock upon receiving this news. What kind of courage did Su Chen possess? How could he be so bold? He actually dared to conceal from the Defense Department and conduct live-fire drills against fleets from certain countries. If something unexpected were to happen, it wouldn't just be Su Chen facing consequences. Many people from the Defense Department, from top to bottom, would be held accountable. Of course, they wouldn't escape responsibility either, and the burden they bore might be second only to Su Chen's. Chapter 199 Unexpected. Fortunately, Minister Feng has now informed Su Chen, so there shouldn't be any surprises. Now, they just need to drive the coalition forces of certain countries out of their territorial waters. With a determined mindset, Chen Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan no longer hesitated and directly instructed the security personnel beside them. Call a few people over and notify them to quickly withdraw from the South China Sea. Otherwise, we will not bear any consequences resulting from this exercise. As their orders were passed down, for 054A class frigates quickly sped towards the naval forces of certain countries. On the other side, the navy of those countries paid no attention to the 4 frigates dispatched. In their view, the opposing side's personnel and equipment were far inferior to their own. Given such a disparity in military strength, they did not believe that the opposing side would dare to take any action against them. This sentiment was not only shared among the soldiers, but also among figures like Hearst. Ever since he witnessed the strength of the naval formation from the opposing side, the last traces of worry in Hearst's heart completely dissipated. His only thought now was how to demonstrate the might of their country to the group from the opposing side. Amidst these thoughts, the 4 frigates soon arrived in their vicinity. As Hearst looked at the warships, which appeared to him as nothing more than scrap, he was about to engage in conversation to showcase his navy's strength. However, before he could speak, a tall middle-aged officer on the leading frigate shouted through a loudspeaker, "You have entered our territorial waters. This is a warning. Leave immediately, or we will not bear any consequences resulting from this." Upon hearing the officer's words, Hearst, who had just shown a hint of a smile, froze, and a flicker of anger appeared in his eyes. The middle-aged officer, undeterred by Hearst's grim expression, issued a few more warnings to the opposing fleet before ordering a return to base. Despite the obvious disparity between the two sides, the officer showed no signs of fear, and the soldiers beside him shared the same demeanor. In fact, the officer could clearly see excitement in the eyes of these young soldiers, indicating their eagerness to achieve something significant. Watching the increasingly distant naval vessels of the opposing side, Hearst gritted his teeth, wishing he could order missile strikes to turn those warships into scrap metal. How could a mere officer dare to shout in front of him, a high-ranking admiral and commander of the Pacific Fleet? Similarly, the brash words of the officer from the opposing side also stirred anger among Kato Katsunobu and others beside Hearst. Did they truly fear nothing? In the face of such overwhelming power, they actually dared to shout in front of them? "General Hearst, give the order. This time, we must teach those people a lesson and let them know what true military strength is." As soon as this was said by Kato Masanobu, Choi Sang-mook and Njailace beside him also began to echo, all claiming that they must severely punish the naval forces of that nation. Hearst was already filled with anger at that moment, and after being encouraged by a few people, he immediately made a decision. Notify everyone to surround the naval forces of that nation. Upon hearing this, Kato Masanobu and the others exchanged glances, their earlier anger instantly dissipating, replaced by excitement. Recently, as that nation continuously made breakthroughs in military technology, the most anxious country on the entire planet was undoubtedly theirs. If that nation continued to develop like this, once it gained power, it would definitely take the opportunity to instigate war against them. Because of this, when they first heard the news that the Allied military exercises were being advanced, they immediately suggested to their government to discuss with their allies whether they could take the opportunity to launch a war against that nation to eliminate its military strength. They believed that given the current momentum of development, both their country and their allies would support this suggestion. However, their proposal was outright rejected without any consideration. They were told that the technological strength of that nation was not to be feared and that the weapons developed recently were merely coincidental. The main purpose of the exercise was still to deter that nation and let it know the military gap between them. When they heard this news, Kato Masanobu and the others were furious, believing that their allies were speaking without understanding the situation. They thought, how could it be underestimated? They were so far away. If that nation were to provoke a war, they would be the first targets. Although they felt indignant, they ultimately had to suppress their anger due to the pressure from their allies. What they did not expect was that this situation would actually take a turn. Just the fact that they could enter the territorial waters of that nation during this exercise had already surprised them. And now they were about to have a direct confrontation with its naval forces. How could this not excite them? If they could seize this opportunity to launch a war against that nation and eliminate its military forces, it would definitely benefit their country's national defense. Thus, when they heard Hearst's command, they did not hesitate at all and quickly turned to leave. After Kato Masanobu and the others conveyed Hearst's orders to all the fleets, the roar of countless warships echoed throughout the sea once again. At that moment, Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan on the other side also noticed their movements. After more than 30 years in the military, they could sense the intentions of those countries with just a glance. Without any hesitation, they almost immediately issued a series of combat orders. However, just as the fleets of both sides were on high alert, 5 suddenly appearing ships caused a stir among them. "Commander, something's wrong. A warship has suddenly appeared in our rear, suspected to be from a certain country." Chun Xingqiao, who was discussing the combat mission with several subordinates, immediately stood up in disbelief upon hearing the guard's report. It wasn't just him. The officers around him also looked at each other incredulously after hearing the guard's words. A warship from a certain country? How could it appear in our rear? The radar monitoring didn't detect it? Both Chun Xingqiao and the surrounding officers couldn't quite believe the guard's words. Not to mention that they had already deployed over 20 reconnaissance ships and more than 30 reconnaissance and warning aircraft in a radius of several dozen kilometers when they were in a standoff with the coalition forces. They believed that any unidentified vessels appearing around their fleet would certainly be detected. Even if a warship from a certain country could breach this defensive line, they were confident that their fleet's radar and satellite monitoring would expose it. But now, you're telling me that a vessel suspected to be an enemy warship has bypassed all their monitoring defenses and suddenly appeared in their rear. How could that be possible? Understanding the seriousness of the situation, the guard, sensing the officers' gazes, did not hesitate and reported again to Chun Xingqiao and others. "Commander, according to the data from the monitoring equipment, none of our devices have detected the other party. It's as if they appeared out of thin air." At this point, the guard could clearly feel the tense atmosphere in the room, but after a moment's hesitation, he continued, "However, Commander, that warship is only suspected to be from a certain country. We have already notified nearby reconnaissance vessels, and we should be able to clarify the identity of the other party soon." With the guard's final words, Chun Xingqiao and the others' expressions instantly turned serious. They exchanged worried glances. None of the monitoring equipment detected anything? How could that be possible? A warship is not like other military equipment. It has such a large volume. What kind of stealth material could evade all their monitoring? At this moment, Chun Xingqiao was particularly anxious. With a major battle imminent, the sudden appearance of an unknown warship in the rear was no small matter. If this warship were indeed from a certain country, it would mean that the other side had advanced stealth materials more sophisticated than theirs. Thinking about stealth materials, Chun Xingqiao's mind suddenly conjured the image of a young man. It seemed that Su Chun had also developed a type of stealth material. It was called something like J10 stealth coating. At this moment, recalling what Su Chun had told them back then, Chun Xingqiao couldn't help but gasp. No way. Has Su Chun's audacity grown to this extent? He actually dares to defy the orders from the Defense Ministry? Although Chun Xingqiao has doubts about whether this is truly Su Chun's doing, he understands that now is not the time to investigate this matter deeply. The primary objective at the moment is to ascertain the identity of the other party. If it is indeed Su Chun, there might still be a glimmer of hope. However, if it is not, then today, their fleet may not come out unscathed. After a brief analysis in his mind, Chun Xing Chao did not hesitate and immediately instructed the guard. Once you confirm the identity of the other party, come and inform me immediately. After giving instructions to his subordinate, Chun Xing Chao ignored the surrounding staff and quickly contacted Yu Yuan. He knew that with such a serious incident occurring, he must coordinate with the East Sea Fleet to revise their operational tasks to prevent any potential accidents. Meanwhile, as Chun Xing Chao and Yu Yuan anxiously awaited detailed information about the warship, a similar scene unfolded at the rear of the coalition forces. Just moments ago, Kato Kitsunobu and the others were fantasizing about whether those soldiers from the Dragon Country would still have their previous arrogance upon seeing their powerful fleet. Especially Hurst, who was particularly agitated. Just thinking about the gaze of that Dragon Country officer made him grit his teeth in anger, wishing he could tear the other party apart. Since he was promoted to a high-ranking general and took command of the Pacific Fleet, which country would dare to treat him with such disrespect? Even Kato Kitsunobu and the others had to show him respect, so how could that Dragon Country officer have the audacity? How could a captain ignore his authority and speak to him like that? It was simply reckless. Hurst was determined to show the Dragon Navy a lesson, making it clear that he was not someone who could be easily disregarded. In contrast to Hurst's fury, Kato Kitsunobu and the others felt a sense of excitement, especially after seeing the increasingly cold demeanor of the other party. They became more agitated. To them, the angrier Hurst got, the greater the likelihood of a war with the Dragon Country during this exercise. Once that country got involved, they were absolutely confident that they could deliver a devastating blow to the military capabilities of the Dragon Country. With this thought in mind, they no longer hesitated and began to criticize the Dragon Country's arrogant actions. The Dragon Country is truly courting death, daring to speak to us like this in front of our coalition forces, threatening us. What a joke. Who do they think they are? It seems that their recent development of some kind of rocket artillery and drones has given them a false sense of security, thinking that these two weapons could put them on equal footing with us. What equality is there? A mere captain dares to disregard General Hurst and our coalition forces. Such an arrogant military. I see their strength is nothing but a boast. A few people spoke while observing Hurst's expression, hoping to provoke his anger towards the naval forces of a certain country. As they had anticipated, with their embellishments, Hurst's expression grew increasingly grim, nearly leading him to curse at the naval forces of that country. Seeing this scene, Kato Kitsunobu and his companions felt a surge of joy, planning to add more fuel to the fire. However, at that moment, a commotion arose from the rear of their fleet. Hearing the noise, not only did Kato and his companions look towards the source, but Hurst also instinctively turned his gaze. It was evident that Hurst and his men were displeased. With a major battle imminent, their own fleet was already in disarray. Such a situation was unforgivable. Just as Hurst was about to scold a few words, he noticed a nervous soldier running towards them. Seeing the soldier's pale face, an uneasy feeling inexplicably rose in Hurst's heart. Report, General. An unidentified warship has breached the blockade and appeared behind our forces. As soon as they heard the soldier's words, Hurst and his companions gasped, their expressions instantly turning serious. Chapter 200, Hurst's Arrogance. From the very beginning of the exercises, they had already blocked off the area. Now, the sudden appearance of an unknown warship behind them could only mean one thing. A warship from a certain country? As this thought crossed Hurst's mind, he instinctively shook his head, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be possible? With the outdated vessels of that navy, how could they evade their surveillance and suddenly appear behind their fleet? It's no wonder Hurst was so shocked. 3 years ago, they had already completely upgraded their naval reconnaissance equipment. In fact, these upgrades had not even been disclosed to the outside world. Only they were aware of it. One could say that the reconnaissance equipment aboard their navy was the most advanced in the world. Not only did they have the MQ-4C Triton reconnaissance drone, which could fly at an altitude of 17,000 meters for over 24 hours and cover an area of 3,700 kilometers, but they also possessed the world's most advanced reconnaissance ship, the T-AGM-25 missile observation vessel. This vessel had discarded previous reconnaissance systems in favor of a new CJAR multi-band radar system, capable of wide-area searches, capturing, identifying, and precisely monitoring multiple targets, as well as locking onto over 100 targets more than 600 kilometers away. In addition, their navy was equipped with advanced onboard radar systems, anti-submarine patrol aircraft, and early warning aircraft. Hurst could not fathom how, under such tight surveillance, a vessel could suddenly appear behind them. The most terrifying part was that none of their reconnaissance equipment had detected the presence of the other side. The more he thought about it, the more anxious Hurst became. Could it be that they had developed stealth materials capable of evading all radar detection? Without waiting for the soldier to continue reporting, Hurst rushed towards the back of the deck. The others, including Kato Kitsunobu, were still processing Hurst's reaction. The words of the soldier were still fresh in their minds. But their earlier excitement had already dissipated, replaced by disbelief. This state of shock lasted quite a while before they finally reacted. After exchanging glances, they did not hesitate and followed Hurst. Soon, they arrived at the back of the aircraft carrier deck. Ignoring the others, Hurst picked up binoculars and looked toward the back of the fleet. Upon seeing the 4 solitary warships, a sense of doubt arose in Hurst's heart. Why are there so few? After observing for a while, he finally put down the binoculars, hesitated for a moment, and turned to the soldier. Have you figured out what type of warships they are? How many are there? Is there a naval fleet behind them? After throwing out these 3 questions, Hurst fixed his gaze on the soldier, eager to know the answers. The few individuals beside Kato Kitsunobu were equally tense. They had initially believed that this exercise would completely undermine the military strength of the opposing country, but unexpectedly, this incident occurred. Sensing the serious gazes of his comrades, the soldier did not dare to hesitate and immediately responded. Report, General, those 4 warships appeared suddenly, and our forces have not yet clarified their specific information. However, we have already notified the reconnaissance fleet closest to the enemy vessels, and it shouldn't be long before we receive detailed information. Feeling the heavy gaze of his superior, the soldier who had been standing in the back was now sweating profusely, his eyes filled with fear. He was well aware of the temper of his commander. He could already guess what he would face if he failed to provide a satisfactory answer. As for the information that the commander had just asked him about, he had no idea about the sudden appearance of those warships behind them. He could only detect their presence with the naked eye, as he had not received any updates from radar monitoring or the reconnaissance fleet. Thinking about the reconnaissance fleet responsible for perimeter security, a surge of anger rose within the soldier. Damn it, what are these guys doing? How could they not notice such large warships? Humph. After this exercise, I will definitely give them a piece of my mind. At that moment, Kato Kitsunobu and the others were unaware of his thoughts, nor did they want to know. What they wanted to understand was whether the warships that had suddenly appeared behind them were sent by the opposing country and how many there were. This was crucial for the success of their joint military exercise. Hurst was known for his explosive temper, and having just been ignored by a military officer from the opposing country, he was already seething with anger. Now, even his direct subordinate dared to ignore him, failing to respond for quite some time, which finally caused Hurst's fury to erupt. Boom! Before Kato Kitsunobu and the others could react, the soldier who had been hesitating and struggling to speak was suddenly kicked away, crashing into the ship's mast with a dull thud. Seeing this, Kato Kitsunobu and the others were puzzled, but still looked blankly at Hurst. At that moment, Hurst's face was as dark as a stormy sea, his expression chilling as he fixed his gaze on the soldier who was clutching his stomach in pain not far away. Quickly say, what have you found out about those warships? Feeling the lifeless stare of his commander, the soldier who had just been kicked away dared not hesitate any longer. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his abdomen, he hurriedly got up and knelt before Hurst in terror. Report, General, our radar systems and reconnaissance fleet have not detected any information from the other side. It's as if they just appeared out of nowhere. At this moment, the soldier was kneeling in front of Hurst, his face pressed tightly against the deck, not daring to show any disrespect. As his trembling voice emerged, his body shook with it, his heart racing as if balancing on a tightrope, fearing that he might utter a wrong word. By the end of his statement, the soldier's eyes were tightly shut, as if bracing for something. Indeed, after receiving this response, Hurst seemed to be provoked, his chest heaving violently, and the anger in his eyes nearly erupted. Looking at the subordinate kneeling on the ground, pale with fear, Hurst showed no mercy, kicking him hard in the face. And he slammed the binoculars he had been holding onto him as well, coldly saying, Found nothing. Found nothing. Are your eyes blind? A ship this large can be seen with the naked eye, and you tell me you haven't found any information? What do you think I'm paying you useless fools for? After saying this, Hurst was still not satisfied and pulled out his pistol, ready to execute this useless soldier. However, just as he drew the gun, a few onlookers, each with different expressions, finally reacted and rushed forward to stop him. Of course, they were not concerned about the soldier's life or death. As bystanders, they understood the urgency of the situation. The most important thing now was to quickly investigate the details of the enemy's ships. If, as they feared, the vessels were indeed sent by a certain country, not only would their exercise be deemed a failure, but it was also possible that the country would take advantage of this incident to launch an attack. General Hurst, please do not lose your temper. Our priority now is to quickly ascertain the details of those ships to prevent our operation from failing. Yes, General Hurst. It's just one soldier. There's no need to be so angry. The urgent task at hand is to make arrangements to respond quickly, to avoid any unnecessary surprises during this operation. While they were desperately trying to dissuade Hurst, Kato Kitsunobu and the others were equally anxious, with a subtle unease lurking deep within. It should be noted that to ensure the smooth execution of this exercise, they had deployed dozens of various reconnaissance vessels and aircraft in the periphery. It could be said that centered around their fleet. They could know of any situation within thousands of kilometers at the first moment. Yet now, a massive object over 130 meters long and nearly 20 meters wide just swaggered into view right under their noses. Does this not imply that the other side has mastered stealth materials that can evade all their radar monitoring? What makes several individuals particularly uneasy is the possibility that these warships were manufactured by a certain nation. If their suspicions are correct, then their country's air defense system would become obsolete in the face of this nation. For now, they can only hope that the other side does not possess the military technology to evade their radar detection and that their appearance behind them is merely coincidental. Although the likelihood of this is very slim. With the strong persuasion from a few individuals, the furious commander soon calmed down. After scanning the crowd with a cold gaze, he took a deep breath and directed his icy stare at a subordinate who was rolling on the ground in pain, covering their head with their hands. In a cold voice, he said, "You useless fool, get down and investigate. If you haven't figured it out in 10 minutes, you know the consequences." After saying this, he ignored the subordinate, who was already bloodied from his kick, and turned his attention towards the direction of the navy from that nation, looking particularly grave. The commander was very proud of his own country, whether in technology or economy. He could not allow anyone to surpass them, nor could he permit any challenges to their dominance on this planet. The previous rival did not succeed, and neither would the current one. If the others knew what was going through his mind at this moment, they would likely be extremely excited. They hoped for a situation where their country would proactively provoke a war with this nation to curb its development, and this thought had finally arisen in the commander's mind. Because from the moment he realized that this nation had surpassed them in stealth technology, the desire to eliminate it from the planet had already taken root in his heart. Although the others strongly agreed with the commander's thoughts, they did not express it, so they assumed he was merely contemplating how to deal with those warships. Thus, a strange silence fell over the scene as they exchanged glances. Especially for two individuals, their anxiety was palpable. Although this exercise was touted as a joint military drill among four nations, only they knew the true state of their own forces, not to mention the enormous presence of their rival. Even the navy from the nation commanded by the individual in charge might not be able to compete against the other side. In previous exercises, they would have enjoyed the opportunity, as they could learn from the training methods of both their rival and the other nation, while also having the chance to suppress this nation's arrogance. Such an opportunity would have been worry-free for them. But now it was different. This nation likely had advanced stealth materials, rendering all their radar equipment incapable of locking onto the opponent. If a conflict were to erupt, their navy would find itself at a disadvantage from the very start. Given their limited naval strength, can they really withstand the powerful navy of the Dragon Nation? In the past, even when encountering the Coast Guard vessels of the Dragon Nation in their own territorial waters, they didn't dare to take action. Now, facing the other party's navy, both of them can easily guess what the outcome will be. The two can only hope that the individuals in charge can quickly come up with a countermeasure to escape the current predicament. Seeing the anxious expressions on their faces, one of them couldn't help but snort coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. Humph, what a bunch of weaklings. Just a few warships can scare them like this. If they saw the full might of my fleet, they'd probably lose control. However, the other person, calm and seemingly deep in thought, earned a bit more respect in his eyes. Of course, it was only a slight increase in respect. In his view, even if those warships were indeed from the Dragon Nation, and even if they had developed new stealth materials, he didn't believe they would have the guts to take any action against them. What he should consider now is how to unravel the Dragon Nation's plot. As the commander of the Pacific Fleet, he certainly didn't want to return home in disgrace. If those back home learned that he had suffered a setback in front of a group of Dragon Nation forces, they would absolutely seize the opportunity to mock him. Chapter 2, A One Is There a Way? With this thought, Hearst once again turned his gaze toward the still anxious Chui Xiangmu and his companion. After a slight smirk, he no longer paid attention to them, but instead focused on Cato Sh. Shin, whose expression was fluctuating. He was also curious to see if this person had any means to escape the current predicament. Hearst had some impression of Cato Sh. Shin. He had heard that it was this individual who advocated for military action against the Dragon Nation. However, at that time, the entire country, including many high-ranking officials like himself, had not taken it seriously, thinking that the recent achievements of the Dragon Nation in military technology were merely coincidental. Until today, when he saw that the Dragon Nation had actually developed such advanced stealth materials, his dismissive attitude had completely vanished. Hearst had already made up his mind that once this crisis was resolved, he would return and inform his country of the true strength of the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation must not be allowed to continue developing like this. Otherwise, Hearst could foresee that with its current military capabilities, it might surpass them in just a few decades. This situation was absolutely unacceptable to him. There could only be one dominant power in this world, and that was his country. Having made up his mind, Hearst did not hesitate any longer and asked the contemplative Cato Sh. Shin, General Cato, what are your thoughts on those few warships? As soon as Hearst spoke, the previously anxious Chui Xiangmu and his companion turned their gazes toward each other. Among all the countries in the world, if the small nation where Cato was from could claim to be the second most opposed to the Dragon Nation, no one would dare claim the first, even the powerful country he hailed from. The enmity with the Dragon Nation might not even amount to 1/10,000th of that shared between the two nations. Decades of hatred had long been etched into the very bones of both peoples. Because of this, the two countries often experienced friction in their border waters. And when it came to dealing with the Dragon Nation, Cato and his countrymen likely had the clearest understanding of the methods. Therefore, upon hearing Hearst's inquiry to Cato Sh. Shin, they cast hopeful glances at him. Cato Sh. Shin did not pay attention to their looks, but instead locked his gaze directly on Hearst, as if he had guessed the other's thoughts. And a smirk crept across his face. Seeing this demeanor, Hearst, who had just been fluctuating between moods, felt a surge of joy. Could it be that the people from this small nation really had a way to deal with the Dragon Nation, which now possessed advanced stealth materials? Similarly, upon witnessing Cato Sh. Shin's confident demeanor, Chui Xiangmu and his companion felt their spirits lift. Just as they had suspected, it seemed that the small nation was indeed capable of handling the Dragon Nation. With this thought in mind, their previously tense feelings gradually dissipated. As he sensed the gazes of the three, Cato Sh. Shin's smile grew even more pronounced, and he straightened his chest, appearing as if he had already seen through the Dragon Nation's schemes. After a slight cough, Cato Kitsunobu no longer hesitated and voiced his speculation. General Hearst, there's no need to rush. It's just a few ships. Based on the information we've gathered within the territory of the Dragon Country, they do not possess the capability to develop stealth materials that can evade all radar detection. Initially, Hearst and his companions were looking forward to hearing some perfect solution from Cato, especially given the confident demeanor he had just displayed. However, upon hearing his first sentence, the three of them were momentarily stunned, glancing at each other in disbelief, unable to react. They don't have the capability to develop materials that can evade our radar detection? Then what are those military ships that appeared behind us? Could they have just materialized out of thin air? The first to regain composure was Hearst, whose eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. He had expected something insightful from this individual from the land of the rising sun, only to find he was just as uninformed. Despite feeling somewhat displeased with this situation, Hearst, as the overall commander of the joint exercise, chose not to undermine the confidence of his subordinates, so he kept his feelings to himself. However, his companions, Choi Sang-mook and another, did not share his restraint. Upon hearing Cato's words, they immediately felt as if they had been played for fools. Almost simultaneously, they scoffed and expressed their dissatisfaction. General Cato, are you blind? The Dragon Country lacks that capability? Where did you get that idea? From those few military ships that suddenly appeared behind us and conveniently evaded all radar detection? Chapter 202, Fishing Boats? Cato Kitsunobu did not notice the disdain in Hearst's eyes at this moment. He was still immersed in the joy of having uncovered the conspiracy of a certain nation. He was thinking that when Hearst heard his analysis later, he would surely no longer underestimate their small empire. However, As soon as he uttered his first sentence, he was met with the sneering laughter of Choi Sang-moo and the other person. For a moment, even with his good temper, anger welled up within him. Looking at the two who were still making sarcastic remarks, Kato Kitsunobu snorted coldly, filled with disdain for them. Have you two forgotten that 2 hours ago, when we entered the South China Sea, all actions of the naval forces of that nation had already been detected by our monitoring system? If they truly possessed such technology, why wouldn't they install it on all their warships? Why only these 4 vessels managed to evade our radar detection? As he spoke, Kato Kitsunobu cast a contemptuous glance at the two. How many joint military exercises have our 4 nations conducted together? You must remember the temperament of those naval forces, right? If they really had such technology, they would definitely seize the opportunity to deploy a large number of stealth warships to launch a surprise attack on our rear. How could they possibly send just these 4 vessels? As Kato Kitsunobu finished speaking, Hearst, who had just shown a hint of disdain, suddenly brightened up. He recalled that when they entered the South China Sea, they had also mocked the naval detection system of that nation. Moreover, they had investigated the main fleets of that nation's South China Sea Fleet and East China Sea Fleet. If even their main naval equipment was so outdated, could those 4 unimpressive warships really be equipped with new stealth materials? Similarly, upon hearing Kato Kitsunobu's words, Choi Sang-moo and his companion not only did not feel displeased by the slightly mocking tone, but their expressions also brightened as they realized the point. Yes, if that nation really mastered stealth materials capable of evading all radar detection, why wouldn't they equip all their naval vessels with it? Looking at these two who seemed like useless individuals, Kato Kitsunobu wanted to step forward and give them a good beating. How could they dare to question him when they understood nothing? He truly wondered how these 2 incompetent people became naval leaders of their respective nations. After cursing them internally, Kato Kitsunobu chose to ignore the 2 clowns and continued to focus on Hearst. General Hearst, I believe these 4 warships either coincidentally evaded our detection or have equipment that can temporarily disrupt our radar detection. At this point, Kato Kitsunobu glanced again at Choi Sang-moo and his companion, his expression filled with confidence. But regardless, I can guarantee that that nation absolutely does not possess stealth materials capable of evading full-spectrum radar detection. After finishing his words, Kato Kitsunobu instinctively lifted his chin and turned to look in the direction of the 4 warships, preparing to explain to Hearst and the others how he had seen through the conspiracy. However, just as he raised his hand to boast, a scene in the distance nearly frightened him to death. He saw that the sea, which had only contained 4 warships moments ago, had unexpectedly revealed more than 10 additional vessels, and the number kept increasing until it reached about 30, at which point it finally stopped. What terrified Kato Kitsunobu the most was that the suddenly appeared ships were not like the previous 4, which had remained stationary, but were speeding directly towards their fleet. Witnessing this, Kato Kitsunobu was so frightened that he staggered backwards, repeatedly muttering impossible, his expression filled with fear. Initially, Kato Kitsunobu had been quite confident about his earlier speculation. After all, which nation would, once having mastered stealth materials capable of interfering with all radar waves, withhold such technology from its naval forces and instead use it on a seemingly dilapidated ship? However, the scene unfolding before him completely shattered all his previous assumptions. Only 4 warships? Just a device that can temporarily interfere with radar monitoring? Over 30 warships appeared in perfect formation behind them, all without being detected. Even a fool could see that the other side had truly mastered stealth technology that was ahead of the world. Impossible, this. Absolutely impossible. Kato Kitsunobu's reaction quickly drew the attention of Hearst and his 2 companions, who were still deep in thought. After Kato's earlier convincing argument, they had almost started to believe him. Now, seeing his terrified expression, they curiously looked in the direction he was pointing. Upon seeing the ships racing towards them, they all gasped in shock, especially Choi Sang-mook and the other individual, who were so frightened by the sight that they collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Hearst's expression was also grim. He had just been praising Kato Kitsunobu for having some brains, only to be slapped in the face by this sudden turn of events. As the commander-in-chief, Hearst managed to maintain some composure. After glaring at the terrified individuals, he picked up the binoculars handed to him by a guard and looked into the distance. Due to the great distance, he could only see a vague outline of the ships with the naked eye, unable to discern what kind of warships they were. He had already recognized that the initial 4 vessels were nothing more than a non-aggressive reconnaissance ship, appearing quite shabby, as if it had been modified from a retired vessel. Suddenly, more than 30 vessels from a certain country's navy appeared. From a distance, their size and outline were even less than a quarter of that of the reconnaissance ship, so they didn't seem to be dangerous warships. Indeed, when the observer, upon seeing the appearance of those vessels, let out a sigh of relief. The tension in his expression eased somewhat. It turned out they were fishing boats. Yes, in the observer's view, those vessels approaching their fleet were just some special fishing boats. The only special feature might be that each boat had a round sphere on top, similar to the 4 reconnaissance ships at the beginning. The observer didn't pay much attention to this. As long as those boats were not carrying weapons, it was fine. Chapter 203 Earthquake. Although Hearst believed that these fishing boats posed little danger, necessary precautions still had to be taken. With this in mind, he glanced at the 3 individuals still in a state of panic and then turned to the guards behind him, commanding sharply, "Notify the 3rd Squadron, 2nd Squadron, and 5th Squadron to form a 4-3-3 formation and surround those naval vessels. We must control the situation within an hour." After noticing that the vessels lacked any substantial weaponry, Hearst no longer hesitated and directly issued an order for a strong assault. Any stealth materials were insignificant in the face of absolute power. If the other side intended to use these reconnaissance ships to probe their capabilities, then let those individuals see clearly the true strength of their naval forces. At the same time, Hearst had his own thoughts. Since the other side had developed such advanced stealth material technology, if he could seize these fishing boats and bring them back for research, the domestic scientific community would surely be able to develop even more advanced materials, given their own country's strong research capabilities. He was quite confident in this regard. If a nation with such underdeveloped military industry could create these technologies, there was no reason his nation couldn't develop even more advanced technologies. Because of this plan, Hearst chose not to issue an attack order against the approaching fishing boats, instead wanting to use his nation's powerful navy to compel the other side to surrender and become his trophies. With such trophies, it was likely that most people back home would not be overly critical of him even if this operation failed. As for the other side's navy, reflecting on this, Hearst cast a cold glance at the naval fleet behind him, his expression darkening. I'll let you off this time. After returning and discussing this with my superiors, I'll come back next time to avenge today's humiliation." Meanwhile, as they were encircling the 30-odd target boats developed by Su Chun, the atmosphere at the shipyard was equally tense. However, amidst this tension, it was evident that excitement flickered in the eyes of all the staff present. The reason was simple. Today they were about to witness history. Wasn't there constant boasting about the strength of their naval forces? Weren't they always belittling and mocking the other side's military capabilities? Today, they would see how those individuals would react upon receiving the gifts they had prepared for them. Similarly, upon seeing the footage shared by the electronic reconnaissance ship on the large screen in front of him, Su Chun felt a stir of emotions. Whether it was the neighboring nation or the other side, he had always harbored a deep disdain for them. The long-standing hatred with the neighboring nation was simply irreconcilable. If the current conditions allowed, Su Chun would have loved to develop a few atomic bombs to completely destroy the opposing nation, making them realize that the people of Long Country have never forgotten the crimes they committed against Long Country in the past. As for the other nation, Su Chun also held immense disdain. In his previous life, he often saw online how that country used various unfounded excuses to suppress and disgust Long Country. In that lifetime, Su Chun had no way to respond, merely cursing inwardly, but things were different now. Heaven had given him a chance to be reborn and provided him with a system that could completely change the military industry of Long Country. There was no reason for him to allow these beasts to stand over Long Country and point fingers at them. Just as Su Chun was imagining the expressions on their faces when they witnessed a rain of missiles, a young staff member hurriedly ran over to him. "Mr. Su, the target ship has entered the designated position. Should we begin?" Both Su Chun and the people around him, including Sun Xingwen, were filled with excitement upon hearing the staff member's words. Not only that, but those still adjusting various instruments also paused their actions, looking towards this young person they admired greatly. Feeling the gazes of everyone, Su Chun was equally excited. But as the head of the shipyard and the overall leader of this operation, he suppressed his emotions. He nodded slightly to the young staff member and smiled. "Let us get started." As soon as the words were spoken, a rush of breaths filled the command room, and everyone turned their attention to the display screen in front of them. Amidst the excitement, the invigorated staff members did not forget to conduct the final equipment adjustments. Moments later, As one of the staff pressed the launch button of the rocket launcher, a deafening roar echoed throughout the entire shipyard. Not only that, as rockets soared into the sky, the people of Nanshan County felt vibrations from beneath their feet. In the Nanshan County government building, Wang Jianhua had just finished handling official business and was thinking about taking a sip of water to relieve his fatigue. Unexpectedly, a violent shaking caused the tea he had just brought to his lips to spill all over his face. Feeling the tremors beneath him, Wang Jianhua had no time to care about his disheveled appearance. A word instantly popped into his mind. Earthquake? Yes, it was indeed an earthquake. The intense shaking left no doubt that it was caused by an earthquake, and he paid no attention to the faint sound of something slicing through the air that reached his ears. He hurriedly shouted to his assistant outside the door, "Xiao Lu, quickly notify everyone in Nanshan County to evacuate immediately." It was no wonder Wang Jianhua was so anxious. The destructive power of natural disasters like earthquakes was simply too terrifying. As the county party secretary of a certain region, he had the responsibility and obligation to ensure the safety of all the people's interests. However, just as he was about to instruct his assistant on some matters, his phone rang. It was the Meteorological Bureau. Upon seeing the caller ID, his heart sank instantly, and his expression turned extremely tense. He knew that the Meteorological Bureau had equipped a large number of air defense missiles and rockets with the help of a certain individual recently. The fact that they were calling him now made him fear that the recent earthquake had somehow affected their bureau. Thinking of this, he instinctively gasped, his heart racing. If it was just a natural disaster like an earthquake, he could manage the aftermath on his own. But if something were to happen to the missiles, that was beyond what a mere county party secretary could handle. He was well aware of how many air defense missiles the Meteorological Bureau possessed, such a massive quantity. If it were to explode, would undoubtedly cause catastrophic damage to the entire region. Fuming internally at the bureau head, he couldn't understand why this individual was so stubborn. Why did they need such military weapons for a meteorological bureau? Did they really need missiles and rockets to measure the weather? Though he thought this way, he also knew that now was not the time to delve into these issues. The primary objective was to confirm whether those weapons had caused any damage to the region. "Old Wang, what's wrong? Is there an issue at the Meteorological Bureau?" Without any hesitation, he got straight to the point as soon as the call connected. He had already decided that once this incident was resolved, he would have a serious talk with the Coast Guard, Meteorological Bureau, and the armed forces about the necessity of such destructive weapons. Especially with missiles, he absolutely could not allow them to possess such powerful arms. On the other end of the line, the bureau head was equally anxious, feeling like an ant on a hot pan. The reason for his distress was that just moments ago, their newly equipped air defense system had detected a large number of rockets appearing over a certain area. Although those rockets were not heading toward their region, the sight was indeed frightening. He had served in the military for a time, but honestly, he had never seen so many rockets before, and he didn't dare to gamble on whether those rockets were launched from elsewhere. Thus, upon receiving this information, he immediately called the county party secretary. Hearing the first words from the secretary, he quickly explained what was happening in the area. "It's bad, Secretary Wang. A large number of rockets suddenly appeared over Hengshan District." This simple sentence struck Wang Jianhua like a bolt from the blue, leaving his mind blank and his expression horrified. Hengshan District? Rockets? Could it be that the neighboring country is really launching an airstrike against their nation? Hiss. In an instant, this possibility crossed Wang Jianhua's mind, but he couldn't fathom the reason behind such an action. With the limited military strength of that neighboring country, how dared they attack them? Who gave them the audacity? Moreover, why are the rockets appearing over their southern county while the southern military region has shown no response? Lao Zhou, what on earth is going on? Could it be that the neighboring country is preparing to airstrike us? Although he was puzzled by the southern military region's failure to intercept these rockets, he felt somewhat relieved knowing that their southern county now had basic air defense capabilities. Thinking of this, Wang Jianhua felt fortunate that he had wisely approved Su Qin's request to equip the Meteorological Bureau with an air defense system. Just as he was contemplating the possible developments, Zhou Wenhua's voice came through again. "Secretary Zhou, it's still unclear whether those rockets were launched by the neighboring country. But according to the radar system equipped by General Su, those rockets seem to have appeared out of nowhere, and their targets don't seem to be our southern county." Upon hearing Zhou Wenhua's response, Wang Jianhua was momentarily stunned, clearly filled with confusion. "Not targeting us. Suddenly appearing? In Hengshan District? This feels a bit familiar." Wang Jianhua instinctively touched his now absent stubble, falling into deep thought. ISNT Su Chen's shipyard, also located in Hengshan District? Strangely, after calming down, Su Chen's figure inexplicably appeared in Wang Jianhua's mind. It's no wonder Wang Jianhua misinterpreted Su Chen. The impact Su Chen had on him over the past few years was immense. First, he silently produced heavy-duty drones capable of changing the current military system. Then it was discovered that his company was secretly manufacturing gun barrels and selling arms to countries in the Middle East, and finally, he was even caught by the National Security Bureau. One incident after another reflected that this young man was anything but a compliant character. Now that such a situation has arisen, Wang Jianhua was really starting to suspect that it might be the work of this young man. With this thought in mind, Wang Jianhua directly instructed Zhou Wenhua, "Lao Zhou, keep a close watch on the direction of those rockets. If there is any threat, intercept them immediately. Also, contact the armed forces and the Coast Guard to assist you in the interception." After giving all the orders, Wang Jianhua ended the call with Zhou Wenhua and dialed Su Chen, wanting to inquire whether this was his doing. What he didn't expect was that at this moment, Su Chen's phone was actually unreachable. Listening to the busy tone on the other end, Wang Jianhua almost burst into anger. What was Su Chen doing every day? Why was his phone either in use or turned off? He began to doubt whether this guy was managing his company properly. Taking a deep breath to suppress his urge to curse, Wang Jianhua dialed another number. The call was answered by a girl, whom Wang Jianhua vaguely remembered as Su Chen's newly hired beautiful secretary. "Hello, is this Secretary Li? This is Wang Jianhua. Please inform President Su that I need to talk to him about something." Due to Su Chen spending all his time at the shipyard recently, most matters in the Zhongtian Industrial Group had been pushed onto Li Xiaoyan. At that moment, when she received a call, she thought it was finally from Su Chen, who had wrapped up his work at the shipyard and returned, instantly lifting her somewhat gloomy mood. However, when she picked up the phone and saw the caller ID, her joy quickly vanished, replaced by confusion. "Secretary Wang, why is he calling personally? Could it be that our boss is in some trouble again?" With this question in mind, Li Xiaoyan quickly connected the call, but before she could even ask, the other end urgently inquired. Secretary Wang, I'm sorry, but President Su is currently at the shipyard and not at the group company." Originally, Li Xiaoyan wanted to suggest that the caller could tell her the matter, and she would relay it to Su Chen. However, before she could say this, the caller politely made a brief remark and decisively hung up. Regarding Wang Jianhua's actions, Li Xiaoyan scratched her head in confusion. However, for her, if the sky were to fall, Su Chen would naturally handle it. There was no need for her to worry about any urgent matters. After coming to this realization, Li Xiaoyan no longer paid attention to this little episode, and instead focused her gaze back on the mountain of documents. Her small face wrinkled in frustration. On the other hand, after learning that Su Chen was currently in the Hengshan district, Wang Jianhua was already able to conclude that this commotion was most likely caused by Su Chen. However, after understanding the key issues, Wang Jianhua found himself speechless. In his view, this little brat was simply lawless. How could he not report such a major event to the county government in advance? If something unexpected happened, could he bear the responsibility? While Wang Jianhua was frustrated by Su Chen's actions, he didn't stop moving. As the key enterprise supported by their Nanning County and the most outstanding entrepreneur in the area, he certainly didn't want any trouble to arise. Not even a hint of criticism. "I need to hurry to the shipyard and let this young brat know to tone it down. Otherwise, if this matter gets to the Defense Department and Military District, there's no telling how much criticism and blame he might face." As Wang Jianhua rushed towards the shipyard, not only people from Nanning County, but also those from the entire urban area and provincial region, upon understanding the situation, all headed in the same direction. Among them, the most urgent were Wang Zhengde from the Coast Guard and Oh Wenyun, the commander of the Southern Theater. Both of their regions were equipped with the latest air defense systems developed by Su Chen, so as soon as Su Chen launched the rockets, they received the news. After connecting the recent actions of Su Chen, both of them quickly concluded that this commotion was definitely caused by Su Chen. Chapter 204, The Terror of Hearst and Others. As Wang Zhengde and Owen Yin rushed towards the shipyard where Su Chen was located, Hearst and his group had finally gained complete control over the 30 or so fishing boats. Upon seeing the true appearance of these fishing vessels, not only were the high-ranking officers pale, but even the lower-ranking soldiers were showing expressions of distress, their faces shifting from red to blue. They never expected to be so frightened by these seemingly dilapidated fishing boats, especially for the soldiers from that certain nation. As members of the Pacific Fleet, they had seen all kinds of situations. In the past, While sailing in the Pacific, which navy dared to disregard them? Which navy would dare to approach their fleet so boldly? In their view, those who challenged their naval power should keep their distance. But now, these shabby fishing boats had actually left them trembling with fear? Just moments ago, some even entertained thoughts of fleeing. The stark contrast of their situation amplified their anxiety, causing the soldiers to curse at the fishing boats in frustration. Similarly, Kato Kitsunobu and Choi Sang-mook, upon realizing the true nature of the fishing boats, wore grim expressions as well. As high-ranking leaders of their own nations and second-in-command of the joint military exercises, they were shocked to find themselves so intimidated by these fishing vessels. If their peers back home learned of this, they would surely be the subject of ridicule. However, unlike the changing expressions of the three men, Hearst at the front had no time to pay attention to them. His gaze was fixated on the fishing boats, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. Was there really no one aboard? Indeed, after deciding to turn these fishing boats into his spoils of war, Hearst had been monitoring the situation on the vessels. Initially excited by the lack of weapons on the boats, he was now even more thrilled to discover that there were no soldiers manning them. How could this not excite him? A vessel with no offensive capabilities and no personnel guarding it was boldly presenting itself before him, practically a gift. The thought of easily obtaining vessels that might possess new stealth material technology made Hearst unable to suppress his laughter. As long as these fishing boats were transported back to their country for research, domestic scientists would undoubtedly develop even more advanced stealth technology, and he, Hearst, would become a hero in his nation. With such an achievement, he believed there would be great opportunities for advancement. Upon realizing this, Hearst no longer paid attention to the commotion of the lower-ranking soldiers. He immediately instructed his guards behind him, notify everyone to take control of those fishing boats, and then withdraw from this sea area in an orderly manner. At this moment, Hearst had no time to confront the naval forces of the neighboring country. He was solely focused on transporting this batch of fishing boats equipped with new stealth technology back home. As for the humiliation of today, once they mastered this stealth material technology, he would personally come to rectify it. However, when Kato Masanobu and the others heard Hearst's order to retreat, they all felt somewhat reluctant. They were not unaware of Hearst's ulterior motives. The distance between their country and the neighboring nation was considerable. Even if the other side retreated this time, they wouldn't face retaliation. As long as they successfully utilized these fishing boats to develop new stealth material technology, they could catch up to or even surpass the neighboring nation in this aspect. But their situation was different. Their country was right next to the neighboring nation, and they had sent troops into its waters without authorization. Given the temperament of the neighboring navy, they would certainly not let this go easily, especially now that the other side had acquired such advanced stealth material technology. If an attack were launched against their country, how would they defend against such a powerful adversary? Thinking of this, the three of them showed signs of reluctance, wanting to persuade Hearst. Just then, a series of piercing sounds reached their ears. The people present were seasoned officers, all too familiar with such sounds. Almost instantly, several of them realized what it was. Missile attack? In an instant. Not just Kato Masanobu and the others, but even Hearst, who had just been excited, turned pale with fear. From their experience, the sound was undoubtedly that of missiles, but that wasn't the most terrifying part. What truly frightened them was that the sound of missiles piercing the air had reached their ears. Yet their radar system showed no response whatsoever. This was no trivial matter. Based on their knowledge of various missiles, if they could hear the sound with their ears, it meant that the missiles were very close to their fleet. At such a close distance, how could their country's air defense systems have no information at all? Could it be that the neighboring nation had equipped missiles with such stealth materials? Hearst, now fully alarmed, turned to his guards with a look of terror and said sharply, "Quickly notify the air defense forces to activate the defense systems and intercept the enemy missiles." However, before he could finish his sentence, a sound even more intense than the previous one filled the ears of everyone present. Instinctively, including Hearst, everyone's mind went blank, and they all looked up in terror towards the direction from which the roar had come. Suddenly, the previously intact cloud layer above them seemed to be torn open by a pair of giant hands. Following this, missiles began to rain down, 1, 2, 3, until a torrential downpour of missiles pierced through the clouds, heading straight for their fleet. Witnessing this scene, the coalition forces below, whether low-ranking soldiers or high-ranking generals, had lost all their previous arrogance. They were all so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with terror. Some soldiers were so scared that they fainted. leaving only the faint smell of urine at their pant legs. However, no one laughed at them, as they were all equally paralyzed by fear. At that moment, their only thought was to escape, but unfortunately, they were surrounded by the vast ocean. Where could they run to? Similarly, at that moment, Hurst was not in a better state. His face was as pale as paper, standing frozen in place, continuously muttering, "No, it can't be. I can't die yet. I am the commander of the Pacific Fleet. I will be a 5-star general of the Empire. I cannot die here. Retreat, yes, hurry, retreat." After stepping back several times, Hurst's eyes were bloodshot, almost as if possessed, and his final words of retreat were heart-wrenching. Yet now, everyone was filled with fear, and who would pay attention to his words? In the end, Hurst could no longer hide his fear and collapsed to the ground. In contrast to Hurst's reaction, Cato and his companions were even more overwhelmed. As high-ranking generals of their respective countries, they had lost all semblance of authority, already terrified to the point of losing control and sitting helplessly on the ground. The speed of the rockets was incredibly fast, reaching them in the blink of an eye. Everyone had closed their eyes, bracing for death, but upon hearing a series of explosions, they only felt a shockwave. Their bodies did not experience the pain they had imagined. Could this be the feeling of being hit by a missile? Feeling the violent shaking of the warship beneath him and the shockwave in front, Hurst, who had long been resigned to despair, struggled to open his eyes. He had truly been afraid. The fear of facing death had shattered his inner pride. He regretted his earlier decision. Why did he take on this joint military exercise? If he hadn't underestimated the military strength of the nation, hadn't intruded into its waters, and hadn't dismissed those fishing boats, perhaps he wouldn't be facing death now. After a long time, as the explosions grew quieter and eventually stopped, Hurst finally managed to open his eyes, filled with the fear of having survived. He looked around in confusion, wanting to see how much damage their fleet had sustained in this air raid. What he never expected was that, aside from seeing a terrified soldier, their fleet had not suffered any damage at all. Hurst rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing that he had made a mistake. After a long while, confirming that the recent missile attack had only targeted those fishing boats and not their fleet, a hint of color finally returned to Hurst's gaze. However, after experiencing the recent incident, he no longer looked down on the military strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, there was a deep-seated fear within him. He had already decided that in the future, he would never provoke the Dragon Kingdom lightly, without absolute certainty. With this determination, Hurst stopped pondering further. Since the Dragon Kingdom had not directly attacked their fleet this time, it seemed that they also did not want to escalate the incident. Wary of the strength of their nation and hesitant to formally engage in war, it was better this way. The immediate priority was to withdraw from the waters of the Dragon Kingdom as quickly as possible. As long as their fleet did not appear in those waters, the naval forces of the Dragon Kingdom would have no reason to continue their attacks. With this in mind, Hurst hurriedly ran towards the guard, who had fainted from fright. He slapped the guard hard, and once the guard regained consciousness, Hurst issued the order to retreat without saying much more. He quickly instructed the entire fleet to cancel the exercise and immediately withdraw from the waters of the Dragon Kingdom. After giving the guard all his instructions, Hurst finally turned his gaze to Kato Kitsunobu and the other two, who were now slumped on the ground, already unconscious. After nudging the three, Hurst coldly said, "All right, it's fine now. Hurry down and inform your fleet to evacuate." The three, having survived the ordeal, had no thoughts of seeking revenge against the Dragon Kingdom. Instead, they wished their parents had given them extra legs so they could scramble away to notify their own fleet to withdraw. Looking at the still terrified expressions of the three, Hurst couldn't help but roll his eyes at them. What a bunch of useless people. Chapter 205. Is someone causing trouble again? After giving all the orders, Hurst once again turned his gaze towards the sea area that had just been hit by missile attacks. The fishing boats that had once made him envious had long since disappeared, leaving behind only scattered debris, aimlessly floating on the water's surface. Now he finally understood that those were not fishing boats at all, but target ships. Their purpose was to provide precise targets for missile launches. However, he had once foolishly thought that these target ships posed no threat, and even tried to turn them into his trophies. How ridiculous. Fortunately, their naval vessels had not approached too closely, otherwise, the shockwave from those missiles could very well have affected them. Huffing out a long breath, Hurst withdrew his gaze, filled with the relief of survival, and turned to look at the 4 reconnaissance ships from the other country that remained stationary in the distance. Gone was the initial disdain. Only deep apprehension remained. He never expected that in just a few years, the naval power of that country would grow to such a terrifying extent.
Hearst truly could not believe that with the current speed of development in their military industry, the other side would become such a formidable entity in a few decades.
By then, even if they were to exist, they might not be recognized as a rival. Though he was reluctant to admit it after this incident, Hearst had to face the reality of this opponent. Fortunately, the other country had not yet become truly powerful, and they still had a chance to counterattack. Once he returned, he would make sure to inform his country about the military strength of that nation, urging them to wake up and stop underestimating the other side. Meanwhile, as Hearst was lost in thought, the multinational coalition, from high-ranking officers down to the soldiers, received the order to retreat. Upon hearing the command to withdraw, the soldiers reacted as if they had heard divine music, scrambling to operate the ships without a moment's hesitation, hastily retreating from the maritime zone of the other country. After narrowly escaping danger, their minds were filled with one thought: to flee quickly and leave this cursed place. They never wanted to enter those waters again or provoke that nation. No national honor or dominance mattered more than their own lives. Thus, the joint military exercise, involving over 200,000 troops from the four-nation coalition, ended dramatically as the soldiers of that nation exerted all their strength and moved with unprecedented speed. On the other side, the naval forces of the other country did not pay any attention to the panicked retreat of the coalition. Not only Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan, but every soldier involved in the operation stood on the deck in shock, their expressions filled with astonishment. It is not surprising that everyone reacted this way. The recent barrage of missiles was truly shocking, momentarily making them forget that they were currently facing a coalition of forces from various countries. The destructive power of the missile rain was indeed astonishing. Even the shockwaves from the explosions nearly disrupted the formation of their fleet. Given their distance, the impact was significant, and one can only imagine how much more it affected the coalition forces. At the moment of the missile detonations, hundreds of warships seemed to be thrown around uncontrollably, as if no one was at the helm. They could even hear the cries for mercy from the enemy soldiers amidst the explosions, despite the distance. Most soldiers from Long Nation felt no discomfort upon hearing these cries. Instead, they felt a sense of vindication. Countries like Little Sun were relatively fine, as their naval strengths were comparable, and the enemy rarely dared to act arrogantly in their waters. However, the situation with another country was different. Although they did not fear the enemy's navy, they had to admit that, overall, the enemy's naval power was stronger than theirs. This was the reason why they often manipulated nations like Little Sun from behind the scenes, constantly causing them trouble. This was also the source of their deep resentment, wishing to teach the enemy a lesson, but the disparity in strength made it difficult to gain the upper hand against the enemy's aircraft carrier group. But today, what did they witness? Hundreds of various warships, an entire aircraft carrier group, fleeing in panic? Just thinking about the chaotic scene of the coalition's desperate retreat made the Long Nation soldiers burst into laughter. Were they not arrogant? Did they not claim to have the strongest naval power? How come a few rockets could scare them so much? What kind of empire are they? In contrast to the excitement of the soldiers, Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan, standing at the front of the deck, appeared somewhat dazed yet slightly regretful. They were confused as to why Minister Feng had already called off the live-fire drill, yet Su Chun continued to launch rockets at the enemy's fleet. They felt regretful that Su Chun did not inform them of this action, which could have diminished the enemy's arrogance. Such an opportunity was rare for them, and they thought that defying Minister Feng's orders, as long as it did not affect national development, might be worth it. Once they regained their composure, they exchanged glances, seeing a hint of confusion in each other's eyes. Could it be that this young fellow really had the audacity to disregard the Ministry of Defense's orders? Or perhaps Minister Feng and Su Chun had already discussed this, and they were the only ones kept in the dark? Contemplating these possibilities, their expressions turned gloomy, and their moods became particularly irritable. The earlier situation was manageable, but for someone like Su Chun, who lacks both capability and a military background, defying the orders of the Ministry of Defense would at most result in a reprimand. If necessary, they could share some of the responsibility for Su Chun, and it was unlikely that the nation would be too harsh on him. However, for the two individuals behind this, Chun Xingqiao and his companion were not so pleased. After all, they were among the highest-ranking officers in the naval forces and felt entitled to participate in the decision-making for this operation. Were they considered less important, unworthy of knowing about such a minor action? Naturally, they preferred the first scenario. The latter would be too damaging to their pride. As they watched the fleet of a certain country drift further away, the two men, feeling frustrated, collected their thoughts and looked at their guards. They ordered the entire fleet to advance towards the direction the enemy navy had retreated, despite having just experienced a barrage of missiles. Chun Xingqiao and his companion did not believe that the forces of that certain country would have the audacity to remain in their waters any longer. However, one could never be too cautious. Upon seeing the coalition forces that had already retreated a distance away, they still issued the command to pursue, determined to drive these intruders out of their waters completely. Meanwhile, at the shipyard, cheers erupted as the staff celebrated. Every worker wore an excited smile. Their faces flushed as they cheered enthusiastically. Especially among the younger staff, many were so thrilled that they couldn't speak, their faces turning red as they stared intently at the display screen at the front. The reason for this excitement was that they had just witnessed history. The once lofty and arrogant forces of that certain country had been driven out of their territorial waters by their own hands. Everyone present had participated, to some extent, in the construction of the target ships and the electronic reconnaissance vessel. Therefore, when they saw the coalition forces, created by them, show no resistance and flee in panic, they felt as though they had collectively expelled the intruders. How could such an honor not excite them? Like these workers, Su Chen also felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the fearful reactions of the coalition forces. However, given his role as the overall commander of the operation, he believed he should set an example for the younger generation and restrain his emotions. Thus, a young man, seemingly composed and accustomed to handling storms, appeared before the crowd. Coupled with Su Chen's handsome features, the young female staff members were instantly captivated, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Even some of the younger male staff members were taken aback. Feeling the intense gazes around him, Su Chen smiled and nodded to everyone, offering words of encouragement. However, what puzzled Su Chen was that amidst such enthusiastic gazes, he felt a slight chill on his back. Looking at the spirited young man beside him, Sun Xingwen and several other senior researchers couldn't help but sigh at this moment. Indeed, being young has its advantages. Most of them had been transferred from various research departments by Minister Feng. At that time, they had underestimated Su Chen due to his youth. But now it seems, thinking of this, the few exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Naturally, Su Chen was unaware of the thoughts in Sun Xingwen and the others' minds. He was still enjoying the admiration from his subordinates. After encouraging these individuals, Su Chen turned his attention to Sun Xingwen and the others, preparing to brief them on a few follow-up matters. However, before he could speak, he heard a hurried sound of footsteps coming from outside the command room. Upon hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. In such a noisy environment, being able to hear footsteps from outside indicated that the person must be in a great hurry. Could it be that there was another incident involving an employee in the company? Chapter 206. Is this a misunderstanding? With a puzzled heart, Su Chen curiously looked toward the door of the command room. He saw two people quickly walk into the command room without any pause, heading directly toward him. The person at the front was a staff member from the shipyard, someone Su Chen still had some impression of. However, when his gaze shifted to the person behind him, Su Chen was first surprised, and then filled with joy. Minister Feng? Yes, it was indeed Feng Jingxin. After several hours of travel, he had finally arrived at the shipyard. From the moment he got off the plane, Feng Jingxin didn't dare to linger for a moment and immediately had someone take him to meet Su Chen. As the Minister of the Ministry of National Defense, Feng Jingxin had seen many situations, but today, upon learning that Su Chen was going to conduct live-fire exercises near the fleets of certain countries, he genuinely felt a bit panicked. Based on his understanding of Su Chen, this young man was quite reckless and a bit overly passionate. In recent years, certain countries had constantly provoked their nation with their military strength. And while the older generation understood the military gap between them, they didn't want to worsen bilateral relations or escalate tensions. However, Su Chen was different. He was not someone who shied away from trouble, and Feng Jingxin was genuinely concerned. He worried that after witnessing the arrogance of certain countries in their waters, Su Chen might impulsively retaliate and attack their ships. So along the way, Feng Jingxin kept praying that everything was still salvageable, hoping that Su Chen's live-fire exercise had not yet begun. As for Feng Jingxin's thoughts, Su Chen was completely unaware at that moment. He thought the minister had personally come to commend him for bringing honor to the country. Seeing Feng Jingxin's hurried expression, Su Chen didn't pay attention to the admiring gazes of the surrounding staff. Instead, he quickly stepped forward to greet Minister Feng. He thought to himself. This minister was too enthusiastic and considerate of him. It was just a matter of quelling the arrogance of certain countries. Why would it warrant such a personal visit from the minister? Surely, a mention over the phone, an article in the newspaper, and a national announcement would suffice. There was no need for such a grand gesture. Thinking about how much Minister Feng valued him, Su Chun felt a twinge of guilt, realizing he could no longer afford to be lazy. He needed to do more of such things and not allow certain countries to continue being so arrogant. With this in mind, Su Chun instinctively nodded, having already settled on a plan, and at that moment, he finally reached Feng Jingxin. However, before he could modestly say a few words, Feng Jingxin's somewhat anxious voice reached his ears. Xiao Chun, are you planning to conduct the live fire exercise near the coalition of 4 countries? Hurry, stop the operation immediately after saying this. Feng Jingxin, still uneasy, quickly urged Su Chun again, explaining the stakes involved and the potential consequences of the action. However, it seemed that Su Chun did not hear the latter part of the conversation. When the other party spoke the first sentence, Su Chun was stunned, and a wave of confusion arose in his heart. It turned out that Minister Feng's visit this time was not to commend him, but to ask him to cancel the live fire exercise. However, the exercise had already concluded, so how could it be canceled? Feeling the urgent gaze of Minister Feng in front of him, Su Chen's expression became somewhat evasive, and he dared not look at him any longer. Yet, he was also puzzled as to why Minister Feng wanted to stop this operation. Hadn't he informed the other party of all the specific details of the live fire exercise? Now, from the other party's words, it seemed that he was unaware of it. That shouldn't be the case. Su Chen clearly remembered that Minister Feng had expressed strong support when he first heard about this idea. He had even said that it was essential to strike hard against the arrogance of certain countries, making them realize that their country was not to be trifled with. Moreover, even if Minister Feng had forgotten the details he reported, it seemed that the 2 naval commanders participating in the operation, Chun Xingqiao and Yu Yuan, also knew the details of this exercise. It was unreasonable for Commander Chun and the others not to report this operation to the relevant authorities. From any angle, Minister Feng should have understood that the live fire exercise conducted at their shipyard was right next to the coalition forces of 4 countries. But now, how could he turn around and claim ignorance? Moreover, judging by the current situation, it seemed that the other party was preparing to criticize him. Just as Su Chun was lost in thought, the command room, which had been noisy just moments ago, fell into silence with Minister Feng's voice. Everyone's gaze turned in unison to their boss, feeling extremely bewildered. It was impossible that such an important matter had not been reported to the authorities by their boss, right? Wouldn't that mean their operation had been in defiance of national orders, acting independently? As for these speculations from his subordinates, Su Chun had no time to care. At this moment, he was still pondering why Minister Feng was unaware of this operation. As thoughts of his previous report flooded his mind, Su Chun soon realized something. It seemed that when he reported initially, he had downplayed the distance of the exercise, stating it was near the coalition forces, out of concern that the authorities might not agree. Could it be because of this? The moment he thought of this possibility, Su Chun subconsciously glanced at the anxious Minister Feng, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart. Seeing Su Chun's expression, Minister Feng felt a tightness in his chest, and a hint of unease arose. After a moment, he tentatively asked, You haven't started yet, have you? Hearing this, Su Chun scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. He certainly couldn't say that it hadn't started. It had already concluded. After coming to this realization, Su Chun understood just how grave his mistake was. Concealing the truth, disobeying orders, and deceiving superiors. Any one of these actions alone would be enough to lock him away. He didn't want to bear such a heavy responsibility without understanding the situation. At that moment, Su Chen's mind raced as he sought feasible solutions to minimize the impact of the incident. Meanwhile, Feng Jingxin, who hadn't received a response, was now fully aware of the gravity of the situation. He suddenly exploded in anger, pointing a finger at Su Chen's head and scolding, You're being ridiculous. Do you have any idea how much impact your actions could have on the country? If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? Feng Jingxin was genuinely upset. In the past, he had delegated almost all authority to Su Chun, turning a blind eye to minor mistakes. But now, how had this young man repaid his trust? By failing to report, disobeying orders, and disregarding the law. It was simply lawless. Aware that he had made mistakes, Su Chun dared not refute the elder's words, instead listening quietly with a respectful attitude. He understood that Minister Feng wasn't demanding anything unreasonable. He was disappointed that Su Chun had let him down. Su Chun felt no discomfort in front of someone who was decades older and had contributed greatly to the country's development. Instead, he felt a sense of guilt when facing the admonishment of such a loyal servant of the state. Seeing Su Chun with his head down, standing quietly with an expression of remorse, Feng Jingxin couldn't help but soften. His reprimands became quieter, and he finally sighed helplessly. Nothing unexpected happened, right? When he entered, Feng Jingxin noticed that every worker at the shipyard was beaming with excitement. He thought that if the live-fire drill went smoothly, there should be no accidents. As long as they did not actively attack any foreign military vessels, there was still room for de-escalation. As Feng Jingxin inquired, Su Chun, still feeling guilty, responded. However, after the earlier scolding, he no longer felt the initial excitement. Instead, he replied somewhat shyly, "No, Minister Feng, everything has gone very smoothly. The navy of foreign nations has already been successfully driven away. After this incident, they definitely won't dare to easily enter our waters again." After saying this, Su Chun stole a glance at Feng Jingxin, noticing that the elder's expression had softened. He finally let out a sigh of relief. However, he was very aware that this was not the time to relax. Even though Minister Feng had stopped pursuing the matter, he could still face consequences later. Therefore, without hesitation, Su Chun decided to throw Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan under the bus. Who would call these two individuals sitting idle and eating? As the commanders of the Southern Fleet and Eastern Fleet, they had already informed the other side about such a significant operation, yet these two actually chose to conceal it. This directly led to Minister Feng misunderstanding him. Yes, it was indeed a misunderstanding. He had indeed informed Minister Feng about this operation. But some details led to the misunderstanding between the two parties. In his view, since live-fire drills were being conducted near enemy forces, what difference did it make whether it was dozens of kilometers away or just a few kilometers? After some internal struggle, Su Chun increasingly felt that the primary responsibility for this incident lay with Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan. Moreover, their status and position were significantly higher than his. Enduring some gossip wouldn't cost them anything. At worst, he could build each of them an aircraft carrier in the future. In this self-hypnosis, Su Chun quickly felt justified in absolving himself of any responsibility for the incident. "Minister Feng, I had actually discussed this operation with Commander Chun and the others earlier. Didn't they inform you?" Su Chun was quite experienced in proving his innocence. He knew exactly what tone, expression, and gestures to use at the right moments. As he had expected, under his eloquent explanation, Feng Jingxin soon believed his words. In an instant, Feng Jingxin was furious, cursing Chun Xingqiao and the others who were still in the South China Sea, pursuing the coalition forces. Humph, these two brats have gone too far. As commanders, they actually failed to report such significant news in advance. This is simply a lack of organization and discipline. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Feng Jingxin was even angrier now than when he had just reprimanded Su Chun.
The reason was simple. He could understand Su Chen's mistake. After all, Su Chen was not a military person and did not have a direct subordinate relationship with him. Moreover,
Su Chun was only in his 20s. It was understandable that he might not handle some matters maturely. But what about Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan? They had more than 20 years of military service as the commanders of the Southern Fleet and Eastern Fleet. Feng Jingxin did not believe that they would be unaware of the consequences of defying military orders and acting independently. This was also why Feng Jingxin was so furious. What he didn't know was that when Su Chun first brought this matter up with them, Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan believed that such a significant operation should have been communicated to the Minister of Defense. Meanwhile, the two of them were completely unaware of Feng Jingxin's reprimand from afar. At that moment, they were still commanding their fleet, constantly monitoring the movements of the coalition forces and on guard against any further incursions into their nation's waters. Initially, seeing the coalition forces fleeing like lost dogs, Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan were quite pleased. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a gentle breeze passed by, and both of them sneezed in unison. Touching his nose, Chun Xingqiao pretended to be angry and looked at his companion Yu Heyuan, scolding. "Old Yu, are you at it again, sneaking behind my back? What nonsense. I think it's you who's been sneaking behind me." Unaware of this little episode, Su Chun was oblivious to the situation. When he saw Minister Feng looking even angrier than before, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. He could imagine that once Commander Chun and Commander Yu returned from the Southern Sea, Minister Feng would undoubtedly pull them aside and give them a tongue lashing. With this thought, Su Chun could only shake his head helplessly, let out a long sigh, and sincerely lament, "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have acted that way." The stark contrast in Su Chin's behavior left Sun Xingwen and others dumbfounded, astonished by the transformation. These individuals had all been transferred from various research departments and had been immersed in shipbuilding, focusing intently on the research of the 055 class destroyer. They really didn't have a clear understanding of what kind of person their boss was. Previously, they had only heard some rumors, which they had dismissed as nonsense. In their view, it was utterly ridiculous. How could a young person capable of designing the 055 class destroyer be so flamboyant? However, after witnessing Su Chin's recent defense, they finally began to reassess their boss. Su Chun, accustomed to such strange looks, completely ignored them. Once Minister Feng's anger had subsided significantly, Su Chin pulled him along toward the control console, ready to share the embarrassing situation of certain countries, hoping to help ease Minister Feng's mood. Chapter 207, Refreshing. Thanks to Su Chin's earlier guidance, Feng Jingxin now clearly placed the primary responsibility for this unauthorized action entirely on Chen Xingqiao and his companion. In his view, the main reason he couldn't prevent this operation in time was solely because these two had concealed the truth and failed to inform him of the details promptly. However, he might have forgotten that he learned about the live fire exercise near the coalition forces from Chen Xingqiao and the others. Throughout, all the information Su Chun reported to him only indicated that this live fire exercise was a perfectly normal training drill. For this reason, both Feng Jingxin and Su Chun had no way to understand the situation fully. Regardless, from Feng Jingxin's perspective, Chen Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan bore significant responsibility as military leaders. Their failure to report this operation constituted dereliction of duty. For Su Chun, it mattered even less. After all, there hadn't been any major consequences. And now with Chen Xingqiao and his companion taking the blame, it seemed that even if there were subsequent inquiries, the responsibility would not fall heavily on him. Consequently, Feng Jingxin's attitude towards Su Chun also softened. Soon, guided by Su Chun, the two arrived at the control console in the command room. As soon as they reached the console, Feng Jingxin's attention was drawn to the display screen in front of them. However, this attraction was not due to the advanced technology of the screen, but rather the images currently being shown. The scene depicted various vessels and missile wreckage floating in the sea, resembling the aftermath of a recent conflict. Upon seeing this, the sense of relief that Feng Jingxin had just experienced instantly vanished. Wasn't it said that there hadn't been any accidents? What were these wrecks? At that moment, Feng Jingxin felt bewildered, his mind blank. Wasn't the operation merely to drive the coalition forces out of their territorial waters without attacking their warships? Although Feng Jingxin understood that live fire training would inevitably damage the target vessels, he genuinely worried that some of the wreckage might belong to the coalition's warships. Thus, when he saw the scene on the screen, he felt a surge of tension. Not wanting to bear any more responsibility, Su Chun spoke and acted with extra caution, afraid of revealing any clues that might alert Minister Feng. Noticing Minister Feng intently staring at the screen, Su Chun quickly guessed the reason for his anxiety. Without hesitation, he hurriedly explained, "Minister Feng, all these wrecks are from our target vessels. Rest assured, our goal for this operation was merely to deter the coalition forces, and we did not actively launch any attacks against them." Indeed, after hearing Su Chen's explanation, Feng Jingxin let out a long sigh of relief, and his tense mood gradually eased. After dispelling Minister Feng's concerns, Su Chun began to explain how they managed to scare the forces of certain countries into a panic during this operation. As he started detailing the live fire drill, he lost the initial nervousness and became increasingly animated, his expression full of pride and excitement. Similarly, after his worries were alleviated, Feng Jingxin felt uplifted by Su Chen's vivid explanations and the images constantly playing on the screen. He was in high spirits, especially considering that the naval forces of certain countries had often troubled their nation, and they had not gained much due to their wariness of the opponent's military capabilities. However, today, the once mighty naval forces were surprisingly frightened by their rockets, fleeing like frightened dogs, not daring to resist at all. Watching the coalition forces in a state of panic on the screen, Feng Jingxin's wrinkled face broke into a broad smile, his eyes filled with a sense of satisfaction. "Ha, well done. I wonder if these forces will dare to look down on our nation again or enter our waters." After casting aside his earlier anger, Feng Jingxin truly felt happy to witness the embarrassment of those forces, especially at the hands of their own nation. Such a rare occurrence was hard to come by, even for someone of his age. Su Chun, aware of Minister Feng's reaction, thought about seizing the moment to inquire whether such actions could be repeated in the future. Just then, a sudden rush of footsteps could be heard outside the command room, louder than when Minister Feng had arrived. Having learned from the earlier experience, Su Chun instinctively raised an eyebrow, a hint of unease creeping in. Could it be that they had attracted the attention of some high-ranking officials? As Su Chun and the others watched, 7 or 8 individuals quickly entered the room. Upon recognizing the newcomers, Su Chun let out a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 208, Reinforced Synthesis Brigade. The newcomers were none other than Owen Yin and his team, who hurried over after figuring out the cause of the recent commotion. Upon seeing familiar faces, Su Chen's tense mood quickly relaxed. Although he hadn't shared the specifics of this operation with Owen Yin and Wang Jingde, he believed that given the military equipment he had provided them over the past period, they wouldn't dwell on this matter too much. As for Wang Jianhua and other leaders beside them, there was even less to worry about. Su Chun was a local from Nanning County and had made significant contributions to the economic development of the entire Han City over the years. He had even been elected as one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Han City not long ago. With this connection, Su Chun was confident that as long as he didn't do anything outrageous, they wouldn't take any action against him. For this reason, when Su Chun saw them, he felt no worry at all. Instead, his expression grew even more smug. It seemed he had another opportunity to boast about his heroic deeds. With that thought in mind, Owen Yin and his team quickly approached him. As expected, when they reached him, they didn't blame him for not informing them about such an important matter in advance. Instead, they inquired about the purpose of the commotion and whether anything unexpected had occurred. Su Chun was naturally pleased with this. Although the main reason for his action was his disdain for the arrogance of certain countries and a desire to strike back, he saw this as a chance to bask in the envious attention of many influential figures. After a brief moment of contemplation, Su Chun decided not to hesitate any longer and promptly explained the situation to everyone. Upon hearing Su Chun's vivid description, Owen Yin and the others were as excited as Feng Jingxin had been earlier. In particular, Owen Yin and Wang Jingde couldn't help but burst into laughter when they learned that the arrogant forces of certain countries had fled in panic. As individuals from the military system stationed in a border area, they often interacted with other countries. They knew why nations like Nanhua, the Philippines, and others dared to provoke them repeatedly. It was due to the backing they received from certain powerful entities. Now, witnessing the previously invincible forces humbled before them was truly exhilarating. However, amidst their excitement, both men looked at Su Chun with a hint of resentment. They couldn't help but complain internally about why Su Chun hadn't informed them in advance about such a good opportunity. After all, their Coast Guard and Southern Theater Command had close ties with him, and missing out on such a good thing felt quite unfair. Su Chun naturally understood the thoughts of the two, but at this moment, Minister Feng was still nearby and had just expressed his anger over this operation. Su Chun did not want to add to the tension, so he pretended not to notice their complaints and even put on a confused expression, as if he didn't understand what they meant. As expected, when Feng Jingxin saw the eager expressions of Owen Yang and the others, he immediately became furious. He coldly snorted and questioned them. What is going on? Chief O, Director Wang, do you also want to disobey orders and act on your own? Owen Yang and the others, who had been blaming Su Chun in their hearts, were taken aback upon hearing Feng Jingxin's words, their faces filled with confusion. Disobeying orders? Acting on their own? Why would Minister Feng say such things to them? After all, they had been in the military system for decades, and such a basic mistake was something they would never make. Especially Owen Yang, as the chief of the Southern Theater, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops. Not only would he never make such a low-level mistake himself, but he had also never heard of any of his soldiers daring to violate this military ironclad rule. Military personnel are duty-bound to obey orders. This rule is ingrained in every soldier's bones, and everyone knows it. No one dares to break it. However, Minister Feng had just questioned them about whether they wanted to disobey orders. Where did this come from? For a moment, both of them were puzzled, not understanding why Minister Feng was saying such things to them. They glanced at Su Chun, who was looking up at the ceiling and glancing around, then at the extremely grim-faced Minister Feng. Suddenly, Owen Yang and the others seemed to understand something. Could it be that such a significant operation was not reported to the Ministry of Defense by Su Chun? When this thought crossed their minds, they both unconsciously nodded, seemingly very certain of this guess. However, after realizing this, their expressions became somewhat strange. They thought to themselves that Su Chen's audacity was a bit too much. Not notifying them in advance was understandable, as the two sides had only been in close contact and, in essence, there was no hierarchical relationship. But the Ministry of Defense was different. In the entire country, any military action or training must be approved by the Ministry of Defense before it can proceed. Yet now, Su Chen actually dared to openly bypass this relationship and act on his own. As they thought of this, Wenyang and the others even forgot about Minister Feng's earlier questioning and instinctively turned their gazes towards Su Chen, who was now pretending to be nonchalant. Originally, Su Chen had worked hard to minimize the main responsibility of this incident from himself, but now feeling the strange looks from the two, he immediately became unhappy. What's wrong? Am I that kind of person? Without the slightest hesitation, as soon as he felt the gazes from the two, Su Chen said impatiently, Director Wang, why are you looking at me like that? I've already discussed all the details of this operation with the naval fleets. As for why they didn't report this operation to Minister Feng, I'm not sure. After saying this, Su Chen couldn't help but steal a glance at Minister Feng beside him, hoping that he wouldn't shift his attention onto him because of the unusual looks from Wenyang and Wang Jingde. When he saw that Minister Feng's expression was normal, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze back to Wenyang and Wang Jingde, his expression extremely displeased. Su Chen had already decided that all future weapon orders from these two would be placed at the bottom of the list, at least behind Commander Chun and Commander Yu. After all, Commander Chun and the others had shared some responsibility for him, while the two in front of him had not only failed to support him, but were now doubting him. This was simply unforgivable. If Wenyang and Wang Jingde knew what Su Chen was thinking at that moment, they would surely be speechless. They had merely exchanged curious glances, yet they had been labeled in such a way. Su Chen must be quite petty. Besides, weren't you just like that? Haven't you forgotten the things you did in the past? Of course, these were all just side thoughts. At this moment, Wenyang and Wang Jingde were somewhat bewildered by Su Chen's somewhat overreactive words. They had never expected that a mere glance at each other could provoke such a strong reaction from him. Now they had no idea what was really going on. It seemed that Minister Feng was here to hold someone accountable. It wasn't as they thought. To commend Su Chen for bringing glory to the country by thwarting the schemes of certain nations. Judging by Su Chen's current reaction, it seemed he must have thought of some way to placate Minister Feng. With this thought, the two felt a bit awkward and quickly withdrew their gazes from Su Chen. They would still need to rely on Su Chen for the development of more new weapons in the future, and they couldn't let a trivial matter create a rift with him. Considering this, Wenyang waved his hand at Su Chen and said somewhat insincerely, "Oh, what are you talking about, Su? We know what kind of person you are. How could you make such a mistake? Besides, nothing unexpected happened in this operation, and being able to thoroughly diminish the arrogance of certain nations is a good thing." After saying this, Wenyang turned his gaze to Feng Jingxin and began to advise him. "Lao Feng, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but for such small matters, there's no need for you to come all this way. I can handle those two young ones, Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan, for you. These two youngsters were troublemakers in the military when they were younger, and now as naval commanders, they still managed to make such a serious mistake. They definitely need a good lesson. Owen Yin and Feng Jingxin are of the same rank, so he speaks casually without many formalities. However, Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan are different. Although they are naval commanders, they are essentially part of the younger generation of leaders in the country. Their experience is significantly less than that of Owen Yan's generation, and they are considered juniors by the older military leaders like Owen Yan. Because of this, Owen Yan didn't want to discuss any grand theories with them. He simply followed Su Chen's words and shifted all the responsibility onto the two of them. He didn't believe these young ones would dare to cause him trouble. Upon hearing Owen Yan's words, Su Chen's eyes lit up, and his gaze towards Owen Yan lost its previous hostility. "Hey, why didn't I notice before that Chief Owen is so amiable and clear-headed? It seems I misunderstood him earlier." Just a few simple words instantly elevated Owen Yan's image in Su Chen's mind. Su Chen had already decided that all future weapon orders for the Southern Theater would need to be prioritized. Naturally, Owen Yan and the others were unaware of Su Chen's thoughts. After Owen Yan's persuasion, Feng Jingxin's anger naturally shifted onto Chun Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan. With the misunderstanding resolved, Su Chen began explaining some details of the operation to everyone, and once again showed them images of the scenes where they drove away foreign forces. The verbal description couldn't compare to the actual visuals, and as everyone watched the disarray of the coalition forces in the images, they gasped in surprise once more. Compared to Wang Jianhua and other government officials, Owen Yin's focus was not on the foreign forces, but on the target ships and reconnaissance vessels. Seeing such large ships appearing effortlessly behind the foreign forces made Owen Yan's breathing quicken, and his expression became particularly intense. With his keen eye, he could clearly see that these ships were equipped with the stealth coating that Su Chun had developed. When they tested the 191 rocket launcher at the border with the southern neighboring country, he had been quite envious of this technology. However, at that time, the country was still testing whether the stealth coating could be applied to large military weapons, so he didn't inquire too much. Now it seems that this stealth coating can be used not only on small military weapons, but also on large military ones. After using this stealth coating, even massive warships can be enhanced to effectively shield themselves from most radar detection. Doesn't that mean that their army's tanks and armored vehicles can achieve the same? Hiss. The more he thought about it, the more fervent Owen Yin's gaze became. As the highest commander of the Southern Theater, Owen Yin quickly associated this stealth material with its multiple uses on the battlefield. His unusual reaction soon attracted the attention of Feng Jingxin and others, who, noticing his excitement, approached to inquire about the reason. In response, Su Qin paid no mind, having interacted with Commander Owen for some time. He quickly guessed the reason from the other's expression. It was likely due to the stealth coatings used on the target ships and reconnaissance vessels. Although he knew the reason, Su Chun did not explain anything, as he considered it trivial. If it weren't for his concern about accidentally hitting warships from certain countries, he wouldn't bother with these unconventional methods and would simply launch a barrage in the opponent's maritime area. Who needs precision strikes? Just blanket bombing would suffice. As Su Chun had anticipated, after hearing Owen Yan's explanation, everyone turned their attention to him. In response to their gazes, Su Chun shrugged and didn't refute, effectively confirming Owen Yan's earlier speculations. However, while Su Chun remained calm, others reacted differently, especially Wang Jingda and Feng Jingxin. They both understood why the country had not yet widely adopted this stealth coating. Now, seeing Su Chin's implicit acknowledgement, they felt a surge of tumultuous emotions. Feng Jingxin was so agitated that he began to stomp his feet, and without considering the reasons, he urgently exclaimed to Su Chun, "Xiao Su, why didn't you say this earlier?" Upon hearing Minister Feng's words, Su Chun momentarily struggled to process the statement, his mind filled with question marks. "I didn't say it earlier?" When he initially submitted this stealth material to the country, he had clearly stated that this coating could be applied to large military weapons. It was the defense sector that insisted on conducting tests. Could that be blamed on him? Su Chun felt that Minister Feng had a significant bias against him, as if he was the go-to person whenever something unexpected happened. This was not a good situation. If everything were to be blamed on him in the future, he wouldn't have the time to explain all day long. Considering this, Su Chun quickly began to explain in an attempt to dispel the preconceived notions. "Minister Feng, don't wrongfully accuse the good people. When I submitted it, I clearly mentioned this to the military industry personnel. They insisted on testing it. So you can't blame me." After saying this, Su Chun displayed an extremely aggrieved expression, as if he had suffered some injustice. For expressions like Su Chun's, Feng Jingxin and the others were already used to it. However, at this moment, Feng Jingxin realized that he had just misspoken and awkwardly waved his hand at the other party, expertly moving past the issue. Subsequently, Owen Yun and Feng Jingxin began to inquire about the applications of stealth coatings in the military. Even Wang Jianhua and others occasionally chimed in, asking whether these could be used on certain specialized equipment. Naturally, Su Chun answered everyone's questions one by one. In no time, everyone's eyes lit up. Especially after hearing some of Su Chun's innovative ideas, they became extremely excited, eager to implement them immediately. This situation continued until evening, finally wrapping up. After sending off a few people, Su Chun let out a long sigh, feeling exhausted yet deeply satisfied. He felt that what he had shared today could rival a year's worth of his usual discussions. Not only did he explain the application scenarios of stealth coatings, but he also took the opportunity to unfold a magnificent vision for the history of the army. That is, to create the first heavy armored combined brigade of the country. As expected, when Owen Yun and his group heard Su Chin's explanation about the heavy armored combined brigade, they were truly inspired. Even those like Wang Jianhua, who were not part of the military system, lost their usual composure as local officials upon hearing Su Chin's description, their eyes sparkling and their minds foggy. Much like the grand plans they often laid out for their subordinates, Su Chun had anticipated everyone's reaction, so while painting this grand vision, He reminded them that this endeavor would not be accomplished overnight and required long-term planning. Originally, Su Chun had already contemplated the heavy armored combined brigade. When he was invited by various countries in the Middle East to establish a branch office, the state had entrusted him with a force of over 10,000 troops. Su Chun aimed to transform this force into the first heavy armored combined brigade of the country. The Middle East is currently very chaotic, and Su Chun certainly did not want to worry about his safety while there. If he successfully developed this brigade into a heavy armored combined brigade, they would be able to navigate the entire region with confidence, confronting any adversary head-on. He had long held grievances against certain nations in the region, and if he were to go there, they would likely be the first targets. Of course, Su Chun did not share these thoughts with Feng Jingxin and the others, as their country is known for its strong preference for peace. As long as no one attacked them, there was no reason for them to retaliate. However, only Su Chun knew whether they had truly been attacked or not. After all, those nations often like to label others with such accusations. Chapter 209 Unexpected. Although Su Chun had a general plan in mind regarding the situation in the Middle East, he knew that no significant results could be achieved in a short time. Everything needed to be carefully planned over time. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time, and the countries in the Middle East had already promised him that. Aside from research personnel and some key equipment, he wouldn't need to worry about much else. Once everything settled down, he only needed to transport some key equipment to the region and select a few researchers to establish a presence there. By that time, he believed that some necessary preparations would have been completed. With this in mind, Su Chun no longer pondered the matters of the Middle East. Before that, his primary goal was still to construct the 055 class destroyer. He believed that once this 10,000-ton destroyer successfully came into service, no country would dare to underestimate the navy of their nation for a long time. Nor would any country have the audacity to intrude into their waters like the recent naval forces of certain countries had done. Determined, Su Chun stopped his wandering thoughts, yawned, and turned back to his dormitory. Early the next morning, he woke up, quickly freshened up in his dorm, and headed straight to the command room of the shipyard. Now that the joint military exercises with certain countries had concluded, he had no reason to stay any longer. After delegating some follow-up tasks, he planned to return to the headquarters. During this time, to ensure the live-fire drills could proceed smoothly, he had set aside all matters at the headquarters and focused entirely on commanding operations here. As the chairman of Zhongtian Industrial Group, Su Chun felt it was necessary to return and meet with the employees. He was concerned that they might think the company would operate the same way whether he was there or not, and that there might be inexplicable issues arising when he was present at headquarters. Su Chun did not want such scenarios to occur. As one of the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs in Nanchuan County, and a leader of the younger generation in his nation who had received coverage from various domestic media, he felt a significant responsibility to set a good example for the contemporary youth. Time passed quickly, and after briefing Sun Xingwen and other senior personnel at the shipyard on all follow-up matters, Su Chun left without delay and returned to Zhongtian Industrial Group. In the following days, he returned to his previous leisurely routine. However, compared to the calmness of his nation, many countries internationally had fallen into a strange silence during this period. All eyes were unavoidably focused on his nation and certain other countries. They never expected that the four-nation coalition, which had initially conducted grand joint military exercises, had not released any news in these few days. They still clearly remember how boastful the coalition forces from certain countries were at the beginning, constantly broadcasting their movements to major media outlets, eager for everyone to know where they were at all times. However, 3 hours after they entered a particular maritime region, all those videos mysteriously disappeared. There was even a complete lack of follow-up news. For ordinary people in various countries, this didn't seem to raise any eyebrows, as such matters are military secrets, and it's normal for them not to be aware of them. In their minds, the outcome of the joint military exercises conducted by the coalition was already anticipated. They didn't believe that the navy of a certain nation could make any significant waves in front of a superpower. Even if that nation possessed nuclear weapons, what difference would it make? It was a superpower after all, and this time, they had deployed a naval fleet known as the Nation-Destroying Fleet. The military vessels they possessed are arguably the most advanced on the planet, and how could that nation's naval strength compare? In the perception of these ordinary people, that nation only had a credible land force that could rank among the best in the world, while its air force and navy were generally seen as second tier. If it weren't for their possession of nuclear weapons, which are highly destructive, They might even believe that this nation wasn't qualified to be one of the 5 permanent members of the United Nations. It's no wonder people think this way. In modern warfare, whether in the Korean War or the conflict with another neighboring country, only the land forces of that nation have truly shown. Despite the claims made over the past few decades about developing new types of warships and aircraft, people do not believe that these military assets could enable that nation's navy to compete with a superpower. Because of this, they paid little attention to the undercurrents in international affairs during this time, subconsciously thinking that perhaps it was just another instance of a superpower developing new weapons that required confidentiality and thus were not publicly announced. In stark contrast to the reactions of ordinary people, the response of high-ranking officials from various countries was entirely different. When several days passed without any news from the coalition regarding the joint military exercises, these officials realized that something unexpected must have occurred. Given the past actions of that superpower on the global stage and their arrogant demeanor, they would have gone to great lengths to publicize any troubles they could cause for that nation during the exercises, showcasing their own strength. Yet now, several days had gone by without any explanations. It seemed that something had indeed happened, forcing that superpower to attempt to cover up the operation. But what could that unexpected event be? Could it be that the navy of that nation truly had the capability to compete with a superpower? This speculation, which just emerged in everyone's minds, was promptly dismissed by them. The reason was simple. The country in question was too powerful in their impression. Despite feeling displeased with its past arrogant and overbearing demeanor, they had to admit that its military strength was undoubtedly among the top levels on the entire planet. And what did the country in question have? Was it the dilapidated aircraft carrier bought from a neighboring nation years ago, or the new weapons used in the Middle Eastern battlefield recently? Although the new military weapons developed during this period made them wary, they did not believe that such limited weaponry could enable the country to resist effectively against the powerful nation. Amid such speculation, as time passed, the atmosphere among the high-ranking officials of various countries grew increasingly tense. This sense of uncertainty hung over them like a cloud, making it hard for everyone to breathe. A similar situation was also occurring within the borders of the powerful nation. After several days of travel, Hearst finally returned to his homeland on the afternoon of the 3rd day. Without any hesitation, he briefed his subordinates briefly and then hurried towards the presidential office. Those 3 days might have been the longest time in Hearst's life. It is no exaggeration to say that the phrase "time drags on" does not fully capture his feelings during this period. Since being driven out of the South China Sea by the naval forces of the country in question, he had only one thought in mind: to inform his homeland about the situation as quickly as possible. Chapter 210. The Gravity of the Situation. In the presidential building of a certain country, what used to be a bustling place now felt particularly somber. As early as when Hearst was driven out of the South China Sea by the naval forces of a certain nation, Otama had already received reports from his side. Initially, Otama found Hearst's report hard to believe. Was there really a stealth material capable of interfering with all radar wave detections? As the president, he didn't frequently delve into military equipment, but he was quite confident about this common knowledge. Moreover, according to the other party, such advanced stealth material was developed by a certain nation? That was simply laughable. This was the only thought that crossed his mind when he first heard the news. He believed that Hearst was just making excuses for the failure of the operation. If even their powerful scientific research capabilities couldn't develop such advanced technology, how could the other party possibly do it? However, when Otama saw the footage sent back by Hearst, he was completely stunned. Dozens of warships had effortlessly bypassed the detection line that they had always prided themselves on, boldly appearing behind their naval fleet. At that moment, despite his reluctance to believe it, Otama had to accept this fact. Consequently, after thoroughly understanding the situation from Hearst, he notified many high-ranking officials domestically to convene an emergency meeting to discuss future strategies for dealing with a certain nation. The ability to interfere with all radar detections was no small matter. If the other party fully mastered this advanced technology, it would be a devastating blow to them. It could even shake their position in the world, which was not entirely impossible. This was something Otama could not allow. In the conference room, after reviewing the materials distributed by the president, the usually high and mighty and extremely arrogant military and political officials were now all frowning and silent. Their reactions mirrored Otama's when they first heard the news. They were unwilling to believe that the nation they had previously looked down upon could possess such advanced technology. Most believed that Hearst was merely making excuses for the failure of the operation. Some hot-tempered high-ranking officials even claimed that Hearst was useless, bringing shame to their nation, and suggested that he be stripped of all his positions. However, these statements abruptly ceased as they reviewed the materials in their hands. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the documents, their expressions more serious than ever. Each one present was a high-ranking official with keen insight, able to discern the stakes with just a simple glance. In the past, the nation in question could disregard its proclaimed technological advancements, and even the advanced weapons that recently showcased their effectiveness in supporting various countries in a certain region. However, this time is different. They can clearly see from the recent exercises just how powerful the stealth materials used by this nation are. If they were to fully master this stealth material technology, then all the air defense systems within their borders would become obsolete. This truly poses a significant threat to their foundational security. It is precisely for this reason that, after observing the outcomes of the joint military exercises, everyone displayed such serious expressions. Looking around at his silent colleagues, a burly middle-aged man became increasingly frustrated. Glancing towards a certain individual in the distance, he coldly huffed and said, "Humph. Didn't our Minister of Foreign Affairs say that it's unwise to wage war against this nation and that we should adopt a strategy of engagement to manage our relations through public opinion? Why is he silent now? I assume Minister Clement must have some countermeasures for the failure of this operation, right?" This middle-aged man is none other than Richardson Elvis, the commander of the military district in the region. He was also the one who had previously strongly advocated for waging war against this nation. Chapter 211. Who calls the shots? However, his initial proposal was publicly opposed by a certain individual, who went on to expound a philosophy about leveraging public opinion and utilizing international conferences to counter the opposition. It was nothing but nonsense, according to his line of thinking. The best approach would have been to directly mobilize the Pacific and Atlantic fleets to crush the adversary. What stealth materials? What rockets? He simply did not believe that such limited capabilities could withstand the might of their military. Yet now, these individuals, fully aware that the current situation had long since escaped their control, were still allowing their opponent the opportunity to breathe and continue developing. They were nothing but a bunch of fools, brainless parasites. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, to the point where he almost pointed his finger and shouted at the other person in front of many high-ranking officials. If it weren't for a few colleagues urgently advising him to calm down, everyone present would have expected a physical confrontation between the two. This individual had spent years in a desolate region, exuding a fierce demeanor complemented by his muscular build. A person of such stature could easily overpower someone like the other, who was much smaller in size. As for why he was so furious and insistent on waging war against the adversary, everyone present, including a certain senior officer, understood the reason. This individual was the commander-in-chief stationed in the region, overseeing all military operations. Previously, his forces could be said to have been unstoppable in the region, with no country able to withstand their advance. However, since the adversary secretly supported certain nations with advanced military equipment, everything had changed. They first faced setbacks in their support for one nation and later suffered significant losses in conflict with another, almost losing an entire division. All of this was a direct result of the military aid from the adversary. Even now, he was unaware of how many nations had received such assistance. Whenever their forces operated in the region, they could inadvertently discover these weapons in nearly every country. This was precisely why he felt such anger upon hearing about the adversary's new developments in stealth technology. If only he had acted on his initial thoughts and attacked proactively, there wouldn't have been so many unexpected complications. After being berated by this individual, everyone in favor of a more diplomatic approach, including the one who faced the criticism, felt their faces flush with embarrassment, all glaring back with indignation. Each one of them held significant positions and usually commanded respect, even from the highest office. Now, being scolded in this manner by a military figure with a simplistic mindset was simply intolerable. The protagonist being criticized, Clement, let out a cold snort and replied in a similarly annoyed tone. "Humph, mindless fools. Do you think starting a war would benefit the nation? Do you know how many active troops we have on our home soil? And do you have any idea how many of our forces are scattered across various countries around the world executing missions? You still want to go to war with a nation that possesses nuclear weapons? If a war breaks out, both our nation and that country would have to play all their cards, and at that point, all our operations in the Middle East and Europe would be forced to stop. Decades of planning could vanish in an instant. Is that what you want to see?" Hearing Clement's sarcastic remarks, Richardson, who was just furious moments ago, suddenly felt his face flush. He wanted to argue back, but after barely uttering a "you," he fell silent. He knew that what Clement said was indeed true. Their understanding of that country was deeper than that of any other nation combined. Its military strength was no longer what it was decades ago. If a war broke out, it would inevitably force their nation to halt all military operations in the Middle East and Europe. Richardson wasn't sure what would happen in Europe, but he believed that if their forces withdrew from the Middle East, the countries that had once been intimidated by their military would surely come back. At that time, all the territories and resources they had occupied over the years in the Middle East would be lost in an instant. This was precisely what many high-ranking officials back home did not want to see. Although he understood this, Richardson still felt somewhat indignant. After giving Clement another cold snort, he stopped discussing the past and instead said with a stern face, "Then, Minister Clement, let's discuss how we should respond to that country." After saying this, a hint of a cold smile appeared on Richardson's otherwise grim face. He thought, surely Minister Clement did not intend to use the same old media tactics against that country, right? I must remind you, based on that country's past actions, the fact that they dared to showcase such advanced stealth material technology means they must have developed even more advanced military technology behind the scenes. No one knows how far their military technology has progressed. If they are allowed to continue developing, who can guarantee that in 30 years, their military strength won't surpass ours? As soon as Richardson finished speaking, everyone present nodded in agreement, strongly supporting his viewpoint. Even though the weapons developed by that country recently caused some trouble for their military, deep down, the crowd still felt unconcerned, simply thinking that the other side was just taking shortcuts. If they had known in advance about the weapons developed by the Dragon Nation, given their strong military power, they would not have feared the other side. However, until now, after witnessing the stealth materials equipped by the Dragon Nation's navy, everyone finally realized that the Dragon Nation has long since broken free from their control. If allowed to continue developing like this, it would undoubtedly become a significant threat to them. Regarding the Dragon Nation's stance, Clement advocated for a peaceful resolution. They also wanted to know how to effectively prevent the Dragon Nation from growing without affecting their plans in the Middle East and Europe. Clement paid no attention to the gazes of others. After casting a disdainful glance at the self-satisfied Richardson, he turned to the main seat, where Odma had remained expressionless. "Mr. President, according to intelligence reports from our agents in the Dragon Nation, we have learned that the recent breakthroughs in their military technology are due to the efforts of one person." One person? As soon as Clement said this, the crowd was visibly startled, their faces reflecting disbelief. How could this be possible? This was their first reaction to Clement's statement. A research project involves numerous complex and intricate steps, requiring a significant number of researchers. In their case, even a casual research project involves at least several teams of researchers, not including ordinary staff. Now you tell me that the new weapons developed by the Dragon Nation recently are the result of one person's efforts? That sounds completely absurd. They have seen the Dragon Nation's weapons. Each one is a groundbreaking military equipment. Such equipment has not been developed by thousands of their researchers over decades. And now you say it's because of one person? Not only the others, but even Odma at this moment narrowed his eyes, looking at Clement with skepticism. Clement anticipated the crowd's reaction and without hesitation continued, "Mr. President, it's true. In order to investigate the sources of weapons supplied to various countries in the Middle East by the Dragon Nation, our intelligence agency deployed nearly 50 agents in the Dragon Nation. This includes several researchers and government officials from the Dragon Nation whom we successfully recruited. All their reports point to one individual, Su Chun from Zhongtian Industrial Group." When mentioning Su Chun, even Clement felt a surge of murderous intent. When he first saw the report from the intelligence agency, he didn't expect that the person causing continuous setbacks to their military during this period would be a young individual, not even in their 20s. In their 20s? Not to mention any research capabilities. Clement even doubted whether the person had fully matured yet. Initially, he questioned whether there was an error in the intelligence agency's investigation. But after hearing the director's personal report, he finally believed the facts. Nearly 50 intelligence personnel were involved, including several high-ranking officials who had been persuaded over the years with great effort and vast resources. With such substantial evidence, if the investigation were still mistaken, it would imply that their intelligence network, built over decades in that region, was merely a faude. Su Chun. When this name was mentioned, everyone present was taken aback, exchanging glances filled with confusion. Clement's earlier statements were too compelling. The investigation of over 50 intelligence personnel pointed to this individual. In an instant, everyone set aside their doubts and began to speculate about who Su Chen really was. However, despite their efforts to recall, they couldn't find even the slightest impression of this person. It shouldn't be the case. Someone capable of developing such advanced military weapons must be a highly influential figure in the research community. They couldn't possibly be unaware of him. Seeing the puzzled expressions from the crowd, Clement couldn't help but smile wryly. Although he was reluctant to accept it, he explained the results of the intelligence agency's investigation to everyone. However, after hearing his explanation, everyone couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. In their 20s? Just a recent college graduate? Closely connected with the Second Army Group of a neighboring country? How could this be possible? A young person just out of college, barely matured. How could they possibly have the ability to develop such advanced military weapons? While everyone was questioning, one person in the room showed a slight change in expression. This person was none other than Odma, who had been seated at the head of the table. Initially, he was puzzled when he heard the name Su Chen, but no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't find any information about this individual. It wasn't until Clement's explanation mentioned that this person had close ties with Hunter from the Second Army Group of a neighboring country that he suddenly realized. Wasn't this the company that had sold arms to that country? He had personally ensured that this company was placed on their sanctions list. Suspecting that this company was not a private enterprise, he had even instructed intelligence personnel to investigate the individuals behind it. However, due to various circumstances, he had set the matter aside, assuming that the company was merely selling some firearms privately to that country. But what he never expected was that during this period, the military weapons that had been giving their forces such a headache were actually developed by a private company, not by the military research institution of that certain country. Upon realizing this, Odma instantly felt a sense of having shot himself in the foot. If he had paid more attention to this company back then, wouldn't he have known about it much earlier? It's not entirely his fault. One could only say that the weapons developed by Su Chen during this time were too advanced. Anyone would not believe that such cutting-edge weapons could be developed by a private enterprise, especially when the head of the company was merely a young person in their 20s. Indeed, when their intelligence personnel first investigated Su Chen, the director of the intelligence agency was equally incredulous. Fearing that the investigation might be incorrect, he ordered a reinvestigation, even going so far as to activate intelligence agents hidden deep within that country. This investigation had led to the present situation. The people present did not notice the change in their president's expression. They were still in shock from Clement's earlier explanation. Although everyone found it hard to believe, under the confirmation from Clement, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the intelligence agency director, they ultimately had to acknowledge this fact. Meanwhile, Clement seemed unfazed by the expressions of disbelief from the crowd and even wore a smile that suggested he was in complete control of the situation. His reaction quickly drew everyone's attention. "Minister Clement, do you have a way to deal with this young man? So young and so capable. Everyone knows that he would certainly be fully protected by the government of that certain country. If they had discovered him earlier, at least when he wasn't yet known to the government, they would have had dozens of ways to eliminate him. But now it was all too late. Given the usual style of that country, they must have already arranged a tight protective perimeter around him, ensuring that no one, from any nation, would have the chance to harm him, not even a sliver of a possibility. No one present was surprised by this. Which country in the world wouldn't do the same? Even their own researchers had numerous personnel assigned for protection. Moreover, with Su Chen being so young, if he were one of their own, they wouldn't just be willing to assign personnel for his protection. They would gladly provide personal protection themselves. It was precisely for this reason that the urgency in the hearts of the crowd intensified as they observed Clement's reaction. Su Chen was simply too young enough to make them feel apprehensive. If he continued to grow in this manner, they had no idea what the future of that country would look like in his hands. Similarly, at that moment, Odma also retracted his thoughts upon seeing Clement's reaction, directing his gaze towards him. Feeling the gaze of the crowd, Clement simply smiled lightly and without hesitation, shared the information gathered by the intelligence agency. Everyone need not worry about this individual. According to the intelligence agency's reports, we have learned that not long ago, this person reached an agreement with various countries in a certain region to establish branch offices. These countries are providing both personnel and funding to set up branch offices for him in their respective nations, inviting him to develop in that area. At this point, a subtle, barely noticeable cold smile appeared on Clement's face. "I believe everyone understands that we cannot eliminate this person within our borders. But if he truly goes to that region, then he did not continue speaking, as the people present were not fools. If they needed further explanation, they would not deserve to be there. Indeed, upon hearing his words, everyone's eyes lit up, filled with a strong intent to take action. While they might not have the opportunity to deal with him here, it would be a different story in that region. After suffering consecutive defeats in recent conflicts, a unanimous decision was made to increase military presence in that area. Currently, they have established dozens of military bases there, with a substantial number of troops stationed in the region. The 9th Army Group, the 5th Army Group, and a total of 23 divisions, with over 250,000 troops spread across the eastern and western defensive lines. It can be said that if they wish, they have absolute confidence in sweeping through the entire region within a year. And now, this person has chosen to take such risks. Does he not realize who truly holds the power in the current situation? Chapter 212. The Shock of the Whole World. Although it is unclear why the government of a certain country would agree to send an outstanding researcher like Su Chun to a conflict-ridden area, such as the Middle East, it ultimately aligns with their intentions. As long as Su Chun truly goes to the Middle East, they have numerous ways to completely eliminate this significant threat. Once Su Chun is dealt with, they don't believe that the country can continue to develop rapidly as before. Just recently, they learned from a certain individual that the new military weapons developed by this country were all created by this young man. Without him, can the country still possess that strength? Thinking of this, the apprehension among those present towards this country significantly diminished, and everyone's expressions became much more relaxed compared to the earlier tension. What is this country? What stealth materials? What drones? What rocket launchers? As long as they can successfully eliminate Su Chun, the instigator, isn't the ruler of Blue Star still their country? As the mood lightened, discussions shifted away from the new stealth materials used by this country, and instead, they began to discuss how to reasonably deal with Su Chun in the Middle East. Among them, Richardson was the most excited. As the commander of the forces in the Middle East, he had long harbored deep resentment towards this country. Now, learning that the source of their recent setbacks was actually heading to his home base in the Middle East, how could he not feel exhilarated? In just a few minutes, Richardson thought of countless ways to torment this young man. He had already decided that when the time came to capture him, he would not allow him to die easily. He wanted him to experience the torture that his country was known for. To understand why Richardson could stand firm in such a chaotic region and why he was referred to as a demon by the military of various Middle Eastern countries, he wanted this young man to realize that opposing their country in him, Richardson, was the biggest mistake of his life. The others present understood the reasons behind Richardson's reaction and did not pay much attention to it. As long as they could successfully deal with this young man when the time came, what did it matter what they called him? As discussions continued, time passed second by second, and after 3 hours, the emergency meeting, prompted by the failure of the joint military exercise, was officially concluded. However, what surprised everyone was that the outcome of this meeting had nothing to do with the joint military exercise. Nor was there any mention of the new stealth materials developed by this country, which could make all countries' air defense systems wary. Instead, the final discussion focused on how to handle Su Chun, a young man in his 20s. If those countries that are currently focused on their relationship with the Eastern nation were to find out about this, it would surely cause a huge stir. Of course, this includes Hearst, who has just rushed from the port to report the situation. Hearst is sweating profusely. Although he has reported everything to the president, he still feels uneasy. Therefore, after leaving the fleet, he hurried to the presidential office, wanting to personally explain the terrifying aspects of the Eastern nation to the senior leadership. However, to his astonishment, when he finally arrived at the presidential office, he encountered a number of high-ranking officials who had just finished a meeting and were leaving. Seeing their smiling faces, completely devoid of any urgency despite his report, Hearst was initially taken aback, followed by a surge of anger. He thought these people were like parasites to the country. The Eastern nation has already developed such advanced military weapons, yet they could still laugh without a care? These damn people. Although Hearst is a 4-star admiral and the commander of the Pacific Fleet, there is still a gap between him and these officials, not only in terms of seniority, but also due to some internal party conflicts. Thus, despite his anger, he dared not show it publicly. After a slight nod to the crowd, he went to the presidential office alone, hoping to persuade the president not to underestimate the Eastern nation. However, unsurprisingly, when Hearst finally came out of the presidential office, the panic he once had was long gone, replaced by a strong smile. Standing on the wide steps outside the presidential office, looking towards the east, The smile on Hurst's face quickly faded, replaced by a cold glint in his eyes. Suchen, the Eastern nation? Humph. The humiliation from that day's exercise. I, Hurst, will make sure to repay 1,000-fold in the future. As for the reactions of the country in question, the outside world is naturally unaware. Now, across the entire blue planet, except for the Eastern nation, almost all countries are puzzled as to why the usually arrogant nation is not mentioning the results of this joint military exercise at all. In contrast to the rationality of the senior officials from various countries, the media around the world is in chaos. Ever since the news about the joint military exercise from the country in question suddenly disappeared online, the vast majority of ordinary people have come to the consensus that the country must have developed some new type of military weapon that requires secrecy, hence their reluctance to disclose it. Subconsciously, everyone believes that facing the powerful nation, the Eastern nation's navy must have suffered a great defeat and returned home in disgrace. However, one day on the world's largest social media platform, someone posed the question, is it possible that the country is not announcing the results of the joint military exercise because they suffered a major loss at the hands of the Eastern nation? Once this viewpoint appeared online, it quickly occupied the trending topics, with everyone leaving comments below. However, the comments left by these individuals are not expressions of agreement. Instead, they are all mockeries. Netizens from a certain country. This is the funniest comment I've seen in years. The country in question is at a loss before our nation? This is hilarious. I can't believe anyone would actually believe this. A user from another country commented, "Friend, please take the time to understand the military capabilities of both nations before discussing this." A netizen from another region added, "What strength does your country have to even be compared with ours? Just stay in Asia." Another user remarked, "Our nation is the best in the world." For these mockeries, people from other nations didn't think much of it, as they viewed these remarks as facts. However, some netizens from the country in question were not pleased. Some individuals, who had circumvented restrictions to understand the culture of the country in question and Western cultures, were about to like a comment when they unexpectedly found that the comment section was filled with derogatory remarks about their nation. They instantly became displeased and began to argue back. Although their thoughts might be misguided, their hearts remained passionate. How dare they insult their country? They were ready to retaliate. As time went on, this situation not only did not cease, but rather escalated, seemingly trending toward a verbal battle between both sides. Initially, the ongoing online argument didn't concern Suchen much. He had originally intended to release a video of the joint military exercise. He wanted to let those ill-intentioned nations know that his country was not to be trifled with. However, due to ongoing work at the shipyard and a backlog of tasks at headquarters, he had delayed this. What he did not expect was that the online comments, which initially only criticized the joint military exercise and claimed his country was inferior, had escalated to outright insults against his nation. Some domestic netizens even started claiming that his country was embarrassed by the coalition led by another nation in this joint military exercise. Seeing these comments made Suchen furious. Without hesitation, he had the Ministry of Foreign Affairs release all details regarding the joint military exercise, along with the video of the exercise. There were no extravagant embellishments, just straightforward factual descriptions and a video, with a title that simply stated, "Those who offend our nation will be punished, no matter how far." After releasing the video, Suchen's anger finally subsided. How dare they insult his country? If it weren't for his special status, he would make sure these individuals understood how he earned the title of keyboard warrior in his previous life. As the foreign ministry of a certain country published all the details and video content of the joint military exercise online, it came as no surprise to Suchen that this information rapidly spread across the internet at an astonishing speed, dominating the rankings of major media outlets worldwide and creating a significant stir online. Particularly, those who had previously looked down upon this country were now wide-eyed, filled with disbelief upon seeing the announcement. How could our powerful nation possibly lose to this country? Am I seeing this correctly? How did such a large warship from this country appear behind the naval fleet of our nation? Is our detection system merely for show, failing to notice this? Stealth materials? How could they possibly have mastered such advanced stealth technology with their limited military capabilities? This video must be fake, right? What about our radar detection system? Is it malfunctioning? With such a large warship and so many missiles, how could they not react at all? My goodness, so many missiles? Just for an exercise. This country actually deployed this many missiles? And so close to the coalition fleet. Don't they fear hitting our naval vessels? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. This video must be fake. Our nation is the best in the world, and even we do not possess such advanced stealth technology. How could they? This must be false. Despite all the details of the joint military exercise being laid out before them, it was clear that these individuals were filled with skepticism. It is no wonder they reacted this way. The content released by this country was simply too astonishing for the average person. In their perception, the powerful nation was synonymous with strength, excelling in military, technology, and economy, regarded as the peak of existence on this planet. How could such a formidable nation be beaten so easily by the navy of this country? Among those reacting the most were the citizens of the four nations participating in the joint military exercise. When they conducted the exercise, they were quite pleased with themselves. With such a luxurious coalition, they couldn't fathom a loss. Even if this country had 100 times more courage, they wouldn't believe it would dare to confront their naval fleet. However, now, watching their own fleet being utterly powerless against the navy of this country, forced to retreat in a panic. In that moment, a myriad of thoughts surged through their minds: confusion, skepticism, disbelief, and an overwhelming fear of this country. In stark contrast to the reactions of these individuals were the people of this country. Upon seeing the news released by their nation, everyone was visibly shaken, their eyes filled with intense fervor. Although at first, they were just arguing out of love for their country. When they truly saw a powerful nation being defeated in front of their own army, like a stray dog, how could these patriotic youths not feel a genuine thrill? Compared to the reactions online, government officials around the world were equally shocked upon seeing the announcement from the country. Initially, they had many speculations about the outcome of the joint military exercises, but they never expected that the surprise would be the development of such advanced stealth material technology. Even the radar detection systems of certain nations could not detect it. Watching the video where several naval vessels suddenly appeared behind those nations, a hint of apprehension emerged in the eyes of high-ranking officials. If even the detection systems of certain nations could not pick it up, could their own detection systems find the other side? The answer was no, even if they were confident in their own air defense detection systems. They had to admit that there was still a significant gap compared to those of the powerful nation. Chapter 213 Reactions from All Sides in a Certain Country, the Kremlin. Kivilev hurriedly walked into the president's office, one hand carrying a briefcase and the other holding a document. "Mr. President, it's not good." As soon as he entered the office, Kivilev quickly approached the president and respectfully handed over the material in his hand. "Mr. President, the foreign ministry of a certain country has responded. On May 9, 2013, at exactly 3 p.m., the naval fleets from several countries encountered a full-force blockade by the naval fleets from the southern and eastern regions of a certain country in the South China Sea, successfully forcing the coalition of four nations to retreat from the area. Moreover, based on the video released by the foreign ministry, I suspect that a certain country has mastered a new stealth material technology." As he spoke, Kivilev took out a laptop from his briefcase and played the video released by the foreign ministry for the president. Initially, the president was not particularly concerned about the joint military exercises held by those countries. To him, it didn't matter who would benefit from the exercise. Whether it was one country or another, it had nothing to do with his own nation. Despite retaining much of the power from the time of the Soviet Union's dissolution, only a handful of high-ranking officials were aware that the country was merely a shell of apparent strength, internally weak. The external pressures were self-evident. Tensions had always existed with a certain country, which had been finding various ways to suppress his nation since the dissolution of the Soviet Union. Particularly, the support for certain alliances had made the president's situation quite challenging in recent years. It was precisely because of the constant pressure from that country that he had declared a friendly relationship with another nation. Of course, this friendship was merely strategic. Both sides understood that as long as the pressure from that country continued, this delicate relationship would remain intact. If either side disrupted this balance, the relationship would inevitably shatter. However, these external pressures were not the most troubling for the president. What concerned him most was that internally, the government's entire official system was already deeply corrupt. From mid to high-ranking officials down to many lower-level bureaucrats, all involved in bribery and abuse of power to varying degrees. For these issues, the president was overwhelmed with daily responsibilities and had no time to focus on the success or failure of a military exercise. In his view, whether that country could once again intimidate another nation or whether the latter could make the former suffer in the exercise, it didn't really pose a problem for his own nation. So, When faced with reports from major media outlets, he didn't pay much attention. However, upon hearing Kivalev's last statement, even the president couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. New stealth materials? Looking at the warships of the Navy in the video, the more he looked, the more furrowed his brow became. How could this be possible? This is the first thought of the leader after observing the recent exercises conducted by certain countries. In his mind, the research and development capabilities of a certain country are even less advanced than those of his own nation. How could they possess the strength to develop advanced stealth material technology? If this is true, wouldn't it mean that this country could silently launch surprise attacks on the airspace of any nation worldwide? The leader does not believe that his country's radar detection system could be more advanced than that of other nations. Mr. President, do we need to reconsider our relationship with this country? Chapter 214 Rest. For readers who have taken a day off to read this, there is no need to read this chapter, as it has been split from the previous one. The word count for this chapter will be quickly made up later. Although Chiwalev served as the Minister of Defense of a certain country, he did not dare to show any disrespect in front of the iron-fisted president. The president, adopting a certain country's style of action, now that they dared to disclose such advanced stealth material technology, it seems they must possess even more advanced military technology. As things stand, no one knows the extent to which this certain country's military technology has developed. If they have already surpassed us, then we might. At this point, Chiwalev wisely chose not to continue, instead starting to observe the president's expression. Hearing Chiwalev's words, the president, who was deep in thought, looked up at him without responding, but instead asked a different question. Has there been any response from the other side? Deep down, the president still found it hard to believe that this certain country had that capability and wanted to confirm once more, given that country's usual way of doing things. If there was even a hint of exaggeration in the information released by that certain country's foreign ministry, they would surely be the first to speak out against it. However, to the president's disappointment, there was no response from that country, and surprisingly, they remained unusually calm, as if nothing had happened despite suffering a significant loss in front of that certain country. Observing the changing expressions of the president, Chiwalev tentatively inquired, "President, do you think we should test the waters with that country?" Upon hearing Chiwalev's suggestion, the president, still lost in thought, slightly nodded, his face showing no expression. "You handle this matter, but remember, our contact with that country should not be too deep. Our relationship with that certain country has not yet reached a point of formal hostility. Once we have sorted out everything domestically, we can reconsider this matter." Regarding that certain country, the president did not have a good impression. His relationship with them was merely to leverage the military strength of both nations to contain the other. However, given the current situation, he had to reassess the relationship between the two countries. That country was developing too rapidly, to the point that it made him feel a bit uneasy. If they continued to develop like this, the president had no idea what the future position of his country would be among the three nations. Receiving the president's response, Chiwalev felt no surprise. Everything was for the great nation, a certain country, the White House. Naturally, Odma would be informed of all the content released by that country's foreign ministry at the first opportunity. However, now they had also figured out the reason behind that country's rapid development during this period. So after listening to Clement's report, Odma's expression showed no change. Unexpectedly, the country has been so eager to announce its stealth material technology. They really seem to hold quite a prejudice against us, wanting to make us look bad on the global stage. Listening to the mutterings of a certain individual, a faint smirk appeared on Clement's face as well. Perhaps this country still doesn't realize that we have thoroughly investigated all their circumstances. When the time comes, once we completely eliminate that individual, I wonder how they will act then. Clement strongly agreed with the sentiments expressed. Over the years, they have successfully swayed quite a few officials from that country. Regarding the individual in question, intelligence personnel had been tasked to conduct a thorough investigation some time ago, right after a recent meeting. It can be said that apart from his biological parents, no one knows more about his past than our country. Let this country enjoy its moment of pride for a while. Chapter 215. The sky is high and the emperor is far away. Zhongtian Industrial Group. After the news of the joint military exercise by certain countries was announced through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Su Chen initially paid some attention to it. However, as time went on, he lost interest. It was mostly just baseless speculation from bored netizens. While the four countries participating in the joint military exercise showed no reaction at all, which made Su Chen feel it was rather pointless. For Su Chen now, showing off in front of ordinary people no longer held any interest. Instead, it was much more satisfying to see the high-ranking officials of a certain country gritting their teeth in frustration. Moreover, Su Chen was simply too busy. He not only had to deal with the mountain of documents that had accumulated at the company over this period, but also had to explain things to the many military leaders domestically. Commander Chen, are you mistaken? How could things possibly be this serious? When you all knew about this plan, I merely mentioned it casually in front of Minister Feng. How could Minister Feng place all the responsibility on you and Commander Yu? Don't worry, I will explain this to Minister Feng right away. I know, rest assured, Commander Chen. The main responsibility for this incident lies with me. I will absolutely not let you and Commander Yu face any unfair treatment. I will call Minister Feng now. Phew, finally finished explaining. After hanging up on Chen Xingqiao's call, Su Chen couldn't help but lean back in his executive chair and let out a long sigh. Really? It was just a bit of responsibility, wasn't he it? Such a high-ranking official, and he can't handle it? After a moment of venting about Chen Xingqiao's stinginess in his mind, Su Chen stopped thinking about it. What? The main responsibility lies with me? Explain to Minister Feng? Did I, Su Chen, just say that? Clearly, Su Chen hadn't taken the explanations he just gave to Chen Xingqiao to heart at all. He even thought about letting him call Minister Feng to explain. What a joke. Would he still want new weapons in the future? Commander Chen and Commander Yu were really stingy. The naval commander, such a high position, actually made such a minor character step up to take the blame. What a ridiculous idea. Thinking back on the events of the past month, Su Chen couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain towards Chen Xingqiao while lying in his executive chair. Compared to dealing with the accumulated documents at the company and facing those military leaders domestically, it was indeed much more exhausting. There was no need to say much about Chen Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan. As soon as they returned from the South China Sea, they called him immediately to ask for an explanation. Why was all the responsibility for this operation placed on them? Why did Minister Feng scold them mercilessly upon their return? The other military leaders were also difficult to handle. They weren't asking Su Chen to explain the live-fire drills he conducted, but rather inquiring about when he could develop new weapons for the military. After witnessing the power of the weapons developed by Su Chen, these individuals are now constantly preoccupied with this matter. They frequently inquire with the relevant defense authorities about whether Su Chen has developed any new weapons. In particular, the leaders of the 5 military districts, upon meeting Su Chen, expressed their frustration, questioning why, after such a long time, no new weapons have been developed for their ground forces. They display a sighing demeanor, lamenting that the current international situation is tense, and some countries are not treating them kindly, while their own weapons remain outdated. They warn that if Su Chen does not develop new weapons soon, their country will be at a disadvantage if a conflict arises. When Su Chen first heard these complaints, he couldn't help but roll his eyes in his mind, feeling utterly speechless. Drones, robotic dogs, military armored vehicles, the 191 rocket launcher, and vehicle-mounted howitzers. What other country could develop such a plethora of new weapons in just 2 years? Although Su Chen possesses a unique system, he cannot be treated like a workhorse. He deserves some time to rest. Moreover, Su Chen's primary goal is focused on the construction of the Heavy Combined Brigade. Once established, it will significantly enhance the combat effectiveness of the entire military system. The development of 1 or 2 new weapons is not very useful and would only waste his time. Though he felt exasperated, Su Chen patiently explained to the group. Unlike Chen Xingqiao and Yu Heyuan, who had established credentials and age, Su Chen, as a younger individual, had to show them due respect. While he could boast and banter with Chen Xingqiao and others, no one would mind. But these individuals were seasoned players, and basic respect was necessary. Ultimately, after making a serious promise to everyone that he would develop new weapons soon, he managed to send them on their way. Chapter 216. If you have the guts, come to the Middle East. Just thinking about the experiences of the past month brought a wave of bittersweet emotions to Su Chen. Sometimes, he felt that developing in the Middle East might actually be a good choice. With such a vast distance, the home country would likely not be able to manage him. Once he arrived in the Middle East, wouldn't it be like a bird soaring in the sky or a fish swimming in the sea, free to do whatever he wanted? Yes, he needed to quickly wrap up matters at home and also urge the Middle East side to expedite the establishment of the branch office. With this thought, Su Chen felt pleased, envisioning the wonderful life he would have in the Middle East. In the Camel Kingdom, Riyadh, at the Yamama Palace. Ever since the Camel Kingdom and Su Chen confirmed the establishment of a branch office in their country, The high-level officials of the Camel Kingdom had taken this matter very seriously. The Camel Kingdom played a crucial role in facilitating the process, and Su Chun had privately informed them that the headquarters of the branch office in the Middle East would be located in their country. Therefore, the leader of the Camel Kingdom, Salman al-Shah, classified this matter as a top-secret issue, led by the Ministry of Defense, to establish the Saudi Dragon Economic Development Zone 50 kilometers southwest of the northern border province, in the Galactic area. Of course, after more than 10 days of discussion, they specifically chose the Galactic area, which is significant as it is the site of the largest land port in the Middle East, the Hadiyah port. It essentially handles 70% of the land trade between the Camel Kingdom and neighboring countries. Additionally, the northern railway within this area stretches for 250 kilometers, connecting the capital Riyadh to the northern border province. It can be said that the importance of this region is comparable to that of the northern border province, which is home to a large military presence. However, this was not the only reason Salman al-Shah finalized the plan. The geographical location of the Galactic area was also a vital factor. Galactic borders Kuwait to the east and connects with Jordan and Iraq to the north, making it strategically significant. If there were to be an invasion by Israel in the future, this region would likely be the first target. Establishing the Saudi Dragon Economic Development Zone, there was also intended to leverage the strength of the Dragon Kingdom to curb the ambitions of other nations. Of course, Salman al-Shah was not foolish. With the entire Middle East in chaos, even the Camel Kingdom understood the importance of this area, and the Dragon Kingdom would certainly be aware of it as well. Since Su Chun was so important to the Dragon Kingdom, it was unlikely that the home country would agree to him going to such a dangerous area. Thus, Salman al-Shah had a careful plan. The newly established Saudi Dragon Economic Development Zone would not consist of just one location, but two. In addition to the headquarters in Galactic, the other would be located in a desert area 10 kilometers southeast of their capital, Riyadh. Establishing the branch office close to the capital would not only mitigate the potential dangers for Su Chun, but also help build a good relationship with the local side, a win-win situation. For this reason, Salman al-Shah ordered the finance department to allocate nearly $10 billion in funds, demanding that the Defense Department establish an economic development special zone within a year. Everything seemed to be thriving, but today Salman al-Shah received a report that made him extremely angry. What do they want? How dare they issue orders to us? Inside the office, after reading the document submitted by the Foreign Ministry, Salman al-Shah slammed the paper on the table and angrily addressed the person in front of him. We have just received a report from intelligence personnel that there are plans for a war against the neighboring country, the Foreign Minister Faisal Farhan said, not daring to hesitate in the face of the furious leader. The document received by Salman al-Shah was indeed from the Foreign Ministry of the neighboring country, demanding that they not attempt to obstruct their strategic intentions. However, the tone of the message was far from friendly, appearing arrogant and dismissive. Just from this tone, Salman al-Shah felt that the neighboring country had no regard for them at all. Taking a deep breath to calm his anger, Salman al-Shah fixed his gaze on Faisal Farhan. Immediately reply to them, informing that we will maintain neutrality. As long as their military does not threaten us, we will not involve ourselves in the conflicts of other nations. Upon hearing the leader's command, Faisal Farhan nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, just as he was about to turn and leave, the leader spoke again. Notify the neighboring country, and also inform the country to the north, since they have decided to wage war. The northern country will certainly be involved in their plans as well. Also, let them know that we can provide support if they need it at the appropriate time. After giving all the instructions, Faisal Farhan returned to his chair, closing his eyes to rest, pondering who knows what. Observing the leader's reaction, he did not inquire further, bowing respectfully before turning to leave. Just as Faisal Farhan reached the door, he saw a familiar figure rushing towards the office, visibly out of breath. Khalid Salman. The newcomer was none other than the Minister of Defense, Khalid Salman. Isn't Khalid Salman busy with the Economic Special Zone? Why is he here? Could it be that the neighboring country has already taken action? Faisal Farhan was clearly puzzled by Khalid Salman's anxious demeanor. Minister Khalid, what's going on? Did something happen at the border? As Faisal Farhan approached Khalid Salman, he directly voiced his concerns. Oh, it's Minister Faisal, you misunderstood. I'm here to report to the leader about matters concerning the Economic Special Zone. The situation regarding the Economic Special Zone isn't a secret among the high-ranking officials in the region, so there's nothing to hide from the Minister of Foreign Affairs. He immediately began to explain the recent developments in the construction of the Economic Special Zone. Oh, they are urging us to expedite the establishment of the branch of Zhongtian Industrial Group in the region? Why are they in such a hurry this time? Upon hearing Khalid's explanation, Faisal was initially taken aback and then grew puzzled. This was the first time the other side had so urgently requested to accelerate the establishment of the economic special zone. Previously, they had often encouraged the other party to jointly establish a special zone in their country, but each time they were met with outright refusals, regardless of the generous conditions offered. This was indeed strange. When had the other side changed their stance? Had the government there officially decided to participate in the conflict in the region? Khalid noticed Faisal's confusion and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Minister Faisal, you misunderstood. This request was not made by the government there, but was proposed by Su Chun, who personally contacted Kevin Hunt from the Second Army. You know, in our country, Hunt is the one most familiar with Su Chun, and usually, our communications with Su Chun are conducted through him." That's right. When Su Chun decided to swiftly enjoy the benefits in the region, he promptly reached out to his old acquaintance, Hunt. This matter wasn't significant, so Su Chun didn't inform the Ministry of Defense, but contacted him personally. However, he didn't expect that what he thought was just a casual inquiry about the progress of the branch's establishment would be taken so seriously. Hunt reacted as if he had received a military order, emphasizing that he would report this matter to the Ministry of Defense as soon as possible, assuring him that the leader would personally oversee it. When Su Chun heard Hunt's words, he was completely taken aback and felt bewildered. The Ministry of Defense? The leader? Was it really that serious? He had only asked a casual question. Why did it need to involve the Ministry of Defense? Moreover, the leader was going to personally supervise it? Did his branch have such high regard? Anyway, Minister Faisal, I need to quickly report this matter to the leader. Khalid explained everything to Faisal and then went straight into the leader's office without any delay. Hearing Khalid's hurried words, Faisal felt no dissatisfaction. He prioritized the deployment of troops from a certain country over passing information to neighboring nations. Shortly after parting ways with Faisal, Khalid reported everything to Salman al-Shah. You need to personally oversee this matter immediately. No matter the method, ensure the construction of the Special Economic Zone is implemented within 6 months. You don't need to worry about the financial aspect. I will personally notify the finance department. Just contact them directly for the necessary funds. Clearly, Salman al-Shah was not concerned about why there was a push to expedite the construction of the economic zone. As the leader, he had worked hard for the support of that country, and now that troops were being urgently dispatched, he was more than pleased. With the help of these troops, he didn't believe that any neighboring entities would dare to pose a threat to his nation. Khalid understood the significance of the matter as well, and upon receiving the leader's orders, he did not dare to slack off. After affirming with a serious yes, he quickly turned and left. He needed to personally go to the finance department to apply for funds to expedite the project, and then head to the construction site to supervise the development of the economic zone. In a different location, at the Zhongtian Industrial Group, Su Chun was unaware of the events happening in his country. Even if someone told him, he wouldn't believe it. It was absurd to think that the Minister of Defense would personally oversee the establishment of a branch office. No one would believe such a thing. When Su Chun first learned from Hunter that this matter had stirred the Minister of Defense and the national leader, he was shocked for quite some time. The idea of the Minister of Defense personally supervising was simply unbelievable. However, all of this was secondary at that moment. Su Chun was entirely focused on the system panel that only he could see. The Heavy Armored Combined Brigade consisted of 9 major battalions, including 4 Heavy Armored Combined Battalions, an Artillery Battalion, a Reconnaissance Battalion, an Air Defense Battalion, a Combat Support Battalion, and a Logistics Support Battalion. This single brigade could establish a defense system with a depth of 250 kilometers and project over 5,000 rounds of ammunition within 10 minutes. A single brigade could independently handle army-level confrontations in medium and small nations. Looking at the detailed introduction of the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade on the system panel, even Su Chun couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with an intense desire. Wow! The Type 99, a heavy main battle tank. The Type 04, a tracked infantry fighting vehicle. The PLZ-05, a 155mm self-propelled howitzer. The PHL-191 long-range rocket launcher. The PLL-05 120mm self-propelled howitzer. The Hongjian 10 heavy anti-tank missile launch vehicle. The Hongqi 17 air defense missile field launcher. Drones, electronic jamming vehicles, engineering repair vehicles. Looking at the dazzling array of weapon introductions before him, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Now he understood why many netizens in later generations claimed that a heavy armored combined brigade could obliterate a small country. If only Li Yunlong had this firepower back in the day, he would have dared to directly attack Tokyo instead of just the county town. Although most of these military weapons have already been developed by the Dragon Nation, they were provided by the system. It's important to note that the birth of an advanced military weapon must go through design finalization, research and development, small-scale production, troop testing, and then full-scale deployment. This process typically takes at least 10 to 20 years, and if any link underperforms, it has to be optimized and upgraded again. Take the J-20 fighter jet as an example. It was initiated in 1997 and officially entered full service in 2017, taking nearly 20 years. Moreover, this timeline continues to extend, and as of 2026, the J-20 remains the most equipped fighter jet in the active Air Force of the Dragon Nation. No one knows how many optimizations and upgrades the J-20 underwent during this period. The weapons provided by the system now are not initial versions, but final versions, which means that all of these weapons have already undergone hundreds of optimizations and upgrades. Su Chen was confident that any one of these weapons, when taken out, would contain design technologies and concepts that would surpass those of the entire world today. After a long while, Su Chen finally managed to suppress his restless heart, exhaled deeply, and began to absorb the knowledge from the system. As he felt the influx of knowledge in his mind, he was filled with joy. The construction of the heavy armored combined force was now taking shape, and once he headed to the Middle East, he could officially start the build. With these weapons, he would no longer fear for his life in the Middle East. Whatever the situation with neighboring regions, if they dared, they could come and confront him in the Middle East. Chapter 217. It's really just firepower coverage. Phew, finally done. In the office of the chairman at Zhongtian Industrial Group, Su Chen, reclining in the president's chair, couldn't help but rub his forehead, exhaling a long sigh. After a full month, Su Chen finally organized all the issues regarding the construction of the heavy armored combined brigade into a single document. This wasn't because Su Chen had nothing to do. Upon learning this knowledge from the system, he had resolved to popularize the concept of the heavy armored combined brigade throughout the military system of the nation. To achieve this goal, he clearly couldn't do it alone. So Su Chen decided to compile all the ideas for the heavy armored combined brigade into a report to submit to the Ministry of Defense, allowing the minister to make the final decision. There was another reason Su Chen didn't want to mention. The cost of successfully establishing a heavy armored combined brigade was prohibitively high. Just the core equipment required for the brigade would cost at least 20 billion in currency. If you added in the expenses for air defense and missile defense weapons, as well as personnel costs, Su Chen estimated that it would take at least over 50 billion. At this rate, even if he sold himself, he probably couldn't form many such units. Su Chen had also been puzzled by this. Didn't those online enthusiasts in later years say that a heavy armored combined brigade only needed 20 billion in currency? How did it turn into 50 billion when it reached him? And it was in foreign currency. Take the Core Type 99, a main battle tank, for example. The system initially provided a construction cost of about 50 million in currency for one unit. Yet those military fans in later years claimed it was only 20 million? Just 20 million? Thinking about the vast difference in these amounts made Su Chen unable to hold back his frustration. In his previous life, he had believed those enthusiast analyses. But now it seemed like complete nonsense. Director Song, please take this document to the capital personally. Remember, it must not be seen by anyone else. After sealing the document, Su Chen quickly called over Song Jie, the head of the National Security Department stationed in Nanjing County, and handed the document to him with a serious reminder. Regarding the National Security Department's arrangement to investigate employees within his company, Su Chen didn't mind. His company was developing too quickly, and no one could guarantee that there wouldn't be spies from other regions among them. The National Security Department had considerable experience dealing with these foreign spy forces, so Su Chen didn't inquire further. Don't worry, Mr. Su. I will personally deliver the document to the minister. Song Jie took the document from Su Chen without any hesitation and turned to leave. As a member of the National Security Department, Song Jie dealt with foreign spies every day. From Su Chen's words just now, he could tell that the document handed to him was undoubtedly of great importance. At the same time, he had been assigned to Nanning County for almost a year and had a good understanding of Su Chen's character. In his view, if it weren't something particularly significant, Su Chen wouldn't have placed such emphasis on it. Standing by the window and watching Song Jie leave, Su Chen's thoughts raced. and a barely noticeable smile appeared on his lips. He knew that when Minister Feng saw the document he submitted, he would surely agree with his idea. The allure of a heavy combined arms brigade was something not everyone could resist. Even Su Chun, after seeing it, felt an immense desire. Not to mention the older generation like Director O, who had developed a fear of insufficient firepower. He couldn't help but wonder what the scene would be like after the army had 30 heavy combined arms brigades in advance. After pondering for a moment, Su Chun shook his head, pulling his thoughts back. It was time to develop some equipment for the troops that would accompany him to the Middle East. In the capital, when Song Jia arrived at the National Security Department building, it was already 5:30 p.m. Long before he boarded the helicopter to the capital, he had informed his direct superior, Minister Gao Hongsheng of the National Security Department, about Su Chen's request. As a small director in the National Security Department, he didn't have direct access to the Minister of Defense, since Su Chen wanted him to personally deliver the document to Minister Feng. He naturally had to contact his superior to leverage the connection for a chance to meet Minister Feng directly. Just after getting off the helicopter, Song Jia saw Gao Hongsheng waiting for him. Minister. He approached Gao Hongsheng and respectfully saluted him. Gao Hongsheng merely nodded in acknowledgement without saying much. All right. I've informed Minister Feng about the situation. You need to come with me to the Ministry of Defense immediately. When he said this, Gao Hongsheng's eyes clearly glanced at the briefcase that Song Jia was holding in front of him. As the Minister of the National Security Department, Gao Hongsheng understood the importance of confidentiality. Since Su Chun had clearly stated that no one should see the document except for Minister Feng, he didn't ask further questions. Despite Su Chun currently being just a chairman of a company without any formal position in the government, his significance was by no means less than that of the National Security Minister. In fact, even if Su Chun hadn't mentioned it, Gao Hongsheng could roughly guess the content of the document. It was likely that this young man had developed some significant military weapon that needed urgent notification to Minister Feng. He didn't believe that Su Chun would dare to conduct any live-fire drills or similar actions, especially after causing such a stir recently and being personally reprimanded by Minister Feng. Even if Su Chun was bold, he wouldn't likely undertake similar actions in a short period of time. In the capital of a certain country, the Ministry of National Defense building. The distance between the Ministry of State Security and the Ministry of National Defense was not far. It only took Gao Hongsheng and his companion 10 minutes to drive to the entrance of the Defense Department. They did not communicate with anyone along the way, and as soon as they got out of the car, they quickly walked towards Feng Jingxin's office. At that moment, Feng Jingxin was also anxiously waiting for their arrival. When he learned that Su Chun was delivering a document, he was extremely excited. This young man had never made such a grand gesture before. This time, he must have developed something remarkable. Feng Jingxin also believed that the document Su Chun was bringing should be related to a newly developed weapon, and it was likely so important that it required personal delivery to him. This young man even thought to report to his superior? Feng Jingxin couldn't help but recall the recent live-fire drill, letting out a cold snort. Soon, while waiting, Gao Hongsheng and his companion finally arrived at his office. Where's the document? Hurry up and show it to me. Feng Jingxin was not at all concerned about their arrival. His first sentence was to demand to see the document Su Chun had sent. Song Jia dared not hesitate. After nodding to the two leaders, he hurriedly took out the document from his briefcase and respectfully handed it over to Feng Jingxin. Minister Feng, Mr. Su specifically said that this document should not be shown to anyone else but you. Just as Minister Feng was about to open the document, Song Jia couldn't help but remind him. His intention was to deliver the document and leave, as Su Chun had personally told him about its importance. However, since both he and the minister were still present, it was quite concerning that Minister Feng would want to review the document in front of them. But upon hearing his reminder, Feng Jingxin waved his hand dismissively, showing no concern. You actually believe this kid's words? We're all citizens of the same country. What is there to fear? Clearly, Feng Jingxin was quite confident in the personnel selection of the Ministry of State Security. Soon, in front of Gao Hongsheng and Song Jia, Feng Jingxin quickly unwrapped the yellow paper that covered the document. A striking title immediately appeared before his eyes. Research on our military system and the necessity of constructing heavy combined arms brigades. Upon seeing this title, Feng Jingxin was momentarily stunned, and then his face darkened. This young man, why isn't he focusing on his research and instead worrying about military matters? It was evident that Feng Jingxin was very dissatisfied with Su Chun's indecisive attitude. In his view, Su Chun was still a young kid who hadn't even served in the military. The fact that he could excel in scientific research was already impressive. But now, someone who had never even served dared to speak boldly about military system research. And what was this about heavy combined arms brigades? What exactly is a heavy combined arms brigade? Feng Jingxin stroked his chin, feeling a bit confused about the name Heavy Armored Combined Brigade. Whatever. It must be that little brat trying to show off again. On the opposite side, Gao Hongxing and Song Jie also felt puzzled. They initially thought that this document recorded some new type of military weapon. However, seeing the change in Minister Feng's expression, it seemed otherwise. For a moment, Gao Hongxing couldn't contain his curiosity and glanced at the contents of the document. Song Jie, sitting beside him, did the same, stretching his neck to take a look since the two ministers didn't seem to mind his presence. However, when the two of them finally saw the content, they were momentarily at a loss for words. If you say Su Chen is arrogant, then every military weapon he has developed during this time has shocked the world. But if you say he is humble, how can he still dare to talk about the structure of the army? Feng Jingxin didn't care about their reactions at this moment. He felt a hint of disappointment. Compared to what feasible plans Su Chen could propose regarding the army structure, he was more inclined to believe that the other party had developed some new weapon. Nonetheless, considering that this kid often had clever ideas, Feng Jingxin continued to turn to the next page. At first, Feng Jingxin didn't pay much attention to the content, only casually expressing admiration at some points. However, as he kept reading, his astonishment grew stronger, especially when he reached the introduction of the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade, causing his pupils to suddenly constrict. When it came to the discussion of weapon concepts and ideas, Feng Jingxin didn't dare to look further and quickly closed the document. You all can go back now. I will discuss this matter with the military. Remember, this must be kept confidential. In the Dragon Country, the military and the government are two completely independent systems, with their operations and personnel composition kept secret from each other. No matter how high-ranking the individuals are, they cannot know the detailed situation of the other side. Therefore, upon realizing that the document Su Chen sent was not just empty talk, Feng Jingxin immediately stopped looking and didn't want the National Security Department to know about it. As for his words, Gao Hongsheng and Song Jie seemed to have not heard them, as their minds were filled with the content they had just seen. A single brigade could establish a 250-kilometer deep defense system, capable of projecting over 5,000 rounds of ammunition within 10 minutes. They had already finished reading the earlier research on the army structure, so they had long put away their previous dismissive attitudes. Both of them were not ordinary individuals. Just a simple glance made them realize that the ideas in this document had great feasibility. They both believed that if the military structure were thoroughly reformed according to Su Chen's ideas, it would undoubtedly elevate the overall strength of the Dragon Country's military to a new level. This was not the most shocking part for the two of them. The most astonishing revelation came later when Su Chen introduced the Heavy Armored Combined Brigade, launching over 5,000 rockets in 10 minutes. A brigade could establish a 250-kilometer deep defense system. It even rivals the group armies of small to medium-sized nations. Incredible. What kind of firepower would be required to meet these demands? It truly is about firepower coverage. At that moment, they finally understood why Su Chen referred to this unit as a Heavy Armored Combined Brigade. With such formidable firepower, a force of over 10,000 personnel could achieve these objectives, and it was clear that this unit must be equipped with a significant amount of heavy weaponry. Cough, cough, cough. Observing the two, who stood out like a sore thumb, Feng Jingxin, who had just been somewhat astonished, suddenly turned serious again. Did you hear what I just said? Yes, Minister Feng. I will definitely keep it confidential. Noticing Minister Feng's displeasure, Song Jie quickly patted his chest to assure him. Meanwhile, Gao Hongsheng said nothing more. He simply nodded toward Feng Jingxin before leaving the Ministry of Defense with Song Jie. Chapter 218. No way. After Gao Hongsheng and his companion left, Feng Jingxin didn't waste any time. He picked up the phone in front of him and called various military district headquarters. Su Chen had given him a huge surprise today. Just recently, the National Military Commission's reform work meeting had concluded, and now, including their defense ministry, the National Military Commission's office, the Joint Staff Department, the Political Work Department, and more than 10 important national military and political institutions, were all jointly formulating a comprehensive reform plan for the country's defense and military system. The higher-ups had clearly required them to develop a detailed strategic deployment for military reform by 2015, and to fully implement it in 2016, with all policy systems to be perfected and in place by 2020. Formulating a detailed plan within a year and fully implementing it within 5 years was no easy task. It should be noted that the active military personnel in the country numbered over 3 million. Although the working meeting pointed out that this reform aimed to reduce military personnel by about 300,000, that still left over 2 million. In 5 years, deep reforms needed to be made to an army of over 2 million, and these reforms had to be effectively implemented. It was clear how immense the pressure was. However, now Su Chun had actually sent him a ready-made reform plan for the military system. Feng Jingxin had just skimmed through the contents of the document, and Su Chun had already clearly analyzed the shortcomings of the existing military system in the country, as well as the subsequent reform directions and detailed plans. It couldn't be said to be completely off the mark. Rather, it could be said that what Su Chun had articulated resonated deeply with him. Strengthening centralized and unified command of the military, building modernized forces, abandoning traditional military approaches, enhancing the operational capabilities to respond to modern warfare, constructing a modern military system integrating land, sea, air, fire, and combat support, achieving a legal, standardized, and scientific military transformation, and establishing a new command framework dominated by the military commission, with theater command leading combat and military branches focusing on construction. Each of these analyses reflected what their nation currently desired. Some of the concepts proposed by Su Chun even far exceeded their expected outcomes. Feng Jingxin didn't have time to ponder these matters now. His mind was solely focused on the urgency of reporting Su Chun's document to the state and notifying the major theater headquarters. The next day, in the building of the Defense Ministry, a spacious conference room was already filled with more than 10 people early in the morning. Apart from Owen Yen, the commander of the 5 major theaters, the rest were key individuals involved in this military reform. Despite sporting significant dark circles under their eyes, everyone appeared exceptionally excited, showing no signs of fatigue. Even at this moment, the words spoken by Feng Jingxin the previous day still lingered in everyone's minds. Particularly, the commanders of the 5 major theaters were now more anxious, their eyes reddening and breaths quickening. Their purpose for this meeting was not regarding military reform, but concerning the reorganization of the Combined Arms Brigade. Just a single brigade can participate in group army-level confrontations, launching over 5,000 rounds in just 10 minutes. For a few veterans who have spent their lives in the military, the temptation is undoubtedly great. Since learning about these matters from Feng Jingxin yesterday, both Owen Yin, stationed far in the Southern Theater, and Ji Mingyuan from the Western Theater, were eager to rush to the capital overnight. They all have experienced the trials of war and have participated in conflicts such as the Korean War, the Vietnam War, and the Sino-Indian War. They understand the critical importance of firepower in warfare, especially since their nation suffered significant losses in the war aiding Korea due to a vast disparity in equipment strength with another country. As a result, their generation is largely afflicted with a severe fear of insufficient firepower, believing that all fears stem from inadequate firepower. What tactics and precision strikes? A few thousand shells raining down, and they see if the enemy still has combat capability. They flatten the positions. So what is the point of precision strikes? Now, the heavy combined brigade mentioned by Su Chun seems to meet their expectations. Why hasn't Lao Feng arrived yet? Should we send someone to urge him? Clearly, Owen Yin was growing a bit impatient. In his view, such an important matter should not be delayed by the Minister of Defense. Oldo, you've been waiting all night. Is it really such a big deal to wait a little longer? The commander of the Eastern Theater, Zheng Heping, who knew Owen well, teased him with a smile. As their conversation continued, other theater commanders nearby began to join in, but their focus was not on military system reforms. Instead, they discussed the heavy combined brigade mentioned by Feng Jingxin yesterday. Hey, Oldo, you and Su Chun know him best. Tell us, does this kid really understand our military affairs? And what does he mean by a heavy combined brigade? Is it really as impressive as Lao Feng said? Yes. Although you tell us. Among us old guys, you and Su Chun are the most familiar with each other, so he must have shared something with you. Right? Hurry up and tell us. Just listening to Lao Feng talk about it yesterday left me itching with curiosity. They all knew that the document Feng Jingxin mentioned yesterday was personally written by Su Chun, and usually, the Southern Theater, where Owen Yin was stationed, had the closest dealings with Su Chun. Thus, when inquiring about the document, they instinctively felt that their friend must know something. Feeling the curious gazes of his old comrades, Owen Yin couldn't help but roll his eyes, expressing his exasperation. What do I know? That kid didn't even tell me about the live fire exercises. How could he possibly share such important information? Clearly, while saying this, Owen Yin was also somewhat dissatisfied with Su Chen's behavior. Without mentioning the individual, this young man has even secured a military rank equivalent to that of a regiment commander in his southern theater, where he nominally holds a superior position. Moreover, every time he visits, he manages to sneak away a few bottles of fine wine that have been cherished for years. With so many layers of relationships, it's simply outrageous that he treats him like an outsider, not sharing any information. Although dissatisfied, Owen Yin dared not voice his feelings. This young man is currently quite sought after by their military. Furthermore, not long ago, he personally promised to develop new weapons for their southern theaters soon. At this moment, if those eavesdroppers noticed his discontent, he could guarantee that as soon as he finished complaining, news would travel back to the young man in no time. Just then, Feng Jingxin finally arrived at the conference room. As soon as he took his seat, he heard familiar voices inquiring, "Minister Feng, why are you only just arriving? Hurry up and show us that document." After waiting so long, everyone was eager to know whether what Feng Jingxin had discussed with them the previous day was true. Unfazed by their urgency, Feng Jingxin signaled to his secretary, Gu Qingyu. Before long, a document appeared in everyone's hands, a copy of the materials sent by the young man. The original had already been ordered to be sealed and stored at the highest confidential archive center of the Ministry of Defense. Everyone present was either serving in the military committee or in the armed forces, trustworthy individuals qualified to view the contents of this document. Once they finally laid eyes on what they had been eagerly anticipating, there was no time to waste on trivial matters. All eyes were glued to the document. 1 minute. 2 minutes. As time ticked by, the conference room, initially silent, began to fill with the sound of hurried breaths. Suddenly, the previously quiet room erupted with gasps of astonishment. Hiss, this. The content of the document left the attendees momentarily speechless, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief, but more than that, excitement. They were not ordinary people. Just a glance at the young man's proposals made it clear that there was significant feasibility. No, it was absolutely achievable. Who would have thought that the military reform plan we old fellows spent so much time on would be outdone by this young lad? Remarked Wang Changshu, the director of the military committee's office, shaking his head and laughing in amazement. At his words, the still shocked attendees regained their composure, feeling equally relieved in their hearts. They are all individuals who have lived for a considerable part of their lives, having participated in high-level national decision-making numerous times and handled countless national plans. However, today, they sincerely feel that they have grown old. I have heard of this young man. He is exceptionally outstanding in research, but I didn't expect him to have such insights in military matters as well. Truly a talent from our nation. The Minister of the Joint General Staff, Feng Hanrong, also smiled and remarked, "We old folks are getting old. The future of our nation belongs to these young people." The Minister of the Political Work Department, Hang Junming, felt no dissatisfaction with Su Chen, the young man who could independently draft a military reform plan far exceeding what they had developed during this period. Instead, he felt gratified that there are such excellent young individuals in their nation. Listening to the praises from his colleagues, Feng Jingxin at the front did not mind. He was quite satisfied with Su Chen, although he sometimes found him a bit infuriating. "All right, everyone, since you have finished reviewing the contents of the document, let's discuss your thoughts. If there are no objections, I think we can implement the military reform plan in 3 months instead of waiting until next year." After saying this, Feng Jingxin turned his gaze to the 5 individuals closest to him, squinting his eyes and saying irritably, Chief Zheng, what are you all planning to do? Our meeting isn't over yet." As Feng Jingxin's voice echoed, the others also turned their attention towards them. The 5 regional commanders, who had just been focused on reviewing the documents, were now all standing up, wanting to leave. They were all familiar with each other and understood one another well. As soon as Chief O and the others made a move, everyone knew what was on their minds. They were undoubtedly eager to rush to the southern county to seize the opportunity for the heavy armored combined brigade that Su Chen had introduced. Seeing their sneaky expressions, constantly wary of each other, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads, looking speechless. The 5 regional commanders paid no attention to the gazes directed at them and skillfully waved their hands at the crowd, saying, Isn't the military reform plan already confirmed? You all can discuss the next steps. I need to return to my military region to handle some matters." Yes, indeed. The situation in the southern region has been a bit unstable lately. I must personally oversee it. The five of them exchanged words, eager to leave. Then you may go, Feng Jingxin replied without concern, waving his hand at them, with a meaningful smile on his face. However, I forgot to tell you that Su Chun has handed over the construction of the Heavy Combined Brigade entirely to the state. With all weapon production and research led by the Ministry of Defense, along with multiple departments such as military industrial institutes, scientific research institutes, and material research institutes working together. As soon as this was said by Feng Jingxin, not only did the 5 theater commanders, including Owen Yin, show surprised expressions, but others were also taken aback. Why would Su Chen decide to hand over weapon development to the state this time? Wasn't he the one who developed them himself before? This was likely the only question on everyone's mind at the moment. In the past, the weapons developed by Su Chen were all produced independently by the relevant industrial group. Even now, everyone knew that Su Chen's shipyard seemed to be developing some kind of military vessel. Based on their understanding of Su Chen, this kid shouldn't be doing this, right? Feng Jingxin noticed everyone's confusion and said directly, "Have you all forgotten that a few months ago, Su Chen reached an agreement with a certain region to set up a branch office in their country? A month ago, I was contacted by representatives from that region, and Su Chen's branch office should be completed within 6 months." Upon hearing Feng Jingxin's explanation, everyone present suddenly recalled this matter and couldn't help but slap their foreheads. However, at this moment, Owen Yin and others were not pleased to hear this. If it were in the past, they might have agreed to Su Chen going to the Middle East, but now? No way. What kind of countries are those in the Middle East to be compared with the Heavy Combined Brigade? If it weren't for the excessive offers back then, they wouldn't have agreed to Su Chen going there. But now, no matter how much you offer, I won't let him go. Chapter 219, Controversy and Speculation. Lao Feng, this is absolutely unacceptable. In the past, considering those oil fields, we could agree to this matter, but now it's simply out of the question. I support Lao Zheng's opinion. The Heavy Armored Composite Brigade is too important for our military, and Su Chen is the initiator of this matter. We cannot let him go to such a dangerous region. Zheng Haowen and several theater commanders, including Ji Mingyuan, almost simultaneously vetoed this matter. For them, nothing can happen to Su Chen, not even the slightest hint of danger. What oil fields? What rare minerals? Forget it. With a heavy armored brigade capable of changing the course of a battle, do we still need you to send us? Can't I just seize it myself? In contrast to the urgency of the others, Owen Yin, who had just been on the same side as them, unexpectedly returned to his chair at this moment, appearing calm and collected. Although what is going on? The others knew each other's personalities very well, and seeing Owen Yan's indifferent expression, they realized he must have something up his sleeve, all looking at each other with suspicion. Sensing their doubtful gazes, Owen Yan, who was savoring his tea with a thermos cup, couldn't help but curl his lips. What does it have to do with me? Don't you know that Su Chen has already signed a contract with those guys in the Middle East? Do you know how much the penalty for breach of contract is? After saying that, Owen Yin nonchalantly extended a finger towards them. 100 billion. Owen Yin wasn't lying. This time, the countries in the Middle East invested heavily to have Su Chen come to their nations, whether it be oil fields or rare minerals. The Ministry of Defense had previously estimated that these assets promised by the Middle Eastern countries conservatively amount to at least trillions. Old Marx once said that if the profit of a commodity reaches 50, someone would dare to take risks. If it reaches 100, someone would dare to trample all human laws. If it could reach 300, those people would go crazy, and no crime would be a shackled for them. And now this is exactly the case. Although the current economy shows a thriving scene, this is a profit of trillions. How much is the military budget of our country per year? Just around 1 trillion in local currency? And now, just the initial commitments from the Middle Eastern countries could cover at least 7 years of military expenses for our country. Such high profits would not be rejected by any country, and of course, our country is no exception. That's why the state agreed to let Su Chen go to the Middle East in the first place. But correspondingly, such high profits come with high penalties for breach of contract. Just the contract signed with South Sudan has a penalty of 14 billion, not to mention other Middle Eastern countries. However, upon hearing Owen Yin mention the need to pay a penalty of 100 billion, Zheng Haowen and the others recalled this matter, and in an instant, they all felt regret, filled with immense remorse. Had I known, I shouldn't have agreed to this matter at the beginning. They all understand what 100 billion means for the nation. This is not a small amount. It's unreasonable to let the country suffer such a huge loss for no reason. Not to mention just a few of them. Even if everyone present combined, they wouldn't be able to cover this deficit. Seeing the regretful expressions on the faces of the old men, Owen couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. Their little schemes could never fool him. What concerns about Su Chin's safety? What dangers in the Middle East? It's all nonsense. They just want Su Chun to prioritize the creation of a heavy armored combined brigade for their war zone, right? And they're worried about Su Chin's safety? The country had agreed to equip Su Chun with an army of over 10,000 people. With such numbers and equipment, do they really think those useless people in the Middle East can threaten Su Chin's safety? It's simply a joke. They should be more worried about Su Chun using this army to act recklessly across the Middle East. The military strength of our country does have some disparity compared to others, but when it comes to those weaklings in the Middle East, it's like a god descending to earth. Both Owen Yin and the others present have absolute confidence in their country's army strength. A bunch of shameless old fools. Thinking of this, Owen Yin couldn't help but curse a few times in his heart. But despite his disdain for their actions, he was actually overjoyed inside. Don't forget, the more than 10,000 people allocated to Su Chun were troops pulled from their southern war zone. Based on what he knew about Su Chun, once this kid has anything good, he will definitely prioritize equipping those around him. And that brigade of troops is under his command in the southern war zone, which means the first heavy armored combined brigade of our country will be in their southern war zone. Thinking of this, a smile crept back onto Owen Yan's face, almost bursting with excitement. It seems he should discuss with the Ministry of Defense about increasing some security forces for Su Chun. This kid is so important to the country, and the Middle East is so dangerous right now. I think it's safest to add another brigade for him. 2 brigades wouldn't be a problem either. With this, their southern war zone will have 2 to 3 heavy armored combined brigades, and later, they can allocate a few more such units from the country, making their southern war zone a top-notch force in the army. The more he thought about it, the more excited Owen Yin became, to the point he didn't even notice that everyone present, including Zheng Hoen, had noticed the change in his expression. Not good. That old fool must be up to no good. Just a glance at Zheng Hoen and several military leaders was enough to understand the reason behind it. Damn it, how did I not think of this? No, the troops protecting Su Chun must come from their western war zone. As Ji Mingyuan realized this, he silently cursed himself for not catching on sooner. Meanwhile, the other 3 war zone commanders, apart from Owen Yin and Zheng Hoen, were all having the same thoughts. The troops assigned to protect Su Chun should come from their respective battle zones. Lao Feng, I believe the forces promised by the country to protect Su Chun should be handed over to our central battle zone. Lao O and their zones need to guard the border areas to prevent attacks from other nations. Our central battle zone is more suitable. Liang Tongfu was the first to react and directly suggested to Feng Jingxin. Nonsense. The responsibility of the central battle zone is to ensure the safety of the capital. Dealing with those useless folks in the Middle East is best left to our northern battle zone. Tang Jingwo scoffed at Liang Tongfu's suggestion and was the first to oppose it outright. Just as several friends were vying for the task of protecting Su Chun, Owen Yin, who had just been fantasizing about how many heavy combined brigades would be in their southern battle zone, finally realized what was happening and was cursing the others in his heart. These old guys are truly shameless. Nonsense. The country had already decided that the task of protecting Su Chun would be handled by our southern battle zone. Are you all trying to defy military orders? Owen Yin felt anxious and deeply regretted his earlier arrogance. Lao Feng, the troops assigned to protect Su Chun have already been confirmed by our southern battle zone, and all preliminary preparations have been completed. Canceling the task now would cause too much loss for us. Faced with the relentless pressure from the old guys, Owen Yin couldn't hold back and started to blurt out excuses. Nonsense about losses. Lao, do you think we old guys don't understand anything? At that moment, Zheng Hoen was fuming, scoffing at Owen Yan's words. The other attendees in the conference room were dumbfounded, especially Feng Jingxin, whose face was as dark as charcoal. All right. All plans will proceed according to the originally discussed scheme. Su Chun has already submitted all the weapon blueprints to the country, and you all have a part in it. So what is there to argue about? If you have the guts, go speak directly to the old man who made the decision instead of causing a ruckus here. Feng Jingxin understood well that dealing with Owen Yin and his group couldn't be done through ordinary persuasion. Very few people in the country could manage them, and it was necessary to bring their superior into the mix. As soon as they heard Feng Jingxin's later remarks, the previously bickering group fell silent. They slumped in their chairs like deflated balloons. However, The others present knew that these people would not back down easily and would likely rush to the National Military Commission Center after the meeting. Feng Jingxin had no intention of focusing on their thoughts. If a few words could change the country's plans, then what a situation that would be. All right, let us continue with the meeting. Everyone, please share your views. If it is confirmed that the proposal submitted by Su Qin will be used, I will report it to the relevant authorities shortly. Without the arguments from people like Ao Wenyan, the subsequent meeting went exceptionally smoothly, finalizing the proposal in just half an hour. The meeting decided to temporarily hold Su Qin's document in abeyance, and a working group formed by the 15 departments of the Military Commission would jointly refine the details. Once finalized, it would be reported to the Military Commission Center, where their direct superior would make the final decision. With the outcome of this meeting, notifications were sent out, and soon the senior leadership across the country began to mobilize. When the military reform requirements were first issued, they felt immense pressure and were unsure where to start, but things were different now. With Su Qin's military reform proposal as a framework, they were confident they could quickly develop a more comprehensive reform plan. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 6 months later. The incident where certain countries faced setbacks against the Navy had not been forgotten by many, despite the passage of time. Although the initial fervor had diminished, it was still a topic of discussion, primarily due to the unusual actions of those countries. In the eyes of the world, their image had already solidified as a nation that was arrogant and overbearing. Whenever they were displeased with another country, they could easily find excuses to target it. In the face of their military strength, no other nations had the power to resist. However, what about now? Since the conclusion of the joint military exercises, their behaviors seemed to have changed drastically, as they no longer targeted the country. Unlike before, they ceased their international mockery and stopped instigating other nations to create trouble in its waters. This was not the impression people had of them, and precisely for this reason, even months after the exercises ended, discussions continued online. Of course, the topic of the country's rise was also part of these discussions. Additionally, during this time, a significant event occurred internationally. Su Qin's name became widely known, both domestically and abroad, as a prominent figure. The reason for this was the exaggerated reactions from various countries in the region. After Su Qin inquired whether the construction of the public sector could be expedited, countries in that area, such as the Camel Country, reacted as if they had gone mad. They not only compressed the already tight schedule by half, but also poured vast amounts of money and resources into it, all to meet Su Qin's requirements within 6 months. Their intense reaction soon became known worldwide, as those countries did not have the same level of confidentiality measures, and a simple inquiry revealed Su Qin's identity. If it weren't for the detailed information about Su Qin being known only to a few high-ranking officials, the news would have spread even faster. Otherwise, it is very likely that even the color of Su Qin's underwear could be thoroughly investigated by various intelligence agencies. Because of this, when the name Su Qin is heard around the world, both ordinary people and high-ranking officials display a look of confusion. Everyone is speculating about who Su Qin is and why he has garnered such significant attention from countries in the region. There is an immense investment of both money and manpower. Such commotion is bound to raise suspicions among those who are observant. On the other hand, Su Qin, informed by the Defense Department, is aware of the speculations from various countries. However, Su Qin currently does not have the leisure to focus on these trivial matters. Inside a factory of the Zhongtian Industrial Group, Su Qin nods with satisfaction as he looks at the large equipment in front of him. Finally completed, the Land Shield 3000. Over the past 6 months, Su Qin has not been idle. In addition to developing weapons for the unit that will accompany him to the region, he has spent the remaining time working on the new military weapon he promised to develop for the Southern Theater Command. The Land Shield 3000 is a ground-based short-range air defense and missile interception system. Chapter 220, Land Shield 3000, also includes the missing 2,000 words. The Land Shield 3000 is one of the few ground-based air defense missile systems in the world capable of effectively intercepting hypersonic targets traveling at Mach 4. Its interception success rate exceeds 90, and this weapon system is also equipped with the latest 3-coordinate active phased array radar system developed by the research team, which has the ability to simultaneously lock onto over 48 targets, far surpassing similar systems from other countries. Moreover, the core weapon system of the Land Shield 3000 is quite similar to that of its prototype, the 1130 close-in weapon system. Both systems are equipped with an 11-barrel 30mm Gatling rotary cannon, and they share an impressive firing rate of over 12,000 rounds per minute, capable of forming a dense fire net in a short period to deliver devastating strikes on incoming targets. The reason for developing the Land Shield 3000 was quite straightforward. Currently, the ground forces are also equipped with short-range air defense missile systems, including the Hongqi 7B and Hongqi 17 missile systems, as well as PG-99 and PG-59 towed anti-aircraft guns. On the surface, these air defense systems are completely adequate. At least within the region, there is absolute confidence that no country can breach this defense. However, given the current international situation, there is still a lingering sense of insecurity. The year 2015 marked a significant turning point, not just for the nation but for all countries worldwide. Since then, military forces have been transitioning from traditional combat modes to modern, information-driven warfare. Advanced technologies such as suicide drones, low-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, and robotic systems are increasingly integrated into upcoming conflicts. Understanding the dynamics of drones and reconnaissance aircraft, it is evident that using existing air defense missiles like the Hongqi 7B to intercept such simple and cost-effective aerial threats is not economical. With a drone costing around 10,000 currency units and the Hongqi 7B missile costing 240,000 units, it simply doesn't add up. It feels like a losing proposition to use an expensive missile to intercept a relatively inexpensive drone. Furthermore, the Land Shield 2000 developed back in 2000 has been deemed inadequate, with a range of only 3,000 meters and a firing rate of over 4,000 rounds per minute, which is insufficient for modern requirements. Because of these reasons, after reviewing the air defense capabilities of the ground forces, the decision was made to develop the Land Shield 3000. Looking at this masterpiece before him, there was a sense of satisfaction and pride within. Since the installation of the 1130 close-in weapon system on the Coast Guard's warship, the leaders of the 5 military regions have been calling him frequently, urging Su Chun to equip their army with a similar weapon. Now, with the arrival of the Land Shield 3000, not only can it perfectly address the shortcomings of the country's air defense missile system, but it also satisfies the wishes of several military region leaders and fulfills the promise made to the leader of the relevant agency. It's a triple win. Thinking of this, Su Chen's smile became even more pronounced, genuinely feeling like a genius. Soon, after organizing all the experimental data of the Land Shield 3000, Su Chun returned to his office, ready to inform the leader of the relevant agency. After all, he had personally promised the other party. As for the other military region leaders, they would just have to wait a little longer. However, to Su Chen's surprise, just as he arrived at the office, he heard a rapid ringtone from his phone. Elder Sun, seeing the caller ID, Su Chun was slightly taken aback. Sun Xingwen from the shipyard? How could he have the time to call him? After this period of interaction, Su Chun had a good understanding of the personalities of the military experts he had invited from various scientific research institutes. Aside from a few younger researchers who could maintain good relationships with those around them, the older generation of researchers were mostly focused solely on their work, showing little interest in other matters. Elder Sun was among them. His current thoughts should be on the development of the 055 destroyer, so why is he calling? Wait, could it be? With a possibility flashing in his mind, Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply. Without further thought, he hurriedly answered the call. Elder Sun, what's wrong? Is it about the 055? Before Su Chun could finish his question, an excited and slightly trembling voice came from the other end. Haraha, it's done. The 055 project has succeeded. The 055 refers to the research and development code name for the 055 destroyer, which Su Chun had discussed with Sun Xingwen and others. He immediately understood what had happened upon hearing that the 055 project was successfully completed. In an instant, even Su Chun, who was usually composed, felt his body tremble slightly, and his face flushed with excitement. He never expected that the 055 destroyer would be successfully built in just over a year. Initially, he thought that even with the design drawings of the 055 destroyer completed, it would take at least 5 years to successfully develop it given the current industrial level. But unexpectedly, great. Elder Sun, wait for me. I'll be right over. After the excitement, Su Chun repeatedly expressed his delight, and at that moment, he had no thoughts of anything else. He tossed the freshly organized experimental documents regarding the Land Shield 3000 onto the desk and hurried out of the office. As the company's CEO hurriedly ran out of the office after just entering, Many employees of the Zhongtian Industrial Group were left puzzled, with question marks appearing on their foreheads. What happened to the CEO? Noticing Su Chun, who rushed out of the company with an excited expression, one employee curiously asked a colleague beside him, "Why is the CEO's face so red? Did he eat something?" Sigh. Who would have thought that the young CEO would need medication to maintain? Inside the company building, anyone who witnessed Su Chen's unusual behavior began to gossip privately. At the shipyard in Hengshan District, the atmosphere today was vastly different from usual. The normally quiet shipyard was bustling with excitement, resembling a festive celebration, with cheers of joy echoing everywhere. Those diligent workers, who usually focused on their tasks, had set aside their work and were rushing in the same direction, clearly showing the excitement on their faces. Meanwhile, passers-by, whether they were curious individuals or ordinary citizens, were utterly confused by the commotion. They wondered what had caused the usually quiet shipyard to become so lively today. Similarly, Su Chun, driving over, heard the noise from afar, but had no intention of paying attention to it. He pressed the accelerator and drove straight into the shipyard. The security personnel stationed outside the shipyard recognized the owner of the vehicle as Su Chun and did not stop him. After he entered, they closed the gate again, remaining vigilant against any outsiders. Inside the shipyard, after parking, Su Chun wasted no time and headed straight to the testing area for Project 055. On the other side, the testing area was already crowded with personnel, with nearly all the shipyard staff gathered there. Without exception, everyone's gaze was fixed on the massive and magnificent vessel docked at the port in the distance. The entire ship measured 187 meters in length and about 22 meters in width, showing some differences from the most advanced 052D destroyers currently in existence. Unlike the traditional sloped bow of the 052D destroyer, this ship featured a fully enclosed, flying sheer bow, with anchoring equipment like the anchor winch and mooring bollards built beneath the bow deck. Viewed from the front, the ship's hull had a nearly perfect curve, effectively eliminating strong radar wave reflections and significantly enhancing its stealth capabilities. Moreover, this design greatly improved the overall stability of the vessel, allowing for better seaworthiness in turbulent waters and enhancing its formidable combat capabilities. In terms of weaponry, the ship's striking power exceeded that of the 052D destroyer by more than double. The 112 vertical launch cells, with a caliber of 850 millimeters and powerful missile compatibility, allow for an astonishing strike range of over 800 kilometers. Moreover, the anti-ship missiles, air defense missiles, close-in weapons, and main guns on this vessel far surpass those of the 052D destroyer. It can be said that in every aspect, the performance of this ship significantly exceeds that of the latest 052D destroyer in service with the Navy. However, this destroyer is a product of the collective efforts of these individuals, all of whom have participated to some extent in its construction. It is precisely for this reason that they are so emotional at this moment. In contrast, individuals like Sun Xingwen are almost moved to tears. They have dedicated their lives to the development of naval vessels, and now being able to witness the birth of such a warship means they have no regrets in their hearts. Haha, I never expected that at this age I would still witness the birth of such a destroyer. It's truly exhilarating, said an elder with graying hair, rubbing his slightly moist eyes, filled with excitement. Hearing their friend's sentiments, the others, including Sun Xingwen, nodded in agreement. The 055 destroyer can be considered their most satisfying masterpiece, and witnessing this moment can rightly be described as a life without regrets. Has Mr. Su not arrived yet? Amidst their excitement, they also inquired about Su Chen's whereabouts. The individuals present were generally older than Su Chen, with some being old enough to be his grandfather. Despite this age difference, there was no sign of condescension in their eyes, only admiration and appreciation. Upon hearing the inquiries from his friends, Sun Xingwen, whose gaze was still on the 055 destroyer, shook his head and casually replied, "I just made a call an hour ago. He should be arriving soon." Just as Sun Xingwen finished speaking, a wave of intense cheers erupted from the crowd behind them. "It's Mr. Su. Mr. Su has arrived." After someone shouted, everyone's gaze turned toward the source of the sound. The deafening cheers resonated throughout the testing area, with all the staff displaying excited smiles as they looked at the young figure not far away. Aside from the older researchers like Sun Xingwen, most of the staff present were around Su Chen's age. Ever since the live fire exercises concluded, Su Chen had become their idol, and now, under his leadership, they had developed a new type of destroyer capable of changing the global landscape. How could this not excite everyone? As Su Chun felt the intense gaze of the crowd this time, he did not show off as he usually did. Instead, he walked straight through the crowd towards Sun Xingwen and others. At this moment, Su Chen's mind was solely focused on the matters concerning the Type 055 destroyer, leaving no time for frivolities. In his view, there would always be opportunities to show off, but witnessing the birth of the first 10,000-ton class destroyer was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. This was the Type 055. Although Su Chun in his previous life was not a true military enthusiast, he had long admired the prowess of the Type 055 destroyer. The first domestically developed new generation large destroyer, the Type 055, represented immense significance, causing Su Chun to feel a surge of emotions. This was the first destroyer of the nation to exceed a displacement of 10,000 tons, the first destroyer with over 100 vertical launch systems, the first destroyer equipped with dual-band phased array radar, the first destroyer capable of maritime missile defense, and the first destroyer with long-range precision strike capabilities against land targets. The emergence of these various firsts also marked the formal entry of the naval strength into the world's top tier, officially possessing the capabilities of Farsi presence, Farsi defense, and Farsi strike. At the same time, it signified a transformation in the naval combat approach from maintaining near-sea security to safeguarding global strategic interests, becoming a major strategic support force for protecting maritime rights and managing global maritime security. Chapter 221. Su Chun is preparing for something big. Soon, under the gaze of everyone, Su Chun quickly walked to the side of Sun Xingwen and others. After briefly inquiring about a few matters, Su Chun turned his attention to the ship ahead. Finally seeing the imposing presence of the Type 055 destroyer, Su Chen's previously calm heart began to stir once again. Wow, so this is the Type 055. The autumn sea breeze was extremely cold, yet at that moment, as it blew against Su Chen's face, he felt no chill. On the contrary, as he sensed the grandeur emanating from the Type 055 destroyer, his eyes filled with fervor and his heart raced with excitement. Seeing Su Chen's flushed face, Sun Xingwen and the others did not say much. A year ago, when Su Chun handed them the design blueprints for the Type 055 destroyer, they had already sensed from his tone how much he valued this ship. They could even tell that. Compared to the military weapons he had developed for the country over the past 2 years, he cared more about this vessel. Now that the Type 055 destroyer had successfully come into existence, Su Chen's excitement was anticipated by the others, so they did not ask too many questions. After pausing for a long while, Su Chen finally withdrew his gaze and looked at Sun Xingwen again. Old Sun, how is it? Have all the preliminary tests been completed? Hearing Su Chen's inquiry, Sun Xingwen smiled slightly and nodded in response. All data is normal. Once the power test results are out, we can proceed to the combat tests. The development work of the Type 055 destroyer involved everyone from start to finish, so Sun Xingwen and the others were very confident about its performance. If it weren't for their long-standing rigorous attitude, they might have thought it could go directly to combat testing. When Sun Xingwen mentioned that combat tests would be conducted soon, the surrounding senior researchers also felt a surge of anticipation. Old Sun, President Su, are we going to conduct this test ourselves at the shipyard? Or should we notify the naval fleet for coordination? The Type 055 destroyer was like a treasure to them, and they naturally did not want other units to get involved. However, they all understood that to fully utilize the capabilities of the Type 055, cooperation with the naval fleet was essential. As soon as this was said, everyone present turned their gaze to Su Chun. Although they were senior to him, he was still their superior on paper, and given his good relationship with the military, it was natural for this decision to fall to him. Thus, under the watchful eyes of Sun Xingwen and the others, Su Chun fell into deep thought. The naval fleet? Absolutely not. The moment Su Chun thought of the naval fleet, he snorted coldly in his heart and decisively shook his head. Humph. He hasn't forgotten about the last live-fire drill. As a high-ranking general and the commander of the fleet in that region, it's simply shameless that he tried to shift the main responsibility for that incident onto him, making him, a mere minor figure, take the blame. If it weren't for his cleverness in explaining things clearly to Minister Feng back then, that single responsibility would have undoubtedly left a stain on his life experience. As for Chun Xingqiao, Su Chun harbors intense resentment. After all, he had developed so many shipborne weapons for the other side's fleet, yet how did they respond? Wasn't it just a matter of taking on a bit of responsibility? Just a reprimand? Just being scolded by Minister Feng and dozens of others? It didn't cost them anything. just for this little grievance. They had even bombarded him with dozens of harassing phone calls back then, which was really petty. Seeing the change in Su Chen's expression, Sun Xingwen and the others were left puzzled. Weren't they just excited a moment ago? How could he suddenly become angry? Did something unpleasant happen with the fleet? They exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. Just then, Su Chen clapped his hands and made up his mind. How about the Maritime Police Bureau? Their ships were personally modified by me, so I'm quite familiar with them. They should meet the experimental needs of the advanced destroyer class. The mere mention of the Maritime Police Bureau left not only Sun Xingwen, but even the others around them taken aback. How could that be? Throughout the discussion, no one had considered the Maritime Police Bureau, and they would rather conduct real combat tests at the shipyard than think of inviting them. In their view, the Maritime Police's responsibility was to maintain maritime security, and their capabilities were not on par with the fleet at all. The advanced destroyer class could be said to be the most advanced warship currently, and how could it perform to its full potential in cooperation with the Maritime Police Bureau? Thinking about this, the group exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Su, don't you think the Maritime Police Bureau's capabilities are a bit? Before he could finish, Su Chen waved his hand dismissively and said, Elder Sun, Elder Wang, you don't need to worry. Everything is within my consideration. This time, you will surely witness the true power of the advanced destroyer class. Su Chen wasn't just talking nonsense. He had already made up his mind to accomplish something significant with Director Wang this time. The thought that had flashed through his mind earlier made the corners of his mouth involuntarily lift, and his eyes sparkled with bright light. Let us do it. Seeing Su Chen's determined expression, although the others felt a bit reluctant, they ultimately chose not to say anything further out of trust in him. Su Chen was well aware of their thoughts, but for him, the fleet was not his best choice. Moreover, his current plan is to cross the entire region, heading south into a certain strait, passing through a neighboring country before turning into the Pacific Ocean, and then directly heading north towards a couple of other countries. Such an operation is certainly beyond the capabilities of the local fleet, whose main responsibility is to ensure national maritime security and is directly commanded by the Defense Ministry. This time, he is testing a certain advanced destroyer, intending to stir trouble with these countries. So how could the Defense Ministry possibly agree to this? However, Director Wang from the Maritime Police Bureau is quite different. Su Chen still vividly remembers the law enforcement vessel tests they conducted in the region. After the tests, he realized he had been deceived by Wang Jingde. The navy of the neighboring country was not as formidable as he had claimed. It was clear that Wang Jingde was taking advantage of the backing from the local fleet, constantly sending law enforcement vessels into the other side's waters to provoke trouble. Thinking about this made Su Chen quite displeased, as he was used to being the one taking advantage of others. When had he ever been deceived like this? Although he felt unhappy, Su Chen knew that for the practical test of the advanced destroyer, Director Wang was indeed the most suitable person to collaborate with. Wang had often spoken about how formidable the neighboring country's navy was, and how impressive the other country's navy was. Clearly, he had long-standing grievances against these nations. If he were to share his thoughts with Wang, there's no doubt that Wang would wholeheartedly agree. The chance to diminish the arrogance of the neighboring country was something Director Wang had been yearning for. After making up his mind, Su Chen prepared to contact Director Wang immediately to discuss the navigation route. Old son, just keep an eye on the upcoming tests. I will invite the Maritime Police Bureau for a joint practical test in 3 days. With his thoughts collected, Su Chen quickly gave a few instructions to Sun Xingwen and the others before eagerly turning to leave. After the live-fire drill incident, Sun Xingwen and the others had come to understand their boss's character quite well. Now, seeing the mischievous smile and urgent demeanor on Su Chen's face, they knew he must be up to no good. But did it matter to them? Not really. As long as they could witness the true combat capabilities of the advanced destroyer in their lifetime, what did it matter? After all, they weren't the ones directly responsible. If anything went wrong, Su Chen would be there to handle it. After leaving the shipyard, Su Chen did not return to the company directly, but headed straight to the Maritime Police Bureau. Given the importance of the situation, he felt it was necessary to personally visit Director Wang and share this good news. He imagined that upon hearing his thoughts, Wang would undoubtedly be very excited. As for the local fleet, he hadn't even considered them. This time, Su Chen didn't even feel the need to inform them. Once he intimidated the neighboring country, he might even return from the Eastern Sea to show off in front of them. What? You want the advanced destroyer? Not a chance. The current Maritime Police Bureau is quite different from before. Ever since the complete overhaul of their enforcement vessels by a certain individual, everyone walks with their heads held high, exuding immense confidence. What do they care about the neighboring countries? They no longer see them as rivals. If it weren't for the recent reprimand given to their director, they would have wanted to lead all enforcement vessels across the entire ocean to the doorstep of a certain country for a joyride. Sigh. Who knows what Minister Feng is thinking? They only went to the waters of a neighboring country, and they didn't really do anything serious. Why does the director need to be disciplined? They used to do this often without any consequences, so what's different this time? At the entrance of the Maritime Police Bureau, 4 or 5 young officers are gathered under a large tree, chattering nonstop. Who knows? The director has said that they should keep a low profile during this time and not casually enter the waters of the neighboring country. Hearing the complaints from those nearby, it seems that the young officer leading this small group warned them. Got it, Captain, it's not a big deal. The rest of the officers waved their hands dismissively at the captain's warning. They all felt a bit disgruntled about the director's punishment. The country never cared much when they engaged in such activities in the past. However, since half a year ago, after a live-fire exercise was conducted in front of certain countries, the country had personally ordered the Maritime Police Bureau to avoid any friction with foreign navies for a period of time. At first, it was manageable, but as time went on, coupled with the frequent presence of naval forces from neighboring countries in their territorial waters, everyone, including Wang Jingde, was filled with anger. Just the other day, they had ventured into the waters of a neighboring country, and now their director had received a disciplinary warning directly from the Ministry of Defense. Of course, they had no complaints about the live-fire exercise conducted by the individual in question. Rather, they felt a bit resentful. They were all lamenting that their director had not built a good relationship with that individual, missing out on such an important event that their bureau was not allowed to participate in. Thinking back to the terrified expressions of certain countries, the young officers felt a sense of longing. Just as they began discussing the live-fire exercise, a sharp screech of brakes suddenly reached their ears. Seeing a vehicle approaching the Maritime Police Bureau, curiosity sparked among them, and they all turned their attention towards it. Hey, this car looks so familiar. Have we seen it somewhere before? As they recognized the vehicle model, the same thought flashed through their minds simultaneously. Brother, it's me. Could you please open the door? I need to speak with Director Wang. The individual in the car didn't know the young officers, so after parking, they rolled down the window and greeted them in a friendly manner. Is that really you? Seeing who was in the car, the young officers exclaimed in unison. They never expected that the visitor would be the person they had been thinking about all day. Su Chen's name was well known in the Coast Guard, and it was common to hear it mentioned frequently in various places within the agency, especially among the young female officers. Whenever Su Chen's name came up, their eyes would light up with admiration, and they would often appear dreamy. Oh, you know me? That's great, Su Chen said. Brothers, I am Su Chen, and I urgently need to see Director Wang. Please notify him. Su Chen had already made up his mind about the general route of the Type 055 destroyer. His visit to discuss matters with Director Wang was merely to confirm some details, so he wasn't in a hurry. As Su Chen's voice echoed again, the surprised group quickly regained their composure and excitedly rushed forward, eager to meet their idol whom they had not yet encountered in person. Handling such situations was second nature to Su Chen. He started with a modest introduction, then shared his grand ambitions, and finally established his lofty goals. By the end of this process, he had quickly built an impressive image in the minds of the young Coast Guard officers, inspiring their admiration. Chapter 222. Wang Jingde's excitement in the office of the Coast Guard Bureau. Wang Jingde looked at the disciplinary report on his desk with a face full of frustration. He had not expected that the order issued by the Ministry of Defense would be taken so seriously. In the past, their bureau had received similar notifications, but most of the time, the authorities chose to turn a blind eye to such orders. This time, he was merely reacting to the outrageous behavior of certain entities from a neighboring country, thinking to retaliate and make it clear that the territory of their nation was not something they could encroach upon. However, he never anticipated that the authorities would impose such a severe penalty for what he thought was a minor issue. Sighing, Wang Jingde felt as though all his energy had been drained, slumping in his chair with regret etched on his face. He wasn't regretting the disciplinary report itself, but rather the thought that if the authorities maintained such a strict attitude towards this order in the future, it would mean that their bureau could only operate within their own territory and not venture into the waters of other nations. If that were the case, what would be the point? He might as well resign from his position as bureau chief. Sitting there in despair, Wang Jingde felt that his future would be dull and uneventful, lacking the grand adventures he once enjoyed. Just as he was lamenting his impending mundane life, there was a loud bang as the door to his office swung open. Hearing the noise, which only added to his annoyance, Wang Jingde was about to reprimand the undisciplined subordinate who barged in. However, before he could speak, the hurried subordinate exclaimed, "Director, good news. Mr. Su has come to our Coast Guard Bureau. He says he needs to see you urgently." The newcomer was Wang Jingde's personal secretary and close aide, who also happened to be one of Mr. Su's admirers. As soon as he learned that Mr. Su was at their bureau, he rushed to the director's office to share the good news. Being Wang Jingde's close aide, he knew how much the director admired Mr. Su. He had often heard the director mention Mr. Su's name, even in his sleep. It was no surprise that upon hearing this news, Wang Jingde's expression shifted from anger to excitement in an instant. "Where is Mr. Su? Quickly, bring him to me. Or better yet, take me to him personally." At this moment, Wang Jingde had no interest in addressing the earlier breach of etiquette. All his thoughts were focused on what brought Mr. Su to their Coast Guard Bureau. Could it be that he had developed some new weapon for them? Upon considering this possibility, Wang Jingde shook off his previous gloom. His entire body trembled with excitement, and an exaggerated smile unexpectedly appeared on his face as he strode confidently alongside the guard toward the office exit. As they stepped out of the office and hadn't walked far, Wang Jingde noticed more than 10 people approaching them. And at the center of that group was none other than Su Chun, the young man he had been thinking about lately. Similarly, Su Chun, surrounded by more than 10 young Coast Guards who were asking him questions, also spotted Wang Jingde not far ahead. Su Chun felt helpless. He hadn't expected to receive such attention at the Coast Guard Bureau. All he wanted was to discuss the 055 experiment with Director Wang, but unexpectedly, more and more Coast Guards had gathered around him along the way. Seeing Director Wang, Su Chun felt a surge of relief and hurriedly walked toward him. The Coast Guards who had been trailing Su Chun were reluctant to let go of their idol, so they flocked toward Wang Jingde's direction. Witnessing this scene, Wang Jingde's expression darkened. "What is going on? Is there nothing for you to do? Hurry up and get lost, or else I'll double your training." Wang Jingde was not pleased with his idle subordinates. Su Chun had come to the Coast Guard Bureau with great difficulty, and he hadn't even had the chance to ask anything yet, so why were they worrying about it? Once he had dismissed his subordinates, Wang Jingde regained his smile and led Su Chun toward his office while responding to his inquiries. "Ah, don't mention it. I didn't expect the country would take this so seriously. I've looked into it. It seems the last time your shipyard conducted live-fire drills had too much of an impact, which is why the Defense Ministry ordered our Coast Guard Bureau not to engage in any friction with the Navy of certain countries in a short period of time upon hearing that it was related to his own work." Su Chun was momentarily taken aback and felt puzzled. If this were in the past, it would be understandable, but now not to mention that their Navy's latest equipment, the 052D destroyer, is among the best in Asia, but in the past 2 years, he had developed numerous weapons for the country. Not to mention, their shipyard had just developed the 055 destroyer. With so many advanced naval assets, it could be said that their strength is among the top tier in the world, right? With such strength, shouldn't Minister Feng take advantage of the situation to showcase our naval power and strike against those countries that have intentions on our territorial waters? Why is such an order still being issued now? Clearly, Su Chun is filled with doubt about Minister Feng's disciplinary actions against Director Wang, wondering if Minister Feng is being too cautious. Similarly, from Director Wang's recent remarks, Su Chun also perceives that Minister Feng is in a conservative state regarding the current international situation. Should they still notify the other party about the experiment of the Type 055 destroyer? Thinking of this, Su Chun feels a sense of entanglement. This time he has to cross the entire South China Sea and pass through most of the Pacific. If the other party learns about this, they will definitely not agree. However, if he does not report to the Ministry of Defense and the other party finds out later, wouldn't that mean he would be in big trouble? The experience from the last live-fire drill is still fresh in Su Chun's mind. If he makes the same mistake again in just 6 months, he can easily guess the outcome. This time is not like the last time when Commander Chun and others took the blame. Blame? Did he forget something? Su Chun stroked his chin, looking at Director Wang beside him, his eyes darting around, not knowing what to think. Soon, under Wang Jingde's lead, the two arrived at the office. As soon as they sat down, Wang Jingde, with an expectant expression, said, "Mr. Su, did you come here this time to develop something new? Rest assured, feel free to make any requests. I, Wang Jingde, will definitely not turn my back on you like that old fellow Chen Xingqiao." Last time, when Feng Jingxin personally held Su Qin accountable in Nanyang County. Wang was present on site and knew about the matter between Su Chun and Chen Xingqiao. However, he hadn't paid much attention to it at the time. It was only later, upon hearing that Chen Xingqiao had harassed Su Chun with more than 30 phone calls over this matter, that he felt a surge of anger. He thought that Chun was being petty. Was it really worth it to use such trivial matters to threaten Su Qin for their South China Sea fleet to develop new weapons? Ridiculous. Wang Jingde felt ashamed to be associated with such a person. It seems Mr. Su's heart is still with their Coast Guard Bureau. Developing new weapons not to seek out Chen Xingqiao's South China Sea fleet, but to come directly to him, Wang Jingde. Su Qin did not keep him in suspense. Upon hearing the inquiry, he nodded and said, "Yes, Director Wang. Our shipyard has indeed developed a new warship this time. And I also want to ask your Coast Guard Bureau to help test the combat capabilities of this warship." Hearing that Su Chun had developed a warship, Wang Jingde immediately stood up, his eyes blazing with excitement. He had thought it would be some kind of naval artillery or weapon, but unexpectedly, it was a warship. Wang Jingde had been coveting the 052D destroyers of the South China Sea fleet for a long time. Since the large-scale deployment of the 052D, he had approached Chen Xingqiao no less than 30 times. But all results were predictable, no matter how much he pleaded. Chen was unwilling to provide their Coast Guard Bureau with a warship. If it weren't for the modifications made to the enforcement vessel of their Maritime Police Department by Su Chun, he would have had to personally visit the Ministry of Defense. Hearing Su Chin's words now reignited Wang Jingde's previously extinguished hopes. At this moment, he couldn't care less about anything else, and quickly walked up to Su Chun. Grasping both of his hands tightly and speaking with a slight tremor, "Mr. Su, we're old acquaintances, so I won't say too much. This warship must be equipped to our Maritime Police Department, and whatever the request, I, Wang Jingde, will agree." Wang Jingde's only thought was to persuade Su Chun to equip their Maritime Police Department with such a warship. This was a vessel developed by Su Chun. And with his capabilities, the warship was certainly not simple. At least its performance would be comparable to that of a specific type of destroyer. Although he yearned for it, Wang Jingde felt uncertain when he spoke these words. How much was their Maritime Police Department's annual military budget? They could manage to buy some drones and shipboard munitions. But a warship? That was out of the question. Even selling himself wouldn't be enough to afford it. Now, he could only hope that Su Chun would gift them a warship. After all, Su Chun wasn't short on funds. And the cost of building 1 or 2 warships shouldn't be a concern for him. Su Chun was unaware of Wang Jingde's thoughts and had no desire to know. He had already made up his mind to bring Director Wang into his team this time. Minister Feng would definitely not agree to the experiment of the 055, and having Director Wang involved would surely alleviate much of his pressure. I see that Director Wang has quite broad shoulders, very suitable for bearing responsibility. Ha, Director Wang, you're too modest. With our relationship, how could I forget about your Maritime Police Department? Rest assured, I've already prepared a warship for you. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Jingde was so excited that he trembled all over, and his eyes turned red. If Su Chun hadn't quickly intervened, he might have shed tears on the spot. Director Wang, there's no need to go this far. With our relationship, I would think of your Maritime Police Department even without you saying it. Let's not talk about that. We should discuss the upcoming practical test. This warship we developed is extraordinary, and we must treat it with the seriousness it deserves. After comforting Director Wang, Su Chun revealed the true purpose of his visit. Oh, extraordinary? What type of warship is Mr. Su developing this time? A frigate or a destroyer? Hearing Su Chun say this, Wang Jingde, who had sat back down, couldn't help but feel curious again. Noticing the other's gaze, Su Chun waved his hand and lowered his voice, saying, "A 10,000-ton destroyer." Just a few simple words struck like thunder in Wang Jingde's mind. In an instant, he stood up again, his expression one of disbelief as if he had seen a ghost. A 10,000-ton destroyer? How is that possible? The naval officer Wang Jingde was aware of the existence of destroyers and the concept of a 10,000-ton class vessel. But the combination of both had completely surpassed his understanding. It's important to note that their nation's most advanced destroyer, the 052D, has a full load displacement of just over 7,000 tons. This was developed by countless researchers over many years. However, now he was hearing that Su Chun had already developed a destroyer with a displacement exceeding 10,000 tons. This, despite Wang Jingde having mentally prepared himself, He was still incredibly shocked upon hearing Su Chen's seemingly casual words. Su Chen was not surprised by Wang's reaction. After all, it was a Type 055 destroyer. Not just Wang Jingde, but anyone from their nation would react the same way. Time passed slowly, and it took a while for Wang Jingde to snap out of his shock. After the initial astonishment, he was met with excitement. A 10,000-ton destroyer. There wasn't a single one in their navy. If their maritime police agency could possess one, wouldn't that mean? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. No, he absolutely had to get Su Chen to arrange one for their maritime police. Today, no one could stop him. Chapter 223. The test begins. I wonder, Director Wang, is there a protocol for this test? What do you need us at the Coast Guard Bureau to do? Wang Jingde had already made up his mind that no matter what Su Chen asked them to do, he would agree. This opportunity must not be missed. Ha, Director Wang. There's no need to be so serious, it's not a big deal. Seeing Director Wang fall into the trap, Su Chen was equally pleased. After some pleasantries, he immediately shared his ideas for the experiment. Director Wang, let me give you a heads up. The military vessel we are developing at the shipyard cannot fully demonstrate its capabilities using conventional testing methods. Hearing Su Chen say this, Wang Jingde raised an eyebrow, his expression becoming serious. With the lessons learned from the previous live-fire exercise, Su Chen certainly wouldn't take all the decisions on himself. After discussions with Elder Sun and others, it was ultimately decided to conduct this experiment in the South China Sea and the Pacific Ocean. As he spoke, Su Chen pointed out the general route on the map in front of them. From Su Chen's earlier words, Wang Jingde had already guessed that this experiment would not be simple, so he had prepared himself early on. However, when he actually heard Su Chen's plan, he couldn't help but be taken aback. Crossing the entire South China Sea and then heading north into the Pacific? Is this even an experiment? Not to mention the long journey, just looking at the countries along the route. Southern Vietnam? The Philippines? Indonesia? A certain neighboring country? Another neighboring country? Is this really for an experiment? Wang Jingde, having served in the Navy, recognized at a glance the purpose of the route Su Chen had planned. In an instant, Wang Jingde felt confused about the experiment plan, and his gaze towards Su Chen became suspicious. Just now, he heard the other party say that this experiment plan was jointly formulated with Elder Sun and others, which made Wang Jingde even more puzzled. He could understand Su Chen agreeing to this plan, given the latter's reckless personality, which everyone in the upper echelons of the country was aware of. But Elder Sun and others were different. They had spent their lives in research and had developed a rigorous and prudent character. Could they really agree to such a radical experiment plan? Feeling the suspicious gaze from Wang Jingde, Su Chen felt a bit uneasy, his eyes darting, unwilling to meet his gaze. This shouldn't be. Given Director Wang's personality, he should have jumped up excitedly upon hearing this plan, waving his hands and shouting in agreement. Why does he still look doubtful? Could it be because of that disciplinary report from the Ministry of Defense? Impossible. Su Chen shook his head decisively. Based on the things Wang Jingde had done over the years, he could have been dismissed countless times. Would he really care about a disciplinary report? As Su Chen thought, although Wang Jingde was suspicious at the moment, he was actually quite intrigued by the plan proposed by Su Chen. He had long been eager for an opportunity to strike at certain countries, and if it weren't for the poor equipment of their maritime police department, he wouldn't have waited until now to take a look around the other country. For Wang Jingde, aside from maintaining national territorial security, nothing was more important than completely shattering the ambitions of those countries. What punishment? If he could eliminate that country, he wouldn't mind losing his position as director. Now, an opportunity lay before him, and Su Chen had promised him that after the experiment, they would gift their maritime police department a ship of that kind. This was a 10,000-ton destroyer. Its allure was undeniable, not just for Wang Jingde, but even for naval commanders like Chen Xingqiao. Feeling conflicted, Wang Jingde wanted to agree but sensed something off about Su Chen's gaze. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally gritted his teeth and agreed. Faced with such temptation, he ultimately couldn't resist. As for why Su Chen had looked at him that way, who cared? He had neither wealth nor looks, so he wouldn't lose anything. He could also gain a 10,000-ton destroyer for their maritime police department, so why not? All right, Mr. Su, let us do it. I've long been displeased with those countries. You can rest assured that with our maritime police department involved, we will ensure that we test all the capabilities of the destroyer, Wang Jingde declared boldly, having made up his mind. Seeing that Wang Jingde was no longer hesitant, Su Chen felt a surge of joy and began to engage in pleasantries. The two then started discussing the specific details of the experiment for the 055 class destroyer. After 2 hours of discussion, they finally agreed that the experimental route for the 055 destroyer would start from the port of Hongshan County, cross the Gulf of Tonkin, and proceed along the coast of a neighboring country, heading south along the coastal cities. They would reach the Nansha Islands, turn east, cross the Balabac Strait, enter the Sulawesi Sea, and after passing by Hamalake Island, head into the Pacific Ocean. They would then go north, passing by several islands before continuing northward to traverse the entire Ryukyu Islands, reaching the maritime area of the other country. After circling around that country, they would enter the East China Sea along the coast of Kyushu Island, and while they were at it, they would also intimidate another country in the Yellow Sea, before finally returning directly to Hongshan County along the coastal cities. To be honest, the testing of the 055 destroyer was undoubtedly risky. The route alone exceeded over 10,000 nautical miles. For this, Su Chun had specially prepared 6 supply ships to refuel all the vessels participating in the test. What amused Su Chun the most was that just moments ago, Wang Jingde had looked at him with suspicion, but when he heard the initial plan, he immediately rejected most of it. At first, Su Chun thought that perhaps Director Wang considered his ideas too radical, which was why he refused. It is obvious that Su Chun misunderstood. Director Wang not only did not think his idea was too radical, but even found it somewhat conservative. For instance, Su Chun initially planned to sail down the South China Sea directly into the Palawan Strait and then into the Pacific Ocean. However, when Wang Jingde heard this route, he outright rejected it, suggesting instead that since this experiment was intended to deter certain countries, it would be better to enter the waters of a neighboring country from the Gulf of Tonkin and intimidate their navy. Director Wang even proposed making a large detour, leading the fleet participating in the experiment to bypass most of the neighboring country's waters before turning east towards Palawan Island. Upon hearing this idea, even Su Chun couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Entering from the Gulf of Tonkin, that would mean the 055 destroyer would pass through the capital of that neighboring country. After the discussion, Wang Jingde personally escorted Su Chun out of the Maritime Police Bureau. Watching the vehicles gradually drive away, Wang Jingde's smile almost reached his ears. During the meeting, Su Chun had introduced all the capabilities of the 055 destroyer, which left Wang Jingde's mind buzzing with thoughts about the destroyer for over 2 hours. What consequences had long been cast aside? Not to mention that their Maritime Police Bureau had such a warship. Even just to see it in person would warrant him writing up a disciplinary report. After leaving the Maritime Police Bureau, Su Chun did not return to the shipyard but went straight back to the headquarters. He felt relatively assured about the abilities of Mr. Sun and the others, as the subsequent tests were basic and did not require his direct supervision. Now, he just needed to wait for Mr. Sun and the team to complete the power tests before moving on to the real combat tests. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Early in the morning, Su Chun arrived at the shipyard, as this opportunity was quite rare. He prepared to personally go and experience the majesty of the 055 destroyer at sea. At the shipyard, the port designated for the 055 destroyer was already crowded. With over 3,000 staff members present, the 055 destroyer was, in a strict sense, the first self-developed naval vessel from their shipyard, and its significance was evident to everyone. Therefore, when Su Chun arrived at the scene, nearly all the staff had gathered. Upon seeing Su Chun, the entire port erupted in enthusiastic cheers once again. This time, Su Chun was not in a hurry. He leisurely walked through the crowd, occasionally waving to the staff on either side and smilingly praising them. His actions naturally drew another round of cheers. Under the warm gaze of the crowd, Su Chun quickly made his way to Mr. Sun, Xingwen, and the others. Those standing there were all high-ranking officials from the shipyard, whom Su Chun trusted, with the exception of Wang Jingde, who was currently gazing at the 055 destroyer with a look of infatuation. Old Sun, Director Wang, is everything ready? This time, the experiment involves a total of 26 vessels, including law enforcement ships from the Maritime Security Agency. In addition to the 055 destroyer, which is the main subject of this experiment, Su Chun has also specifically requested Old Sun and the others to prepare 4 electronic reconnaissance ships, 6 comprehensive supply ships, and 5 054A frigates. The remaining vessels are the law enforcement ships from the Maritime Security Agency, totaling 11 ships. All data is normal. Our law enforcement ships are also functioning well. Upon hearing Su Chun's inquiry, Sun Xingwen and Wang Jingde responded in turn. All right, let's get started. Su Chen didn't linger. After confirming that all preparations were complete, he immediately issued the command to commence the experiment. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present began to move. Su Chen led more than 10 people, including Wang Jingde, directly onto the deck of the 055 destroyer, while Sun Xingwen took the other 10 or so individuals to the command room to monitor the data from the experiment. In fact, Sun Xingwen and the others wanted to follow Su Chen, but due to the long distance of the voyage, Su Chen was concerned about their health and decisively declined the request. Although a few of them felt somewhat reluctant, they ultimately gave up the thought. Watching the group ascend the ship with Su Chen, Sun Xingwen, and the others below felt a deep sense of envy. Having dedicated their lives to the development of naval vessels, witnessing their nation's warships standing at the pinnacle of the world was their lifelong dream, especially for Sun Xingwen, who had the highest qualifications among those present and had participated in the most research projects. However, the bittersweet reality was known only to him. Over the years, most of the naval vessels developed and produced by their nation were based on designs from other countries. Not a single ship was truly independently developed by them, which was the direction countless researchers had been striving towards. Now, they had finally succeeded. The birth of the 055 not only marked their navy as one of the top combat forces in the world, but it also fulfilled the wishes of countless researchers over the past decades. This was precisely why everyone had initially proposed to accompany Su Chen. But alas, on the other side, as soon as Wang Jingde stepped onto the deck of the 055 destroyer, he could hardly wait to separate from Su Chen, running around the ship with extreme excitement. Su Chen didn't mind this, but the other maritime security personnel who ascended the ship with him felt a bit awkward. Watching their director moving around the ship, they wished they could find a hole to hide in. It was quite embarrassing. After all, he was the director of their agency, the face of the entire South China Sea branch. Couldn't he show a bit more composure? Su Chen ignored their awkward expressions, and once all personnel were in their designated positions, he immediately announced the command to set sail. Boom, boom. As Su Chen's orders reached everyone's ears, a tremendous roar instantly echoed throughout the entire port. The piercing sound did not drown out the excitement of the many workers below. Instead, when they saw the massive body of the vessel designated 055 slowly starting up, everyone held their breath, their expressions filled with fervor as they watched the scene unfold. The Beiluan River estuary, located at the southwesternmost tip of the coastline, is the intersection point between the land border and the coastline, as well as the starting point of the border highway in the region. The entire Beiluan River connects the mountainous border area, stretching approximately 109 kilometers, forming an important boundary line between the country and its southern neighbor. Its strategic significance is extremely important, and its rich natural ecology and historical culture are equally noteworthy. As a crucial transportation hub connecting the city of Dongxing and the southern neighbor city, the Beiluan River estuary has numerous ports that facilitate trade between the two countries. Moreover, it is also a necessary route for vessels involved in trade between the country and the ASEAN region. Similarly, if Su Chen wants to enter the southern neighbor as quickly as possible, he must traverse the entire Beiluan River estuary.